The girl had a dream before becoming the first empress in the world. In the dream, she would meet the same boy every year. She taught the boy cultivation, and the boy helped her save the country. However, the boy would disappear without a trace every time. Even if the empress searched the world with her cultivation, she could not find any trace of the boy's existence. As the most talented disciple of the Taoist sect in this generation, you are always troubled by dreams. You walk in that world like a ghost. Although it is a dream, you can see everything clearly and remember everything. Such a real dream. This warm and moist feeling of the water. Previous dreams were not so real. You suddenly stopped before finishing your words, staring blankly ahead. Not far away, a beautiful girl appeared amidst the swirling steam. The girl was lying in the center of the hot spring pool with her eyes closed, as if practicing. Your gaze shifted slightly downward. The girl's skin was white and rosy, as delicate and smooth as condensed fat, and her crystal-clear skin looked even more enticing in the swirling steam. You have seen several of the top 10 beauties of the spiritual realm, but compared to the girl in front of you who has not fully grown, they all seem far behind. Unfortunately, most of the beautiful scenery is obscured by the water, making it difficult to see clearly. You slowly approached the side of the girl in the dream, looking at her charming face up close, a strange impulse rising in your heart. This is a dream, so it shouldn't matter if you do something small, right? The young blood was ignited at that moment, and you couldn't help but reach out and gently touch the girl's cheek. This dream feels so real, you murmured to yourself, as if there was a magical force that unknowingly made you bend down slowly towards the girl. Suddenly, you only felt a soft sensation on your lips, tasting a faint fragrance and sweetness. Suddenly, the girl who was immersed in cultivation whispered softly, as if she had sensed something, and suddenly opened her eyes. Her clear eyes met yours, and the girl's delicate body stiffened in place. You little thief! Let me go! 2 blushes appeared on the girl's pretty face, anger intertwined. She pushed you away and exclaimed, "Who are you? Why are you here?" She stood up in a panic, looking at you warily, and took out a long sword from her storage ring in a defensive posture. You were stunned. The pool was not deep to begin with, and the girl could only cover her chest when sitting cross-legged. Now that she stood up, her exquisite curves were fully exposed, making your breathing quicken. Although the presence of steam made it less clear, it added a hint of elusive beauty. Seeing your gaze on her delicate body, the girl suddenly realized that she had not put on her outer garment. Dang Tuzi! The girl's pretty face blushed, but she reacted quickly. In almost an instant, her perfect figure was covered by a set of clothes. Seeing the spring scenery blocked, you sighed in regret. Before you could even savor the taste of the moment, a cold light flashed by and came slashing towards this direction. Heavens! You exclaimed, pushing off the water with your feet and flying backwards. The young girl wielded her long sword relentlessly, every move deadly and merciless. This little girl, she looks only 15 or 16, yet she has reached the 7th level of innate talent. You marveled silently, surprised that the girl in your dream had even higher talent than yourself. Unfortunately, due to her young age, her cultivation was still inferior to yours. You reached out and grabbed the girl's long sword into your hand. Miss, do you believe this is just a dream? You said awkwardly. I believe. Isn't that the favorite excuse of you flower thieves? The girl retorted coldly. You couldn't help but laugh at being called a flower thief, despite being a disciple of the Taoist sect. But the touch, this dream, felt so real. Miss, let me explain this dream to you. You tried to explain to the girl. You can die. The girl didn't give you any chance, using her strength to twist her waist and step on the water, crossing several yards in one go and striking with a palm. You quickly dodged and grabbed the girl's hand, gently pulling her into your arms. Let go of me, you scoundrel. The girl struggled fiercely, trying to escape your grasp, but the gap in strength was too large, not allowing her to break free, only tightening her struggles. Can you listen to my explanation now? You looked at the girl in your arms, smelling the faint elegant fragrance. You shameless. The girl was on the verge of tears, never expecting that her first kiss would be given to a stranger, and one so frivolous at that. You frowned and looked at the angry girl in your arms, saying, "You really don't plan to listen to my explanation?" "I won't listen." The girl pouted at you. You shook your head. "Have you forgotten the power gap between us at the moment?" The girl was slightly stunned, instantly quieting down, clenching her teeth and saying nothing. For a moment, the scene fell silent. Even the ripples on the water's surface were quiet. Those who didn't know might have thought it was a loving couple gazing at each other affectionately. Moreover, whether it was an illusion or not, the girl felt your face getting closer to hers, and the atmosphere between the two became more and more ambiguous. The girl finally surrendered, subconsciously closing her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling, like a startled elf, looking particularly pitiful. You gazed at the girl, watching her exquisite face, and your heartbeat quickened. If this is real, how wonderful it would be. Prince Daozi, What are you doing? A cry of surprise interrupted your beautiful dream. You opened your eyes, only to see a female disciple outside the door looking shocked at the room. You were now awake. The girl from your dream had disappeared, and you were back in your room, with lipstick marks on the wall. The disciple was startled, immediately covering her eyes with her hand, blushing. Prince Daozi, the elders are calling you to the Daozi enthronement ceremony. You pretended to be calm, tidied up a bit, and after adjusting your clothes, you casually said, "Understood. This Daozi will go immediately," finally sending away the female disciple. You sighed in relief, looking at the marks on the wall and patting your head. How embarrassing. It seems like I need to use special materials to build a new wall, or else it might happen again next time. But thinking about that dream, you still savored it. It didn't feel like a dream at all, completely different from ordinary dreams, too real. You couldn't help but take out paper and pen from your storage ring, starting to sketch. Soon, you drew a beautiful picture of a girl bathing. They say memories from dreams don't last, so I'll record you on paper. Even though it was a dream, it was my first kiss, worth commemorating. Then you put away the drawing, got up, and headed towards the sect square. At the time when Mo Millennium Dream woke up, Su Shueya was still a bit stunned and dazed. She was quite aggravated when she remembered the scene just now, and only felt the tip of her nose sour as teardrops rolled down her face. It's amazing that her first kiss was lost like that. Denizen, next time I meet you, I'll kill you. Su Shueyo clenched her silver teeth and whispered indignantly. A moment later, her emotions stabilized, and a flash of doubt appeared in her eyes. She lived in the depths of the palace. It was heavily guarded. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter at all. Even cultivators couldn't force their way in. How did this denizen get in? Although he easily subdued himself, but looking at the fluctuation of his breath, it was only the 9th level of the flesh realm. Such a cultivation was not as good as a guard. Appearing in the palace in the middle of the night, one would only be shot into a sieve in a moment. Moreover, that denizen was clearly about to kiss over at the end, and she had felt his burning temperature, but it suddenly stopped, and its figure instantly disappeared. Su Shueyo frowned slightly. There were too many doubts in here, making her puzzled. However, although she didn't understand how that denizen appeared, she had already secretly resolved that next time if she met him again, she would have to put a sword through a hole in his body in order to avenge the first kiss that had been taken away from her. Dao Sect, one of the top 10 super sects in the spirit domain, covering an extremely wide area of 100,000 miles, with a long history of 10,000 years and a very strong heritage, with strong people within the sect like clouds. Today, it was the day that the 52nd generation of the Dao sect's Dao Sun, Mo Qianlong, was organizing his enthronement ceremony, and all the major powers in the world had sent their emissaries to attend. On a large, grand and spectacular square within the Dao sect, thousands of cultivators, both male and female, were gathered. These were all people who had sent congratulatory gifts from the major powers of the spirit domain, as well as some of the disciples and elders of the Dao sect and so on. I've heard that His Highness Daozi of the Dao clan is not yet 20 years old this year and has already reached the great circle of the innate realm. Truly a heavenly genius. To be able to become a Dao son of the Dao sect. This Mo Qianlong, if he doesn't fall in the future, I'm afraid that he'll be another Yuaning powerhouse in 100 years. It's worth befriending. I've heard that this Dao son of the Mo Millennium is not married, nor does he have a marriage contract. The old man has a granddaughter who was born very beautiful. I wonder if she can be related to the Dao son of the Dao sect. The crowd of guests were talking about the protagonist of today's enthronement ceremony. Not long after, the 3 elders of the Dao sect appeared and announced that the enthronement ceremony had officially begun. First of all, I welcome all of you here to attend the ceremony for the enthronement of the Dao sect's new Dao Sun, and I hope that all of you will enjoy yourselves today. As soon as the 3 elders appeared, they immediately attracted everyone's attention, and people couldn't help but marvel at the fact that they were worthy of being a super sect. After all, these 3 elders were all Yuaning powerhouses. Casually pulling one out was the existence of an ancestor who stomped his foot and made the spirit domain tremble 3 times. Not to mention the 3 of them. How many clans and small empires didn't even have a Yuaning elder? As soon as the 3 great elders took the stage, from the 10,000-year history of the sect, to the development of the pattern in the next 100 years, they gabbled a whole bunch of things. In the great hall above the square, Mo Qianliang was so drowsy that he was almost asleep before he finally heard his name. Now, please invite the new Dao son of our Dao sect, the Grand Master of the 52nd generation of Dao sect disciples, Mo Qianliang, to come up to the stage and say a few words. Finally to their own. Looked at the hour. Mo Qianliang extremely speechless. These few old men, has spoken for a full few hours. It's the same in every conference. Repetitive talk, a whole lot of babbling, and your ears are getting calloused. If I had known it would take so long to talk, why did I wake myself up so early, causing myself to not finish my beautiful dream? However, spitting was spitting, and he would not be childish in front of the grand ceremony anymore. Wouldn't it be fun to be in the limelight in front of millions of people? Standing up, he once again organized some of his attire to ensure that there was not the slightest mistake. Before Mo Qianliang took a step towards the outside of the hall, under everyone's gaze, the door to the great hall was pushed open, and a youth stepped out from it. He was dressed in a white robe. His face held a faint smile, a hand and a foot, all with a Confucian atmosphere, giving people the feeling that it is like a good son of the turbid world, a banishment in the mortal world. Your Highness Michiko, some female disciples, even immediately exclaimed in shock, their cheeks flushed and their gazes infatuated. Wow, so handsome, more handsome than the group of senior brothers chasing me. I want to marry His Highness Michiko so badly. I'm going to give His Highness Michiko a monkey. What kind of monkey do you have for a guy? Mo Qianliang slowly stepped out, a smile on his face, all the way, causing a burst of pouting to emanate from the surroundings, and there were constantly female disciples stealing glances at Mo Qianliang. The male disciples, on the other hand, were gnashing their teeth, envious and jealous, wishing to replace Mo Millennium. Walking to the high platform, he opened his mouth while saluting the three elders and countless disciples. I, Mo Qianlong, am fortunate enough to become a Dao son of the Dao sect, with the cultivation of all the elders, as well as the support of all the sisters and brothers. I would like to thank you all. Mo Qianliang was polite and courteous, with a kind attitude, a gentleman's style, holding the three elders with joyful smiles, their old faces smiling, especially the bottom of some female disciples, but also cannot help but commit nymphomania. Secretly such an excellent Taoist son if it is to become their own Taoist couple, how good ah! Once again, this Daozi emphasizes that it is all due to this Daozi's handsomeness and strength that I can become a Daozi, and it has nothing to do with this Daozi's transformation master. The corner of Mo Qianliang's mouth sketched out an arc as he continued. If anyone feels that I'm not worthy of the position of Dao's son, feel free to come and challenge me, and don't care about this Dao son's transfiguration master. This Dao son will take it all together. Chapter 3, The Second Dream, Seeing the Dream Girl Again. The male disciples were grieving, the female disciples were flamboyant, and at this moment, Mo Millennium was starstruck. I'm not afraid that geniuses don't work hard, but I'm afraid that geniuses work harder than ordinary people. Mo Qianlong has a transformed godmaster, not false, but that is because he has high talent. Hard cultivation later was accepted as a disciple in the Dao sect, or even the entire spirit domain. Those whose cultivation was higher than Mo Qianlong must be older than him, while those whose age was the same as Mo Qianlong's were definitely not as high in cultivation as him. To challenge Daozi, the disciples of the Dao sect all shook their heads. The ones with high cultivation were a handful of years old, and winning would not be a victory. As for the ones with the same age or realm, it would be better not to go looking for abuse in the spirit domain in the future. If any disciples from other sects bully you, go ahead and look for the second and third disciples, and if they still can't beat you, then come to me, and this Taoist son will personally seek justice for you. Mo Qianliang said with a smile. As soon as the words fell, thunderous applause and cheers immediately rang out from below. Long live Daozi! In the midst of the applause, Mo Qianliang waved his hand and directly skipped away without taking away a single cloud. However, Mo Qianliang couldn't go back right now. His transfiguration master called him over. Apprentice, you're a Daozi now. You can't be as dangling as you were in the past. Remember, you must be calm and introspective. Do you understand? A white-bearded old man sat on a tie-shirt chair, stroking his beard and teaching earnestly. This white-bearded old man is the Dao sect's supreme elder, Daojun, honorary name Qingxian, known as Qingxian Daojun. That is, Mo Qianliang's chief master. Mo Qianliang nodded in agreement, going in one ear and out the other. I'm not a wooden stake. I can't put on a bitter face if you ask me to. However, despite the slander in his heart, his surface was good-natured and incomparable as he agreed. Seeing how well-behaved and understanding Mo Qianliang was, Daoist Lord Qingxian instantly revealed a look of satisfaction as he continued to admonish. Also, since you've become a Daoist son, you can't just focus on yourself. You must shoulder the responsibilities of a Daoist son. As a Daozi, there are a lot of things you need to deal with on a daily basis, and a lot of things need to be done by you. Do you understand all that Master has said? Daoist Qingxian said seriously. An hour later, Mo Qianliang almost fell asleep standing. Finally heard the long-lost next training sound. Instantly awake, Mo Qianliang hurriedly nodded his head. Back to Master. Disciple understands all. Disciple will definitely take up the responsibility of a Dao son and revitalize my Dao sect. If Master has nothing else to do, then Disciple will go back to rest first. And you, master, should also rest early. After saying that, Mo Qianliang backed up and left slowly, fearing that he would be called out again if he took a slow step. Come back. Taoist Qing Xian suddenly called out to Mo Qianliang. What's wrong, master? What else do you command? Mo Qianliang froze, puzzled, and asked. This is the first time that his master has called him after the next training. Taoist Lord Qingxian helplessly nodded Mo Qianliang's head, hating it and saying, You, when can you grow up? Master, your words, disciple can refute. Disciple is already 18. Already very big, okay. Mo Qianliang skimmed his lips. You're about to build your foundation as well, aren't you? Taoist Qing Xian's eyes rolled as he suddenly asked. Mo Qianliang lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said, Disciple is preparing to build the foundation tomorrow, so that I can be in the same realm as the other sects Taoists. Are the resources for foundation building available? Taoist Qing Xian continued to ask. Mo Qianliang shrugged his shoulders and said, Use the foundation building pill. Upon hearing this, Tao Father Qingxian rolled his eyes and said in a good-natured manner, Using the foundation establishment pill, you really dare to say that? Spreading the word that my Tao sect's Tao child is just an ordinary foundation establishment, letting people laugh at you? Mo Qianliang spread his hands and said with a disinterested face, Disciples only have the foundation establishment pill, so what can be done? You ah. Qingxian Taoist monarch was extremely angry, half speechless. How did he have such a living treasure disciple? Oh, he. Isn't this with you, master teacher? Master teacher also doesn't want to see your favorite disciple as just an ordinary foundation establishment, right? Mo Qianliang immediately changed his tone, playfully currying favor. Taoist monarch Qing Xian was helpless and said, You brat, forget it, who made you my only shut-in disciple? How can I not weaken the reputation of the Taoist sect's Taoist sons? Here, this is for you. With that, he pulled out a jade bottle and threw it at Mo Qianliang, instructing, This is filled with an extreme-grade foundation building liquid. Each drop is worth 100 medium-grade spirit stones. You save it and build at least one Xian-grade foundation building out. Do you hear me? Don't worry, master. Disciple knows what to do. Mo Qianliang joyfully put the jade bottle away. Qingxian Daojun left after a few more instructions, and left a jade talisman before leaving. You are now a Daozi. Here is a jade talisman for the teacher. Under the Yuaning, trigger a sword can be cut off. Can only be used to save your life. After sending off the cheap master, Mo Qianliang couldn't wait to go back. Emma, I'm tired after a whole day. I should have known that I wouldn't be inappropriate for this crap Daozi. Mo Qianliang finally returned to his cultivation place. After he opened the door to his room, he walked inside while taking off the gorgeous Taoist robe that countless disciples desired on him and casually threw it on top of the floor. After washing up and changing into loose and comfortable pajamas, he then beautifully lay down on top of the soft king-sized bed ready for a good night's sleep. Pedantic old men is not just the new Daozi ceremony. A few words to get things done. Hard to be degraded for a few hours. Really annoying. Mo Millennium muttered and rolled over. If this was heard by the other disciples of the sect, they would definitely hate it. Meow. You don't want this Taozi for me ah. I don't mind the long time. I've become the Dao sect's new Dao son. I'm afraid that tomorrow those super sect's Dao sons won't be able to sit still. And they'll all come to challenge me. They're all a bunch of battle crazies. They can't even be shaken off. Tomorrow we'll build the foundation again. And after that, this Daozi will let them know how powerful I am. Tomorrow there is something to worry about. Today there is nothing to sleep about. With that, Mo Qianliang rolled over again, rested his head on his arms, slowly closed his eyes, and soon fell asleep, entering the world of dreamland. Today, it was Su Shuiyao's 16-year-old bar mitzvah. However, she was spending it alone. In the room, Su Shuiyao looked at the meal in front of her and had no appetite. Her heart was empty. She clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and prayed silently in her heart. Heaven, let Father and the others return soon in triumph. Asterisk. Why you again? Suddenly, a somewhat dumbfounded and familiar voice interrupted her thoughts. Su Shuiyao snapped her eyes open, only to see that the denizen who kissed her a year ago had appeared in her room again at this moment. It's you again. You denizen. How dare you come? The ring in Su Shuiyao's hand glowed brightly, and a long sword appeared in her hand as she clenched her silver teeth and glared at this person. The one who was even more dumbfounded, of course, was Mo Qianliang, who never expected that he would pick up the unfinished dream from last time this time, and once again dream of that dream girl that he had kissed. Chapter 4, This dream is a little weird. Mo Qianliang opened his mouth in surprise and was just about to explain a couple of things when he saw that the other party had already rushed up with his sword, and he instantly dodged in a hurry. At the same time, just like yesterday, He tried to reach out his hand to grab the sword in the young girl's hand, and when he was about to grab it, the blade suddenly turned and stabbed him in the throat. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why am I slowing down? No, it's this girl who's gotten stronger. Mo Qianliang was startled, and his feet retreated several steps before he dodged the fatal blow. Su Shueyo snorted coldly and chased after him, saying, "Denizen, take your life." Saying that, he once again waved the long sword in his hand to kill Mo Qianliang. 9th level of an 8? Damn you for ascending 2 realms in one day. Mo Qianliang was shocked. How long has it been since he saw the little girl who was originally still in the 7th level of the innate, even promoted to the 9th level of the innate, to the same realm as him? No wonder he hadn't grabbed her sword before. That was because the two were already very different in strength. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Can you listen to this Taoist son and explain properly? Mo Qianliang called out as he dodged. However, Su Shueyo didn't stop. Her attack didn't weaken in the slightest, and even, it became more lingering. Seeing this, Mo Qianliang shook his head helplessly and could only welcome him. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged dozens of moves in an instant, and no one could help anyone. Hey, little girl, can you listen to this Daozi for a couple sentences before you make a move? Mo Qianliang shouted as he fought. Ugh, you stinking rascal, taking away my first kiss, and you still have the face to talk to me? Su Shueyo chided. She was furious in her heart. This denizen actually dared to molest her, and took away her first kiss. How could she bear it? Ahem, how does that sound? Mo Qianliang dryly coughed twice and argued, first of all, that was also Ben Daozi's first kiss, and you didn't lose out, not being a rogue. Secondly, it's just a dream. Why are you being so serious? Furthermore, even if you kill Han Daozi, will you get your first kiss back? Su Shueyo listened to Mo Qianliang keep on nagging. The more she talked, the more outrageous she became. Her fire rose miserably. Her pretty face was red and she was trembling with anger. You asshole. She clenched her teeth and whimpered. Ha, where did this Daozi become an asshole? What this Daozi said is the truth, alright? Mo Qianliang asked back. When Su Shueyo heard his words, she instantly felt the blood and chi rising in her chest. You rascal. Su Shueyo clenched her teeth and scolded. No, what kind of little girl are you that can't say anything else but asshole rogue denizen? Mo Qianliang sighed and said with a pained look. Hey, this Daozi is handsome and suave. People love flowers. So excellent. How many people want this Daozi's first kiss and can't get it? How come you just think that this Daozi is a bastard rogue? Su Shueyo looked at Mo Qianliang's narcissistic expression. Her chest rose and fell violently in anger. She had never seen such a brazen person before. You denizen! Shut your mouth. Su Shueyo chided in shame. Fine. Since you won't let this Daoist say anything, then this Daoist won't say anything. However, this Daoist still wants to tell you that although this Daoist has overreacted a bit, he is absolutely upright and kind. Mo Qianliang patted his chest and said righteously. Don't worry, this Daozi will definitely be responsible for you. Su Shueyo was so angry that she couldn't even complete her words. You. She pointed at Mo Qianliang and couldn't speak. This denizen is an abomination. Su Shueyo clenched her teeth and took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. The two men were about the same strength, and they couldn't distinguish between winners and losers as they fought, and eventually had to stop. You stay away from me and don't come near me or I'll kill you. Su Shueyo stared at him warily. She was afraid that Mo Qianliang would take advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack, but she had learned the extent of this person's meanness and shamelessness and nastiness. Mo Qianliang contemptuously bristled. He was a Daoist son of the Dao sect, and there were countless people who adored him. So would he not do anything to take advantage of people's danger? Do you believe me when I say it was just a dream I had? Su Shueyo coldly swept a glance at him and said, Ghosts will believe your words. It's just a way to fool a 3-year-old girl. Mo Qianliang touched his nose. He realized that this little girl in front of him was really stubborn. What's your name and how old are you? Mo Qianliang asked again. His hallowed Dao sect Dao son. Only 18 years old to reach the innate great circle. This little girl. Just how old is she in the same realm as him? Why should I tell you this denizen? Su Shueyo glared angrily. I say that the two of us are also considered destiny. Since we've met, why don't we make a friend? Mo Qianliang smiled and said, Making friends? What do you want again? Su Shueyo was on guard for a while. I just want to know how you can break through 2 minor realms in one day. When I saw you last night, you were only at the 7th heaven of innate. How come you're at the 9th heaven today? Mo Qianliang was puzzled. Did you sleep stupidly? What 2 realms in one day? Last night? You came last night too? When did you come? Su Shueyo glared at Mo Qianliang vigilantly. What's the situation? Wasn't it last night when you were in the shower and I saw and then kissed you? Mo Qianliang was surprised. Su Shueyo froze for a moment. Then her pretty face blushed. Denizen, you still mention this matter. Oh. Su Shueyo froze once again, because under her gaze, Mo Qianliang just disappeared. Just like last time, he just suddenly appeared, and after a while he suddenly disappeared without any sign, as if he had evaporated out of thin air. But she didn't relax. Instead, she held the sword in her hand and waited for a while longer, only to be relieved when Mo Qianliang still didn't show up. But at the same time, a flash of doubt appeared in her mind. A year has passed, and his strength, it seems, hasn't improved a bit? Mo Qianliang woke up again. He got up and looked around. The sun was already on his ass. The walls hadn't been repaired yet, but there wasn't another hole or two either. He shook his head to clear it. Then, as he had done yesterday, took out his paper and pen, and drew the dream maiden in one stroke, as he remembered from the dream. A few moments later, a brand new painting came out, vivid and alive, perfectly restoring the appearance of the young girl in the dream. In the painting, the young girl is holding a sword. Her cheeks are slightly red, and she is looking angrily ahead. Mo Qianliang took a closer look, then took out the one he drew yesterday and put the two papers together, gazing at the young girls in the two drawings. That young girl from last night seems to be a bit bigger than the one from the night before? Mo Qianliang gestured in front of his chest and seemed to have discovered something unusual. Could it be that even though I was a day in the past, in the dream world, there was more than one day? Mo Qianliang muttered, but he wasn't sure yet. But either way, this dream, it's a little too weird, isn't it? Chapter 5, which girl do you like? I'll propose marriage for you. Daydreaming. Everything in a dream is a patchwork of things seen in people seen, and there will be no unknown things or unknown people, for man cannot imagine the unknown. Serial dreaming. Dreaming of a thing or a person many times. That should be the result of the dreamer thinking too much about a thing or a person. In the hidden scriptures, Mo Qianliang once again closed a book and shook his head. It's all wordy and repetitive articles to make up the word count, and after 2 hours of searching, I still can't find a bit of practicality at all. He had gone through all the ancient books about dreams, but he still had not found his case. It can be said that there has never been a situation like his in all of history. The previous dream had been outrageous enough, but at least it was still a dream, and he could feel out of place in that world. But the dreams of the past 2 nights were not so much dreams as he himself had traveled through the past and appeared in that world in general, because everything, except his lack of pain, was indistinguishable from reality. Even the sense of touch, smell, aura and everything is present. This is far beyond the realm of dreams. Even the most realistic dreams are not 1/10 as real as this. Without finding the answer he wanted to know, Mo Qianliang had to walk out of the hidden scripture cabinet. Your Highness, Daozi, I've finally found you. Something big has happened. Just after walking out, Mo Qianliang saw a group of disciples running towards him, each of them looking flustered and anxious. Mo Qianliang coughed, straightened his back, and faintly said, "What happened? So flustered." "It's bad. The Daozi of the Sword Sect, Flower Sect, Great Sword Sect, and several other super sects have hit the door, naming you as the one who wants to challenge your Highness the Daozi," an inner sect disciple said with a trembling voice. Mo Qianliang had a lump in his heart. He had forgotten something important. That's today's foundation building. The Daozi of several other sects were already in the foundation establishment realm, so if they didn't establish their foundations, what the hell? Cough cough, don't be in a hurry. Isn't there still the second and third senior brothers? They've already built up their foundations. Tell those few Daozi that if you want to challenge this Daozi, you'll have to beat the second and third senior brothers first. Mo Qianliang pretended to be calm and put on an expert demeanor. Your Highness, Daozi, third senior brother has already lost, and just took 3 moves from the Daozi of the Great Sword Sect, another inner disciple whispered. The corner of Mo Qianliang's mouth twitched slightly, but he remained unperturbed. It's fine. Isn't there still a second senior brother? Second senior brother has already run away. I heard that he took a mission out of the sect after the Daozi conference ended yesterday and skipped out overnight. An inner disciple cried out. Mo Qianliang was dumbfounded and almost spurted blood. Nima, run away? Lean. This one is too wimpy. Before, he was clamoring every day to challenge himself, dissatisfied with his position as the son of the Dao. Why is he running so fast now? People's third senior brother was weaker than him, but he dared to go on. He was afraid of nothing. Your Highness Daozi, what to do? The crowd looked at Mo Qianliang. Mo Qianliang swept his gaze around the crowd of disciples. He coughed lightly and suddenly pointed in a certain direction, saying, "Isn't second senior brother there?" Upon hearing this, the crowd looked in unison, only to see a leaf sliding down in the distance, where was half a silhouette. When the crowd turned back again, they realized that Mo Qianliang was already 10 feet away. Tell him that this Daozi is physically ill and will fight again in 3 days. Dropping these words, Mo Qianliang had already disappeared around the corner, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded inner disciples. By the time Mo Qianliang returned to his residence, the sky had gradually darkened, and without realizing it, he had actually spent most of the day in the scripture pavilion. He hadn't even sat down to take a break when Taoist Qing Xian appeared in the room, blowing his beard and looking at Mo Qianliang. How come there's no Tsukiji today? Mo Qianliang smiled awkwardly and explained. The disciple forgot. Do you believe it, master? Taoist Qing Xian suddenly stretched out his head and carefully stared into Mo Qianliang's eyes for a moment before saying, You have something on your mind? Apprentice. In poor condition. Foundation building is a risk of failure. Don't you understand? Taoist Qing Xian murmured. If the foundation building fails, it will be extremely damaging to the foundation. Mo Qianliang smiled sarcastically and said, Master, the disciple said it was because of a dream. Do you old man believe it? Dream? Cheng Xian Taoist monarch came to be interested, immediately sat down, took out a wine gourd and took a big drink. Tell me your story. Oh, dream to listen to. Looking at his own master's dangling appearance, Mo Qianliang touched his forehead and wondered if his own cheap master could know what kind of dream this was. However, in the entire spirit domain today, one's own master is also a top 3 ranked god transformation powerhouse. So if his old man doesn't know, I'm afraid that no one in the spirit domain can solve his confusion. It is so, master. The apprentice dreamed of a maiden. A very strange maiden. Mo Qianliang weighed the words and didn't tell all of them, but only said that he dreamed of a young girl. Dreaming of a woman? Qing Xian Daozi's eyes lit up slightly as he looked Mo Qianliang up and down, a look of sudden realization appearing in his eyes. It would be fine if I only dreamt about it once, but to dream about it 2 nights in a row is very strange, and I'm puzzled by it. Mo Qianliang spread his hands and smiled bitterly. Oh, so that's how it is. Disciple, you don't need to think too much. Master already understands. Taoist Lord Qing Xian stroked his beard and smiled as he sized up Mo Qianliang. What? Master, you know? Mo Qianliang was surprised. How much had he said before the cheap master understood it all? Can't it be that master, his old man, also has this kind of strange dream every day? Taoist Master Qing Xian hemmed and hawed and said, Speak up, which girl do you have your eye on, and I'll propose a marriage for you. Mo Qianliang froze, then had a black face. Master, you've got it wrong. Qing Xian Daojun revealed a look that I understand. Don't be shy. You've grown up. Love is human nature. Like who to say it? With that, he also pointed to the marks on the wall, and the smile on his old face grew even more intense. The corners of Mo Qianliang's mouth twitched furiously, and his heart slandered. Are you sure you're not here to tease me? Also, how can the Dao sect be so slow in its efficiency? It's been 2 days and the Xian Iron Wall is still not built? Is it the 100 Flowers Fairy of the Flower sect, or the Water Rouge Fairy of the Aqua sect, or both? As long as you open your mouth, Master will definitely finalize the marriage for you. Dao Lord Qingxian patted his chest and said with a smile, The 100 Flowers Fairy and the Water Softness Fairy were arguably the topmost absolute beauties in the spirit domain, and they were also very gifted, being the Dao sons of the 2 great sects of this generation. Daozi, there was no distinction between male and female, and represented the strongest contemporary disciple of a clan. However, Mo Qianliang was filled with black lines. Master, do you think that disciple is such a person? Qing Xian Daojun indistinctly. That's right. People are not in vain. Think of when the teacher was young, surrounded by beautiful women, however lonely. Ha 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 ha. Speaking of that year, Dao Lord Qingxuan's bravado was soaring, as if he was hundreds of years younger. Senior, why do I remember you crying and begging the Blue Flower Fairy to be with you back then? Mo Qianliang said quietly. Qing Xian Daojun looked stagnant. Dry cough, cough cough. Back then was just young and ignorant, for the teacher has long been put down. The past is not to be mentioned. The corner of Mo Qianliang's mouth lifted as he said, Yes, Master, you were rejected 7 times back then. Shut up. Taoist monarch Qing Xian became infuriated and directly slapped Mo Qianliang on his head. Asshole brat, dare to make fun of the master. Believe it or not, the master will let you eat the board? Master, forgive me. Disciple wouldn't dare. Mo Qianliang hurriedly begged for mercy. Chapter 6, Third Dream Entry. Crushed. The night was getting thicker, but Mo Qianliang couldn't sleep. He grabbed a handful of rice grains and counted them one by one. Sleep. Practice. Sleep. Practice. Sleep. He couldn't sleep and had no desire to practice. He wondered if he would go to sleep tonight and still dream of the young girl he had forcibly kissed. He also wondered if he would be able to beat that young girl this time with her cultivation speed. However, if he didn't sleep, his heart itched and he couldn't concentrate on his cultivation at all. constantly being affected by all the curiosities in his dreams. As the grains of rice gradually dwindled, when Mo Chanliang took out the last grain of rice, he happened to say the word sleep. Phew, since God wants me to sleep, let's sleep. It's a dream anyway, I shouldn't really die. Mo Chanliang sighed in relief and put the rice grains into his mouth to chew, slowly closing his eyes. Soon, Mo Chanliang entered a deep sleep, and his breathing became long and steady. The night was already late, and the bright moonlight shone between the bricks and tiles of the palace, bringing a slight chill to the palace. When she came out from her father's study, Su Shueya looked up at the bright moon in the sky, but she suddenly felt a little cold. The world aspires to the imperial palace, not realizing that the most ruthless emperors and kings. Your Highness, please go back to rest early, a palace maid approached and advised. I know. Su Shueya nodded, then turned around and marched towards the bedchamber. Only, on the way, she turned around again and looked at the study, which was still lit, with an endless sense of helplessness. Half a month ago, the war report came in that the great Chang dynasty empire was defeated, with millions of generals killed in battle and 24 large cities to be ceded. Her father, who she had seen as a child as a formidable and powerful man, had grayed his hair overnight, as if he had aged dozens of years. She wanted to do something, but she couldn't do anything. Her strength, compared to the war between the empires, was too small. Returning to her room, Su Shueyo sat dumbfounded in front of her bed, but her thoughts went back to her childhood. She was lucky to be born into an imperial family with a powerful empire and a father who loved her. She was the only princess of this generation of the empire, and the most favored princess. Every time she had a birthday, it was extremely lively. All the subjects sent generous congratulatory gifts, and the entire imperial city was filled with a festive atmosphere. But since she was 15, the year she met the denizen who had forcibly kissed her, she had been all alone. For the years of peace were over, war had opened, and her father was going to lead the army himself in response. For the second year in a row, she spent her birthday alone, and no, with a guy who came and went without a trace and was obnoxious. Thinking of that denizen, Su Shueyo slightly frowned her pretty eyebrows. Today was her 17th birthday. Before that, for 2 years in a row at this time, he would suddenly appear and disappear. Will he come back this time? Thinking of this, Su Shueyo raised her head, her expression suddenly becoming serious. Knock, knock, knock. As the knock on the door sounded, Su Shueya's expression instantly tensed up and she drank. Who? Your Highness, it's slave girl Chinger. This is the birthday gift that His Majesty sent you, and asked the slave girl to tell your Highness that he forgot it. A respectful voice came from the door. Su Shueya was slightly stunned, then she sighed in relief. She walked over and opened the door to see a small maid in green standing outside the door, holding a brocade box in her hands. Su Shueya took the brocade box held in the maid's hand and gently opened it. Inside was a crystal clear bead emitting light green light. It looked very beautiful. Your Highness, this is a jade bead that His Majesty specially got someone to find from the south, and it is said to have the efficacy of calming the mind and increasing cultivation. The maid respectfully said. Thank Father for me. Su Shueyo nodded slightly, then closed the door to the room. She looked at the jade beads inside the brocade box. Her eyes flickered slightly. So it turned out that her father had always remembered her birthday. Her eyes were slightly moist, yet when she turned around again, she suddenly saw the denizen sitting on her bed with an awkward smile. So today is your birthday? What a coincidence. Mo Chanliang scratched his head and laughed slightly awkwardly. Su Shueyo was first stunned, then a wave of anger rushed over her. You denizen, you still dare to come? Mo Chanliang hurriedly waved his hand and explained. Wrongfully accused. Your Highness, don't get excited. Listen to my slow explanation. Before the words fell, a long sword stabbed at Mo Chanliang's chest. Mo Chanliang's eyes shrunk slightly at this speed. He can't hide. Foundation realm? No, there is no foundation building spirit rhyme, nor is it a half-step foundation building. But then again, it is definitely more than just the 9 heavens of the innate, and even stronger than the average foundation building. What is the situation? There was another realm between the innate great perfection and the foundation establishment realm? Mo Chanliang was full of doubts while the sword, however, had already pierced through his chest, the tip of the sword going an inch or two deeper. There was no pain, only the uncomfortable feeling that something had been injected into his chest and filled it. Su Shueya was obviously startled. She never expected Mo Chanliang to not dodge, although she did hate him and wanted to kill him. She, who had never killed before, was a bit flustered at the moment. Even her fingers were trembling. You, why don't you hide? Su Shueyo asked with a trembling voice, her face a little pale. Mo Chanliang slightly stunned. This little girl has not killed any life? This expression of hers was the same as the first time Mo Chanliang stepped on an ant. Grieved for a long time, and made a grave for the ant. Thinking of this, the playwright instantly came on. He pretended to be seriously injured, collapsed on the soft big bed, and weakly said, "The princess hates me so much. If killing me can eliminate the princess's hatred, then I am willing to die." He acted pompous, and with that weak tone of voice, lived as if he were really dying. But it turned out that the playwright deserved to be a playwright, and with this look on his face, the simple-minded young girl was really bluffed. She threw down her long sword, a little confused and overwhelmed as to what to do. Should we save him? No, this kind of denizen, how can we save? But if you don't save him, can you really watch him die in front of your eyes? Su Shueyo bit her lip, but she didn't know what to say. Looking at the young girl's overwhelmed appearance, Mo Qianliang was snickering in his heart. But of course the play still needs to be a full set. He pretended to be even weaker and said in a broken voice, "Princess, your highness, you still hate me?" After saying this, he couldn't help but cough twice, and blood flowed down the corners of his lips. Su Shueyo looked at Mo Qianliang's appearance, and her heart became more and more flustered. Finally, she clenched her teeth. I don't hate you anymore. Can you not die?" Her voice was a little choked with fear. No matter what she would become in the future, at least she was now, after all, just a 17-year-old girl, a girl who hadn't stepped on a blade of grass. Upon hearing this, Mo Qianliang almost spewed out a laugh. This little girl is really good at cheating. However, he understood when it was appropriate to stop, and in the next moment, he stood up with full blood, handsome and dashing as Ben Daozi. How could he die so easily? Su Shueyo was dumbfounded. Was Mo Qianqi's appearance just now an act? Mo Qianliang covered his stomach and burst out laughing. It was so amusing. The way the young girl just looked. It made people want to bully. Well, bully for life. Chapter 7, There's a 10th heaven in the innate? Hey, what are you doing? Looking at the tightly tied ropes on his body, Mo Qianliang couldn't laugh anymore. This Daozi is telling you, don't mess around. This Daozi is still innocent. Don't force yourself. Shut up. Su Shueyo was humiliated and annoyed. Your highness, even if you like me, it's not as if you're tying me up. It's not like this Daozi will resist. Mo Qianliang spoke righteously, as if he had suffered much aggression. I'm going to hand you over to the Ministry of Justice for a lingering death. Su Shueyo glared at him viciously, the bottom of her eyes filled with anger and blush. This asshole. Mo Qianliang wanted to touch his nose. Nay, his hands were tied tightly. He didn't mean to tease Su Shueyo. Nay, this girl was too simple. She hadn't seen the world at all. Your highness, we are actually not fighting. How about you let me go and let's shake hands and make peace? I'm not going to shake hands with a denizen like you. I'll call someone to arrest you now. Su Shueyo snorted coldly and wanted to leave. When the time comes to make a confession under heavy torture, this Daozi has to say the words that accidentally ruined the princess's innocence. At that time, princess, you can't blame me. Mo Qianliang helplessly spread his hands. Su Shueyo's footsteps stopped violently. Su Shueyo's cheeks were crimson with anger. She clenched her teeth, her gaze fixed on Mo Qianliang. Shameless. I definitely won't be able to spare you. How about the two of us write off our accounts? You let me go, and I also promise not to tell anyone, or else the heavens will strike thunder. Mo Qianliang swore. Impossible. Su Shueyo was furious, but she couldn't do anything about this guy. I've never seen such shamelessness and rascality. The two of them were frozen like this, bored, but Mo Qianliang suddenly noticed a large map on the wall. There were a total of 7 countries on top of the map, of which the one that was highlighted was the Great Qing Empire, and if it was expected, the young girl in front of her should be a princess of the Great Qing Empire. However, looking at the red line on the map, Mo Qianliang realized that this Great Qing Empire, which had already been attacked by the remaining 6 empires in a joint effort, was in a precarious position. It was no wonder that as the princess of the empire's birthday, she was all alone. So it turned out that the entire empire was in the midst of a storm. Mo Qianliang's eyes narrowed slightly as his superb memory ran wildly in his mind, roaming through countless ancient books on the art of war. After a moment, he suddenly smiled slightly. Princess, I have a mark that can turn the Great Changing Empire around. As expected, upon hearing these words, Su Shueyo, who was still a bit angry, was slightly stunned. But given Mo Qianliang's previous behavior, she didn't believe it because she herself had thought of countless ways to do it, but it was clearly a dead end. What can a denizen do to break the game? Seeing that Su Shueyo was unmoved, but Mo Qianliang just smiled and was not in a hurry, because someone was more anxious than he was. Sure enough, after a while, Su Shueyo finally couldn't sit still. Do you really have a way that can solve the danger of the Great Qing? Su Shueyo inquired with a frown, her gaze revealing a touch of hope. Mo Millennium smiled mysteriously and didn't answer directly. If you dare to trick me, I will never spare you. Su Shueyo gritted her teeth. This asshole better not have fooled her. Mo Qianliang raised his eyebrows and said word for word, the princess is stronger than me. So how can I escape from the princess? Furthermore, the great changing empire is in crisis. If there is no good plan, if it continues like this, sooner or later it will be wiped out by the enemy. Hearing these words, Su Shueyao's heart trembled slightly, although she was very reluctant to admit it. It was indeed the truth. Everyone now believed that the great changing empire would surely be destroyed. With a coalition army of 6 nations, even if the great changing empire was twice as strong, it would be impossible to defeat it. Thinking of this, Su Shueyo couldn't help but raise her eyes to look at Mo Qianliang. She took a deep breath and spoke slowly. What exactly do you have in mind to change the tide of battle? Your Highness, is this your sincerity? Mo Qianliang looked at the ropes tied around his body. Su Shueyo pursed her lips, but still went forward and untied the rope on Mo Qianliang's body. Can you say it now? Su Shueyo sank her face, her tone cold. Mo Qianliang laughed, but was not in a hurry, and said, Your Highness, I helped you with a long-standing plan, so what reward does the princess give me? What do you want? Su Shueyo looked at him warily. Guess, Your Highness. Mo Qianliang narrowed his eyes and looked Su Shueyao's delicate body up and down. At this moment, Su Shueyo was wearing a light blue dress, her dark hair scattered on her shoulders, her skin was snowy, and her delicate features were beautiful with a bit of tenderness and youthfulness. Rascal! Su Shueyo was furious and immediately drew her sword and pointed it at Mo Qianliang. Seeing this, Mo Qianliang hurriedly waved his hand. Princess has misunderstood. This Daozi just wants to know, is there a realm between innate 9 and foundation establishment? Hearing that Mo Qianliang wasn't looking at her body, Su Shueyo was slightly relieved, but still didn't forget to look at Mo Qianliang vigilantly. I don't know what innate or what foundation establishment realm, Su Shueyo said in a cold voice. Upon hearing this, Mo Qianliang pondered for a moment and realized. It seemed that the cultivation systems of the two worlds were not the same. It's the princess cultivation realm at this moment. Mo Qianliang continued to pursue the question. He vaguely sensed that this might be related to his future path. Me, I'm currently at the 10th level of the flesh realm. You're at the 9th level. And after the flesh realm, it's the avatar realm. Su Shueyo said. Mo Qianliang's eyes flickered. Flesh body realm? Avatar realm? He himself was the 9th level of innate perfection, and in her eyes he was the 9th level of the flesh realm? In other words, the flesh realm corresponds to the innate realm, and the divine power realm corresponds to the foundation establishment realm? However, wasn't there only 9 major perfections in the innate realm? But the young girl in front of her said that she was at the 10th level of the flesh body realm, the ascended realm, and the 10th heaven? This Daozi can offer a plan to retreat from the enemy for your great Chang. However, I want the cultivation techniques of the flesh body realm and divine power realm that you cultivate. Mo Qianliang said after a long moment of silence. My cultivation technique? Su Shueyo was slightly stunned. What? The princess can't give it up? Forget it then. Mo Qianliang shrugged his shoulders and pretended to be disappointed. What I'm practicing isn't a precious technique. If you just go to the outside world and find someone who is practicing this technique, are you sure you just want the technique? Su Shueyo looked at Mo Qianliang in doubt. Mo Qianliang's eyes glazed over. All of them cultivated techniques that surpass the 9th heavenly hall of innocence? Holy, what kind of scary world is this? Of course, not everyone can cultivate to the 10th level of the physical body realm, which requires resources that can only be described as uncountable. The vast majority of people, to the 9th level of the great consummation will break through to the avatar realm. Looking at Mo Qianliang's expression, Su Shueyo added, and at the same time, in her heart, a touch of doubt appeared. Who doesn't even know the Taoist scriptures that are widely circulated in the world? Chapter 8, My 3 steps can turn the great changes to safety. The Tao scripture has been given to you. Your plan, can you tell us about it? Su Shueyo urged. Mo Qianliang originally wanted to consult the Tao scriptures, but looking at Su Shueyo's anxious expression, he put it away. He also didn't know how much longer he would be able to stay in this world, and judging from the 3 times he had traveled through it, there was absolutely no pattern to how long he stayed each time. And every time he crossed over, more than a day definitely passed in this world. He didn't want to lose sight of the somewhat giggly and somewhat adorable young girl in front of him the next time he came. He looked to the map in the young girl's room, on which the 7 countries were arranged in an A-frame. The Great Chang, on the other hand, was just at the tip of this tip, and neighboring it were the 3 great empires of Chu, Zhao, and Song. Above the 3 empires, there are the 3 empires of Qi, Yu and Wu. If my expectation is not wrong, Great Chu is the most powerful, followed by your Great Chuang, then Song, and the weakest, Zhao, Mo Qianliang said. How do you know? Su Shuiao was a bit surprised. From her previous words, she could tell that Mo Qianliang didn't understand this world. She also didn't know where Mo Qianliang came from. Maybe it was an even more vast world beyond the 7 countries. In short, it was very mysterious. It's simple. In this kind of multinational chaos, the larger the land area, the stronger the strength is bound to be. It's not hard to deduce that the Great Changing Empire is still not weak. But no matter how strong Great Chang is, how can it withstand the 6 countries joining forces? Su Shuiao despaired. Why must we resist the 6 countries joining forces? Mo Qianliang asked rhetorically. Su Shuiao froze slightly, looking at Mo Qianliang in an uncertain manner, seemingly understanding, making Mo Qianliang unable to help but shake his head. Has the princess ever thought of having them have internal conflicts that would lead to the alliance dissolving itself? Mo Qianliang said in an orderly and coaxing manner. Dissolve themselves? How is this possible? Su Shuiao frowned. Father has sent emissaries to the 6 countries many times to beg for peace or to hope that they will not send troops to help Chu. But it has been ineffective. They are determined to divide my Chuang country. Princess, you underestimate human nature too much, especially ambitious emperors. Mo Qianliang had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. People's hearts are greedy and their desires are hard to fill. The reason why the 6 countries are united is because they are interested in the vast lands of the Great Chang. But unbeknownst to them, the remaining 5 countries are all being utilized by the Great Chu Empire. Therefore, no matter how much the messenger pleads or promises benefits, it is impossible to move the hearts of the emperors of the 5 kingdoms. For it is impossible for you to give the Great Chu's division of the great long-standing benefits, Mo Qianliang slowly said, and when he finished, his gaze gazed into the young girl's clear eyes, waiting for her answer. However, Su Shuiao didn't understand what he meant, and instead went along. Yes, no matter what conditions we offer, how can we compare to Chu's conditions? It's actually very simple. There's no need to make any conditions at all. Just a few words with the Zhao Emperor and the alliance will naturally disintegrate. Mo Qianyong let out a laugh. Su Shuiao looked up at Mo Qianliang. Heavy gifts can't even retreat the army. A few words can make Zhao retreat? Her gaze was as if she was looking at a little cutie. Like, Zhao's emperor was not brain dead. How could he listen to a few words and obediently retreat? Ha! Seeing this, Mo Qianliang laughed. He stretched out his index finger and shook it towards Su Shuiao, saying, 4 words, lips die and teeth get cold. Lips and teeth? Su Shuiao's beautiful face carried doubts, blinking her beautiful big eyes, looking at Mo Qianliang in disbelief. Obviously, still not understanding Mo Qianliang's meaning. You, why are you so stupid? Mo Qianliang knocked Su Shuiao's little head. You, Su Shuiao wanted to get angry, but thinking that she was begging him, she could only hold back. No one is allowed to come near me again. Su Shuiao angrily rebuked, a pretty face blushing with shame, her eyes staring at Mo Qianliang in death. Mo Qianliang bristled. Who told you to be so stupid? Seeing that Su Shuiao was about to get mad, Mo Qianliang coughed and stopped snickering. The young girl in front of him was younger than him and so much stronger than him. So naturally, she couldn't really be stupid. It can only mean that, in this world, the art of war and strategy is basically non-existent. Since there was no art of war in this world, Mo Qianliang could only explain it to her step by step. Your emissaries from Dichang can say this, the benefit that Chu gave to Zhao was a portion of Dichang's land, but the promise to the remaining 4 countries was a division between Dichang and Dizhao. If Great Chang falls, when the allied forces of the 5 countries go back, they will destroy Great Zhao by the way, because only if Great Zhao is destroyed, the remaining 5 countries can divide the territory. Otherwise, if Great Zhao is blocked in the middle of it, how can the 3 countries in the north obtain the benefits of Great Chang? Dichang is the lips, Dizhao is the teeth. If the lips die, the teeth get cold. As long as the Dizhao emperor is not a little cutie, all will understand the truth of this saying. He's only being swept away by interests right now. When Mo Qianliang said this, Su Shuiao instantly comprehended it. You mean? Her eyes shone brightly as she looked at Mo Qianliang as if she had discovered a new continent. She simulated these words that Mo Qianliang had said in her mind and found that it was feasible. But then she thought of something else, and the excitement faded and the sadness welled up again. But even if Zhao retreats, won't the remaining 5 countries still not be able to defeat them? Su Shuiao said bitterly. Although she thought the proposal was great, she had to consider again that the crisis of Dichang was not whether Zhao would retreat or not. I didn't say that one step would change the battle back. This is just the first step. Mo Qianliang laughed. First step? Su Shuiao was a little surprised as she looked at the confident youth in front of her. The Mo Qianliang at this moment had undoubtedly refreshed her first impression of him. This denizen doesn't seem so odious. The second step is the falsehood, which, in simple terms, means spreading news that is not known to be true or false. If Zhao withdraws from the alliance, then the allied armies of the 5 countries will, inevitably, engage in battle on the border between Dechang and Desong, and the strongest Dechu armies with backup, unable to go through Zhao, will have to go around the 3 northern countries to Song. Then you can spread the news and tell the rest of the several countries that Chu's detour is a lie, and that probing the reality of the several countries is the real thing. In this way, the several countries will boycott Chu, and the allied armies will become a scattered mass. Upon hearing this, Su Shueyao's eyes snapped to life, revealing a flash of realization. By Mo Qianliang, the great long-standing deadlock seemed to be instantly broken, and there was even a vague turnaround. How do you know that? With Zhao withdrawing, the allied forces will gather in Song? Su Shueyao asked. The only doubt in this second step. Mo Qianliang smiled slightly. It's very simple. Powerful and arrogant as Chu. Naturally it's impossible for other countries' armies to be stationed in their own country. Then the battlefield can only choose Song. Su Shueyao's eyes widened as Mo Qianliang actually saw through the entire battle situation with just a map. However, even so, with the allied forces of the 5 kingdoms attacking, our great changes are still in danger, but we will only be able to withstand them for a while longer than before. This time, Su Shueyao didn't show a worried look, but instead watched Mo Qianliang's eyes closely. The confident youth in front of her seemed to have a countermeasure in place long ago. This third and final step can be summarized in 8 words. Backwater battle. Surround Chu to save the long-standing. These 3 steps of mine can turn the great long-standing danger into safety. Chapter 9, Between the bands of operations and the boundaries of 1,000 leagues. Fighting with your back to the water? Surrounding Chu to save the old? Su Shueya once again didn't understand and looked at Mo Qianliang with puzzled eyes. You're so stupid. Mo Qianliang once again knocked Su Shueya's little head. But this time, Su Shueyao didn't get angry and didn't even tell Mo Qianliang to stay away from her. Mo Qianliang's image as a denizen has gradually faded, and in its place is a turnaround to save the Great Chang. The large force will not move against the allied forces. Draw 100,000 elite soldiers, and then form an army of cultivators to quietly transfer. And then, with lightning speed, push straight for the Chu capital. Mo Qianliang slowly opened his mouth. Attacking Chu? You are crazy. Su Shueyao, however, shook her head madly. Originally, the Great was unable to support it alone, but even went against it and attacked the most powerful Chu? Isn't that a giveaway? Moreover, if you pull the elites away, my Great Chang will be even more unable to hold back the enemy. Aren't you forcing Great Chang to the brink of extinction? Su Shueyao retorted. You de Chang now. Isn't it a desperate situation? Mo Qianliang shrugged his shoulders. Su Shueyao couldn't say anything. The current de Chang is a frog in warm water, and will slowly be eaten up by the 6 countries. So it's better to fight with your back to the water and put your life in danger. Let me ask you, if you were the emperor of Dechu, would you think that in this situation, De Chang would invade your own country? Mo Qianliang asked. Su Shueya was silent for a moment and slowly spat out 4 words. Of course not. It's not simple anymore. The big troops of Dechu are in Song. The border has no defense. At this moment your big long-standing elite troops suddenly attack. Then the early stage is bound to be routed all the way, unable to form an effective resistance. No one knows if De Chang wants to fish out of water. Then Dechu has 2 choices. One of them is to gamble that the allied forces will break the capital of Great Chang first, instead of the elite soldiers of Great Chang breaking their capital first. The second is to stabilize and withdraw the army to relieve the siege of the capital. In this situation, if you were the emperor of Great Chu, what would you do? Mo Qianliang continued to pursue. Su Shueyao frowned and fell into deep thought. After a long time, she opened her eyes and a certainty crossed her eyes. Steady! Dechu was already the most powerful country. As long as he developed steadily and invaded gradually, he was the biggest winner. But if you gamble, even if you win, then under the great long-standing fish death net, will certainly suffer a heavy blow? Then the rest of the several countries, there will be a chance to benefit from the fish. As long as it's not a cutie, all know how to choose between a tent and 1,000 li of victory. This Daozi is so handsome. Mo Qianliang laughed out loud and held the hair on his forehead. What a stinker! Su Shueya looked up, only to realize that Mo Qianliang had already disappeared. Gone again. Could it be that he was sent from the heavens to save the Great Chang? Su Shueya whispered, a hint of complexity in her heart. She wasn't sure what she felt for him now. Anger, or gratitude. If we can really retreat from the enemy, let's thank him properly the next time we see him, she said, then turned around and headed towards the door. She was going to tell father about this plan. When Mo Qianliang woke up again, the first thing he did was to check the Tao scriptures in his storage ring. He was still in a bit of disbelief when the Tao scripture actually appeared in his hands. The stuff of dreams. Surprisingly, appeared in reality. It's something that dreams before the age of 18 can't do. Hiss. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his chest. He reached out and touched his chest and found no wound. And that position was exactly where the dream girl's sword had stabbed him. The same pre-18 dream where he woke up from being run over and didn't feel a thing. This dream. What the hell is going on? Mo Qianliang found himself more and more unable to see through. Not only the things in the dream can be brought out, dream injuries themselves will also hurt. Such a weird dream. It's unimaginable. What kind of world is that? Mo Qianliang couldn't help but sigh. He once again drew a picture, in which the young girl revealed a dull and incomprehensible appearance, which was very cute. Afterward, he sat on his bed with his knees crossed and began to study the Tao scripture in his hands. Body tempering, flesh body, and divine power were the three major realms recorded in the Taoist scriptures, which corresponded to the Hotian, innate, and foundation establishment of the world where Mo Qianliang was from. Body quenching, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, quenching the sinews, bones, skin, membrane and blood, strengthening the body and increasing strength. The latter day, on the other hand, is to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, draw the qi into the body, condense the internal energy, and quench the body. There's almost no difference, just a name change for the realm. The flesh realm and the innate realm both open the major meridians and acupoints in the body. The opening of the two veins of the Ren and the Duke is the innate, followed by the opening of the 12 meridians and 108 acupoints, which is the great perfection of the innate. Flesh-body realm is also the same. Opening the two veins of the Ren and Duke is the flesh-body realm, followed by opening the 12 meridians and 108 acupoints, is the great perfection of the flesh-body. However, Mo Millennium noticed something different. It was recorded in the Taoist scriptures that there was a perfect flesh realm above the great perfection of the flesh-body, and among the innate realm, there is no subsequent record that after the consummation, it is possible to condense the foundation building spirit C. The Tao scriptures said that on top of the great perfection of the flesh body, one could only advance to the perfect flesh body by opening all 361 acupoints. The font was reddened and a paragraph was annotated after it. Once the 109th acupoint was opened, there was no turning back. And if one could not open all the acupoints in this life, one could not break through for the rest of one's life. The innate realm, there really is a 10th heaven. No wonder the four major foundation building qualities of heaven, earth, Xian Huang, and the highest in the entire spirit domain has only ever appeared as an earthly foundation building, and there has never been a heavenly foundation building. It seems that the secret of the heavenly Tao foundation building is in this 10th heaven. Mo Qianliang murmured, his eyes glowing with a fiery light. Since he knew that there was still the existence of the 10th heaven of the innate, he, naturally, had to go and make a dash for it. Otherwise, what was the point of him being a Tao son? Moreover, if that naive young girl in the dream could succeed, then how could he, Mo Qianliang, be afraid of failing? His hallowed Tao sect Tao son is still inferior to a little girl whose hair has not even grown. How humiliating it is to say it out. This Daozi will be the first Heaven's Path foundation builder ever in the spirit domain. Setting down a lofty ambition, Mo Qianliang immediately headed to the cultivation room and began to shut down. Impacting the acupoints required a massive amount of resources, and Mo Qianliang took out the extreme grade foundation building spirit liquid given to him by his master, which contained about 100 drops of spirit liquid. Don't underestimate this bottle of extreme grade foundation building spirit liquid, one drop of which contained energy equivalent to an extreme grade foundation building Dan, and with the extreme foundation building pill, the success rate of foundation building was as high as 99%. In other words, this bottle was enough for 108 great rounds to advance to foundation establishment. In the entire Tao sect, how many foundation builders are there in a year? It was enough to see how much Tao Lord Qin Xin favored him, fearing that his disciple would not be able to succeed in building his foundation. After all, once the foundation building fails, in the light case, the foundation is damaged, and in the heavy case, the life is lost. Mo Qianliang poured out a drop of spirit liquid and swallowed it. In an instant, a huge energy flowed through his body, as if there were countless trickling streams surging, each of which contained a terrifying power. Click click click. A crackling sound resounded within Mo Qianliang's body, as if his bones were bursting, and an acupoint was opened. This is the 109th acupoint, representing that Mo Qianliang has been unable to turn back. He would either have all 361 acupoints perfected, or he would not build a foundation for the rest of his life. Come on, let the storm come harder. Mo Qianliang was full of grandeur, as if he had already seen himself becoming the first person in the world to build a foundation. Chapter 10, Master. You don't want to see your disciple unable to build the foundation, do you? Starting from the 109th acupoint, for every acupoint Mo Qianliang opened, his power increased by 1%. The 109th acupuncture point is 1% stronger than the 108, while the 110 acupuncture points are 1% stronger than the 109 again. Mo Qianliang smacked his lips a little. This enhancement was too amazing. If all 361 acupoints were opened, its strength, wouldn't it be more than 10 times higher? One must know that an innate stepping into foundation establishment was only a 5-fold increase. At this rate, wouldn't I be able to defeat an unusual foundation establishment without the need for one? Mo Qianliang was overwhelmed with excitement, as if he had already seen the scene of his innate hanging the foundation establishment, so he accelerated the speed of impacting the acupoints, striving to reach the innate 10th gravity earlier. Half an hour later, Mo Qianliang walked out from the cultivation room as he looked up at the sky, wanting to cry. A whole bottle of extreme-grade foundation establishment spiritual liquid had only allowed him to open 30 acupoints. Moreover, at the beginning, 1 drop of spirit liquid could still get through one, and at the back, it took 3 or 4 drops to get through one. As for him now, he still needed to open a full 223 more acupoints before he could do so. But according to the increasing amount of spirit liquid to get through one, how much more did he need? Not everyone can cultivate to the 10th level of the physical body realm, which requires resources that can only be described as uncountable. The vast majority of people, to the 9th level of the great consummation, will break through to the avatar realm. The words of the young girl in the dream resounded in Mo Qianliang's mind. Uncountable resources were no big deal in his eyes. After all, he was a Dao son. What resources did he want? And he's certainly not the majority, because he's a Taoist son. And how can a Taoist son be the majority? But now it turns out that he was wrong. The resources to open all of the acupoints required 10,000 times the resources of ordinary foundation building. Of course, it wasn't that a super sect didn't have so many resources. It was just that no sect would spend 10,000 times the cost to gamble on an uncertain future. And there was simply no such thing as a 10 heavens in the spirit domain cultivation system. In this situation, it was naturally impossible to acquire so many resources by himself. But who is he? He's got a transfiguration master. Master, help! Before he even reached the entrance of Taoist Lord Qingxuan's cave, Mo Qianliang shouted at the top of his voice. Brat, what are you screaming again? A pale, angry curse came out, and immediately afterward, an old man with white hair walked out from the cave. What are you doing here with me if you're not properly shutting down and stepping into foundation establishment? Taoist Qing Xian chided. Cough cough. It's not that I don't want to build my foundation, but I've run out of foundation building spirit liquid. Mo Qianliang smiled sarcastically. What? Run out? A whole bottle all used up? Does it take that much to build a foundation? Taoist Qing Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. He did know that normally a single foundation building requires only 1 drop of spirit liquid. Even if Mo Qianliang's qualifications were heaven-defying, he shouldn't have used up an entire bottle. Ah, you brat. You couldn't be looking at some woman and giving the foundation building spirit liquid to someone else, could you? Taoist Master Qing Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at his own disciple. Master has misunderstood. Although apprentice likes beautiful women, but it's not enough to give away such precious things. It's just that apprentice's foundation building is very special and needs a little bit more spirit liquid. Mo Millennium scratched his head. A little bit? Taoist Lord Qing Xian's face instantly became odd. 100 drops isn't enough, and you're saying it's only a little more? It's enough for 100 people to build a foundation. Wait, your strength? Suddenly, Taoist Master Qing Xian felt that the Yuan Qi in his disciple's body was several % stronger than before and asked in surprise. One must know that after the 9 great perfections of the innate, the strength would be increased even by a sliver, and the strength would be turned upside down after foundation building. Mo was already strong 1,000 years ago, and could sweep the disciples of the clan's innate 9th great consummation, and in the future, he would at least be a Xianpin foundation establishment, far beyond the existence of the same realm. But now, Mo Qianliang had unexpectedly become almost 30% stronger again. It was an amazing boost. The current Mo Millennium could almost beat the 2 previous ones. It was hard to believe that one's disciple was going to achieve Earth-grade foundation establishment. The Xianpin foundation establishment is expected to be a Yuaning, Earth-grade foundation establishment, expected to transform into a god. One must know that the entire spiritual domain's top 10 super sects couldn't even come up with 10 transformation spirits. As for Mo Millennium, if he could really become an Earth-grade foundation establishment, his future path would be incomparably broad. Since it's an Earth-grade foundation, that 1 bottle is indeed a bit not quite enough. In this case, Master will give you another bottle. No matter what, you must break through to the Earth-grade foundation for me. Taoist Qing Xian took a deep breath. Then with a wave of his hand, a jade bottle flew towards Mo Qianliang. Mo Qianliang reached out and took it, but didn't leave, but said with a bitter face, Master, it's still not enough. It's still a little bit short. What did you say? Taoist Qing Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as he heard the words. 2 bottles of foundation spirit liquid. Not enough? He himself didn't use this much when he impacted the Earth Grade Foundation establishment back then. Did he? Brat. Just how much more do you want? Taoist Qing Xian asked with a frown. Mo Qianliang smiled awkwardly and held out a finger. The last bottle. This is already the limit for master. The corners of Taoist Qing Xian's mouth twitched as he gritted his teeth and took out another bottle of foundation establishment spiritual liquid. Ahem. Not a bottle. Mo Qianliang laughed sardonically. Taoist Qing Xuan's eyes were glazed over. 10 bottles? You couldn't come up with 10 bottles even if you sold master. Dao Lord Qing Xian growled. You're mistaken. Master. It's not 10 bottles. How many is that? Taoist Qing Xian calmed down a little. It was good that it wasn't 10 bottles. 100 bottles should be barely enough, right? Put. The tea that Taoist Lord Qing Xian had drank yesterday spewed out, nearly choking him to death. 100 bottles? Taoist Lord Qing Xian's old face twitched. Mo Qianliang nodded and said seriously. Well, it's 100 bottles. Asterisk. Off. Are you kid trying to buy a super sect? Taoist Qing Xian couldn't help but curse. At this moment, he couldn't wait to beat Mo Qianliang up. What's the concept of 100 bottles of extreme foundation building spirit liquid? It can produce 10,000 strong base builders. These, all of them, are the treasures of the clan. Each bottle represents the future of the clan. This brat is good. He even wants 100 bottles at once. The entire Dao sect combined didn't have this much foundation establishment spirit liquid. It is to let the only 5-year-old man in the sect who can refine the extremely high-grade foundation building spirit liquid to refine day and night, until the furnace smokes and explodes. But also meow is not enough. Mo Qianliang heatedly smiled and said, Master, give me 100 bottles of foundation establishment spirit liquid, and by that time, your disciple will be the strongest foundation establishment the spirit domain has ever seen. Asterisk. Off. Where is the master going to find 100 bottles of foundation building spirit liquid? What is the strongest foundation building? Before Taoist Qing Xian finished speaking, he suddenly realized something. My good disciple, you want to build the heavenly Dao foundation? Dao Lord Qing Xuan's eyes plummeted. Mo Qianyong coughed. The disciple has no way back. He must move forward. If he succeeds, he will build the foundation of the heavenly Dao. If he doesn't, he will stay in the innate for the rest of his life. Master, you don't want to see your disciple unable to build a foundation, do you? Chapter 11. Who says this Taoist son doesn't dare to answer the battle? When he learned that Mo Qianliang was preparing for heavenly Dao foundation establishment, Dao Lord Qing Xuan's expression instantly changed. Apprentice, you haven't lied to master, have you? Taoist Lord Qing Xian pondered for a long time before asking tentatively. Mo Qianliang hurriedly shook his head and said in a serious manner, how dare my disciple deceive my master? If the Earth Grade Foundation building had the appearance of a transformation god, then the Heavenly Dao Foundation building would most likely surpass a transformation god. Above the god of transformation were the legendary saints of the ancients. It was no exaggeration to say that a saint could collapse the stars and rivers, and at the snap of a finger, he could overthrow the entire spirit realm and shake the world with might. An existence of this level, not to mention the entire spirit domain, the entire northern realm and even the entire continent, were all legend-level powerhouses. And by building the foundation of the heavenly Dao, one possesses the potential of a saint. This kind of thing was too scary. As strong as Taoist Qin Xian, the number one person in the Dao sect, when he heard what Mo Qianliang said, his heart still set off monstrous waves. Disciple, Heaven's Path Foundation establishment is not a trivial matter. Are you sure you want to take this path? Taoist Lord Qing Xian asked in a deep voice. His expression serious, no longer the playfulness he had before. Don't worry, master. My disciple has already made sufficient preparations, Mo Qianliang said confidently. After a moment of silence, Taoist Lord Qing Xian slowly nodded his head and said, Good, worthy of being a good disciple of my master. Since you've decided, then my master will help you reach the peak. Mo Qianliang froze, as if he didn't expect his cheap master to be this dry. He couldn't help but voice out, that's 100 bottles of foundation establishment spirit liquid. Taoist Master Qing Xian laughed and said, If master has taught a saintly disciple, what is this mere 100 bottles of foundation establishment spirit liquid? When Mo Qianliang heard this, his heart immediately warmed up. He knew that Taoist Lord Qing Xian had definitely poured his entire heart and soul into him, and was even willing to give everything to help him. This favor is something he remembers. Who made you, the only disciple of the old man? Taoist Lord Qing Xian smiled faintly and patted Mo Qianliang's shoulder. Alright, this matter, my master will help you with it, so feel free to build your foundation at ease. A few moments later, A middle-aged man in a Taoist robe came with a sword, and it was none other than the Tao sect's contemporary patriarch, the late Yuaning stage powerhouse Lin Tianya. Greetings, senior uncle. This is all the remaining Foundation Establishment spirit liquid within the clan's warehouse. As soon as he landed, Lin Tianya directly took out a storage bag and handed it to Taoist Qing Xian. Tough job. You tell senior fire brother to refine more Foundation Establishment spirit liquid in Foundation Establishment Dan in these 2 months. I'll take care of the materials. Don't delay the Foundation Establishment of the sect disciples. Taoist Lord Qing Xian ordered a few words and then sent Lin Tianya down. With that, Taoist Qing Xian opened his storage bag, counted the number, and handed it over to Mo Qianliang. Here are 15 bottles of extreme grade foundation building spirit liquid, 10 bottles of top grade foundation building spirit liquid, and 20 bottles of medium grade foundation building spirit liquid. Take them for cultivation first, and for the rest, I will ensure that I will get them together for you within 3 days. Mo Qianliang received the storage bag, took a deep breath, and solemnly thanked him. Many thanks, master. What's the point of being polite to my master? Taoist Qing Xian waved his hand and said, hurry up and go. Don't delay your cultivation. Yes. Mo Qianliang nodded respectfully. After Mo Qianliang left, a smile appeared on Dao Lord Qingshuan's face as he muttered, Heavenly Dao Foundation Establishment. Ha! I'm looking forward to it. With the foundation building spirit liquid, Mo Qianliang once again returned to the cultivation room to close down and cultivate, impacting the remaining acupoints. 140, 141, 142, 250, 251. 2 hours later, Mo Qianliang stopped once again because, this time, the Foundation Establishment spirit liquid was once again used up. He had opened 123 acupoints this time. Adding the previous 30 with the original 108, he had gotten through a total of 261. Only the last 100 were missing from the 361 of the Great Circle. My strength, compared to before, has increased close to 5 times. It's already comparable to the increase in my advancement to Foundation Establishment. Mo Millennium murmured in a low voice. He felt that he contained a terrifying power within him at the moment, as if he could easily crush any innate great perfection. It's not an exaggeration, but it really does have the power. When he was at the innate great circle, he possessed a huge force of 80,000 gene, and now he had increased it by nearly 5 times, reaching a terrifying huge force of 380,000 gene. Aside from not having the powerful spirit sea of the Foundation Establishment realm to provide a constant stream of spirit power, he was already no different from the early Foundation Establishment stage. Moreover, the standard of this foundation building was still based on him, which was the Xianpin Foundation building. An ordinary early stage of Foundation Establishment was afraid that it would be the same as before the breakthrough when he fought an ordinary innate great circle, and he would be suppressed with one hand. No, I need to find some people to try out my current strength. Mo Qianliang pondered in his heart and his gaze moved slightly. In the next moment, his figure flickered and disappeared inside the cultivation room, heading towards the Dao sect's martial arts practice grounds. Is this all the strength of your Dao sect's current generation of disciples? On the martial arts training ground, there was a man in purple, looking proudly at the martial arts training ground. The corner of his mouth outlined a disdainful arc. Quickly call out your Dao son Mo Qianli, and try out the strength of my sword sect. Behind him, there was a group of sword sect disciples who chanted, Second senior brother is awesome. Second senior brother. Beat up Daozong. Humph. Little Karami of the Dao sect. Get your ass out here and die. This purple-clothed man was the second senior brother of the sword sect, named Wang Tianyi, with extremely terrifying strength and a sword that was even sharper than ever. The disciples of the Dao sect, on the other hand, were very angry. This Wang Tianyi was really arrogant and domineering, simply bullying people too much. Wang Tianyi, don't bully people too much. If it wasn't for the fact that our second senior brother wasn't at the sect and His Highness, the Daozi, was in seclusion, where would there be a place for you to be wild? A Dao sect disciple couldn't help but stand out and chide. Oh, is that so? Then when will your Dao son be able to come out? Wang Tianpian sneered. The disciples all fell silent at his words and did not dare to talk. It was because they simply didn't know when exactly His Highness, the Daozi, would come out of the gate. This Wang Tianyi, however, was too domineering. He. Wang Tianyi glanced at the Dao sect disciples around the martial arts practicing ground and let out a disdainful sneer. Let's see. It's your Dao sons who are afraid to respond to the battle by borrowing a closed door, right? Oh, who says that this Daozi doesn't dare to answer the battle? Right at this moment, a clear voice suddenly entered the ears of the crowd. Immediately afterward, Mo Qianliang, who was dressed in white clothes that floated like an immortal, appeared on the martial arts practice field with his sword, with his hands behind his back. He looked calm and breezy. Your Highness Daozi is here. His Highness, Daozi, has come out of the gate. Ha ha, Wang Tianyi. You're finished. Wait till you get down on your knees and scream for your daddy. Seeing Mo Qianliang appear, the disciples of the Dao sect shouted in excitement. It was as if they saw the image of Mo Qianliang suppressing Wang Tianyi. After all, the Dao Sun was the strongest heavenly pride of the sect, while Wang Dai, however, was not even a Dao Sun of the Sword sect. Are you the Dao sect's Dao Sun, Mo Qianliang? Wang Tianyi also recognized Mo Qianliang, his eyes icy cold. Exactly. What can I teach you? Mo Qianliang nodded slightly and asked indifferently. Oh, instruction is not to be talked about. Wang Tianyi shook his head and snorted. Just wanting to spar with Dao sect Daozi. Are you trying to challenge this Dao Sun? Mo Qianliang's eyebrows lifted slightly, but a touch of contempt appeared in his eyes. You are not qualified enough. Let your sword sect's Dao Sun, Jian Lingxiao, come. Chapter 12. One Punch defeats Foundation establishment. Despise, abjectly despise. Wang Tianyi immediately burst into a rage. This Mo Qianlong, actually belittling him so much? Mo Qianlong, don't think I don't know that you were able to become a Dao Sun all by relying on your transfiguration master. Otherwise how could you become a Dao Sun of the Dao sect if you're someone who isn't even a foundation builder? Wang Tianyi smiled sorrowfully and said, today, since you dare to appear, I will teach you a good lesson. Let you understand what a true supreme heavenly pride is. Boo! Before he could finish speaking, his entire body flew backwards, knocking over several of his companions before landing several feet away. Mo Qianliang shook his palm. Where is the dog snarling and barking in his ears? What a thick skin. It hurts my hand to hit it. Silence. The entire room was silent. Whether it was the disciples of the Dao sect or the disciples of the Sword sect, at this moment, none of them had reacted. A moment later, the entire room instantly boiled over. Your Highness Daozi is awesome. Your Highness Daozi is mighty. Ha ha, Wang Tianyi. Letting you act like a pussy. Get abused. Your Highness Michiko. Him. The disciples of the Dao sect shouted in excitement. As for the disciples of the Sword sect, they were in shock and disbelief at this moment. Wang Tianyi. That was the number 2 genius of their Sword sect's current generation. And now he was actually easily defeated? Mo thousand years. Wang Tianyi climbed up from the ground, gritting his teeth and staring at Mo Qianliang with hatred. This ing asshole. How dare you sneak up on me when I'm not looking? You don't speak of martial virtues. He drank viciously. At the moment, his cheeks were red and swollen, his nose was bruised and swollen, and he looked like a pig's head. Just now it was clearly you who came up on your own. No one else to blame. Mo Qianliang blandly said. His actions like this instantly caused the disciples of the Dao sect to worship Mo Qianliang beyond measure. Worthy of being his highness, Daozi, he struck out at his face and justified it. The Sword sect's disciples' face was incredibly blue, especially the few disciples who had just taunted Mo Millennium the most. Their faces were red with shame. Second senior brother, what do we do? Should we call his highness the Daozi here? A Sword sect disciple asked in a low voice. Asterisk. I don't believe that you could defeat me when you were only in 8th Great Circle 2 days ago, and now even if you build your foundation, I'm afraid that your breath is not even stable. Wang Tianyi's face twisted as he glared at Mo Qianliang, saying, Mo Qianliang, since you're obsessed with not coming to your senses, then I won't blame me for being merciless. Swish. With that, he took out his own spirit sword. His body's true essence surged, and a full 900 feet of the Sea of Aura's virtual shadow emerged behind him. Ordinary foundation establishment only has 100 zhang qi, and Xianpin foundation establishment only has 1,000 zhang. Wang Tianyi. He actually reached 900 zhang qi. Hiss. This guy is so strong. Can his highness the Dao Sun win? Numerous disciples of the Dao sect marveled. There's no need to be afraid. Just now, his highness the Taoist prince could slap him away. His highness the Taoist prince must have already built his foundation. Yes, with the strength of his highness Daozi, he is at least a Xianpin foundation establishment, and possibly even an earthpin. Although the 900 zhang are strong, they are ultimately nothing more than a yellow pin. Your highness Michiko, go for it, get this killed. The disciples of the Dao sect shouted and cheered for Mo Qianliang. On the other side, the disciples of the Sword sect were also whispering, as if they felt that the victory was assured. Because Wang Tianyi had already built his foundation for 2 years and his cultivation was almost at the peak of the early stage of foundation building, while Mo Qianliang, even if he was a Xianpin foundation builder, had only built his foundation for just 1 or 2 days. Humph! Wang Tianyi snorted coldly, his body flashing with sword awnings. Mo Qianlong, if you kneel down and beg for forgiveness, I can consider letting you go. Ha! The corner of Mo Qianliang's mouth curled slightly, revealing a hint of mockery. Just by you? This fist of this Taoist sun. 18 years of power. I wonder if you can take it. Boom. With that, he took a step forward and blasted out with a fist, and a huge force close to 400,000 erupted. In an instant, the air resounded with the sound of a burst of explosions. Wang Tianyi was startled and hurriedly swung his sword to block. Clang! A crunching sound like the clashing of gold and stone resounded. In the next moment, Wang Tianyi let out a muffled grunt as his entire body flew out horizontally once again, in a sorry state, smashing into the ground outside the martial arts stage, spitting out blood. With one move, Wang Tianyi was defeated. The silence in the room was immense. Everyone stared daggers at Mo Qianliang, revealing expressions of extreme horror. Defeating Wang Tianyi with just one move? Wang Tianyi was a genuine peak yellow product foundation builder with strong strength, and in the sword sect, apart from Daozi, he was the strongest disciple. But now, the sword sect's second oldest man had made a single move in the hands of Dao sect's Dao Sun. Mo Qianlin, the third senior brother of the Dao sect, had even passed 3 moves at the hands of the Dao Sun of the Great Sword sect. Too strong. Your Highness Daozi is simply a heavenly pride of the world. I told you that His Highness said that His Highness had definitely broken through to foundation establishment. There was a clamor from the disciples of the Dao sect as they roared with excitement. In the past 2 days, the Dao sect had been suppressed by the Daozi of several super sects, and now Mo Qianliang's strength made them feel an unprecedented honor. And compared to the Dao sect's cheering, the sword sect's side was much quieter. The crows were silent, and there was no more arrogance from before. How is it possible? How did you become so powerful? Could it be that you are an earth-grade foundation builder? Wang Tianyi, who was lying on the ground, had a look of disbelief on his face. He could understand not being able to beat Xin Pinjui, but as far as he remembered, he could at least get through a few moves, right? As a result, he was killed in seconds and lost in such a suffocating manner, which made him very unhappy. Mo Qianliang, you've finally given up and come out. Suddenly, an icy voice came from outside the crowd. Immediately afterward, a group of 6 or 7 people appeared in front of the martial arts stage. At the head of the group was a young man about 20 years old, wearing a gorgeous purple brocade robe, with sharp eyes, giving off a stern and domineering feeling. Moreover, he was carrying a sword behind his back. The long sword was clanking brightly, vaguely flowing with light, obviously a treasure weapon of extraordinary grade. Your Highness Daozi, you're finally here. Seeing this person, the disciples of the sword sect instantly found their backbone, and were instantly excited. Your Highness, Daozi, please do this for us. Our sword sect disciples are not to be bullied. Your Highness Daozi must defeat Mo Qianliang and redeem the sword sect's face. The sword sect disciples opened their mouths one after another with a look of righteous indignation. The sword sect's Daozi walked over and glanced at Wang Tianyi with a slight frown. Rubbish, Daozi. Wang Tianyi sniffed, his expression grim, very unwilling. Shut up. The Dao Sun of the sword sect angrily rebuked and coldly grunted. A few days ago you said you would hang the Dao Sun of the Dao sect, and now you've disgraced the sword sect. What are you still standing here for? Get down and heal your wounds. Your Highness Daozi. Wang Tianyi wanted to argue, but by the cold sweep of the sword sect's Daozi, he didn't dare to refute at that moment, and climbed down in ashes. Seeing this, the Dao sect disciples burst into laughter. Wang Tianyi's face flushed red and he couldn't wait to burrow into a crack in the ground and quickly escape from here. Are you Dao sect Dao Sun Mo Qianliang? Then, the sword sect Dao Sun looked at Mo Qianliang and coldly said, which one are you again? Mo Qianliang knew his identity, but he continued to play dumb, his tone carrying contempt and disdain. I am sword sect Dao Sun Jian Lingxiao. Mo Qianliang, do you dare to fight with me? Jian Lingxiao's eyes were icy cold. Why don't you dare? If you want to fight, this Dao Sun is always ready to accompany you. Mo Qianliang, who had opened 261 acupoints, was not false to any of the Taoists. However, while the atmosphere between the two was tense, a voice filled with seduction came out. How could such a hilarious event be without my slave? Chapter 13, the fourth entry. The biggest birthday party ever. As the words fell, a sultry woman was seen walking slowly. Her body was hot and dimpled. Her skin was snow-white and delicate, and she gave off a rich and ethereal fragrance. As soon as she appeared, countless gazes around her couldn't help but converge, revealing blazing colors. Her beauty, her charming demeanor, definitely qualifies for the word euphoria. It was as if she had stepped out of a picture scroll as a peerless siren, seducing the soul. Acacia sect Daozi, Ji Fei Yen. What a Yukai. Not bad for a siren. Mo Qianliang secretly muttered a sentence, but his face was flat and unruffled. On the contrary, it was Ji Fei Yen, whose beautiful eyes turned and smiled at him with a flirtatious flair. 1,000-year Taoist son. It's not easy for slave to see you. Ji Fei Yen let out a pout. her voice tingling and tantalizing. Listening to this seductive voice, Mo Qianliang had no reason to be parched. His heart trembled wildly, and he almost sprayed nosebleed. Ji Fei Yan. What a siren! But it's a good thing he met the woman of his dreams who was even more beautiful than he was. Otherwise I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to resist a bit. Looking at the others, no matter if they were sword sect disciples or Dao sect disciples, at this moment, they had all completely fallen, their eyes red, staring at Ji Fei Yan, their mouths almost watering. Even Jian Lingxiao, the Dao son of the sword sect on the side, was somewhat unable to resist, and his breathing became much heavier. What a powerful charm! What a strong fixation! Seeing this scene, Ji Fei Yan couldn't help but be surprised as well. The charm technique she had just performed could be considered unique, and no man in the same realm would be able to resist it. Not even a Daozi level heavenly pride. But I had not thought that the Taoist sect Daozi millennium, but can easily get out of its charm. Not the slightest half of the impact, which is really too strange. Doesn't he like beautiful women? Or maybe he practiced some kind of special technique? At this moment, Ji Fei Yan became curious about Mo Qianliang. So it's Fairy Ji. Could it be that Fairy Ji is also looking for this Daozi to challenge her? Mo Qianliang collected his thoughts for a while before he raised his head, looking towards Fairy Smoke Ji, the corner of his mouth tracing a faint arc. LOL, is that how the 1,000-year Taoist son looks at my slave? Slave is merely here to discuss life with the 1,000-year Taoist son. Ji Fei Yan smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes misty. The more unaffected a man is by her, the more she wants to conquer. Explore life? Mo Qianliang shook his head and smiled. This Daozi doesn't want to discuss that aspect of life with you. Why don't you discuss it with this Dao son of the sword sect? Mo Millennium gently laughed. 1,000 pillows and 10,000 people tasted the siren. He did not want to provoke. When he finished speaking, he was on his tiptoes, his body stumbling backwards. Several people. If you are interested in challenging this Daozi, see you in the ring 3 days later. Mo Qianliang waved his hand and turned around to leave in style, leaving behind only the dumbfounded crowd. Ji Fei Yan's expression was stagnant. This was the first time she had been rejected. Returning to his residence, Mo Qianliang sat down on his knees. After today's fiasco, he had already determined his strength and understood the power of the 10th Heavenly Hall of Innocence. He hadn't even reached the 10th Heavenly Layer yet, and he could already be compared to a Xianpin Foundation establishment. What kind of strength would he have when he truly reached the 10th Heavenly Layer? When he builds his foundation, how strong will he be? He looked at the sky. It wasn't late, and in his mind, already for the first time, anticipation of the dream appeared. I think I can still see the young girl in my dream tonight, right? According to the time difference between the previous times, she should be about the same age as herself this time, right? I also wondered if her plan had worked in her world, and if her empire had been relieved of its crisis. Between thoughts, Mo Qianliang slowly entered sleep and stepped into the dream world. When Mo Qianliang opened his eyes, this time he didn't see the dream girl at first, but ambled to a table. He looked up. The sunlight was a little harsh. This dream, this world, was it daytime? There was some noise in his ears, and Mo Qianliang looked at it. It was a huge square with many people, and in front of each person was a table with wine and delicacies. Gazing forward, a touch of shock appeared in Mo Qianliang's eyes. It was a huge palace. The gold and blue splendor, the flying dragons and phoenixes, the carved beams and painted buildings were extravagant. Compared to the Dao sect's palace, this place was even more luxurious and huge. It was only then that he realized that the strength of those who participated in the banquet was at the lowest level of the Foundation establishment realm, among which the Yuaning powerhouses were almost too numerous to count. There were even many breadths that were above that of a Yuaning. What a powerful world! What a powerful empire! I think, this is the Great Chang Empire. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. The whole spirit area combined. I'm afraid it's not an opponent. And the Great Chang, just one of the 7 countries, the most powerful Great Chu. How strong is it? Mo Qianliang's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a thoughtful expression. This world, far beyond his imagination. However, this also made Mo Qianliang feel even more excited. He was, surprisingly, commanding such a powerful empire in battle. And looking at the scale of the banquet, it must have won the bet. Otherwise it would be impossible for Big Chang to organize a banquet of such a scale. Sure enough, when the main character of the banquet made his appearance, Mo Qianliang knew that his guess was all right. Today, it was Su Shuiyao's 18th birthday, and at the same time, it was also the time of the national banquet organized by the Great Changing Empire's retreating enemy. Wearing a light purple princess dress of the young girl, walked in style, her eyebrows like a picture, skin snow, a pretty face hung with a moving smile, like the moon in the sky as noble and holy. The 18-year-old girl is the most beautiful. With the face of the city, The body is slender and delicate. A knit smile. All contain a unique flavor of noble and holy, so that countless people obsessed. However, after the young girl appeared on the stage, her eyes kept scanning through the crowd as if she was looking for someone. Finally, when her gaze landed on a corner, it suddenly blossomed into a brilliant light and a smile. She held out her hand as if to invite the man to join her on the stage, for it was he who had spoken of that retreat. However, Mo Qianliang gently shook his head. He didn't like to throw his weight around in an unfamiliar world, even if he felt that it was a dream world. Su Shuiyao saw Mo Qianliang shaking her head. The intelligent one knew that Mo Qianliang didn't want to expose herself and didn't continue to insist. Instead, she turned around and said a few words to the maid beside her. That maid glanced towards where Mo Qianliang was sitting, then slowly retreated. The grand birthday party for the imperial princess then opened with pomp and circumstance. Mo Qianliang lifted his wine cup and slowly sipped the fine wine as he gazed at Su Shuiyao on the high platform. There was wine and beauty, and this time, the dream was getting better and better. Ka-ching! A subtle sound came out from within Mo Qianliang's body, and Mo Qianliang was slightly stunned, looking at the wine cup in his hand, a touch of shock appearing in his eyes. By the number of acupoints he had now, to open one, he would need at least 20 drops of extreme foundation building spirit liquid, and he had even broken through an acupuncture point by merely drinking a cup of wine from the banquet. What a big deal! Most importantly, in the dream realm, he could actually cultivate as well. Chapter 14, Reconnecting, a Peach Blossom Dance. This gentleman, my lady, is looking for you. A maid walked over and bowed respectfully to Mo Qianliang. Mo Qianliang recognized that this maid was the maid beside the young girl in the dream, and it seemed that the young lady in her mouth was the young girl in the dream. Without refusing, he got up and followed the maid out of the square, and after making several circles, appeared in the middle of a hidden and quiet garden. Your Excellency, the slave girl will retire first. My young lady will arrive later. After the maid whisked a salute, she respectfully left. In the garden, there is a rockery with flowing water, pavilion, covered with flowers, and an elegant environment. Mo Qianliang's mind moved as he saw a forest of peach blossoms, pink and delicate peach blossoms that dotted the entire garden with an intoxicating aroma. He walked over and strolled through the peach blossom forest, enjoying the peace and quiet. Peach blossoms fluttered down like pink snowflakes. Suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared before his eyes. Su Shuiyao was wearing a long lavender dress, her sleeves gently flicked, and the peach blossoms around her fluttered along with it, as if she was a fairy who descended from the fairyland to the earthly world. I wasn't sure how long you'd be able to stay this time, so I came over to you as soon as I could. Su Shuiyao looked at Mo Qianliang. Her eyes that were as clear as autumn water flashed with a strange luster, and her voice was crisp and melodious, compared to the several times they had met before. This time the young girl appeared even more beautiful and touching, like a flower in full bloom, emitting a charming fragrance. Princess, you no longer call me a denizen. I'm a bit uncomfortable instead. The corner of Mo Qianliang's mouth rose slightly as he said jokingly, thinking back to the previous meetings, especially the first encounter. Su Shuiyao's cheeks couldn't help but flush with a faint blush as she said softly, if you are the great Chang's benefactor, you are my benefactor, so how can you use that kind of disrespectful address again? Hearing the young girl's reply, Mo Qianliang's heart burst with joy. The smile at the corner of his mouth grew brighter and brighter. His deep eyes were as vast and unforgettable as the endless starry sky. I express my most sincere gratitude to all the people of Great Chang. To your excellency. Su Shuiyao gave a big salute to Mo Qianliang. It's just a matter of raising my hand. I was only able to come up with those schemes by standing on the shoulders of giants. Mo Qianliang casually said. At those words, a flash of color flashed in the young girl's eyes. The youth in front of him was not only handsome and outstanding in appearance, but his eyes were even more full of wisdom, as if he had seen through the world. And I wonder how he shines in his world? Princess, we've already met 4 times and we still don't know the names of both you and I. Mo Qianliang smiled faintly. The great Zhonghua princess, Su Shuiyao. The corners of Su Shuiyao's mouth contained a smile as her beautiful eyes gazed at Mo Qianliang. Her smile, like the warmth of the 3 spring suns, gave a feeling of infinite warmth. Spirit domain Daosek Dao Sun. Mo Qianliang. Mo Qianliang laughed. The two of them looked at each other, and the atmosphere became so quiet that it seemed as if even the air had stopped functioning, leaving only the falling peach blossoms. It was as if this scene had become an eternity, frozen forever. Even 1,000 years later, the invincible empress of the world would always recall this moment. After a long time, Su Shuiyao turned around, her vermilion lips lightly opened. The next time we meet, is it still a year later? Maybe. Mo Millennium wasn't sure. I dream every night, and for me, we see each other every day. Dreamland. Su Shuiyao spoke softly, then laughed lightly. You haven't changed much from the first time we met 3 years ago, but to me, every day, the princess has changed very much, becoming more and more beautiful. Mo Qianlian flirted. Hearing Mo Qianlian's compliment, Su Xueyao's mouth was covered in a faint smile. By the way, what reward do you want for helping the great retreat from the enemy? Su Xueyao suddenly asked. Anything? Mo Millennium blinked and asked with a smile. As long as it's within reason. Su Xueya added. Then I wonder if I can obtain a kiss from the princess again? Mo Qianyang coughed and said with some anticipation. Su Xueyao instantly froze, her pretty face slightly red, glaring at Mo Qianliang. Can you stop poking fun at me all the time? If you keep doing this, I'll ignore you. After saying that, Su Xueyao twisted her head and crossed her arms with her beak, seemingly in a very angry manner. Ha ha. Mo Qianliang couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, I'm just talking casually. The princess mustn't take it seriously. Poof. Su Xueyao lightly hummed. Mo Qianliang gathered his smile and said with a straight face, I haven't thought about it either. Why don't we wait until we think about it later and then mention it again? Then I'll remember what you said today. Oh. Su Xueyao smiled sweetly. Although it was a light smile, it was still charming. This day. The princess a year. Wait a few hundred years after the princess cultivation is accomplished. And I but a few hundred days. Then I will make a request. Will not I want what I want? Mo Qianlian laughed. That's not necessarily true. What if one day, this dream, ends? Su Xueyao shook her head and lost her smile. She wasn't pretending to be reserved either. After all, it's all so unreal and who knows how long it will last. What if one day the dream wakes up and you can't dream anymore? What's the point of talking about this? At least for now. Can't we still see it? Mo Qianliang shook his head. Also, I've learned a new dance that no outsider has ever seen before. Do you want to see it? Su Xueyao laughed, a ray of luster in her beautiful eyes. Princess, this dance, does it count as a request? Mo Qianliang raised an eyebrow. Su Xueyao guffawed and said, not really, it's kind of my extra kudos to you. In that case, then I would like to enjoy the princess's dance. A bright smile appeared on Mo Qianliang's lips. Stretching his arms and making an inviting gesture, Su Xueyao nodded her head and smiled. Her lotus steps opened up and she walked under the peach blossom tree in a graceful manner. And then, she danced. She was soft and graceful, like a willow branch with a light waist. As she danced, the peach blossoms around her danced, one after another, coloring the entire peach forest with a layer of pink. A breeze blew, and the petals of the peach forest sprinkled onto Mo Qianliang's body, falling colorfully and beautifully. At this instant, Mo Qianliang was mesmerized, his eyes staring blankly at that overwhelmingly beautiful face, and his mind went blank, leaving only the dancing fluttering beauty behind. The dance is graceful and beautiful. It's really rare, Mo Qianliang praised. Once the dance was finished, Su Xueyao slowly turned around, a pair of beautiful eyes gazing at the place where Mo Qianliang had just stood. Mo Millennium, once again, has disappeared. The next time we meet, it will be another year later. The young girl murmured in a low voice. A color of loss swept under her eyes. In a way, Mo Qianliang was her first friend, the first one who didn't care or value her status. After Mo Qianliang woke up, in his mind, he was still echoing Su Xueyao's peach blossom dance for a long time. A few moments later, the appearance of a peach blossom dance by a young girl appeared on his paper. Lifelike, just like a real person. Chapter 15, Stepping into the 10th level of innate. Ha ha, disciple, look what master has brought you. Mo Qianliang had just put the drawing paper away when Taoist Qingxian came in with a loud laugh and cheerfully threw a storage ring to Mo Qianliang. My master has heard that you defeated the second senior brother of the sword sect who was close to the Xian Pin Foundation establishment. Good job. Worthy of being my disciple. Sure enough, there's no foundation yet. Looks like the first heavenly Dao foundation in the spirit domain is going to come out of the Dao sect. Ha ha ha. Taoist Lord Qingxian nodded his head while stroking his beard and praised. The worries in his heart completely disappearing after seeing Mo Qianliang's cultivation level. A fluke. Mo Qianliang received the storage ring, and after seeing the amount of foundation establishment spirit liquid inside, he was in a daze. Master, you gave disciple dozens of bottles yesterday, and disciple still only needs 70 or so bottles on the way. Why are there 100 bottles here? Mo Qianliang asked with some surprise. This he. Master accidentally changed some more. You take it and use it. Not enough to talk to master. More than return to the sect is. Taoist Qingxian laughed. Mo Qianliang's heart was touched. He knew that this was his master's fear of not having enough, so he had prepared some more. The value of over 100 bottles of extreme great foundation establishment spirit liquid was such that even the entire fortune of a peak Yuaning powerhouse would not be enough. I'm afraid, even if master teacher was a transformation god powerhouse, I'm afraid the price he paid would be unimaginable. This favor touched Mo Qianliang deeply. Thank you, master. Mo Qianliang bowed and thanked him, his eyes moist. Silly child, what's the point of being polite to your master? When you become a Heaven's Path Foundation builder, that's what will give master a long face. Taoist Lord Qingxian spoke smilingly. Don't worry, master, I will live up to my high expectations. Mo Qianliang nodded his head heavily. Alright, go and cultivate. Master will protect you. Taoist Qingxian waved his hand. Mo Qianliang answered and left the room, finding a quiet cultivation room and entering the cultivation state. As the bottles of foundation building spiritual liquid were consumed in a steady stream, the acupoints in Mo Qianliang's body began to open up one by one, and he felt an incomparably majestic spiritual energy flowing through his body, as if it was trying to fill every cell in his body. Mo Qianliang clearly perceived that his strength was steadily increasing, a feeling that excited him. He was fully focused on directing his spiritual energy to impact the acupoints, and with every acupoint he opened, his power increased by 1 point. 301, 301, 330, 331. Time passed by. The number of acupoints in Mo Qianliang's body continued to increase, and fine beads of sweat began to ooze from his forehead, but his eyes remained firm and focused. Finally, when the acupoints opened in Mo Qianliang's body reached 361, he stopped absorbing. At this moment, his body trembled slightly as he felt an unprecedented change taking place. The instant the last acupoint was opened, it was as if all the acupoints in his body were suddenly connected as one. The spiritual energy that had originally been wandering separately was now converging together like a raging torrent, forming an extremely powerful force. It's an amazing metamorphosis. Mo Qianliang closed his eyes tightly, carefully savoring the surging power within his body, his face overflowing with uncontrollable joy and excitement. He managed to break through. He stepped into the 10th heaven of the innate. His power had been greatly enhanced, growing by more than 12 times compared to the 9th great perfection of the innate. Nowadays, he possessed a terrifyingly huge strength of a full 1,000,000 pounds. This breakthrough was undoubtedly a qualitative leap for Mo Qianliang, reaching the true consummation of the innate realm and possessing the qualifications to impact the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Moreover, even if he hadn't built his foundation yet, with his current strength, among the early stage of foundation building, no one under the Earth Grade Foundation could take a punch from him head-on. Such power was even enough to defeat an ordinary mid-stage foundation establishment. Master, disciples' cultivation has been perfected, and there are still 28 bottles of foundation establishment spirit liquid left. Mo Qianliang came out of the cultivation room and excitedly reported to Taoist Lord Qingxian. A flash of essence appeared in Taoist Lord Qingxian's eyes. He clearly felt that in just half a day, his disciple had become stronger again. You punch me with all your might. Taoist Qingxian murmured. Aha! Mo Qianliang nodded heavily. Immediately, he clenched his right fist and fiercely blasted out towards the front. Boom! A fist blasted out, and the air trembled with a dull ringing sound and a powerful wind whistled. Taoist monarch Qingxian's body did not move, but the verdant floor beneath his feet had spiderweb-like dense cracks appearing, spreading in all directions. Ka-ching! A piece of lapis lazuli floor couldn't withstand the huge force and violently burst open. Hiss! This power! Taoist Qingxian drew in a breath of cool air. Shaken. Although he had already been mentally prepared for this, the actual confrontation still left him in awe. Innate realm, the power of 1,000,000. He believed that his disciple would definitely be the first demon in the history of the spirit domain to step into the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment realm. Ha 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 ha. Very good. After returning to his senses, Taoist Qingxian happily patted Mo Qianliang's shoulder. Master really didn't look at the wrong person. Mo Qianliang faintly smiled and respectfully said, the fact that my disciple has the achievements I have now is all due to my master's teachings and help. My disciple will remember it for the rest of my life. Taoist Lord Qingxian waved his hand. You brat, you're being modest again. After the master and disciple chatted for a while, Taoist Qingxian left, and Mo Qianliang also walked out of the cultivation room and headed towards his residence. It took him most of the day to advance to the 10th heavenly hierarchy, and at this moment, it was already late at night, with the moon shining high in the sky. Mo Millennium's heart has entered the dream world. I do not know. That world a year has passed. Su Shuayo, and what has become? Doing the math, she was, officially, older than herself, right? Mo Qianliang was about to open the door to his room when he frowned slightly. Someone, in his room? 1,000-year Taoist son, my slave has waited for you to return. Pushing open the door, Mo Qianliang saw a stunning woman, who was daintily lying on his bed, with her eyes flowing, charming and seductive. On the floor beside the bed, some of the woman's clothes were still falling in a scattered mess. Looking at the corner of its light-lifting quilt, vaguely visible a pair of jade legs white and slender, tantalizingly incomparable. I'm afraid that the enchanting woman in front of me, under the quilt, is most likely not wearing an inch. This was naked temptation. Any man, after seeing this scene, would instantly become beastly, itching to pounce on the beauty in front of him. It's just a pity that she is the acacia sex Dao Sun, Ji Fei Yan. Not to mention that its acacia sex gong method is mainly to suck men's essence. That is, remembering that it is feared that it has already had intercourse with thousands of people, Mo Qianliang will only feel nauseous. However, even though Mo Qianliang loathed it to the extreme, he didn't show the slightest bit of it, because he realized that things, it seemed, were not as simple as he thought. After he stepped into the 10th level of innate, not only did his physical body strength become stronger, his divine soul was just as powerful by more than 10 times. Since Ji Fei Yan wanted to use a trick to take himself down, then he might as well cooperate to keep the show going. Chapter 16, The Fifth Meeting, Cultivating in Dreams. Mo Qianliang faintly swept a glance at Ji Fei Yan, his tone flat. Is there something wrong? Ji Fei Yan's charming eyes were like silk, her exhaling breath was like orchids, and her red lips gently opened. Thousand-year Taoist sun, isn't my slave beautiful? As he spoke, a faint fragrance, if any, came from him. She was casting charm spells all the time, trying to seduce Mo Qianliang. Unfortunately, Mo Qianliang was already different today, not to mention that his divine soul had been enhanced so much. Compared to Su Shuao alone, Ji Fei was 100,000 miles behind. Right now, her charm technique couldn't even control Mo Qianliang for an instant, not to mention the mood swings caused by Mo Millennium. When Ji Fei Yan saw that Mo Qianliang's face was calm and not even the slightest bit abnormal, a sense of frustration struck her. However, she quickly regained her normalcy and continued to perform her charm technique as she delicately said, Thousand-year Taoist sun, the spring night is short, my slave can wait to spend a good time with thousand-year Taoist sun. With that, she lifted the covers halfway up, revealing her bare thighs. Snap! Her slender jade fingers gently patted her smooth skin, a seductive smile hanging at the corners of her mouth. The sight was enough to make any man lose himself and turn into a beast out of his mind, and Mo Qianliang seemed to be attracted to it, and couldn't help but head towards the bedside beauty. Looking at Mo Qianliang walking towards her, Ji Fei Yan gave a cold snort in her heart, revealing a smug look as she secretly thought, Humph, you can't resist my charm after all. Mo Qianliang was getting closer and closer to the bed and was about to sit on it. Ji Fei Yan's heart became more and more complacent. She knew that her charm was infinite and no man could escape her. Bang! But right at this moment, Mo Qianliang suddenly reached out and grabbed the storage ring Ji Fei Yan was wearing on her finger, then grabbed the clothes on the ground. Ji Fei Yan was confused for a while, before she could react. Mo Qianliang had already appeared in the doorway, and there was no way for her to snatch it back even if she wanted to. Coincidentally, just at this moment, noisy sounds came from outside, and a large group of disciples from various sects walked over, timing everything just right. According to reason, this large group of disciples from various sects to come, Mo Millennium should be Ji Fei Smoke Temptation cannot find the north, and thus be captured in bed. A generation of the reputation of the son of the road is destroyed. But now, Mo Qianliang smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and stood in the doorway, shouting, Come and see, there's a crazy woman with no clothes on in Ben Daozi's room. Come on people. Hearing this, a group of disciples who were rushing along stopped and stayed, raising their eyes to look at the Mo Millennium room. Mo Qianlong. Ji Fei Yan was going crazy with anger at the moment. She didn't expect that this bastard would dig such a big hole for himself. Originally, she wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of some, but how could she have imagined? But by Mo Qianliang teased a bit, but also treated her as a crazy, and I fast onlookers more and more people. She also know this place cannot stay for a long time, can only temporarily endure. Thinking of this, Ji Fei Yan hurriedly wrapped up the bedsheet and ran away in a puff of smoke, to be as wretched as possible. Only after watching Ji Fei Yan leave in a haste did Mo Qianliang reveal a victorious smile. Looking at the clothes in his hand, he threw them out, causing the crowd to coax them. Ji Fei Yan's intimate apparel was still desired by many, while Mo Qianliang disdained it. He turned around and looked at the house he had lived in for more than 10 years, and although he was a little reluctant to let go, he burned it down with a fire. Tainted with the foul aura of the acacia sex Daozi, he was disgusted by the smell, let alone continuing to live in it. The sect had built the Daozi hall for themselves, and hadn't wanted to live in it, but now it looked like it would come in handy. Before Mo Qianliang even opened his eyes, he felt a coldness come over him, and he understood in his heart that he had already arrived in the world where Su Shuaya was. He opened his eyes and realized that this time he was in a cultivation chamber. The walls of the secret room were all made of 10,000-year-old metaphysical ice. so even an ordinary Yuaning powerhouse couldn't destroy it in the slightest. Moreover, the richness of the secret room's aura far surpassed that of the Dao Sect's cultivation room, and it was worthy of being a powerful empire that could cultivate Heaven's Path Foundation establishment. In the middle of the secret room, where the density of aura was the most intense, there was a Xianyu bed. On the Xianyu bed, a stunningly beautiful woman was sitting cross-legged. She was wearing a long lavender dress, her black and silky hair draped over her shoulders, and at the moment, she was sitting quietly, as if she was asleep. The stunningly beautiful woman, who was none other than Su Shueya, was meditating and cultivating. Mo Qianliang didn't wake Su Shueya up, but silently stood in place and admired it. Su Shueya's appearance was not much different from what she remembered, but it was even more beautiful and mature. After all, she was another year older. It's beautiful. Mo Qianliang couldn't help but marvel. Serene, noble, dumpy, elegant. Such adjectives could no longer describe Su Shueya at all. She gave people a holy feeling, as if she was a fairy in the 9 heavens, so that people could only look up to her, not daring to blaspheme at all. Such a woman. I am afraid that no man in the world can even walk into her heart. Mo Qianliang was a little glad that the first time he saw her, she was still just a clueless 15-year-old girl, not the holy fairy she was at this moment. If his first encounter was with Su Shueya at this moment, I'm afraid that his dream would have ended before it even started. Right? 19 years old, late stage of the Heaven's Path Foundation establishment realm, with such strength, not to mention the invincibility of the Spirit Domain's Foundation establishment realm, I'm afraid that even some ordinary Jedan powerhouses wouldn't be able to get any benefits. Killing the current him in seconds was only easier than stepping on an ant. When he thought of this, Mo Qianliang remembered his first meeting with Su Shueya, and the corner of his mouth arched up. How much longer do you want to see it? Just as Mo Qianliang was immersed in memories, a clear and pleasant voice came. When he came back to his senses, Su Shueya was looking at himself with a smile on her brow. Princess's beauty, even looking at it for a lifetime is not enough. How can it be too much? Mo Qianliang was extremely thick-skinned and directly admitted it. Smooth talker, how many girls have you fooled with this good looks with this articulate mouth? Su Shueya asked with a light smile. Ha ha, the princess has wronged me with this sentence. I have never lied to anyone, Mo Qianliang said laughingly. Is that so? Su Shueya got up and slowly came in front of Mo Qianliang, gently sniffing in front of Mo Qianliang. But on you, there is a woman's rouge odor. Cough. The princess is jealous? Mo Qianliang embarrassedly coughed dryly twice and said flirtatiously. I won't be that bored. And what does the number of women you have to do with me? Su Shueya turned around. Just looking at the expression didn't seem to be happy. Princess misunderstood. It's just that there was just a crazy woman who wanted to seduce me and use it to ruin my reputation. And I was just able to recognize it. Mo Qianliang hurriedly explained. Only after hearing his explanation did Su Shueya's mouth reveal a smirk, but it was hidden again when she turned to look at Mo Qianliang. You said last time that you can break through your cultivation in the dream realm as well. Therefore, today, I purposely waited for you in my cultivation room. This is the place with the highest concentration of aura in the Great Chang. You can use the aura here to break through to the Foundation establishment realm. I will protect you, Su Shueya said in a calm tone. Today should be the princess's birthday. Right. And the princess has been waiting for me here all day? A touch of warmth rose in Mo Qianliang's heart. He didn't expect that the last time he had just casually mentioned it, he had actually gotten such attention from Su Shueya. Chapter 17, Dual Cultivation? You saved hundreds of millions of people in the Great Chang dynasty, and me just providing you with a place to cultivate is not enough to repay your favor. Su Shueya nodded slightly and said gently, but won't your birthday be held? Mo Qianliang asked again. It's just a birthday. Is it important? The most important thing nowadays is the safety and security of the people of Great Chang. Su Shueya said softly. Mo Qianliang didn't speak anymore. He looked at Su Shueya. The young girl's eyes carried the compassion for her people. She's really changed. The first few times we met, she was a teenage girl eager for a birthday present. No, she'd never changed. She just buried that longing deeper in her heart than she wanted to express it. Could it be that another war has started? Mo Qianliang said. The 6 countries have all retreated, and father has not yet returned with his army to recover the lost ground. Su Shueya shook her head and said, nonetheless, what person doesn't wish they could receive a birthday present? Mo Qianliang pondered slightly, then said, Princess, I have one thing. Consider it a birthday gift for the princess. With that, he took out a box from his storage ring and handed it to Su Shueya. Su Shueya looked at Mo Qianliang with slight surprise, perhaps not expecting to receive a gift from Mo Qianliang either. She hesitated for a moment before reaching for it, while saying, thank you. Receiving the box, Su Shuya was about to open it to see what kind of gift was inside when Mo Qianliang reached out his hand to block the box. Wait for me to go back. Then the princess will see it. Mo Qianliang said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Shuya nodded and did not continue to open the box. Okay, she said softly, there's not much time left, so hurry up and go cultivate. Aha. Mo Qianliang nodded solemnly. After saying that, he sat down on the jade bed, and as soon as he got on the bed, he smelled the scent of a young girl's body before he remembered that this was where Su Shuya cultivated. This fresh and pleasant smell makes one feel relaxed and the whole person relaxes. Involuntarily, he closed his eyes and began to enter a state of cultivation. Su Shuya, on the other hand, sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed, gazing at Mo Qianliang who had his eyes closed. I'd like to stay a little longer. The first step for an innate to step into foundation establishment was to fill the open orifices with Reiki, which was a very Reiki-consuming step. If it was a place with weak aura, absorbing heaven and earth's aura could not do anything at all to fill up so many acupoints, and thus one could only rely on the foundation establishment pills or foundation establishment spiritual liquid that contained powerful spiritual energy to supplement. And at this moment, the spiritual chi was very dense. Mo Qianliang could fill the 361 acupoints in his body one by one just by absorbing the spiritual chi around him, which saved him a lot of resources and time. In the ample environment of spiritual chi, Mo Qianliang only spent a short quarter of an hour to fill all 361 acupoints in his body with spiritual chi. The second step is to build the spirit sea, using the acupoints as a base. All of them are connected to form a sea of aura, storing an even greater amount of aura. This step was extremely crucial because the size of the spirit sea would determine the grade of foundation building. 100 feet of spirit sea was the yellow grade foundation establishment, also known as ordinary foundation establishment, and the vast majority of foundation establishment powerhouses were at this level. Thousands of feet of spirit sea. For the Xianpin foundation establishment, this is already a heavenly pride that is not found in billions. In the top 10 super sects, they can all compete for Daozi. There were even some super sects that only had one Xianpin foundation establishment, such as the Sword sect's current generation where only Jian Lingxiao was a Xianpin foundation establishment. 10,000 fathoms of spirit sea. For the Earth grade foundation establishment, this level of heavenly pride, with the posture of a transformation god, in the entire spirit domain, is extremely rare, perhaps not even seeing one person for decades. You have to know that the previous millennium, all of them were only hopeful of Earth grade foundation establishment. Not necessarily able to. Looking at the entire spirit domain, there were only 2 of them amongst this generation of Taoists. Spirit Sea 100,000 feet, is the Heaven's Path Foundation establishment. This level of heavenly pride has never appeared in the entire spirit domain's 10,000 years of history. As for Mo Millennium, his goal was the strongest heavenly Tao foundation establishment. He was the man who wanted to be the number 1 heavenly pride of the spirit domain. As one acupoint after another connected through, Mo Qianliang's aura began to grow stronger. It was as if he was in the middle of a spiritual sea, and every move he made involved the huge aura converging around him. As he continued to cultivate, a huge vortex gradually condensed around him, and a terrifying spiritual pressure spread out, a sign that the sea of spirit was gradually forming. It's going to work. Seeing this step, the worries in Su Shuyao's heart were completely put down. There was no mistake in the middle. Mo Qianliang was going to successfully build the foundation. Rumble. Along with the continuous expansion of the spiritual power vortex, after reaching a limit, a boom resounded through the clouds. A bright light erupted from Mo Qianliang's body, shooting straight up into the sky, dazzling, causing people to be unable to open their eyes. A ripple visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions, but fortunately, the walls of this chamber were very sturdy, so it wasn't burst. Buzz. A low humming sound spread out, and the light around Mo Qianliang's body grew brighter and brighter. His aura continued to soar as a spirit sea void appeared above his head and rapidly expanded with him at the center. 10 feet, 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet. This spirit sea void, in a very short period of time, broke through 10,000 feet and continued to expand, not knowing where the end was. 20,000 fathoms, 30,000 fathoms, 50,000 fathoms, 60,000 fathoms, 70,000 feet, 90,000 feet. The size of the spirit sea void still showed no signs of stopping, only that the growth gradually slowed down. Over 90,000 feet of spirit sea. This was a very huge behemoth. Even the great changing imperial palace did not have such a large area. In other words, this spirit sea void enveloped the entire great changing palace. The sudden vision naturally attracted the attention of countless powerhouses in the imperial capital, but when they looked at the center of which was Su Shuyao's cultivation room, they withdrew their gazes. As the strongest heavenly pride of the great Chang, it was normal to make a bit of a commotion. There was no need to make a fuss. 99,000 feet, 99,900 feet, 99,990 feet. With only the last 10 feet left, the progress was getting slower and slower, as if it had reached a bottleneck. Mo Qianliang clenched his teeth tightly. Beads of sweat rolled down on his forehead. His face turned red, and his body trembled more than once, obviously enduring great pain. Finally, the spirit sea void stopped expanding and stagnated at 99,999 feet. It's just a foot short of the limit. Mo Millennium is very unwilling, because this difference of one zhang is the difference between heaven and earth. Su Shueya looked at the pain and persistence in Mo Qianliang's eyes. Although the realms of the two worlds were not the same, she also understood the importance of this last 10 feet. She pondered faintly for a moment, a touch of determination showing in her eyes as she walked over to the jade bed and sat cross-legged opposite Mo Qianliang, lightly opening her vermilion lips. Stretch out your hands. Mo Qianliang raised his head at the sound and looked at Su Shueya. I'll help you. Su Shueya opened her mouth again. Her tone was very gentle, as if the spring breeze was brushing her face, bringing in gusts of warmth. At those words, Mo Qianliang froze for a moment, then reacted and hurriedly put his hands out. Su Shueya also stretched out her hands and pressed them together with Mo Qianliang's, palm to palm, 10 fingers touching. In Mo Qianliang's palm, a tingling sensation immediately came from him, surging through his entire body, causing him to stifle a light hum and ripples in his heart. This is dual practice? Chapter 18, Spirit Sea 100, 000 feet, Heavenly Tao Foundation Building. There are two types of worldly dualism. One of them is the cultivator's well-known practice of extracting yin and supplementing yang, such as the Acacia sect in the spiritual domain, which focuses on dual cultivation. There was another kind, not physical dual cultivation, but when one possessed a special physique or practiced a special technique, one could increase the speed of cultivation by practicing with someone. Su Shueyo is the latter. Her physique is extremely special, can assist with her cultivation with people, twice the result with half the effort. The efficiency is far more than other practitioners of the same rank. This secret, of course, is known only to a very few. And now, Mo Qianliang was only one step away from Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. If he gave up at this moment, he would have no more chances to step into the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment realm. And Su Shueyo couldn't care less. This was the first time she had ever double cultivated with someone. And even though it was just a simple contact, she still felt her cheeks burning. Moreover, as the two of them operated their auras, this sensation was being amplified, which caused Su Shueyao's cheeks to instantly emerge a touch of scarlet color, delicate and beautiful. This scene fell in Mo Qianliang's eyes, immediately causing his breath to catch. At the same time an impulse arose in his heart, but it was suppressed by reason just as soon as it bubbled to the surface. Su Shueya was trying to get her Heavenly Tao to build a foundation. How could she think of anything else? The spirit sea reaching 100,000 feet was what he should do now. Concentrate. Su Shueyo droned, her voice sounding like heavenly music. Mo Qianliang immediately held his breath and collected his spirit, trying to calm his agitated emotions and put the distracting thoughts behind him. Spiritual energy first flowed from Mo Qianliang's body through the hands of the two in contact in Su Shueya's body, running along the strange route in her body for a circle, and then finally converging into Mo Qianliang's body through his hands again. At the time of the spiritual power fusion, Mo Qianliang clearly felt that the purity of the spiritual power had increased by at least 10 times, and the power was even better than before. Su Shueyo's physique, so powerful. Break for me. Mo Qianliang's mind snapped. In an instant, the spirit sea, which had stopped expanding, violently churned again. Boom! The spirit sea continued to expand, slowly but surely. The 100,000 fathom reached. At the same time, Mo Qianliang's body underwent a shocking change, which was a breakthrough in the level of life. Foundation establishment realm. Break the lifespan limit. Life 200 years. Moreover, Mo Qianliang's strength had also increased by tens of times at this moment, and even his aura had transformed into a golden color, its quality far exceeding that of cultivators in the same realm. Heaven's Path Foundation establishment realm. Mo Qianliang slowly opened his eyes. His deep eyes flickered with essence, and a touch of joy was hard to hide. Thank you, Mo Qianliang said heartily as he looked at Su Shueyo who was close by. If Su Shueyo hadn't helped him, then he could only end up with regret and could only become the strongest Earth-grade foundation establishment without being able to Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Between you and me, there's no need to say the word thank you again. Su Shueyo smiled sweetly and said. This smile, which was so overwhelming that it was enough to mesmerize thousands of men. Mo Qianliang looked at Su Shueyo dumbfounded, his heart twitching hard. He sighed darkly. So beautiful. Only, it was too late to appreciate it too much. And his time, it seemed, was up again. The young girl in front of him disappeared and he woke up again, back in his own world. Remembering the dreamer had become a habit every time he woke up. A few moments later, a piece of drawing paper was completed. It was the appearance of a young girl sitting on a jade bed with herself in dual cultivation. Beautiful and mesmerizing. Su Shuya watched as Emo Qianliang's figure disappeared without any anticipation, just disappearing without a sound. A glimmer of gloom appeared in her eyes. The meeting had been too brief. It's another year before we meet again. She took out the birthday gift box Emo Qianliang had given her, and a flash of anticipation surfaced in her heart. And I wonder, what is his gift? What is it? The box opens and contains 4 volumes of scrolls and is labeled 1, 2, 3, 4. Su Shuyo opened the first scroll, only to see a young girl lying in a hot spring pool with her eyes closed. This young girl is 7 points similar to her, but much more tender. Long eyelashes, white delicate skin glowing, as if the most exquisite porcelain doll. The corner of Su Shuya's mouth revealed a light smile. That was 4 years ago, when they first met, so he had always remembered the remaining 3 paintings. Then, she realized what they were, and after opening them one by one, they were indeed portraits of herself from the first 4 times they had met. Portrait of himself lifelike, exquisite. Let Su Shuyo as if really in the painting. That real feeling, just yesterday in general. Thanks, she murmured and folded all 4 paintings carefully, putting them carefully into a box before putting them away. Oh disciple, have you succeeded in building your foundation? Early in the morning, Dao Lord Qingxian came, and Emo Qianlong's foundation building event had become his top priority. Heaven's Path Foundation building the spirit domain has not had a single person since the beginning of time. Seeing his master coming over, Emo Qianliang stood up and saluted. I'm fortunate to have fulfilled my mission, and now I've become a Heaven's Path Foundation builder. Really? Dao Lord Qingxian was delighted and asked busily. Being at the spirit transformation realm, he had seen nothing, but at this moment, he was showing this kind of excited expression due to his disciple's breakthrough, which was enough to prove what Heaven's Path Foundation establishment meant to the entire spirit domain immortal cultivation realm. Emo Qianliang nodded and said seriously, where would an apprentice dare to deceive his master? Taoist Lord Qingxian laughed out loud, his mouth full of praise. Good disciple. Good disciple. Ha 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 ha. Old me can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Come on, you punch hard at me, for master to see how strong you are now. Taoist Qingxian suddenly said. Ha, Mo Millennium froze for a moment. You're not still afraid of hurting me, are you? Taoist Qingxian said with a smile. No, disciple is just afraid that the entire mountain will be cut down. Mo Qianliang smiled sarcastically. At this moment, his pure physical strength had already reached the 10 million level. If he matched his spiritual power to strike a divine move, it would only be even stronger. With such a powerful attack, not to mention this Daozi hall, even the entire mountain would be flattened. Only last night he himself burned down the cabin, and today he blew up the Taoist temple. So where will he stay tonight? Brat, are you still afraid that master will tear down your Daozi palace? Just let your horse come over and let me see what level of power you've actually reached. Dao Lord Qingxian waved his hand, signaling that Emo Qianliang could cast it as he pleased. Emo Qianliang nodded, his right hand lightly lifted, index finger forward, 5 fingers together. A majestic spiritual energy instantly surged into his palms, and his fingers seemed to burn, emitting a light golden luster. With a palm outstretched, a powerful wind blew towards Taoist Qingxian. Taoist Qingxian didn't flash or dodge and stood still, slightly narrowing his eyes at Emo Qianliang's palm print. Boo! The strong wind slammed into the top of Taoist monarch Qingxian's chest, stirring up ripples, but not a single aftershock spread out, as if it was hitting on soft cotton. Taoist Lord Qingxian didn't move a muscle, a kind smile on his face. Not bad, it's much stronger than when I was an Earth-grade foundation establishment in the past. Ha 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 ha. Taoist Master Qingxian laughed out loud. It was as if he had already seen a scene of his disciple crisscrossing the spirit domain, his heavenly pride unrivaled. Chapter 19, It's Not Good. Second senior brother was beaten into a pig's head. Your Highness Daozi, something big has happened. Second senior brother has been beaten to a pig's head. While the master and disciples were still talking, several disciples came to the Daozi hall and hurriedly rushed to report. They shivered when they saw Dao Lord Qingxian was there as well, the Dao sect's protector war god. Greetings to the Supreme Elder. A few disciples panicked and kneeled down, trembling as they saluted. What is it? Panic, Dao Lord Qingxian said with a slight frown, reporting to the Supreme Elder, His Highness the Dao's son. The leading disciple swallowed his saliva and nervously said, Second senior brother just returned to the clan and was beaten to a pig's head by the Daozi of the Great Sword sect, and threatened that my Dao sect disciples are all trash. Upon hearing the disciples' words, Daoist Qin Xian and Mo Qianliang froze at the same time, their faces grimacing. Disciple, do you know what to do? Dao Lord Qin Xian snorted coldly. Use the way of others to cure others. Master, please rest assured. My Dao sect, no one can be bullied, Mo Qianliang firmly said, his eyes cold. Before, he was still in the innate realm and was not a match for these Daozi level heavenly prides. But now, it was different. Just go ahead and let go. No matter what goes wrong, there's Master here. The sky won't collapse yet. Daoist Qin Xian nodded and turned to leave. Mo Qianliang watched Qin Xian Dao Lord walk away before he slowly turned back around. He looked at the few disciples and spoke. Take this Daoist son over. Yes. Several disciples hurriedly answered. The Dao sect ring, situated on top of a huge and incomparable square, had hundreds of disciples gathered around it at the moment. Every single one of them was the elite of the elite, not just from the Dao sect, but also core disciples from all the other great sects. In the ring, a burly man holding a large sword arrogantly looked in the direction of the Dao sect disciples. Your Dao sect, don't you have anyone who can fight? He sneered. Your Dao sect is a pile of scum. I'll rub you on the ground with a single finger. If you don't want to lose face, get lost and don't waste my time. This big man was stout and tall, with a tiger's back and gnarled muscles, and his body contained a terrifying explosive power. The Dao sect disciples, on the other hand, surrounded an injured disciple, carefully healing his wounds. Seeing the other party in such a rampant and arrogant manner, all the disciples had angry expressions on their faces, but no one dared to go up and challenge. After all, the other party was the Dao son of the Great Sword sect. His strength was terrifying. Even the mighty second senior brother had lost. They couldn't afford to mess with him. There were also those who were bold and shouted angrily. Scarred Tiger, don't be too arrogant. Just wait. When our Daozi comes, he will definitely abuse you. The Daozi of the Great Sword sect, named Lu Hu, was also known as the Scarred Tiger because of a scar on his face. Scarred Tiger laughed out loud. Daozi? Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. Your Daozi, who has been hiding from us for days, seems to be nothing but a half-assed person, and is worthy of fighting me? Let your Daozi come. I'd like to see what he's capable of. I'll be damned. Scarred Tiger, don't look down on people. A young Dao sect disciple stood up with righteous indignation. Yo, what kind of onion are you? Still calling me out? Scarred Tiger said teasingly. At this time, a voice rang out. Who injured my Dao sect's disciple? Then, a young man in white clothes was seen coming from outside the crowd. This was a handsome and extraordinary man, with sword brows and starry eyes, a handsome god, and a white long shirt, like a fluttering gentleman. The moment he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the entire crowd. Daozong Daozi Mo Millennium. Is he the Taoist sect's Daozi? Worthy of being a Daozi level heavenly pride. It really has an extraordinary style. The crowd was in an uproar and talking. The disciples of the Dao sect, on the other hand, were all agitated. Your Highness, Daozi, you have to make a decision for your second senior brother. As Mo Qianliang walked forward, the disciples made way, revealing a youth with a swollen nose. You are the second senior brother? Mo Qianliang asked. This is all beaten up and unrecognizable. That youth who was punched into a pig's head immediately cried out. Oh, eldest brother. No, Your Highness Daozi, you're finally here. You must avenge me. Second senior brother, please rest assured. Eldest senior brother will definitely avenge you and beat the one who beat you into an even bigger pig's head. Mo Qianliang comforted. Humph. A mere Dao son of the Dao sect actually dares to say that he will beat me into a pig's head. Right at this moment, Scarred Tiger snapped. It had to be said that his size was so oppressive that Mo Qianliang was like a weak scholar in front of him. Mo Qianliang indifferently scanned Scarred Tiger and said, Who are you? Humph. I am the Dao son of the Great Sword sect. Lu Hu. Oh, so it's the Great Sword sect Daozi Lu Hu. Mo Qianliang came to a sudden realization. Hearing that he actually knew him, Lu Hu's face was slightly pleased. Since you know how powerful this Daozi is, why don't you quickly kneel down and beg for forgiveness? I don't care if you're a Lu tiger or a white tiger. You'll be a dead tiger later. Mo Qianliang said indifferently. His tone was calm, nothing choppy, as if he were recounting something insignificant. Hearing these words, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. Scarred Tiger, on the other hand, had a gloomy face. He didn't expect the other party to be so wild, calling him a dead tiger in front of him. Good. If that's the case, then let's compete first? It's been a long time since I've been in a real fight. Scarred Tiger grinned. To say that the competition is just a competition, wouldn't this Daozi lose face? How about this? Make a colorful prize, so that this Daozi will have the motivation to make a move. Mo Qianliang suddenly proposed. If you want to fight, just fight. Where is all this nonsense? Scarred Tiger snorted coldly. You injured a disciple of my Dao sect. How can this matter be settled like this? If you lose, kneel down and kowtow to the second senior brother and apologize. Mo Qianliang said. What? Make me apologize to him? Simply delusional. Scarred Tiger was furious. What? You yourself think you will lose? Mo Qianlong laughed. He could see that there was a sense of arrogance in the other party's eyes. Clearly not a person who was willing to bow down. For this kind of person, it is more out of breath to make him bow down than to beat him into submission. My hallowed Dao son of the Great Sword Sect has been building his foundation for 2 years, so how would I be afraid of you who just built his foundation? Scarred Tiger disdainfully said. Then what if you lose? If I lose, I'm at your disposal, Mo Qianliang said without a care in the world. At those words, Scarred Tiger's eyes narrowed. He stared at Mo Qianliang, scrutinizing him for a long time before nodding his head and saying, Good. You lose. Kneel down and lick your shoes clean for me. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Scarab Tiger is too vicious. Daozi must not. The disciples of the Dao sect were anxious to have Daozi licking his shoes in public. This was not only humiliating Daozi, it was humiliating the entire Dao sect. What? Don't dare? Scarred Tiger snorted and mocked. So you Daozi are also just cowards who are afraid of softness. No wonder the Dao sect's disciples are all trash. His face was full of contempt, looking at the Dao sect's disciples gnashing their teeth, itching to rush up and tear his mouth off. Okay, I promise you. Mo Qianliang still had a cloudy demeanor. Chapter 20, the Taoists of all sects gathered together. How can I be missing from such a grand rehearsal for the Battle of Dao Sons? A voice came. When the crowd turned their heads, they saw dozens of people coming in great numbers on the other side, and at the head of them, it was the Sword Sect's Dao Sun, Jian Lingxiao. Better lose. I want to see you on your knees licking your shoes. Beside him, Wang Tianyi, the second senior brother of the Sword Sect who had previously lost to Mo Qianliang, was also there and was looking at Mo Qianliang grimly, the previous disgrace still lingering in his mind. Wow, it's beautiful. Among the crowd, a gasp erupted, and everyone looked, only to see that on the other side, dozens of beautiful women slowly walked out. Each one of them had the appearance of a beautiful country. Their bodies were exquisite to the extreme. Their bodies were tall and perfectly curved. They were simply tantalizing and mouth-watering. Especially the three at the front were even more colorful, each with their own distinctive features, and could be called the best on earth. Among the 10 super sects of the spiritual domain, they are further divided into the 5 sects of the righteous path, the 4 sects of the devil's sect, and the also right and evil acacia sect, and the 5 clans of the righteous path are, the Dao sect, the sword sect, the great sword sect, the flower sect, and the aqua sect. At this moment, all of the elite disciples of the 10 great super sects of the spiritual domain, among them the 5 sects of the righteous path, had arrived. Even the acacia sect, which is also good and evil, came to join in the fun. Among the disciples of the 6 great sects, the flower sect was the most notable because the disciples of the flower sect were all extremely beautiful one by one. To join the flower sect, the first restriction was not talent, but looks. Only women with extremely outstanding looks and exceptional talent could join the flower sect. As for the flower sect's Daozi 100 Flowers Fairy of this term, she is an earth-grade foundation establishment, vaguely the head of the spiritual domain's righteousness, and the top of the spiritual domain's top 10 fairy list, so she is said to be a gorgeous and beautiful woman. She had a white dress that won the snow, a shapely figure, and skin like jade, and even with a veil covering her features, she was still breathtakingly beautiful. Especially the aura on the 100 Flower Fairy was as if she was a fairy high above the world, holy and elegant. The dozen or so flower sect disciples behind them were similarly delicate, charming, and beautiful, causing the eyes of countless male disciples to light up. Even if you can't have a kiss, it's still nice to have a look. On the left side of the 100 Flowers Fairy, there were the disciples of the Acacia sect. Among them, Ji Fei Yen was there. Only last night there was a scandal. Today she could stand here as if nothing had happened. Her face was thick enough, completely opposite to the sanctity and elegance of the 100 Flowers Fairy. She is a charming and charming creature. Her knitted brows and smile are all charming, and her every move is full of temptation. She was wearing a fiery red dress, and with her knitted brows and smile, she seduced the male disciples' souls and dried up their mouths. Even though the Acacia sect didn't have a good reputation, there were still many people who were willing to die under its peonies and be the ghost under Ji Fei Yan's skirt. On the right side of the millions of fairies, there was the disciple of the Bisui sect, the Bisui sect's Daozi, Fairy Shui Rou, who was likewise the existence of the top 3 of the spiritual domain's top 10 fairies ranking, and Ji Fei Yan, who was also retaining the same 3 to compete for the second. Although the water-soft fairy was not as beautiful as the 100-flower fairy that stunned the four directions, nor was she as enchanting and charming as Ji Fei Yan. She was gentle and quiet, as if she was as supple as water, and could easily give people a sense of closeness. These three great sects were dominated by female disciples, especially the flower sect, which was full of female disciples. So the elite disciples arriving at this moment were all female disciples. The Dao sect, Sword sect and Great Sword sect, on the other hand, were dominated by male disciples, especially the Great Sword sect, which was full of male disciples. When so many female disciples from the Flower sect, the Aqua sect, and the Acacia sect walked up, they instantly attracted the attention of everyone. So beautiful. What a beauty. If I could live with them, I could wake up smiling in my dreams. Many male cultivators had their eyes straightened, especially the ones from the Great Sword sect. They usually didn't have the chance to come into contact with female cultivators at all. And now each one of them was so excited that they wanted to put on a good show in front of these female disciples. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that Brother Ling Xiao and the three fairies would all come to see me in my 1000-year match with Dao Sect Dao Sun Mo. It's truly an honor. Scarred Tiger laughed out loud, and then bowed his hand towards those Daoists. Jian Lingxiao nodded at him but didn't get too close. Scarred Tiger was too rude for his liking even though he was a Daozi. The 100 Flowers Fairy and the Water Soft Fairy, on the other hand, didn't pay the slightest attention to Scarred Tiger's words, as if they treated him as air. Still, as the saying goes, when going out, people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles, and very few people would like the kind of big man who was both vulgar and had a hideous scar on his face, even if he was a Zan Daozi. Brother Tiger, the 1000-year Daozi has fine skin, don't hurt them later. Only Ji Fei Yan, to whom she stroked a charming smile, appeared flavorful. Hearing Ji Fei Yan's voice, Scarred Tiger's bones tingled and his heart flamed. Don't worry, Fairy Ji, I will definitely leave him half alive. Scarred Tiger grinned. His eyes recklessly swept towards Ji Fei Yan's delicate body, itching to pounce on it immediately. As for the 100 Flowers Fairy and the Water Softness Fairy, they were the first to look at Mo Qianliang, for no other reason. Among the crowd, Mo Qianliang was indeed the most prominent, with his handsome looks, dashing and flowing dress, and bland smile, just like a turbulent gentleman. Standing with Scarred Tiger, the distinction is even more obvious, especially, at this moment, everyone's eyes were on them. Their eyes were incomparably hot, while that white-robed young man, however, was in a calm and relaxed demeanor. Even when he looked this way, there was nothing else in his eyes. It was calm. The Dao Sect's Dao Sun, Mo Millennium, was indeed extraordinary. While the two were sizing up Mo Qianliang was also sizing them up. The 100 Flowers Fairy. In the past, her foundation establishment vision exceeded 10,000 feet, and she was an Earth-grade foundation establishment. Coupled with her appearance that crowned the spirit domain, it could be said that in the entire spirit domain, no one knew of her name. Her cultivation level, not early foundation establishment, but mid-foundation establishment, was firmly at the top of the several Daoists today. Fairy Shui Rou, said to be a water spirit body, possessing powerful healing power, had once rescued many people who were seriously injured and dying, enjoying endless praise in the spirit domain. As for Ji Fei Yan and Jian Lingxiao, there was no need to mention them. They had been in contact long before. Millennium Mo. Now that all the fairies have arrived, it's time for the battle between us to begin, isn't it? Seeing 100 Flower Fairy and Water Rouge Fairy both gazing at Mo Qianliang, jealousy immediately rose in Scarred Tiger's heart and asked in a deep voice, "Well, here goes." In response, Mo Qianliang just smiled indifferently. He carried his hands on his back and slowly walked towards the ring. Everything appeared incomparably easy and casual. Go Michiko, teach that Scarred Tiger a hard lesson. Mo Qianliang had just mounted the ring, and it triggered a burst of shouts and cheers, all from the Dao Sect's disciples cheering for their Dao Sun. Tiger, beat down that little white boy and make him kneel down and lick your shoes. That's right, if you dare to provoke Master Tiger, you have to pay the price. The disciples of the Great Sword Sect also clamored and were confident in their Great Sword Sect's Dao Sun. Boom! Scarred Tiger leapt up several feet high, and the moment his feet landed in the center of the ring, he violently stepped on it, making a deafening sound and full of momentum. Immediately afterward, he drew his sword and sheathed it, the cold light flashing and sharp, flashing dazzlingly cold under the sunlight. The size of the two men, completely not in a class, but Mo Qianliang was still calm and relaxed. He carried his hands on his back, without the slightest fear. Even so, he didn't even take out his weapon. Chapter 21, Two Fingers Defeat Daozi. Mo Qianliang is an Earth-grade foundation builder? Seeing this scene, many people sucked in cold air, secretly saying that Mo Millennium was arrogantly confident. Even Jian Lingxiao shook his head slightly. Although he felt that Scarred Tiger was not his opponent, if he wanted to win, he would have to show his real skills and compete with his bottom cards. This Mo Qianlong, but only a few days of foundation building. Even so arrogant, does he think that, after beating his second senior brother, he will be invincible in the foundation building realm? The Xianpin foundation building can be far from being comparable to the Yellow Pin foundation building. Not to mention that Scarred Tiger is still a Dao Sun that the Great Sword sect has fully cultivated. One can only say that the newborn calf is not afraid of tigers and does not know the sky and the earth. On the side, Fairy Shui Ro was also puzzled. This Dao sect's new Dao Sun, Mo Millennium, seemed a little too young. Ji Fei Yen, on the other hand, revealed a touch of a look of watching a joke. Last night she was Mo Qianliang whole meal. Her heart is holding a fire. Now see Mo Qianliang so trustworthy. Her heart is simply happy to open flowers. On the contrary, it was the 100 Flowers Fairy, whose beautiful eyes revealed a touch of contemplation, with a hidden guess in her heart. If it was someone else, she would have felt too big, but from the first moment she saw it, she felt that this person was not simple. Mo Millennium, perhaps not Xianpin Suji. As a matter of fact, the Dao sect's status in the spirit domain had always ranked in the top 3, and the Dao sect's new Dao Sun naturally drew everyone's attention. Otherwise, if the Great Sword sect had produced any Daozi, would she have gone to the Great Sword sect to meet any new Daozi? Even Jian Lingxiao didn't have this treatment. It was precisely because of the status of the Dao sect, whose Dao Sun was most likely an Earth-grade foundation builder like her, that she was interested in coming here. Mo Millennium, what do you mean? You want to fight me empty-handed? Scarred Tiger coldly shouted out, anger surging on his face. To beat you, you don't need a weapon yet. Upon hearing this, Mo Qianliang opened his mouth indifferently. Then his right hand stretched out his middle finger, aiming it at Scarred Tiger, and blandly said, I can't defeat you in one move. I admit defeat. As soon as the words fell, the surrounding crowd was shocked, especially Scarred Tiger and the other disciples of the Great Sword sect. All of them had reddened faces as they glared angrily at Mo Qianliang. Mo Qianlong, you've got some guts. In that case, if the tiger doesn't show its power, you think I'm a sick cat. I want you to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Scarred Tiger stormed out. He held his large sword in his hand and violently stomped on the ground. His entire figure rushed up to the sky like a cannonball. The blade cut through the air, bringing out a mournful hissing sound, as if it was going to cut Mo Qianliang in two. Scarred Tiger in the past, the foundation of the Spirit Sea of 3,500 feet, and cultivated for 2 years. The power of this knife, more than 1,000,000 huge power. Mo Qianliang's eyes were calm. In the face of the knife dangles that slashed head-on, he did not dodge. Instead he stretched out his index finger and middle finger, and violently clamped them forward, just like clamping chopsticks, easy and casual. Nichiko, the Dao sect disciples were exclaiming in shock. This behavior, in everyone's eyes, was self-seeking death. Some of the female disciples covered their eyes and couldn't bear to look at them, and Scarred Tiger, too, revealed a hideous smile. This large sword of his, which was cast using 1,000 years of coal iron, was so sharp that it was comparable to a top-grade magic treasure, and could cut even ordinary magic treasures, not to mention the flesh and blood of a mere early foundation establishment cultivator. This Mo Millennium is simply arrogant to the point of seeking death. Ka-ching. In the next moment, something that surprised everyone happened, only to see Mo Qianliang's 2 fingers, easily clamping down on the blade of the large knife, jamming it to death. The huge force of over 1,000,000 was also easily diarrheaed away, not allowing Mo Qianliang to take a step backwards. How? Scarred Tiger's pupils contracted, his face full of disbelief. He wanted to draw back the large sword, but found that it was not moving at all, and even if he exerted all his strength, he could not shake it. This is your strength? It's too disappointing to this Daozi. Mo Qianliang shook his head in disappointment, then pressed down hard. Bang! A muffled sound came. The crowd followed the sound and saw that Scarred Tiger had already knelt on the ground. How is this possible? Scarred Tiger's face was horrified as he looked at the large blade above his head. And he died. His hallowed Dao Sun of the Great Sword sect was kneeling in front of someone else. Up! He struggled to get up, his hands gripping the great sword as he tried to free himself from Mo Qianliang's fingers. But the more he exerted himself, the more those 2 fingers, the harder they were like mountains. And they didn't move. Rise again! Scarred Tiger's forehead veins rippled, gritting his teeth and roaring lowly. His muscles tensed up, and the true essence in his body operated to the extreme, madly surging towards the large knife. Boom! A spirit sea shadow surfaced above its head, which was more than 3,000 feet, attracting a gasp from the crowd. But soon, he felt despair. Those 2 fingers of Mo Qianliang seemed to contain the weight of 10,000 pounds. He poured out all his strength, but he actually couldn't move even half a point. Everyone watching the battle was shocked, and some of those who had been sitting couldn't help but stand up with their jaws on the ground. I shouldn't have blurred my eyes. A disciple was dumbfounded and rubbed his eyes. How is that possible? Ji Fei Yan also froze, her beautiful eyes widening with shock. The male disciples of the Great Sword Sect, even more so, had their mouths open so wide that their jaws were on the verge of slamming onto the backs of their feet. What did they see? They saw the Dao son of the Great Sword Sect, the Xian Pin Foundation establishment Scarred Tiger, being crushed by the new Dao son of the Dao sect, who had just stepped into Foundation establishment for 2 days. With 2 fingers, Earth-grade Foundation building, Jian Lingxiao, Fairy Shui Rou, and Fairy 100 Flowers saw the scene and were already completely certain of the guesses in their hearts. Dao sect Dao Sun Mo Millennium, surprisingly, is really an Earth-grade Foundation establishment. He's surprisingly strong. The Sword Sect's second senior brother, Wang Tianyi, was completely dumbfounded. He had never expected that Mo Qianliang would be so powerful. Last time he lost to Mo Qianliang, it looked humiliating, but now look, it was still Mo Qianliang who let the water out of the bag. Don't you see that Scarred Tiger, who was much stronger than him, was crushed? Daozi is awesome. When I first took a look at eldest senior brother, I saw that he was Earth-grade Foundation establishment material, and I've always supported him as a Daoist son. That's not what you said yesterday. Ha ha ha. The disciples of the Dao sect were first silent for a moment, and then they were in a state of jubilation, all of them raising their arms and shouting, Earth-grade Foundation establishment. In the 10,000 years since the establishment of the Dao sect, only 4 had appeared. How could this not make people excited? Go Daozi. Beat the Great Sword Sect Daozi. Make Scarred Tiger kneel down and apologize to second senior brother. For a while, the crowd was excited and the scene was lively. Even the several elders of the Dao sect who were guarding the Order of the Ring had smiles on their old faces at the moment, looking very excited. Mo Qianliang's performance was similarly out of their expectations. Originally they only thought that it would be good for Daozi to have a Xianpin Foundation establishment of more than 5,000 zhang, but now it seemed that this little fellow was far beyond imagination. No wonder he had been accepted as the only disciple by Dao Lord Qingxian. Unlike the excitement of the disciples of the Dao sect and the shock of the disciples of the other sects, the disciples of the Great Sword sect were dejected at the moment. The one who was crushed was the strongest Dao son of their clan. Scarred Tiger, in particular, was pale. How could he not have imagined that his own proudest greatsword was so fragile in front of Mo Qianliang's 2 fingers? Not even the power to resist. This gap made his heart and soul tremble. Even in front of the Earth-grade Foundation establishment 100 Flower Fairy and the young lord of the demon sect, he had never felt so powerless. Chapter 22 Beating a Daozi level heavenly pride into a pig's head. 3 days ago, you injured my 3rd senior brother. And today, you injured my 2nd senior brother. Mo Qianliang opened his mouth. Do you know that the 2nd and 3rd senior brothers are both my fellow disciples and are like brothers? By slapping their faces, you are slapping the face of Ben Daozi. Pop. In the eyes of everyone, Mo Qianliang slapped over and ruthlessly hit Scarred Tiger's face. Instantly, his left cheek swelled up quickly, leaving a red 5-finger mark. Hiss. The crowd sucked in their breath. One word, and the face punching begins. Too arrogant. Too domineering. Michiko is so handsome. A female Dao sect disciple's eyes were starry, worshipping Mo Qianliang to the extreme. Right. He should be punched in the face. Good hit. Daozi is mighty. Death to the Great Sword Sect's Daozi. The Dao sect disciples screamed and shouted. Mo Qianliang's action made them extremely excited, and all of their previous suffocation was now vented. Taduhu, well played. The 2nd senior brother also shouted. Although his face was swollen like a steamed bun, he was still excited. Daozi, but he was avenging him. Pop. Mo Qianliang slapped out another slap, and Scarred Tiger's other cheek swelled into a pig's head. Ah, my face. Scarred Tiger wailed miserably. When had he been treated like this as a Dao son? Too thick-skinned, isn't it? Hitting this Daozi's hand hurts. 2nd senior brother. You do it. Good Lu. The 2nd master brother froze, rushed forward, all of a sudden on the dragon and tiger up, swinging round arm, crackling on the Scarred Tiger a fierce whip, snapped. Scarred Tiger was so dumbfounded by the whip that his head was buzzing, and the crowd of onlookers were looking dumbfounded at the moment. This work too? Is this the rumored punch in the face? Everyone's jaws dropped. That's enough. Dao sect Daozi, an elder of the Great Sword sect, finally couldn't help himself and shouted angrily. This was an old Yuaning monster, precisely Scarred Tiger's master. Watching his disciple being so humiliated, he couldn't sit still at the moment. Being beaten was a small matter, but if one's Dao heart was shattered by the beating, that would be a big loss. Their greatsword sect. This term can be only scarred tiger as Xianpin foundation building. The future hope of the clan. Ah, who are you? Dare to meddle in this Taoist's idle business? Mo Qianliang cast a sidelong glance at the Yuaning cultivator and indifferently said, that tone of voice, arrogant as hell. An old monster of the Yuaning realm dared to belittle it. It was simply rampant. As soon as those words fell, the crowd around them were stunned. So Draggy? That's a Yuaning cultivator. How dare you talk to him like that? Even if he was a Dao son of the Dao sect, he wouldn't bring this kind of pretense. Sure enough, hearing this, that Yuaning cultivator was enraged. Humph, tiny Daoist, how dare you provoke a Yuaning grand cultivator? Haven't your elders taught you to respect your seniors? After he said that, a strong aura rushed out from his body, surging in all directions, like a wave, sweeping through the entire martial arts plaza. In an instant, the entire square was silent, and the crowd was silenced. Yuaning cultivators are too scary. The aura fluctuations that were merely emitted were frightening and suffocating, as if a flood beast had descended in front of them, wanting to devour everything. However, in the face of this great sword sect elder's anger, Mo Qianliang didn't take it seriously, and even his second senior brother ignored him and continued the movements of his hands. Sure enough, before this elder could make a move, a finger was pointed out from the void, and in an instant, a vast and incomparable aura exploded. Boo! The greatsword sect's Yuaning elder's body was shaken, and he was directly sent flying out hundreds of meters. The younger generation is competing. Why are you old mongrels meddling? The icy voice came out, causing everyone in the greatsword sect's hearts and minds to quake dramatically, revealing shocked expressions. One move, defeating the Yuaning elder. Obviously, the one who had struck out was a supreme powerhouse from the Dao sect who stood at the pinnacle. Mo Qianliang laughed. This voice was familiar to him. Who else but his protective master? Throughout the spiritual domain, between the 10 great super sects, there existed a rule that no one could break. Pure competition. Life and death, each peaceful fate. The older generation to intervene will certainly be attacked by the group. Decades ago, a small empire's old undead sneak attacked and beheaded a super sect Daozi, and in an instant, dozens of Yuaning old monsters stepped in and reduced that empire's palace to rubble overnight. After all, the young prides were the future of a clan, the future of the spirit domain, and for an old monster to strike without regard to his identity was impossible for any clan to tolerate. Didn't you see that no Dao sect elder made a move even after the second Dao sect brother was beaten to a pig's head by scarred tiger? Let the young people take care of their own business. The greatsword sect's Yuaning elder climbed up from the ground, dared to be angry, stared deeply at Mo Qianliang, and finally stomped his foot, whisked his sleeve and left. It was pointless to stay any longer. However, before leaving, he still spoke icily. He is a Dao son of my greatsword sect. Don't go too far in this matter. Mo Qianliang lazily ignored. Anyway, has already punched. Want to retaliate casually? Come. He is afraid of a hairline. Pop. Snap. Snap. The more he fought, the more excited he became. The more he fought, the more he relieved his hatred. A pair of palms waved with a whirring wind, beating both cheeks of scarred tiger worse than a pig's head. Daozi is mighty. Daozi is awesome. Ha ha ha. Scarred tiger. Cool. Well fought. Second brother. Well played. Seeing their second senior brother so vigorous, the Dao sect disciples all cheered and were excited. Oh, don't fight. Don't fight. Scarred tiger's nose was bruised and swollen, and he screamed miserably, begging for mercy. Where is the half of the arrogance that he had just now? Seeing this, the corner of Mo Qianliang's mouth hooked slightly, revealing a trace of satisfaction. Seeing scarred tiger in this state, he had finally taken a breath of fresh air for his two senior brothers. Remember the bet you said? Now, kneel in front of my second senior brother and apologize. Mo Qianliang spoke indifferently. The moment he said this, the entire room fell silent, and everyone looked at scarred tiger with a playful smile. In the eyes of ordinary disciples, the Daozi of any super sect was high above the rest, and was an existence they looked up to on weekdays. Especially this big knife door of the road son of the knife scar tiger, usually arrogant and domineering habit, kicking the clan everywhere, relying on the strength of the background to oppress them. These ordinary disciples, no one in sight through. Now it's a delight to kick the can down the road and be humiliated. Ah, scarred tiger, you lost and you're still denying it. Scarred tiger, hurry up and kneel down and kowtow. Willing to gamble? Oh, the crowd chortled. Scarred tiger's eyes were red, and he didn't know if he had been beaten into a pig's head to become like this, or if he was suffocating to the extreme. Soul, hungry daughter's bottle hot. Asshole, I'll fight you. Scarred tiger roared angrily, frantically urging his aura and casting spells, wanting to turn the tables. Geez, what are you doing? Bang, bang, bang. However, He couldn't even block a slap from Mo Qianliang and was once again knocked down. Scarred Tiger completely collapsed. Just how strong is this guy? He himself is the Dao son of the Great Sword Sect. Scarred Tiger, what are you waiting for? Kowtow and apologize. Seeing that Scarred Tiger froze in place and didn't move, Mo Qianliang chortled, his brows furrowed as if he was somewhat displeased. Hungry cloth dry cleaning, eh? I'm not happy about it. The Scarred Tiger gritted his teeth and roared low in resignation. However, after seeing the morose coldness in Mo Qianliang's eyes, he still chose to obediently kowtow and apologize to the Dao Sect's second senior brother with an aggrieved look on his face. He's Scarab Tiger, Dang de Daozi of the Great Sword Sect, to actually kneel down and apologize to someone weaker than him, and in front of so many people, this simply made him die of shame. Alright, get lost. Seeing that it was almost time, Mo Qianliang waved his hand and told Scarred Tiger to roll. Hearing these words, all the disciples of the Dao Sect applauded in unison, especially the second senior brother, who was looking at Mo Qianliang with a face of adoration. Big wet boobs are awesome. Big brother awesome. Scarred Tiger with a stomach of resentment, fleeing in a mess. A smoke ran away, afraid of a short time dare not show up in front of the crowd. Chapter 23, 6th meeting. What's the birthday present this time? After fighting off Scarred Tiger, Mo Qianliang laughed and placed his gaze in the direction of the Sword Sect disciples. Being doomed by his gaze, the Sword Sect's second senior brother Wang Tiany's face changed slightly and hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. On the other hand, Jian Lingxiao, the Dao son of the Sword Sect, had a gloomy face. Brother Lingxiao, didn't you say you wanted to challenge me before? Now I just happen to have the time. How about a match? Mo Qianliang suddenly suggested, a smile appearing on his face. Jian Lingxiao's face was unsightly, but he still agreed stiffly, simply because he sensed that quite a few people around him were paying attention to this place. In this situation, if he refused, it would clearly be admitting defeat. Yes, he spoke coldly, but I'm at the point of breakthrough now. It's not appropriate to move. Why don't we fight again tomorrow? Wow! When Jian Lingxiao's words fell, the surrounding disciples exploded. Breakthrough? A breakthrough to the middle stage of foundation establishment? Our Daozi has only just advanced to foundation establishment. Is he good enough? I've never seen such a brazen person who wants to bully others with a high realm. Too shameless. What should not move the qi, and not break through the jiedan, when we are little cute? The Dao Sect disciple said indignantly. In that case, Mo Qianliang stroked his chin and spoke with a smile. Then I'll wait until you're done with your breakthrough before I fight you. Jian Lingxiao is stronger than Scarred Tiger. Breaking through to the middle stage of foundation establishment is bound to be even stronger. In the eyes of others it seems unfair, but in the eyes of Mo Qianliang, it is nothing more than that. Humph. Jian Lingxiao snorted coldly, and with a secret word of wait and see in his heart, he turned around and left. The Sword Sect disciples followed suit and quickly disappeared from the crowd's view. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge this Daozi yet? Mo Qianliang looked around and asked aloud. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at me and me at you, all shaking their heads. Although the Scarred Tiger is not a good character, but the strength is absolutely online. Even his defeat is so miserable. Non-Daozi level heavenly pride do not need to see. And among the Daozi, Jian Lingxiao retreated up. Ji Fei Yan had already lost once in the previous day's encounter, and it was obvious that she wouldn't be on the stage this time. Aqua Sect's Fairy Shui Ro's strength was about the same as Jian Lingxiao's, and if Jian Lingxiao didn't dare, she naturally wouldn't ask for trouble. As for the Flower Sect's 100 Flowers Fairy, her strength was quite impressive. Middle stage of Earth Grade Foundation establishment, but she had no bad blood with Mo Qianliang and would not easily take action. The rest of the disciples were not strong enough to even pass the Scarred Tiger and did not dare to take offense. Alas, Han Daozi is truly excellent. Mo Qianliang couldn't help but sigh as he looked around and saw that no one dared to step forward. The crowd's mouths twitched. Nima, are you sure you're not pretending? Since there is no one to challenge, then this Daoist son will withdraw first, and you all have a good time in the Dao Sect. Mo Qianliang left in style, leaving the crowd frozen in place for a long time. This guy, he's too spontaneous. The moonlight enveloped the palace, silver white and bright, and the stars twinkled. In front of the west window, a delicate figure stood, dressed in a long white dress, with her ebony hair draped around her waist and her beautiful eyes clear and bright. It was none other than the great Chang princess, Su Shueya. Su Shueyo stood in front of the window, looking at the starry sky, somewhat lost in thought. Princess, it's getting late, please rest early. A maid looked at the candlelight inside the room and called softly from the doorway. Aha! Su Shueyo nodded her head and spoke softly. You go rest. I'll be alone for a while. Su Shueye gazed at the starry sky for a long time. At this moment it was already close to midnight, and Mo Qianliang, however, did not appear. In previous years, Mo Qianliang had always appeared on the day of her birthday, and although there was no specific hour, it had never been this late. It's the next day after midnight. Is there a glitch in time and space and he's not coming? Su Shuiyo eyes a little bleak. She looked forward to meeting this day, looked forward to a long time. A whole year waiting for him to come. But now, he is not going to come? What about later? It won't come up either? The princess seems to be waiting for me? Just then, a warm voice rang out, accompanied by footsteps, and Mo Qianliang stepped into the room. Hearing this familiar voice, Su Shuiyo's eyes revealed a flash of surprise, but as she turned around to face Mo Qianliang, her expression had already regained its calmness. Knowing that someone is going to appear by my side today, how can I sleep in peace? Su Shuiyo said quietly. Mo Qianliang faintly smiled and sat down opposite her, saying, "A day. Haven't seen you in a year. You've changed so much. Compared to the previous meetings, the current Su Shuiyo had faded away her childishness and was slightly more mature." Counting the time, Su Shuiyo was already 20 years old exactly. "You haven't changed much since I saw you a day ago." The two of them looked at each other and both smiled, and the atmosphere eased. "Today is my birthday. Have you prepared a gift?" Su Shuiyo laughed lightly, her eyes a little wry. Mo Qianliang froze and scratched his head. "To the princess it is the most important day of the year, but to me it is just a normal day. If I prepare gifts every day, won't it tire me to death?" Upon hearing this, Su Shuiyo snorted a smile. Her pretty appearance was like a short-lived flower in full bloom, causing the night to fall for her. Spinning around, she tightened her smile and said, "You're quite frank. Between us, do we still need to hide?" Mo Qianliang shrugged his shoulders. "Tell you what then, I think you drew a portrait of me after you went back yesterday, right? How about taking this as my birthday present?" Su Shuiyo said with a smile. "Princess, this isn't too good. These are the ones I'm going to keep to appreciate and reminisce about later." Mo Qianliang said with some hesitation. "You can reproduce one more copy afterward." "Ah, what? Did you forget to draw it?" Su Shuiyo blinked her eyes and said, Mo Qianliang was a bit embarrassed and coughed dryly. How could there be no painting? After saying that, he took out a new portrait and handed it to Su Shuiyo. Su Shuiyo smiled with satisfaction and reached out to take it. When she opened the portrait, she was first slightly stunned, then a slight blush appeared on her face. It turned out that the painting, it is her Help Mo Millennium Tendo Foundation. The two double cultivation when the appearance of the painting is delicate, but also exquisite. The painting of their own face redness can be seen clearly. "Princess, this look of yours, so cute." Mo Qianliang heatedly laughed and flirted. Su Shuiyo's pretty face flushed red, pouting and glaring at him, oily. Spinning around, he carefully put the portrait away with a wide smile on his face. Mo Qianliang was dumbfounded, especially Su Shuiyo's pretty face flushed, bright and charming, which made him feel stunning, and he couldn't wait to rush up to hold her and kiss her a few times. No wonder he couldn't resist kissing her when he first saw her, which no matter who it was, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist. "Princess, you look so pretty when you smile." A moment later, Mo Qianliang suddenly exclaimed seriously, "Really?" Su Shuiyo smiled sweetly, her smile like a flower, making the night even more charming. Chapter 24, He who gets the people's heart gets the world. "Princess, you need to smile more. Smiling will make you appear younger and prettier," Mo Qianliang said. "Then, I'll try to smile as much as possible in the future." Su Shuiyo smiled lightly. Her smile was pure and sweet, just like the young girl who was the white moonlight in people's hearts. "I received a gift from you, so let me give you a gift as well. I can't let you lose out," Su Shuiyo suddenly said, then took out a jade pendant. The jade pendant was crystal clear and contained a strong aura inside, extremely pure and thick, and its value was absolutely extraordinary. "This is a birthday gift bestowed upon me by Father Emperor a few years ago, called the Xianling Jade Pendant, which can enhance the wearer's cultivation speed by about 30%, limited to the Foundation Establishment realm." 30%? Mo Qianliang's complexion shook, his eyes showing surprise. As far as the cultivation world was concerned, treasures that enhanced the speed of cultivation were undoubtedly the most precious, especially for the Daozi level's pride of heaven. Being one step faster than others would be a huge boost. Nowadays, the most precious treasure in the spirit domain, which could only increase the cultivation speed by 10%, was auctioned off at a sky-high price, and now it was in the 100-flower fairy's body. A 30% boost. What is that concept? If a Daozi level heavenly pride needed 10 years to step from foundation establishment to Jiedan, then with this jade pendant, it would only take 7 years. Don't underestimate the 3 years of promotion. Just imagine how much of an advantage it is when you've already formed a Dan and the other Taoists are still in the foundation building realm. It was no exaggeration to say that if this jade pendant appeared in the spirit domain, then it would cause countless powerful people to step in and fight for it. Princess, this is too expensive for me to. Su Shueyo waved her hand to interrupt and said, compared to the help you've given to Great Chang, what is this gift worth? Besides, I can't use it nowadays, so if you don't use it, I'll give it to someone else? Mo Qianliang sniffed, no longer pretentious, directly accepted the jade pendant and said, since it's the princess's intention, then I'll respectfully follow your order. Afterwards, he wore the jade on his chest, and sure enough, he realized that his cultivation speed had increased a lot. He sighed with emotion. I helped the princess, and it really is the best reward. It's only been a few days, and the princess has sent me such a precious treasure. When the princess is in charge of the world in the future, won't I be soaring to great heights? Hearing his words, Su Shueyo softly said, ruling the world has never crossed my mind. My greatest dream is that the Great Chang's people live in peace and work in contentment, and that the world is at peace. Saying that, Su Shueye gazed at the map on the wall, and as Mo Qianliang looked over, he realized that the map had changed and was different from before. The 5 countries have joined forces to attack the Great Zhao Empire? Mo Qianliang was somewhat surprised. Aha! Su Shueyo gently nodded her head, the depths of her beautiful eyes flickering with worry. This is to be expected. Great Zhao previously withdrew from the 6-nation alliance and refuted the face of the other 5 nations. They must be disgruntled, so sooner or later they will start a war. Su Shueyo sighed lightly. This position of the Great Zhao Empire, as long as it's not the strongest empire, then it's bound to be overthrown. I just didn't expect the war to come so quickly. Mo Qianliang nodded and began to ponder. What do you see? Su Shueyo said curiously. Before, Mo Qianliang could solve the great long-standing deadlock with just the map. So with this map, what could he tell? What does the princess want to know? Mo Qianliang, however, swung a curve and asked as if he was selling a secret. Not long ago, the Emperor of Great Zhao requested support from my Great Chang. I would like to know if Great Zhao can still be saved in the case of full support from my Great Chang? Su Shueye gazed at Mo Qianliang, silent for a long time, lightly opened her vermilion lips and slowly said, although she wasn't from Great Zhao, she still didn't want to see the destruction of a vast empire and the displacement of countless subjects. Without the intervention of other forces, the overthrow of Great Zhao has become a foregone conclusion. And even with the full support of Great Chang, it will only last a few more years. Mo Qianliang shook his head, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Great Zhao's situation at this moment is already a frog in boiling water, looking still moving, but actually already dead. Even the most powerful schemes, the so-called weakness over strength, can only allow the slightly weaker party to prevail or even win the stronger, rather than allowing the firefly to rival the white moon. In the face of absolute strength, even the best schemes are useless. Do even you think that the destruction of Great Zhao is a foregone conclusion? Nowadays, the imperial court has been divided into 2 factions, with one faction believing that we should not support and retain our strength to develop in secret. The other faction thinks that we should go out and take the opportunity to capture a part of the land and expand the great long-standing strength. So what do you think? What should we do? Su Shueya's beautiful eyes gazed at Mo Qianliang, her soft voice mixed with anticipation and nervousness. This kind of decision-making involves a great deal and does not allow for the slightest sloppiness. Mo Qianliang smiled slightly and said mysteriously, Princess, I think we should send troops. Sending troops? Su Shueyo frowned slightly. To send out troops to take over territories while Great Zhao was in danger. Such behavior was disgraceful in her eyes, even in the entire world. This world, etiquette has not yet collapsed. The use of few schemes, the art of war is even more white paper. The war all depends on the hard power of both sides. Either the great chancellor had joined hands with the 5 countries in the beginning to make war, and joining halfway through would undoubtedly be a villainous act in the eyes of the world. At least, Su Shueyo was adamantly against sending troops. Just did not expect Mo Qianliang will agree to send troops. Although a short period of time to see is to obtain a large number of resources wealth, but in the long term is bound to lose. Ha ha ha, the princess seems a little disappointed in me? Seeing this, Mo Qianliang laughed cheerfully, clearly seeing the frown in Su Shueyo's eyes. What do you say? Su Shueyo blankly glanced at Mo Qianliang without denying it. Upon hearing this, Mo Qianliang smiled faintly and said, the princess should have misunderstood my meaning. What I said about sending out troops is not taking advantage of the fire. Su Shueyo was surprised. Her beautiful eyes blinked and said, so what do you mean? Support Great Zhao. Mo Qianliang said. Ha? Su Shueyo froze. Her pretty face revealed a touch of dismay, and she asked in an uncertain manner, everyone understands that Great Zhao will be overthrown, and supporting it at this time won't help. It will only depreciate the strength of Great Chang for nothing. Mo Qianliang shook his head and said, who told you that Great is going to lose its strength for nothing? It's true in the short term, but in the long term, this is the best time for great to rise. Best time to rise? The more Su Shueyo listened, the more confused she became, and she couldn't help but say, "You should make your words clear. How come I didn't understand a single word? Why are you still as stupid as before?" Mo Qianliang knocked Su Shueyo's forehead once again and said rather helplessly. The early foundation establishment Mo Qianqi knocked the peak foundation establishment Su Shueyo's forehead, and in the eyes of both of them, this all seemed to be normal. Come on, don't sell yourself short. Su Shueyo said urgently, this guy is really, always likes to say half of what he says and leave half of what he says. Cough cough. Mo Qianyang coughed and continued. Has the princess ever heard of the saying, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world? Chapter 25 Advice from the Wildflower Fairies. Whoever wins the hearts and minds of the people wins the world? Su Shueyo repeatedly chewed on these words, and then a flash of light came to her mind, and she suddenly realized. You mean, using this to gather the hearts of the people and strengthen yourself? The children are teachable. Mo Qianliang gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, Princess is icy smart. A little goes a long way. After a pause, Mo Qianliang continued, by sending troops to aid Great Zhao, we will receive 3 benefits. 1. When the 6 countries attacked Great Chang before and Great Zhao retreated, indirectly causing the alliance to disintegrate. In a certain way, it was Great Chang that owed Great Zhao a favor, or at least, that's how Great Zhao's people would think. If Great Chang does not send troops to help them or take advantage of the fire, then in the eyes of the people of Great Zhao, Great Chang is ungrateful and countless of its people would rather surrender than join Great Chang, and it will be disgraced by the world. And by sending out troops to aid Great Zhao, Great is not only returning the previous favor, but more importantly, acquiring the hearts and minds of Great Zhao's people. In this way, even if the war is lost, the vast majority of Great Zhao's people and wealth will migrate to Great Chang, which they will treat as their second home and hate the enemies who destroyed their country. At that time, when the Great Chang sends out troops to attack the remaining 5 countries, these people of Great Zhao, in order to avenge the death of their country, will go all out to enhance the Great Chang's war power. Mo Qianliang narrated, giving Su Shueyo a detailed account of what was at stake. Su Shueyo gave a thumbs up. Hi, really hi. I just thought of this aspect as well. So, what are the other 2 benefits? Mo Qianliang smiled faintly. The second benefit is that it will buy time for the Great Changs to become stronger, while delaying the pace of the 5 countries' attack. If Great Chang does not send troops, then Great Zhao will not be able to hold out for long, or even surrender in less than a year. And at this time, the morale of the allied forces of the 5 kingdoms is as high as a rainbow, and it is precisely the moment when they are at their peak. In this case, after the allied forces of the 5 countries easily destroy Great Zhao, they probably won't recuperate and will attack Great Chang with a bang. And if Great Chang sends troops to aid Great Zhao, even if it is ultimately unable to hold it, it will lengthen the battle line and extend it for several years. And in the end, if the 5 countries occupy Great Zhao, they will also have more or less notable losses. At this time of the year, their morale won't be that strong, and after years of fighting, the generals will want to go home. And with the need to take over control of their new territory, they won't make a move against the Great Chancellor anytime soon. With every sentence Mo Qianliang said, Su Shueyo's expression was surprised. It's so well thought out. I really don't know how he came up with so much. Hearing him say that, the Great Chancellor will have to send out troops, and there is only one way to do so. What's the third benefit? Su Shueyo pursued. This third benefit. Mo Qianliang's voice suddenly stopped. Su Shueyo looked over. Why are you selling out again? Before she could finish her words, she also stopped because the place where Mo Qianliang had just stood was now empty. Still disappeared without the slightest anticipation. The next time we meet, I'm afraid it will be a year later. Mo Millennium, thank you. Looking at the location where Mo Qianliang disappeared, Su Shueyo murmured, this gratitude. She made a note of it. Holy, I can't believe I woke up without finishing, but what I said earlier should be enough. I hope everything goes well. Opening his eyes, Mo Qianliang secretly muttered a sentence, the corner of his mouth sketching a smile before taking out the jade pendant that Su Shueyo had given him. Sure enough, I brought it back, boosting the cultivation speed by 30%. It's simply heaven-defying. Looking at the crystal-clear jade pendant in his hand, Mo Qianliang nodded with satisfaction. After getting up, Mo Qianliang once again drew a portrait for Su Shueyo according to his custom, exactly the way she looked when she smiled sweetly. It's beautiful, prettier than a fairy. Mo Qianliang couldn't help but praise a sentence, then put the scroll away and walked towards the outside of the Daozi hall. Just as he stepped out of the door, he saw a figure with a veil, sitting quietly in the courtyard, her gaze looking into the distance. The 100-flower fairy? What is she doing here? This person was no other than the first heavenly pride and the first beauty of the spirit domain's righteous path today, the flower sect's Taoist son, 100 Flower Fairy. Hearing the sound of footsteps ringing out, 100 Flower Fairy withdrew her gaze and slowly raised her head, looking towards Mo Qianliang. This was the first time that Mo Qianliang had gazed at the 100 Flower Fairy from a close distance, and even though he couldn't see her appearance, just a pair of eyes made people feel stunning. Her fair skin, delicate features, delicate body, and graceful figure all exuded a unique charm, especially her temperament, which was gentle and graceful, like a yuelan blooming in the valley. Worthy of being the first beauty of the spirit domain, even enchanting as Ji Fei Yan and gentle as Shui Rou Fairy lost slightly in front of it. Among the people Mo Qianliang had seen, only the dream girl, Su Shuiyou, could press his head. 100 Flower Fairy, what do you want with me? A moment later, Mo Qianliang was the first to break the calm, looking at the 100 Flower Fairy and faintly asking. The 100 Flowers Fairy pondered for a moment and lightly opened her red lips. Can you, today, not compete with Jian Lingxiao? Mo Qianliang frowned slightly and said unhappily, what does 100 Flower Fairy mean by this? Are you afraid that I will defeat Jian Lingxiao and make a fool of him? Millennium Prince, you misunderstood. Jian Lingxiao in the past was close to the ground-level foundation building. The Spirit Sea is around 9,000 zhang. If he breaks through to the middle stage of foundation building, I am afraid that you, 100 Flowers Fairy wanted to say something. The 100 Flowers Fairy, it seems, is not interceding for Jian Lingxiao? I don't seem to have any friendship with the fairy, so why would the fairy worry about me losing? Mo Qianliang was uncertain. Daozi level heavenly prides generally do not easily duel, because those who lose will most likely affect their Dao heart and destroy their own future. The Millennium Prince is an Earth-grade foundation establishment, and I don't want to see you, Prince, lose. Flower Fairy lowered her head. Even so, whether I lose or not doesn't seem to be a matter of concern for the fairy, right? Mo Qianliang asked rhetorically with a raised eyebrow. Flower Fairy was stunned, then said, 1,000-year Duke, you are now an Earth-grade foundation establishment, and your opponents should be the Demon Sect's Dao Sun, Night Song Ran, as well as Earth-grade foundation establishments from all the major domains outside of the spirit domain. Your battle with Jian Lingxiao, no matter if you win or lose, it's not worth it. If you win, it's just an Earth-grade foundation bullying a Xian-grade foundation. If you lose, I'm afraid that your Dao heart will be damaged, and then at the Heavenly Dao Conference, the strength of my spirit domain will definitely weaken some more. Flower Fairy's words were not without reason. Earth-grade foundation building beating Xian-grade foundation building. Winning was deserved and losing was a loss of reputation. Mo Qianliang nodded. You're right. I just won against Jian Lingxiao and no one would be surprised. Seeing Mo Qianliang nod his head, 100 Flower Fairy breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Mo Qianliang had listened to him. However, Mo Qianliang's next sentence caused him to freeze. But I've been looking at him for a long time and want to kick his ass. After saying that, Mo Qianliang faintly smiled and walked past the 100 Flower Fairy, calmly heading to the ring. Chapter 26 Hanging Sword Lingxiao. The Dao Sect's martial arts competition ring was already packed with people at this moment. Jian Lingxiao stood in the center of the ring, quietly waiting for Mo Qianliang to arrive. Below the ring, the disciples of the various sects had already gathered. Even the Dao son of the Great Sword Sect, Scarred Tiger, who had lost yesterday, had also come, but his face was bandaged, making him look especially funny. Fairy Shui Rou and Ji Fei Yan and the others had all arrived to witness today's battle between the two Taoist sons, Jian Lingxiao and Mo Qianliang. Jian Lingxiao's gaze looked at the flower sect disciples, and when he didn't see the 100 Flower Fairy's figure, his brows frowned slightly. Before Mo Qianliang had built his foundation, he, Jian Lingxiao, was the second-ranked Dao son of the 5 sects of the spiritual domain of righteousness, and ranked alongside the 100 Flowers Fairy as the two prides of the greatest generation. All along, he had been pursuing the 100 Flower Fairy and believed that no one in the spirit domain other than himself could be worthy of the 100 Flower Fairy. Daozi is here. As the Dao sect disciples called out, a white-robed Mo Qianliang walked with a smile on his face, his figure flowing and dashing, as if he were an exiled immortal descending into the world, attracting the crowd's sidelong glances. Jian Lingxiao looked over, but his eyes soon turned grim. What did he see? Surprisingly, he saw the 100 Flower Fairy walking behind Mo Qianliang. Walking with him, Jian Lingxiao's heart was filled with anger, but his expression remained calm as he looked towards Mo Qianliang and spoke indifferently. You're finally here. Well, this Taoist son is here. Mo Qianliang replied blandly, not putting Jian Lingxiao in his eyes in the slightest, as if he didn't even notice Jian Lingxiao's hostility. I've broken through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Do you still dare to fight me? Jian Lingxiao said in a cold tone as the air around him plummeted. Mo Qianliang shrugged his shoulders and said, if I don't fight you? What is this Daozi doing here? When Jian Lingxiao heard this, he took a deep breath and tried his best to remain calm, but his heart was still filled with anger. Since we're here, let's cut the crap and do it. Jian Lingxiao didn't bother to waste any more time, and with a cold snort, the true essence in his body instantly erupted, forming a terrifying might that enveloped the entire ring. Sure enough, it's the middle stage of foundation building. Feeling this strong fluctuation of true essence, a burst of clamor emanated from under the field. The sword sex Daozi really does have some strength, reaching the middle stage of foundation establishment at just 22 years old, worthy of being the second-ranked pride of the spirit domain. No, 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 you Daozi were the second oldest before, but now you're the third youngest. All of the above rankings do not take into account the four sects of the evil Dao. Although Dao Sect Dao Sun Mo Millennium is an Earth-grade foundation establishment, he has just stepped into foundation establishment. This Jian Lingxiao has already stepped into the middle stage of foundation establishment, and even though he is a Xian-grade foundation establishment, he is a 9000 Zhang Spirit C, so he has a great chance of winning. I don't think so. Our Dao Sect's Daozi is 18 years old Earth-grade foundation establishment. His talent is unparalleled. Since he dares to answer the battle, he will naturally win. Not to mention the disciples of the various sects. Even the elders of the various sects on the high platform were all at war with each other's mouths. After all, this was about the honor and disgrace of the clan, and no one wanted their own disciples to lose. Amidst the cries of the Dao sect's disciples, Mo Qianliang stepped onto the ring while beckoning, as if he had come to give a speech rather than a duel. That casual appearance made Jian Lingxiao a few points angrier, itching to defeat him right away and trample that face under his feet. Buzz. Sword clanging, Jian Lingxiao drew his sword, a long cold sword held in the palm of his hand. Mo Millennium, are you ready? Jian Lingxiao droned in a deep voice. You're not bull asterisk 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 ting. What's Ben Daozi doing in the ring if you're not ready? Mo Qianliang rolled his eyes. Mo Qianlong, whoever loses yells that I'm a waste. Do you dare to agree? Jian Lingxiao drank coldly. Since you want to call yourself a waste, then this Daozi is naturally all ears. Mo Qianliang spread his hands, clearly very confident in his own strength. You seem to think you've got me beat? Jian Lingxiao asked back in a cold voice, and then his right hand tightened its grip, and his long sword trembled and hummed. Remove the seeming feel, please, Mo Qianliang said with a smile. Open the market. By eldest brother to win. 100 to 1. By Jian Lingxiao to win. 1 to 100. Suddenly, in the direction of the Taoist disciples, the second senior brother of the Taoist sect, at this moment, was opening the plate. Rather hilariously, his face was wrapped in the same white bandage as Scarab Tiger's, and at the moment he was happily keeping score. 100 to 1. This was a sure win for his own Daozi in his eyes. I'll take Michiko to win. I'll buy 50 lower grade spirit stones for our Daozi to win. I'll buy a drop of foundation building spirit liquid. In an instant, almost all of the Daozi disciples bet on their own Daozi Mo Qianxi to win, a scene that made the other sect disciples look dumbfounded, and made Jian Lingxiao and the sword sect disciples look furious. I'll bet on our sword sect's Dao Sun to win. 100 lower grade spirit stones. The sword sect disciples couldn't sit still, and someone walked over to place their bets. With the first, naturally there is a second, a third, a fourth. All of a sudden, almost all of the disciples of the sword sect bet on the victory of their own Dao Sun. Jian Lingxiao, as well, the second senior brother of the Dao sect happily remembered that this was all resources for nothing for him. As for losing, how could his own eldest brother lose? Cough. Second senior brother, sharing the same blessings. Mo Qianyang coughed and slowly stretched out 3 fingers. Eldest senior brother, how could I forget you? The second senior brother laughed, stretching out 4 fingers. That's good. With an inexplicable smile on his face, Mo Qianliang lowered 1 finger and extended only 2. When second senior brother saw the 2 fingers, he only felt the scars on his face ache again, making him grimace. Mo Qianlong, are you not putting me in your eyes? Jian Lingxiao couldn't help himself and roared. The true essence in his body surged crazily as he blasted towards Mo Qianliang, facing the sword Lingxiao that was surging like a tidal wave. Mo Qianliang just slightly sidestepped and easily dodged a heavy blow. A blow was missed. Jian Lingxiao adjusted his orientation and swept his sword horizontally. The blade of the sword flickered with cold light and chopped at Mo Qianliang's neck with the force of a thunderous thunderclap. Mo Qianliang took a step back and easily dodged the sweeping strike again, not even touching the corner of his clothes. Jian Lingxiao gritted his teeth and his eyes were bloodshot as he rushed up again, swinging his sword diagonally with great speed. Mo Qianliang reached out and grabbed Jian Lingxiao's sword-wielding palm, then slapped his chest with his other hand. There was a muffled bang. Jian Lingxiao was instantly sent flying, smashing several floor tiles before stopping. He climbed up with difficulty, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face white, and the sword in his hand had long since fallen into Mo Qianliang's hands. Good sword. I'll just smile and accept it. Mo Qianliang laughed, picked up the sword and threw it directly into his storage ring. All of the powerful onlookers were dumbfounded. Even the Dao sect disciples who felt that their own Dao son was bound to win were dumbfounded. Originally, I thought that even if Mo Qianliang could win against Jian Lingxiao, he would still have to fight a stone-cold fight for 100 moves. Who knew that Jian Lingxiao couldn't pass a single move? It's a total hang-up. The 100 Flowers Fairy also revealed a surprised gaze. Mo Qianliang's strength seemed to have far exceeded her expectations. No wonder he was so confident. This guy, so strong? Ji Feiyan's beautiful eyes were round, and her small mouth closed a bit only half a day later. If you absorb his Yuan Yang. Chapter 27, is it really just Earth-grade foundation building? Mo Millennium, you haven't won yet. Jian Lingxiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face flushed red, and he let out a low shout. Rumble. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and above Jian Lingxiao's head, a spirit sea virtual shadow emerged. A full 300 feet. It was an amazing vision. The spirit sea void was purple in color, emitting a faint aura of majesty and dominance that made people feel awe. The peak quality of the Xuanpin's Tsukiji. It was a pity that he was so close to breaking 10,000 Zhang and stepping into the Earth-grade foundation establishment. But unfortunately, there was no turning back at the time of the foundation establishment, and he could not withdraw and wait for the next foundation establishment. Rumble. The spirit sea void coalesced and took shape, emitting dense aura fluctuations. Thunder 100 slashes. In Jian Lingxiao's hand, another purple sword appeared, with an even stronger quality, strong enough to induce 10,000 pounds of thunder, transforming into a purple thunder giant sword, fierce and incomparable, slashing down fiercely towards Mo Qianliang. Swoosh! Purple thunder sword chi exploded out of the sky, tearing through the void with monstrous might. It's one of the sword sect's 3 great mastery techniques. With this sword, Jian Lingxiao can already defeat the late stage of foundation establishment, worthy of being a Dao son of the sword sect. His strength is indeed powerful. I don't know how many 10,000 feet of Earth-grade foundation building the Dao sect Daozi is. I'm afraid it's not too good to receive this sword. The elders on the high platform began to talk, all recognizing Jian Lingxiao. Daozi is mighty. The sword sect disciples shouted and cheered. However, Mo Qianliang just stood in place with an indifferent expression, letting that terrifyingly incomparable sword on fall. Buzz! A layer of golden shield appeared around his body, blocking all of that roiling purple thunder. Although Jian Lingxiao's attack was ferocious and incomparable, it didn't cause the slightest damage to Mo Qianliang. How? The excitement on the sword sect disciple's face disappeared without a trace, replaced by a face full of consternation. What kind of body protection technique is this? So perverted? Some people were shocked, and even the elders on the high platform were a bit uncertain. Is this the golden bell? Some hesitated, but their voices were a little disbelieving, wondering if they were mistaken. It's not that the golden bell is too strong, but it's basically everyone. It is to call the body aura cohesion into a shield. No gold. Shield strength depends on the amount of my aura. This rotten low-grade shield technique. Did it really have such strong defensive power? Rumble. The purple thunderons were still raging, crazily bombarding Mo Qianliang. However, the shield around Mo Qianliang's body did not move at all. Steady as a mountain. And it was fine no matter how the purple thunderon bombarded him. When did the golden bellows become so strong? This is simply different from what I practiced. Could this be the legendary upgrade? Some of the disciples shrieked in shock, wondering if they had cultivated a fake golden bell shield. Ding ding ding. The sword chi kept chopping down, but it still couldn't help Mo Qianliang in the slightest. In the end, Jian Lingxiao was so tired that he was panting and sweating all over. His aura drained tremendously. Huffing and puffing, Jian Lingxiao was panting violently, beads of sweat sliding down his forehead as he appeared to be struggling. Mo Qianliang, on the other hand, was still standing lightly, as if he couldn't even use up all his spiritual energy. The reason why the golden bell shield was low-grade was not because its defensive effect was not good, but rather the huge amount of spiritual chi that had to be consumed when opening the golden bell shield. In the face of the same level of opponents, did not open a few breaths of time aura consumption bottomed out? And Mo Qianliang, even open for so long? Is he carrying a mobile spirit spring on his back? Just how many 10,000 fathoms of spirit sea does he have? And how does he possess so much spirit power? Ji Feiyan and Fairy Shui Rou, among others, all opened their small mouths in astonishment, shocked beyond measure. The 100 Flowers Fairy's eyes showed a strange color. Even though she was a mid-stage foundation establishment of the Earth grade, she was somewhat unable to see through Mo Qianliang at this moment. At the very least, facing Jian Lingxiao, who was one realm higher, she couldn't manage to win steadily, let alone with such ease. One could only say that the quality of Mo Qianliang's spirit sea was still above her, even much higher. Mo Millennium, are you going to be a shrinking turtle? Jian Lingxiao was close to collapsing. As soon as his words were finished, Mo Qianliang moved, just playing with you casually, only to see him take a step and instantly approach Jian Lingxiao, followed by a fist blast. This punch, simple and unadorned, the way is simple and ordinary, yet it contained an inexplicable power. This punch caused Jian Lingxiao to develop a feeling of being unable to avoid it, and his entire heart tightened up. He tried to escape, but there was nowhere to run because the fist had appeared in his face. Don't get in your face. Before Jian Lingxiao could finish speaking, he received a heavy punch to the face. Bang! The punch, a solid one, slammed into his right cheek, causing him to fly across the room with a miserable howl and fall to the edge of the ring. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Jian Lingxiao. His cheeks swelled up, and 2 of his teeth fell out. Hiss! The crowd couldn't help but suck in cold air, and some even stretched out their hands to cover their faces. Fantastic! Another pig's head. The one who was the most excited was none other than the second senior brother of the Dao sect, whose admiration for Mo Qianliang had increased to a point of no return. Scarred Tiger touched his piggy face and looked at Jian Lingxiao's miserable appearance, and seemed to think that Mo Qianliang had already shown mercy yesterday. Cough cough cough. Jian Lingxiao coughed violently and spat out blood as he struggled to climb up. Mo Qianliang took another step and arrived in front of him, speaking faintly, "You've lost." 3 simple words, but it seems like another loud slap on Jian Lingxiao's face. In particular, he had still become Mo Qianliang's stepping stone in front of all the attention, and had still lost in a sorry state in front of the spirit domain's 3 most beautiful fairies. This was undoubtedly another humiliation, a naked humiliation that made Jian Lingxiao feel a deep sense of humiliation. Why? Why did you appear in the spirit domain? Why are you so strong? Jian Lingxiao asked 3 consecutive why. He is not willing. Originally he is the spirit domain is the most worthy of the 100 Flowers Fairy's proud son of heaven. But now, there are people out there, and there are people out there, and I never think I'm that strong, because I know that there are people stronger than me. Mo Qianliang replied indifferently. As a Heaven's Path Foundation builder, he didn't inflate because he knew that Heaven's Path Foundation builder wasn't unique to just him. In the world of dreams, everyone can be 10 heavens of an 8. And even though the number of those who reach the Heaven's Path Foundation is few and far between, it's definitely not just Su Shueya, right? Just like, the foundation of the heavenly way has the foundation of becoming a saint, but is a saint the most powerful realm in heaven and earth? There are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. The 100 Flowers Fairy murmured this sentence, but suddenly realized that the more she couldn't see through the white-robed youth on the stage. He was clearly only 18 years old, just when the Heaven's Pride was young, and possessing such strength. He should be incomparably wild, yet he was very composed. Jian Lingxiao is strong enough, right? But she, the 100 Flowers Fairy, is stronger than Jian Lingxiao. Was it possible for her to be puffed up just because she herself was the number 1 pride of the spirit domain's righteous path? No, although the devil sect's Dao Sun, Night Song Ran, had an extremely bad reputation, the 100 Flowers Fairy understood that her chances of winning against Night Song Ran would not be more than 30%. Night Song Ran is very strong, the first person in the spirit domain, but, the entire northern continent, hundreds of state domains, and he dares to say that the same realm invincible? Is he, really, only an Earth-grade foundation establishment? The 100 Flower Fairy looked at Mo Qianliang, and at this moment, a trace of unrealistic conjecture appeared in her heart. Chapter 28, A Marriage Proposal Meeting? You lost. It's time to fulfill your promise. Everyone is listening. Mo Qianliang reminded again, causing Jian Lingxiao's expression to change. Before the war started, he said it himself. Whoever loses will have to say out loud that I'm a loser. Originally, he thought that he was winning. With the suppression of a realm, even if Mo Qianliang had a full 30,000 feet of spirit sea, it was impossible for him to defeat him. However, he did not expect that Mo Qianliang would be so powerful that he was left defenseless. If he shouted out that he was a waste in front of the entire spirit domain cultivators, how could he, Jian Lingxiao, still mix in the future? Mo Qianlong, you're bullying people too much. Jian Lingxiao gritted his teeth. Oh, what did I bully you into? That was your own request. Mo Qianliang froze, full of surprise and said, since it was your initiative, then follow the rules. I'm a person who is very particular about honesty. You've already beaten me. What more do you want? Jian Lingxiao was so angry that his face turned blue and he couldn't wait to break Mo Qianliang into pieces. What? You want to cheat if you're willing to bet? Mo Qianliang raised his eyebrows. Everyone is watching. You. Jian Lingxiao was furious, pointing at Mo Qianliang. unable to hold back a single word for half a day. The surrounding crowds, on the other hand, were murmuring with a gloating look. Humph, shame on you. Even the sword sect's Yuaning elder couldn't stand to watch and left with a grimace on his face, unwilling to continue to stay here and be watched as a joke. The disciples of the sword sect, too, were red in the face, not knowing whether they were feeling ashamed, or whether they had lost their hard-saved kitty because they had pressed for Sword Lingxiao to win. In contrast, there was the revelry of the Dao sect's disciples, and even the Dao sect's elders were happily stroking their chins. Ha ha, this is called lifting a stone and stoning your own feet. You deserve it. That's right, asking for it, who's to blame? I just like to see his face when he fails to pretend. It's so relieving. Ha ha, I knew that our Daozi is invincible, even though I only pressed 100 lower grade spirit stones and could only earn one. But a mosquito is still neat even if it's small. A burst of laughter from the Dao sect's disciples caused Jian Lingxiao, who was already furious to the extreme, to go straight into a frenzy. His eyes reddened as he stared at Mo Qianliang dead in the face. Jian Lingxiao, willing to bet? Don't forget your own words, otherwise, I don't mind helping you out a bit. Mo Qianliang smiled and spoke. Although he was smiling, in Jian Lingxiao's eyes, it was as if he was like a devil, giving him the creeps. Jian Lingxiao was not stupid. He understood the meaning of the so-called help in Mo Qianliang's mouth. With fists or feet? I'm wasted. Jian Lingxiao practically gritted his teeth and whimpered out. It's so low, you can't even hear it. Say, can you guys hear it? Mo Qianliang turned his head to look in all directions and said with a smile. Can't hear you. There was a clamor in the four directions, and a teasing smile hung at the corner of everyone's mouth. People can't hear you, so speak louder. Mo Qianliang urged, his eyes playful. Jian Lingxiao trembled and clenched his teeth as he roared out once again. I'm a waste. Not bad. Knowing to recognize your position. Mo Qianliang clapped his hands in praise. Jian Lingxiao's body trembled more and more as he glared at Mo Qianliang with red eyes and left resentfully. Today's shame he remembered. When Jian Lingxiao walked away, deafening applause and cheers erupted under the ring. Ha ha, it hurts. It hurts too much. Jian Lingxiao actually admitted his weakness. Ha ha ha, laughed me to death. I've long been displeased with the way his nostrils are turned up. It's still Daozi who's great, beating up Jian Lingxiao so much that he can't find out what's going on in the southeast and what's going on in the north. Ha ha, what was Jian Lingxiao's expression just now? It's like being constipated. What a ing relief. The crowd murmured, and many people looked at Mo Qianliang above the ring with sizzling heat in their gazes. Defeating the Peach Xianpin Foundation establishment Jian Lingxiao with a single move was still crossing a small realm, and it was simply effortless and terrifying as hell. Mo Qianliang's talent was feared to be only stronger than the 100-flower fairy. Just after Mo Qianliang thought that the dust had settled for the day, a light cough suddenly came out, only to see Dao Lord Qingxian appear on top of the high platform, which caused Mo Qianliang's right eye to jump, secretly saying what did his own master want to do. In the spirit domain, the god of transformation powerhouses can be old monsters in the old monsters. Long life, the vast majority of the time are in a state of seclusion, easily will not show up, unless... Greetings to Taoist Lord Qingxian. Even the several elders who were originally seated on the high platform had all stood up at this moment, arching their hands and clasping their fists in respectful greeting. Cough. Gentlemen, everyone has seen the performance of old man's only disciple, Mo Qianliang, right? Taoist Lord Qingxian looked around and slowly spoke. His tone was flat and not much majestic. Saw it. The crowd opened their mouths in unison, their voices resounding with a strong sense of adoration. Mo Qianliang's strength had completely conquered everyone present. Only Mo Qianliang's heart thumped. His own master teacher? Which drama is this going to sing? Sure enough, the next second, Taoist Lord Qingxian spoke. My disciple has a great talent, and his looks are incomparably handsome. He has a gentle character, is easygoing and helpful, a perfect son-in-law that is rare to come across. Mo Qianliang's face darkened as he suddenly remembered that Dao Father Qingxian had said earlier that he was going to propose a marriage to him. That's the rhythm that's going to sell me out. Master, disciple, my disciple is thin-skinned. He told me the other day that he likes the 100 Flowers Fairy of the Flower Sect and the Water Rouge Fairy of the Aqua Sect, and he hopes that I'll propose a marriage for him. Taoist Qingxian interrupted Mo Qianliang with a smile. The crowd was first stunned when they heard the words, and then reacted with a loud explosion as countless people exclaimed in shock, their gazes darting back and forth between the trio of Mo Qianliang, 100 Flower Fairy, and Water Soft Fairy. The 100 Flower Fairy was slightly stunned, her beautiful eyes gazing at Mo Qianliang, not reacting for a moment. Fairy Shui Ro was first stunned. She slightly glanced at Mo Qianliang, whose figure appeared so charming under the sunlight, and lowered her head again with a slightly flushed face. Ouch, holy, that powerful? Worthy of being a big senior brother? If you want to like it, you should like both at the same time. TSK, 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 not bad, bold, courageous, manly enough, admire, admire, admire. The crowd was talking, and all sorts of envious and jealous eyes were falling on Mo Qianliang, making him cry and laugh. What kind of thing is this? Master, this is not the way to pit a disciple, right? Mo Qianliang laughed bitterly. Brat, 100 Flowers and Shui Rou are both first-class beauties. Their natural talent is not weak, but they are worthy of you. Are you two still not satisfied? You want to marry 9 of the top 10 beauties in the spirit domain? Daoist Qing Xian responded in an ungraceful manner. Mo Qianliang almost choked to death at his words. He was certain that Daoist Lord Qing Xian had definitely done this on purpose. Absolutely on purpose. Chapter 29, The Seventh Meeting. Who is that man? Elders of the Flower Sect and the Aqua Sect. I wonder what you think. Daoist Qing Xian smiled as he looked towards the 2 elders of the Flower Sect and the Aqua Sect, inquiring about their thoughts. The 2 elders glanced at each other, and the elder from the Flower Sect spoke. Your Daozi is indeed gifted, but we can't be the masters of such a major event. It requires the patriarch to decide, and we also need to look at the young man's own thoughts. Not bad. If they like each other, then all will be happy. That elder from the Bishui sect concurred. At least, from both of their perspectives, it was very agreeable. The strength of the Dao sect is not weak, and Mo Qianliang can indeed be called a supreme heavenly pride, and it is also the only disciple of Daoist monarch Qing Xian, so the future is unlimited. Good negotiation. The old man has already talked with the 2 sect masters. They are very agreeable. As long as the 2 fairies, 100 Flowers and Shui Rou, are willing, the marriage can be finalized today. Daoist Qing Xian smiled as he stroked his beard. For real? Mo Qianliang was confused. His own master moved so fast that he even took care of the second sect master? That's a hell of a stretch. Shui Rou, what do you think of the 1,000-year Daozi? 100 Flowers, what do you think of the 1,000-year Taoist sun? The elders of the 2 clans all looked at Fairy Water Rouge and Fairy 100 Flowers, inquiring about their thoughts. There were still some doubts in the 100 Flowers Fairy's beautiful eyes. From her contact with Mo Qianlu in the morning, Mo Qianlu didn't seem to be the one who liked herself as Qing Xian Daojun said. It can't even be described as liking. It can be described as indifference. She was the number 1 beauty in the spirit domain and an Earth-grade foundation establishment, and she was unhappy to be ignored by Mo Qianliang like this. But with Daoist Qing Xian saying this, she was a little confused again. As for Fairy Shui Rou, she hadn't come into contact with Mo Qianliang, and had only seen him defeat Scarred Tiger as well as Jin Lingxiao in the past 2 days. But from these 2 meetings, Mo Qianliang had left a deep impression on her. The talent is matchless, handsome and dashing. His demeanor reveals a hint of spontaneity, and he walks in a graceful manner, which is quite elegant. All of them, on the other hand, were looking forward to how the 2 fairies would answer, wondering whether Dao Sect Dao Sun Mo Qianliang would be able to hold the beauty. Seeing that things were about to get out of hand, Mo Qianliang had to step forward. Master, I already have someone I like. Stop poking fun at my apprentice, okay? Mo Qianliang said with a helpless face. His voice was not loud, but it seemed extraordinarily clear in the ring. The whole room was in an uproar. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Our eldest senior brother actually has a favorite? Isn't it still the 100 Flower Fairy and the Water Soft Fairy? Who else in the spirit domain can fall into the Daozi's eyes? Is it possible that it's that demonic spirit Ji Fei Yin? No, it can't be. Daozi is not such a person. Bull. 100 Flowers Fairy and Water Soft Fairy both refused. For a regular person to get one of them is already a lustful blessing that can't be repaired in 10 lifetimes. Worthy of being a Taoist sect Taoist son. Daozi hasn't left the clan yet. The person he likes must be Daozi's disciple. Can't it be me? The crowd is talking, but the eyes are hot and abnormal. Gossip heart rises. Hate to Mo Millennium stripped naked to study all over. This is too exciting. The 100 Flowers Fairy and the Water Softness Fairy were both stunned, and both pursed their lips slightly as their gazes looked at the white-robed teenager. Every young girl who is in love with Spring has more or less thought that the man of her dreams will be a great talent, handsome and jade. Although they didn't know much about Mo Qianliang, being liked by such an outstanding teenage pride would naturally give them a sense of stolen joy in their hearts. When they heard Mo Qianliang say that he had a favorite person, they had a hidden feeling of loss in their hearts. This sense of loss was not lost because they were not liked by Mo Qianliang, but because, in Mo Qianliang's heart, was there anyone better than them? You have a favorite? Who is it? Master will be your gatekeeper. Daoist Lord Qingxian raised his eyebrows and asked with a tone that carried a bit of seriousness. Mo Qianliang opened his mouth, but he could not say. Should he say that the person he likes is in his dream? I am afraid that if I say it now, Tomorrow the entire spiritual domain will know that Dao Sec Daozi Mo Qianliang has a brain problem. Master, disciple is bent on indulging in cultivation, and the matter of love affairs is not to be considered for the time being, so I hope that master understands. In the end, it took Mo Qianliang a lot of effort to finally get away and not be dragged by his own master to propose marriage. When Mo Qianliang looked at the young girl's boudoir in front of him, he knew that he had crossed over again. He looked around and did not see any sign of Su Shuya, but he heard its voice. He went to the window and looked out. Next to a peach forest with birdsong and flowers, there was an ancient attic with a meandering brook gurgling around it. In the middle of the exquisite and elegant attic, Su Shuyo and a man were sitting opposite each other, and the two of them were talking softly. Around them, there were guards standing quietly, obviously well-trained generals, and it also made people speculate that the man's identity must be extraordinary. The man was dressed in a blue coat, about 25 or 26 years old, with a handsome and extraordinary appearance, and a warm and refined temperament, giving people a kind and gentle feeling. Shu Weiyao, tomorrow, I'll be leaving and heading to Great Zhao to oversee the war. I don't know if I'll be able to make it back by this time next year. The man's voice carried a hint of helplessness and reluctance. This is a long and dangerous journey. Be sure to take extra care to protect yourself. I will be waiting for you back in the palace. Su Shuiao's eyes flashed with worry and concern. Mo Qianliang quietly watched. In the attic, handsome men and beautiful women. The picture was very eye-catching, so that he could not help but produce a sense of trance. Suddenly, the man looked up and Mo Qianliang hurriedly sidestepped while hearing the man's voice. Shu Weiyao, is there anyone in your room? Immediately after, Su Shuiao's somewhat nervous voice came out. Ha, well, it should be my maid who is cleaning the room, right? The voice behind him, Mo Qianliang didn't continue to listen to it. He just closed his eyes and recalled everything in the attic in his mind. The look in that man's, the look in the eyes. A few moments later, the room was gently pushed open, and Su Shuiao carefully walked over. I'm sorry, I didn't know that you came so early today, so I wasn't prepared, and I was just delayed a little, so I don't know how much longer you'll be able to stay. Su Shuiao said softly. Mo Qianliang opened his eyes. Su Shuiao was still so beautiful, her beauty was shocking, but instead of speaking, he went back to the window and looked into the attic, which was empty, apparently all gone. Who is that man? Mo Qianliang frowned. Looking at this expression on Mo Qianliang's face, Su Shuiao however lightly laughed, her eyes filled with laughter. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Su Shuiao blinked her big watery eyes and asked flirtatiously. Mo Qianliang stalled, then shook his head and said, Princess has misunderstood. I just want to know who that man is. Su Shuiao covered the corners of her mouth and couldn't help but laugh out softly as she replied. Alright, you don't have to worry about anything, he's my royal brother, the great changed crown prince, my only brother. Chapter 30 Royal Decline. Lurking Crisis. Su Shuiao laughed lightly, looking at Mo Qianliang's jealous appearance, but her heart was very sweet. Jealous? That means, he cares about himself, doesn't it? I can see that, but what I'm asking, is not your royal brother? But the guard with the sword by his side, who is he? Mo Qianliang said seriously. Servant, what are you asking him for? Su Shuiao looked at Mo Qianliang in confusion, not understanding why he was asking a guard who he was. The way he looks at you is not right. Mo Qianliang frowned and said slowly. What's wrong? Su Shuiao said. Mo Qianliang took a deep breath and said, the way he looked at you was demented and crazy. Demented? You mean, he likes me? Su Shuiao was stunned. No, it wasn't fondness anymore. It was a gaze that was lustful, greedy and hot, as if it could take the other person for itself at any time. Mo Qianliang frowned and continued. Moreover, I also see a deeply hidden ambition, an ambition that is like a fierce beast that can devour you at any time. Ha, but, I don't know him at all? Su Shuiao's beautiful eyes widened, shock written all over her pretty face. If it was really as Mo Qianliang said, if he fell into that person's heart, it would be a fine thought to think about. You don't know him, but he knows you. Your Highness, with your beauty, how many people in the world can resist? Mo Qianliang said. Perhaps he's been crazy about you since the first time he met you, and is just suffering from a lack of opportunity, but from the look in his eyes, it seems like it won't be long before he has a way to get you. At those words, Su Shuiao's face turned pale. If it was really as Mo Qianliang said, wouldn't her situation be very dangerous? Of course, since you were with your royal brother before, it's possible that it's not you he's looking at. Perhaps it's not necessarily your royal brother. Mo Qianliang added another sentence. What did you say? Su Shuiao didn't react for a moment and looked at Mo Qianliang in a bit of a daze. Cough cough. This is just my conjecture. Not necessarily true, but it's certain that that guard doesn't have a good heart on the line. Mo Qianliang coughed dryly and hastily changed the subject. Let me think about it. I think Imperial Brother mentioned to me before about his personal guards. It seems to be one of the Northwest King's sons, named Sima Tong? Su Shuiyao furrowed her eyebrows in contemplation. Wait, the son of the King of the Northwest? King of the Northwest? Surname Sima? A king with a different surname? Mo Qianliang caught the key question. With a simple sentence, he saw an explosion of information with gold content, while lifting his head over and looking at the map in Su Shuiyao's room. Sure enough, he saw the territory managed by the Northwest King, and when looking at its location as well as its range, his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. Big deal. The Northwest King Sima Rong is the first warrior of Dichang, brave and good at fighting, has led his troops to defeat Dichu's many attacks and established great war achievements, has high prestige in Dichang, and is also the first king of a different surname in Dichang. Su Shuiyao briefly spoke about the matter regarding the Northwest King, and the more he listened, the more Mo Qianliang deepened the thoughts in his heart. Mo Qianliang pointed to the map and said, the Northwest King's territory is 1/5 of the Great Chang, and it is neighboring with Great Chu, if my guess is good. At this moment, you, the Great Chang royal family, should not be able to suppress the Northwest King, right? This, Su Shuiyao's eyebrows were tightly locked, and her face nodded with a grave expression. If it was 1,000 years ago when the Northwest King was just enthroned, then the strength of my Great Chang dynasty's royal family is by no means something the Northwest King can shake. But over the past 1,000 years, there have been successive conquests, and many of the strongest members of the royal family have died in battle. Nowadays, the only one who can suppress the Northwest King is my father in the entire Great Chang dynasty, and all the other kings are already less powerful than the Northwest King, Su Shuiyao said. No wonder. Mo Qianliang nodded thoughtfully. Now that the Northwest King is ambitious, if he has the opportunity, he will definitely seek to usurp the throne. Su Shuiyao was still a bit puzzled. Did you say rebel? If there is no legitimate reason, I'm afraid it's extremely difficult for the Northwest King to rebel. After all, rebelling is spurned by everyone. Not only do you have to take the blame, but you also have to suffer from the millions of armies crusading at the Great Chang dynasty. Besides, with my father's father pressuring him, if you give the Northwest King 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to rebel. You are right. Mo Qianliang nodded again and said, the Northwest King's chances of winning a direct rebellion are extremely low. But what if he uses another way to hollow out the Great Chang dynasty royal family? To hollow out the royal family in another way? Su Shuiyao raised her eyebrows and looked at Mo Qianliang suspiciously. If, and I mean if your father is in danger, seriously injured or even fallen, and you and your royal brother have not yet grown up, then at this time, the Northwest King, in the name of the diligent king, holding the Son of Heaven hostage, overhead to take away the power belonging to the royal family. You brother and sister, what can you do to stop the Northwest King? Mo Qianliang analyzed. Impossible. Father's martial arts are heavenly and his cultivation is transcendent. How could he be in danger? Su Shuiyao was unwilling to believe it. Probably in her mind, her father was the all-powerful, top-heavy man. I know that your father is powerful, but I think that there must be enemies in the Great Chu Empire that are equal to or even stronger than your father. Mo Qianliang said softly. If the Northwest King engages in some small maneuvers when your father is battling against the powerful men of Great Chu, such as revealing his whereabouts, poisoning, sneak attacks from behind, and so on, do you think that your father will be able to come back in one piece? What Mo Qianliang said was cruel but reasonable. Su Shuiyao fell into silence. However, if the Northwest King really has such an ambition, why did he not only not mess up when he surrounded Chu to save Chuang before, but instead fully supported it? Su Shuiyao was puzzled. The reason is very simple. At that time the Great Chang was in danger. The Great Chang was destroyed, then he, the Northwest King, naturally had nowhere to run. And now that Great Chang has accepted the people and resources of Great Zhao, his strength is no longer much weaker than Great Chu's, and he is in charge of Great Chang and can still fight against Great Chu. That's why he chose to sit on the mountain and wait for an opportunity to act. And now that the time is ripe, he naturally can't sit still. Mo Qianliang explained. In that case, that Northwest King is quite sinister and cunning. Su Shuiyao gritted her teeth and said, I'm going to tell my father and royal brother what you said, so that they can take precautions in advance, so that they won't be caught off guard when the time comes. Su Shuiyao said, be careful. That old fox is afraid that he arranged all this 1,000 years ago. Even your royal brother has his son by his side. I guess there are quite a lot of them in the palace, and maybe even the princess has the Northwest King's people by her side. Don't trust anyone, Mo Millennium solemnly urged. I don't know how to thank you. Here, there are the cultivation resources I've saved up over the years, and since you've just built your foundation not long ago, I think it should help you. Su Shuiyao removed the storage ring she wore on her finger and handed it to Mo Qianliang. Looking at the storage ring in Su Shuiyao's hand, Mo Qianliang smiled faintly and said, "Princess, do you know what giving a ring means in my world?" Su Shuiyao blinked in confusion. Very droll and cute. The corner of Mo Qianliang's mouth hooked into a faint smile as he took the ring in Su Shuiyao's hands with both hands. In the next moment, his figure disappeared, leaving this world once again. Chapter 31, Come Back Alive. On the bed, Mo Qianliang looked at the ring in his hand that still had residual warmth. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. In my world, giving a ring represents confession. Only, these words, he couldn't say with Su Shuiyao in the dream world. Because, between them, it's not the distance that separates them, it's time and space. Mo Qianliang stretched out his divine thoughts, and the next moment, he sucked in a breath of cold air. There were too many cultivation resources in the storage ring, not to mention all those other spirit herbs and pills and whatnot. The spirit stones alone were more than 100,000. Moreover, these spirit stones were all extremely lustrous and full, with excellent quality. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones, in the cultivation world, were not only currency, but also cultivation resources at the same time, because spirit stones contained a huge amount of spiritual qi, whether it was for cultivation, healing, recovery, formation, and so on, they all needed spirit stones. And the denser the aura contained in the spirit stone, the higher its quality and the more valuable it is. And there were 4 grades of spirit stones, namely lower grade spirit stones, middle grade spirit stones, upper grade spirit stones, and very high grade spirit stones. The aura concentration of a medium grade spirit stone was 100 times that of a lower grade spirit stone, which meant that one medium grade spirit stone was worth as much as 100 lower grade spirit stones. Although the value of a middle grade spirit stone was equal to 100 lower grade spirit stones, its preciousness was far more, and generally the exchange value was far more than 100. After all, middle-grade spirit stones were the best thing that a Jedan cultivator could use for cultivation. As for the top-grade spirit stones, they were extremely needed by the Yuanning great cultivators, and to ordinary cultivators, it was an unimaginable fortune. One had to know that a drop of extreme-grade foundation establishment spiritual liquid was only worth 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Even if 100 medium-grade spirit stones were counted as one top-grade spirit stone, then 100,000 top-grade spirit stones would be enough to purchase 100,000 drops or 1,000 bottles of extreme-grade foundation-building spirit liquid. This wealth was more than 99% of the spirit domain's Yuanning great cultivators. With such a fortune, Mo Qianliang didn't need to worry about cultivation resources at all, because in the cultivation world, as long as there were spirit stones, any resource was available. Cultivating with top-grade spirit stones at the foundation establishment realm, there isn't a second person in the entire spirit domain who dares to be so extravagant, right? Mo Qianliang took out a top-grade spirit stone and placed it into his palm to start absorbing it. The rich aura into the body immediately turned into a surge of pure aura, surging to the limbs and bones. Mo Millennium crossed his knees and closed his eyes, entering a state of cultivation. Out of the clan, auction, meditation beads, raising the cultivation speed of the 2 levels of the foundation establishment realm. In the middle of the hall, Mo Qianliang looked at his own master in surprise. From the time he was picked up by one of the elders of the Dao sect at the age of 3 until now, he hadn't taken half a step away from the sect. Not bad. It is said that recently the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion will hold an auction in the spirit domain, and my master has inquired about one of the auxiliary magic treasures known as the meditation bead, which can enhance the cultivation speed of foundation establishment cultivators by 20%. The auxiliary magic treasure that enhances the speed of cultivation is also the only one the 100 Flowers sect has, and it can still only enhance the speed of cultivation by 10%, so make sure you get your hands on it this time. It's related to your future. Dao Master Qingxian said gruffly. This matter concerned the future of his own disciple. How could he not be cautious? If Heaven's Path Foundation establishment did not have a powerful auxiliary magic treasure, it would really be a pity for the heaven-defying natural talent to exert the elegance that Heaven's Path Foundation establishment should have. Mo Qianliang's expression was a bit strange. The auxiliary magic treasure that boosted the cultivation speed he not only had, but it could also boost the cultivation speed by a full 30%. This is far stronger than any meditation bead, and with the top-quality spirit stones to aid in cultivation, Mo Qianliang said that it can make everyone understand what is called the shocking speed of cultivation. Although the meditation pearl was of little use to him, remembering that he could go out of the sect and see the outside world was a complete attraction to Mo Qianliang, who had never had the opportunity to go out of the sect. Master, disciple understands. Mo Qianliang nodded his head without hesitation and said, Good. Taoist Qingxian smiled in relief, then added in a serious tone, Remember to return soon. Mo Qianlian let out a laugh. Apprentice knows. This is the funds for you. It shouldn't be a problem to auction off the meditation bead. Daozi Qing Xian threw over a storage ring. Thank you, master. Mo Qianliang received the storage ring, and his divine sense sank into the storage ring to see clearly the spirit stones within it. 1 million medium-grade spirit stones, and 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. This was another heavenly fortune. A figure that many old Yuaning monsters couldn't come up with even if they dumped all their money. Master Teacher had another 100 bottles of extreme-grade foundation building spirit liquid and so many spirit stones for himself. So it was obvious how much Master Teacher had placed high hopes on him. Also, this is the positioning jade slip. If you encounter any danger, crush it and Master will arrive at the first opportunity. In addition, these several body protection artifacts are also left for you. They may be useful in case of danger. Remember not to put yourself in danger of your life. Daozi Qing Xian admonished again, and after finishing, he took out a bunch of things. This is attacking talisman paper. This is defensive talisman paper. This is concealment talisman paper. And as for these last two, they are the substitute talisman and the far escape talisman that Master has specially refined for you. While explaining, Daozi Qing Xian stuffed the 5 pieces of amulet paper into Mo Qianliang's arms before finally explaining to Mo Qianliang, this is your first entry into the world. Come back alive for me. Apprentice son has remembered. Mo Qianliang nodded, but his heart was warm. Well, Master is leaving. Daozi Qing Xian nodded slightly and then disappeared. Greetings, Master. Mo Qianliang bowed, his expression respectful as he saluted in the direction where Daoist Lord Qing Xian had disappeared. A moment later, Mo Qianliang raised his head, his eyes showing determination. Master, just rest assured, my disciple will definitely return safely. The Dao sect, situated at the top of Cloud Mountain, bordering the firmament, was perennially misty and hazy, as if it were a fairyland. Super sects like these were usually far away from the mortal world, avoiding mundane strife, because immortal cultivation is about a quiet mind. If you are too obsessed with the red dust, instead, it is easy to disturb the mind. This was why Mo had never entered the mortal world before the millennium, as he had always been a key cultivation target of the clan, and before he built his foundation, before his Dao was solidified, he generally rarely stepped into the mortal world. Above the clouds, a white-robed young man with his hands on his back and his feet on a flying sword sped down from above the clouds. The young man's face was handsome, his body was straight, his eyes were bright and deep like stars, and in the shroud of clouds, it was as if he was a teenage immortal, ethereal and unearthly. The young man was none other than Mo Qianliang, who had left since the Dao sect, and he piloted his flying sword towards the red dust world in the distance. After flying for about 2 hours, Mo Qianliang could already see a mortal city looming in the distance. He descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Putting his flying sword away, he walked on foot as if he was no longer an immortal cultivator, but an ordinary mortal. Immortals enter the mortal world, untainted by dust, ending the karma of the red dust, pursuing the great Tao, and not being disturbed by the world. The world of mortals is, perhaps, different. Chapter 32. The immortal enters the mortal dust, meeting the 100 Flowers Fairy again. Beside the official road, Mo Qianliang walked slowly with faith and idleness. I don't know if it's still some distance from the city, but this place is sparsely populated and looks a bit depressed and cold. Suddenly, rumble. Behind them, the sound of horses' hooves rang out, accompanied by a burst of hooting and hollering. Run! A great demon is attacking. Help! Mo Qianliang frowned slightly and stopped in his tracks. A group of people was galloping in, bringing up rolling dust and raising a cloud of dust that obscured the view. The group was large, numbering in the dozens. However, there were very few people with cultivation, and all of them were only practitioners, not regular immortal cultivators, with a cultivation level of only the Hotian realm. At this moment, the horses galloped on, and the dust filled the air, startling the birds nearby, which fled in all directions. This gentleman, run quickly, the wolf demon pack is rioting. The leader was a burly man, his face covered in sweat, panting and shouting. This burly man looks to be in his 30s, full of stubble, dark skin, and looks to be a person who has been in the battlefield for a long time. Hotian great perfection. The strength is not bad. Roar! A silver wolf with a huge physique rushed out, blood hanging from the corner of its mouth and half of its body in its mouth as it opened its mouth to devour it. The rest of them were scared out of their wits and fled frantically when they saw this. Sinful animal, don't hurt the innocent. The burly man leading the group roared, raising his gun and charging forward. Bang! The gun flashed and hit the silver wolf's head, but it was actually bounced out. The burly man's mind was shocked, knowing that he was in no way an opponent. The silver wolf hissed up to the sky, and all of a sudden, the surrounding group of wolves roared, and densely packed wolf shadows converged from all directions, wrapping the entire area. It's over. Surrounded. Are we going to die here today? The burly man's heart trembled, and despair welled up on his face. Daozi, I'm really sorry for involving you in this. The burly man looked towards Emo Chanliang, who was standing still without moving. Thinking that he was scared silly, his face was filled with guilt. Looking at the surrounding wolf demon pack, as well as the somewhat desperate gazes of these people around him, Emo Chanliang was unable to bear it in his heart. Master said that those who practiced cultivation should stay out of mortal karma and try to stay out of the affairs of the mundane world. Roar! The silver wolf in the lead pounced. Sharp claws and teeth that seemed to easily claw through the burly man's skin and tear through his body. This silver wolf was an innate cultivation, which was nothing in Emo Chanliang's eyes, but in the eyes of these ordinary people, it was a great demon that could not be defeated. Alas, but a disciple cannot see death and save it, and I will bear this mortal karma together. A soft sigh came, followed by a flash of swordlight, and the silver wolf's hard fur, which couldn't be hurt by ordinary weapons, was easily sliced through. With a poof, Silver Wolf planted himself on the ground, never able to get up again. The rest of the wolf demon pack also let out a wailing sound. Seeing that the leader was dead, they panicked and fled in all directions. The situation of the wolf demon group siege was instantly broken. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at Emo Chanliang. Just now that was a flying sword? He is an immortal? The burly man's eyes widened even more. Immortal. Immortal. The rest of them also woke up as if in a dream, kneeling down with a face of adoration and shouting, "Thank you, immortal leader, for saving my life." Looking at the respect in these people's eyes, Emo Chanliang understood that this place could no longer stay for long. Immortals and mortals, after all, are not the same world. Emo Chanliang took a gentle step and stepped into the flying sword before rushing into the clouds and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Many thanks to the immortal for saving me. This place is the closest to the Dao sect, so I guess he's the Dao sect's upper immortal, right? Until Mo Millennium left for a long time, this group of people gradually recovered. The heart is grateful to meet the immortal. Otherwise I am afraid that the soul returns to the wolves. Emo Chanliang pedaled his flying sword and didn't stay in the city below, but flew all the way in the direction of the location of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion auction. After flying all day until nightfall, he stopped and searched for the nearest city and settled in an inn to rest. The color of the moon sprinkled down like water, and the entire city was covered by a layer of silver radiance. Emo Chanliang was lying on his bed and was about to enter dreamland when he suddenly heard a clear and melodious sound of a zither. The sound of the zither was as gentle as a flowing spring and as light as a flying bird, as if it could penetrate the depths of the soul and make the heart and mind swirl. This zither sound seems to be something only cultivators can hear. Mortals can't hear it. The person playing the zither is a cultivator, and his cultivation level is not low. Emo Chanliang secretly pondered in his heart. He pushed his way out of the door and toward the source of the zither's sound. Inside a small pavilion, a woman wearing a veil was sitting in the pavilion playing the zither. A strand of zither sound turning into notes flowing. Her fingers danced lightly across the strings, each strum triggering a cascade of beautiful notes to flow through the air. It's her. I'm sure she's going to that auction as well. Emo Chanliang's eyes revealed a brilliant light as he saw the woman's figure clearly. Although this woman is wearing a veil, but it is difficult to hide the beauty of the country's posture, especially a pair of beautiful eyes. Looking at the bright, soul-stirring, it was none other than the spirit domain's #1 beauty, the 100 Flowers Fairy. At this moment, her jade fingers were fluttering and the sound of the zither was melodious, just like a piece of heavenly music, which was mesmerizing. A few moments later, the song ended and the 100 Flower Fairy stopped playing. She raised her head, her gaze sweeping towards Emo Chanliang, her eyes glowing with a strange color. Perhaps, she also didn't expect that she could meet Emo Chanliang here. Millennium Prince, I didn't expect that we would meet again today after parting yesterday. The 100 Flower Fairy spoke with a smile, her voice like a yellow warbler, delicate and melodious. Yes, I didn't expect that I would actually meet up with the fairy again, Emo Chanliang said with a faint smile. The 100 Flowers Fairy smiled lightly and asked in a soft voice, Millennium Prince, the sound of the zither just now, can it enter your ears? It is indeed moving to the extreme, like immortal music. Emo Chanliang nodded his head in approval. It's good that the Millennium Prince likes it. The 100 Flower Fairy smiled and nodded. Would you like to hear another song? Cough cough. No, it's getting late. I still have to sleep. If I have time tomorrow, I will naturally listen to the fairy's zither again. Emo Chanliang waved his hand and refused. 100 Flowers Fairy slightly stunned. This is the first time she took the initiative to play the piano but was rejected by someone. Usually how many people want to beg for a song cannot beg. It's just that it's fine to refuse. So why use such a flawed excuse? Sleeping? It was true that the Hotianinates still needed to take a nap to replenish their spirit, but at the Foundation establishment realm, they only needed to meditate for a while to recover their spirit, and they didn't need to sleep at all. Of course, the 100-flower fairy was only stunned for a moment. Then she collected her expression and smiled. In that case, Your Excellency should rest early. Mo Qianliang nodded his head and responded. Then I'll take my leave. After the words, he turned around and left, not dragging his feet in the slightest, without a trace of lingering. Looking at its departing back, the 100-flower fairy lightly bit her lips, her palms once again placed on top of the strings of the zither. But she couldn't play anymore. How can I meditate on the zither when my heart is already in turmoil and the zither is already disturbed? Chapter 33, 8th Meeting, Holding Little Hands. Before he even opened his eyes, Mo Qianliang sensed the wetness around him. It seems that, like the first dream, he appeared in a pool this time, and just as he opened his eyes, he saw a pair of beautiful eyes in front of him, a pure and flawless beauty that seemed to be able to wash one's soul. Mo Qianliang looked at the person in front of him in a daze, and actually forgot to speak. The face of the country, with the exquisite features to match, looked exceptionally charming. Her eyes seemed as bright as stars, her nose was erect, and her thin pink lips were as delicate as rose petals. The combination of it all makes for a pleasing picture. Only, after about a few breaths, two tantalizing scarlet blushes suddenly surfaced on the young girl's small face in front of her. You're still looking. Turn around. The young girl cried out shyly, a hint of pout in her voice. Sorry. Mo Qianliang froze and hurriedly turned his head, closing his eyes and pretending that nothing had happened. After a moment, the young girl's voice came from behind. Okay, you can turn around now. At those words, Mo Qianliang opened his eyes, smiled awkwardly, turned around, and saw the young girl standing at the edge of the pool. The young girl was wearing a white dress, her skin was snowy, and her dark hair fell down to her waist, setting off her whole person even more delicate and exquisite. It was the same pool than the first time we saw it, but the young girl had transformed from youthfulness to maturity, adding to the charm. Counting the time, this was the 8th meeting, and a full 7 years had passed in the world of the young girl. As for its cultivation, in the last time they met, Mo Qianliang had been unable to perceive it, but thought that it should no longer be in the Foundation establishment realm, or else he would not have said that the Xianling jade pendant was no longer useful to her. How much longer are you going to watch? When Su Shuao saw Mo Qianliang staring at herself, 2 splashes of scarlet rose on her pretty face once again, and she glared at Mo Qianliang somewhat shyly. Cough cough, the beauty of the princess, just looking at it for a lifetime is not too much. Ha ha. Mo Qianliang dryly laughed. Oily mouth. Su Shuao pouted. I mean it, an excellent girl like the princess. There's no telling which person will be cheaper in the future. Mo Qianliang shook his head inside. His very serious appearance, in turn, made Su Shuao snort and laugh lightly. This guy, what a tease. When you laugh, it's even more melodious than immortal music. Mo Qianliang praised heartily. Su Shuao had a bright smile on her face as she looked at Mo Qianliang with a smile. Seeing Su Shuao smile like this, even if Mo Qianliang's determination was amazing, he couldn't help but freeze for a breath. Then he reacted and hastily averted his gaze, not daring to look again, deeply afraid that he might not be able to hold it. By the way, since the princess knows that I'm coming today, why is she still here? Bathing? Mo Qianliang asked. Hearing Mo Qianliang mention her bathing matter, Su Shuao's originally smiling demeanor instantly froze, and a touch of intoxicating pink once again surfaced on her face. It's not because you came too suddenly this time. The Z hour has only just passed and you're here. It's never been this early before, Su Shuao said grudgingly. Oh, then in that case, I'm the first person to say happy birthday to the princess this year? Mo Qianliang came to a realization and laughed. You can only be counted as the second. Su Shuao lightly hummed. Why? I was the first to come. Mo Qianliang was puzzled. Because. Su Shuao blinked her beautiful eyes. I'm human too. No. The princess isn't human. So I'm still the first. Mo Qianliang shook his head. If I'm not a human then what am I? Su Shuao asked curiously. The princess is a fairy who has fallen into the mortal world. Naturally she is not a human being. Giggle. Su Shuao was amused, smiling like a flower, delicate and charming. Right princess, that Northwest King matter, has it been ascertained? Mo Qianliang suddenly asked with a straight face. Hearing Mo Qianliang talk about business, the smile on Su Shuao's face slowly tightened. Exactly as you predicted. That Sima Tong actually dared to sneak up on Imperial Brother in the street. Fortunately, after listening to you, Father arranged shadow guards around Imperial Brother, so he didn't let it succeed. And that Northwest King really wanted to betray Father. Fortunately father kept his eyes peeled, or else he really would have planted himself in his hands. However, we found out too late. After the Northwest King failed in his rebellion, he defected to the Great Chu Empire, and along with it, 1/5 of our Great Chang's territory. All of it was subordinated to Great Chu. Su Shuiyao frowned and said, her tone still somewhat indignant. The Great Changing Empire had treated the Northwest King well, but I didn't expect him to want to rebel. One mountain cannot tolerate two tigers. When two powerful forces appear in an empire, either one side submits or fights. This is the truth since ancient times. Mo Qianliang shook his head. Obviously all of this was expected, but when I think about it, I'm still very angry. The Great Chang treats the Northwest King well, and even his territory doesn't need to pay taxes to the Great Chang. But what happened? The Northwest King, however, secretly plotted treason and tried to kill his royal brother and father. Originally, De Chang received the people of Dezhou and was already barely able to confront De Chu head-on. But now that the Northwest King has defected, the situation has completely deteriorated. Alas, Su Shuiyao let out a long sigh, looking at Su Shuiyao's somewhat indignant appearance. Mo Qianliang comforted, Princess, at least, we've cleared out the internal trouble, which is good news. Hearing this, Su Shuiyao nodded, a smile reappearing on her face. Yes, this time it's thanks to your reminder. Otherwise I can't imagine what I would do if something happened to my father and royal brother. Mo Qianliang looked at the young girl in front of him and smiled. How is the princess going to thank me? Su Shuiyao blinked her beautiful eyes. How do you want me to thank you? Since the first time, I can always linger on the flavor of the princess. How about the princess kisses me again? Mo Qianliang said with a smile. Su Shuiyao was first stunned. Then her pretty face turned red and she fiercely blanked Mo Qianliang. You're thinking too beautifully. Seeing Su Shuiyao's expression, Mo Qianliang hemmed and hawed and didn't continue to flirt. Afterward, he said somewhat seriously, Princess, would you be willing to let me hold your hand? Holding hands? Su Shuiyao froze. She looked Mo Qianliang up and down, always feeling that there was something wrong with him. Why would you suddenly mention this request? Su Shuiyao asked suspiciously. Mo Qianliang didn't answer positively, but said, the princess is so heartless, unwilling to kiss a little, not even holding a small hand. Forget it, pretend I didn't say it. Mo Qianliang shrugged his shoulders and made a sad gesture. Looking at Mo Qianliang's appearance, Su Shuiyao was even more confused, completely not knowing what kind of medicine he was selling in his gourd. After all, she still knew what kind of character Mo Qianliang was after spending time together these days. A little leathery now and then, but not a huckster. What the hell do you want? Finally, Su Shuiyao couldn't hold it in anymore and couldn't help but ask after him. Looking at Su Shuiyao's confused look, Mo Qianliang faintly smiled. Princess, don't be nervous. I don't have any ideas. I just simply want to pull a small hand with Princess. That's all. Seeing Mo Qianliang's gesture, Su Shuiyao was amused and felt that Mo Qianliang was behaving strangely. She hesitated for a moment and finally nodded her head. Looking at Su Shuiyao agreeing, Mo Qianliang's heartbeat suddenly accelerated dramatically and his breathing became heavy. He took a deep breath and tried to suppress his agitated mind, stretching out his right hand to grab Su Shuiyao's delicate jade hand, holding her small hand in the palm of his hand. So soft, so luxuriant, so lubricated. Although it was only a small hand-holding, it undoubtedly made the distance between the two people, in this moment, was quickly drawn closer. Chapter 34 Night Songran, the Taoist son of the devil sect. Feeling Mo Qianliang's big hand holding her hand tightly, Su Shuiyao's cheeks were instantly colored with a touch of red, and a heart fluttered wildly. It was an amazing feeling, something she had never encountered before. Her heart felt as if it was going to pop out of her chest. Hey, is it okay? After a long time, Su Shuiyao shyly opened her mouth. Princess, wait a little longer. It's soon, Mo Qianliang whispered. When Su Shuiyao heard this, she raised her eyes and instantly saw Mo Qianliang's pair of shining starry eyes, staring fixedly at her. As their eyes met, both of them had their hearts beating wildly, and they couldn't help but avert their eyes. Looking at this embarrassed look, Su Shuiyao couldn't help but laugh. So this guy can be shy. However, what made her slightly surprised was that Mo Qianliang really seemed to just want to hold hands, and never made any other moves. They had already grabbed their hands, and if they pushed a little harder, wouldn't they be held in their arms? I don't know how long it had passed. Su Shuiyao suddenly felt Mo Qianliang's palms become even more forceful, as if he wanted to grasp her to death and melt her into one. But the next moment, this feeling disappeared without a trace. Su Shuiyao thought that it was Mo Qianliang letting go of her hand. She raised her eyes to look, but Mo Qianliang had already disappeared. Gone again. A year is too long. So long that the wait to meet you is so long. A year is too short to pass before I can say a few words to you. Everything is so ungrateful. But it's just, I can't keep you. Mo Qianliang snapped his eyes open and looked at his hand. Where was Su Shuiao's figure except for a trace of a young girl's residual warmth? I can bring the book Jade Ring into my world, but I cannot bring you out. And we can only meet in this dream? Gently stroking his empty palm, Mo Qianliang smiled bitterly. Maybe it's destiny. We are doomed to stare at each other across the dream world. Above the sky, Mo Qianliang was flying with his sword, and he had just left not long ago when a silhouette came behind him. Sir Millennium, I'm sure you're also going to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion auction, aren't you? Shall we travel together? The 100-flower fairy landed beside Mo Qianliang and said with a smiling face. Mo Qianliang turned his head and swept a glance at the 100-flowers fairy, calmly saying, traveling with me? Isn't the fairy afraid of being misunderstood? Misunderstand what? The 100-flower fairy was puzzled. Mo Qianliang shook his head and didn't bother to say anything to the 100-flower fairy as he headed straight into the distance. The 100-flower fairy frowned slightly as she looked at Mo Qianliang's back, then quickly followed. Mo Qianliang's speed was extremely fast. He was obviously only at the early stage of foundation establishment, but his aura was like no money, crazily inputting into the spirit sword. The spirit sword emitted a light blue light, and its speed increased steeply by several times. Shoo! In just a moment, the spirit sword transformed into a stream of light and traveled above the clouds. So fast, I can't believe I can only barely keep up. He can't really be a Heaven's Path foundation, right? Behind them, the 100-flower fairy was secretly shocked as a look of surprise surfaced in her eyes, knowing that she had cultivated for several more years than Mo Qianliang, and her realm was also a step higher, and she herself was already an Earth-grade foundation establishment. It was surprising that she could still only barely keep up with its speed. At this speed, 3 hours later, Mo Qianliang arrived at the place where the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion resided in the spiritual domain and landed from the sky. He didn't know if there was a delay on the first day, but by the time he arrived, Jian Lingxiao, Fairy Shui Rou, Scarred Tiger, and other Daozi-level heavenly prides had all arrived. As he watched Mo Qianliang arrive, Jian Lingxiao's face twitched slightly. While looking at the 100-flower fairy who came afterward, his face became even more somber. The 100-flower fairy. It seems that she really looks at Mo Qianliang. It felt as if Mo Qianliang had snatched the 100-flower fairy away from him. Although it was said that the 100-blossom fairy and him didn't have much to cross paths with each other either. But without Mo Qianliang's appearance, was there anyone else in the spirit domain besides him who was worthy of the 100-blossom fairy? Therefore, he had long since taken the 100-flower fairy as his woman. And now, Mo Qianliang was snapping him in the face. But nah, he couldn't even beat Mo Qianliang yet. Thinking about this, Jian Lingxiao's heart was filled with anger and jealousy, and his gaze toward Mo Qianliang became more and more chilly. It was too much to eat him alive. Gentlemen, you've all arrived, and I'm sure the 4 evil Dao clans won't miss the auction of the meditation pearl this time, so we need to join forces. The 100-flower fairy landed and said to a few people, Sister 100 Flowers, I will fully support you. Fairy Shui Rou was the first to state her position. Don't look at me. All know that my greatsword sect is famously poor. I'm just here to watch the fun. Scarred Tiger skimmed his lips and said, please rest assured that I, Jian Lingxiao, will fully support the fairy in winning the meditation pearl. Jian Lingxiao suppressed the hatred in his eyes and arched his hand. No matter how much he hated it in his heart, he still did a pretty good job on the surface. Finally, the 100-flower fairy looked towards Mo Qianliang with a touch of supplication in her eyes. In her mind, Mo Qianliang alone was more golden than Jian Lingxiao, Fairy Shui Rou, and the 3 scarred tigers. And if Mo Qianliang was willing to cooperate with her, then the 4 evil Dao sects would no longer be a threat. This was because in her mind, even if Mo Qianliang was not a Heaven's Path Foundation establishment, he was at least an ultra-high-quality Earth-grade Foundation establishment. I heard from a long way away that you were going to discuss dealing with us. You really think highly of us. Suddenly, a cold mocking sound came from the sky, followed by 4 figures appearing in front of the crowd. 3 men, 1 woman, and a familiar face. It was Ji Fei Yen. I don't know how she hooked up with the evil Dao's 4 sects again. Other than Ji Fei Yen, the other 3, all of them were filled with black qi. Their aura was incomparably powerful, and all of them were at least Xianpin Foundation establishment. One of the men on the right wore a ghostly, hideous mask on his face, revealing only 2 pairs of deep, icy eyes. Ghost sect Taoist sun ghost sobbing. Mid Xianpin Foundation establishment. One person on the left was shrouded in black mist, only showing half of his face, but giving off a horrible feeling. Corpsine sect Taoist sun corpse Wuxi. Middle Xianpin Foundation establishment stage. The person in the center, clad in red, the whole person was incredibly demonic, but people didn't dare to look directly at him. Blood-clothed sect Daozi blood slaughter. Metaphysical foundation building. Later, so powerful. The 100 Flowers Fairy looked grave as she took a step forward and blocked in front of the crowd. A powerful aura emanating from her. Yo, isn't this the defeated Sword Lingxiao? What? Hiding behind a woman this time? Blood Slaughter smiled teasingly, looking at Jian Lingxiao with mockery in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Jian Lingxiao's face turned ugly. At the same time, Blood Slaughter's gaze turned and saw Mo Qianliang, a flash of blood red in his eyes. He licked his lips. I guess you're the Dao Sex Dao Sun. Mo Qianliang, being able to defeat Jian Lingxiao, you're qualified to be considered as my opponent. When Mo Qianliang didn't speak, 100 Flowers Fairy snorted coldly. Blood Slaughter, aren't you also my defeated opponent? And what about the demon Sex Dao Sun, Night Song Ran? If he doesn't come, you guys are no match for me. Who is calling this young lord? Only a teenager with a slightly pale face was seen slowly walking towards this place. He wore a white robe embroidered with golden patterns, and his body was slim and weak looking. However, the terrifying aura that surrounded him was frightening, as if he could easily exterminate anyone present if he moved his little finger. Devil Sect Dao Sun Night Song Ran, Earth Grade Foundation Building. Later, Chapter 35, The Ninth Meeting, Su Shuao forced to go on a blind date. Gentlemen, my Tianba city is not a place for fighting and killing. If you want to fight, go fight outside the city. As the atmosphere between the two sides was tense, an old man walked out from the side. His name was Ouyang Yuan, and he was the person sitting in the spirit domain of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, a great Yuaning cultivator. Yuaning de cultivator. The Daozi of each sect were not afraid. After all, the 10 super sects, each sect had at least 10 Yuaning de cultivators at least. However, Ouyang Yuan was different. He wasn't just a Yuaning great cultivator. More importantly, he was an elder of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. This is a behemoth of the continent. In the continent of every state domain has a sub-pavilion. Is the domain of the cultivators of the magic treasure trading mecca. Basically, you can say this, the magic weapon you want, the information you want to know, as long as you have enough spirit stones, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion can buy them all. No one knew how powerful the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was. They only knew that the elders of each sub-pavilion were all at least Yuaning great cultivators, not to mention the entire continent. Alone is the northern continent. The number of its state domains, more than the number of 100. That is to say, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion alone, the northern continent of the power, have at least 100 Yuaning. And the reason why the super sects of the various domains tolerated the existence of such a force was because the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion never interfered in the strife of the various domains. They only guarded their heavenly treasure cities in the various domains and traded all sorts of things with cultivators from all directions. Even the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion traded some supreme treasures that not even the super sects might have. For example, the meditation bead that was ready to be auctioned in the spiritual domain this time. The 10 super sects all wanted to have it, which was enough to see the status of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. With this layer of relationship in place, fighting was definitely not possible, and the few Daozi from the 4 evil Dao sect, all left with a sneer. Night Song Ran, on the other hand, before leaving, he suddenly glanced over to Mo Qianliang, an imperceptible flush flashing across his pale face. Did he find anything? Looking at Night Song Ran's last gaze, Mo Qianliang frowned slightly. Phew, that was scary. Only after the Night Song Ran several people had all left did Scarred Tiger say with a big breath. It's not his fault. It's just that the oppression from the opposite side is too strong. If he really wanted to fight, he would probably be the first one to lead the box, because among the 10 great Taoist sons, his strength could be said to be at the bottom of the list. Night Song Ran, he actually stepped into the late stage of foundation establishment. This time, I'm afraid it's not going to be easy to deal with. The 100 Flowers Fairy also frowned, her expression incomparably grave as she murmured in a low voice. In the past, when Night Song Ran was still in the middle stage of foundation establishment, she had fought with him a few times, and even though it was just a test, it gave her great pressure. And now, the other party had actually stepped into the late stage of foundation establishment one step ahead of her, so her hope of winning over Night Song Ran was even slimmer. It's just a Night Song Ran, if we join forces, can't we still take them? Jian Lingxiao suddenly said with a cold smile. These words fell and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Are you sure? Scarred Tiger asked with some skepticism. What's so difficult about this? 100 Flower Fairy steadily suppresses that blood slaughter. That ghostly is given to me. Corpse Innocent is given to you in Fairy Shui Ro. And Ji Fei Yen thinks that she won't intervene. As for Night Song Ran, why don't we let Mo Qianliang deal with it? He's also an Earth Grade Foundation establishment. Even if he's undefeated, he can still stall for a while. After we've finished with our enemy, we'll then go and join forces to deal with Night Song Ran. How can he alone be able to defeat so many of us? Jian Lingxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a chilling light. Hating Mo Qianliang to be beheaded by Knight Song Ran. You're crazy. The 1,000-year Duke is only at the early stage of foundation establishment. How is he going to go against Knight Song Ran? The 100 Flowers Fairy glared at Jian Lingxiao and said with some anger. Then who's going to deal with Knight Song Ran? Hearing the 100 Flower Fairy speak for Mo Qianliang, Jian Lingxiao's face sank as he retorted. Mo Qianliang moved as he slowly walked over to Jian Lingxiao and said indifferently. Jian Lingxiao, it's not my turn to be commanded by a punk like you. After saying that, he crossed over Jian Lingxiao and left alone. You, being called a waste by Mo Qianliang in front of the crowd. Jian Lingxiao's face turned red and white as he stared angrily at Mo Qianliang's back. Mo Qianliang turned around and looked at Jian Lingxiao with an icy expression, causing him to swallow the words he hadn't said yet. Jian Lingxiao took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart as he sorrowfully swept a glance at Mo Qianliang's back before walking in another direction. Mo Millennium. He wants revenge. He must have his revenge. After handing over the Spirit Stone, Mo Qianliang entered the Heavenly Treasure City's advanced cultivation room. He didn't go to the exchange to see what goodies were there. Instead, he entered into cultivation. He didn't have anything that he particularly needed right now. Even if it was the meditation bead, it would be useless to him because he already had the Xianling Jade Pendant. If it wasn't for his master's instructions, he wouldn't even bother to come here to practice. What he lacked the most right now was cultivation time. Among the 10 great Daozi of the spiritual domain, he was the youngest, and was the most disadvantaged in terms of cultivation. Otherwise, with his heavenly Dao foundation, and with a few more years of cultivation, what Knight Song Ran was? The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's high-level cultivation room. Although it was expensive for a day, it was extremely safe and would not be disturbed by anyone, so Mo Qianliang could stay here without worry. After cultivating for 2 hours, Mo Qianliang counted the time, and it was again the moment when he should enter the dream realm. Thinking that he could see Su Shuao again, a faint smile appeared on his face, as if all his worries had drifted away with the wind. Ugh! Su Shuao rested her chin on one hand and sat by the table, her face full of distress. She's having trouble right now. Princess, today is your birthday. Why are you so unhappy? Mo Qianliang appeared and happened to hear Su Shuao's long sigh and couldn't help but inquire. You're here? Hearing the familiar voice, Su Shuao raised her head, a hint of delight blossoming in her beautiful eyes. Princess, what happened? Mo Qianliang asked softly as he sat down next to her. See for yourself. Su Shuao lightly bit her lips and said with a face full of sadness, her finger pointing at the several pieces of drawing paper on the table. Her pretty face, written with helplessness. Mo Qianliang looked at it and saw that there was a young talented man's appearance drawn on the drawing paper, and there was a line of small words underneath it. Nangong Russian, the third young master of the Nangong family, exceptionally gifted, stepped into the realm of spirit transformation at only 26 years old. This is, Mo Qianliang's heart was shocked, and he immediately felt bad. I almost forgot that the two worlds have different cultivation realms, but the focus is on the protagonist's cultivation realm. The main character's world, Hotian, innate, foundation, Jiedan, Yuanin, transformation of God, holy realm, the world where the heroine is located, hardening the body, physical body, divine power, transforming the spirit, penetrating the spirit, transcending the mortal world, entering the saint. He turned over the first sheet of drawing paper, and his eyes went back to the second sheet, on which a young talent was similarly drawn. Li Wentao, the #1 heavenly pride of Xiling County, under the tutelage of Taoist monarch Yun Lai. At the age of only 25, he is already in the great circle of the Avatar realm. The next few paintings, each of which had a young talent on it, were of the young masters of various families, or the pride of some heaven. Each and every one of them was a renowned celestial pride, famous on one side, and just by looking at their age and cultivation alone, they were far beyond the spirit domain's various great Daozi. Obviously, Su Shuaya was now encountering a very troubling matter. She's going to be forced to choose her sidekick. In otherworldly terms, that means being forced to go on a blind date. Chapter 36. How can this be a Taoist son? Looking at these drawing papers, Mo Qianliang was a bit stunned. Although he knew that this day would come sooner or later, he didn't expect it to be so soon. Doing the math, Su Shuaya was already 23 years old, and had indeed reached the age of marriage. If it was an ordinary girl, it would be fine, but Su Shuaya was the only princess of the great Chang dynasty, and there were a lot of things that were not for her to decide. However, Mo Qianliang's heart ached, and it became difficult to breathe, as if he had been viciously stabbed. He hadn't known Su Shuaya for a long time and not long at all, but he felt that unique charm in Su Shuaya. Although this was only a dream world, he still wanted to accompany Su Shuaya through the long years ahead. He doesn't want to see her marry another man. Princess, do you have your eye on anyone? After a long time, Mo Qianliang forced a smile and asked. Hearing Mo Qianliang's words, Su Shuao slightly froze, raising her eyes to look at Mo Qianliang, her eyebrows slightly frowning. Do you want me to be with someone else? At those words, Mo Qianliang shook his head and said, I don't hope. Su Shuao's eyes lit up, revealing a bright smile, just like the blossoming of spring flowers. Since you don't want it, why are you asking me again? Mo Qianliang was slightly stunned as he lowered his head and murmured and whispered, the princess's choice then? I won't choose any of these people. Su Shuao took the drawing paper in Mo Qianliang's hand, and with a slight flash of her aura, she shattered it to pieces. Ha! This scene left Mo Qianliang dumbfounded. As he stared blankly at Su Shuao, a warm current welling up in the bottom of his heart, making the tip of his nose a little sour. Was this the princess, telling him to his face that she wouldn't choose anyone? Don't worry, father loves me, no matter what. He can't force me to marry. Seeing this appearance of Mo Qianliang, Su Shuao but snorted and laughed, her delicate face as bright as 100 flowers blooming. Mo Qianliang also laughed and said, truth be told, princess, a few days ago, I was also forced by my master to recruit a bride, or at the same time to the first 3 of the top 10 beauties of the spirit domain. Su Shuao blinked her eyes, but a tense look appeared in her eyes as she said, then how did you choose? I refuse. Mo Qianliang shrugged his shoulders. You rejected all 10 beauties? Su Shuao seemed to be somewhat disbelieving. Then why did the princess refuse as well? Mo Qianliang smiled. The two of them stared at each other, and in the end, it was Su Shuao who first averted her gaze, but the smirk on her face couldn't be concealed in any way. A moment later, Su Shuao coughed lightly and asked, your spirit domain's top 10 beauties, how beautiful are they? Mo Qianliang slightly mused. The top 10 beauties, each of them is a national color, pouring the country into the city. Oh, before Mo Qianliang could finish speaking, he saw Su Shuao's bulging cheeks and hurriedly shut up. If I'm in the spirit domain, can I enter one of the top 10 beauties? Su Shuao glared at Mo Qianliang and asked. Can. Definitely can. Mo Qianliang hastily nodded his head. Really? Su Shuao stared at Mo Qianliang with some skepticism. Not only will you get in, but the first place is not the princess. Mo Qianliang patted his chest and assured. Only after hearing these words did Su Shuao show her face and smile. The entire room became bright and mesmerizing. Looking at such Su Shuao, Mo Qianliang's heart couldn't help but miss a beat. Princess, you're so beautiful. Mo Qianliang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This princess is the number 1 beauty of the 7 kingdoms. Su Shuao smiled smugly. This is still the first time Mo Qianliang has seen Su Shuao so narcissistic. No, it shouldn't be narcissistic. Su Shuao is indeed the most beautiful girl Mo Qianliang has ever seen. Can you tell me about your world? I don't understand it yet. Su Shuao rested her cheek with one hand, her pair of autumn watery eyes, gently blinking twice as she quietly looked at Mo Qianliang. In her heart, a curiosity about the world where Mo Qianliang was born. She wanted to know what kind of world it was. Of course, hearing Su Shuao's question, Mo Qianliang smiled and nodded. In the spirit domain, there are a total of 10 super sects, and these 10 sects are, as for me, I am the Dao son of the Dao sect, the eldest senior brother of this generation of disciples. Mo Qianliang slowly opened his mouth to introduce. Listening to Mo Qianliang's narration, Su Shuao's beautiful eyes were filled with ripples, growing more and more expectant. She suddenly felt some urgency to go to Mo Qianliang's world. Only, she couldn't seem to get there. For the 10 major sects, there are 10 Daozi. Besides you, what is the strength of the other Daozi? Su Shuao suddenly inquired curiously. The strength of the top 10 Daozi varies. Just for example, the Daozi of the Sword sect, Jian Lingxiao, stepped into foundation establishment at the age of 22, and after 2 more years of cultivation, he has just stepped into the middle stage of foundation establishment. As Mo Qianliang spoke, Su Shuao's face suddenly blushed strangely. Princess, is there something wrong? Noticing Su Shuao's odd expression, Mo Qianliang asked. 24 years old and in the middle stage of foundation establishment? Su Shuao said with a strange expression. Yeah, or the Dao son of the Sword sect? One of the spirit domain's 10 great celestial pride? Su Shuao added another sentence. Yeah, Mo Qianliang continued to reply. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Su Shuao opened her mouth, wanted to say something, but felt that the wording was inappropriate, and finally said, this can also become a Daozi? The implication is that, too weak, do not see those young talents of the empire, 25 or 26 years old, either the conjugation of the Dan or the foundation establishment round, and for that matter, it is not necessarily possible to enter the Empire's top 10 heavenly pride position. If you don't see her, Su Shueyo, at only 20 years old, she surpassed the Foundation establishment and stepped into the Jindan realm. 24 years old in the middle stage of foundation building, still just stepping into the middle. What about the others? When you said the spirit domain top 10 beauties before, were there any Daozi? Su Shueyo asked again. The spirit domain's top 10 beauties, 3 of them are Daozi, of which the first beauty, 100 Flowers Fairy, is not only the flower sex Daozi, but her cultivation strength is also extremely strong. Mo Qianliang replied. Oh, how strong? Stronger than me? Su Shueyo playfully blinked her eyes and looked at Mo Qianliang with interest. It's naturally incomparable to the princess. 100 Flower Fairy is similar in age to the princess this year, and her cultivation is already close to the late stage of foundation establishment. Mo Qianliang smiled and said. Hearing Mo Qianliang say this, Su Shueyo laughed once again. This so-called first beauty of the spirit domain, it seemed, was not a threat to her. The two continued to exchange words, Mo Qianliang telling, Su Shueyo listening. Sometimes she would interject a few words. For a moment, neither of them paid attention to the passage of time, as if they had forgotten the existence of space and time. It wasn't until nightfall was almost upon them that Su Shueyo awoke with a start. She looked up at the setting sun that was about to fall and then at Mo Qianliang beside her, her eyes revealing a flash of unprecedented luster. Because, this time, the time that Mo millennium had existed had broken through an hour for the first time. And it wasn't just more than an hour. It had been more than 2 hours. Chapter 37, The Shortest and the Farthest Distances. Mo Qianliang also reacted to the fact that he had been in the dream world for an extraordinarily long time this time. Even this one stayed longer than the previous 8 combined. Most importantly, he hadn't left and was still in the dream world. It was as if he had completely integrated into this world and would not leave it again. The two of them glanced at each other and both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. The 9th meeting was undoubtedly a great breakthrough. It's almost sunset. Can you watch the sunset with me? At this time, Su Shueyo looked at the blazing sun that was about to fall and asked Mo Qianliang, a faint blush appearing on her beautiful face. Well, it's fine. Mo Qianliang nodded with a smile. The two quietly climbed up to the roof and sat on the edge of the eaves, gazing at the setting sun, silently immersed in its afterglow. The sun was setting and the evening sun was like blood. A magnificent and spectacular scene was presented against the backdrop of the roiling fire clouds. The evening sun reflected off the two men's shadows, lengthening them and casting them on the eaves of the house, creating a beautiful picture. Looking at the teenager on her side, under the setting sun, the peaceful and tranquil image made Su Shueyo feel unprecedentedly relaxed. I don't know how long it took, but Mo Qianliang suddenly turned his head and looked at Su Shueyo and said, Princess, I've been by your side for more than 2 hours, and I feel that it's better than half a month of hard training. Su Shueyo turned her head at the sound and looked at Mo Qianliang, smiling slightly. My physique is very special. The closer I am, the more my cultivation speed will increase. She looked at Mo Qianliang with a pair of bright, beautiful eyes, the corners of her eyes carrying a small hint of smugness. Oh, then princess, can I come a little bit closer to you? Mo Qianliang was stunned, then said with a smile. Yes, Su Shueyo said without hesitation. As soon as the words fell, Su Shueyo felt that Mo Qianliang took a step closer towards herself, but not to the point of direct contact. However, at this distance, it was only necessary to tilt slightly to lean into each other's bodies. The sun gradually set, the evening breeze blew Su Shueyo's hair, and the last remaining light shone down, making the entire palace appear even more dazzling. When I was a child, on every birthday, it was always my mother who accompanied me. Right now in this position, as I leaned on my mother's arms and watched the sunset, Su Shueyo murmured, her tone permeated with faint longing. And where is she now? I don't seem to see it every time? Mo Qianliang asked softly. She's gone. Su Shueyo sighed softly, a trace of sadness flashing across her face. Mo Qianliang froze and looked at the young girl beside him, only to see that her eyes were vaguely tearful, as if she had been touched by something that had touched the deep softness of her heart. Sorry, Mo Qianliang apologized, originally just casually asked, but never thought that it would evoke the sadness in the young girl's heart. None of your business. Su Shueyo shook her head, wiping away the teardrops in her eyes and trying to squeeze out a smile. Mo Qianliang stretched out his hand and gently held Su Shueyo's small hand. Feeling her soft and boneless small hand, his heart slightly trembled and he couldn't help but grasp a few points tighter. Don't be sad, Mo Qianliang said softly. It's fine. Su Shueyo softly replied back. She gently struggled a bit, wanting to pull out her hand, but nay, Mo Qianliang's grip was too tight, and she couldn't pull it out at all. She had to give in and let Mo Qianliang grab her. Within moments, the evening sun completely disappeared into the end of the sky, replaced by darkness enveloping the land and a single star twinkling. The two of them quietly looked at the stars shining in the sky. Their moods became calm, like two magnets, tightly attracting each other. Long. Do you think that God has arranged for us to meet for some purpose? Suddenly, Su Shueyo opened her mouth, looking away from the night sky, and slowly said, her clear and pleasant voice, echoing in the silent night sky. Mo Qianliang followed Su Shueya's line of sight and similarly looked up at the starry sky, and after a moment, he spoke, perhaps, this is the fate that heaven has arranged for us. When Su Shueyo heard this, she pursed her lips lightly and said softly, do you really believe in fate? Of course, because heaven arranged the greatest well, Mo Qianliang seriously said, the corner of his mouth raised in a shallow arc. If we live in the same world, under the same starry sky, how good would that be? Su Shueyo said quietly, a hint of yearning flashing across her face. Princess, would you like to hear a story? Mo Qianliang said. You say it, I'll listen. Su Shueyo nodded. Once upon a time, a long time ago, a fairy came down to earth and met a mortal. They fell in love, but there is ultimately a difference between immortals and mortals, and they couldn't really be together. Finally, they were transformed into two stars in the sky, separated by a distant river of stars, and could only see each other once a year. Listening to the story Mo Qianliang told, Su Shueyo's heart rippled. This story, why is it kind of like them? Every year, you can only see it once. Look, a shooting star, only to see two meteors crossing the night sky. They are like bright pearls, flashing brightly under the dark night curtain, appearing particularly splendid and eye-catching. Mo Qianliang and Su Shueyo were attracted by this beautiful sight. They raised their heads in unison, their gazes gazing at the dark night sky as they watched the meteors streak across the sky. In this moment, time seemed to stand still and everything around us became quiet and beautiful. The two meteors seemed to have some kind of mysterious power as they slowly approached, closer and closer and closer. Mo Qianliang and Su Shueyo's eyes never left the shooting star, their hearts filled with anticipation and hope. At this moment, it was as if they had forgotten the world around them, leaving only each other and the two shooting stars that were gradually approaching. It was as if it was Mo Qianliang and Su Shueyo, the distance between the two of them, getting closer and closer, until, when they were about to merge, the two meteors suddenly turned around and violently separated, and grew further and further apart. The furthest distance in the world is not the end of the world, but the fact that I'm right next to you, but I can't hold on to you. It's like shooting stars in the sky that are clearly about to merge together, but then suddenly separate without any pattern. A tear dripped down from Su Shueyo's eyes. The evening breeze gently blew away the remaining warmth in her hand. She turned around, and her side was already empty. The distance between them was more exaggerated and varied than a shooting star. The last moment, they were holding hands. In the next breath, they were already separated by a space and time. A world. The shortest and most distant distances in the world are between two people. Short enough to be skin to skin, far enough to be untraceable. The night, growing silent. Meteors, getting farther and farther away. The next time we meet, it will be another year later. P.S. Recommendation validation period is up. The data of the next few days is especially important. I hope that the little darling who likes this book to help push the book shortage. Point a reminder. Send a small gift. Give a good review. To help Mo Qianliang and Su Shueyo together more and more time. Smiley face. Chapter 38. Ji Fei Yen the Auctioneer. The cultivation level has risen another step. A little closer to the middle stage of foundation establishment. But I can't be happy about it. In the cultivation room, Mo Qianliang opened his eyes, his face showing some melancholy. In fact, Su Shueyo had endured more than him. As the only princess of the empire, she was well protected deep within the palace and had never left it, which was what she told Mo Qianliang today. The only ones she had come into contact with were her father, her brother, and a few palace guards. Everything else she could only hear about, or look at from afar. Before she was 9 years old, Su Shueyo still had a mother who loved her, probably her happiest moment. Only later, she didn't even have a mother anymore, and her father and brother favored her, but in the end, they didn't understand her and didn't know what she needed. What she needs is companionship. What's needed is a friend to talk to. Millennium, both her first and only friend. However, this was cruel, because for Su Shueyo, she needed to wait a whole year to meet Mo Qianliang for that small amount of time. And, after a year of waiting and meeting, it's possible that, before you can say a few words, you'll be awakened again. He could not predict or control the timing of his dreams, and the length of last night's meeting was a surprise of sorts. This time, Mo Qianliang stayed for almost 3 hours, and he could feel that Su Shueyo was very happy. because she had finally found someone to talk to tell the repression buried in her heart for many years. If only, for one more moment, how good would it be, how nice would it be if, once a year, it was him who saw the door. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's auctions came as scheduled, and every auction was a grand event for spiritual domain cultivators, especially loose cultivators, and this time even more. Several days ago the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion temporarily increased the auction of meditation beads, attracting even more people. Even the 10 super sects of the Daozi were all there. Inside the auction house, the crowd was bustling and lively, and the atmosphere was extremely hot. The various forces, as well as the strongest members of the scattered cultivators, also took their seats. This auction, there's even an auxiliary spirit treasure that enhances the speed of cultivation. That's the most precious existence. Come on, I can see that all the Daozi of the 10 super sects have come. We can just get along. Don't even think about the auction. The 10 great Taoist sons are all here? Isn't it possible to see the first 3 of the spirit domain's 10 beauties? Inside the auction hall, all sorts of exclamations continued to ring out and there was a lot of discussion. The second floor of the auction house has also sat down a few people. This second floor elegant sitting. Only the spirit domain has the name of the Yuaning Big Cultivator, or the reputation of the Daozi level heavenly pride can enter the seat. The people on the first floor, when they looked up at the presence on the second floor, all of them did not have respect and envy in their eyes. Look, the Daozi from the various sects are here. So beautiful. Is that the spirit domain's number 1 beauty? The 100-flower fairy? It's so beautiful. If I can have a night of spring with her, I'd be willing to live even if I have to live 10 years less. 10 years? It's 100 years I'd do it. Asterisk 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 can this be rolled too? That's Fairy Shui Ro, isn't it? Rumor has it that Fairy Shui Ro's appearance is so beautiful that she can be called a special creature on Earth. And today, when I see her, she really lives up to her name. The crowd was talking, and from time to time, there were male cultivators sneaking a look at the second floor with infatuated eyes. 100-flower fairy and water-soft fairy and the others sat down. The other Daozi hadn't come yet, and there were still a few Yuaning de cultivators on the second floor, but they were all sitting in the corners. A few moments later, Jian Lingxiao and Scarred Tiger arrived as well, and right behind them were the Daozi of the 4 sects of the Devil Dao. As soon as they appeared, the atmosphere of the scene was violently quiet because the oppressive feeling of this Dao son of the 4 sects of the Devil Dao was too strong. An icy gaze, sweeping around the circle, caused everyone to stifle a shiver. Where's Mo Millennium? Why didn't he come? He was nowhere to be seen at our meeting last night either, so he couldn't have run away. Could he? Jian Lingxiao scanned the circle and did not find Mo Qianliang's figure, and could not help but frown and ask, I don't know. After we parted ways yesterday, he was nowhere to be seen and couldn't be contacted. Scarred Tiger shrugged his shoulders. Humph, really not putting us in our eyes too much. A little bit of strength and then inflate. Thinking that he alone can beat Night Song Ranch? Jian Lingxiao coldly snorted. I believe that Prince Qianlong will come. He must have something to deal with. The 100-flower fairy had always believed in Mo Qianliang, and looking at 100-flower fairy defending Mo Qianlong once again, Jian Lingxiao was so angry in his heart that he couldn't wait to tear Mo Qianlong into pieces. His eyes narrowed, flashing with a cold, chilling aura as he looked at the 100-flower fairy once again. Sorry to be late. Mo Qianliang finally arrived. He was dressed in white, dashing and handsome, a good gentleman, attracting countless female cultivators. It's fine. It's good to be here. The 100-flower fairy smiled faintly, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at Mo Qianliang. Looking at the 100-flower fairy's attitude towards Mo Qianliang, Jian Lingxiao gnashed his teeth in jealousy. Mo Qianliang had just sat down when he sensed a gaze toward him. He raised his eyes and looked at the pale-faced teenager not far away, who had been watching him. Night Ranger, what does he want? Mo Qianliang frowned slightly. He could have never dealt with Night Songran. Why would the other party keep staring at him? He could tell that he was a Tendo Tsukiji? Or did he see that he had the Xianling Jade pendant on him? Mo Qianliang thought for half a day, but he couldn't figure out Night Songran's intentions. However, he understood that Night Songran was the only person who could make him feel strongly threatened, so he was very wary of him. Welcome to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion auction. Fei Yin here first wishes you all to win the treasure and return with pleasure yo. An incomparable charm of the voice rang. The crowd looked around, only to see a red-dressed demonic like fire, wearing an incomparable exposed Ji Fei Yin, slowly walked into the auction house with a graceful pace. This goblin, it's tempting beyond words. Holy, that's a hooker. If only she'd marry my old man. Though it is said that no one can survive 3 days on this goblin's belly, but to die under the peony flower is to be a ghost. Ah, I can't. It's going to. It's coming. In the auction hall, the crowd murmured. and a pair of lustful gazes flowed recklessly over Ji Fei Yan's delicate and exquisite curves. There are even people who, while staring at Ji Fei Yan, quietly put their hands under their seats. Indeed, the 100-flower fairy was ranked higher than Ji Fei Yan, but the 100-flower fairy could only be viewed from afar and could not be played with, whereas Ji Fei Yan, that was really a chance to play with it. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Ji Fei Yan smiled delicately, charmingly. Her knitted brows and smile were all flavorful. Cluck cluck cluck. Suddenly, Ji Fei Yan laughed delicately, instantly making the males in the audience tingling all over the body. The body's hot blood boiling, is stupidly moving. This Ji Fei Yan, the day before yesterday she was with us. Yesterday she was with the evil Dao 4 sect, and today she has become the auctioneer of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Which team is she on? Scarred Tiger buzzed. We can't control which team she's on, but we have to prepare for the worst in advance. The 100-flower fairy spoke up. Cluck cluck cluck. Ji Fei Yan glanced at the crowd on the second floor, then stroked her charm and said, since everyone is here, then the slave family announces that the auction now begins. Chapter 39, Unexpected Joy. Stacked Effectiveness. This first lot is a drop of extreme grade foundation building spirit liquid. Starting price, 100 medium grade spirit stones. Yo. Ji Fei Yan took out a jade bottle with a drop of crystal clear liquid inside. What? Surprisingly, it's an extreme grade foundation building spiritual liquid. Extreme grade foundation building spirit liquid. Hearing those 4 words, the auction house instantly exploded. Extreme foundation building spirit liquid. Something that was rare in the entire cultivation world. That was an extreme product that could make an innate great circle unconditionally succeed in foundation building with just 1 drop. Such an extreme product, in the entire spirit domain, could only be refined by 3 master alchemists, thus making it extremely scarce in quantity. Perhaps there was no shortage of excellent disciples from super sects, but for small forces or loose cultivators, they were invaluable. 110 medium-grade spirit stones, 120 medium-grade spirit stones, 150 medium-grade spirit stones. In an instant, the originally calm auction house became noisy. Numerous cultivators frantically joined the competition. Soon enough, the foundation building spirit liquid was bid up to 300 mid-grade spirit stones. By the time we get to that number, the competing talent is dwindling, and it's clearly getting close to the real price. Within the sect, each disciple can purchase a drop of the very best quality foundation establishment spiritual liquid at the price of 100 mid-grade spirit stones, but each person can only buy it once, in the outside world. But does it require 300 mid-grade spirit stones? Mo Qianliang whispered. The treatment of disciples of large sects was indeed much better than that of casual cultivators. For example, the outstanding disciples of the big clans can build their foundations within 30 years of age, while these small forces or scattered cultivators below them who build their foundations are basically several dozens of years old. 300 medium-grade spirit stones once, 300 medium-grade spirit stones twice. Seeing that no one continued to bid, Ji Fei Yan, however, suddenly winks, placing the jade bottle in her hand on her chest with very little fabric and rolling it around. If no one continues to bid, then it's going to be auctioned off by someone else. Ji Fei Yan looked at the crowd below with a faint grudge. A pair of beautiful eyes, watery and full of seductive flavor, making it difficult for people to extricate themselves. Who the hell can top this? 310 medium-grade spirit stones. Immediately, a big man raised a sign and shouted, and swallowed hard. Who wants to buy the spirit liquid? Ah, I want to buy the bottle. 350 medium-grade spirit stones. Another person immediately roared. A pair of green bean eyes greedily looking at the proud part of Ji Fei Yan's chest. Soon, the price was actually speculated to 800 medium-grade spirit stones. This is also possible? Scarred Tiger's eyes widened in a look of utter astonishment. The crowd also understood why the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion would ask Ji Fei Yan to be the competent auctioneer. This is a proper blood money not to lose. In the end, this drop of extremely high-grade foundation building spirit liquid was auctioned off for 900 medium-grade spirit stones and was won by a foundation building cultivator. This foundation establishment cultivator, after getting the bottle, immediately placed it by his mouth and kissed it several times, and finally directly contained it. His face was filled with a mesmerized expression, as if he was drinking agar jelly in jade dew like a relief. And now, for the second piece. Afterward, Mo Qianliang stopped paying attention to the auction as he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. After all, there was nothing he particularly needed in the auction, so he was too lazy to waste his spirit. After the auction is over, I'm afraid, there will be a big battle waiting. Peer-to-peer competition. The older generation must not intervene, and cultivation was what he most urgently needed to improve. After spending a few hours by Su Shuiyao's side yesterday, coupled with the fact that that world's aura was even more dense, his cultivation had already reached the early stage of foundation establishment's grand completion. Of course, the reason why it was so fast was also due to the fact that his own cultivation talent was extremely powerful. 18 years old. Foundation establishment realm. This is extremely rare in the spirit domain. 1,000 years can only have one person. Moreover, this was still under the circumstance that he hadn't gone for a deliberate role. Otherwise his cultivation speed would have to be increased a lot more. Coupled with the fact that after he stepped into the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, his talent once again increased, and his cultivation speed, naturally, became even more terrifying. At this rate, it shouldn't take more than a month for him to step into the middle stage of foundation establishment. I don't know how long it took, but a neutral voice rang out. Welcome everyone to the show. And now, the grand finale of the auction, and the heaviest auction item of the auction. I believe all of you must be very interested. Tianbao Pavilion's elder, Ouyang Yuan, had personally come down to preside over the auction. Mo Qianliang also opened his eyes and swept his gaze to the stage. Not only him, but all the Taoists present all looked over. Ouyang Yuan held a wooden box in his hand and coughed lightly, then slowly opened it. Hiss! The wooden box had just been opened, and immediately, a refreshing sensation came through, causing the spirit to be shaken. It was a thumb-sized emerald green jade bead, crystal clear all over, like a work of art carved from emerald. This jade bead emitted a faint light, which seemed to contain extremely strong energy, and a marvelous fluctuation was transmitted from this jade bead. At the same time, everyone present felt a slight increase in their cultivation speed, a supreme treasure that enhances the speed of cultivation. Gentlemen, please feel it. Ouyang Yuan laughed, and with a wave of his hand, this jade bead flew towards the second floor, stopping for a moment in front of each person on the second floor. When this jade bead stopped at Mo Qianliang's side, his expression remained unchanged, but his pupils shrunk slightly. Surprisingly, he also felt his cultivation speed, once again, increase by 20%. Here, what's going on? Didn't he already have the Xianling Jade Pendant? Wasn't it said that auxiliary spirit treasures that enhance cultivation speed can only be uplifted to effect one at a time? Is it that the means of refining spiritual treasures in the two worlds are completely different? Mo Qianliang secretly guessed in his heart, and with this one discovery, his originally idle expression finally became serious. Since it can be stacked, then, this meditation bead, he had to take it. Gentlemen, this is an auxiliary spiritual treasure created by one of my heavenly treasure pavilion's refining masters, called the meditation bead, which possesses the effect of concentrating and calming the mind, as well as absorbing heaven and earth's spiritual qi, assisting the bearer with the miraculous effect of cultivation. After turning around, Ouyang Yuan reinserted the meditation bead into the box and started the auction. The efficacy of this meditation bead, I'm sure several Taoists have already felt it, and it's undoubtedly a priceless treasure for foundation establishment cultivators. Its base price is 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, and each time the price is raised, it must not be lower than 100 top-grade spirit stones. As Ouyang Yuan's words fell, the entire auction hall was surprisingly quiet. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. It was impossible for the average foundation establishment to take them out, and it was most of the Jiedan cultivators that didn't necessarily have them. The people on the first floor, naturally, couldn't afford to pay the price, so everyone set their eyes on the people on the second floor. The 9 Taoists, at this moment, hadn't even made a bid, but between the two sides' atmospheres, the tension had already reached an extreme point. Mo Qianliang, on the other hand, was already thinking that after auctioning off the meditation pearl, he must take it to Su Shuiyao to watch, see if the means of refining spiritual treasures in the two worlds are different. If it's really not the same, then could it be improved to make the effect more powerful? As for him not being able to afford the auction, jokes, with over 100,000 top-grade spirit stones in hand, he only wanted to say one thing. Everyone here, who else? Chapter 40, no good. There's a mole? Since no one has opened their mouths, then I will be the first to bid. 1,100 top-grade spirit stones. A Yuanying de cultivator in the corner of the second floor opened his mouth, his voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. This Yuanying great cultivator was not an elder of the top 10 super sects, but he was also an elder of a great power second only to the superpowers, and was still renowned in the spirit domain. As he shouted, the remaining few Yuanying followed suit. Soon, the price of the meditation bead climbed to more than 3,000 top-grade spirit stones, and the number continued to increase. 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. A gloomy voice rang out, and Corpsine Sect Dao Sun, Corpse Wuxi, spoke up at this moment, with a Daozi joining the competition. The few remaining Yuanying great cultivators weighed their stature and helplessly withdrew from the competition. Good. Taoist evil bid 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. Is there a higher price? Seeing this, the smile on Ouyang Yuan's face grew even bigger as he opened his mouth again and asked, 6,000 top-grade spirit stones. The 100 Flowers Fairy bid. She wore a veil and her tone was as cold as winter. The meditation bead is absolutely not to be shot by the Dao son of the evil Dao 4 sect, or else by then Night Song Ran's cultivation will only be even more powerful. The 100 Flowers Fairy is bidding 6,000 top-grade spirit stones. 7,000 top-grade spirit stones. Ouyang Yuan was just about to call out the price, when Corpsine Sect Dao Sun Corpse Wuxi once again jumped ahead and directly bid to 7,000 top-grade spirit stones. 8,000 top-grade spirit stones. The 100 Flower Fairy frowned and shouted the price again. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Corpse Evil seemed to have anticipated what would happen and continued to raise the price nonchalantly, and also raised it to 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Hearing this price, the 100 Flower Fairy's brows furrowed slightly. As a matter of fact, this price had already far exceeded the original value of the meditation pearl, but it was a matter of fact that this spiritual treasure was unattainable, and if it fell into the hands of Night Song Ran, it would weigh them down. Even if it cost several times as much, it must be taken. 11,000 top-grade spirit stones. The 100 Flower Fairy took a deep breath. This price was already almost beyond her tolerance limit. 100 Flower Fairy really has great vigor. Corpse Innocent let out a light laugh as he sat down, looking as if he had given up on bidding. However, before the 100 Flower Fairy could breathe a sigh of relief, Night Song Ran spoke faintly. 15,000. He then simply spat out 3 words, instantly causing the 100 Flower Fairy's face to look much uglier. At that price, it was beyond her limit. Night Song Ran, surprisingly, had so many spirit stones. Sister 100 Flowers, I'll lend you all of my 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. Fairy Shui Ro opened her mouth to fully support Fairy 100 Flowers. With Fairy Shui Ro's 5,000 top-grade spirit stones, Fairy 100 Flowers fixed her mind and called out the price again. 16,000 top-grade spirit stones. Hearing the 100 Flower Fairy's offer, the corner of Night Song Ran's mouth hooked up into a playful smile. He stood up, patted the corner of his coat, and said lightly, if we fight like this, the price will only be raised higher and higher. How about this? Each of us will give the spirit stones in our storage bags to Elder Ouyang Yuan, so that he can come and see which of us has the highest bid, and determine the winner at one time. How about it? This is a good idea. Elder Ouyang Yuan, I wonder what you think of our proposal. Bloodslaughter also nodded and looked at Ouyang Yuan. Ha ha, as the auctioneer, I'm only responsible for the highest bidder. As for how you guys bid, that's your business. Ouyang Yuan laughed and nodded, agreeing to the proposal. That's fine, but we need to go to the room to discuss it. The 100 Flower Fairy pondered for a moment and nodded as well. Subsequently, the crowd came to an elegant room on the second floor, and after entering, the 100 Flowers Fairy immediately set up a soundproof formation prepared in advance, so that even Yuaning powerhouses would not be able to eavesdrop. Everyone, the meditation pearl can't be gotten by Night Song Ran, so this time, we must go all out. After the formation was set up, the 100 Flower Fairy was the first to speak, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. No problem, I have 8,000 top-grade spirit stones here. Jian Lingxiao was the first to speak up, taking the initiative to hand over the spirit stones to the 100 Flowers Fairy. I only have 2,000. I can't help it. I didn't have any hope of winning the auction in the first place, Scarred Tiger said awkwardly, taking out all 2,000 spirit stones. Together, these only add up to 26,000. I'm afraid that's not enough. The 100 Flower Fairy turned her gaze to Mo Qianliang and said, Mr. Qianliang, I have 10,000 here. Mo Qianliang nodded and took out the 10,000 top-grade spirit stones that Taoist Qingshan had given him. Many thanks. Seeing Mo Qianliang's action, the 100 Flower Fairy looked grateful as she opened her mouth to thank him. 36,000. That should be enough to compete. After gathering all the spirit stones together, the 100 Flower Fairy took a deep breath and returned to the second floor above the elegant seats. And at this time, Night Song Ran and the others also came out from another elegant room. He looked over here, a playful evil smile on his pale face. Elder Ouyang Yuan, please take a look. The 100 Flowers Fairy sent the storage bag in her hand, through the air, to Elder Ouyang Yuan's hand, while Night Song Ran, similarly, handed over the storage bag in his hand. These are your bids. No problem? Ouyang Yuan spoke after inspecting them. Of course. Night Song Ran and the 100 Flowers Fairy both nodded their heads. Ouyang Yuan first looked at the 100 Flowers Fairy's storage bag, swept his divine sense, and opened his mouth. The 100 Flowers Fairy bids 36,000 top-grade spirit stones. Subsequently, Ouyang Yuan looked towards Night Song Ran's storage bag, and at this moment, 100 Flower Fairy and the others were undoubtedly nervous to the extreme. Gotta outbid the other guy. After seeing the number of spirit stones in Night Song Ran's storage bag, Ouyang Yuan looked strange. Song Ran Daozi bids 36,100 upper grade spirit stones. Wow! When this bid was made, the whole room was abuzz with excitement. Why were these two bids so coincidental? The 100 Flowers Fairy was even more pale, chanting under her breath. Only over 100. How is that possible? Mo Qianlian's eyes narrowed slightly. Night Song Ran might possess a greater number of spirit stones, but it was absolutely impossible to have just over 100. I'm afraid there's a problem here. Between us, someone has told the other party the amount of spirit stones we have. The 100 Flower Fairy looked at the crowd with some pain in her eyes. She thought about the other party bidding 40,000 or even 37,000, but it was 36,100. That's simply not realistic. Except for the fact that a mole told the opposite side of the table about his cards. The mole. Who is it? Humph. M.O. Millennium, isn't it you? You disappeared from our meeting last night. You're still late today, and you've shown no interest in the auction. So by all rights, how could you, an Earth-grade foundation builder, not want this meditation pearl? Jian Lingxiao seized the opportunity to sneer from the sidelines, directly withholding. Scarred Tiger hurriedly took a step back, moving a little further away from Mo Qianliang. And in his heart, he clearly believed in Jian Lingxiao's words. The 100 Flowers Fairy also looked at Mo Qianliang, while Mo Qianliang's expression did not change in the slightest and remained calm as he slowly opened his mouth. Who betrayed us? Who knows best in his heart? I believe you. Perhaps they really only have 100 more spirit stones than us. The 100 Flower Fairy exhaled deeply. She still chose to believe Mo Qianliang. This made even Mo Qianliang a little surprised. He was not very familiar with the 100 Flower Fairy. Why would she believe in him so much? Chapter 41. Did I say I'm an Earth-grade foundation builder? Since both of you have no comments, then I announce that this meditation pearl will belong to. Ouyang Yuan was about to announce the results of the auction when a faint voice suddenly interrupted him. Sorry, I haven't bid yet. The speaker was none other than Mo Qianliang. His sudden outburst attracted everyone's attention, and they all cast puzzled gazes towards him. Even the 100 Flower Fairy looked at him in shock. Could it be that he still has spirit stones? One must know that Mo Qianliang had already taken out 10,000 before, and if he wanted to auction the meditation bead, he would have to also take out more than 36,100 top-grade spirit stones before he could do so. Mo Millennium, what the hell are you up to? Haven't you guys already made a bid? Blood Slaughter opened his mouth gloomily, a hint of anger in his tone. You guys are talking about one bid per person. That was 100 Flower Fairy's bid. And when did I bid? Of course, if you have spirit stones, you can continue to follow the bid. Mo Qianliang smiled faintly, and his light words caused Blood Slaughter to become speechless. Pretending. I'd like to see how you're going to come up with so many spirit stones. Corpse Innocent sneered and opened his mouth. More than 30,000 top-grade spirit stones. It was the rich evil 4 clans that added together to come up with it. What made him, Mo Qianliang, alone, have so many spirit stones? Senior Ouyang Yuan, may I continue bidding? Mo Qianliang looked towards Ouyang Yuan and asked out loud. Ouyang Yuan looked at Mo Qianliang and reached out his hand to touch his chin, but in his heart, he was secretly calculating. This Daozong Daozi is said to be an Earth-grade foundation building. The future is unlimited. Ha ha ha, 1,000-year Daozi. This auction, naturally, is for the highest bidder. So of course you can bid. After a short period of thought, Ouyang Yuan laughed out loud. Then, thank you Senior Ouyang Yuan. Mo Qianliang smiled faintly and with a flick of his fingers, a storage bag flew into Ouyang Yuan's hands. Ouyang Yuan probed the spirit stones in his storage bag and was instantly filled with smiles. The bidding of the 1,000-year Daozi is 36,250 top-grade spirit stones. After hearing the price quoted by Ouyang Yuan, the faces of the people were different, and Night Song Ran, Blood Slaughter, and the others, all looked a bit ugly. Mo Millennium, surprisingly, could really afford to pay a higher price. Fairy Shui Ro, however, snorted and laughed, because not only did Mo Qianliang bid higher, but the number, tail number 205. This is, obviously, mocking the other side. A strange color flashed in the eyes of the 100 Flowers Fairy, looking at Mo Qianliang, who was currently wearing a white robe and looking as if everything was under control. Her heartbeat couldn't help but beat fast. If you guys can keep up with the price, this meditation pearl, it's yours. Mo Qianliang looked at the 4 Taoists of the evil Tao and faintly said, *********. At this moment, Blood Slaughter's face was blue, his fists clenched, itching to rush up and tear Mo Qianliang apart. Their entire family's wealth had already been given to Night Song Ran. How could they still take out more spirit stones? Even if there is still some left, There are only a few thousand left. How can it exceed the opening price of Mo Qianlong? Let's go. Night Song Ran opened his mouth, although he was a bit stifled. But things had already come to this point. There was no point in dwelling on it. And after taking back his spirit stone, he turned around and left the scene. However, before he left, he was once again gazing at Mo Qianliang. His eyes were cold, and a morose cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Congratulations to the 1,000-year Taoist son for winning the spiritual treasure meditation pearl. This is the meditation pearl as well as the membership card of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. In the future, the 1,000-year Taoist son will only need to get a 10% discount for purchasing or auctioning items at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. As Night Song Ran left, Yang Yuan immediately handed over the meditation pearl to Mo Qianliang and handed him a black card. The black card is a generalized metal card specially made by the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, and its holder can enjoy VIP treatment. Senior Yang Yuan is polite. Mo Qianliang put away the meditation bead and black card and arched his hand at Yang Yuan. Our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion has always been fair in doing business. If fellow Daoist Millennium has any other needs, just look for me. Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, will definitely do my best to help. Yang Yuan smiled and opened his mouth, becoming more and more enthusiastic towards Mo Qianliang. After all, a meditation bead, auctioned off so much, his commission was several thousand top-grade spirit stones, so he was naturally happy. Definitely, Senior, we'll take our leave first. Mo Qianliang let out a faint smile and left with 100 Flower Fairy and the others. The item had already arrived, so it was imperative to leave Heavenly Treasure City and return to the Dao sect as soon as possible, or else it would become more and more dangerous. The 4 sects of the evil Dao would not let Mo Qianliang and the others take things back so easily. A few people had just left the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion when an eerie cold drink came from the sky. Mo Qianlong, leave the meditation pearl behind and your life will be spared today. This cold drinking voice contained a strong killing opportunity, coming straight at Mo Qianliang, causing Mo Qianliang and the others to stop in their footsteps and turn around to look at the source of the sound. The Taoists of the 4 sects of the evil Dao were waiting for them outside the city gates. What to do? What to do? Scarred Tiger panicked, his forehead covered in drops of sweat. What are you afraid of? Soldiers come with water to cover the earth. Jian Lingxiao said coldly. The 100 Blossom Fairy also frowned as she looked at the 4 people slowly approaching in the sky, her mood becoming grave. I'm afraid this battle can't be avoided. Split up and go. Mo Qianliang made an instant decision, and he was the first to rush out. Young lord, I'll go after him. You deal with the 100 Flower Fairy. Bloodslaughter let out a low roar. His figure surged out and disappeared in the blink of an eye, chasing after Mo Qianliang in the direction he had fled. He had no chance of winning against the 100 Flower Fairy, but he wasn't afraid to face the early-stage foundation establishment Mo Qianliang. Whoosh! Mo Qianliang flew his sword at a low altitude. His eyes glanced slightly behind him, seeing that only Bloodslaughter was catching up. A faint smile appeared on his face. This Bloodslaughter, it seemed to think that he had eaten himself. Mo Millennium, what are you running for? If you have the ability to fight me to the death, Bloodslaughter roared, frantically urging his spiritual energy, trying his best to catch up with Mo Millennium. And as the distance between the two gradually drew closer, Bloodslaughter's expression became even more excited. Run, keep running. You're an early-stage foundation establishment. Let's see how long you can run. Bloodslaughter shouted in a hideous manner. Seeing that the time was almost up, Mo Qianliang jerked to a halt and turned around to look at the Bloodslaughter that was coming at a rapid pace. Why don't you run? Can't run so soon? Bloodslaughter laughed hideously as his body suddenly stopped. The two were 100 meters apart. I think this place is not bad. The middle of nowhere is suitable for a cemetery. Mo Qianliang smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, Bloodslaughter froze for a moment, and then immediately laughed up to the sky, his laughter rampant and incomparable. Kid, a grave for yourself? Bloodslaughter gave a hideous smile. Since you found a good graveyard, then I'll begrudgingly send you to your death. Bloodslaughter laughed coldly, and as his words fell, he violently waved his arm, and a blood-red lance immediately appeared beside him. This was the Blood Fury gun, a spirit weapon level, extremely powerful. Don't think you're emboldened just because you're an Earth-grade foundation establishment. If you were in the middle stage of foundation establishment I might not be able to help you, but you're only in the early stage of foundation establishment, and you've still just stepped in. Bloodslaughter grinned, his eyes revealing a rich, ferocious aura. As for Mo Qianliang, he gently laughed as he flexed his fingers and a spirit sword appeared in his hand, while at the same time, his softly laughing words came out from his mouth. Did I mention that I'm an Earth-grade Tsukiji? Chapter 42, A Heavenly Vision. A moon at sea. You're not an Earth-grade foundation builder? What do you mean? Bloodslaughter's face was slightly stunned. feeling that Mo Qianliang's words were a bit strange. If it's not Earth-grade foundation building, is it Xian-grade foundation building? Isn't Xianpin Suji even weaker? As for Heavenly Dao foundation building, he hadn't even thought about it in that direction. Not to mention the spirit domain, even the entire Northern Hundred Realms had never heard of Heavenly Dao foundation building. Even he suspected that there was no such thing as Heaven's Path foundation building in this world. Mo Qianliang, however, didn't reply and only hummed softly. Make a move. You'll understand right away. Arrogant. Whether you're an Earth-grade foundation builder or not, die for your master. Blood Slaughter chortled coldly. Swish. With a flash, the Blood Fiend gun stabbed towards Mo Qianliang with a monstrous killing aura. This shot was too fast, as if it was like lightning cutting through the void, arriving in an instant, and going straight for Mo Qianliang's chest. The Blood Slaughter of the late foundation establishment stage, and himself being a Xianpin foundation establishment, his true strength was that an ordinary foundation establishment great perfection would not necessarily be his opponent. Mo Qianliang stood still, unmoving. Seeing this, Blood Slaughter gave a hideous smile. Die. Stupid. Mo Qianliang still didn't move, which caused Blood Slaughter to completely relax, as if he had already anticipated the end. Oh, the early stage of foundation establishment. How can you turn the tide if you're strong? However, at the very next moment, a brilliant bright light shot out from Mo Qianliang's palm, shining brilliantly in the sky. Thunder 100 slashes. Boom. Ka-ching. Ka-ching. Bang bang bang. In an instant, there was a thunderclap and a shocking roar. A streak of purple lightning struck the void, and a thunderbolt transformed into a scaly dragon that pounced towards Blood Slaughter. Put, put, put. In just a few moments, rolling black smoke instantly rose from Blood Slaughter's body, and he screamed miserably as he was injured by the blast. His appearance was miserable. Isn't this the Sword Sect's unsecret mastery? How do you know it? Blood Slaughter roared in horror as he dodged. Isn't this Jian Lingxiao's bottom card? And it was even more powerful than Jian Lingxiao's. In the past, Jian Lingxiao was the one who used this Thunder 100 slashes and still wasn't his opponent. But Mo Qianliang's Thunder 100 slashes was much more powerful. You don't know. There's more, Mo Qianliang faintly said. Wouldn't think that. Before, when he used the Golden Bell Shield to harden himself against Jian Lingxiao's Thunder 100 slashes, it was just for the sake of handsome juggling, right? More than that, he was studying Jian Lingxiao's mastery. After all those years of dreaming, his mental strength grew stronger and stronger, not only possessing the ability to forget everything, but learning everything quickly. Boom! Seeing that he couldn't resist, Blood Slaughter directly opened his Spirit Sea void. 9,000 feet of Spirit Sea shadow emerged, and majestic and vast aura madly surged to all parts of his body, helping him recover from his injuries and increasing his attack, defense, speed, and various other attributes. The Spirit Sea was present. This was a characteristic of the Foundation Establishment realm. Once the Spirit Sea was opened, the strength could be said to have skyrocketed by a factor of 2. Of course it is not unlimited. After opening it once, if it is maintained for a long time, it will all be weak for a period of time, and cannot be opened a second time in a short period of time. And legend has it that the Heavenly Dao Foundation building opens the Spirit Sea not only doubling the strength, but also the blessing of heaven and earth. That is the real perversion. At the same time, Blood Slaughter also took out a few pills and swallowed them, and immediately afterward, he held a blood-red lance and erupted with a powerful might. The fourth stance of the bloodshed lance decreed bloodlust. Buzz! The Blood Fiend gun trembled, emitting a sharp sound. Blood Slaughter shouted angrily, and the long spear in his hand stabbed out fiercely, only to see a blood-red gun astral deity, tearing through the thunderous hundreds of chopping, heading towards Mo Qianliang. Blood Slaughter is after all a 9,000 zhang of late Xianpin Foundation establishment. The combat strength far exceeds that of ordinary Xianpin Foundation establishment. And at this moment, with a full outburst, the normal Mo Qianliang was already unable to defeat him. Worthy of being the Dao son of the blood-clothed sect, that is, amongst the same realm, you are also more powerful than Jian Lingxiao. Mo Qianliang muttered and whispered. He knew that it would be difficult to leave him behind with the strength he was displaying now. In that case, Spirit Sea, now. Mo Qianliang took a step forward, and a surging spirit pressure swept out, and a vast Spirit Sea emerged. At the same time, in the Spirit Sea, a white moon rose, emitting bright and soft light, enveloping Mo Qianliang's entire body, making him look like an immortal in the dust. A heavenly vision, a bright moon on the sea. This was a heaven and earth blessing that uniquely belonged to the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment, and in this state, Mo Qianliang's strength, instead of being twice as strong as before, was 3 times as strong. Mo Qianliang looked up at the incoming spear dangles, his palm raised and then slammed. The Dao sect's greatest skill, the heaven-shaking palm. under a palm. It seemed like mountains were collapsing and crushing everything, domineering and extraordinary, full of destructive power. Rumble. The sound of the Gundang collapsed, and the giant palm didn't stop, but directly slapped on Blood Slaughter's body. Put. Blood Slaughter's face paled as he opened his mouth and sprayed out blood. Boom! With another loud bang, a handprint of 100 feet surfaced on the earth, and Blood Slaughter was lying in the center of the handprint, dying. This was still because of the shelter of the spirit armor. Otherwise, the power of this palm alone would have been enough to slap him into a meat cake. Sky. Heaven. Heavenly way of building a foundation. You actually. It's the legendary Heaven's Path Foundation building. Blood Slaughter rolled over with difficulty, spitting blood out of his mouth furiously, his body in severe pain, but his heart set off huge waves. He never dreamed that Mo Qianliang was actually the legendary Heaven's Path Foundation building. How is this possible? However, the 100,000-foot Spirit Sea could not be faked, and neither could the Heavenly Dao visions. Putting away all of the Spirit Seas and visions, Mo Qianliang took a step towards the Blood Slaughter. You can't kill me. I'm a Daozi of the Bloodclothes sect. My master is the Bloodclothes sect patriarch. Feeling Mo Qianliang's ice-cold gaze, endless fear rose in Blood 2's heart and he hurriedly shouted. He regrets it. Had he known that Mo Qianliang was a Heavenly Dao Foundation builder, he would have preferred to fight against the 100-Flower Fairy rather than provoke this pervert. It wasn't true that he couldn't beat the 100-Flower Fairy, but he could, at least, run, right? Facing Mo Qianliang, he didn't even have the qualifications to run away. Swish. However, Mo Qianliang completely ignored him, only to see his right arm stretched out, his fingers together to form a sword, lightly pointing a finger down. Master said that evil monks have the opportunity to see one and kill one. Put. A ray of swordlight cut through the void and directly pierced through Blood Slaughter's throat. Blood Slaughter covered his throat, rounded his eyes and stared at Mo Qianliang. Your master is the Bloodclothes Patriarch, a Yuaning Grand Cultivator, but my master is a harmonized God Taoist monarch, Mo Qianliang said lightly. Put. Blood Slaughter instantly died of gas. A generation of Daozi, a peak Xianpin quality late-stage foundation establishment Heavenly Pride, had fallen into Mo Qianliang's hands just like this. Speaking of which, this is also the first time this Daozi has killed someone. Mo Qianliang remembered Su Shuiyao's appearance when she killed herself for the first time and couldn't help but let out a light laugh. At the same time, he collected the storage bag magic treasure lance or whatever on the Blood Slaughter and gleaned it clean before leaving satisfied. Chapter 43 Blackened Jian Lingxiao. Boom! On the other direction, the 100-Flower Fairy and the others were battling the three evil Daoists, including Knight Songran. As previously planned, the early Foundation establishment Scarred Tiger and Fairy Shui Rou. The two of them teamed up to battle the mid-Foundation establishment Corpse Innocent. Although the two were not Corpse Evil's rivals, they could still hold out for a while by joining forces. After all, Corpse Evil had only stepped into the middle stage of Foundation establishment not long ago. Sword Lingxiao faced off against Ghost Sob, and surprisingly suppressed Ghost Sob at one point. And while the 100 Flowers Fairy fought Knight Songran solo, it was clearly evident that she was struggling to support herself, although she was also close to stepping into the late stage of Foundation establishment. In the end, she hadn't yet, falling short of Knight Songran by a small realm. That Blood Slaughter. Why hasn't Mo Qianliang been recaptured yet? In the middle of the battle, Knight Songran had some doubts in his heart. According to the time he had projected, the battle should have ended by now, right? The late Foundation establishment Blood Slaughter should not have much of a problem catching the early Foundation establishment Mo Millennium. It's hard to believe, letting that Mo Qianliang run away? At the same time, the 100 Flowers Fairy prayed in her heart, hoping that Mo Qianliang would be able to escape Blood Slaughter's pursuit and successfully bring back the meditation pearl. Don't suffer. I think that Mo Qianliang should have been captured already. Surrender and I can still consider giving you a way out. The corners of Knight Songran's mouth sketched out a teasing arc, as if he had eaten up the 100 Flower Fairy and the others. Surrender? You defeat me first. The 100 Flower Fairy's willow eyebrows rose as she scolded. Stubborn. Knight Songran shook his head. Then his body moved. The whole person disappeared abruptly as if in an instant, reappearing again already in front of the 100 Flowers Fairy. So fast. The 100 Flowers Fairy's pupils shrunk slightly as her jade hand swept across the sky, and frost filled the sky. Snort! Knight Songran's speed was too fast. 100 Flowers Fairy simply could not react. Was Knight Songran's palm hit the shoulder, clothes broken, revealing the snow-white shoulder, but also left 5 deep claw marks. Spirit Sea. Now, the 100 Flowers Fairy knew that she couldn't be defeated, so she decided to cast the Spirit Sea Void on the spot. Boom! The 100 Flower Fairy's Spirit Sea, far beyond the Xianpin Foundation establishment, surpassed 10,000 zhang in an instant and was still expanding at an extremely high speed, quickly reaching a staggering 34,000 zhang spirit sea. Under the support of the spirit sea shadow, the 100-flower fairy's aura grew stronger and stronger, and her injuries were recovering rapidly. 34,000 feet. Not bad. Finally a bit of fun. Knight Songran laughed, not fearful. Instead, a greedy desire flickered in the depths of his eyes. 100-flower fairy, I've come to help you. To the side, Jian Lingxiao knocked back the ghost sobbing and came towards the 100-flower fairy's side. No need. You're no match for Knight Songran. Go help the rest. 100-flower fairy rejected Jian Lingxiao. No, if even you are defeated, there's no point in me helping them, Jian Lingxiao said obstinately, without the slightest intention of listening to 100-flower fairy's dissuasion. Then be careful, he's strong. The 100-flower fairy sighed and didn't insist. Afterwards, the two stood side by side, their gazes tightly focused on Knight Songran. Knight Songran, on the other hand, laughed and looked at the two of them with an imperceptible evil smile flashing through his eyes. Strike together! The 100-flowers fairy shouted delicately and took the lead. Her jade hand raised and ice and snow flew in the sky. Okay, strike together. Jian Lingxiao held the sword and infused spiritual energy into it, causing the long sword to blossom with a brilliant light. The tip of the sword pointed remotely and violently stabbed out. While Knight Songran, but the back of the hands, even out of the idea are not, but is the corner of the mouth of the evil smile, deeper and deeper. Put. As the sword entered her flesh, the 100-flower fairy turned around and froze, looking at Jian Lingxiao behind her. You betrayed us? The 100-flowers fairy's face was pale as she looked down at the sword that pierced through her abdomen. She didn't understand why Jian Lingxiao would sneak attack her at the critical moment. Jian Lingxiao, what are you doing? The scarred tiger and the water-soft fairy in the distance were also stunned, never expecting the 100-flower fairy to be sneak attacked by one of their own. Who let you have only that emo Qianlong in your eyes? I really can't compare to him in anything. Jian Lingxiao yelled madly, his face twisted and hideous. Knight Songran, you promised me that after this is accomplished, you'll take the meditation bead and the 100-flower fairy will be given to me. Afterwards, Jian Lingxiao said to Knight Songran who was watching from the side. Yes, however, I will only give you 1 day, and after 1 day, you have to hand her over to me. A playful smile surfaced at the corner of Knight Songran's mouth. A day? That's enough. Jian Lingxiao snorted coldly. His wrist rotated and he pulled out his longsword as blood gushed out. The 100-flower fairy collapsed helplessly to the ground. Although the injury was not fatal, it prevented her from exercising her spiritual power anymore and she could only be slaughtered. From now on, you're mine. I'm going to torture, humiliate and ravage you. Ha 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 ha. Jian Lingxiao laughed recklessly. His eyes were terrifying, and the eyes that looked at the 100-flowers fairy were filled with a strong and extremely possessive desire. Don't you like Emo Qianliang? I'm going to take away what belongs to him. Ha 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 ha. Jian Lingxiao roared madly. His fists clenched, and his face became hideously twisted like a devil. The 100-flowers fairy was silent, just staring at Jian Lingxiao, her beautiful eyes flashing with anger, humiliation, sorrow, pain, and despair. Presumably, this is the end of her? I've told you to walk separately and to get together. A soft sigh came from him, and in the next second, Jian Lingxiao's cold hairs stood on end and his body stiffened as a figure had silently appeared in front of him. Boom! Emo Qianliang slapped out a slap. A terrifyingly loud sound exploded, and the air directly resounded with bursting sounds. In the next moment, a miserable scream resounded through the sky. Jian Lingxiao directly flew out backwards. Half of his face collapsed, his teeth fell out, and his mouth was full of blood spat out furiously. Put. In the end, Jian Lingxiao fell heavily into the mountain forest hundreds of meters away, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Mo 1,000 years? The 100-flowers fairy looked at the white-robed young man in front of her, and was instantly somewhat surprised, her eyes regaining their divine light. The fact that Emo Qianliang showed up means that he's okay. However, there was some gloom in her gaze. Although Emo Qianliang was fine, there could still be Knight Songran now that she had lost her battle power. What about Knight Songran? On the other side, Scarred Tiger and Watersoft Fairy also broke free from their enemies and ran over together. You guys take her away and I'll break the back. Emo Qianliang looked at the two of them and commanded. What about you? There are so many of them? Fairy Shui Ro was a little hesitant and worried. No matter, they can't keep me. I'll contact you afterward. Emo Qianliang indifferently said and waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Yes. Seeing this, the two of them glanced at each other and nodded their heads in agreement, immediately leading the 100-flower fairy away. Corpse Innocent was still trying to intercept, but Emo Qianliang directly threw out a long spear and hurled it towards Corpse Innocent. Boom! Knight Songran stepped out and received this shot. Looking at the blood-red lance in his hand, his face instantly changed. This is Blood Slaughter's weapon. Where is he? Night Song Ran gazed at Mo Qianliang and coldly said, "Dead." Mo Qianliang said flatly, his eyes ancient. "You killed Blood Slaughter?" When Night Song Ran heard this, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and to the side, Corpse Evilness and Ghost Sobbing even involuntarily took a step back. Blood Slaughter is the right arm of Night Song Ran. His strength is second only to Night Song Ran. But he was killed? Can't even run away? What a surprise. I had thought that you were an Earth-grade foundation builder above 70,000 feet, but it seems that I guessed wrong after all. Night Song Ran's eyes revealed a brilliant light, and his gaze towards Mo Qianliang gradually changed, becoming more and more eager as he continued. You're not some Earth-grade foundation building, but Heaven's Path foundation building, right? P.S. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for Yan Qianyun's inspiration capsule. And thank you for the urges. Oh. Chapter 44, It's getting late. We'll fight another day. The moment Night Song Ran's words came out, Corpse Evil and Ghost Sob were both shocked, and their gazes changed a lot as they looked at Mo Qianliang, filled with scorn. With the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment and the beheading of Blood Slaughter, Mo Qianliang's strength was already far above theirs. Mo Qianliang didn't deny it and nodded lightly. As you guessed, this Daozi is a Heavenly Tao Foundation builder. Invincible in the Foundation builder realm. Invincible? Night Song Ran licked his lips and smiled grimly. I'd like to know what strength the legendary Heaven's Path Foundation building has. Rumble. Night Song Ran stepped out. The spiritual energy around him tumbled, and a terrifying might filled the 8 directions. With every step he took, a strong aura spread out, depressing to the extreme. Dang! The next moment, Night Song Ran's footsteps stumped, and his body shape abruptly scurried out. His speed was fast to the extreme, like a flash of black light rushing out, instantly arriving in front of Mo Qianliang. Mo Qianliang raised his hand to meet the attack, and the two collided with a loud boom, and a horrible strong wind swept in all directions. Boo! Mo Qianliang's body stormed back 3 steps to stabilize his body. This Night Song Ran's strength could be far too powerful compared to Blood Slaughter. The Heavenly Tao Foundation building is truly worthy of its name. It's just a pity that the cultivation level is too low. It's still not as good as me, Night Song Ran said icily, excitement flickering in his eyes. Hearing Night Song Ran's words, Mo Qianliang but shook his head and laughed, saying, cultivation level is not the key to deciding whether to win or lose a battle. Why don't we give it a try? In the next moment, the spiritual sea of Heaven's Path Foundation building unfolded, and majestic spiritual energy surged out. At the same time, visions appeared. As the spirit sea operated, Mo Qianliang's aura climbed, strengthening several times at once. It really is a Heaven's Path Foundation. No wonder Blood Slaughter lost to you. In that case, I won't hide my clumsiness. Feeling the change in Mo Qianliang's aura, Night Song Ran's eyes also flashed with a hot color. Boom! In the next moment, a thunderous ear-shattering sound emanated from Night Song Ran's body, and the spiritual energy around his body surged and raged, rushing like a wave. The virtual shadow of his spirit sea also rapidly enlarged at this moment, covering almost the entire sky, as vast as a cloud, blocking out the sky, causing one's heart to palpitate. The night is pale and the spirit sea is 57,000 feet. Only, his spirit sea needed to be different from normal. Only 30,000 feet was normal white, while the outer 27,000 feet was gray, is 57,000 feet. It doesn't feel right again, but it's enough to test out his true strength. Mo Qianliang raised his head and looked at the sky. At this moment it had long since reached the evening, and it was not even far from the midnight. I'm sorry, it's getting late. This Daozi still needs to sleep. We'll fight another day. Mo Qianliang smiled faintly and tore up the divine traveling talisman, increasing his speed by 50% at once and disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. The night pale. Nima, you come to tease me. Humph. Night Song Ran's anger attacked his heart, viciously glaring at the already disappeared figure of Mo Qianliang, and kicked a tree. Ka-ching! The giant tree snapped in response and smashed into the ground, sending up a sky of smoke and dust. In fact, it wasn't that Mo Qianliang didn't want to continue fighting with Night Song Ran, but his current strength was indeed still a shade worse than Night Song Ran. Of course, the main thing was that it was most important to see Su Shuya, what fighting and what meditation beads. That's all for tomorrow. Anyone who dares to disturb his sleep will not be able to escape from the ends of the earth. It was only after breaking away from Night Song Ran's trail that Mo Qianliang contacted Scarred Tiger and Watersoft Fairy, knowing where the two were hiding at the moment. Buzz. A few moments later, Mo Qianliang came outside the cave where the two of them were hiding, and eliminated the traces around them, and set up another concealment formation. In the middle of the cave, Fairy Shui Ro was taking care of Fairy 100 Flowers, and Scarred Tiger was cursing at the side. This damn Jian Lingxiao. He almost killed me. I'll have to skin him to the bone. Scarred Tiger roared angrily. When he saw Mo Qianliang come in, he looked happy and smiled again. Mo Qianliang, thank you for saving us this time. I apologize to you for what happened before. Scarred Tiger's heart is much broader than Jian Lingxiao's. If Mo Qianliang's strength is only a little bit stronger than his, he might be okay with jealousy plus hate. But with Mo Qianliang easily defeating Jian Lingxiao, he already knew that he could never catch up with Mo Qianliang in his life, and that resentment dissipated a lot. And this time, Mo Qianliang even saved them and easily escaped from Night Song Rant's hands. He knew that the gap between him and Mo Qianliang had already reached an unimaginable point. Therefore, he was completely convinced and no longer had any hatred towards Mo Qianliang. Mo Qianliang nodded and came to Fairy Shui Ro's side, looking at the 100 flowers fairy lying on the ground. Is everything okay? Mo Qianliang asked. The 100 flower fairy's face was still a bit pale, but she shook her head and said, it's not a fatal injury, and after taking the healing elixir, it's already much better. That's good. You should first recuperate your injuries, and tomorrow morning, we'll leave here right away. Mo Qianliang smiled faintly. When he finished, he turned around, ready to find a quiet place as his sleeping place. Mo Qianliang. The 100 flower fairy called out to Mo Qianliang. Anything else? Mo Qianliang stopped in his tracks and turned around suspiciously. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, we would all be dead today. 100 flower fairy said solemnly. No harm. Just a show of hands. Mo Qianliang waved his hand and said without a care in the world. He then chose a quiet place in a corner and sat down on his knees, to fall asleep by meditating. However, before falling asleep, he once again admonished, never, ever disturb me, or there will be dire consequences. It was late at night, and the stars were bright in the dark sky, shedding hazy moonlight. The cave was silent, with only a trace of cool moonlight pouring down through the cracks in the rock wall, and under the hazy moonlight, a white-robed teenager was seated on a stone platform. The teenager's eyes were closed and his breathing was calm, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Still sleeping in this situation? Scarred Tiger muttered, but it was very low and didn't disturb Mo Qianliang. Princess, His Majesty is back. A maid came running and told the beautiful woman sitting at her dresser the good news. Really? Father has been on the warpath for 2 years and has finally returned. Su Shuya was filled with joy. Princess, His Majesty has already set up a banquet and asked me to invite the princess to come, saying that there are also gifts for the princess, the maid said excitedly. She had expected the princess to pass happily, but Su Shuyo hesitated. She looked up at the window. The sun was shining and the weather was perfect. If I didn't miscalculate, the last time Mo Qianliang came, it was this time, right? Little Chang, tell father for me. Just say that Shuyo misses him very much, but today Shuyo has something that needs to shut down for a bit, and will definitely go to make amends and ask for peace tomorrow. Su Shuyo commanded. Ah, Xiao Qing sniffed in surprise and said, what happened to you, princess? Little Green remembers that every time the princess had a birthday, she would refuse all the banquets and invitations, dispersing everyone around her and staying alone in her room. But today, Xiao Cheng wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Su Shuyo waving her hand. Xiao Cheng, don't care so much, just do as I say, just go and report. Su Shuyo said. Alright, obey. Hearing Su Shuyo's insistence, Xiao Cheng did not say anything more and retreated. Chapter 45, even a Yuaning can't stop me from killing him. Su Shuyo sat quietly by the window, gazing at the blazing sun in the sky while looking back at the room. At the slightest sound, she had to turn around once, as if the white-robed teenager had quietly arrived. Time passed by, and the sun in the sky gradually turned west. As evening fell, the setting sun hung diagonally, coloring the entire sky yellow, like a golden thread, hanging in the canopy. Su Shuya was still quietly staring at the sky in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking. Every time it was her birthday, she was nervous and expectant for someone to show up. A nervousness and anticipation that had been present days before. Only today it was even more intense. As the sun gradually set, the golden evening sunlight turned into flaming clouds, coloring the whole sky red, like a huge red cloth. Su Shuya turned back. The room was still empty. She looked up again at the setting sun that was about to fall, and let out a slight light sigh. Looks like we won't be able to watch the sunset together today. As the sun set and night fell, the entire world seemed to darken, with only a bright full moon hanging high above, emitting hazy moonlight. The night was getting colder and colder. Su Shuya turned back again. The room was still empty. Is it so late this time? She whispered, but there was more than a hint of fear in her expression. Fear of him? Won't come back. Suddenly, footsteps came from the doorway. Su Shuya turned around with delight, straightened her attire, and looked at the doorway with eyes full of anticipation. Princess, it's already late. Haven't you rested yet? At the doorway, Xiao Qing's voice came over. No, I'll rest immediately. You go down first. Su Shuya was a little disappointed, but still revealed a smile in response. Yes, Xiao Cheng answered and turned around to retreat. Alas, Su Shuya sighed softly, the helplessness and fear in her eyes getting deeper and deeper. Night, getting deeper and deeper. A cold wind blew in, blowing up Su Shuya's dark hair, fluttering in mid-air. Su Shuya was draped in a thin shirt and stood by the window, not moving a muscle. Princess, I'm here, aren't I? In a trance, Su Shuya heard that familiar voice. She raised her eyes to look, but it was still empty. As the bright moon rose over her head, Su Shuya seemed to have turned into a statue, not moving a muscle, letting the cold moonlight spill over her body. Until dawn, when the little green again came here, surprised to find that the princess of the family stood in front of the window, as if lost. This is it. The locator talisman locates this is it. They're hiding in here. Jian Lingxiao's voice rang out, appearing more and more maniacal. Boom! Someone made a move and broke open the hidden formation here, and suddenly dust flew up, the ground shook, and a cave emerged. In the cave, Scarred Tiger's face changed drastically as he looked at Knight Sanran and the others in midair, his heart incomparably shocked. How did you guys find this place? Scarred Tiger asked in a trembling voice. How did you find this place? Ha ha, surely you guys don't know that I placed locator talismans on you guys, right? Jian Lingxiao said hideously. At this moment, half of his face was rotted and blood was flowing. He looked very scary, especially with those spiteful eyes. Mo Qianliang, you're really here too. At the same time, Jian Lingxiao also saw Mo Qianliang sitting in the deepest part of the cave, his eyes filled with resentment. Today, you will not be able to fly. Jian Lingxiao roared as he lifted up a boulder and threw it towards Mo Qianliang. Boo! Mo Qianliang raised his hand and shattered the boulder. Then he slowly opened his eyes. What a pair of eyes that was! Cold, unfeeling, indifferent. Seeing these eyes, even Scarred Tiger, 100 Flower Fairy, and the others had their hearts and minds trembling, as if they had fallen into a cold ice cave. Even Knight Sangran, at this moment, his heart trembled a little, as if messing with Mo Qianliang at this moment would be the most wrong decision in his life. Mo Qianliang slowly got up, his icy gaze looking towards Jian Lingxiao. At this moment, Jian Lingxiao was still clamoring. Knight Sangran, as long as you kill him, I can give you anything. In the next moment, Mo Qianliang's figure moved and had appeared in front of Jian Lingxiao and Knight Sangran. Without any unnecessary nonsense, a fist blasted out. Majestic and vast spiritual energy surged and surged, ruthlessly hitting Jian Lingxiao's chest. Pust! Jian Lingxiao violently spat out a mouthful of blood, breaking a few of his sternum bones as his entire body flew backwards and fell into the distance. Just as Mo Qianliang was about to continue mending, Knight Sangran suddenly blocked in front of him. Mo Millennium, your opponent is me. Knight Sangran said in a deep voice, his eyes cold and full of wariness. Are you sure you want to stop me from killing him? Mo Qianliang gazed over, still so cold and emotionless. His gaze was like the blade of death, making people tremble with fear and even causing Knight Sangran's heart to palpitate. However, he was Knight Sangran after all, and he wasn't intimidated. I don't care if you kill him or not, but there's still an unfinished battle between you and me. Knight Sangran responded in a cold voice, the aura on his body climbing up. As soon as his words fell, Mo Qianliang struck out, with a heavenly Dao vision above his head that was domineering. Bang! In the next moment, Knight Sangran was shaken out and landed on the ground, blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth, looking like he was not badly injured. Crazy! Seeing Mo Qianliang directly open the Spirit Sea, Knight Sangran wiped away the blood and decisively opened the Spirit Sea as well. Boom! The two absolute prides of heaven battled together, instantly triggering the entire field, as berserk energy swept around. This is the 100,000 foot Spirit Sea. He's the legendary Heaven's Path Tsukiji? Scarred Tiger and Fairy Shui Ro were shocked. They had never imagined that one day they would be able to witness the legendary Heaven's Path foundation building. He really isn't an Earth-grade foundation building. The 100 Flowers Fairy murmured with a complicated expression. Although there have been speculations before, but really see, the heart still cannot avoid shock. You're crazy, Knight Sangran exclaimed, covering his blood-soaked chest. This Mo 1,000 years, as if a new person, desperate attack, and even defense are abandoned, is desperate to trade injuries for injuries to do. At this moment, Mo Qianliang, there was also a wound on his shoulder, but it was as if he didn't see it as he continued to blast towards Knight Sangran. Damn it! Knight Sangran cursed, He really couldn't figure out why this Mo Qianlong was so crazy. It's a desperate play, completely out of order. Originally, his strength was a little stronger than Mo Qianliang, but unfortunately, Mo Qianliang went crazy and completely gave up his life, making him more and more frightened the more he fought. The soft ones are afraid of the hard ones, the hard ones are afraid of the horizontal ones, and the horizontal ones are afraid of the ones who don't want to die. Gradually, he was suppressed, and the wounds on his body became more and more numerous, and blood kept flowing down. I said, whoever stands in my way, dies. Mo Qianliang blasted out another punch, sending Night Songran flying, but he also received one of its slaps. However, Mo Qianliang continued to act as if nothing happened, just coldly staring at Night Songran. Not to mention you, not even Yuaning can stop me from killing him. Mo Qianliang's ice-cold to the extreme voice spread throughout the entire mountain forest. Night Songran was afraid. He who was always not afraid of the sky and the earth was also afraid. He did not doubt the gold content in Mo Qianliang's words, with a transfiguration master behind him, and still a Heaven's Path Foundation builder himself. Hell knows what other big killers he has on him that he hasn't taken out. Facing such a madman, he was really scared. Chapter 46, 10th Meeting. Sorry I'm late. Not to mention Night Songran, even Scarred Tiger was startled by the Mo Qianlong at this moment, even though Mo Qianlong's gaze was not on him. It's horrible. Suddenly Mo Qianliang was like a different person. And the reason for this seemed to be that Jin Lingxiao had disturbed Mo Qianliang from sleeping. Geez, is Daozi Mo so angry when he wakes up for 1,000 years? In Scarred Tiger's mind, he delineated an absolute forbidden place. That is, when Mo Qianliang is sleeping, he must never, ever disturb, otherwise people will die. Crazy, crazy, utterly crazy. Night Songran cursed lowly, no longer caring about Jin Lingxiao, turned around and left. Moreover, originally he was using Jin Lingxiao. What did it matter to him if he died or not? Night Songran, you don't keep your word. Jin Lingxiao was terrified. He wanted to run, but he couldn't move at all. Mo Qianliang's punch had almost wasted him. Oh, I never make deals with worthless trash. Night Songran sneered and left without looking back, quickly disappearing in the middle of the jungle. Bastard! Night Songran, you bastard! Jin Lingxiao gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to immediately rush into the jungle and grab Night Songran and skin him, but the current him could no longer move. And even if he could move, he was still far from being a match for Night Songran. Not to mention, there was also a terrifying presence here. Mo Millennium. Jin Lingxiao was really repenting in his gut at the moment. If he had known that Mo Qianliang was like this, he would not have said anything to stir up this situation. Put. Jin Lingxiao's mouth opened up and sprayed blood as a hideous look appeared on his face. He wasn't willing to die like this, so he struggled to get up and said with difficulty towards Mo Qianliang, I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. No, you don't know it's wrong. You just know you're going to die. Mo Qianliang icy coldly said, without saying more nonsense. His finger was like a sword, gently waved. Sword chi erupted, directly chopping towards Jin Lingxiao's neck. Put. The sword chi penetrated through and Jin Lingxiao immediately stared with wide eyes. Then his body stiffened and slowly planted on the ground, dead beyond repair. The hallowed Dao son of the sword sect, the most outstanding genius of the sword sect's generation, had fallen like this. Serves you right. Scarred Tiger spat. This Jin Lingxiao almost got them killed, and now he deserves to die. After killing Jin Lingxiao, Mo Qianliang turned around and returned to the cave without saying a word more and continued to meditate and fall asleep. An hour later, he opened his eyes again. It's not working. He couldn't continue to enter the dream world even if he fell asleep again. Still, he wasn't completely unproductive, at least he knew the exact time of day he went into his dreams. So it seems that the time he entered the dream world was the 2-day line. The hour of midnight. Beyond the hour of midnight, he had not fallen asleep, and then he would not be able to continue into the dream world today, and falling asleep later in the day would not make up for it. Mo Qianliang walked out of the cave and looked up at the bright moon in the sky, but his mood was heavy. Killing Jin Lingxiao could not relieve his anger. He only needed to wait one more day. But Su Shueyo had to wait one more year. Was she, now, waiting for herself with anticipation? Does she, right now, have a lot of things she wants to say and share with herself? Does she, right now, have a lot of questions to ask herself? These thoughts, constantly surging to the mind, caused Mo Qianliang to be irritated and disturbed. He looked up at the stars and took a deep breath, but he couldn't calm his mood. Just hope. Is he into the dream once? The dream world only after a year. Tomorrow into the dream. Maybe Su Shueyo only waited a year. He hoped that even if Su Shueyo had passed 2 years, nothing would change. This kind of thought kept nagging Mo Qianliang as Su Shueyo's silhouette surfaced in his mind. Phew. After an unknown amount of time, Mo Qianliang let out a long sigh and shook his head, throwing away the distracting thoughts. It's dawn. It's time to go back to the clan. Let's go. The Dao sect is the closest to our place. Go back to the Dao sect first, and after that you guys can make plans. Mo Qianliang instructed, and then a group of 4 people flew with their swords, heading towards the Dao sect at breakneck speed. Half a day later, several people returned to the Dao sect, and Mo Qianliang, the first time, came to his master's cultivation place. Sure enough, Daoist Qingxian was already waiting for him, and was relieved to see him return safely. Master, my disciple is fortunate enough to have already auctioned off the meditation pearl. Mo Qianliang took out the meditation bead and placed it in the palm of his hand, respectfully saying, Good, good, very good. Daoist Lord Qingxian was thrilled and appreciated 3 good words in a row. You're injured? Who injured my disciple? Subsequently, Daoist Lord Qingxian noticed the injuries on Mo Qianliang's body and immediately became furious. Master, this injury of my disciple is trivial. That Knight Songran can be even more serious than my disciple's injury. Mo Qianliang shook his head and laughed lightly, not taking it to heart. Knight Songran? That demonic sect Daoist, Earth-grade foundation establishment. He's been foundation establishment for 2 years. I didn't expect you to be able to defeat him. Worthy of being my disciple. Daoist Lord Qingxian laughed out loud at his words, becoming more and more pleased with Mo Qianliang. Master is too generous. This time, my cultivation is too low. It's just a fluke. When I meet him again next time, my disciple will make him not even be able to touch the corner of his coat. Mo Qianliang confidently laughed. Good, then I will wait and see. Daoist Qingxian smiled as he stroked his beard. Master, then my disciple will go and cultivate, striving to break through the middle stage of foundation establishment as soon as possible, and then I'll go and find that Knight Songran to ask for advice. Mo Qianliang arched his hand and said, Well, go. Daoist Qingxian nodded and said, Wait. Mo Qianliang had only just turned around when Daoist Qingxian called out to him again. Master, is there anything else? Mo Qianliang turned around, puzzled. Daoist Qingxian carefully looked Mo Qianliang up and down, his expression slightly odd. Master, why are you staring at my disciple like that? You kid, you've grown up a lot after going out. A moment later, Daoist Qingxian suddenly lamented. Hearing this, Mo Qianliang couldn't help but touch his nose and laughed. Master, the disciple is 18 years old. If he doesn't grow up, then won't he become a little cutie? Anymore? Ha ha, that's not what you said the other day. Dao Lord Qingxian laughed, then solemnly said, Since you've grown up and have the strength to stand alone, I'll teach you one last lesson. Please teach me. Master, Mo Qianliang solemnly said. Dao Lord Qingxian slowly said, The path of cultivation is long and incomparable. The weak are the strong. You are a heavenly Dao foundation builder. You have a brilliant future. And even more so, you must have invincible beliefs. For the road ahead, you only need to keep these 25 words in mind. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. If they offend me, I'll pay them back 100-fold. If they offend again, I'll cut off the grass and get rid of the roots. As long as you have a clear conscience and you're not the one who actively seeks trouble. If you just destroy the sword sect, Master will also stand up for you. Thank you, Master, for your teachings. Mo Qianliang solemnly said. My disciple bears this in mind. Okay, go for it. Daoist Qingxian waved his hand, signaling for Mo Qianliang to leave. Yes. Mo Qianliang arched his hand and retired to leave. Looking at Mo Qianliang's departing back, Qingxian Daoist monarch's eyes flickered with anticipation. Disciple, I believe that your future shall be that even more vast starry sky. At night, Mo Qianliang once again fell into a dream, and this time, no one could disturb him. The night is as quiet as the sky, and the river of stars is like a phantom dream. When Mo Qianliang arrived again, the young girl in front of her was sitting in front of the window, staring. Compared to the last time they saw each other, she seemed to have emaciated a lot, and her beautiful eyes showed the color of gloomy loss. Perhaps, in her eyes, it was as if she would never be seen again. Thinking of this, Mo Qianliang was a little heartbroken. He gently walked over and softly said, Princess, I'm sorry I'm late. P.S. Finally to debut. 3 chapters to offer. Because the debut of the data to determine the future performance of the entire book. In order to this book author can have food to write. I hope you more support. Chapter 47 I want a double birthday present. For Su Shuayo, this was undoubtedly the year in which she had laughed the least. Since Mo Qianliang didn't show up a year ago, almost no one had seen her smile from the bottom of her heart. Because no one could ever tug at her heartstrings again. There will be no one who doesn't care who she is and become confidants with her. Nor will there be anyone to watch the sunset with her. She wondered if, perhaps, the time-space connection had been broken. And that, in the future, he would never come back? Again, on this day the following year, her heart rattled again. Is it possible that there is no break in time and space? And that he was the one who couldn't dream yesterday because something was wrong? She had sat and waited since last night and had seen the dawn rise, the sun blaze, and the sun set, until the stars dotted the night, the stars filled the sky, and meteors streaked across the sky. She still hadn't waited for him. Probably, the last time we saw each other was the last time we saw each other. Princess, I'm sorry I'm late. A gentle voice rang out behind her, and she turned around to see the white-robed teenager once again, with a twinkle in his eye, appearing in front of her. Another hallucination? She muttered. Being in the spirit transformation realm, Jindan realm, it should be impossible for her to have hallucinations. However, over the course of the year, she has had numerous hallucinations. It's not an illusion. Princess, I'm the one who's late. The gentle voice, once again, reached her ears. Su Shuya was finally sure that it wasn't a hallucination. She raised her head and looked at Mo Chanliang. There was surprise in her eyes, but there was also a touch of aggression. Soon, though, those emotions were put away as she turned and looked out the window with a soft Princess, this is being angry with me. Mo Chanliang let out a bitter laugh. What am I angry for? Whether you come or not is your own freedom. Su Shuyo said softly after a moment of silence. Mo Chanliang once again took a step closer and looked at the night sky outside the window with Su Shuyo, saying, after falling asleep last night and being interrupted, I was very fearful in my heart, fearful that I wouldn't be able to enter this dream world anymore. I've been thinking today that if I really can't come back later, that silly and sweet princess, will she remember that there was that one person that showed up in her world? After Mo Chanliang finished speaking, a faint smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth as he reached out, grabbing Su Shuyo's somewhat cold little hand. But, my worries were unwarranted because, the connection between us was not broken and I could still come to her. So I'm thankful that I still get to meet the princess, that I still get to come to her. That's such a beautiful princess. She's been waiting for me. Su Shuyo listened to Mo Chanliang's voice in a daze. Her heart rippled. The original aggression dissipated quite a bit, and a burst of warmth welled up in her heart, making her unable to help but reveal a shallow smile. Humph. Who's been waiting for you? However, even though her mouth said she wouldn't admit it, Su Shuyo's eyes unconsciously narrowed, and the smile on her face became even brighter. Look, how nice it looks when you smile. Princess, you promised me that you would smile and laugh often. Mo Chanliang laughed. Su Shuyo lightly grunted. I don't care. You didn't come last time. This time I want double the birthday present. Double gift? Yeah. Mo Chanliang said with a smile. He then took out the meditation bead, which was like a gemstone and emitted an emerald green light. This is auxiliary spiritual treasure that enhances the speed of cultivation? Su Shuyo was a bit surprised. She shook her head. I sensed it. It can only help foundation establishment cultivators. It's of little use to me. There's no need for you to spend a large amount of spirit stones to buy it. Obviously, in her eyes, this meditation bead might be more precious, but in front of the Xian Ling jade pendant, it was still quite a bit worse. In this world, auxiliary spirit treasures, too, could only be effective for one. Thinking about it, if the effects of auxiliary spirit treasures could be stacked, then building 180 pieces, wouldn't the cultivation speed be heavenly? Princess, it's not a waste to buy it, even if you add another 10 times the price. It's still a super bargain. Mo Chanliang sold a secret. Does it have any other hidden effects? Su Shuyo managed to arouse curiosity. Princess, you take it first and watch me well. Mo Chanliang handed the meditation pearl to Su Shuyo. Su Shuyo was puzzled, but still followed Mo Chanliang's words and watched Mo Chanliang. Mo Chanliang sat down on the ground with his knees crossed and began to cultivate. He also purposely placed the Xian Ling jade pendant that he wore on his chest outside of his clothes so that Su Shuyo could see it clearly. A few moments later, Mo Chanliang completed a large circumference cycle, a cultivation speed that would definitely shock an ordinary cultivator into dislocating his jaw when he saw it. Even those few Taoists from the spirit domain would be shocked when they saw it. Was this the Heaven's Path Foundation establishment's natural talent plus the Xian Ling jade pendant's cultivation speed? Afterwards, Mo Chanliang opened his eyes and took the meditation bead in Su Shuyo's hand, once again performing a cycle of cultivation. A moment later, Mo Chanliang opened his eyes and looked at Su Shuyo with a smile. Su Shuyo, on the other hand, was already shocked. A great circumference cycle shortened by 20%? Or on top of having the Xian Ling jade pendant? A superimposed multiplication? This is just like being hung up. Su Shuyo muttered. Even if it can be stacked, it's still stacked and multiplied? The Xian Ling jade pendant increased by 30%. The meditation bead increased by 20%. Having both at the same time, The cultivation speed did not increase by 50%, but 56%. Princess, take a look at this meditation bead. Is it any different from the auxiliary spirit treasures of your world? Is it possible to find a new refining method in it? Mo Qianliang handed the meditation bead to Su Shuya. Su Shuya once again received the meditation bead. Her powerful divine sense probed into it and closed her eyes to feel the mysteries. Mo Qianliang didn't disturb her, but quietly watched her from the side. Well, it's beautiful. Only after a long time did Su Shuya open her eyes, which were shining brightly, as if she had discovered something. The quality of this bead is not as good as the Xianling jade pendant, but its refining technique is extremely skillful, and it's completely different from our regular methods. If I can penetrate this refining technique, I'm certain that I can refine an auxiliary spirit treasure that enhances my cultivation speed by more than 50%, Su Shuyo said excitedly. Upon hearing this, Mo Qianliang was a bit surprised. You also know how to refine weapons? Well, when I was bored, it wasn't a good idea to laze around, so I learned some refining techniques. According to the rank in your world, I should be considered a refining master, right? Artifact refining grandmaster. Mo Qianliang's eyes widened. He was shocked, and looking at what Su Shuyo said, just learned between boredom. My goodness, what a gift. Chapter 48, there is a beautiful woman in a faraway place, absolutely worldly and independent. In the cultivation world, whether it was weapon refining or alchemy, there were grades. The uninitiated, the initiated refiner, Dan, master. The master refiner, Dan. The grandmaster refiner, Dan. The grandmaster refiner, Dan. And the legendary saint master. An unqualified refiner could only refine weapons of the Hotian innate. For the entry grade, it could refine spirit weapons of the foundation establishment realm, and masters could refine spirit weapons of the Jedan realm. At the level of a grandmaster, it was extremely powerful, and could refine spirit weapons of the Yuaning realm. In the entire spirit domain, there were only 3 master alchemists, and only 3 master alchemists. Among them, the Dao sect. There was one of the 3 great alchemy masters, Patriarch Fiery Cloud, who was the senior brother of Dao Lord Qingxian, the Dao sect's baby bump. As for a great master who could refine a transformation god Dao weapon, there were none in the entire spirit domain. And Su Shuyo, how old was she that she was a master refiner? Sure enough, the people are more angry than the people. I accept this gift of yours. By the way, you must never, ever let anyone know about your Xianling jade pendant, especially the refiner. Su Shuya put away the meditation bead and at the same time admonished. Perhaps she was afraid that Mo Qianliang didn't understand clearly and added another sentence. A supreme treasure that enhances the speed of cultivation. The more it enhances, the more precious it is. And the preciousness of the Xianling jade pendant doesn't lie in its own value. It lies in its different refining techniques. If it's discovered by the most powerful, I can tell you without hesitation that even if it's the Great Chang or even all 6 countries on the continent, they'll all be annihilated in an instant. Su Shuyo solemnly warned. Ha ha, the princess has become smart now and knows that there are some things that can't be exposed. Mo Qianliang teased. Auxiliary spiritual treasures that enhanced the speed of cultivation were not just for the foundation establishment realm. There were different refining techniques, and with a bit of deduction from a powerful refiner, one could refine auxiliary spirit treasures for the Jedan, Yuaning, and even the God realization realms. Just as Mo Qianliang replaced the Xianling jade pendant into his chest, Su Shuyo suddenly saw the wound on his shoulder. You're injured? Su Shuyo asked with a frown. There's no harm. I've already taken the healing elixir. I'll be cured in a few days. Mo Qianliang replied with a smile. That won't do. Even the most perfect pills have side effects. So we never take cultivation enhancing pills. Don't move, Su Shuyo said, gently lifting Mo Qianliang's blouse, revealing the wound on his shoulder. That's not serious? Su Shuyo saw it. The wound was long and deep to the bone. Mo Qianliang slightly froze. He didn't expect that Su Shuyo would be so concerned about him. It's fine. A flesh wound, Mo Qianliang said with a smile. Su Shuyo stretched out her slender jade hand and gently covered Mo Qianliang's wound, after which, white spiritual energy overflowed from her palm and slowly fused into the wound on Mo Qianliang's shoulder. It's warm, relaxing and cozy. This marvelous feeling made Mo Qianliang unable to resist the urge to scream out. But in the end, he stiffly suppressed it, gazing at the nearby, delicate and flawless, but full of seriousness pretty face. Mo Qianliang suddenly a little trance. Why, can we only meet in our dreams? Okay. A moment later, Su Shuyo loosened her fingers and smiled faintly. Mo Qianliang looked down and was stunned, only to see that on his shoulder, where was there any wound? Not even a faint scar remains. This, Mo Qianliang was dumbfounded. What kind of medicine is this? You still know medicine? Mo Qianliang asked in surprise. Aha! Su Shueyo raised her head triumphantly. Princess, what other tricks are you hiding from me? Mo Qianliang couldn't help but ask. Well, I'm still an alchemy master. Su Shueyo blinked her watery eyes and said in a serious manner. The corner of Mo Qianliang's mouth twitched, suddenly feeling that he seemed to be about as good as a loser compared to Su Shueyo. Even if he would be a healer, he would also be a refiner and alchemist at the same time. Or a patriarch. And what was even more outrageous was that his cultivation speed was also extremely perverse. He stepped into Jindan at the age of 20. Not to mention the spirit domain, even the entire continent didn't see such a demon. It seems that investing in the princess is the most correct decision for me? Princess, in the future, I'll hug my thigh. You cover me a bit. Mo Qianliang said with a bitter smile. Yes, Su Shueyo heatedly smiled. However, there is a prerequisite. What premise? Mo Qianliang asked. Su Shueyo looked at Mo Qianliang with a smile. We'll still be able to meet when the time comes. But, looking at Su Shueyo's quirky appearance, Mo Qianliang couldn't help but smile as he nodded and said, Okay, I promise princess, as long as the time-space connection is still there, I will come to see princess. That's what you said. Yo! Su Shueyo smiled sweetly, in quite a good mood. Mo Qianliang looked at Su Shueyo favorably. Of course, unless something happens to me. Before Mo Qianliang could finish his words, Su Shueyo interrupted him by putting her finger over his lips. No gibberish, I've already guessed that your injury is definitely related to me. Next time you encounter such a situation, you must take your own safety as the main concern. Big deal. I'll wait for one more year. Mo Qianliang's heart warmed as he softly said, Good. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and gently held Su Shueyo's jade hand, which was soft, delicate and smooth, just like silk. Why are you grabbing my hand again? Su Shueyo muttered, but did not break free. After all, it wasn't just once or twice. Mo Qianliang didn't say anything, but smiled as he looked at the beautiful young girl in front of him, as if he couldn't get enough of her. What are you looking at me for? Su Shueyo glared at him. My princess is so beautiful that I can't help but look at her a few more times. Mo Qianliang laughed. Who is your family's? Su Shueyo's pretty face reddened as she let out a pout. That's the princess of our family. Mo Qianliang smiled brightly, his gaze warm. Humph, oily mouth. Su Shueyo lightly grunted. Her cheeks surfaced with a reddish hue, but inside, she was joyful. At this time, she looked like a fairy who had just fallen into the mortal world, and her beauty was unbelievable. Mo Qianliang looked dumbfounded. How could there be such a stunning beauty in this world? You still look? Noticing that Mo Qianliang was staring straight at her, Su Shueyo's small face instantly blushed. Mo Qianliang smiled without saying a word, just quietly looking at the pouring beauty in front of him. Suddenly, he remembered a poem from the last dream world. Princess, I have a poem for you. Mo Qianliang suddenly said seriously. Poetry? What is a poem? Su Shueyo was a bit curious, lifting her clear and crystal eyes and asking in doubt. This poem is a few lines used to praise the princess. Mo Qianliang smiled and read it out softly. There's a beautiful woman in the distance. Absolutely unique. One look at the city and another look at the country. Better not to know the city and the country? It's hard to find a good person again. After listening to the poem, Su Shueyo was stunned. So this is what Mo Qianliang called poetry. This poem, it's so beautiful. Su Shueyo gave a shallow smile, her beautiful face causing all the flowers to lose their color. Mo Qianliang wanted to admire the beautiful person for a little while longer, but the scene in front of him gradually became unreal. The most space to sigh for parting, and to say that time is too merciless. When the day dawns and the eyes and ears are clear, the beauty is far away and leaves a shadow alone. P.S. The first day of data, gifts 9, book reviews 12. Income of 2 packets of noodles. This month on the 2nd only full of 100,000 words, so there is not yet a full guarantee. Will not have to starve to death _ One more chapter for every 50 gifts, and one more chapter for every 35-star reviews, up to a maximum. Chapter 49 Questioning from the Sword Sect, Life and Death Ring. Mo Qianliang, get your ass out here. Mo Qianliang, get your ass out here. Early in the morning, Mo Qianliang was woken up by the sound from outside. He frowned. If not for the fact that the dream had already ended, he was afraid that he would have to have a wake-up call again. He was now in the Dao sect, and those who were clamoring outside of this were definitely not from the Dao sect, and he knew what they were when he thought about it with his feet. However, even with all the screaming outside, he didn't go out at the first opportunity, but lifted his brush and drew the 10th portrait of the girl of his dreams. Only then did he slowly walk out of the Daozi hall, his gaze fatally scanning the dozens of people in front of him. Most of these people were from the sword sect, And there were also some disciples from the Dao sect and other sects who came to see the fun. Among these people, there was also an old acquaintance. It was the second senior brother of the sword sect, Wang Tianyi, who had been defeated by him in a single move earlier. As for Mo Qianlian's gaze, it didn't linger on Wang Tianyi for a moment. Someone who was defeated by him was not qualified to be taken seriously. With his gaze, he looked towards the very front of the crowd. An old man with crane hair, the sword sect's leading elder, a Yuaning great cultivator, was also Jian Lingxiao's senior uncle, Mo Qianlong. My master nephew Lingxiao's fate card has been shattered. He went over with you guys but lost his life because of it, yet you all came back. Please give me a statement. The sword sect's leading elder droned out in a deep voice, his voice resounding like a thunderbolt, shocking the surrounding crowd of disciples to the point that their eardrums were raw. Upon hearing this, Mo Qianlian's eyes narrowed slightly as a cold aura flashed under his eyes. Are you questioning this Daozi? Mo Qianliang spoke indifferently. The sword sect's leading elder's gaze was icy cold as he stared at Mo Qianliang dead in the face. Jian Lingxiao was my sword sect's Dao son. He died. As a sword sect elder, shouldn't I question him? The sword sect elder asked back. Since you want a statement, then this Daoist son will give it to you. Mo Qianlian's voice was flat. He's dead, decapitated by this Daozi. Upon hearing this, the sword sect elder's pupils tightened and his cloudy eyes exploded with a shocking killing intent. What an arrogant junior! How dare you kill my sect's Daozi! Boom! A strong killing intent swept through the four directions, oppressing the crowd who could barely breathe. The might of the Yuaning stage was terrifying to the extreme. Jian Songhai, you're too old and dim-eyed to tell what place this is, aren't you? A loud shout came from a figure standing in front of Mo Qianliang, and with a casual wave of his hand, he broke apart the aura of the sword sect's Yuaning elder. It was a middle-aged man, wearing a green robe, with a tall and upright figure, good-looking, and exuding a domineering aura. Dao sect patriarch, Lin Tianya, sovereign. When Mo Qianliang saw the visitor, he slightly saluted. Lin Tianya, your Zong Daozi killed my Zong Daozi. Won't you give my sword sect a statement? Jian Songhai's gaze was cold as he shouted out in a low voice. Peer competition. Life and death are each at the mercy of heaven. Your Zong Daozi's skill is inferior. Who can you blame? Lin Tianya stood with his hands behind his back and responded indifferently. 100 years ago, several Dao masters made an agreement that the 5 sects of the righteous way, disciples would fight each other, point to point, but now your sect's Dao son is killing people, which violates the agreement of the Dao masters. Lin Tianya, in this matter, your Dao sect must give my sword sect an explanation. Otherwise, my sword sect will not stop. Jian Songhai was seething with rage. Mo Qianliang stood out and said, Dao sovereign had an agreement that the disciples of the 4 sects of the evil Dao would be killed on sight, and the forces that colluded with them must also be eliminated. The reason why this Daozi killed Jian Lingxiao, that's because Jian Lingxiao colluded with the 4 sects of the evil Dao to wipe out our several sects of Daozi in one fell swoop. This crime has been put to death. You, the sword sect, should have to give an explanation to the remaining 4 sects. Mo Millennium's words are so powerful and resounding that he is not the least bit weak in the face of a Yuaning great cultivator. Nonsense! Jian Songhai was furious. Mo Qianlong, meals can be eaten carelessly. Words cannot be spoken carelessly. You have slandered Lingxiao for colluding with the 4 sects of the evil Dao. If there's no evidence, I will definitely report to my sect's Dao sovereigns and put you to death. I can testify. A clear and cold voice rang out, and when the crowd looked over, they only saw a woman with a flowing white dress that looked like an exiled fairy walking slowly over, and it was definitely the 100 Flowers Fairy. Seeing that it was the 100 Flower Fairy, Jian Songhai's brows frowned. If it was an ordinary person, it would be fine, but the 100 Flower Fairy was clearly not an ordinary person. Spiritual domain's first beauty, first heavenly pride, earthly grade foundation establishment, flower sect's Dao Sun. No matter which title it was, it had full influence. 100 Flower Fairy, do you realize what you are saying? Jian Songhai took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. Jian Lingxiao colluded with the demon sect's Dao Sun. Night Song ran, and sneak attacked me at a critical moment, causing me to be seriously injured, and if it wasn't for the timely arrival of the Millennium Prince, I wouldn't have been able to stand here. The 100 Flower Fairy explained in a cool tone. The moment these words came out, all the onlooker disciples boiled. This was big news. This Jian Lingxiao actually almost killed the 100 Flowers Fairy? As the same Daoist son, in terms of popularity, 100 Flower Fairy didn't know how many notches to throw off Sword Lingxiao. At those words, Jian Songhai's face became even more terrifyingly gloomy. How do I know that you are not colluding with Mo Qianlong to jointly frame my sword sect? Jian Songhai said through gritted teeth. I can swear to the heavens that if what is said is false, the 10,000 paths will devour my heart. I will go into the devil. and I will not be able to advance an inch in my cultivation for the rest of my life. The 100 Flowers Fairy solemnly raised her right hand and swore to the heavens. Hiss, the heavenly Dao oath. The 100 Flower Fairy is coming for real. Looks like what the 100 Flower Fairy said is true. This Jian Lingxiao is so damn despicable. I've long looked at his condescending demeanor with displeasure, and it looks like he's small-minded. The surrounding area was abuzz with talk, which made Jin Songhai's face even more unsightly. I can also testify that if it wasn't for the 1,000-year Taoist sun saving us, I would have fallen into the hands of that night Song Ran as well. Another soft voice rang out, and Fairy Shui Ro, who was dressed in a turquoise blue dress, also walked over and stood together with Fairy 100 Flowers. And me, Jian Lingxiao, this almost killed my old son, colluded with the devil clan. He died 10 times 8 times is not enough. Scarred Tiger also came over, cursing. Hearing the testimony of the three, the surrounding crowd clamored, and Jin Songhai's face was completely black and ironic. The 3 Taoists testified, and the heavenly Dao oath had been sworn, so what else could he say? However, he couldn't swallow the breath of his own Dao son being killed. Elder Sword Sect, do you think that this Daozi is still wrong now? Mo Qianliang asked as he gazed at Jin Songhai with an expressionless face. Upon hearing this, Jin Songhai clenched his fists fiercely and gritted his teeth. It was as if he wanted to tear Mo Qianliang apart. But soon, Jin Songhai loosened his fists, took a deep breath, and calmed down. He knew that Mo Millennium was not simple. After all, 100 Flower Fairy, Scarred Tiger, and Water Soft Fairy were all on his side. He had one more card, though, that he hadn't played. Thinking of this, Jin Songhai's deep eyes flashed with an icy cold aura as he suddenly raised his hand and said, Lin Tianya, my sword sect is going to initiate a foundation establishment realm life and death ring against your Dao sect. Chapter 50, 3 days later. Life and Death. The Ring of Life and Death. When the sword sect elder said this, the entire room was in an uproar. The Life and Death Ring. This was also a rule set by the 5 sect Dao lords in the past in order to prevent unavoidable friction that would lead to a super sect war. If things came to a point where they were irreconcilable, then one could apply for a life and death ring to settle the conflict between the two clans in a way that would determine life and death in a single battle. As for the Foundation Establishment Realm Life and Death Ring, its meaning was that each of the 2 sects would send a disciple from the Foundation Establishment Realm to fight to the death. In the Ring of Life and Death, both the high and the low are divided, and life and death are decided. Without any reasoning, only one person can come down. The Life and Death Ring ends, and no matter who wins or loses, they must refrain from mentioning the matter of the conflict and make compensation or apologize according to the agreed rules. And Jian Songhai, the reason why to hold the Foundation Realm Life and Death Ring, that is because the previous generation of Daozi from the Sword Sect had not yet stepped into the Jedan realm. A life and death ring? Heavens, it's only been held once in 100 years. It seems that Jian Lingxiao's death has dealt a great blow to the Sword Sect, to the point where they're sending out invitations to the Life and Death Ring. The reason why the Sword Sect has the backbone is because that guy Jian Lingtian, the previous Dao's son, hasn't stepped into Jedan yet? It's not clear, but the previous generation of Dao sects Daozi entered Jedan a long time ago, and it's said that he's now practicing in the Northern Spirit Sacred Courtyard. The crowd was stunned beyond belief and in an uproar, not expecting the developments to suddenly evolve into a life and death ring. However, upon careful consideration, it made sense. A clan of Daozi being killed. This was definitely a big deal. The last time a Daoist son of a clan was killed, it was dozens of Yuaning great cultivators taking to the air and directly destroying an empire that had Yuaning ancestors yet. Jian Songhai, are you senile? Lin Tianya's face sank slightly as he said, your sword sect's Dao son colluded with the devil sect's Dao son and deserves to die for his crime. Not only are you not apologizing, but you're also initiating a life and death ring. There's no way my Dao sect will agree to that. The Dao sect is unwilling to agree. That's because you don't have the guts. Jian Songhai swept his gaze toward Daozong and the others and sneered. What? You guys don't dare? Agitation won't work. My Dao sect Daozi is not to blame for this matter. Lin Tianya snorted coldly, not buying it in the slightest. Jian Ling Tian, is the Xianpin Foundation Establishment Great Circle? Mo Qianliang made a slight calculation in his mind, and then he had an intention. Patriarch, life and death ring, it's acceptable. Just let me fight. Mo Qianliang turned to Lin Tianya and arched his hand. No way. Absolutely not. You've only just built your foundation not long ago. If something happens to you, how am I going to explain to Uncle Qing Xian? Seeing this, Lin Tianya immediately blocked it, frowning and admonishing. Don't worry, Patriarch, I'm sure. Mo Qianlong smiled, clearly confident. That won't work either. Lin Tianya's body suddenly froze slightly, his gaze glancing towards the back of the Dao sect's mountain as he let out a deep breath. Since your will has been broken, then I will comply with you. In the end, he sighed and made a compromise. Mo Qianliang smiled faintly and thanked him. His eyes looking in the direction Lin Tianya was looking. It seemed that it was his own master who had spoken out. After all, now in the Dao sect, only his own master knows that he is a Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment. Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment and Earth grade. Seemingly a step apart, but it is the difference between heaven and earth. Immediately, he turned to look at Jin Sunhai and said coldly, "This Daozi can accept a life and death ring from a disciple of your Sword Sect's Foundation establishment realm. So I would like to ask, if you lose, how will you compensate for it?" Ha ha ha. Jin Sunhai laughed up to the sky, then coldly stared at Mo Qianliang and said morosely, "Don't worry, this clan won't let you down. No matter who loses, they will have to surrender a year's production of the other party's spirit stone mine." Hiss. A year's worth of production from a spirit stone mine. That's equivalent to the majority of a super sect's total income for a year. This bet is too big. I'm afraid we'll have to lose one more Dao Sun. The Sword Sect is really going to play with their lives this time. This bet is too crazy. Not only do you have to lose a year's worth of production, but you even have to take the reputation of the entire sect with you. A huge wave of clamor rose from the crowd, and many cultivators stared with wide eyes and astonished faces. This bet is just too scary. Super sect, which relied on spirit stone mines to get up. Now that they lost a year's worth of spirit stones, how would the sect's disciples develop? Yes, but your sword sect's conditions aren't enough. The life and death ring was initiated by your sword sect, so you have to pay double the price. Adding to the fact that it was your sword sect's Dao Sun who colluded with the demon sect in the first place, plus the fact that this Dao Sun is at the early stage of foundation establishment. You, the sword sect, should pay 10 times the price. 10 times the price? Jin Sunhai laughed back in anger and sneered. Little child, you're not afraid of the wind flashing your tongue. Of course, you cannot accept it. Then this Daozi will not accept your life and death ring. It should have been your Daozi's problem in the first place. Mo Qianliang said indifferently. Not afraid in the slightest. Bastard. You're not giving an inch by doing that. Deception. The disciples of the sword sect immediately chimed in. This simply does not give face to the sword clan. 10 times the price. That is 10 years of spirit stone mine income. The sword clan simply cannot afford, without spirit stones to cultivate. How could one catch up with the cultivation of other super sect disciples? Without a source of spirit stones, would the disciples still be willing to stay? Master, think about it. That Mo Qianlong is only at the early stage of foundation establishment. How strong can he be? This is the best time to kill him fair and square to avenge Daozi's death. On the side, the second senior brother of the sword sect, Wang Tianyi, secretly whispered in Jin Sunhai's ear. And yes, Jin Sunhai was none other than his senior. At the same time, there was a glint in his eye. Jian Lingxiao was dead, so he was the boss among the current generation of disciples of the sword sect. If Mo Qianliang was killed, then his previous revenge could be avenged. Anyway, it wasn't like he was going into the ring to fight that Mo Qianlong to the death. No matter how you choose, he's the biggest winner in life. At those words, Jin Sunhai hesitated slightly. He is the sword clan law enforcement elder. The right is to have this right. But, if really lose, master, don't hesitate. Early stage foundation establishment beating Great Circle Foundation establishment. What are we going to lose with? Wang Tianyi continued to fan the flames from the side. Hearing this, Jin Sunhai's gaze fell on Mo Qianliang. The early stage of foundation establishment beating the Xian Pin Foundation establishment Great Circle. Not to mention that Mo Qianliang was only an Earth Pin Foundation establishment. Even if the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment came, he would meow to kneel down. Alright, my sword sect agrees. Jin Sunhai's eyes showed ferocity as he gritted his teeth. Only by killing Mo Qianliang could the majesty of the sword sect be preserved and the glory of the sword sect be maintained. 3 days later, at the top of life and death peak, your Dao sect and my sword sect will open a life and death ring battle. Jin Sunhai's gaze was cold and incomparable as he stared at Mo Qianliang, gritting his teeth. 3 days? Should be enough, Mo Qianliang thought silently in his heart. He then returned. Good. When the time comes, this Daozi will definitely be on time for the appointment. Humph. If you dare to run away from the battlefield, I will not blame my sword sect for being ruthless. Jin Sunhai finished speaking in a ruthless voice and led the sword sect's crowd to turn around and leave. The crowd also gradually dispersed, but there was no doubt that the matter of the life and death ring between the Dao sect and the sword sect was bound to cause an uproar in the spirit domain. It had been a long time since there was friction between super sects. Chapter 51, 11th Meeting, First Embrace, Plus. Is there anything else you want? After everyone had left, Mo Qianliang placed his gaze on the only Qianlong who hadn't left yet. This is your 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, which I never had the chance to give you before. The 100 Flowers Fairy took out a storage bag and handed it over. Well, have a heart. Mo Qianliang nodded slightly before putting the storage bag away. Before the auction of the meditation beads, the 100 Flowers Fairy did not bid as high as he did, and the spirit stones were naturally returned. Anything else? Putting away the storage bag, Mo Qianliang looked at the 100 Flower Fairy, who was still standing in place, and faintly inquired, Millennium Prince, you were too impulsive just now. The 100 Flower Fairy frowned and said, Oh, why do you think so? Mo Qianliang laughed. Since the Sword Sect dares to place the Foundation Establishment Realm Life and Death Ring, it means that their last generation Dao Sun, Jianling Tian, must not have stepped into the Jiedan realm yet. The 100 Flowers Fairy slowly spoke. There's no harm. He's the Foundation Establishment Great Perfection. He's only a 6,000 Zhang Xianpin. I have enough certainty to defeat him. Mo Qianliang said lightly. The 100 Flowers Fairy took a deep breath, and after a moment of silence, she said, 1,000 years Prince. It's that Knight San Ran who doesn't dare to say that he has won over Jianling Tian, and with your current strength, you shouldn't be Knight San Ran's opponent yet. I know. Mo Qianliang laughed lightly. Just because I'm not his opponent now doesn't mean that after 3 days, I'm still not his opponent. After 3 days? The 100 Flower Fairy was a bit stunned. 3 days? How much could her cultivation level increase? There's a saying that a scholar should be impressed after 3 days. After 3 days, I'll give all of you a surprise. Mo Qianliang confidently laughed. The 100 Flowers Fairy froze, then smiled bitterly and said, All right, since the Millennium Prince's will has been decided, then I will wish the Millennium Prince to win the Life and Death Ring. Many thanks. Mo Qianliang arched his hand. The 100 Flower Fairy turned to leave and stopped after 2 steps. Anything else? Mo Qianliang added, looking calm. Millennium Prince, thank you for saving my life before. The 100 Flower Fairy lowered her head and said softly, It's just a show of hands. You and I are allies. No need to be polite. Mo Qianliang shook his head and said, his tone still bland. Well, then I won't bother the 1,000-year Duke. Farewell. After saying that, the 100 Flower Fairy turned around and quickly left. Only, after walking a long way, the 100 Flower Fairy turned back and gazed into the distance. The white-robed teenager stood under the sunlight, his mouth containing a gentle yet confident smile, looking exceptionally upright and dashing, making people unable to stop and watch. As time passed, the mysterious color on its body was even more intense. Tendo Tsukiji was, perhaps, just his most inconspicuous secret. The 100 Flower Fairy was lost in thought, and after a long time, she sighed and turned to leave. After everyone had all left, Mo Qianliang returned to the Daozi Hall and performed cultivation on his knees. 3 days later, it would be the Life and Death Ring, and he, in the meantime, was preparing to get as close to the middle stage of Foundation establishment as possible. It was impossible for others, but he, for one, had some possibilities, as long as, the time he stayed by Su Shuiao's side, could be a little more. From the darkness a light lit up. Mo Qianliang walked over to it. Time and space shifted, and he understood that he was once again in the world of dreams. When looking at the scene in front of him, Mo Qianliang was instantly stunned. In the middle of the peach blossom forest in front of him, under one of the largest peach trees, various peach blossoms condensed together to form a flowery swing. At this moment, on top of that swing, there was a young girl sitting, swinging leisurely, with that stunningly beautiful face, just like a fairy, making it unforgettable. A purple dress trailing, she leaned on a peach branch with her back, her legs slightly bent, her arms hanging down among the flowers. The young girl had a light smile on her face, and her look was extremely seductive, as if she was a spring spirit, dancing and playing in the flowers, full of joy. She is so pure and innocent and beautiful. She seemed to be in a very happy mood, and that sweet smile seemed to infect the whole world and bloom the whole peach forest. Mo Qianliang looked at her in a daze and couldn't help but hold his breath, not blinking his eyes as if he was afraid of missing every second. The swing swung high, the young girl's hair fluttered up, traced a beautiful arc in the air, fluttered and danced like a butterfly, and woven swam among the flower petals. Pink petals fluttered down like a rain of pink flowers, and the picture was beautiful to the extreme. Wow! The young girl leapt from above the swing and landed in front of Mo Qianliang, stretching out her jade onion-like fingers and gently tapping on Mo Qianliang's forehead. Yikes! Staring again? The young girl hid her mouth and laughed lightly. 2 small dimples emerged on that delicate cheek, a red and small cherry lips outlined with a playful and cute arc. A pair of eyes flashed with a cunning and spiritual light, making people's heart pound. It's the first time I've seen the princess so happy after seeing her so many times. It's really rare. Mo Qianliang revealed a smile. He liked to see her bright smile, her lively and cheerful personality, and the fragrant smell that emanated from her body. Thanks to your blessing, I studied the refining means of your world for a long time. which caused my spiritual power to improve very quickly. And now, I'm already a grand master of refining. The young girl held her little head up proudly, waiting for a compliment from her intended victim. Grand Master? The princess's talent is the strongest I've ever seen. Bar none. Millennium was shocked. What's the concept of a Grand Master refiner? In the spirit domain, the 10 great super sects were to be fed as ancestors. A randomly refined trinket could fetch a sky-high price. Most of all, only a Grand Master refiner, a person whose spiritual power was divine, could refine an auxiliary spiritual treasure that would enhance the speed of cultivation. In other words, the strength of a Grand Master refiner was not to be talked about, and his status was inevitably higher than that of a harmonized divine Lord. Most of all, Su Shuiyao's age. Here, this is a brand new auxiliary spirit treasure I refined for you. It can be said to be an enhanced version of the meditation bead. Try it? Su Shuiyao spread her palm open, and in her hand, there lay a crystal clear gemstone that emitted a faint fluorescent light. It looked like a jewel in the shape of a water droplet, but it was more delicate than a water droplet, as if it was as crystalline as lamb's fat jade. When Mo Qianliang received it, he immediately felt a warm current surging into his body, moisturizing his meridians and dantian, and lifting his spirit by a few points. Afterward, he sat down on his knees and performed a large circumference cycle. A moment later, he opened his eyes in shock and said incredulously, "A 50% boost? A boost of 50% in auxiliary spirit treasures. A meditation bead that boosts cultivation speed by 20% makes the entire spiritual domain sensational. Boosting 50%. If this was known by the outside world, Mo Qianliang could imagine that countless heavenly prides of great powers were going to go crazy, and countless supreme beings wanted to kill him to seize the supreme treasure. It's so anticlimactic. This is still limited by the materials. I rummaged through the treasury to get these materials together. Otherwise, the effect should be better." Su Shuiao still had some regrets and said with a pout, "I might be able to improve that Xianling Jade pendant as well. Maybe it can also achieve a 50% effect, so your cultivation speed can be more than doubled." Su Shuiao's words once again made Mo Qianliang's eyes light up. When the effects are multiplied, wouldn't that cultivation speed be increased by 125%? This cultivation speed, is it going to heaven? If before, Mo Qianliang was certain that he could reach the top of the early stage of foundation establishment within 3 days, then now, he could even make an impact. Middle stage of foundation establishment. Princess, you are my lucky star. Mo Qianliang excitedly took the young girl in front of him in his arms and hugged her tightly. The excitement and joy simply could not be suppressed. Su Shuiao was dumbfounded by the sudden embrace, but she didn't break free. Instead her pretty face was slightly red. Well, he must have done it on purpose. The idiot. P.S. More. I think you can already see that the heroine's growth has reached a relatively high point. If you want to witness the heroine step by step to become a female emperor, then send a little gift to support Moro. Chapter 52. How many extreme spirit stones are worth? So, how much longer do you want to hold it? Only after a long time did Su Shuiao shyly voice out. That voice was soft and boneless, making Mo Qianliang couldn't help but shake his heart and mind. Although, she also wanted to be held like this all the time. But, Mo Qianliang didn't know how long she could stop. She still had a lot of things that she hadn't explained. So, even though it was very disheartening, she had no choice but to make a sound. Upon hearing this, Mo Qianliang hurriedly let go and laughed awkwardly. Ahem, just now I was really too excited. Sorry for offending the princess. Su Shuiao slightly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with 2 blushes, making her look even more charming. If before she was a budding flower, now she was like a ripe and tantalizing peach, emitting a sweet fragrance that was tempting to pick. Other than mother and father, this is my first hug, and you didn't even let me prepare for it. Su Shuiao snapped, her big black and beautiful eyes filled with resentment. I'm sorry, princess. I know I'm wrong. I won't dare next time. Mo Qianliang hurriedly admitted his mistake. However, if he hadn't heard correctly, Su Shuiao's words were, "Ready for a hug? Is it a step closer for them to be close to each other?" You. Su Shuiao sighed lightly. Those clear and bright pupils of her eyes gazed at Mo Qianliang, but with a touch of hatred and helplessness. Mo Qianliang was stunned and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Is the princess angry?" "Forget it. Give me the Xianling Jade pendant. I'll improve it and I'll give it to you the next time you come." Su Shuiao changed the topic and stretched out her white and slender jade hand. Mo Qianliang hurriedly handed the Xianling Jade pendant into Su Shuiao's hands. At the same time, he looked at the meditation bead in his hand that had been transformed by Su Shuiao. If this could still be called the meditation bead, princess, this material should be very precious, right? Mo Qianliang hesitated, although he didn't know exactly how much it was worth. but just from the original meditation bead that was auctioned off for tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones, he could tell that its value. He didn't know how many times it was going to be doubled. A spiritual treasure that was upgraded by 50% was not that much more expensive than one that was upgraded by 20%. Because of the uniqueness of the auxiliary spiritual treasure, its value goes up a lot when it is raised that high by 1%. It's alright. It's only worth 100,000 or so spirit stones, Su Shueyo said carelessly. Okay. Mo Qianliang sighed in relief. Well, extreme spirit stones. Shui Yao added another sentence. Mo Qianliang almost spurted blood as he looked at Su Shueyo dumbfounded. How many top-quality spirit stones? More than 100. 000 top-quality spirit stones? It's an extremely high-quality spirit stone that ordinary spirit stone mines simply can't produce? 100 to 1 converted into top-grade spirit stones. It would cost more than $10 million. Not to mention the value of its rarity would have to be doubled. Sell the Taoist clan for a tenth of this? What's wrong? Su Shueyo blinked her big black eyes and said innocently, Princess, isn't this too expensive? Mo Qianliang spoke with difficulty. The price is no more than what's outside the body. Moreover, if it wasn't for the refining techniques of your world, I wouldn't have stepped into the realm of the Grand Master of refining so quickly. Moreover, wasn't it you who said to invest in me and wait for the return? Su Shueyo smiled, revealing two shallow dimples, looking very cute and charming. What investment? With such a high return in just a few days? Mo Qianliang only felt that being able to meet Su Shueyo was the most fortunate thing for him. Moreover, when Su Shueyo became stronger and stronger, what he could do to help her would become less and less, but his rewards, it was estimated, would be more and more generous. After all, with a talent like Su Shueyo's, I'm afraid that in less than a month, her cultivation would have reached an unknown level. Princess, thank you. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Qianliang said sincerely, between us, do we still need to say thank you? Su Shueyo muttered, seemingly a bit dissatisfied. Mo Qianliang was stunned and then revealed a bright smile. Okay, then, that's more like it. For the rest of the time, accompany me on the swing, okay? Su Shueyo smiled like a flower and pointed at the swing in front of her. Why does the princess suddenly want to swing? Mo Qianliang curiously said. You promise first, Su Shueyo said in a petulant manner. That pair of bright and moving starry eyes flashed with a cunning light. Well. Mo Qianliang smiled. He could see that Su Shueyo was extraordinarily excited today, and smiled the most and the best. The young girl took off into the air and flew to the swing, gently sitting down, her legs slightly open, her dress fluttering, just like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Afterwards, the young girl closed her beautiful eyes and felt the breeze blowing in, gently falling on her body as if a feather had swept over her skin, making her comfortable. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes and looked at Mo Qianliang. What are you waiting for? Come up together. Seeing Mo Qianliang standing stupidly below, Su Shueyo greeted. Yes. Mo Millennium nodded his head in agreement and then jumped onto the swing. The swings were limited, so much so that the two were almost right next to each other. Mo Qianliang's heart pounded as he felt the softness and aroma around him. The young girl's body was soft and delicate, especially the faint fragrance that made Mo Qianliang's heart flutter. Stick out your hand. Su Shueyo hummed lightly. Mo Qianliang was stunned and held out his left hand. Then, he saw Su Shueyo's slender little hand slowly reach out and grabbed Mo Qianliang's left hand. Mo Qianliang was slightly stunned, and there was another hard object in the center of the two men's palms. That's Xianling Jade Pendant. I don't know when you'll be leaving, so you can continue to utilize the effects of the Xianling Jade Pendant to cultivate, while still being close to me a bit closer, allowing you to cultivate even faster. Moreover, even if you suddenly leave, the Xianling Jade Pendant will still remain with me, and when I remodel it a bit, I can give it to you next time. Su Shueyo's words fell into his ears, instantly causing Mo Qianliang to be moved. Su Shueyo, surprisingly, was so well thought out. He just wanted to say thank you, but then remembered what Su Shueyo had just said, that there was no need for thanks between the two of them. So he looked tenderly at the young girl beside him, grasped her hand tightly, and did not say a word. That way, it's pretty good too. It would be nice if it could be like this all the time. Get ready. Start. Su Shueyo laughed joyfully, her silver bell-like laughter spreading far and wide. The swing swung high, and the two young hearts swung with it. Su Shueyo smiled happily. Mo Qianliang, on the other hand, gazed tenderly at the happy young girl beside him, a happy smile spreading at the corners of his mouth. How I wish time would slow down and stay here forever. Chapter 53, Su Shueyo's Physique. Princess, the situation of the 7 continental countries now, how is it? Mo Qianliang remembered that he had not paid attention to the continental pattern for several years. and wondered what changes had taken place nowadays. Great Zhao has already perished, but it's still good to listen to your words. And basically all of Great Zhao's people and properties have been transferred to Great Chang. Therefore even if the allied forces of the five nations destroyed Great Zhao, they only occupied some territory that was reduced to ruins and did not gain any substantial advancement. However, after the allied forces of the five countries destroyed Great Zhao, because of the issue of territory distribution, there was no dispute, and the allied forces have been dispersed, and are now fighting over each other's territories, with constant friction, and I'm afraid that they will soon be fighting. Su Shueyo collected her laughter and said with a serious face. Although she didn't know much about these things, she knew that today's continent was a period of undercurrents, where battles could break out at any time, and such battles were often accompanied by bloody storms. What do you think? If they fight, what should we do in the Great Chang? Su Shueyo suddenly turned her head sideways and gazed at Mo Qianliang, her beautiful eyes flashing with a strange aura. When Mo Qianliang heard this, his expression became slightly serious and he pondered for a long time before slowly saying, the Great Chang should not be involved in this war, but rather quietly develop, build a high wall, and store up food for the future decisive battle. And, during this period, Great Chang can help the weaker empires, such as assisting with weapons and equipment, which can be exchanged for needed resources on the one hand, and on the other hand, it can delay the process of the end of the war, buying enough time for Great Chang to repair and recuperate. Well, your thoughts are the same as mine. It is indeed inappropriate for Great Chang to go to war right now. The previous invasion by the 6 countries, Great Chang's losses have not been made up until now. Su Shueyo nodded, agreeing with Mo Qianliang. However, I am a little worried for fear that if Great Chu destroys the remaining 4 kingdoms, by then, we won't be able to fight against them at all. Then, she was a bit worried. After all, De Chu's strength was there. No, De Chu can't exterminate the 4 kingdoms for the time being, and the ultimate end will be the extermination of the 3 northern kingdoms, but not by De Chu alone, but together with the third power to the east, De Song. At the end of the day, it's your Great Chang in the south, Great Chu in the northwest and Great Song in the northeast forming a triad. Mo Qianliang shook his head and said with certainty, Chu's strength was certainly strong, but it was by no means a simple matter to want to swallow up the 4 countries in one fell swoop. If De Chu really had this strength, then overthrowing De Chang would not need to unite other empires at all. Therefore, although De Chu is strong, it can only destroy 2 of the 3 northern countries at most, and De Song can also occupy the remaining 1/3. Moreover, because of the war in the north, many people would flee to the Great Changes, which would further increase the strength of the Great Changes. Sandpiper. So that's how it is. It seems that you've known the final situation of the continental pattern for a long time, right? Su Shueyo blinked her big eyes, looking at Mo Qianliang with surprise in her gaze. It seemed that the future was going to be all that he had predicted. It's normal. In the absence of any power crushing in absolute strength, multiple powers are in disarray. Then a 3-legged situation will occur later on, when there is no one power that exceeds the strength of the other 2 combined. A 3-legged tripod is the most stable situation. 1 more will not do, and 1 less will do even less, because if there is 1 less, then the 2 empires will inevitably fight to the death for the unification of the world, and with 1 more, the 4 great empires will inevitably mix up, leading to the demise of one of them, or will they enter a 3-legged state? Mo Qianliang patiently explained. When Su Shueyo heard this, she came to a sudden realization, but then she remembered something and said, then if De Chu joins forces with De Song at that time, won't my De Chang be in danger? No, as long as one of the great Song monarchs and powerful ministers is not a little cutie, none of them will join forces. The reason why the 3 legs can be strong is because 2 weak countries can join forces to hold the strong countries in check. Once the balance is broken and a weak country joins forces with a strong country to destroy another weak country, then that weak country of his own will be destroyed by the strong country in no time. Therefore, back there, De Chang needs to establish diplomatic relations with De Song to jointly counteract De Chu, and secretly continue to accumulate power to prepare for the final hegemony. Mo Qianliang slowly explained that he had been dreaming in another world since he was a child, and that world, it just so happened to possess many such examples of multinational warfare. Although this was the world of metaphysics and that was the world of mortals, but in the absence of absolute force crushing, yet there were still signs. The several empires of this continent, although there are weak and strong, but the gap is not so big as to be outrageous. All are hegemony from the once multinational wars killed. Even the weakest Great Zhao can carry the strongest Great Chu for a period of time. As a result, his judgment of these patterns is much clearer than the average person. After Su Shueyo heard this, she nodded thoughtfully, feeling that what Mo Qianliang said made sense. This day was quite long, and by the side of the princess, I feel that my cultivation speed has increased by at least 10 times. Missouri Millennium Road. He was surprised. What kind of physique can make the cultivation speed increase so much? One must know that an auxiliary spirit treasure worth over 100,000 extreme spirit stones would only be able to enhance it by 50%, whereas Su Shuiao's physique was enhanced tenfold. Moreover, this enhancement, which could also be increased by auxiliary spirit treasures, was the most heaven-defying to the extreme. It was also for this reason that he had only been by the princess's side for a few short days, and he was already going to be close to the top of the early stage of foundation establishment. I'm afraid that, within 3 days, he could really step into the middle stage of foundation establishment. I don't know. In my world, when everyone steps into the avatar realm, they can awaken their physique. And with physiques, there are 4 levels: mortal body, spiritual body, king's body, and holy body, Su Shuiao said, but it surprised Mo Qianliang beyond measure. The cultivation systems of the 2 worlds were indeed extremely different. Physique was also present in his world, but one had to step into the Yuaning realm and condense a Yuaning in order to activate the physique, whereas in Su Shuiao's world, it was as long as the avatar realm, or foundation establishment realm, opened the physique. The 2 cultivation systems, who is strong and who is weak, Mo Qianliang cannot evaluate. After all, his strength is also not enough to evaluate this. Your physique, does it belong to the sacred body? Mo Qianliang asked, although he didn't know much about the holy body, but from Su Shuiao's body, this kind of heaven-defying assistance to others' cultivation, he really couldn't think of anything else except the holy body. This isn't even a holy body. How heavenly is that holy body? In my world, the legendary strongest assisting physique is the Holy Spirit body, which can enhance the cultivation speed of the person assisting by 5 times. Su Shuiao said, oh, then wouldn't the princess's physique be much stronger than the Holy Spirit body? And what level of physique is this Holy Spirit body? Mo Qianliang instantly became interested. Su Shuiao pursed her lips and smiled, saying, Holy Spirit body. Ah, you can also tell from the name. Of course it's in the holy body category. Doesn't that mean that the princess's physique is even more powerful than the saint body? Mo Qianliang's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 54. Will there be a day when it will not be affected by dreams in time and space? Plus more. Although he didn't know how strong the sacred body was, the word sacred alone represented unimaginable power, because no matter if it was Su Shuiao's world or his world, a saint was inevitably in existence located at the top of the heaven and earth. For example, the sacred artifact refiner, the sacred alchemist, the legendary holy realm, and so on. I don't know. Among the 7 continental kingdoms, the strongest is only the king body, and it's extremely rare, but I understand that my physique can't be discovered. So, even my father didn't know and only told you. Su Shuiao's brows revealed a strong worry as she spoke. Only told me? The princess really trusts me. Mo Qianliang slightly froze, and then was a bit touched, knowing that Su Shuiao didn't tell him now. Before several times of meeting, she exposed her physique in front of him. Isn't the princess afraid that I will have thoughts about your physique? Mo Qianliang suddenly asked rhetorically. Su Shuiao was silent for a moment, then smiled sweetly. If I can't even trust you, who else can I trust? Mo Qianliang was once again stunned. He looked at the young girl in front of him. I think she must have suppressed a lot in her heart, right? As a princess, living in the depths of the palace, there are no friends, no confidants, no one to talk to. The most beloved father cannot see a few times a year, like a canary in a cage. Though beautiful, there is no freedom, no choice. The closer you are to the princess, the higher your cultivation speed is. So won't the princess's physique be discovered? Mo Qianliang suddenly remembered something and frowned. What are you thinking about? Even a stronger auxiliary physique can't have this effect all the time. It needs to be opened by me on my own initiative. Moreover, the strongest effect can only be opened to one person. Otherwise, wouldn't all the auxiliary physique possessors in the world be captured to become a source of cultivation chambers? Su Shuiao blankly glanced at him and snapped. So that's how it is. Mo Qianliang nodded, coming to a realization. And then he couldn't help but laugh again. What are you laughing at? Su Shuiao asked. So it turns out that every time I see the princess has taken the initiative to open up her physique. So my fast cultivation speed is actually all because the princess is helping me. Mo Qianliang said with a smile. When Su Shuiao heard this, she lightly hummed and said, that's natural. Mo Millennium smiled, and in his heart, he was happy. Princess, in that case, my position in the princess's heart should be very high, right? Mo Qianliang smiled and said, barely third. Su Shuiao skimmed her lips, but on her face, a light red color surfaced. Mo Qianliang was even more delighted in his heart, but he wasn't in a hurry and asked, then which 2 are second and first? The first one is naturally father. Father will always be the highest in my heart. However, Emperor Dechu was a powerful being who specializes in creating illusions. I was afraid that father would be affected by his illusions, which is why I didn't tell him. The second is of course my royal brother, but he's a nerd and easily lulled, and I didn't tell him just to be on the safe side. The reason why I'm telling you, even if you're captured by a powerful being from your world, it's impossible for someone from your world to break time and space to come to me, right? Su Shueyo covered her mouth and laughed lightly, a touch of playfulness in her voice. Princess is so heartless. Do you want me to be captured so badly? Mo Qianliang sighed in a feigned aggravation. Of course not. Su Shueyo shook her head and said, I mean, even if everyone in your world knows my secret, it's impossible to find me, right? My world is a year. Yours is only a day. And although I know there are endless stars beyond the continent, I think we are certainly not the same world. After all, between us, it's not just the distance that separates us, the main thing is time. Although I don't know how strong the strongest realm in this world is, so I guess it shouldn't be able to affect time, right? Before Su Shueyo finished her words, her tone became heavier and heavier, and finally paused, and corresponding to this, Mo Qianliang also slightly closed his eyes. The atmosphere between the two seemed to have turned low. Time and space, no matter how far away you are, it is not a distance, because if you know the coordinates, you can eventually get there, but the times are all different. Even though I know where you are and I have come to this position, what if the position is the same, but the time is different? Princess, will there come a day when our meeting will no longer be affected by dreams in time and space? A moment later, Mo Qianliang opened his eyes and looked at the young girl beside him, his gaze gentle and full of anticipation. Such a thing is too remote, even to exist, but Nemo Millennium is still looking forward to it. It will. Of course it will. For sure. Su Shueyo nodded, her gaze firm. I believe that one day, we will meet. A real meeting, not the same as now. Aha! Mo Qianliang nodded heavily, a bright smile on his face. The higher the swing swings, the more they talked, and the more they had endless words in each other's hearts. When I was little, mother accompanied me on the swing. Then, after mother left, there was no one to play with me, and after such a long time, it's still the first time I've swung so happily. Su Shueyo softly said, it's okay, every year from now on, I'll be with you. Whether the princess wants to swing or watch the sunset, I'll be with you. Mo Qianliang doted on him, his tone gentle. Hearing these words, Su Shueyo's pretty face blossomed into a brilliant smile. Then why don't you swing and watch the sunset? Su Shueyo smiled, and the two of them looked up, realizing that it was once again sunset. The setting sun sprinkled in the peach blossom forest was like adding a touch of splendor to the whole peach garden, which was beautiful. Dang! There was a subtle ringing inside Mo Qianliang's body, the top of the early stage of foundation establishment. The water is ready. At this realm, he was no longer weaker than Knight Songran, and the Shin Pin Foundation Establishment Great Circle could also fight. Seeing this beauty, the expression on Su Shueyo's face grew brighter and her eyes became more and more radiant. Do you think that this beauty, will it last forever? Su Shueyo turned her head and gazed earnestly at Mo Qianliang. Will. Mo Qianliang replied without hesitation. Su Shueyo nodded slightly, a hint of blissful sweetness flooding her eyes. The sun gradually set. A few peach blossoms fluttered around the two of them. The evening breeze blew. Su Shueyo's hair fluttered with the wind, revealing her exquisite side face. Absolutely beautiful. The fragrance of peach blossom in the peach blossom forest. The young girl leaning and laughing beside the swing. The sunset reflects your face, and the evening breeze makes you dream long. P.S. Thank you very much for the gift and praise. 3 chapters today. The gift value of more than 50 or more than 35-star book reviews. The author will continue to add more. Not many people watch. I hope you can push the book shortage. If the gift monthly list can enter the first 205 words, the author will add a more. Chapter 55, The 12th Meeting. Other empires learn to scheming. Foundation building can fly with an imperial weapon. Jin Dan can travel in the air without borrowing any force. Yuaning can briefly instantly move. And Huanshan is enough to shake the void. In the hidden scriptures, Mo Qianliang rummaged through the descriptions of the major realms. However, because of the limited cognition, it was only recorded to the various powers of the realm of the transformation god, and about above the transformation god. It was extremely vague. However, what could be known was that the god of transformation realm could then slightly affect the void, and the powerful could even shatter the void and perform long-distance instantaneous transportation. And the legendary saint, it is said that with their hands is the space law. A step is 10,000 miles away, and their powerful people can even knock down the stars in the sky. But even a saint cannot touch time. All the ancient books Mo Qianliang could find that had something to do with time indicated one thing. Space can be distorted and even broken, but time cannot be shaken. although the last dream world also had the argument that time is irreversible. But how can I explain that my dream world connects time and space? Mo Qianliang muttered. In the end, he found his master again, and Dao Father Qingxian, as the top transformation god existence in the spirit domain, should know a bit more than he did. Manipulate time? Taoist Master Qingxian looked at Mo Qianliang in surprise, then frowned. Although Master is not a saint, Master can be 100% certain that those saints could never touch time. Taoist Qingxian was certain that a saint's strength might be able to destroy the heavens and the earth, but it was impossible to control time without getting the desired result. Mo Qianliang could only leave helplessly. It seemed that the mystery of time and space was not something he could access with his current strength. No one had disturbed his cultivation today, and he had cultivated until the evening, having raised his cultivation to the extreme middle foundation establishment. He could break at any time. This cultivation speed, not to mention the entire spirit domain, or even the 100 regions of the northern continent, had never been heard of before. One must know that it had been less than 10 days since he stepped into the Heaven's Path Foundation establishment. Ordinary foundation establishment is not to mention. 10 years are not necessarily from the early stage to the middle stage. Even if it is a Daozi level heavenly pride like Scarred Tiger Sword Lingxiao, from the early stage to the middle stage will also take 2 years. And him, just a few days. All of this, in addition to his stronger talent than Jian Lingxiao and the others. The auxiliary spirit treasure also had some of the credit. But more than that, it was Su Shueya. Similarly, the 10 times cultivation speed Su Shueya gave him was still stacked and multiplied. What kind of concept is that? Even if he didn't have any auxiliary spirit treasures, his cultivation speed was 10 times faster when he was beside Su Shueya. And now that he had the enhanced meditation bead that boosted his cultivation speed by 50%, then his cultivation speed would be 15 times as fast. If you add the Xian Ling Jade Pendant, the speed, it will be beyond terrifying. That was why he could step into the middle stage from the early stage in just a few more days. At the early stage of Heaven's Path Foundation establishment, he was practically invincible among the Spirit Domain Foundation establishment Heaven's Pride. With the exception of Night Song Ran, the one who had opened the Heaven's Path Spirit Sea was far from a match for even the 9,000 Zhang Shenpin late stage foundation establishment Bloodslaughter. And once he steps into the middle stage of Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, then among the Spiritual Domain Foundation establishment, he can be called invincible. See a comment that the author pressure protagonist Warpower really did not pressure, although more than 50 chapters, but the time is only after 10 days. The protagonist foundation only 10 days less than the protagonist's upgrading speed is really already open rocket. There's also the comment that the God Transformation sect can't afford to raise a foundation. Here's an explanation. Heaven's Path Foundation isn't an ordinary foundation. Becoming a Heaven's Path Foundation is only the starting point for God Transformation in the future. And no one in the spirit domain even knows how to become a Heaven's Path Foundation. Late at night, after completing the day's cultivation, Mo Qianliang once again entered the dream world. When he opened his eyes, he appeared in front of a brand new large map. The map had changed dramatically, if not radically, from the first few times he'd seen it. The previous 7 empires are now 2.5 empires extinct. The weakest, De Zhao, was the first to be destroyed. Among the 3 northern kingdoms, Qi, which was close to the Great Chu, had also been destroyed, and Wu, which was close to the Great Song, had lost half of its territory. On the side, Su Shueya was also standing next to him. Looking at her appearance, she should have been standing for quite a long time, probably waiting for him to arrive. Princess, it's not quite right, is it? Previously, even with the help of the Great Chang, Great Zhao had supported the allied forces of the 4 countries for 2 or 3 years. So why are the 3 northern countries, which are stronger than Great Zhao, losing so quickly now? In theory, the 3 northern countries should have the power to fight, right? Mo Qianliang pondered for a moment and opened his mouth to ask. Su Shueyo sighed softly. This is the worst case scenario. I've been studying to choose tactics for several days and realized that they've started to learn to use stratagems as well. Upon hearing this, Mo Qianliang was very surprised to know that before he came to this world, it was basically tactless, and the wars were all pushed all the way through by hard power. It's like this. After destroying Great Zhao, because of the issue of Great Zhao's territorial contention, Great Chu but suddenly withdrew, saying that it didn't want Great Zhao's territories, and along with that, Great Song also withdrew. Thus, the 3 northern countries began their own melee in order to compete for territory area. And just as the 3 armies were fighting each other to the death in the territory of Great Zhao, Great Chu and Great Song stepped in. They swept through with almost thunderous speed, learning from the tactics of the old days when our Great blitzed the imperial capital of Great Chu, especially Great Chu, which almost flattened the imperial capital of Qi within a month. And looking at today's situation, In less than a month, I'm afraid that Wu will also be destroyed by the Great Song, and the 3 northern kingdoms will be left with only you remaining in the center. Su Shuao sighed softly and continued. I suspect that Great Shu and Great Song have reached some sort of agreement long ago, and that they will destroy the other 2 countries first, before encircling and dealing with you. Su Shuao's words caused Mo Qianliang's face to become grave as he looked at the map and shook his head. It's the same as what I guessed, only the speed is too fast. Every time before a war starts between empires, they will send out invitations to war in advance. This is a tradition that has been going on for thousands of years. I didn't expect that. This time, they didn't send out invitations to war. That's why they couldn't react. Su Shuaya added. Mo Qianliang nodded. Normal. Before it was a multi-country melee. If someone sneak attacked without martial virtues, then they would inevitably be disrespected by the other countries and boycott them jointly. But now that there are fewer empires, and they all end up flipping out anyway, they don't have this scruple. Note, De Chang's blitz attack on Dechu counts as a sneak attack but is not shameless, since the 6 allied countries had already issued a warpost before the invasion, which belongs to the counterattack in a state of war. Well, so I guess that the Yu kingdom is also in dire straits, and I guess that in less than a year, it will be the 3-legged situation that you are talking about. Su Shuao let out a light sigh, seemingly a little worried, because the speed was so fast. Big Chang hadn't had enough time to prepare. Chapter 56, Doubling Cultivation Speed. Second Embrace. Forget it, let's not talk about it. This is the Xianling Jade Pendant after my transformation. It has been raised from the previous 30% to 50%. Try the effect? Su Shuaya took out the Xianling Jade Pendant and handed it to Mo Qianliang. Mo Qianliang reached out and took the Jade Pendant, and immediately felt that it contained a dense to the extreme aura that was far too powerful than before. He attempted to cultivate a large circumferential cycle, and his cultivation speed, indeed, increased by 50% once again. What kind of concept is that? The upgraded meditation bead boosted by 50%, and the upgraded Xianling Jade Pendant boosted by another 50%, and under the stacked multiplication, his cultivation speed increased by 125%, more than 20% for doubling the lift. Against all odds, can only be described as against all odds. Moreover, if he were to get close to Su Shuaya, with her heaven-defying physique that was enhanced by 10 times, his cultivation speed would be more than 22 times. Nowadays, with the heaven-defying enchantment, even an ordinary yellow product foundation builder could soar to the heavens, not to mention his powerful talent of being a Heaven's Path foundation builder. Princess, I really don't know how to thank you for the value of these 2 auxiliary spirit treasures. Mo Qianliang looked towards Su Shuao, his eyes filled with gratitude. Only before he could finish, Su Shuao became a bit angry. Didn't we agree that between us, we wouldn't mention thanks? She beamed, slightly irritated. Looking at Su Shuao pouting her little mouth, Mo Qianliang froze slightly for a breath, then couldn't help but smile. Why do you look so cute when you're angry? Princess, I have a gift for you as well. Do you have a pen, ink and paper in your room? Su Shuao sniffed and nodded. Yes, soon. Su Shuao brought pen, ink, paper and inkstone and placed them on the table. Mo Qianliang walked to the table, lifted his pen and dipped it in ink, and began to write furiously, ignoring the font difference, even if it's different. With Tendo Suji's mental power, you can learn it very quickly. Of that dream world of yesteryear, he saw everything and it was all still clear as day, so he quickly found in his memory what he was going to write. Before reaching the Jiedan, Mo Qianliang's spiritual power was not enough to directly inscribe the Spirit Sea Jade slip, so he could only use pen and ink to write. He wrote extremely fast, but each word was unmistakably clear and in a single stroke. Su Shuao sat next to her, right next to Mo Qianliang, one hand propped up at her chin, the other touching Mo Qianliang's hand that wasn't using a pen. She just quietly watched Mo Qianliang write, and her serious appearance caused Su Shuao to reveal a hint of infatuation. Okay, princess. Soon after, Mo Qianliang stopped the pen in his hand and handed over the written thing to Su Shuao. Let me see what you wrote. Su Shuao took the paper and whispered, then couldn't wait to open it. She had just opened the paper, and a line of large black letters in her eyes reflected into Su Shuao's line of sight. 36? A little curious, she continued to turn the next page and saw its dense text. Concealment from the sea? What's the sea? Sounding off? Confuse the other side? Open and shut? A tiger in a tiger's pocket? Countermeasures? Flesh trick? The more Su Shuao looked, the more shocked she became as she stared at the paper in her hand with wide eyes. A large part of the scheme is one that has not yet been seen in this world. She understood that this would be an even more precious treasure than the Xianling Jade Pendant, more than 10 times more precious. And, princess, that's just part of it. Mo Qianliang laughed and continued to lift his pen. continuing to write on the remaining paper. Su Shueo's heartbeat stuttered when she heard his words. This was even just one of the copies? Anything else? As Mo Qianliang continued to write, her breathing gradually became heavier, and her eyes carried a strong color of excitement. Princess, these things, don't let them leak out. Otherwise it will be extremely difficult for Great Chang to fight for the final world. A few moments later, Mo Qianliang once again finished writing a very far-reaching military book from his memory and solemnly handed it over to Su Shueo's hands. I understand. Don't worry. Su Shueo nodded solemnly. She naturally understood the stakes. After all, the Great Chang was not the strongest. If these things fell into the hands of the Great Chu Empire, then the Great Chang would be in great danger. Although now the Chu also knows how to use ploys, it is still in the primary stage, and the ploys are not mature, far from being perfected as Mo Qianlin wrote. She took Mo Qianliang's second writing and opened the first page to 4 large words. Sun Tzu's Art of War? Whose grandson wrote the Art of War? Curious, she opened the back, but the more she read on, the more her breath caught, and she was even more frozen as a hole in the back. It's surprisingly full of military strategies and tactical arrangements, and the fine print is terrifying. Su Shueo drew in a cold breath. The content on this was even more profound than the 36 stratagems that Mo Qianliang had just written. Even all aspects of the situation, tactics, and setup during the battle have been taken into account, which is wonderful. It's a priceless gem in the art of war. If it were not a matter of time, I would have more books of arms in my memory. When I return, I will write them down one by one, and when we meet next time, I will give them all to you. Mo Qianliang smiled gently. These things were not particularly difficult for him to write down after only spending some time. However, it was a truly priceless treasure to Su Shueo and even the entire Great Chang. I don't know how to thank you. The Xianling Jade Pendant and the Meditation Pearl are too insignificant in front of your gift. Su Shueo murmured and whispered. It had never occurred to her that there were such a variety of powerful military arts in the world. Princess, but you said that between the two of us, we don't need to say thank you. What? Now you're starting to say it again? Mo Qianliang looked at Su Shueo with a smile on his face. Su Shueo's cheeks blushed as she said, I'll take it then. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties, you can just let me know. I'll definitely help. Princess, I need your help right now. Oh. Mo Qianliang blinked. What favor? I will definitely help. Su Shueo did not hesitate. Princess, can you give me a gentle hug? Su Shueo first froze for a split second. Then a flash of scarlet appeared on her face and she said somewhat shyly, Princess, are you unwilling? Mo Qianliang said with a feigned disappointment, but there was a smile under his eyes. Su Shueo's cheeks turned even redder, and she couldn't help but squirm and lower her head. Of course I do. Hearing this, the smile on Mo Qianliang's face grew a few points wider. Princess, don't get me wrong. I just feel that my cultivation is going to be overwhelmed, and I need to borrow your assisting effect to break through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Mo Qianliang explained. It turned out that with the high rate of increase nowadays, he was actually about to break through to the middle stage of foundation establishment, a day sooner than expected. Hearing this, Su Shueo let out a slight sigh of relief. She had thought that Mo Qianliang was going to do something. Except, again, why does she seem a little disappointed? Gu, Su Shueo, Su Shueo, what are you thinking, princess? Mo Qianliang called out suspiciously. Su Shueo reacted, then moved over in small steps, slowly approaching him, her pretty face getting redder and redder, then gently wrapped her arms around his waist. This was the second time that the two of them embraced, and also the first time that Su Shueo took the initiative to embrace, and the distance between the two of them, once again, became one step closer. There is a saying, the stunning color of the city is like jade, the shyness of the delicate face is hazy, embracing each other in a place of deep intoxication. This scene will live on for years to come. P.S. The author wanted to write a poem after each meeting, but found that it was a real brain burner. Just 28 words, but more time consuming than writing too. Today I would have liked to add more, but looked up to find that it was already after 11 o'clock at night. If you have a good sentence you can leave a comment here. The author will read it and write it down if he thinks it's okay. Now this book data is not very good. The book title is not good. The author name Scrap. But the author will try to write every meeting every short story, and strive to complete 99 meetings 99 limericks. I do not know if this month can enter the gift list 99? Thank you for all the gifts. Today the gift list should enter the top 250. Promised everyone to add more authors will not forget. Tomorrow we'll make up for it, if there is still time, but also still will continue to write a limerick. I hope that you will like. Chapter 57, Sword Sex Previous Dao Sun, Jianling Tian. When Mo Qianliang opened his eyes, the young girl in his arms had already disappeared. leaving only wisps of residual fragrance. The young girl's embrace was still fresh in his mind, and her slightly shy expression still lingered in his mind, unable to dissipate. And her soft, delicate body, too, as if it were still in her arms. This made Mo Qianliang unable to hold back a sigh. The bottom of his eyes flickered with favor and tenderness, and the curves of his mouth lifted for a long time. It was only after inscribing its micro-shy appearance on the drawing paper that Mo Qianliang sensed the fluctuation of the aura within his body. Middle Tendo Foundation Building. In just less than 10 days of work, he had directly broken through 2 levels of the realm. The speed, it's appalling. So strong, several times stronger than the initial stage. At this moment, if I need Knight Songran, it will be easy to defeat him. Mo Qianliang clenched his fists, a confident glow in his eyes. Among the spiritual domain foundation establishment realm, he could already be called invincible. Your Highness Daozi, it's not good. At that moment, an anxious shout came from outside. Mo Qianliang frowned as he walked out and saw his second senior brother come all the way here with his imperial weapon. Second senior brother, what's the panic? He asked, staring. That sword sect's previous generation Dao Sun, Jianling Tian, came over, knowing full well that my sect's previous generation Dao Sun had already stepped into Jiedan, and as soon as he came, he didn't speak of martial virtues, and wanted to challenge my Dao sect's foundation building disciples, and said that my Dao sect's foundation builders were all trash. This damnable little child, deceiving people too much. The second senior brother was filled with anger. Mo Qianliang's eyes narrowed. Jianling Tian? His expression was steeply icy cold. This guy, the life and death ring battle is only tomorrow. Can't he sit still today? Where is he? Mo Qianliang spoke indifferently. Right where the mountain gate is. Go! With a command, Mo Qianliang flew down and sped towards where the mountain gate was. At this moment, there were many onlookers at the mountain gate. A man, holding a large sword, stood at the entrance of the mountain, arrogantly looking down on everyone. Across from him, several Dao Sect Foundation establishment disciples were injured, and their injuries were not light. Looking at the appearance of the injuries inflicted by this man holding a large sword, this person was none other than Sword Sect's previous Dao Sun, Jianling Tian. Ha ha ha, your Dao Sect, you really do have a false reputation, and none of the Foundation establishment disciples can even block a single move? Scared by our Ling Tian Dao Sun? Weren't you Daozi Mo very arrogant before the millennium? Why don't you come out? Tomorrow's life and death ring battle. You Daozi wouldn't be afraid of dying and running away, would you? Behind Jianling Tian, a group of Sword Sect disciples mocked wantonly. Wastes of the Dao Sect, truly unbearable. Jianling Tian pretended. The Dao Sect disciples were furious and abnormal, and some of them shouted, Jianling Tian, in the past, you were beaten by our previous generation of Dao Suns and held your head. Have you forgotten? However, it was useless to talk about this now. This Jianling Tian had an extremely thick skin. Dao Sect Dao Sun Mo Millennium, aren't you going to challenge me? Why are you being a shrunken head turtle? Jianling Tian snorted coldly and shouted at the Dao Sect's mountain. Jianling Tian's cultivation had already reached the Foundation Establishment Great Circle, and at this moment, there was even an invisible sword momentum enveloping the surroundings. The yell caused everyone to fall silent. This Jianling Tian. In the Foundation Establishment realm it was indeed hard to find an opponent. No wonder he had initiated a life and death ring battle with against the Sword Sect. Which wild dog is barking and stirring up Ben Daozi's sleep? At that moment, within the mountain gate, a flat voice rang out. Immediately after that, a white-robed teenager slowly walked out from inside. Your Highness Daozi is here. Upon seeing Mo Qianliang, the Dao Sect disciples immediately revealed their excitement, one after another. Among these disciples, there weren't many disciples from the generation of the Mo Millennium, as there were still a handful of new disciples who had built their foundations in this generation, and most of these were disciples from the previous generation. Mo Qianliang, although he was a newly promoted Dao Sun, his strength had long since penetrated into everyone's heart, and the previous generation of disciples were extremely respectful of him. In the world of cultivation, strength is honored regardless of age. Moreover, without looking at age and strength, just in terms of seniority, Mo Qianliang was of the same generation as the Dao Sect Patriarch. You're Mo Qianlong? Oh, I heard that you're the newly promoted Dao Sun of the Dao Sect, and that you're the one who beheaded my untalented brother? Jianling Tian stared condescendingly at Mo Qianliang, his tone dripping with sarcasm and arrogance. Another one who was arrogant to the core. Who gave him the courage? Mo Qianliang's face was indifferent, not putting it in his eyes in the slightest. So what if it's me? Who are you? Don't play dumb. I'm the one you want to challenge. Jianling Tian. You're a person who just stepped into Foundation Establishment. Where did you get the courage to challenge me who has been in Foundation Establishment Grand Circle for several years? Jianling Tian snorted. Where did you get the courage? You can't even enter the Jiedan at almost 40 years old? With your measly 6,000 feet of spirit sea? Or is it based on your pride and arrogance? Mo Millennium countered nonchalantly. As soon as those words fell, the entire space was suddenly plunged into an eerie silence. This is real naked contempt. This is real mockery. The previous Dao son of the Sword Sect, the first genius of the Sword Sect, had been insulted like this? Jianling Tian's face was gloomy. That's right. Not having formed a Dan to date was the most painful scar in his heart. Sharp-tongued brat. Tomorrow I hope you can still laugh. I'll make you beg for your life and die. Jianling Tian gritted his teeth and spoke. You also understand that it's a duel until tomorrow. So you came running here today. Are you trying to find presents before you die? Mo Qianliang spoke again. These words almost choked Jianling Tian to death. Jianling Tian's face twitched and his chest rose and fell violently. This kind of shame made him want to immediately shatter Mo Qianliang into pieces. Not everyone is qualified to make me fight. I'm just here to see what strength you have to dare challenge me. Jianling Tian said grimly. Now it seems that it's really a newborn calf that doesn't fear the tiger. Young people don't know the sky and the earth when they have a little bit of strength. Jianling Tian laughed coldly. I see that you want to test my strength, and if you can't beat me, you're ready to quit, right? Since that's the case, don't waste this Daozi's time. Let's open the life and death ring battle today. Mo Qianliang lightly glanced at Jianling Tian. At this moment, Jianling Tian had already endured to the limit. His eyes grew colder and colder. Killing machines surged, and he radiated a monstrous hostile aura all over his body. I still need to test your strength? A brat whose hair hasn't even grown back. A mere early stage of Foundation Establishment, and you want to challenge the great circle of Foundation Establishment. Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill you. Jianling Tian snorted coldly and turned around to leave with his sword while shouting. Mo Qianlong, see you at the peak of life and death. The peak of life and death, instead of being in the Dao sect, was located in the center of the 5 sects of the righteous Dao. Mo Qianliang turned around and looked at the belatedly arriving second senior brother and said, Second senior brother, notify the elders of each sect and say that the life and death ring battle will open a day earlier. Now that he had stepped into the middle stage of Foundation Establishment, he was naturally fearless of any Foundation Establishment cultivator. Now that the elders of all the sects were still in the Dao sect, there was no need for much trouble in opening the life and death ring battle a day early. Chapter 58, The Battle of Life and Death. Life and Death Peak, located in the center of the 5 clans, was the place where the 5 clans Dao masters used to discuss in the past. 100 years ago, the spiritual domain was still in chaos, with the 5 clans of the evil Dao burning, looting and pillaging, doing nothing wrong, and wars raging all over the place. The 5 clans of Dao Jun here reached a contract to join forces and unite against each other, and agreed that the 5 clans should not strike at their own people, and violators should be treated as rebels. It was because of the unity of the 5 clans in the past that the chaos in the spirit domain was suppressed, and at one point, an evil super sect was exterminated, forcing the remaining 4 clans to hide in remote places. And at this place, they also created a life and death ring, agreeing that when irreconcilable conflicts arise in the future, everything will be resolved in the life and death ring. In 100 years, the life and death ring had been opened just once, and this time, it was the second time. The life and death peak, which has not been populated for 50 years, is incredibly lively today. A Yuaning great cultivator arrived, bringing his own disciples to observe this life and death ring battle between the Sword Sect and the Dao Sect. After all, there was a lot at stake in this battle. Soon, the elders of the 5 clans arrived. Like the Sword Sect and the Dao Sect, they were even more vociferous, with a full dozen Yuaning de cultivators coming from each sect. Moreover, the sect leaders of the 5 sects were all here at this moment. It could be said that there were more than 40 great Yuaning cultivators who had gathered here. Aside from the fact that there was no transformation god Dao Lord personally coming down, half of the powerhouses from the spirit domain's righteous path all came. As for Mo Qianliang, he stood beside Dao Sect Patriarch Lin Tianya, quietly watching each of the arriving top powerhouses. That's the Sword Sect Patriarch. Late stage Yuaning, Jian Badian, Jian Lingxiao and Jian Lingtian, are both his adopted sons. Lin Tianya introduced him, and Mo Qianliang looked over, only to see that on the opposite side, there was a man with a golden crown on his head. This man, dressed in a black and gold colored fancy dress, had a magnificent figure. His eyes flashed with essence and majesty, and his gaze was stern and abnormal when he looked over. Beside it, Jian Lingtian was staring at himself dead on, but they were all ignored by Mo Qianliang. That's the sect master of the Great Sword Sect, Peak Yuaning. The Great Sword Sect has gradually gone downhill since the fall of the Heavenly Sword Dao Lord 100 years ago. Lin Tianya continued the introduction. In his eyes, sooner or later, Mo Qianliang would be the future Dao sect patriarch, and it was only natural that these bigwigs of the spirit domain should get to know each other early. That's the Bishui sect's patriarch. Late stage Yuaning. The Bishui sect's Dao Lord has also sat down 10 years ago, and no new Dao Lord has appeared yet today. That's the Flower sect's patriarch, the Saffron Fairy, who was also in the late Yuaning stage, as well as a disciple of the Blue Flower Dao Lord, in the same generation as you. Lin Tianya's expression was slightly embarrassed as he spoke later. Mo Qianliang's heart and mind stirred. Wasn't the Blue Flower Dao Lord the same Blue Flower Fairy that his own master had pursued in the past? Thinking of this, he looked over in the direction of the Flower sect, and he saw a beautiful woman with excellent poise and graceful demeanor, dressed in red, with a flirtatious style filling her brows. When this woman was young, she was bound to be a stunning beauty as well. This Flower sect, indeed, are all beautiful women. So it seems that one wonders how stunning the Blue Flower Fairy, who charmed her own master in the past, was. After all the important cultivators had arrived, the atmosphere of the scene was instantly tense. Everyone, today is a life and death ring battle between my sword sect and the Dao sect, and I've invited all of you here to witness it. Jian Sunghai stood out, swept his gaze across the crowd, and announced aloud, I don't need to say more about the rules. No one is allowed to intervene in the life and death ring battle. Please supervise. In his eyes, there was a strong confidence that his own Dao Sun could win. Foundation establishment great perfection beating early foundation establishment. How is this going to lose? At the same time, the Dao sect's penalty elder also stood up and cupped his fists to the crowd present. I won't say anything else. You all just know what's in your hearts. I just ask you all to be a witness. If we lose this battle, my Dao sect's spirit stone mine will be given to the sword sect to take over for 1 year. And if we win this battle, his sword sect's spirit stone mine will be given to my Dao sect to take over for 10 years. Gentlemen, are there any questions? The penal elder looked at the crowd. Everyone was silent. This life and death ring battle. They were all well aware of it and understood the causes and consequences. Although they were not ashamed of what the sword sect had done, it was also a conflict between the sword sect and the Dao sect. Those of them who are here are simply here to uphold fairness and justice. The sword sect had made some kind of bet with the Dao sect, and that had nothing to do with them. Then, the life and death ring battle now begins. The Dao sect's penalty elder in Jin Sunhai announced the start of the life and death ring battle with a single sentence. Boom! As the two of them gave the order, at once, the entire life and death peak resounded with the deafening sound of bells. Buzz! The sound of bells spread in all directions, shaking the heavens, and in the void, a huge ring slowly emerged, constructed from special materials, with inscriptions densely covered in formations intertwined on it, emitting a radiant divine haze. This ring is the ring of life and death. In the past, the 5 Dao Lords had joined forces to build it, and had laid down all sorts of formations and inscribed all sorts of runes. Therefore the ring was exceptionally sturdy. Even a strong person of the Yuaning realm would find it hard to hurt a single point, and it was enough to withstand a duel of a Yuaning great cultivator. Please invite the participants of the 2 clans to enter. In order to prevent cheating, by now, it was the elders or patriarchs of the remaining 3 clans who would preside. Mo Qianliang and Jianling Tian both took a step forward, indicating that they were the 2 clans' candidates to participate in the battle. In order to make the life and death ring battle fair and impartial, please remove the storage rings or storage bags from your bodies, and in addition to weapons, you may not carry any talisman paper, props, pills, etc. And, the grade of their weapons, too, must be specified to be of the quality of a spirit weapon of the Foundation establishment grade, and only in carry no more than 3. The 3 elders from the clans reminded once more, and these, both of them naturally knew and had already removed their storage rings in advance. Daozong Daozi, are you sure you don't want to carry a weapon? A few elders looked at Mo Qianliang and once again spoke out to remind him. Mo Qianliang did not carry any weapons in his hands, while looking at Jianling Tian, holding a large sword and wearing armor. He was obviously ready for anything. No need for a weapon. Mo Qianliang smiled blandly with remarkable confidence. In that case, please 2 of you get into the ring. The 3 elders nodded their heads, signaling that it was time to compete. Mo Qianliang and Jianling Tian both took a step onto the life and death ring, standing 100 feet apart and looking at each other. Kid, you don't even want a weapon. You're not even good at it even if you're given the chance. Seeing that Mo Qianliang came empty-handed, Jianling Tian laughed out loud with a teasing expression on his face. Sorry, against Jianling Xiao this Daozi doesn't need a weapon. Against you, naturally, I don't need one either. Mo Qianliang said indifferently, not putting the other party in his eyes in the slightest. Arrogant. Humph. I'd like to see what you have to offer. Hearing these words from him, Jianling Tian became furious and said to the several elders, several of you. The ring battle, can we start now? I can't wait to take him on. Chapter 59 I am invincible in the realm of foundation establishment. Plus more. Several elders looked at each other and eventually nodded their heads. Life and death ring battle officially begins. As their sentence fell, a giant shield instantly rose up around the ring. The shield was both to block outside interference and to prevent any one of the two men in the ring battle from trying to escape. After all, in a life and death ring, only one person could leave alive. Mo Qianliang, I'm going to slice your flesh open one by one, so that you can't beg for your life and can't beg for your death in front of everyone. Before Jianling Tian finished his words, a residual shadow appeared on Mo Qianliang, who was originally 100 feet away. Before he could react, boo! A muffled sound came from him, and he only felt that his chest had been viciously kicked, and his entire body flew backwards, smashing against the edge of the ring. Put! A mouthful of blood was spat out. Jianling Tian's face instantly turned white as he looked down at his chest and abdomen, and there was clearly a shoe print sunken into his armor. The power of this kick was so terrifying that even if he was a Xianpin Foundation Establishment Great Circle, he almost fainted directly. If it wasn't for this armor protecting him, that kick just now would have directly killed him. Mo Millennium. So fast. Under the ring, the crowd exclaimed in shock. Just now, Mo Qianliang's speed was really too fast. It didn't look like the speed of a Foundation Establishment cultivator at all. Is he really only at the early stage of Foundation Establishment? Even though several patriarchs had heard from their disciples that Mo Qianliang was a Heaven's Path Foundation builder, they were still a bit incredulous at this moment. It's the Heaven's way to build a foundation. It's not that fast, is it? The one who was most surprised was of course the 100 Flowers Fairy. Before, when Mo Qianliang fought with Knight Songran, Mo Qianliang was limitedly stronger than her. And now, just now, at that speed of Mo Qianliang, she couldn't keep up at all. Remembering that 2 days ago, Mo Qianliang said that when a soldier is separated for 3 days, he should be treated with the same eyes. Where does this need 3 days? Only 2 days have passed, and his strength is already unreadable. The Sea of Spirit appears. In the ring, Jianling Tian finally reacted, once again avoiding Mo Qianliang's move, flashing from the side, and decisively opening his Spirit Sea. He was afraid that if he opened it later, he wouldn't have a chance. Boom! 6,000 feet of Spirit Sea shadow emerged, enveloping the entire ring, spirit power transforming into form, sword chi spreading out, and the power was horrifying. Jianling Tian, who had opened the Spirit Sea, had doubled his strength, and the injuries on his body were rapidly recovering. Mo Qianlong, I'm already invincible amongst the Spirit Domain Foundation Establishment. It's that Knight Songran. He's not my opponent either. You, what are you going to take to fight with me? He stabilized his body and coldly stared at Mo Qianliang in the distance, his tone chilling. Mo Qianliang looked at the sky. The sun was setting at the moment, coating the world with a final layer of red light. Mo Qianliang took a step out. His body's aura skyrocketed as he spoke at the same time. I don't know where you get the pride from, cultivating 20 years earlier, yet you're still not at the Foundation Establishment realm. Not to mention Knight Sanran, you can't even compare to Jianling Xiao. You're invincible in the realm of Foundation Establishment? I'll make you understand what it means to be truly invincible in the Foundation Establishment realm. As he finished his last sentence, the aura on his body reached its peak. Middle stage of foundation building. Middle Foundation Establishment? How is this possible? When did His Highness Daozi break through to the middle stage of Foundation Establishment? Feeling Mo Millennium's aura at this moment, countless people froze. You have to know that it's only been a few days since Mo Qianlin stepped into the Foundation Establishment realm? It's not stoned. The cultivation is unbelievably solid. Unbelievable. At the time of the Dao Sect's Dao Sun Assembly, his was indeed still an innate great circle. How long has it been? And he's in the middle stage of Foundation Establishment? Freak. An absolute demon. Seeing that Mo Qianliang was actually in the middle stage of Foundation Establishment, Jianling Tian's face sank, and the hand that grasped the great sword trembled slightly. Humph. So what if I'm in the middle stage of Foundation Establishment? I'm the great perfection of Foundation Establishment. Although he was nervous in his heart, on the surface, Jianling Tian was still unwilling to give in. The corners of his mouth revealed a hideous expression, and then he violently urged the spiritual energy in his body, pouring it towards the large sword in his hand. In a flash, the surface of the originally pitch-black incomparable great sword emitted a burst of green aura, and dense patterns emerged on it, seemingly inscriptions, emitting an extremely sharp aura. Ling Tian Echop, Jianling Tian shouted, waving his right hand. The great sword in his hand was raised high and slashed down heavily. In an instant, sword shadows surged from the sky as if they were endless, covering the entire ring as they came down from the sky. If I don't behead you before sundown, I'll lose. Mo Qianliang stepped out with a single step. With 100,000 feet of spirit sea above his head, clad in heavenly Tao visions, and exuding a golden haze all over his body, just like a teenage heavenly god, he blasted out with his fist and met the roiling sword shadows. The fists and swords clashed, erupting with dazzling light that was brilliant. The sword shadow collapsed. The greatsword was knocked apart by a large gaping hole. Jian Ling Tian's figure flew out backwards, the armor on his body splitting apart at this moment, revealing his body covered in hideous wounds. He crashed in a heap onto the ring guard and landed hard again. Put! He fell under the ring and didn't move a muscle, obviously having lost his life. And that's when the last of the sun was just about to set. There is another meaning to Mo's millennial words. If I can't kill you in one move, I'll lose. This, Jian Ling Tian is dead? One move? Just one move? Spirit Sea 100,000 feet. A bright moon vision on the sea. Oh my god. This is the legendary Heaven's Path Foundation building. Tendo Tsukiji. At this moment, Mo Qianliang became the center of all attention. Whether it was the disciples who came to watch the battle, or the patriarchs and elders of the 5 clans, they were all shocked. On this day, as they looked at the white-robed young man standing with his hands on the ring, 2 words came to their minds. Invincible. Everyone knew that Mo Millennium's future would be beyond imagination, and the rise of the Tao sect was already unstoppable. Only, compared to the revelry of the Tao sect and the shock of the Flower sect, Aqua sect, and Great Sword sect, the entire Sword sect, no matter if it was the elder patriarchs or the disciples, were all deathly silent at this moment. Especially Jin Tsunghai. His heart thumped, secretly saying that he was afraid that his punishment elder had come to an end. As for his disciple, Wang Tianyi, who was the second senior brother of the Sword sect, he had his head lowered at the moment, trying his best not to cause any sense of presence. Can we announce the results? Mo Qianliang looked at the frothing few elders and spoke indifferently. Several elders suddenly woke up as if they were dreaming, and walked into the ring, checking on Jian Ling Tian and realizing that he was really dead before announcing in a loud voice, Dao Zong, Mo Qian Qi Shang. As the announcement rang out, in the ring, Mo Qianliang gathered all of his aura and turned around. He was dressed in a white coat like snow, with his hands behind his back, and his eyes were calm and wave-free, as if it was not a life and death duel just now, but just coming over to make a card. Whoosh! Subsequently, he stepped on his flying sword and quickly left without any delay. As for the matter of the 2 clans' bet, that had nothing to do with him. Go, protect Daozi back to the clan. Lin Tianya transmitted his voice to a Yuaning elder of the Tao sect, and that Yuaning elder immediately understood and quietly left. From now on, Mo Qianlong's safety and security would be the most important thing for the Tao sect. Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, as long as it doesn't fall in the middle of the journey, that Tao sect will usher in an unimaginable future. Maybe a saint will come out of the small spiritual domain. Chapter 60, 13th meeting. Don't cry, princess. Plus, today's princess, what is she doing again? Is she happy? Is she smiling? Was she waiting for her arrival? With this anticipation, Mo Qianliang once again stepped into the dream realm. It was still a familiar place, among the ancient houses. By the window, there stood a woman in a purple dress with a slender figure, snow-white skin, and a face that was beautiful. She was looking out the window, a confused twinkle in her eye, as if she was remembering something. Mo Qianliang didn't disturb her and stood still, quietly gazing at the fairy in front of him. This was their 13th meeting, and because of one absence, 13 years had passed since Su Shueyo. The first time I saw her, she was still a 15-year-old girl with a touch of childishness and shyness between her eyebrows, but now she had become a worldly beauty with great splendor. After a long time, Su Shueyo suddenly came back to her senses, with a touch of delight in her eyes, and a hint of reproach. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? The voice was soft and gentle, mesmerizing, and likewise, hearing it in his ears caused ripples to ripple in Mo Qianliang's heart. Because I want to quietly look at the princess. I can't bear to disturb this tranquility. I hope the princess can understand. Mo Qianliang smiled. Upon hearing this, a touch of laughter flowed out of Su Shueyo's eyes. However, on her lips, she said, next time, it won't be allowed. You don't have a lot of time to stay in the first place. Yes, I promise, princess. Mo Qianliang nodded his head seriously while Su Shueyo nodded her head slightly. A light smile appeared above her beautiful face. A smile from a good person could turn a city upside down. Princess, what were you thinking about just now? A moment later, Mo Qianliang slowly asked. Hearing this, Su Shueyo's cheeks surfaced a dull look, shaking her head. It's nothing. It's just that I feel that over the years, time has passed so quickly, as if our first meeting was still yesterday. Yeah, Mo Qianliang echoed. 13 meetings was not a feeling for him. It was really fast. Because, well, It's only been 13 days since he's been there. However, he always felt that Su Shuiao's state was not right today. He turned his head and looked at the map on the wall. This time it had changed from last time, but it was still under control. With great long-standing support, the last of the three northern countries is still struggling to hold on in the face of a pincer attack by Dechu and Desong. I almost didn't get to see you. Suddenly, Su Shuiao opened her mouth, causing Mo Qianliang to be stunned. Princess, what exactly happened? Mo Qianliang was startled in his heart and hurriedly inquired. Su Shuiao didn't say anything, but instead had a pair of beautiful eyes gazing out the window. Mo Qianliang seemed to understand something and came next to Su Shuiao, looking out the window. It didn't matter if you didn't look. You froze. It was a huge palm print that was deeply seared into the earth. The peach forest where he and Su Shuiao often stayed had long been destroyed and devastated. In the deep pit, Mo Qianliang also saw the swing debris, and the peach blossoms that fell on the ground had lost their beautiful colors. One must know that this was the depths of the palace, which possessed all kinds of runic formations, and all of its bricks and tiles were incomparably hard. But even so, the entire peach forest was still completely destroyed. The transformation god realm of intent. It was a transformation god Daolord who struck. Mo Qianliang was shocked because within the palm print, he sensed the intent of a transformed god. Last night, while I was sitting on the swing, an assassin sneaked over. His cultivation, very strong. That slap was less than an inch away from me. If I had reacted half a beat slower at that time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have seen you. Su Shuiao murmured. In her beautiful eyes, there was no fear of facing death, but it carried the fear of not being able to see you. You're not hurt, are you? Mo Qianliang was a bit nervous and held Su Shuiao's hand. He realized that Su Shuiao's hands were cold, and the fairy beside him, who looked heavenly and proud. But Mo Qianliang saw its fragile side. Everyone, no matter how strong they are on the outside, but inside, they always want to be protected. Beneath the cold exterior is a heart that needs more love. The man who has no care, whose world is nothing but loneliness, has blocked his world and has since lost hope in life. If this situation still does not get love, then the result, only the heart is dead. It's just that, in this world, there are too many people who don't get love. I'm fine. That assassin has already been caught. He was sent by Dechu. Su Shuiao shook her head. Princess, Mo Qianliang whispered. He was worried about Su Shui's state. Can I have a hug? Su Shuiao turned her head, her beautiful eyes gazing at Mo Qianliang as she gently said, of course. Without any hesitation, Mo Qianliang directly embraced her. The warmth and softness in his arms didn't make his heart flutter, nor did it make him make any unnecessary movements. There is only heartache. Father and imperial brother are both at the front line. Luckily you are there. Su Shuiao leaned into his embrace and whispered. It's fine. It's already passed. Isn't the princess still here? Mo Qianliang said softly. He could clearly feel the delicate body in his arms trembling, and although he tried his best to hide it, Mo Qianliang still captured it. The grief that was hidden. The moment I faced death last night, I wondered if you won't be able to see me again. In the future, will you remember the person who was only in your life for a short 13 days? Su Shuiao said quietly. Her voice was small, like a murmur. How could it be? Princess, don't worry. I will never forget you. No matter when or where. No matter how long it has been. Mo Qianliang wrapped his arms around Su Shuiao and solemnly said, aha. Su Shuiao raised her head. Her cheeks were covered in tears, and the crystalline teardrops slid down her pretty face, dripping onto Mo Qianliang's clothes. Princess, don't cry. Mo Qianliang wiped the tears on Su Shuiao's cheeks. It's fine. Don't I have you by my side? Su Shuiao tried to squeeze out a smile. Mo Qianliang nodded and gently stroked Su Shuiao's back, giving comfort and calming her down. Hold me a little longer. Whenever I was frightened as a child, mother would hold me and reassure me that I was fine. Su Shuiao closed her beautiful eyes and leaned in Mo Qianliang's arms and whispered, okay, I'll stay with you. Mo Qianliang spoke again. He could feel that at this time Su Shuiao, her heart was extremely fragile and she needed an embrace. Time seemed to freeze as the two of them just held each other, neither of them speaking, enjoying this rare quiet moment. I don't know how long it took, but Mo Qianliang finally felt that the delicate body in his arms was no longer cold or trembling, and gradually regained its warmth. I had a dream in which there were 10 miles of peach blossoms, free-flying birds, endless grasslands, and you who would not disappear. Su Shuiao softly said, her voice soft and charming, like a spring breeze brushing her face. After hearing what Su Shuiao said, Mo Qianliang's heart was touched. 10 miles of peach blossoms, free to soar? Perhaps. In Su Shuiao's eyes, freedom was what she yearned for the most. It was just that. As a princess, She would be assassinated in this war-torn land even if she was in the palace, and if she left the palace, wouldn't it be even more dangerous? There will be that day, Mo Qianliang said seriously. Well, I believe. Su Shuai gave a shallow smile that was overwhelmingly beautiful. The shock left by the assassination had dissipated with her smile. Fourthly, a young girl walks in the peach blossom forest at night, and a cold aura appears out of nowhere and the moonlight sinks. The petals are flying to cover up the killing intent, but I can still see the frightened soul with tears on my lapel. P.S. Today 4 more, to make up for yesterday's extra. Thank you for your support. Gift list if you can enter the top 100. 10 consecutive days of extra. Note, the overall 100% sweet article, not sweet can send the author razor blades. Chapter 61 I'm the No. One Heaven's Pride in the Northern Continent? Time seems to be passing especially slowly today. After an unknown amount of time, Mo Qianliang realized that he hadn't gone back yet. Well, it seems like it. Su Shuai gently nodded. I want you to stay with me for a while longer. Good. Mo Qianliang smiled and agreed. It wasn't my first assassination encounter, but it was my most dangerous. Su Shuai pondered. That assassin. His strength is not bad. He should have reached above the late transcendent stage. If I wasn't already at the Tongxian realm, I'm afraid that I wouldn't even have the chance to react. At those words, Mo Millennium was extremely shocked. The late transcendent stage was equivalent to the late transfiguration stage. At the late stage of God transformation, if one was in the spirit domain, one could almost be called invincible. This was because spirit domain Daolord powerhouses were almost all at the early stage of God transformation, and only a few powerful Daolords like Daolord Qingxian were at the mid-stage of God transformation and above. For such a powerful existence to assassinate a junior, no, that is, to assassinate a sect head, I'm afraid that even in the core position of a super sect, it could be said to be a handful. What surprised Mo Qianliang even more was that Su Shuai, surprisingly, had already stepped into the Yuaning realm. She's only 28, right? No, she's only 28 years old today, and judging by her tone, she should have broken through before, maybe a few years earlier. Moreover, this was still her learning weapon refining, alchemy, medicine and so on again. If she really focused on cultivation, she would only be faster. Such a talent is truly rare in all ages. In the spirit domain, even a Daozi level heavenly pride would basically need 100 or 200 years to step into Yuaning. Strong as Taoist Qingxian and Fairy Blue Flower, who were Earth-grade foundation builders, had only stepped into Yuaning after the age of 50. Protect yourself. I hope I can still see the princess every time I come. Mo Qianliang touched Su Shuai's hair and doted on her. Well, it will be. Su Shuai nodded her head. She knew what Mo Qianliang was worried about. You too. Your strength. But you've already been left far behind by me. How can I possibly compare to the princess? The princess's cultivation time, but it's 365 times more than me. This gap, it's too huge. Mo Qianliang shook his head. Comparing cultivation speed with the princess? Forget it, he'd better hug his thighs honestly. Put. Looking at Mo Qianliang who had a straight face, Su Shuai couldn't help but laugh out softly. By the way, this is for you. Su Shuai pulled out a jade pendant from her bosom and handed it to Mo Qianliang. This is. Mo Qianliang wondered. This was given to me by my father. It contains the power of a single strike from the sacred realm. It can save your life at critical moments. After my accident last night, my father sent someone to send it overnight. Su Shuai explained. If necessary, you can catalyze it out. A strike from the sacred realm. Mo Qianliang's eyes were wide open, but he knew that the saint realm in this world was equivalent to the saint in his world. Princess, will this be too precious? I'm afraid that any energy that could carry a strike from the saint realm was made of materials that were enough to create a saint soldier. Such a life-preserving treasure could almost be said to be heavenly. Mo Qianliang knew very well that this jade pendant, although it was only a single strike, had a value that surpassed even a super sect. Even if it was as strong as the Great Chang, he was afraid that it would be difficult to produce a second one. Take it. The book of arms that you sent me is worth more than this. Moreover, it won't be so easy for the assassin to assassinate next time. I can't use it either, but it should be useful for you. Su Shuai said. Princess. Mo Qianliang opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Su Shuai once again. You don't have to worry about me. With my current strength, I'm still fearless in the face of an average transcendent. A powerful transcendent coming at me. If I can't react, this jade pendant is useless. I can dodge it, and he doesn't have the chance to strike a second blow. I've experienced that feeling of powerlessness. I don't want you to encounter it as well. As promised, every year in the future, you'll come to see me. Su Shuai said seriously. Good. Mo Qianliang stretched out his right hand and took the jade pendant, holding it tightly in his hand. Full of, I almost forgot. These books of war should also be helpful to your great Chang. Mo Qianlian reacted and took out the army books written in advance from his storage ring. That much? Looking at the books piled up on the desk, Su Shuya was full of shock. The last time the 36 stratagems in Sun Tzu's Art of War had given her a great shock. Now, there are more than 100 military books? Su Shuya's heart was filled with excitement and thrill. These military books, they were priceless treasures. With the help of these military books, perhaps the great Chang really had a chance to unify the entire continent. Mo Qianliang opened his eyes. He once again returned to the real world. Obviously there are still a lot of things that have not been said, but time waits for no one. I'll just have to see you next time. Mo Qianliang lowered his head, looking at the jade pendant in his hand. His thoughts were all over the place. In his hands, he was holding one of the spirit domain's most powerful killing weapons, and it felt extremely dreamy. How strong is an entry Saint strike? After all, Saint is a legend in the entire North Continent. He's even thinking of finding someone to try it on. He suppressed the horrible thought. Though, apprentice, come to me. At this time, Mo Qianliang received a voice transmission from Taoist monarch Qing Xian, and with a flash of his figure, he rushed towards Taoist monarch Qing Xian's cave. At this moment, Taoist Lord Qing Xian, standing on top of a mountain cliff, looked into the distance with his hands in the air, seemingly looking at something. Master, disciple is courteous. Mo Qianliang bowed and saluted. I don't know what master has summoned my disciple here for. Look at this. Taoist Qing Xian threw over a list with various names densely written on it. This is. Mo Qianliang took it and looked up, only to see that the top of the list was clearly written with 8 big words, Northern Continent Heaven's Pride ranking. At the same time, he gazed down a bit and saw his name. First place, Mo Millennium, from the Spirit Domain, Heavenly Tao Foundation Building, and he continued to sweep. Second, Jia Wuxi, from the Thunder Domain, 99,999 feet of Earth Product Foundation Building Great Round, 20 years old, unrivaled across 100 domains, has defeated, and he, too, saw the names of 2 acquaintances. 11th, Night Song Ran, from the Spirit Domain, 57,000 feet of late stage of Earth Product Foundation Building, 21 years old, has defeated a number of Supreme Celestial Pride, and exchanged 10 strokes in the hands of a strong Jiedan Master. 28th place, 100 Flowers Fairy, from the Spiritual Domain, 34,000 Zhang, middle stage of Earth Great Foundation Establishment, 21 years old. No, why did everyone else have hundreds of words of introduction at the back, but when it came to himself, it was just the simple 4 words of Heaven's Path Foundation Building? Who are you looking down on? Which one wrote this list? I'm not convinced. Chapter 62, The 14th Dream. Holy, my Heaven's Path Foundation establishment has been published in the newspaper so soon? Mo Millennium was incomparably surprised. Which power came out with this list so quickly? This is the list ranked by the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion has sub-pavilions in every domain and has countless eyes and ears, so naturally they knew about it the first time. Taoist Qing Xian said, then won't I be famous? Mo Qianliang looked at the Northern Continent Heaven's Pride list in his hand. You're now famous in the Northern Continent. The only Heaven's Path Foundation establishment. It's bound to cause a stir. What do you have in mind? Taoist Qing Xian said, being famous is being famous. It's impossible to hide it for the rest of one's life. So how can one build the invincible confidence of Heaven's Path Foundation Building? Mo Qianliang was full of concern. Just that. When he looked at the second place what's his name Jewuxia that 99,999 feet of Spirit Sea, he really laughed once he looked at it. It was just 1 foot short of Tendotsukiji. Unfortunately, this difference of 110 feet is the difference between heaven and earth, and I think he was afraid of vomiting blood when he built his foundation. However, come to think of it, if he didn't have Su Shuyao's help, I'm afraid that he would be stuck on the last 10 feet just like this Jiawui. Fortunately, he met Su Shuya. It's good to be famous, but you're still the first one in the Heavenly Tao Foundation Building Northern Continent. I'm afraid that there will be many people coming to challenge you next, and even that Jia Wuxia might come. Taoist Qing Xian said in a serious tone. Mo Qianlian's eyebrows frowned slightly, then he stretched them out and smiled lightly. No harm. Come and fight one by one. Give them a little bit of the small shock of Heavenly Tao Foundation Building. He did need to hone himself now, and since he had such a good opponent to help him out for free, he naturally begged for it. You fellow, that Jia Wuxia is a foundation establishment great circle. Far from being comparable to Jianling Tian, I'm sure you're not a match yet. Taoist Qing Xian shook his head and said, Jia Wui was a demon. Before Mo Qianlong came out, he was the only king of the Northern Continent. Among the prideful people of his generation, no one could receive a single move from him. Not long ago, He had even heavily injured a Jiedan cultivator, almost creating the myth of the Foundation establishment reverse-felling Jiedan. He may not be his opponent now, but in a few days that won't necessarily be the case. A confident look appeared in Mo Qianlian's eyes. That's just it. In a few days, Master will accompany you to the northern continent. Now the dominating force in the northern continent intends to recruit you as a saint's son and will be testing you. You can go and have a look. Daoist Qing Xian slowly said. The hegemonic power of the northern continent? The Northern Spirit Holy Academy? What's the point of recruiting me as a holy son? No go no go. I just want to stay in the Dao sect and be my Dao son at ease. Mo Qianliang hastily shook his head and refused. Going to be the holy son of whatever? Does he still have time to dream every day? Compared to entering the dream, what's the use of a mere saint's position? The Northern Spirit Sacred Courtyard had a Saint Realm powerhouse 10,000 years ago, and even after many years of death, there is still a saint's legacy. That will be extremely helpful to you, Dao Lord Qing Xian persuaded. In fact, in his heart, he also hoped that his disciple would be able to join the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy, Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment. He no longer had anything to teach Mo Qianlong, but the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy was qualified to teach only. Looking at his appearance, this kid didn't put the saint's son in his heart at all. Forget it, Master. You know that I don't aspire to this, and the Northern Spirit Sacred Courtyard is too far away from the Dao sect, so I won't bother to go and join in the fun. And when I achieve Jindan in the future, I will naturally go and make a break for it. Mo Qianliang directly refused. Daoist Qing Xian sighed at his words. This disciple of his, he really doesn't let people worry about him. The position of the Holy Son of the Northern Spirit Sacred Courtyard. How many people had sought for it? Even that Jie Wui had not obtained it. This position had been vacant for several thousand years. Moreover, the Northern Continent hegemony power was not trivial. The Northern Continent hegemonic power wasn't just as simple as power and strength. It also represented chance and treasures, which was extremely important to Mo Millennium's future. But, looking at this kid's attitude, it was obvious that he wasn't interested. Oh, no, forget it, let the kid do what he likes. You cultivate first. Dao Lord Qingxian waved his hand. Master, disciple excuses himself. Mo Qianliang retired. Looking at his disciples departing back, Daoist Lord Qingxian sighed once again. I thought he'd grown up. Why does he feel like he's gone back now? What Daoist Qingxian didn't know was that the saintly inheritance. Mo Qianliang didn't care. After all, with Su Shuiyao's current growth rate, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be long before he had a saintly thigh to hold. That saintly legacy, is it still important? He had no one in the Dao sect to interrupt his dreaming. Hell knows if someone from that Northern Spirit Sacred Courtyard would interrupt his dreaming. He's not going. But, Mo Qianliang's eyes suddenly twinkled. Although he didn't consider Jie Wuxia as his archenemy, he had to admit that this Jie Wuxia was also a genius, and a super genius at that. In an environment like the Northern Continent where there was no Heavenly Dao Foundation building method, it was possible to cultivate to this point. When the time came to meet this Jie Wuxia, what kind of strength did he have? As night fell, Mo Qianliang's cultivation for the whole day was finally completed. At this moment, a glittering light emanated from outside his body, and his cultivation was one step closer to the late stage of foundation establishment. The effect of the meditation bead stacked with the Xianling jade pendant was simply too counterintuitive. If he was able to stay beside Su Shuiyo for 3 or 4 hours every day, then it wouldn't even take 10 days for him to step into the late stage of foundation establishment. The time of day to enter the dream is the hour of the sun, and if I stay in the dream for more than an hour, then I will have more than 12 hours in a day. Mo Millennium whispered, a smile on his face. This is so much faster than normal cultivation. It's time to dream. I wonder what's going on over at the princess side now. Mo Qianliang swept away the distracting thoughts, opened the anti-disturbance array of the Daozi hall, and fell asleep in almost a second. When he saw the silhouette in front of him again, he understood that he had arrived in Su Shuiyao's world. This is the 14th time we've met. What is it? Spiritual domain. 800 miles of Yunmeng's land. 2 Jidan cultivators returned from the exploration, but suddenly found a large peach blossom forest appeared in front of them. Strange. It wasn't there when I came here, was it? The 2 Jidan cultivators were incomparably surprised, because in their impression, this spot should be a swampy land. But now there's an endless forest of peach blossoms out of nowhere? What's going on here? Could it be? Suddenly, a thought surfaced in their minds. At that moment, both of their faces showed a look of ecstasy. This place might be a relic left behind by some ancient existence, which had been opened at this moment for unknown reasons. After all, Yunmeng's was the place of the ancient war, and many relics and ancient treasures were left behind here. There might be a supreme treasure. Let's go. Go check it out. The 2 Jiadan cultivators, excited beyond measure, shifted and turned into streams of light and swept into the depths of the peach forest. The fifth, because this meeting has not yet taken place. This song was written about the first meeting. A young girl bathing in a delicate shadow hides, suddenly intruding into the room of chaos. Unauthorized kissing. From now on the love of the dream loan. P.S. The gift list will soon be in the top 100. It seems that the author has to prepare in advance to add 10 chapters to the stockpile. You can guess how many years the female lead is from the male lead? Adding the lifespan of each realm, Foundation, 200 years. Jedan, 500 years. Yuaning, 1,000 years. Shenzhen, 2,000 years. Saint has 3 realms, 4,000 years. 5,000 years. 6,000 years. An emperor realm, 10,000 years. Chapter 63, 3 legs. Marriage? Princess? When Mo Qianliang came over, Su Shueyo seemed to be sitting at the table in a daze after once again falling into contemplation. Is it possible that we've met another assassin? In Mo Qianliang's mind, he looked towards the window. That huge handprint had been obliterated and replanted with a 10-mile peach forest, and although the new peach trees weren't quite as lush as before, their peach blossoms were much more colorful. In that case, it should not be an assassination. Princess? Mo Qianliang once again shouted tentatively, then slowly approached Su Shueyo. Aha! Hearing Mo Qianliang's words, Su Shueyo then reacted and looked up at Mo Qianliang. This confusion was like nothing Mo Millennium had ever seen before. Princess? What's wrong? Mo Qianliang asked with concern. You take a look at the map. Su Shueyo wanted to say something, 1,000 words but didn't know how to speak. Mo Qianliang sniffed and looked towards the map on the wall. The multiple colors of the map of yesteryear are now down to 3. A true 3-legged race. Blending perfectly with his suspicions, the continental situation came to its most delicate moment. Based on previous observations, the gap between the national strengths of Dechu, Dechang and Desong would not be very large. If Dechu's national strength was 100, then Dechang could reach 80, and Desong had 70. This is still because of the great long-standing northwestern king Sima Rong defected to the Great Chu. Otherwise the great long-standing secret development over the years, the national strength is already catching up with the Great Chu. In this case, Dechu does not have the strength to fight against Dechang and Desong at the same time. Then as long as Dechang and Desong join hands, the situation will be stabilized for many years. Then waiting for the opportunity for the world to change drastically, or for Su Shueyo to enter sainthood, then the pattern would completely change. It could be said that as long as one followed his train of thought and there were no changes in the middle, then the final overlord would definitely be the Great Chang. Only, as he looked at Su Shueyo's confused appearance, it seemed something unexpected had occurred. He looked at the map and pondered slightly, also noticing that he was missing something. Join forces, princess, royal brother, Yun Yun. Suddenly, it dawned on him, instantly. I got it. He let out a soft whimper, momentarily dawning on him. Marriage. It's a marriage between Great Chang and Great Song. Princess, the Great Song and the Great Pre-Dynastic are going to be on good terms. Have they made a request for a marriage? The essence in Mo Qianliang's eyes flashed, immediately thinking of the key to it, and he hurriedly opened his mouth to inquire. Nice. It's a union. Upon hearing this, Su Shueyo nodded. Father has sent emissaries to the Great Song many times, and promised them many requests, even some unreasonable ones. But the last clause is that the two countries must be joined in marriage before they can agree to join forces with Great Chang to fight against Great Chu. Su Shueyo softly said, her brows through the sadness. Look at the appearance are thinning a lot. Obviously these days have been troubled by this matter. What are the requirements for the union? Mo Qianliang asked. It must be a direct lineage of the royal family, which means that the only ones that my Dechang can marry are me and my royal brother, who, as the future lord of Dechang, naturally cannot travel to Desong for a marriage. Therefore, the only person who can travel to the marriage union on behalf of Great Chang is me. Su Shueyo sighed quietly. No, the princess absolutely cannot marry with the Great Song. Upon hearing this, Mo Qianliang did not hesitate and spoke decisively. How could he watch Su Shueyo marry someone else? No, absolutely not. Su Shueyo looked at Mo Qianliang. The look in her eyes was extremely complex, seemingly pleased, seemingly sad, or there were others. I know that father is under tremendous pressure right now, and the ministers want to let me go to the marriage to solidify the relationship between the two countries and work together to fight against Great Chu. But I won't. If it's a marriage union, I'd rather die. Su Shueyo gritted her teeth. Right now, she was really fragile, vulnerable as if the wind would break her, so that people couldn't help but want to protect her. Princess. Mo Qianliang walked over and stretched out his arms, hugging her tightly. So many people don't understand. The princess must have had a very tiring life, right? Mo Qianliang tenderly stroked Su Shueyo's hair. I'm okay, I just watched my father under so much pressure, and he hasn't even recovered from his injuries yet. I have a hard time in my heart. Su Shuao snuggled into Mo Chanliang's arms, tears slipping from the corners of her eyes. If she hadn't had Mo Chanliang by her side all these years, maybe she wouldn't have been able to carry it anymore. Even if she was a princess, even if she was carrying the honor and disgrace of the entire Great Qing Empire. Don't worry, everything is with me. Mo Chanliang comforted Su Shuao with firm eyes. I believe in you. I always have. Feeling Mo Chanliang's aura, Su Shuao's heart settled down slightly. What do you think I should do? After a long time, Su Shuao suddenly raised her head and stared at Mo Chanliang, asking seriously. Mo Chanliang sniffed and pondered for a moment, then said seriously, a marriage, if it is not changed to a different condition, such as the daughter of a heavy minister, or a prince and county princess, it will definitely be rejected. But then, won't that lead to another war? Su Shuao frowned, worried. No, as a matter of fact, the Great Song also knows the importance of the two countries joining forces. After all, with the fact of the previous country's demise in front of them, the only reason why they are doing this is just to gain the initiative. If the two countries are allied, then the allied army can only have one commander-in-chief, because there are two voices in the army that are most avoided, and by doing so, they are eating up the fact that the great chancellor has given in to the goat, so that they can take the initiative. So, the more you concede, the more you lose, and the only way to get more leverage is to have a tough attitude, at least, between the Great Qing and the Great Song without falling out. De Chu dares not act rashly, because once it sends out its troops, which is imminent, then it will accelerate the joining of the two countries, which is not favorable to him. Therefore, De Chu will definitely try to do everything possible to destroy the alliance between De Chang and De Song, and even make you kill each other, and I think that De Song's emperor has already been planted with De Chu's people around him. Mo Qianliang slowly opened his mouth, his tone low and smooth, analyzing the ideas of the two countries. So what are we going to do? When Su Shuao heard such words from Mo Qianliang, her originally anxious and uneasy heart slowly calmed down, her face revealing doubts. This matter is not difficult to resolve. Mo Qianliang smiled faintly and spoke, as if he had already thought of a countermeasure. We first need to analyze the possibilities of the future. There will be 3 possibilities for the future of the great long-standing situation. 3 possibilities? Su Shuao was confused. Even though she had read so many military books, she seemed to feel helpless in the face of the situation in front of her. Does the princess want to hear the best or the worst outcome first? Mo Qianyang smiled. He naturally understood the mood of his own princess, and at that moment, he did not sell it, and directly asked, let's listen to the best outcome first. Su Shuao opened her mouth after a brief moment of contemplation. Although she was intelligent, she was at her wit's end in the face of this situation. Listen to some good results and soothe your heart. Chapter 64, The Princess's Second Kiss. The best result, naturally, is that De Chang and De Song join hands to destroy De Chu. Then the two countries will fight for supremacy, and eventually De Chang will become the world's co-owner. Mo Qianliang opened his mouth while Su Shuao shook her head. This outcome is so perfect, so unimaginably perfect, that our first step of joining forces is stuck and basically impossible. Mo Qianliang nodded. Therefore, what De Chang has to do is to reject the marriage and send the messenger back. De Song will sit back first. They will send a messenger to De Chang to discuss, because among the 3 kingdoms, Great Song is the weakest. They are the ones who need to join forces with Great Chuang the most, and when the time comes, the advantage of negotiation will be Great Chuang. You mean? Su Shuao suddenly came to a realization, her eyes shining brightly. She'd been so caught up in a dead end, thinking only of how to make alliances, that she hadn't thought of it. It was only now that I heard Mo Qianliang's words that I was enlightened. It's a race to see who can't sit still first. It was too much of a rush to send emissaries to the Great Song dynasty at long intervals. This made the emperor of the Great Song dynasty think that it was the great predecessor who couldn't sit still, and that's why he opened the mouth of the lion and added unreasonable demands. Then, just stop talking and let the messenger come back. And Song panicked instead. What about the second situation? Su Shuao thought about it and continued to ask. This second scenario is still an alliance between the Great Chang and the Great Song. But, what's different is that before the imminent destruction of the Great Chu, and before your alliance is disbanded, they'll sneak up on you and fight for the world. Sneak attack? Su Shuao froze, and after reacting, her face paled slightly. Yeah, getting sneaked up on by an ally. If you're not prepared, you don't know how much damage you'll do. Never beware of sneak attacks by allies. I've seen martial saints who intimidated the world be sneak attacked by their allies, resulting in a hero's fall. Mo Qianliang solemnly warned. Aha! Su Shuao nodded seriously. What about the worst outcome? Su Shuao asked again. the last one is the worst ending, where not only is De Song unwilling to join forces with De Chang, but instead it also joins De Chu in attacking De Chang. Mo Qianliang opened his mouth while Su Shuiao held her breath. This worst-case scenario is horrible to think about. If this is the situation, what should we do? Su Shuiao pursued. If it's the worst-case scenario and there are no accidents, it seems that the great chanting only has one way to die. Mo Qianliang spoke. A dead end. Su Shuiao muttered, her gaze a little dull. Yes, in the face of the two countries clamping down, absolute strength suppression, even if the art of war strategy is strong, it will only support for a while longer. But, in this situation, is there really no salvation? Su Shuiao was undeterred and continued to pursue. The key to this next strategy is in you, princess. Mo Qianliang's deep eyes looked towards Su Shuiao. Su Shuiao froze and looked at Mo Qianliang with a blank face, completely not understanding what Mo Qianliang meant. The Great Chang can be defeated. The city can be cut off and abandoned. Even the Great Chang can be destroyed. But you, princess, must be unharmed. Mo Qianliang gazed at Su Shuiao and solemnly said, as long as you live, everything will turn around. Why? Su Shuiao looked up at Mo Qianliang with some confusion. She was completely confused about Mo Qianliang's intentions. Because, the princess is the biggest card of the Great Chang. Mo Qianliang had a smile on his lips as he looked at Su Shuiao with gentle eyes. Princess, what is your current cultivation level? Mo Qianliang suddenly asked. Su Shuiao blinked her eyes. Late Tongxian stage. The late Tongxian stage is equivalent to the late Yuaning stage. It seems that Su Shuiao really didn't just break through to Yuaning last time, and may have broken through even earlier. However, it was also true that a Grand Master of Refining required a soul of transformation spirit strength, and to be able to have a transformation spirit soul, one would at least be a Yuaning, right? Then, if the princess cultivates with all her might, how long will it take for her to step into the transcendent realm? Mo Qianliang continued to ask. 3 or 4 years at most, 1 or 2 years at least. Su Shuiao replied without hesitation. Stepping into transcendence was not the slightest bit difficult for her. Then, what about the princess's true battle power? Mo Qianliang asked again. The realm of Tongxian is already invincible. Even an ordinary transcendent can't hurt me unless it's a strong person in the late transcendent stage or even above. Su Shuiao replied. Facing Mo Qianliang, she didn't have the slightest bit of hiding. Because, she trusted him unconditionally. Only, she didn't understand what Mo Qianliang asking this had to do with the worst outcome. Then, what is the cultivation level of the most powerful person in the world today? Mo Qianliang continued to ask. Su Shuiao thought for a moment and slowly said, it should be the Great Chu Emperor, a powerful sacred realm entrant. How many Saint Entry realm powerhouses does the continent have in total? Su Shuiao said, there should only be 3 people now, located in the 3 major empires. However, the strongest strength is still the Emperor of De Chu, who is already in the middle stage of the Saint realm. Princess, how many years do you need to achieve the sacred realm? Su Shuiao frowned and pondered for a moment, saying, entering the Saint realm is not like the others. I don't have an exact grasp. Short is 10 years? 20 years? 30 years? Mo Qianliang nodded and said, if we really encounter the worst, then princess, you are the last hope of Great Chang. But don't forget, this is the world of the strong. And the reason why multiple countries rely on their overall strength is because there is not much difference in the level of peak powerhouses in several countries. If, one day, the princess is able to become a saint, then, with the princess's strength, she will be able to realize the suppression of a country with the power of one person. Mo Millennium's voice was powerful and full of confidence. These words, however, woke up Su Shuiao. She suddenly realized that she seemed to be blinded by the fact that she hadn't thought about the situation. Only, can the Great Chang Empire last until she becomes a saint? However, no matter what happened in the future, Mo Qianliang had already calculated all the results. When all sorts of situations do arise, she won't be able to temporarily disorganize herself. Without you, I really don't know what to do. Su Shuiao's beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude, and at the same time, she was grateful beyond measure. What would have happened to her without Mo Millennium? Thank you, Su Shuiao said from the bottom of her heart. Isn't it said that we shouldn't say thank you between us? Mo Qianliang laughed, his gaze doting. If I don't say thank you, I'll feel like I owe you too much. Saying it will at least make my heart feel better. Su Shuiao playfully spat out her tongue and said mischievously, you've helped me so much. What do you want? Su Shuiao cocked her head and asked. Mo Qianliang smiled faintly and said, I'm not lacking anything right now. If I really want to say what I want, it's probably just the princess's kiss, right? Remember the princess's first kiss, back when we first met? Mo Qianliang laughed, He was just joking to ease Su Shueo's nervousness these days, but Su Shueo sniffed. But her pretty face instantly reddened, as if she was also remembering the scene of their first meeting. Okay, can you close your eyes? Su Shueo hung low in shyness, her shell teeth biting her lower lip, her small hand pinching the corner of her coat, as if she had used up all her courage. Mo Qianliang was a bit stunned. She looked at Su Shueo's shy appearance. Did the princess really agree? Mo Qianliang stared blankly at Su Shueo. Looking at Su Shueo became more and more shy. Her pretty face was red, as tempting as a ripe apple. Only kisses on the face. After saying that, Su Shueo stood on her tiptoes and gave Mo Qianliang a light nod on his cheek in a slapdash manner. Then, flew away, leaving only Mo Millennium a touch of moving silhouette. It's 6. The princess's delicate face is locked in deep sorrow, and it is difficult to sleep at night without a marriage. I don't know where to go from here, but I have a heavy heart and I sigh for the years I have left. Chapter 65, The Princess's Diary. Mo Qianliang looked at Su Shueo's escaping back. His heartbeat gradually accelerated. He felt Su Shueo's feelings for him, touching the spot on his face where he had just been kissed. He was slightly disoriented. Although it was just a light point, and although it was just a cheek, it made Mo Qianliang feel surprised. If one had just listened to the princess and closed his eyes, then would. Mo Qianliang shook his head to dispel the thought. He went out the door, ready to go in search of the princess, when his feet stopped by the dresser and his eyes were drawn to an open notepad on it. The notepad looked very important, with runes engraved on it to protect it, and moreover, it was sealed with a prohibition. These runic prohibitions are extremely high grade at a glance, at least with Mo Qianliang's strength today, not to mention opening them. I'm afraid that I can't even touch them. However, the notepad was now open, and perhaps the owner of the notepad had just been recording something and hadn't had time to close it. July 7th. Clear. At the first glance, Mo Qianliang saw the elegant script on it. For the 8th time in the morning there will be a pilgrimage about the union of the two countries, and everyone must be there, including me, because, well, I'm the star of the pilgrimage. Then, Mo Qianliang saw the handwriting of the first paragraph. Just a few dozen words, but it made Mo Qianliang feel a sense of helplessness. Once again, my royal brother offered to let him take my place and travel to the Great Song for a marriage, as it is a requirement of the Great Song that whoever joins the marriage must stay in the Great Song for at least 3 years. But once again, the group of ministers objected, because the Great Changed Prince has only one royal brother, and his well-being is related to the future of the Great Changed. There is no one who agrees to let him go to the marriage, nor is it possible to agree to it. When Mo Qianliang saw this, he had already empathized with the mood and position of the princess at this moment. What kind of torment and suffocation was that? Before this, I have learned about the person I want to marry. Prince Zhao Chunfeng of the Great Song Dynasty, a man of corrupt character who forcefully snatches people's women in the street, greedy for flowers and lustful, and despicable. That's why father pressed and pressed. He loved my mother so much that she was the only queen in her life. No consorts, and he didn't want me to marry someone like that. After mother left, he transferred his love to me and forbade me to take half a step away from the palace, for it was away from the palace that mother was assassinated. Only after seeing this did Mo Qianliang gradually understand why Su Shueo had stayed in the palace. Everyone knows that the crown prince and princess of the Great Chang are the heart of the Great Chang Emperor, and if they catch one of them, they can be made to cede their land and pay damages. The art of war was almost non-existent in this world, but assassination, however, was everywhere. After all, assassination would be much easier in a world where personal force is strong. Mo Millennium continued to read. I can feel father's sorrow. The pressure from the ministers of the world is too much. I really want to say, let me go. Just by sacrificing me alone, I can accomplish hundreds of millions of people. Moreover, most of the princesses of all dynasties are to be married, whether with the ministers of the world or with other countries. They are all bound to the destiny of the country. If I hadn't met him, and hadn't had the opportunity to see him once a year, perhaps I would have been on top of the wedding car on the way to the Great Song Dynasty by now. And, of course, without his help, perhaps, at this moment, the Great Changs would have been extinguished for years. I once asked him if it would be too long before the cowboys met every year. He answered and said that there is one day in heaven and 1 year on earth, and that on earth it appears to mortals looking up that they only see each other once a year, but in heaven they actually meet every day. Today, again, is the day of his arrival, and how am I to face it? It comes to an abrupt end here, and what follows has yet to be renewed. Mo Qianliang looked at the thickness of the front of the notepad. I think, this diary, the princess should be written for many years, right? Mo Qianliang was tempted to go through the diary that the princess had written earlier, but he didn't act after all. He didn't want to privately probe the princess's secrets without permission. The mere sight of this page was already an offense to him. Only, looking at what the princess had gone through today, his heart was already very heavy, but realized that it's not just a day or two that the princess has experienced such days. Ugh! Leaving behind a soft sigh, Mo Qianliang left the princess's boudoir and went to the back garden to look for the princess. He knew that the princess couldn't be far away and was bound to be nearby. Sure enough, he saw the silhouette in the peach tree forest that was watering. She half squatted down, her slender jade fingers scratched through the green grass and trees, and the cool spring water fell into the green leaves and soil, glistening with a crystalline luster that was pleasing to the eyes. The wisp of lavender cloud smoke silk veil further accentuated her beauty, pouring out of the city and the country, as beautiful as heaven. Mo Qianliang silently stood behind the tree, quietly admiring her back. He suddenly had a feeling. If there were no wars and strife in this world, she might be a very happy and joyful princess, right? The princess seems to like peach trees? Mo Qianliang couldn't help but speak. Su Shuao didn't turn around and just answered. However, Mo Qianliang could still see a slight blush on the side of his face. It seemed that the princess was even more shy than he had imagined. Do you like peach blossoms? Su Shuao suddenly asked. I like it. The peach blossoms are blooming all over the mountains and rivers, and the scenery is elegant and charming in the springtime. Mo Qianliang laughed. The scene of peach blossoms in full bloom had already appeared in his mind. It was an extremely beautiful picture. Me too. That's why the peach blossoms I planted will bloom all year round. Each one of them was carefully cultivated by me. Only last time they were all destroyed. Su Shuao's tone was a bit downcast. According to the peach tree's current growth rate, next year this place will be back to its previous appearance. The princess doesn't need to worry. Mo Qianliang smiled and relieved. Su Shuao nodded and continued to carefully water each tree. Princess, let me help you. After saying that, Mo Qianliang went up and followed Su Shuao's example, sucking up the clear spring water on the side and gently watering each peach tree. Su Shuao didn't refuse and let him do it. Mo Qianliang carefully watered one of the peach trees, and then he noticed the most surprising scene. The peach blossoms on this tree, as if they were alive, drifted down a few and surrounded him. That night when I was able to avoid the assassination, it was also the peach blossoms that gave me the warning that they would be close to everyone who loves them. Su Shuao laughed lightly. Amazing! Mo Qianliang marveled as he raised his hand and reached out to the peach tree, which immediately flew and wrapped around his wrist. No wonder. In the past, when the princess performed a peach blossom dance, she would be accompanied by so many peach blossoms. At this moment, Mo Qianliang felt that these peach blossoms were simply alive. Without realizing it, the two of them had watered the entire peach blossom forest, and the setting sun fell on the two of them and above the peach blossom forest, mapping out a wonderful afterglow. Looking at everything in front of him, Mo Qianliang had the illusion of being in a trance. At this moment, he actually had a feeling of being still for years. Chapter 66 Staying Beyond One Day. Happy Tanabata. Under the peach blossom tree, the two sat quietly together, gazing out at the falling evening sun. The peach tree hasn't grown yet, or we could sit on it. Su Shuao sounded a little regretful. I think it's also quite good. Such a quiet time. We can sit quietly under the tree, listening to the whistling sound of the evening wind whistling through the ears, blowing slightly drunk, smelling the faint aroma of peach blossoms. This feeling is also very good. Mo Qianliang laughed. Su Shuao was slightly stunned, then laughed along with her. She had never experienced such a pleasant moment, perhaps because, now, she was no longer alone. Loneliness leaves for a while, happiness stays in the heart. At this moment, her smile, like it was tinted with a brilliant haze, dazzled people. At this moment, the air between heaven and earth seemed to become tranquil. Neither of them spoke, sitting quietly under the peach blossom tree, enjoying the brief moment of stillness. Night came, the slanting moon slowly rose, the silver-white moonlight sprinkled on the earth, adding a thin layer of silver frost to the dark world. Su Shuao and Mo Qianliang raised their eyes at the same time and gazed at the night sky, which was filled with stars as if they could be picked by their hands. The moonlight streamed down, pulling the two into a dreamlike atmosphere. By the way, that story you told me last time, does it have an ending? Su Shuao suddenly thought of something and turned her head to say to Mo Qianliang, there's no ending, because that story, it's not over yet. Mo Qianliang shook his head and said softly, can two stars that are so far apart really meet? Su Shuao raised her eyes to look at the night sky and murmured, whether or not we can see it, there is always a glimmer of hope. Mo Qianliang laughed. The so-called fate is like this, destined in the underworld, unable to escape. Karma. Su Shuao nodded slightly, her eyes tightly closed, her eyelashes lightly fluttering, and the corners of her mouth raised in a shallow arc. 1 day in the sky and 1 year on the ground. It's really cruel to the cowherd and the weaveress, Su Shuao said softly. Mo Qianliang looked at the beautiful person beside him. What she said, both the characters of the mythological story, but why not himself? In a year, you can only meet once. And once, it's only for a few short hours. Mo Qianliang didn't know what to say. His words were pale at this moment. He could only grab Su Shuao's hand and hold it tightly in his palm to express his thoughts with his actions. Those in heaven are not allowed to come to the mortal world. So you say that mortals who cultivate into immortality can stay in heaven forever? Suddenly, Su Shuao turned her eyes to look at Mo Qianliang and asked softly. Mo Qianliang was slightly stunned. Becoming immortal. In fairy tales, it might work, but in reality, do fairies really exist? Only, looking at Su Shuao's expectant gaze, the words that came to his mouth, he changed his words again. It's definitely possible. Su Shuao instantly revealed a smile. She pursed her lips slightly and suddenly leaned on Mo Qianliang's shoulder and closed her eyes. Thank you, Mo Qianliang. Su Shuao was at his ear, saying softly. Again she said thank you. But this time Mo Millennium didn't say that no thanks were needed between us. He could see that these days, Su Shuao was very, very tired. She's under so much pressure. Just let her. Get some rest. I want to sleep. I haven't really slept in a long time, and I won't be able to if you leave. Su Shuao murmured as she closed her eyes, a sweet smile spreading across her face. Mo Qianliang gently caressed Su Shuao's supple green silk, his eyes glittering with doting and heartache. In the world, most cultivators, after achieving foundation establishment, basically said goodbye to sleep, and even if they did sleep, they would still be on guard against outside dangers, and could not do deep sleep. There is also only one situation where you can actually fall asleep. That's in front of the people you feel safest trusting. Mo Qianliang lowered his head, looking at Su Shuao who was sleeping peacefully in his arms. A touch of warmth crossed his heart. So, this feeling is called peace of mind? He could feel that Su Shuao was truly defenseless against him, and if he really had any malicious intent, he would only need a dagger that could break through his skin. This sense of trust was extremely rare in the cultivation world, and it was basically impossible to appear even between Dao couples who had been together for decades and centuries. The fact that there was no defense against himself should have been done by Su Shuao a long time ago. Otherwise why did Su Shuao not perceive it when he appeared a few times? With her strength, a mere foundation establishment realm, I'm afraid it was still a long way away from her before she noticed it. Because she trusted him and respected him, her divine sense would automatically ignore him instead of being vigilantly wary of him. How I wish. Stay longer. Mo Qianliang looked down at the sleeping beauty in his arms, her sleeping posture still quiet and elegant. There was a hint of fatigue on her brow, but a contented smile at the corner of her mouth. Night. It was getting deeper and deeper. Su Shuao still didn't wake up. Looking at the time, about to arrive at midnight, Mo Qianliang couldn't bear to wake up the beautiful person in his arms, but he was even more unwilling to see her sleeping alone outside. He gently picked up Su Shuao and walked into the princess' boudoir, placing her on the bed and covering her with bedding. He reached out and touched her soft hair, his eyes filled with tenderness and favor. Only, just as his hand had let go of Su Shuao's, Su Shuao suddenly hugged up again. Don't leave me, okay? Su Shuao said softly, but didn't open her eyes, seemingly caught in a nightmare. Her small hands gripped Mo Qianliang's arm, tightly, afraid that she would leave her. Her eyes were already moist, and her heart was beating fast, showing the fear and terror she felt inside. What did she encounter in the dream? Princess, how could I be willing to leave you? Mo Qianliang softly said. Hearing these words, Su Shuao slowly calmed her breathing and gradually settled down. Night, deeper and deeper. I do not know how long. Mo Qianliang suddenly looked up and saw a flash of dawn outside the window. He froze a bit, and at the same time, there was a flash of ecstasy in his eyes. Because, it means that he stayed longer than the boundaries of that day. As to what it was he didn't figure it out, but the only thing he was sure of was that since it could last more than a day, wasn't there a chance it could stay longer? 2 days? 3 days? Or even a month? A year? Thinking this way, Mo Qianliang gazed at Su Shuao's sleeping stunningly beautiful face, and in his eyes, he was filled with delight. A few more hours is not much, but it represents his hope for the future. How good would it be if it could stay here forever? He had never had such a strong longing as he did at this moment, and he would rather not cultivate for the rest of his life than to take half a step away from her. Right at this moment, Mo Qianliang saw Su Shuao's eyelids move slightly. Looking at her appearance, she should be about to wake up. He, already, couldn't wait to tell this good news to Su Shuao. It's 7. The princess is worried about her country and is physically and mentally distressed, and the setting sun is falling and the peach blossoms are drunk. The night was light and starry. and I slept peacefully with my worries in my arms. P.S. Happy Tanabata treasures. Send some sugar. Send some small gifts to the princess. The author with 10 years of singleness as the price of wishing every treasures can be with the favorite forever. I wish that there is still no object of the treasures will soon be able to find a person who likes their own. The author does not have an object. No Tanabata gifts are not important. The important thing is that each of you treasures are to be there. Chapter 67, Beat Night Ranger before you are qualified to challenge me. Boing. The sleeping Su Shueya wooed and woke up leisurely. This was the most solid and peaceful night's sleep since her cultivation. Only, when she opened her eyes, she didn't see the person she had been longing for. But she could, clearly, feel the residual warmth in her palms, could be by the bedside, and sense the other's still dissipating scent. Su Shueya raised her eyes and looked at the morning sun rising outside the window, pondering, has he just left? When Mo Qianliang got up from the bed, he was still a bit confused. He had thought that he could see Su Shueya waking up and spend more time with her. Unexpectedly, he woke up a breath before Su Shueya opened her eyes. A few more breaths would be nice. Mo Qianyang sighed, not without some regret. After all, in the world of dreams, every second is that precious. Your Highness Daozi, a group of people have come from the clan, naming you and challenging you. Outside the door, a disciple's call came, causing him to snap back to his senses. Challenge? So soon? The pride of other domains arrived? That speed. TSK. Got it. Mo Qianliang replied indifferently with a sentence, then walked towards the door with a steady pace. Your Highness Michiko. Along the way, all the Dao sect disciples who saw Mo Qianliang did not bow respectfully. Mo Qianliang nodded in reply. It wasn't until after Mo Qianliang left that these disciples revealed their worshipful gazes, looking at their own Daozi as if he were a god. Heaven's Path Foundation Establishment. The first person in the northern continent's Heaven's Pride. So handsome Some female disciples directly committed nymphomania. I heard that His Highness, Daozi was instructed by a heavenly immortal, and now, I'm afraid that he's made another breakthrough, right? Another female disciple folded her arms with a flowery little star on her face. Well, it's very likely after all, His Highness Daozi is a heavenly genius that our Dao sect has rarely encountered in the ages. The previous female disciple nodded approvingly. What have I heard about how His Highness the Daozi is the reincarnation of an immortal? Otherwise how could he break through so quickly? Another female disciple said. Mo Qianliang's face became more and more odd as he walked along. When was he instructed by a heavenly immortal? When did he become a reincarnation of an immortal? Could it get any more outrageous? By the way, have you read the latest mission from the sect? You mean the one with a 5-star danger factor in the Yunmengs region? Yes, I heard that in just 2 days. 12 Jiedan have already perished here. It's too horrible. Mo Qianliang also heard some of the Jiedan deacons' conversations, and he only paid a slight attention before walking over. 12 dead Jiedan. Is that still something he's worried about? Right now, he was not even a late-stage foundation establishment yet, not to mention conjugation. When Mo Qianliang arrived at the main hall, he saw many strange and young faces, and without exception, these young strangers were all extremely powerful. Beside each of the young men sat an elder. All of them at the Yuaning cultivation level. Clearly they're protectors. If they were in their own domains, very few Yuaning powerhouses would follow them. After all, everyone knew that super clans were not to be messed with, and Daozi could not be messed with even more. But when you go out, your own family's supreme heavenly pride still needs a strong person to protect the way. Thus, in this great hall, there were 12 more Yuaning all of a sudden, so it was no wonder that even the patriarch had personally come to greet them. What this represents is 12 superpowers. When Mo Qianliang stepped in, everyone's gazes looked towards him. A white robe, waist wrapped in gold and silver threads, with various patterns embroidered at the hem of the garment, very honorable, with a faint light smile on his handsome and incomparable face. The whole gives a feeling of modesty and elegance, like a fluttering gentleman. A man like that is destined to be the center of attention wherever he stands. Disciple Mo Millennium, meet the patriarch, meet all the seniors. Under the attention of the crowd, Mo Qianliang calmly and freely saluted towards the patriarch at the top, his tone smooth and without the slightest bit of timidity. Is he that Heaven's Path Foundation building Mo Millennium? The destiny is incomparably honorable, and the violet energy in the center of the brow is really not bad. Not bad, even though he is still young. He has already possessed the temperament of a hegemon. In time, this tiny spirit domain is going to come out as a saint. Discussions continued to ring out, evaluating Mo Qianliang extremely highly. After all, this Mo Qianliang could be considered the first Heaven's Path Foundation establishment in the northern continent in 1,000 years, so it naturally had its own extraordinary features. Dao sect patriarch Lin Tianya listened to the comments of the elders of these great powers of the outer regions and joyfully smiled openly. Ha ha ha, you're welcome, fellow Taoists, you're welcome. Today, all of you Taoists have come here. It's the Taoists of the sect who want to challenge the Taoists of our sect, right? Lin Tianya asked after he finished laughing. Exactly, an old man said with an arch. When he finished speaking, a young man beside him stepped forward. Lin Feng, late stage of foundation establishment. 10,000 zhang of spirit and c pints of foundation establishment. Please instruct me. After he said that, Lin Feng's arms opened up, and immediately, the sea of spirits churned and a fierce wind rose. Huang Puyun, late stage of foundation establishment. 13,000 zhang of spirit and c pints of foundation establishment. Please instruct me. Another young man stepped out, and at the sound of his voice the crowd gasped again. A good number of ground products are built, and then, more than a dozen young celestial pride all stood out. Surprisingly, every single one of them was an Earth-grade foundation establishment. There were even a few people that were the supreme prides on the northern continent's heaven's pride list, all above the 30,000 fathom spirit sea. And me. That wasn't all. Another yawning old monster arrived with a young man, making the challenger one more. Mo Qianlian's eyes narrowed slightly. He wasn't afraid of challenges. However, he didn't want endless challenges. So many people, and there are still people rushing behind who haven't arrived yet. And they still don't let people sleep? Gentlemen, listen to me. After a moment of silence, Mo Qianliang slowly opened his mouth. In an instant, everyone quieted down, including Lin Tianya, who was filled with curiosity, wanting to hear what Mo Qianliang would say. All of you are the young talents of the northern continent, the future pillars of the northern continent. It makes sense for you to challenge me and hone your own Dao. But, Mo Qianliang paused for a moment. The corner of his mouth sketched out an arc. I, Mo Qianliang, am not your accompanying teacher. If you want to challenge me, you can. If any one of you beats Knight Songran, I'll accept the challenge from whoever it is. Of course, you can refuse, but if you can't even defeat Knight Songran, then what qualifications do you have to fight me? The moment Mo Qianliang's words came out, it immediately caused a group of people to clamor. It wasn't true that he was a bit arrogant in that statement, but he was in a position to say it. Knight Songran, the northern continent Tianjiao list 10th, now the 11th. 50,000 zhang above the late stage of Earth-grade foundation establishment. The strength is definitely extremely terrifying. But if he couldn't even defeat an Earth-grade foundation establishment like Knight Songran, what qualifications did he have to challenge a heavenly Dao foundation establishment? Alright, I'll challenge Knight Songran now. A celestial pride immediately got up, and his protector also bid farewell, instantly flying into the air and disappearing into streams of light. I'll challenge you again when I defeat Knight Songran. One after another. The celestial pride left, and soon, the great hall became much quieter. Chapter 68, the 15th dream entry. Su Shuao's sentient way. Wonderful. With this move, you not only shifted the conflict to the demon sect, but you also made that Knight Songran extremely annoyed. Lin Tianya laughed out loud and looked at Mo Qianliang, his eyes full of admiration. The most suffocating thing was that Knight Songran didn't dare to lay a heavy hand on these celestials even if he beat them. After all, the Earth-grade celestial pride are all treasures. And the death of one of these super clans will cause a seizure. Not to mention a dozen of them. Give it to Knight Songran to kill. Does he dare to kill? He could only hold his tongue and meet the battle. Ha ha ha. As expected of Daozi, he is wise beyond his years. Several other Yuaning ancestors also praised. Mo Qianliang shrugged his shoulders. It wasn't that he didn't want to challenge, but he didn't want to challenge endlessly. He accepted this man's challenge. So does he accept the next man's? It's not over yet. Then why not just set a threshold from the start? If you can't beat Knight Songran, you're not qualified to challenge him. In the entire northern continent, those were the only ones who could beat Knight Songran, so he would have to accept much fewer challenges. Of course, there was another reason, and that was that it was imperative that he needed to quickly break through to the late stage of foundation establishment. His current cultivation realm could be ranked in the middle of the spirit domain Daozi, but in the entire northern continent, especially amongst the Earth-grade foundation builders, he was almost at the bottom. He could not afford to wait any longer to break through to the late stage of foundation establishment or even the great perfection of foundation establishment. After returning to the secret room of the Daozi Hall, Mo Qianliang began his cultivation. He was, now, very close to the late stage of foundation establishment. One must know that it had only been 3 days since he had broken through the middle stage of foundation establishment. If others knew that he had only stepped into the middle stage of foundation establishment for 3 days and was about to step into the late stage of foundation establishment, they would be scared to death. But in fact, in Mo Millennium's world, it was more than 3 days. In his own world he was practicing, And in the dream world, he could still practice. Moreover, no matter how long he stayed in the dream world, in reality, even when he slept, his cultivation grew, coupled with the enhanced Shanling Jade pendant and meditation bead, as well as the tenfold increase in his physique beside Su Shuiao's body. His cultivation speed had already reached an appalling level, especially yesterday. A full 10 hours had passed in the dream world, and with a 20 times increase in cultivation speed, it was equivalent to him cultivating for 20 more days. That was why he was able to touch the threshold of the late stage of foundation establishment in just 3 days. Perhaps if he crossed over again and stayed longer, he would be able to fully step into the late stage of foundation establishment. He had been cultivating until the evening, when his cultivation had stabilized at the peak of the middle stage of foundation establishment, and only then did he stop from cultivating. It's time to dream again. A flash of anticipation crossed Mo Qianliang's face, then he took a deep breath, returned to his room, turned on the defense formation, and began to close his eyes and concentrate. As long as there are no outside distractions, falling asleep, it only takes 3 minutes. In an instant, he entered the dream world, opening his eyes and looking around. This time, he didn't appear in Su Shuiao's room or in the peach blossom forest, but was located in a secret room, not far away. The absolutely beautiful fairy was sitting cross-legged on top of a futon. Her eyes closed tightly as if she was comprehending something. She had a white dress that was snowy and ethereal, as if she were a goddess who didn't need earthly fire, exuding an ethereal and holy feeling, as if she was a fairy from the 9 heavens who had been banished from the mortal world. The most critical moment for breaking through the realm. At this moment, if a person suddenly appeared beside him or her, the breakthrough person would most likely be disturbed, and if he or she went off the rails, or if he or she was killed on the spot. However, it was clear that Mo Qianliang was not among the people Su Shuiao was defending herself against, thus his appearance would not disturb Su Shuiao. Sensing the realm of intent, is the princess about to step into the transformation god? Mo Qianliang was extremely surprised. Su Shuiao's cultivation speed was going to exceed his expectations. A year ago, he was in the late stage of yuaning, but now he was actually about to break through to the god of transformation. One must know that after the peak of yuaning, it would not be time that could be accumulated to progress. To step into the transformation god, one must step out of one's own Dao and sense one's own intent. How many peak yuaning powerhouses could not touch their Dao in their entire lives and had no chance of reaching the realm of transformation? And Su Shuiao, how long had it been since she stepped into the peak of yuaning before she impacted the god of transformation? This made Mo Qianliang not be able to help but secretly sigh. This is the benefit of having high talent. Before yuaning, it relied on piling up resources. While starting from transformation of God, resources would be of no use. It's all about talent. It's all about vision. It's all about enlightenment. In the world, many legends of enlightenment exist. A certain yuaning great cultivator sat by the river for 800 years, and when his life was about to run out, he saw a koi leaping over the dragon gate, and then he was enlightened and entered the heavenly gate. There are also celestial pride who seek their own Tao for 100 years without being able to do so, and when they let go of everything, they immediately transform into gods. Some people play the role of mortals for the transformation of God, wandering in the mortal world day and night, and finally enjoying the flavors of heaven and earth, epiphany of the truth, and the transformation of the mortal world to the true, transformation of the divine. This was the first realm to touch the Tao, and when its transformation took place, the Tao blessed all the miles, and all people would receive the bounty. The closer one was to the transfigured God, the more favors one received. With just a little thought, Mo Qianliang understood. Su Shuiao was intentionally transforming into a god today so that he could enjoy the blessings of heaven and earth that descended upon the success of its transformation. Ask the world if there is anyone in the world who can allow others to stay by his or her side at the critical time of God realization. Only Su Shuiao would believe him unconditionally. I wonder what is the path that the princess is going to take. Slightly curious, Mo Qianliang then found a spot next to him and observed Su Shuiao's state while cultivating. A moment later, the aura on Su Shuiao's body became more and more subtle and ethereal, as if there was a kind of Tao rhythm flowing. Mo Qianliang reached out his hand and touched these Tao rhythms, feeling everything that was contained within. He saw a little girl, by the side of a noble woman, smiling so happily. He saw that little girl, crying bitterly at the grave, being comforted by a middle-aged man crouching in his arms. He sees a young girl, alone and locked in the depths of the palace, only to have her lonely inner world lit up by a stranger who bursts in. He saw the young girl grow up and fall in love, with a heart for her country, a smile for the people she cared about, and a bright future to look forward to. Scenes like this keep coming up, each one, with happiness and joy, family, friendship, love of country, love of people, joy, love. At the end of the day, All that is left is the word love, one of the 36 supreme great paths, the sentient path. In an instant, Mo Qianliang understood what kind of Dao Su Shuya was sensing. This kind of Dao is very difficult to perceive, and very few people in the world have attained it, because it was so pure, and only a princess with an upbringing like that, a princess her inner goodness, could have sensed it. At the same moment, with the help of the Dao rhyme of the transformation god, Mo Qianliang also stepped into the late stage of foundation establishment and soared all the way to the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment, one step short of the foundation establishment grand circle. At the same time, Su Shuyo opened her eyes, a pair of smiling beautiful eyes looking towards Mo Qianliang, seemingly recalling the image of the two of them meeting for the first time. It's 8. The Princess Enlightenment Chamber is filled with the rhythm of the sentient way. Love is like a bright light leading the way. Love is like a star shining in the night sky. Chapter 69, Su Shuyo walking out of the palace. You are here. Su Shuyo stood up, a white dress like snow, as if the 9 heavenly fairies down to earth in general, knit smile are pulling Mo 1,000 years of heartstrings. Congratulations to Princess for stepping into transcendence. From now on, the world is as big as you want it to be. Mo Qianliang arched his hand in congratulations. Once you enter the god of transformation, you are completely differentiated from the Yuaning. In the northern continent, the existence of a god of transformation Daolord is a superpower, and without a god of transformation Daolord having even more Yuaning will not work. Although the cultivation systems of the two worlds were different, regardless of whether it was transformation or transcendence, there were effects that corresponded to them. There is a saying in the world that if you want to transform into a god, you should first transform into a mortal. Only by comprehending all the redness of the mortal world can one see through to the essence and thus transform into a god in one go. And transcendental, transcendent, detached from the mundane world, transcendent of all beings. To go further is to transcend into sainthood. Grab my hand and I'll lead you out of the palace. Su Shuyo stretched out her slender fingers, tracing a perfect arc. Without hesitation, Mo Qianliang held Su Shuyo's near-soft and boneless jade hand. Whoosh! In the next moment, Mo Qianliang only felt that the space under his feet was distorted, and when the scene in front of him became clear, the two of them had already appeared at the main entrance of the palace. The gate of the palace was extremely tightly guarded, and both teams were made up of Yuaning powerhouses, with the two captains at the head even reaching the peak of Yuaning. The team guarding the gate alone was almost equivalent to a super clan without the presence of a transformation god Daolord. Mo Qianliang was extremely shocked, but before he could react, Su Shuyo pulled him and walked towards the palace gates. Father isn't in the palace. No one can find us, but the palace has forbidden formations. If we tear through the void and force our way in, we will touch the killing formation, so we can only walk out. Su Shuyo explained from the side. Mo Qianliang nodded. Like this kind of core place, a little bit of tight guard is a normal thing. Like super sects have formations, just not as powerful as this. Princess, it's guarded. Will they let us out? Mo Qianliang said with some concern as he walked and looked at the two heavily guarded teams at the entrance of the palace. Su Shuyo stopped slightly at the words and looked back at him with a light smile, saying, just follow me. The two of them just walked past in broad daylight in front of a dozen or so Yuaning great cultivators of the forbidden guards who, as if they couldn't see them, even when their gazes looked this way, they were quickly swept away as if no one existed on this side. Su Shuyo just pulled Mo Qianliang through the layers of protection and finally arrived outside the palace. The two of them looked up and looked behind them, only to see the lofty and magnificent palace gates and towering city walls, giving people a feeling of majesty and vastness. I no longer remember the last time I stepped out of the palace, Su Shuyo said softly. There was a hint of melancholy in her tone, mixed with a faint sense of relief. Without entering transcendence, there are too many threats to her in the world, and she stays in the palace both for her own protection and to watch over the future of Great Chang. And at this moment, she had stepped into the transcendent and was still one of the supreme avenues, and there were no more than a few people who could assassinate her in the greatness of the world. She could finally leave the palace and see the outside world. Princess, looking at the somewhat despondent expression of the beautiful person beside him, Mo Qianliang suddenly felt some heartache. The canary is good, but it's stuck for 30 years. It's fine. Now, didn't I come out? Su Shuyo spread her face and smiled, so overwhelmingly gorgeous that she made all the flowers lose their colors. Her smile was sweet, as bright as the sunlight that shone into the depths of Mo Qianliang's heart. Well, let's go then. Mo Qianliang revealed a smile and tightly grabbed Su Shuyo's delicate hand. The two of them were like a couple in love, slowly walking above the streets, strolling and chatting while viewing the scenery along the way. People came and went on the streets, and with the princess's looks, she was bound to be the center of attention. However, none of them looked at them, yet it wasn't as if they couldn't see them. and Mo Qianliang even saw someone make way for them. Mo Qianliang slightly pondered, and then he understood what this was all about. Transform the ordinary into simplicity and blend into the red dust. To outsiders, they were just ordinary people. The kind of popular faces that you wouldn't remember if you looked at them, just sweeping past them, forgetting their presence and not being able to recall the appearance. Even a great Yuaning cultivator couldn't see through it. As a result, the world would often see those times when a great Yuaning cultivator would casually bully mortals, only to run into a harmonized divine Tao Lord experiencing the mortal world and kicking the can down the road. As she walked, Su Shuio suddenly stopped, her eyes staring ahead. Mo Qianliang looked over and saw that not far ahead, there was a small stall selling sugar gourds. Selling sugar gourds, delicious icy sugar gourds. Come and have a taste. The old man selling sugar gourds yelled. The aroma of sugar gourds filled the air and attracted many diners around. Mother, I want to eat, I want to eat. A little pinkish girl tugged at a woman's pant leg and shook it, pouting. The woman dotingly touched the little girl's head, bought a bunch of sugar gourds and stuffed them into his hands, saying, "Good boy, eat slowly." The little girl joyfully took the sugar gourd, took a big bite, squinted her eyes in satisfaction, and said in a milky voice, "It's delicious, I want to eat too." On the side, the girl and a small couple pulled the sleeve of the man beside her in a petulant manner, looking at him with expectant eyes. The man doted on one and handed it to the girl, smiling, "Here." The girl smiled sweetly and hugged and kissed the man intimately. One diner after another walked by, but Su Shuio always stood there, quietly watching. "Boss, give me a bunch of icy candy canes." Mo Qianliang spoke up, sticking his hand out of his pocket like a mortal and pulling out a few pennies and handing them over. "Here you go, your sugar gourd, please take it." The old man cheerfully handed over the sugar gourd. Mo Qianliang smiled and took the sugar gourd and brought it to Su Shuiao's face, laughing lightly. "Gong, Shuiao, taste it?" Su Shuia was slightly stunned, and then she guffawed and took the sugar gourd from Mo Qianliang's hands and gently took it into her mouth. The sweet and sour flavor blossoms on the tongue, instantly sweeping the whole heart. "How's the flavor?" Mo Qianliang asked. "Sweet with a slight acidity, not as delicious as expected, but it's not hard to eat." Su Shuio replied seriously. Mo Qianliang smiled. "I used to be the same. When I was a kid I wanted to eat everything, but I could never eat it, and when I grew up and bought it over, I realized that it seemed to be just like that. So yeah, it's not so much that we want to eat all this food that we longed for as kids, but we miss that time, the purest childlike innocence and freedom." After Mo Qianliang finished speaking, he held Su Shuio's hand and continued to stroll above the streets. A caged bird will yearn for the wide open skies of the outside world. The fish in the small pool will swim to that wider river. People who grow up can also be stuck for half their lives with that which is unavailable to them at a young age. Chapter 70, Watching the Miles of Rivers and Mountains with You. The imperial princess of the spirit transformation realm, however, seemed to have become like a little girl entering the city for the first time, looking at everything with curiosity. Ice sugar gourds, oil paper umbrellas, kites, clay figures, cloth dolls, all kinds of pastries, lanterns. Stepping out of the cage for the first time and breathing the free air of the outside world, Su Shuio was having a great time, even walking and jumping, smiling like a flower. Looking at the beautiful person beside him, Mo Qianliang's face softened a lot. All this, more precious than anything else, worthy of his permanent memory. "Let's go. I'll show you the great long-standing rivers and mountains." Only after a long time did Su Shuio reluctantly leave the imperial city, and an instantaneous transfer appeared on top of a high mountain. "Look there." Su Shuio pointed to the distance, a magnificent city standing in front of her. This was a huge, huge city, with walls hundreds of feet high, majestic and magnificent, ancient and vicissitudes, filled with a heavy history. It covers a vast area that stretches for more than 1,000 miles, like a giant dragon coiled up. The great long-standing imperial city. This is the great changed imperial city. Mo Qianliang marveled, shocked by the grandeur before him. This is the great long-standing imperial city. And where its lifeline is located, every emperor of an empire cultivates the emperor's law. And the stronger the empire, the stronger its strength. If the empire declines, its emperor's strength will regress or even fall to the Holy Realm. And if the empire perishes, then its emperor will also perish. Su Shuia narrated and explained for Mo Qianliang. Mo Qianliang listened and nodded his head, secretly marveling in his heart. It was amazing that the world had such a magical feat that tied the fate of the emperor to the empire. Doesn't that mean that imperial emperors can only fight to the death? One for all? One for all? After all, when an empire is overthrown, its subjects can surrender, but its emperor, he will surely die. A few moments later, Su Shuia once again led him in an instantaneous movement, and this time, The two of them arrived beside an incomparably wide river. The Long River runs through the entire Great Long River. It is the main water source for the entire Great Long River. There are hundreds of cities along the way, feeding half of the people. Su Shuiyo pointed at the billowing river in front of her and introduced it. Mo Qianliang looked up and saw this great river, rushing and roaring, vast and magnificent, the end of which seemed to connect heaven and earth, deep and far away. The river was rushing swiftly, stirring up, waves churning and slapping the rocks on the shore, sending out a muffled sound. What a good Changjiang! Mo Qianliang sighed in admiration, his eyes flashing with a strange color. It was as if he remembered a verse. The rolling Yangtze River passes through the east, and the waves have exhausted the heroes. Change one word, and it becomes a rolling, long-running river. How many years of history has the great changing empire had? And how many amazingly talented heroes have appeared? It's just that they are all like this wave, disappearing into the river of years, obliterating under the torrent of time. Let's go to the next place, Su Shuiyo said, pulling Mo Qianliang to perform an instantaneous transfer once again. This time the transient was much longer, and it seemed that the transient was over a longer distance. When he opened his eyes again, Mo Qianliang saw a giant dragon stretching for millions of miles in front of him. Of course, it wasn't really a giant dragon, and a closer look could show that it was a high wall made of masonry. Over there is the territory of Great Shu, and this high wall, which is enough to stretch for millions of miles, is the wall of life of my Great Chuan, guarding the Great Chuan for generations to come, Su Shuiyo said, her gaze becoming solemn. Perhaps this can be called the Great Wall, Mo Qianliang muttered. The Wall? What a great name, I love it. Su Shuiyo smiled lightly. The two of them continued to walk forward, in the middle of the Great Wall, and saw many generals patrolling along the way. 1,000,000 miles of the Great Wall. The defenders here alone would require 3 million troops, an extremely nationally costly and ultra-long defense line. Su Shuiyo sighed, and in her eyes was a deep sorrow. If there is a great unification of the world, led by a bright ruler, then there will be no more wars, and the people will live in peace and prosperity. Mo Qianliang said softly, a continent like this would indeed prosper for a long time if there was only one country. Unfortunately, the world is divided, with many kingdoms, and no one serves anyone, dooming the world to chaos. Princess seems to know a lot about the great changes. It was at this time that Mo Qianliang reacted to the fact that Su Shuiyo seemed to have never been out of the palace. This was the first time, right? Although I have never been out of the palace, I have memorized the maps of every inch of the great long-standing rivers and mountains, Su Shuiyo said with a smile. Mo Qianliang froze. He knew that although Su Shuiyo said it lightly, but beyond the words, how much expectation of freedom did it contain? What kind of obsession is that? Alas, what a pity. It's already snowing in the north now. If the Northwest King hadn't defected to Dechu, I could have taken you to the northwest border to see the snowy scenery. Su Shuiyo sighed slightly and said with some regret, is the snow, princess? In the future, we will see it. Mo Qianliang held Su Shuiyo's hand tightly, giving her faith. Su Shuiyo nodded, a happy smile spreading across her face. Well, I believe it. Then, hand in hand, the two of them strolled along the Great Wall, enjoying the scenery along the way. Finally, the sunset in the sky was about to set. Su Shuiyo looked at the sunset and suddenly said somewhat mysteriously, I'll take you to a place where the sunset is the most beautiful. What place? Mo Qianliang asked. Just follow me. With that, Su Shuiyo held Mo Qianliang's hand and performed an instantaneous transfer. That's right. You close your eyes first, said Su Shuiyo playfully. Good. Mo Qianliang obediently complied. A few moments later, Mo Qianliang landed on his feet and felt the looseness of his feet. You can open your eyes now, Su Shuiyo reminded. Mo Qianliang opened his eyes, and what came into his eyes was an unforgettable scenery. Just ahead, the rays of the setting sun spilled down, coloring the large expanse of sandy soil in front of him into a light golden color, and the gravel refracted the haze in a brilliant and eye-catching way. Looking around, at the end of the field of vision, all eyes are filled with golden splendor, as if they have come to the country of gold. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled down, illuminating the fairy beside him, making it even more serene and elegant, absolutely beautiful and touching. Like it? The fairy's sweet smile surfaced as she asked gently. Aha! Mo Qianliang nodded heavily, the corners of his mouth lifting into a smile. Then will you accompany me to watch the sunset today? Su Shuiyo said softly, her face red and charming. Yes. Then, Mo Qianliang stretched out his arm and took her arm, sitting on the dune with her. The sun was setting in the west, and the golden glow scattered down, leaving a dappled reflection on the dunes. I really hope that time lasts forever and stays at this moment, Su Shuiyo murmured in a low voice, slowly leaning on Mo Qianliang's shoulder. her eyes mesmerized and intoxicated. Mo Chanliang turned his head sideways and gazed at her, a happy and contented smile on his cheeks. I wish time could last forever, too, he said softly. Su Shuao smiled sweetly, her eyelashes trembling, her eyes full of hope and longing. The night is gradually falling, and the starry sky is dotted with bright stars, renewing a new verse. It's 9, hand in hand with the princess to stand on the peak, 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains into the eyes. I wish to be with a good person always, and enjoy the world's scenery together. Here are a few sentences the author wrote in middle school. When I am king of the world, I will sit on 1,000,000 miles of rivers and mountains, promise you a lifetime of prosperity, give you endless tenderness, take you to see the lonely smoke in the desert, accompany you to enjoy the long river sunset, sitting hand in hand and watching the world, the wind and clouds change, with each other laughing at the world, the tide rises and falls. The author has loved the language since childhood. Junior high school to learn the teacher's table in junior high school with a study session will memorize, then also used the pen and paper to secretly write a novel, but do not dare to give others to see. Think that the author of these sentences written good. You can give a little gift support. Chapter 71, July 7th, The Cowherd and the Weaving Maiden. The market on July 7th is very lively and bustling to the max. On both sides of the street, vendors yell and set up stalls to sell a wide variety of goods, and there are also a number of artists and jugglers. The streets were bustling with crowds and clamor, buzzing with activity, not at all in the same league as during the day. There were numerous vendors setting up stalls with a wide variety of goods, shouting, talking and playing. Boss, a bowl of hot beef soup, extra beef not soup. Boss, a bunch of sugar gourds for my sister. Oh girl, have a coat and skirt. It's warm and pretty. You'll look beautiful in it. Guest, buy some baklava. It's guaranteed to be crispy, crunchy and incredibly flavorful. Various kinds of shouts were heard, filled with the warmth of the red earth and the fire of the earth. This is great. Su Shuiao's gaze was attracted by the lively scene and she couldn't help but reveal a smile. Mo Qianlian looked at her appearance and also revealed a warm smile. Such a world of red dust was also something he had never experienced before. Compared to the deceitfulness and rivalry between cultivators, this place made him feel serene and peaceful. The night is deepening. The first lights. The streets are more lively. Lights everywhere, hung with a variety of lanterns. Colorful. Very colorful. Shall we go to the theater? At this time, Su Shuiao suddenly said mysteriously, with a touch of cunning on her face. Watching a play? Mo Qianliang froze, somewhat puzzled. Well, I heard that there's an opera performance. Let's go take a look, okay? Su Shuiao pulled on Mo Qianliang's sleeve, blinking her big agile eyes. Looking at Su Shuiao's cute and mischievous appearance, Mo Qianliang couldn't help but shake his head handsomely and laughed. Since the princess wants to watch a play, then go. Shu, in the palace you can call me princess. Outside, you can just call me by my first name. Su Shuiao's pretty face flushed red and she lightly hummed. Good. Shui Yao, Mo Qianliang replied seriously. Upon hearing this, Su Shuiao's face blossomed into a happy smile. Her eyes curved like a crescent moon, crystal clear and intoxicating. Hello. Su Shuiao pulled Mo Qianliang's hand and walked towards the most prestigious theater building in the imperial capital. The theater is located in the most luxurious and prosperous area called Tianxianlu. At this moment, in the heavenly fragrance building, a lot of spectators had gathered, and the people were talking and discussing. Did you hear? The theater is great tonight. I've known it for a long time, but this time we've invited the most famous theater troupe to perform. Hey, that's great. I'm going to have to see it tonight before I do. Listening to the murmurs in his ears, as well as Su Shuiao's somewhat mysterious expression, Mo Qianliang's heart however suddenly had a flash of anticipation. What kind of theater could make her look forward to it so much? Su Shuiao seemed to have seen Mo Qianliang's doubts as she pursed her lips and said mysteriously, You'll know later. A few moments later, with the sound of waking wood tapping on the table, the scene was quiet, and everyone gazed at the stage, waiting for the good show to begin. As the tablecloth was removed, a figure appeared on top of the stage, a mortal girl living a simple, unassuming life. Although her appearance was ordinary, however, her knitted brows and smile were so natural that it was difficult to abandon her natural beauty. As the music played, she danced with grace and grace, but at that moment, a fairy suddenly descended from the sky, and he looked at the mundane girl so quietly. But just for a moment, the immortal left, and while everyone was confused, a red cloth suddenly appeared on the stage, with the words 1 year later written on it. The immortal came down again, but like the first time, it stayed only for a few moments and then disappeared again. And so it went on. Each time the immortal disappeared, it took a year for him to reappear. But for the mundane girl, it was a full year. Just as everyone was confused, Mo Qianliang froze. Isn't this the story between him and Su Shuiao's? He felt Su Shuiao's small hand gripping tightly. He slightly looked over, only to see Su Shuiao was very engaged in what she was reading, so he didn't make a sound to disturb. The drama continues, and finally, at the fourth appearance of the immortal, they get to know each other, and as the two men in the play got to know each other, the crowd on stage whispered in confusion. Why would an immortal be called by the name cowboy? Cowherd? Weaving girl? What a strange name. I still can't see why the cowherd can only come down to earth once a year. The play goes on, year after year within the play, while the two go from knowing each other, to loving each other. However, no matter how reluctant the cowherd was, he would rejoin heaven every time he spent a few hours in the mortal world. And the next time I see you will be a year from now. Just as the crowd's doubts were growing, the main character in the play was suddenly changed again. Every night, the heavenly immortal cowherd enters the mortal world and meets the earthly weaving maiden in his dreams. It wasn't that he had to go down once a year, but that he was going down every day. And the immortal world stipulated that he could only go down once a day. In an instant, everyone all came to a realization. I changed the fairy tale you told me and released it. It was at this time that Su Shuiao softly said. Mo Qianliang nodded. If the Tanabata tradition would also appear in this world, it would also be a good story then. A day in heaven and a year on earth? What a marvelous rule. Do you think there really is an immortal world in this world? There should be. There are immortal cultivators and naturally there are immortals. The story continues to evolve, with the time difference from one day to the next resulting in the two never being able to come together, even though they love each other. Please, let them be together. Can this bull ***** fairy world rule be humanized? This bull ***** immortal is not as free as us mortals. Finally, the two in the play break the bonds of time after all the trials and tribulations and can actually be together. Before everyone could finish celebrating, the heavenly soldiers and generals suddenly arrived and took the two back. At the end of the day, the two were transformed into the stars Altair and Vega in the sky, and the heavens stipulated that every year, they had only one day to meet. On that day, the magpies in the sky will build a magpie bridge so that they can meet each other on the bridge, and the day they meet each year is known to the world as Tanabata. The Great Chang Empire originally did not have a Tanabata tradition, because more than 20 years ago, this day was the birthday of the empire's most favored princess, and only then was it celebrated by the whole country. But with the circulation of this opera, it is thought that after many years, there will be one more Tanabata festival in the world. The play has come to an end and all were touched by the story of the two men in the play, with many embraces of passionate men and women promising to be together forever. Some of those whose loved ones were in distant places empathized and wept. Mo Qianliang looked at the beautiful person beside him, and at the moment, she was staring at the stage without moving, while her tears flowed uncontrollably. For others it is a theater, a story. In her case, it was a real experience. Chapter 72 Yao Lantern in Peach Blossom Mask. Until everyone in the theater had left, Su Shuiao was still sitting still, looking at Su Shuiao's stagnant appearance. Mo Qianliang slowly squatted down, tenderly wiping away the crystal-clear tears on Su Shuiao's face and softly said, Shuiao, don't be sad. I'm not sad. I'm just thinking. At the end of the story, are we also going to turn into two stars and look at each other? Su Shuiao muttered. That's just a fairy tale. The real ending will be written by ourselves personally. You see, I'm staying longer and longer now. Last time I even stayed until the next day. I believe that if this continues, sooner or later, we can break the shackles of time and space. For sure, Mo Qianliang decisively said. Aha! Hearing these words, Su Shuiao raised her head and revealed a smile. It was also at this time that one bright light after another rose up in the night sky, and those bright lights blossomed in the darkness of the night, as if they were twinkling like stars in the sky. It's the Yao Lantern. Su Shuiao looked at these bright lights, her mouth softly chanting. Yao Lamp? Mo Qianliang was a bit curious. Which Yao was this Yao of Yao Lantern? When I was a child, every time I had a birthday, my father asked me to make a wish, and every time I made a wish, I would release a bright light, hence the name Yao Lantern. Su Shuiao came to the balcony of the theater building and looked at the Yao lanterns in the sky, her eyes full of ecstasy. In the depths of the palace, too far away from here to see all this. I just heard that at this time of the year, the people will put Yao lanterns to make a wish, and as it turns out, it's all true. Mo Qianliang stood beside Su Shuiao and watched the Yao lanterns roaming the sky with her. There were Yao lamps flying not far in front of the two, and on the surface of its Yao, there was also a line of writing. I hope we stay together forever. The two looked at the line and glanced at each other before smiling at each other and holding each other's hands tightly. Shall we, too, go set off a Yao lantern? Mo Qianliang proposed. Su Shuiao smiled and nodded her head before following Mo Qianliang's footsteps outside. Boss, 2 Yao lanterns. The two walked over to a booth. When the stall owner saw the two of them, he smiled and took out 2 Yao lanterns, handing them to the two of them before saying, I wish the two of you a happy marriage and an early birth. Mo Qianliang was a bit surprised. Did this stall owner see their identity? Su Shueyo, who was on the side. But she snorted. Other people looking at us will only think that we are a man and woman in love. With that, she also looked at the hands the two were holding, making her meaning very clear. Both of them take a yo-yo each and write down a wish on each of them. Shui Yao, what wish did you write? Mo Qianliang inquired. Instead, Su Shueyo blocked the font from being seen by Mo Qianliang and playfully said, wish to speak out. That won't work. Oh. Okay. Looking at the beautiful person with a cunning gaze in front of him, Mo Qianliang couldn't help but smile. The two of them took the Yao lanterns to the square where the Yao lanterns were released. And at this moment there were already countless people in the square waiting for the moment of releasing the Yao lanterns. 3, 2, 1. When the count comes to the last one, everyone releases the yo-yo lamps in their hands in unison. At once, thousands of Yao lanterns rose into the air. At the same time, all of them closed their eyes and folded their hands in front of the void, silently chanting a wish. I hope that Trisha and I can be together forever. I hope my boy who went to war will come back alive. Hopefully those hens at my house will lay eggs sooner rather than later. After making their wishes, the two of them opened their eyes and looked at the 10,000 Yao lanterns in the night sky. 10,000 Yao lanterns are flying together, as if it is a blooming firework. Wow, it's so beautiful. Su Shueyo couldn't help but exclaim. Mo Qianliang looked at Su Shueyo with a smile. At this moment, Su Shueyo was even more charming in his eyes. He raised his head slightly, looking at the Yao lanterns that filled the sky and the countless wishes on them. At this moment, he finally understood why many humanized gods needed to go to the red dust to experience something. 4. Rolling in the dust. There are all kinds of paths. Although he was still only in the foundation establishment realm, and the breakthrough in his state of mind didn't seem to be of much use to him, he had planted a seed of God transformation. One day when he reached the peak of Yuaning, then it would become much easier for him to break through to transformation. His way of the transfigured God, at this very moment, in his mind, was determined. Shall we go see the lanterns? A moment later, Su Shueyo laughed lightly, her pair of soulful, watery eyes blinking and flashing with expectation. Mo Qianliang nodded. Good. The two walked side by side into a lantern workshop. Inside the workshop, there were many people and lanterns, very lively, and on both sides of the street, there were all kinds of exquisite lanterns, exquisite and lifelike, and pedestrians come and go, many with a mask on their face. Let's put on our masks too, although others couldn't see the real faces of the two without the mask. But when in Rome, since they had arrived in the mortal world, they had to blend in. Soon, the two of them came across a stall selling various masks that were finely crafted and lifelike. What kind of masks are needed, gentlemen? The stall owner was an old man with a head full of silver hair, looking quite kind, and when he saw the two stop, he hurriedly greeted them. Let's take a look, Su Shueyo replied, looking over one mask after another. There are rabbit face masks, cat face masks, fox masks, and even ghost head masks to name a few. A moment later, Su Shueyo stopped her steps, her gaze landing on top of the peach blossom mask in front of her. The peach blossom mask is pink in color, with a brightly colored peach blossom painted on it, and around the peach blossom, a group of colorful butterflies are engraved dancing. It was clearly a pattern, but it seemed to be a living thing, filled with vitality and unforgettable at first sight. The girl has good eyesight. This is the old man's work I'm most proud of, the old man said with a smile. How much is this? Su Shueyo asked. The girl has a destiny with the mask. If there is a destiny, then naturally there is no need to collect money. If there is no destiny, even if there are $10,000, the old man, I will not sell it. The old man waved his hand, signaling that no money was needed. Oh, old master, then can you see which mask I am related to? Mo Qianliang asked as his curiosity was born. You? The old man circled around Mo Qianliang a few times, then came to a mask. This one fits you quite well. Mo Qianliang looked over and saw that it was a white mask with no pattern on it. No one would choose a mask like this because it's just too ugly. Even a silver one would be better than this one. Old master, why would this whiteboard mask have a connection with me? Mo Qianliang said in disbelief. Upon hearing this, the old man laughed softly. Fate is wonderful. When the time comes, you will understand. Since old master said so, then we will take these two masks. Do we really not need to pay for them? Mo Qianliang asked again. No need. No need. The old man shook his head. Then thank you for the old master's mask. Mo Qianliang said gratefully. After saying that, he took down that blank slate mask, while Su Shueyo, too, took that peach blossom mask into her hands. Take care, both of you, and welcome to the next one. The old man stood up straight and addressed the two. Su Shuao smiled sweetly. I'll definitely come next time. After saying that, she took Mo Millennium's hand and then turned to leave. Walked out about 10 steps later. Mo Millennium once again turned back, only to see behind him, the mask stall is still in, while the stall holder, but do not know when to become a young couple. It's 10. One day in the sky and 1 year on the earth. It's hard to hold on to the love between the immortal and mortal worlds. The Yao Lantern has endless thoughts, and the Mask of Peach Blossoms has not yet slept. Chapter 73, Peach Blossom Forest in Yunmengzai. What are you looking at? Su Shuao asked, looking back at the stall where she had just bought the mask. It's nothing. Mo Chanliang turned around with a smile, the mask in his hand, but his grip tightened. Some seniors like to game the world. We were lucky and just happened to come across it. Su Shuao smiled, took the mask in her hand, and added, can you put it on for me? Upon hearing this, Mo Chanliang nodded his head before helping Su Shuao put on the mask. Her originally stunningly beautiful features were covered up, leaving only a pair of brilliant starry eyes exposed. These eyes, bright and shiny, were like the bright stars in the sky, and in their eyes, there was a reflection of himself. I'll put it on for you too. Su Shuao took Mo Chanliang's blank mask and stood on her tiptoes, putting the mask on for Mo Chanliang. Her fingers were long and soft, tracing across Mo Chanliang's cheeks, carrying a faint fragrance that refreshed the heart. Subsequently, the two walked hand in hand in the middle of the marketplace, viewing the scenes unique to the Lantern Festival, their hearts adding a strange warmth. For a long time, pedestrians began to thin out. Time, already close to the early morning. Everything is silent, only a round moon hanging in the high sky, shining on the earth. Seemingly sensing that time was almost up, the two stopped and sat down under a tree. The night breeze blew in, messing up Su Shuao's hair and ruffling Mo Chanliang's heartstrings. The moon is so beautiful tonight. Su Shuao looked up at the sky with mesmerized eyes. I don't know if next year, I'll still be able to see this sight. She sighed quietly. Hearing this, Mo Chanliang frowned slightly and said in a low voice, has the war started? Well, the war broke out after all, and De Song and De Chang joined forces, but it was clear that the alliance was unreliable, and both sides were on the defensive. Su Shuao sighed softly, raised her head, gazed at the bright curved moon on the night curtain, and murmured, after you leave, I'm going to the battlefield as well. No matter what, I can, now, do my part for the great Chang. Shuao. Mo Chanliang wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything, and only ended up saying softly, protect yourself. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Su Shuao smiled faintly and reached out her jade hand to gently caress over the mask and remove it. I thought you could keep a good eye on me before you left. Mo Chanliang nodded, removing the mask as well and placing it in his arms as he looked fondly at Su Shuao. At this moment, the moon was slowly rising right above their heads, and the moonlight waved down, reflecting on the two of them and enveloping them. When Mo Chanliang opened his eyes again, he once again returned to the real world. He looked at the blank slate mask in his hand, rubbed it gently, sighed softly, and put it away. Only, what he didn't notice was that as he put the mask away, an extremely light color appeared in the corner of that white plate mask, the hidden scripture cabinet. Mo Chanliang once again came here, rummaging through the records about the Tanabata. However, he had searched through the entire cabinet, but could not find any record of Tanabata. It was as if there had never been a Tanabata in this world. Not in the same world? Mo Chanliang sighed, his mood instantly hitting rock bottom. Perhaps, it's just that the Daosek's hidden scriptures are not recorded. After all, the world is so big. He consoled himself. It's really terrifying. I didn't expect that the Yuaning Grand Cultivator didn't even break in. And even Yuaning didn't escape. Where is this a 5-star quest? It's clearly a forbidden land of death. And all the great Yuaning cultivators are dead. What kind of divine relic is this? It's still so powerful even after so many years have passed. The conversation of a few Jedan deacons came from his ears, causing Mo Chanliang to pay a little attention. The fall of a Yuaning great cultivator was no small matter. Following the end of the Great War between good and evil 100 years ago, apart from the Yuaning great cultivators who naturally died of old age and sat down, the number of Yuaning great cultivators who had been beheaded by people could not be more than a handful of fingers. Every death of such an elder ancestor-level existence would cause a sensation in the spirit domain. After all, there were only a dozen or so Yuaning de cultivators in a superclan. Even the ones at the bottom of the pile like the Great Sword Sect, whose Yuaning Grand Cultivator couldn't even come up with 10 people. A few of you, what were you talking about? What was the mission? Mo Chanliang walked over and asked the several deacons. Seeing Mo Millennium, all the deacons respectfully saluted. although these few deacons were several hundred years old, and it was unknown how many generations of disciples were higher than Mo Qianlong. But regardless of their status or seniority, they were all below Mo Qianlong. The general super sex Daozi would already have the highest status under Yuanning, and the Earth Great Foundation establishment that was expected to transform into a god was almost equal to a Yuanning elder. Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment plus Daolord's only disciple. Mo Qianliang's status and seniority was already enough to be on par with the patriarch. Back to Daozi. We're talking about the peach blossom forest that appeared a few days ago in the land of Cloud Dream Zephyr. Suspected to be an ancient relic. Only that peach blossom forest is very dangerous. It is said that none of those who forcibly intruded it survived. Even the Yuanning great cultivators died in it, because it was too terrifying. The clan has already pulled that mission down, but now that news of that ancient relic has spread, I'm afraid that it will cause a big stir when the time comes. If it's an ancient sage relic, and that super clan can obtain a sage's inheritance, then it's simply skyrocketing. Several deacons explained one by one. Yun Meng's peach blossom forest, ancient ruins? Mo Qianliang murmured softly as he frowned slightly, remembering the peach blossom forest planted by Su Shueyo again. Is there a connection here? Thinking of this, Mo Qianliang once again returned to the ancient books he had turned over earlier. Since we can't find the Tanabata or the Great Changes, there should be a record of Yunmeng's, which has always existed in the spirit world, right? Sure enough, it wasn't long before he found the records of Cloud Dreamer. Yunmeng's is an 800-mile swampy land left over from the ancient war 10,000 years ago, regardless of what realm the powerhouse was in. Once they stepped into Cloud Dream Zephyr, their speed and souls would be fully suppressed, and being as strong as a transformation god was no exception. Thus the 800-mile Cloud Dreaming Swamp looked small, but under the suppression, even if a transformation god stepped into it, he would only feel his own insignificance. There were many relics in the Cloud Dreaming Marsh, and many casual cultivators would venture to the Cloud Dreaming Marsh in search of treasure in order to bow cultivation resources. Just, what is the connection between this Yunmeng's and the Peach Blossom Forest? Afterward, Mo Qianliang continued to look up the ancient books, and when he finished going through all the ancient books recorded by the Dao sect, he suddenly had a flash of light in his mind and discovered a key point that he hadn't noticed before. That is, whatever was recorded was not recorded 10,000 years ago. For example, the origins of the Dao sect could be traced back 10,000 years ago, and the founding saint of the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy was also a 10,000-year-old figure. However, there is no power that was in the past more than 10,000 years ago. The ancient texts also do not record the history of the more distant past before 10,000 years. There is only a brief but striking account. 10,000 years ago, the ancient war. Chapter 74 Foundation Building Invincibility. 16th Dream Entry. The Great War of the Ancients sounded like nothing more than a light sentence. But after Mo Qianliang connected all the clues, he realized that the ancient war was far beyond his imagination. Just how far did that great war go to cause so many superpowers on the continent to not have a single one left over from before the ancient war? Moreover, it was as if all the ancient books did not mention what the cause of the ancient war really was, and what forces were on both sides of the war, and they all shut their mouths about it. If the princess is in the same world as me, but 10,000 years ago, Mo Qianliang's heart was a little messed up for a moment. I hope that's not the case. Perhaps, princess, he's not from the same world as me, or perhaps, princess is 10,000 years away? Mo Qianliang shook his head and put those tumultuous thoughts behind him. His current strength was not enough to probe these secrets, and even if he knew, could he change anything? Take that peach blossom forest for example. With the death of all the Yuanning cultivators, what use was he? A foundation builder. Even if his battle power was comparable to that of a Jiedan? Dao sect Mo Millennium, I am Li Bashan, the ninth on the Northern Continent's Heavenly Pride list, and I wish to defeat you to clarify my Dao. Just as Mo Qianliang was rambling, an arrogant voice came from the direction of the Dao sect's ring in the distance. Hearing this voice, the disciples of the Dao sect all boiled over. Li Bashan, the ninth in the Northern Continent's Heavenly Remarks list, late-stage foundation establishment of the 60,000 fathom spirit sea, his strength, but also above Knight Songran. This was definitely a heck of a supreme heavenly pride, and was considered a number one figure in the entire Northern Continent. Mo Qianliang was distracted at the moment, and when he heard this voice, his eyes narrowed slightly. A few moments later, he arrived at the ring, which was already surrounded by people, all attracted by Li Bashan's voice. Daozi is here. The Northern Continent's number one heavenly pride is here. Seeing Mo Qianliang arrive, the Dao sect's disciples shouted out in delight, especially when someone deliberately said the Northern Continent's first heavenly pride. Upon hearing this, Li Bashan, who was in the ring, was slightly displeased with his expression. The Dao sect disciple moved the name of the northern continent's first heavenly pride, obviously deliberately suppressing him as the ninth. Mo Qianlong, the ranking of the heavens pride ranking only depends on the size of the spirit sea, not on one's own realm and strength. I'd like to know. You're a middle stage foundation establishment. Even if you're a heaven's path foundation establishment, and you're really number one in terms of battle power? You dare to fight me. Above the ring, Li Bashan stood with his arms folded as he looked towards Mo Qianliang, his eyes carrying a few hints of provocation. He was in the late stage of foundation establishment, with 60,000 feet of spirit sea, while Mo Qianliang was only in the middle stage of foundation establishment. So what if it was the Heaven's Path Foundation establishment? 100,000 feet of spirit sea, but only 40,000 feet more than him, and any stronger than that would only be a little more than half as strong as him, right? But the difference of one small realm, that was more than double. Therefore, he was very confident that he was going to be the first man to defeat the Heaven's Path Foundation. Daozi, promise him to give him a break. Ha ha ha, let him know that our Dao sect is powerful, and what 9th and 10th are all trash. Yeah, just look at him like that. Hit him hard in the face. Around the ring, a group of Dao sect disciples opened their mouths and agreed. If it was before, they wouldn't have dared to offend a supreme heavenly pride of 60,000 fathoms of spirit sea. But now, their Daozi was a heavenly Dao foundation establishment. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. Mo Qianliang didn't say a word and walked step by step to the ring, but the more he did so, the more pretentious he was in the eyes of the crowd. Can we start? Mo Qianliang said indifferently. Humph. Don't blame me for bullying the small with the big and oppressing people with my realm. I'll let you make the first 3 moves. I'll only defend. Let's begin. Li Bashan carried his hands behind his back and proudly said, Are you sure you want me to make the first move? Mo Qianliang asked again. Of course. As soon as Li Bashan's words fell, he felt a gust of wind blowing. No, this was not a gust of wind. This was the airflow shockwave generated by Mo Qianliang's speed that was so fast that it was extreme. In the next moment, Li Bashan felt a heavy blow to his chest, followed by his body flying out. Mo Qianliang's punch directly broke Li Bashan's protective aura and blasted him out of the ring. Silence. The entire room fell into dead silence, to the point of forgetting to even breathe. Who would have thought that in just a moment, the situation would be reversed, and Li Bashan, who had looked like he was winning just now, was blown away by a punch. It's that the disciples of the Dao sect add points to the worship of Mo Qianliang, and that's because they think that their own Dao son will have to fight a big battle to win, right? Li Bashan spat blood foam from his mouth and looked at Mo Qianliang with eyes filled with shock. How is that possible? What kind of speed and power is that? One must know that although he was the ninth, except for Jie Wui, that foundation establishment great circle pervert, the rest of the top 10 heavenly prides would not find it easy to win against him. This Mo Millennium, didn't he say that it was only the middle stage of foundation establishment? Where is this the middle stage of foundation establishment? It is clearly the great circle of foundation establishment. Mo Qianliang is now at the top of the late stage of foundation establishment, but his strength is so strong that he will be mistaken for the great perfection. Is there so much delay in the list data of the 10 Boom Pavilion? After a moment of silence, the room boiled over. Daozi is invincible. 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 Too powerful. Daozi has only been building his foundation for half a month. Right, but he's so powerful. Daozi is worthy of being the reincarnation of an immortal. This upgrade speed is awesome. A group of Dao sect disciples wailed with excitement. The strength that Mo Qianliang had displayed had completely blown away Li Bashan, causing them to feel a glow on their faces as well. Hey, do you know Mo Qianliang? The one heaven's pride of the northern continent and the first heaven's path foundation builder in 1,000 years? That's my eldest brother, the Dao son of my Dao sect. After defeating Li Bashan, Mo Qianliang didn't have any excitement in his expression, and turned around faintly, leaving without looking back. In the middle stage of foundation establishment, he could claim invincibility in the spirit domain foundation establishment realm. Then at this moment, it would not be too much to say that the northern continent's foundation establishment was invincible. Once he broke through a little more and stepped into the foundation establishment great perfection, then, in the realm of foundation establishment, he was already invincible. As night fell, Mo Qianliang stepped into the dream world with Su Shueyo for the 16th time. Shouts and killings shook the heavens and earth. Swords and shadows intermingled, and blood dyed the earth red. Moo! The sound of a huge elephant roar came from Mo Qianliang, and Mo Qianliang looked up, only to see a 100-meter-tall giant elephant appearing in front of him, covered in hard green armor. It raised its head to the sky and sprayed 2 flames from its nostrils as it raced towards him, a foreign beast of the Yuaning realm. Mo Qianliang's gaze condensed, but before he could make a move, he only saw an arrow shoot from behind him, cutting through the void. Boo! The hard green armor of the giant elephant was easily pierced by the arrow. The sharp arrow penetrated through its brow, and its huge body collapsed. The giant elephant of the Yuaning realm was killed by a single arrow. Mo Qianliang turned around, only to see that not far behind him, on top of a white blazing horse, sat a woman wearing a peach blossom mask. She was holding a bow and arrow, clad in silver armor, and her waist-length hair was tied into a bundle and fluttered in the wind, valiantly like a female martial goddess conquering the battlefield. The mask covered the pouring face, but the pair of eyes like stars, brilliant as peach blossoms. She came on a white horse and put a hand out in front of Mo Qianliang. "Come up here and I'll take you out for the kill." The voice was still gentle and watery, still the same princess that Mo Millennium knew so well. Mo Qianliang smiled faintly and grabbed her hand, jumping onto the horse with a long leap and wrapping his arms around its slender willow waist. "Hiya!" A dainty sound rang out, and the horse galloped with its hooves, transforming into a bolt of lightning that streaked across the vast battlefield. It's 11. The golden branch and jade leaves are growing up, delicate and gentle in the court. The wind and clouds change and smoke rises. The arrow points to the dome to protect the living beings. Chapter 75, The Role of the Whiteboard Mask. Shouting and killing sounds shook the heavens and earth, and hundreds of meters high foreign beasts roared continuously, so much so that they couldn't see the edge at a glance. The smell of blood filled the entire sky, stimulating one's sense of smell and senses. Here, Mo Qianliang saw a single Jiadan powerhouse, fighting to the death, and countless powerhouses at the Yuaning level. Even the transformation god Daolord who tore apart the void with a wave of his hand, Mo Qianliang had seen no less than 10 of them. What surprised him the most was that above the battlefield, the weakest cultivators were all Foundation establishment level cultivators. And looking at the scale of the battlefield, the generals invested by both sides are at least above 1 million. An army of 1 million Foundation builders and above. Is this the vast battlefield between cultivators? Compared to this, Mo Qianliang only felt as if the battle between good and evil in the spirit realm was like child's play. After all, in the entire spirit domain, all the forces, big and small, combined, could not come up with so many powerful people. Where to run? The white horse hadn't run far, and in an instant, 3 top powerhouses came killing towards this side, attacking from the left and right to cut off its path. In a super battlefield like this one, where the transformation god was also a powerhouse of the transcendent realm, both sides kept an eye on each other and held each other back. As for Su Shuayo, as a top existence amongst the transcendents, there were quite a few enemy to that were staring at her. The 3 transcendentals that killed over were not idle people, and even the foreign beasts on the crotches of the 3 were all demon zoons at the transcendent level. "Hold me tight." Su Shuayo opened her mouth, her voice gentle. Mo Qianliang froze slightly for a moment, then reacted and tightly encircled her waist. Su Shuayo bent her bow and strung an arrow. 3 arrows shot out at the same time, transforming into 3 fiery phoenixes in the air to meet the 3 foreign beasts blocking the way. Chirp! With 3 chirps, the fire phoenix and the 3 foreign beasts collided together. Accompanied by 3 dull thuds, the 3 foreign beasts wailed and fell to the ground. But the 3 top powerhouses who had harnessed the foreign beasts rose up in the air and continued to kill. Su Shuayo put away her bow and arrow, and with a flick of her jade hand, a sky full of peach blossoms surfaced and shrouded towards the 3 of them. And all of a sudden, the sky was filled with pink petals. So strong, she's gotten stronger again. The 3 of them couldn't break the peach blossom array even after joining hands for a short period of time. Their complexion changed slightly, and there was horror in their eyes as they looked at the figure on the white horse. Their 3 brothers were also the topmost powerhouses in the world, and if they joined forces, they would be almost invincible under Saint, not to say invincible. In several great battles in the past year, the 3 of them had been able to suppress each other when they joined forces, but now, they were unexpectedly unable to do so. In just 1 year, the other party's strength had increased too much. Whoosh! Without the hindrance, the white horse was faster, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the end of the sky. The 3 of them gritted their teeth and hated each other, and at this moment, it was obvious that they couldn't catch up. Soon, Su Shuayo brought Mo Qianliang to a section of the Great Wall at the border of the Great Chang Empire. Mo Qianliang dismounted and stood on top of the Great Wall, feeling the breeze on his face. His eyes gazed at the smoke filling the distance. The earth could still vaguely feel the vibration. It was the sound coming from the battlefield, causing a wave of tension to well up in one's heart. Su Shuayo didn't dismount. She sat quietly on the horse's back and looked at Mo Qianliang with complicated eyes. A hint of guilt and helplessness showed in her gaze. "I'm sorry, this time, I can't stay with you," she said softly, a hint of apology in her voice. Mo Qianliang turned his head and looked at Su Shuao. A trace of understanding and gentleness flashed in his eyes. Su Shuao went on to say, "The generals in the front are fighting in blood. I can't leave yet, so please forgive me for not being able to accompany you this time." Her words revealed a sense of responsibility and mission, which was also the responsibility she shouldered as the princess of the empire. Every year at this time before, she would put off all matters just to wait for Mo Qianlong's arrival. But this time, she can't control when the war breaks out. Su Shuao took a deep breath and calmed down, then steered the white horse underneath her and slowly turned around. "Princess." Just then, Mo Qianliang suddenly spoke up and called out to her. Hearing Mo Qianliang's voice, Su Shuao stopped her horse and twisted her head. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Mo Qianliang. Her eyes rippled with layers as she softly asked, "What's wrong?" Mo Qianliang said with a solemn face, "Protect yourself, I'll wait here for you to come back." Hearing these words, Su Shuao's heart warmed up and she nodded slightly, softly saying, "Well, I will." After she said that, she forced herself not to turn back because she was afraid that if she did, she would never be able to leave this place again. So she rode off on her white horse, head first, without looking back. When the family and the country are facing a crisis, personal feelings and childish love can only be put aside for a while. Until that white horse completely disappeared from view, Mo Qianliang still didn't retract his sight, as if he wanted to deeply imprint her departing back into his heart, because he was afraid that until he left the dream world, Su Shuao had not returned, and the more fearful it is, the faster it seems to happen. Not long after Su Shuao left, Mo Qianliang felt his figure blur a bit. He's going to be forced out of the dream world. The feeling was strong, something that had never occurred before with sudden disappearance. Did this mean that as long as he left Su Shuao's side within a certain range, he wouldn't be able to stay for long? No, he can't leave. He had yet to see Su Shuao return from winning the war. He couldn't let Su Shuao wait for him for another year. He took out the treasures in his storage ring one by one, hoping that something would allow him to stay a little longer. The talisman paper of his own master. Useless. A jade pendant containing a saint's strike is useless. A piece of magic weapon, talisman paper, and so on, which were usually extremely precious, did not have the slightest effect at this moment. Seeing that his figure had faded to the point where he was almost invisible, his consciousness had gradually returned, and as Mo Qianliang once again took out an item, he found that the fading of his figure was stopped. He lowered his head and looked at the item in his hand, a flash of amazement in his eyes. This turned out to be that blank slate mask from last time. Although there were countless doubts in his heart, he couldn't think of anything at the moment and hurriedly put the mask on. After putting on the mask, Mo Qianliang realized that his figure gradually solidified and began to return to normal. He managed to stay in the dream world. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know why the mask had such a magical effect, but at least, it was really helping him. Mo Qianliang turned his gaze in the direction of the battlefield, to the direction Su Shuao had left. "Princess, you must come back safely," he muttered. Chapter 76, My World, Can't Live Without You. The sun was setting and the remnants of the sun were like blood. Mo Qianliang waited nervously for several hours before he finally felt the earth stop shaking. This great war, is it finally over? A few moments later, Mo Qianliang saw a large army withdrawing. They more or less carried wounds. Their armor was messy, but their looks all carried a touch of elation. Mo Qianliang sighed in relief. Looking at this appearance, this great battle, it should be the great Qing Empire that won. "Princess, where is it?" Mo Qianliang raised his head and looked around, but he didn't find any trace of Su Shuao. Something's not going to happen to her, is it? As soon as this thought appeared, Mo Qianliang shook his head and denied the absurd idea in his mind. With the princess's current strength, there shouldn't be many people who could hurt her. She'll be fine. In the anxious wait, finally, Mo Qianliang saw that familiar silhouette. At the very back of the army, she rode a white horse, slowly, seemingly seeing that he was still there. The white horse paused slightly, and in the next moment, ran this way. When Mo Qianliang saw this, a smile appeared on his face and he then greeted him. When passing by the Great Wall, Su Shuaya grabbed Mo Qianliang and brought him to the horse, and continued towards the front. "It's crowded here. Let's go somewhere else," she whispered. "Good." Mo Qianliang smiled gently. After speeding along for half an incense stick of time, Su Shuao brought Mo Qianliang and stopped by a small stream. "Are you hurt?" Looking at the spots of blood on Su Shuao's body, Mo Qianliang was extremely heartbroken and reached out to pull her arm. Checking up on her body, Su Shuao shook her head. "I'm not injured. These are all the blood of the enemy." Hearing this, Mo Qianliang finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Scared me to death. I thought you were injured." Hearing this, Su Shuao shallowly hooked her lips. "I will protect myself." With that, she slowly stepped into the stream, letting the cool water wash away the blood from her body. I thought you had left, but I didn't realize you were still here. She suddenly spoke, her voice soft and calm. It's the credit of this mask. If it wasn't for it, maybe I would have left long ago. It's what made me stay. Mo Qianliang pointed at the blank slate mask on his face and explained with a smile. It seems that the old grandpa we encountered earlier is even more mysterious than we thought, Su Shueyo said after a moment of slight contemplation. Just then, she walked out of the water and lightly came to Mo Qianliang's side, then quietly sat beside him. After you put this mask on me last time, I haven't taken it off in this year. Su Shueyo looked at Mo Qianliang and said in a soft voice. Mo Qianliang couldn't help but freeze when he heard this. He opened his mouth and was about to say something, but when he met Su Shueyo's clear and bright eyes, all the words he wanted to say were blocked in his throat again. He was silent for a few moments before he finally mustered up the courage to ask softly, May I, remove your mask? I want to. Well, watch you. He then added. Su Shueyo's eyes slightly converged, the slender vein hand hanging down on her knee quietly clenched. Good. Upon hearing this, Mo Qianliang's eyes instantly lit up, and a smile lifted up on his face. With that, he slowly raised his right hand. His slender index finger was like a lightly dancing butterfly, gently touching the peach blossom mask on Su Shueyo's face. The mask was uncovered little by little, like opening a mysterious treasure box that hides endless beauty and surprises. When the mask completely fell, Su Shueyo's exquisite and stunning face was finally displayed in front of Mo Qianliang. The four words, country and city, all seemed too pale and powerless when used to describe Su Shueyo at this moment. Her features were exquisite as if they were a work of art. Every curve and line was so appropriate, as if they were nature's most perfect masterpiece. That cherry mouth, moist and attractive, that erect and proud nose, like jade carving, that pair of deep and disorienting black eyes, as if containing an endless river of stars. Just one glance will let a person sink. Such a fairy is enough to turn the world upside down and amaze the world. Looking at the stunningly beautiful face close at hand, Mo Qianliang was frozen for a long time. His breathing gradually became rapid, and his heartbeat continued to accelerate, and his cheeks slightly flushed with a hint of redness. Four eyes met, and both held their breath. The air was so quiet that even the rustling of the windblown leaves disappeared. Only two thumping hearts signaled the emotions of the two. A good long time. The corner of Su Shueyo's mouth raised a smile. Seen enough? Mo Qianliang jolted awake, his ears burning. Princess, Seeing Mo Qianliang in this embarrassed state, Su Shueyo snorted a smile. In the future, this mask, only you can take it off, okay? Her voice was gentle, like a spring breeze on the face, comforting to the extreme. Only you can take down. My face is yours alone to see. Mo Qianliang froze. A trace of sweetness crossed her heart. Then she solemnly nodded. Aha! Looking at Mo Qianliang nodding his head, the smile at the corner of Su Shueyo's mouth spread out. The whole person became more and more brilliant and dazzling, making people unable to move their eyes. Mo Qianliang gazed at Su Shueyo and only felt that the world was gorgeous. He had never seen that a woman could possess such overwhelming splendor. Her knitted brows and smile revealed a kind of charm, as if she had magic power, causing people to unconsciously sink. Looking at the absolutely beautiful person in front of him, he couldn't help but stretch out his arms and carry Su Shueyo into his embrace. Feeling the light fragrance coming from his arms, Mo Qianliang's heart beat a few points faster. He coveted the quiet beauty of this moment and could not wait for time to freeze forever. Noticing the fire and fondness revealed in Mo Qianliang's movements, Su Shueyo didn't resist. Instead she reached out her hand to encircle his waist. Feeling the arms of the good people cast the softness, Mo Qianliang's heart trembled. Originally only intended to simply embrace her but now, he just wanted to hold her more tightly. Better yet, never part. Bright moonlight sprinkled on the earth. Everything is covered with a layer of hazy fog, as if in a fairyland. You know what? The first time we met, I really hated you. For a long time, Su Shueyo murmured in a low voice. At that time, in her eyes, Mo Qianliang was a hateful big lecher and denizen. I know that my first impression, in the eyes of the princess, couldn't have been worse. Recalling the scene of their first meeting, the corner of Mo Qianliang's mouth lifted slightly. But later, I felt that you weren't that annoying. Su Shueyo continued. Well, Mo Qianliang laughed, his eyebrows smiling and radiant, as if the stars were twinkling. The misunderstanding could be cleared up thanks to the fact that Su Shueyo hadn't grown up at that time. Otherwise, with the Su Shueyo that grew up behind him, I am afraid that there is no chance for him to speak at all. Appearing once to kill once. When we met for the fourth time, when I danced the peach blossom dance in front of you, it meant that I had already recognized you. After a pause, Su Shueyo continued. Mo Qianliang nodded. The princess's peach blossom dance. It's very beautiful. I don't know when I'll be able to see it again. Su Shueyo pursed her lips and smiled, not answering. Until that time when you didn't appear by my side, I suddenly realized that I don't know when, but it seems that you have appeared in my heart. Su Shueyo continued. For what? Mo Qianliang asked curiously. Because I realized that my heart, at that moment, was in turmoil, and I couldn't meditate for a year after that, wondering if you weren't going to come back later. Su Shueyo raised her head and looked at Mo Qianliang, saying word by word, from that moment on, I realized that my world, I can't live without you. It's 12. The princess's light smile is reflected in front of her eyes. Embrace each other for a moment and stay warm. Love is sweet for years to come. P.S. The book title did not take a good plus the beginning of the tens of thousands of words written not too good. This book has now been very average results. Tomorrow the recommendation will end. No recommendation after the data will be a drop. Full-time authors are likely to starve to death first. Mo Millennium and Su Shueyo story. Even after cutting a lot of the plot of the main world, there is still a long time. The author will keep writing. In the next days without recommendations. Everyone's every chasing, every gift, every send a book shortage. Are weaving a dream of every story? Book shortage is the main source of the amount of give after that. You can send a little bit more. Oh, thank you all. Chapter 77. What kind of image do I have in your eyes? My world, can't live without you. This one sentence is better than sweet words, better than deep confessions, better than all the world. Especially at this moment. After uttering these words, Su Shueyo seemed to have used up all her strength. A trace of scarlet color surfaced on her pouring face, and her delicate look was intoxicating. Mo Qianliang's heart was stirred and his eyes were slightly red as he sighed softly. What virtue and ability do I have that I actually deserve to be liked so much by the princess? How lucky was he to have met such a beautiful and touching princess? And what honor was it for him to have received the admiration and love of this world-unrivaled fairy? If not for the mask on his face at the moment, he was afraid that he would have long been unable to resist kissing her, gently kissing away the tantalizing scarlet on her cheeks, savoring the fragrance that was sweet to the bone marrow. Yet, despite the longing in his heart, he never took off this mask. He was afraid that once he took off his mask, he would have to leave it. He couldn't accept the result, because he had already experienced the feeling of dissipation once and didn't want to think about experiencing it a second time, especially since Su Shueyo was still by his side. The time he spent with Su Shueyo was already short, so if he could stay for a while longer, even through the mask, he would be satisfied. At least, he could stay with her for a while longer, couldn't he? You know, before you even appeared in my world, I had quietly listened to a conversation between my father and the minister once, and at that time, I was filled with confusion about the future. Su Shueyo said quietly. A faint touch of sadness appeared on her beautiful face, and her eyes were deep and distant, as if she had returned to that moment when she had once heard her father conversing with the minister. At those words, Mo Qianliang frowned, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. What kind of conversation is it? His tone carried a bit of curiosity and concern, wanting to know more about Su Shueyo's deepest secrets. At that time, the allied forces of the Six Kingdoms had not yet attacked Great Chang, but there was already a vague trend of joining forces, and the ministers approached father to discuss the idea of using me to marry an empire in exchange for support from the other side. In the history of the continent, there was a time when there were 100 kingdoms competing for the throne, and at that time, each empire needed to build up its own credibility in order to gain the recognition of other countries, and a marriage was the most effective. Historically, there were quite a few princesses and emperors who were united in marriage, and a marriage, indeed, can stabilize the relationship between the two countries. So I knew in my heart at that time that even if my father loved me more, if there was really no way out, he would have to let me go to the marriage. There is a saying in the world that to be born in an imperial family is not to have the right to choose one's own happiness, and to stand in that position makes it impossible to find true love. I have yet to hear of a union that can still be happy, all hidden for the sake of their country. Su Shueyo said in a calm tone as she sighed softly, her gaze falling into the distance as if recalling the past. Sacrificing my happiness alone to save an empire. When I went back, I wanted to cry but I couldn't because this is my destiny as an imperial princess. Her voice was a little low, with a hint of unspeakable sadness. Su Shueyo slowly recounted the events of the past, words as plain as water, but Mo Qianliang felt as if he had heard the sound of a blade piercing through flesh. That's the helplessness and grief of having fate out of your hands. Later on, I met you. In fact, when you came, I wasn't cultivating, but pondering about my future destiny. Su Shueyo turned her head and looked at Mo Qianliang's eyes and said, the war has already started. No matter how you look at it, the great chancellor can't win, and having me united in marriage has become a forced choice. Su Shueyo raised her eyes to look at the night sky, a touch of bitterness rising in her eyes. Mo Qianliang was heartbroken and tightly grasped her hand, as if trying to give her some warmth and comfort. When I met you for the second time, the war had already begun, and at that time, there was still only the alliance of the three kingdoms. But even then, the great Changs were losing ground. Before I met you for the third time, De Chang lost the war, suffered huge losses, ceded a lot of territory. The ministers repeatedly wished for a marriage to make friends with Chu, and my father's hair went gray overnight. I had prepared myself in my heart, knowing that this was an inescapable fate. And when you showed up for the third time, I didn't try to kill you. I also didn't expect that you didn't dodge. At that time, my dislike for you wasn't as strong anymore. But this appearance of yours completely changed my fate and saved Great Chang. On Su Shuiyo's face, a hint of a smile appeared. The turning point in her life was when Mo Millennium appeared for the third time. You taught me 3 ploys? I told father overnight. Do you know? After father heard it, the shock and surprise in his eyes? Su Shuiyo smiled as she recalled. That was the first time I saw his eyes like that. The 4th time we met, the crisis of the Great Chang finally lifted, and my father held a banquet in my honor, telling everyone that the plan to retreat from the enemy was due to me, and that one of the main things was to block the mouths of the yo-yos from mentioning the matter of the marriage union. Su Shuiyo raised her head and looked at the sky. I am very grateful to you, and it was also the time when my impression of you completely changed. I suddenly felt that the shackles that bound my destiny had been opened. At that moment, it was as if I saw hope for the future. She looked at Mo Qianliang again with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Therefore, in order to thank you, I showed the most beautiful dance to you. In fact, at that time, I unknowingly left your mark in my heart. The 5th meeting. Speaking here, Su Shuiyao's pretty face slightly flushed with a blush. The corner of Mo Qianliang's mouth also raised a smile. That meeting was indeed the most rapidly developing relationship between them. At that time, he encountered a bottleneck when he broke through the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment and almost failed. But in the end, it was Su Shuiyo who helped him succeed with the dual cultivation method. Because of this, there was a resonance of souls between them and their feelings were greatly elevated. And what kind of image do I have in your eyes? Su Shuiyo asked softly, a slight nervousness actually showing in her expression. After all, it was the first time she had ever spilled her guts to anyone, and in such a lengthy paragraph. Chapter 78, 365 times more emotional. The first time I saw you, it was as if I was seeing a fairy. In my first impression, you were lovely, beautiful, and somewhat spiritual. Mo Qianliang laughed slightly, with a softness in her eyes. Humph. So when you see a stranger, you kiss them just because they're good looking? Su Shuiyo pouted and pretended to be angry. Mo Qianliang laughed bitterly. Actually, my character should not have done that, but I don't know why. The first time I saw you, it was as if I couldn't control my behavior. He paused and continued. I had a thought in my mind that if I didn't kiss it, I would regret it for the rest of my life. So that's why I ghosted it. Su Shuiyo snorted out a laugh. If you hadn't kissed up, maybe there wouldn't have been a backstory. Mo Qianliang nodded. This thing of fate, who can see it clearly? If he hadn't kissed up the first time they met and just admired it from the sidelines, what kind of changes would have occurred? Later on? Then the first time they met Su Shuiyo wouldn't recognize her because she was meditating and didn't notice him, and he stayed for a short time and quickly left. When Su Shuiyo saw him on their second meeting, to Su Shuiyo, a stranger suddenly appeared in the room. Her first thought, naturally, was to cautiously call for an escort, and the first time he kissed up Su Shuiyo didn't scream. The first reason was that she wasn't as strong as herself, and the second reason was that she was in the bath and no one was next to her. If this progressed, if there was a third meeting, then he would definitely be easily arrested by Su Shuiyo and handed over to the guards to be dealt with. And behind that, naturally, there was no need to think about it. Nothing could ever happen to the two again. You could say that everything started with that kiss at the first meeting. You haven't kissed another girl, right? Su Shuiyo suddenly asked. Her voice was very soft but carried a trace of undetectable tension. Her gaze was fixed on Mo Qianliang, as if she wanted to find an answer in his expression. Mo Qianliang slightly froze. He didn't expect Su Shuiyo to ask such a question. He looked at Su Shuiyo's eyes and felt the anticipation and uneasiness in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, he said slowly, rest assured, princess, that was my first kiss, and so far the only one. His voice was firm and sincere, as if he was making a promise to Su Shuiyo. After Mo Qianliang finished his sentence, he silently added in his mind, the walls are not human, so they are accepted. After hearing these words, Su Shuiyo was obviously relieved. What happened afterward? How did I change in your mind? Su Shuiyo continued to ask. I was surprised to see you for the second time. I didn't realize I was still in this dream world. It's just that you seem to have changed quite a bit, which makes me wonder. It was only after our third meeting that I realized that a year had passed since my day there. So it's no wonder you've changed so much. The fourth time we met, it was your 18th birthday. They say that the female big 18 changes. Obviously the day before in my impression. You are still a small girl who has not grown up. And the day after that, you have already pavilion. Pouring the city absolutely beautiful. I remember when I saw you as the center of attention. I was in a bit of disbelief, but had to acknowledge the fact that you had grown up. And then, you know all about it. I've grown to look forward to the moments when I show up and become more and more attracted to you. It wasn't until that time when I was interrupted into a dream, and it was as if I felt like I had lost something, and there was an emptiness in my heart, that I realized that I couldn't lose you either. Speaking here, Mo Qianliang stopped, his eyes gentle to the extreme, his fingers caressing Su Shuiao's silky black-green silk. Well, I can't lose you either. Su Shuiao gently closed her eyes. In this instant, Su Shuiao felt like she truly had all the happiness. Love doesn't know what it's all about. Mo Qianliang reached around Su Shuiao and buried his head on her fragrant shoulder. Su Shuiao gently wrapped her arms around Mo Qianliang's waist, leaning in amongst his broad chest, enjoying this moment. After a long time, Su Shuiao raised her head and looked at Mo Qianliang. I never express my emotions easily, and I'm not a pretentious person, and it's because of you that I can realize the Tao of sentience so quickly. Saying that, she gently pointed her finger and landed it between Mo Qianliang's eyebrows. This is my path and my emotions towards you. As she said that, a faint blush appeared on her pretty and delicate face. As for Mo Qianliang, it was as if he had entered Su Shuiao's thoughts and saw many images that he had never known. Above the eaves of the house, in the place where he had watched the sunset with her, she had always sat alone at every sunset, murmuring into the air beside her. In the room, the beautiful girl, looking at their own drawing paper, a look is an afternoon, long unwilling to return to God, even if it has been seen 1,000 times. Under the peach blossom tree, the young girl looked up at the starry sky, looking at the stars in the sky, her eyes revealing a strong sense of longing and longing. One sunset, one night, one beautiful picture, as if telling a poignant story of love and regret. 16 years, 192 months, 5,840 days, 70,880 hours. An hour is 2 hours in a 365-day year. The length of time after Mo Qianliang appeared by Su Shuiao's side exceeded the time between her previous birth and when she met Mo Qianliang. And, still, it appeared in a young girl, at the moment of her best years, to revitalize that fading heart. His appearance, in Su Shuiao's eyes, seemed like an angel that saved her, a light that redeemed her entire soul. He ran through the best years of her life. And how many 16 years of life are there for a young girl? And, this is not the end. In the future, there will be a second 16 years. A third 16 years. Mo Qianliang's heart and soul trembled violently, and as he looked at the girl beside him, a strong desire to protect her unexpectedly rose within him. He didn't want her to cry. He didn't want her to be sad. It was a feeling he had never experienced before, yet it was also so familiar. It was a sentiment called throbbing. Yes, it was only 16 short days for him. 16 days to determine a relationship, as if it were so short. But what about taking 16 days and multiplying them by 365? Su Shuiao's emotion towards him was 365 times greater than his. Chapter 79, My blush is better than a confession. In every look, every smile, every backward glance, and every word she spoke, he could feel that deep, strong love. The first time I went to the battlefield, I saw those generals who were just talking and laughing turn into cold corpses in the blink of an eye, and at that moment, I deeply realized that life is sometimes so fragile. I also remember that one of the generals had said that his wife was pregnant when he left home, and that he was looking forward to coming home to his wife and children when the war was over, and had already named his unborn child. Only, he was never seen again, and the entire squad he was with were killed on a mission. Su Shuiao slowly said, her voice low and sad, immersed in that painful memory. Since then, every time the war opened, I rushed first and walked last when it ended. The most dangerous time, I was besieged by a half-step entry sage existence, and when I was about to be unable to hold on, I thought of you, and there are still a lot of things that I haven't told you. So, I was born to kill, but that moment made me think that if there really was a day, I would be like many generals, and I would not have the chance to speak out the emotions that are buried deep in my heart. So now that I've said it, at least, there will be no regrets. Su Shuiao slowly said. A thin layer of water mist rose in her eyes, crystal clear, like pearls that would slide down at any time. This look made her even more pitiable. Mo Qianliang was heartbroken and gently wiped away the tear tracks on her cheeks. He knew that during this year, Su Shuiao had an extremely difficult time. You'll be fine. There won't be that day. Definitely not. Mo Qianliang held Su Shuiao's palm tightly, his voice low and firm. Aha! When Su Shuiao heard Mo Qianliang's words, the corner of her mouth lifted up in a happy arc. The night, getting deeper and deeper, and the moon hiding behind the clouds, leaving only a few sparse rays of light, shining on the earth. Suddenly, a subtle ringing sound came from within Mo Qianliang's body, as if he had broken free of a layer of shackles. The cultivation level has broken through. The Foundation Establishment Grand Circle. The Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment Grand Completion. The realm of Foundation Establishment has become invincible. It's been a tough year of fighting, hasn't it? Mo Qianliang asked. Well, it's a bit more difficult than expected, Su Shuiao said. What you see today is an elite beast-taming legion of the Chu Kingdom. A well-trained team with many powerful demonic beasts for company. Extremely strong. It took a lot of ploys for us to besiege it here and eventually destroy it. This is just one of the battlefields of the Great War. It's nothing compared to the main battlefield, but it did cause Great Chu to suffer heavy losses and heavy blows. It was clear that he had already won, but Mo Qianliang clearly felt that Su Shuiao's expression wasn't very excited. Shuiao, is the situation over at the main battlefield bad? Mo Qianliang said with concern. The Great Chang and Great Song strengths combined can be pushed all the way across the border. Only, as you also understand, the allied armies wouldn't be able to work in unison. And besides, we wouldn't be able to mobilize the Great Song's armies at all. An alliance is an alliance. And the Great Song dynasty has been slow to send out troops every time. And several times they have missed a good time for a siege. So the two sides fought. And although De Chang and De Song still had the advantage, the price they paid was huge. After Su Shuiao finished, she let out a sigh, worry flickering in her gaze. Should have thought of it long ago. Shuiao, remember, we must guard against the Great Song to prevent them from backtracking when the time comes. Mo Qianliang instructed. Aha! Su Shuiao nodded in response. Time, minute by minute, passed, and even though both of them still had a million things they wanted to say, they had to face one fact. It's early in the morning, and it's almost time again. Both of them were quiet, their palms clasped tightly together, their hearts clinging to each other. I don't want you to leave. Su Shuiao suddenly raised her head and looked at Mo Qianliang with a thirst in her eyes. Mo Qianliang opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Because he couldn't grant Su Shuiao this small wish. He didn't want to leave either, but he couldn't do it to stay here all the time. Shuiao, there will be that day. We will eventually be together forever. But not yet, Mo Qianliang said tenderly. A trace of bloom flashed within Su Shuiao's eyes. Then she nodded her head and said, I know. The fact that you can come to see me every day is already the happiest thing for me. Mo Qianliang silently gazed at Su Shuiao in his arms, gently stroking her head of green silk. I will find you, not in a dream, but in reality, Mo Qianliang said solemnly. Su Shuiao smiled sweetly. Really? I'll wait for you. Aha! Mo Qianliang nodded gently, a serious look flashing in his eyes. He would definitely find Su Shuiao. The mask looks so thin, yet it's as if it's a world away. You're clearly beside me, but I can't see your face. Su Shuiao reached out her hand and stroked the mask on Mo Qianliang's face. It was a cold piece of metal, cold and harsh to the touch. Take it off. Just let me have a good look at your face before you leave. Su Shuiao said softly. Okay, Shuiao, you can take it off for me. Mo Qianliang didn't refuse because the time was coming soon. Su Shuiao carefully removed the mask from Mo Qianliang's face, revealing his originally handsome face. At this moment, two people looked at each other with no more obstacles in between. It was as if the world that separated them had disappeared as well. I'm going to skip the poem today and write something else. My blush trumps confession. My eyes are better than starlight. My smile is better than a peach blossom. P.S. Thanks for all the gifts and support. Love you all. Chapter 80, The Story of His Own Master. When Mo Qianliang woke up, he realized that in his hand, he was still holding that white mask. If I remember correctly, this mask ended up in Su Shuiao's hands, right? Surprisingly, it came back to him on its own. Mo Qianliang noticed that at the brow of the white mask, a chopstick tip-sized color seemed to appear. The color, on the pinkish side, looked like a peach blossom. When Mo Qianliang wore a mask and stepped into the back of the mountain, he saw from afar that his own master was sitting alone on the top of the mountain drinking wine. That was the first time he had seen his master like this, alone drinking wine. Usually that dangling, unprofessional old man, at this moment actually showed a few points of loneliness and despondency. Mo Qianliang's footsteps couldn't help but lurch, just as he had just removed the mask from his face. His own master's figure trembled violently, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of him like a ghost, with a serious look on his face. You brat, you've come without a word in advance. At the same time, Dao Lord Qing Xian's gaze was locked onto the mask in Mo Qianliang's hand. This mask was so amazing that it could actually block even the divine thoughts of a strong harmonized God realm practitioner. Master, is there some misunderstanding between you and the Blue Flower Fairy? Mo Qianliang asked cautiously and tentatively. Roll. Where is the misunderstanding? It's you, brat. You can't even look at the 100-flower fairy. And I don't see you leading me back a daughter-in-law. Qing Xian Taoist monarch glared fiercely at Mo Qianliang and said in a bad mood. Master, loving someone should be hard to forget, right? Mo Qianliang continued to inquire. Dao Father Qing Xian froze at his words, then reacted and cursed. You brat, your hair isn't even grown. What do you know about love or not? In the end, Mo Qianliang was kicked out by Dao Lord Qing Xian, but he didn't die. Instead he found Patriarch Lin Tianya. You're talking about Uncle Qing Xian's past? Ha? Lin Tianya pondered for a moment and said slowly, when senior uncle was young, he was the #1 heavenly pride of the spirit domain. Suave and dashing, Master Uncle's character is free and bold, never sticking to the form, traveling throughout the spiritual domain, harvesting the hearts of many female cultivators, and even some female cultivators have taken the initiative to show their love. However, Senior Uncle has never indulged in female color and treats any female cultivator with disdain. But there is only one that has made Uncle Shifu go deep. Hearing this, Mo Qianliang immediately pricked up his ears and listened carefully. He guessed that it must have something to do with the Blue Flower Fairy that his master had spoken of. In the midst of his travels, Senior Uncle met a woman who was stunningly beautiful, a woman who poured out her country, like an exiled fairy from above the 9 heavens descending to the mortal world. The Senior Uncle confessed his love to him just as soon as they met, and confessed 7 times in 3 days, but was rejected by him, and was even treated as a denizen by the other party. It was a long time before the misunderstanding was cleared up and they helped each other again and gradually became friends. 2 people who are equally outstanding in the spirit domain will naturally be attracted together, and the 2 of them will travel together in pairs, venturing into all the major secret realms and dangers, from Foundation Establishment all the way up to Jiedan. When Mo Qianliang heard this, he already had a general prediction in his heart. This woman, I believe, is the Blue Flower Fairy. Then what happened afterward? Mo Qianliang couldn't help but ask after him. Your senior uncle is a person who was casual on the outside but proud on the inside, and after confessing his love and being rejected many times, he never spilled his guts again. The 2 traveled together for 10 years. When they were about to leave, the woman asked him, what else do you want to say to her? No. Senior uncle he just lightly threw a see you later. Lin Tianya finished, shook his head inside, quite emotional. The corner of Mo Qianliang's mouth twitched slightly. His own master, what a arrogant old man. He thought there were some twists and turns in it. After my senior uncle returned from his travels, he drank for 3 days and 3 nights. He was a drunken mess, and at that time, when my senior went to visit him, he heard my senior uncle talking to himself when he was drunk. Lin Tianya sighed slightly. Thank you, Patriarch, for clearing up the confusion. Ahem, you mustn't tell Uncle Shifu that I told you. Mo Qianliang bid farewell to Lin Tianya, and in his heart, he had gradually understood the story of his own master. Bottom line is that both are extremely good at saving face. It's been a few hundred years, but the 2 of them are still so unwilling to reveal their hearts. At this rate, I'm afraid it's useless even after another 1,000 years. Mo Qianliang raised his head and looked at the time. It was still early, only just reaching noon. There was still plenty of time. After leaving the sect, he directly transformed into a long rainbow and headed towards the flower sect. Normally, only the Jiedan realm could fly in the air, because Jiedan could absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth anytime and anywhere to maintain the consumption of flying. Although Mo Qianliang hadn't stepped into Jiedan yet, he couldn't be treated as an unusual foundation builder. The 100,000 feet of the spirit sea allowed him to have an amount of aura no less than Jiedan, and the tens of thousands of top-quality spirit stones allowed him to consume without fear. As a result, his speed was extremely fast, so much so that even ordinary Jiedan cultivators couldn't catch up with him, and he arrived at the flower sect's location before sunset and dusk. Looking from afar, one could only see that around the flower sect, there were colorful flowers all over, surrounding the entire flower sect. Those bright red, purple, orange, tangerine, green, and yellow petals radiate brilliantly in the sunlight. These petals, some burning like flames, some shining like jewels, some emerald turquoise, and some dazzling like gold, intertwine with each other to form a beautiful picture. Mo Qianliang couldn't help but sigh. Is this the flower sect? It really lives up to its name. As he got closer, Mo Qianliang realized that the architectural style of the flower sect was also different from the other sects. Most of the house palaces here are built with mahogany, and the walls, roofs, and windows are inlaid with all kinds of exotic flowers and plants, emitting a fragrance. Between the flowers, there were also some disciples busily taking care of the flowers. Mo Qianliang felt as if he was in a fairy tale world. Everything seemed so beautiful and peaceful. When he landed at the entrance of the flower sect, he immediately caught the attention of the disciples guarding the gate. "May I ask who your excellency is? What is the reason for coming to my flower sect?" A female disciple came forward and looked at the handsome white-robed teenager in front of her, a flash of color in her eyes, but she still asked politely. She wore a long pink dress and a dainty peach blossom on her head, and her appearance was beautiful, worthy of being a sect known for its beauty. Even the disciples guarding the gate were considered beautiful. Mo Qianliang smiled faintly and arched his hand. "My name is Mo Qianliang, a disciple of the Dao sect, and I have come to visit your sect today." When that female disciple heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she hurriedly said, "So it's a senior brother from the Dao sect. Please wait a moment, I'll go report to the patriarch." After saying that, she turned around and left, leaving Mo Qianliang waiting in the same place. Soon, a group of elders and disciples walked out from within the flower sect. After all, nowadays, Mo Qianliang was famous in the spirit domain. The future is unimaginable with Tendo Tsukiji. Timed release forgotten. There's another one that's late. Sorry about that. Chapter 81, Coming to Propose Marriage. The 17th Dream. So handsome. Simply the perfect Taoist couple in my mind. Woohoo! That's awesome. Numerous flower sect disciples looked at the gentle and handsome white-robed young man standing in front of them, and couldn't help but have their cheeks flushed, their eyes flashing with adoration, completely falling into a state of nymphomania. Although the flower sect was made up entirely of female disciples, they were not forbidden from making Dao couples. However, due to the sect's rule that male cultivators could not enter the interior of the flower sect, many disciples of the flower sect rarely saw male cultivators. Not to mention it was the famous and so handsome Mo Qianliang, so many female disciples surrounded them. "So it's the Dao sect's Daozi who has come to visit. Please come in." The flower sect patriarch, Saffron Fairy, personally greeted him in a very polite manner. Facing the Heaven's Path Foundation builder, Mo Qianliang, she would naturally try her best to make friends. Beside the Saffron Fairy, Mo Qianliang noticed a familiar figure, the first beauty of the spiritual domain, the 100 Flowers Fairy. Her cultivation fluctuations were much stronger, so she must have successfully broken through to the late Foundation establishment realm. Elder Saffron is polite. "I hope that I won't be offended if I take the liberty of visiting." Mo Qianliang humbly opened his mouth, then took a step to follow behind the Saffron Fairy and walked into the flower sect. "I don't know what the sun's purpose is in making this visit," the Saffron Fairy said with a smile, appearing very kind. Truth be told, the latecomer came here because he was prepared to come to the flower sect to propose marriage. Mo Qianliang said truthfully. The Saffron Fairy froze when she heard this, while the surrounding flower sect disciples even exploded, their faces full of shock and disbelief as they looked at Mo Qianliang, a supreme teenage heavenly pride of Heaven's Path Foundation establishment, coming to the flower sect to propose marriage? That marriage proposal is this marriage. This clan agrees. Saffron Fairy hurriedly opened her mouth, fearing that if she slowed down a bit, Mo Qianliang would regret it. On the side, the 100 Flower Fairy slightly bowed her head, both hands pinching the corner of her skirt, her small face under the veil already covered with a blush. Obviously, everyone thought that the object of Mo Qianliang's marriage proposal was the 100 Flower Fairy. After all, in the flower sect, is there a second person other than the 100 Flower Fairy who could be worthy of Mo Qianliang? Mo Qianliang froze instead. "Promise so fast? Don't you want to ask Ranbana Dojo himself?" Elder Saffron, "I'm afraid that this matter needs to be agreed to by Dao Lord Blue Flower himself, right?" Mo Qianliang inquired uncertainly. Who knows that Saffron Fairy quickly waved her hand. "This matter is sufficient for this clan to promise, and it's that my master knows about it. She will definitely promise it as well. Please don't worry, Daozi." Mo Qianliang helplessly touched the tip of his nose. Why did he feel that there was something wrong with the tone of the Saffron Fairy? What kind of disciple agrees to a marriage instead of his own master? One's own substitution of one's own master to propose marriage is already an unprecedented first in the immortal cultivation world. Okay? This Saffron Fairy couldn't have misunderstood something, right? Mo Millennium has a bad feeling. Elder Saffron, this matter still can't be decided easily. The latecomer still needs to personally ask Dao Lord Blue Blossom about this. Wanting to know what Dao Lord her thoughts are, Mo Qianliang pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. Since that's the case, then this clan will go and report to the master. But now that it's getting late, Daozi will stay for a while. The Saffron Fairy agreed readily, not hesitating in the slightest. Apprentice, take the Millennium Daoist son down to rest. Yes, master. The 100-flower fairy answered and turned her head to look at Mo Qianliang, slightly curtsying. Mr. Qianliang, please, I'm sorry for the trouble. Fairy. Mo Qianliang arched his hand and then walked along with the 100-flower fairy towards the depths of the flower sect. The flower sect covered a vast area. And inside, the pavilions and jeweled buildings were intricate. Along the way, the 100-flower fairy kept her head down and walked silently without saying a word, while Mo Qianliang kept surveying the surroundings. Within the flower sect, there was an abundance of spiritual qi. The fragrance of flowers was pleasant, and all kinds of exotic flowers swayed in the wind, which was beautiful and extraordinary. Through a winding path, he finally arrived at an exquisite courtyard. In the courtyard there is a peach tree with lush foliage and pink blossoms in full bloom, fragrant and perfumed. Mr. Millennium, I don't know if you like living here. Do you want a new place? The 100-flower fairy stopped her steps, turned her head to look at Mo Qianliang, and opened her mouth to inquire. No need. It's fine right here. Mo Qianliang waved his hand. Seeing that there were peach blossom trees here, he already had his eye on this place. Aha! The 100-flower fairy nodded gently and said, I live not far ahead, so if the 1,000-year prince has anything to do, he can find me at any time. Alright, trouble fairy. Mo Qianliang once again arched his hand. By the way, I don't want to be disturbed when I cultivate at night, so please let the fairy know. He added another sentence. The 100-flower fairy nodded and introduced a few more sentences before leaving. Only, after leaving, she looked at Mo Qianliang, but she always felt that she was the one who thought wrong, because since the beginning, Mo Qianliang had treated her with a sense of distance, seemingly treating her only as an ordinary friend. Maybe, the person he proposed to, was someone else? Only, in the flower sect, were there any other disciples that were better than her? She couldn't help but sigh again at the thought, her eyes becoming bleak. Mo Qianliang stood still outside the courtyard for a long time before he lifted his feet and walked towards the courtyard. Walking to the front, looking at the peach blossom tree, Mo Qianliang remembered the peach blossom forest in his dream again. Compared to Su Shuiao's peach blossom forest, this peach blossom tree lacked a lot of spirituality, and did not have that tranquility and seclusion. Mo Qianliang let out a sigh and slowly sat down under the peach blossom tree, leaning his head against the trunk and closing his eyes. In the sky, 4 suns appeared, shining hotly on the earth. 3 of these suns, moving at high speeds and constantly colliding, emitted a deafening roar. To be precise, these 3 moving at high speeds weren't suns, but rather peak powerhouses of transcendental saints engaged in battle. This level of existence was simply too strong, and when they raised their hands and threw their feet, the mountains would crumble and the sun and the moon would not be able to shine. Their own holy power emitted a dazzling light, like a sun, piercing and eye-catching, between every move and every stance. They all contained monstrous greatness, enough to shake the entire continent. When Mo Millennium opened his eyes, he saw this engagement between peak powerhouses and witnessed an epic duel. Jihad. He looked towards his side, and the beautiful person wearing a peach blossom mask was currently gazing at the battlefield high above the sky. Although she couldn't see the expression on her face, from her eyes, she could still guess how nervous she was at the moment. Shu Weiyao, relax. Mo Qianliang walked over and grabbed her soft little hand, giving her a hint of warmth and comfort. The moment she was grabbed, Su Shuiao's originally tense mind seemed to be soothed and calmed down slightly. Do you think, father, he can win? Su Shuiao looked sideways at Mo Qianliang, a pair of beautiful eyes filled with worry. Will do, definitely will. Mo Qianliang nodded firmly. I hope it's like this, otherwise, I can't imagine that ending. Su Shuiao bit her lip, her eyes were moist, and crystalline teardrops could be vaguely seen. It's 13, reader's clear frost years written. No, the author thinks it is quite good. Right down here. Who knows? The endless cycle of time. When will we meet for eternity? The night is late. Immersed in love's early sleep. A dream first awakened. The empty warmth in my arms. Chapter 82. The final battle for national fortune. All the armies stopped their attacks and silently watched the duel in the sky. The armies of the 3 empires, including Su Shuiao and Mo Qianliang, all held their breaths, waiting for the final victory. The Great War had been fought until now, and the emperors of the 3 kingdoms had finally exchanged hands. A great battle that would determine the future fate of the continent. No one was unnerved, and everyone was staring at the sky in death. The exchanges between the 3 emperors became increasingly intense, and a terrifying pressure swept out, suffocating people. The holy war has been going on for 3 days now. Father and the others have exhausted their physical strength to the limit. I think the winner will be decided today. Su Shuiao clenched her fists and muttered, concern in her eyes. She was very afraid of failure, very afraid that her father would really fall in this great war. Although her current combat power could be comparable to that of a half-step saint, she was still far too weak to intervene when facing a true saint. It will win. The great Chu emperor is already on the downside. Emo Qianliang watched the sky closely. Although his current strength couldn't see the state of the three peak powerhouses, he could see some clues. Three suns fighting, although the speed is incredibly fast, but vaguely visible as two smaller suns surrounded by a larger sun. As time passes, the brightness of all three suns is decreasing, but the larger suns are decreasing faster. Obviously, the Great Chang and the Great Song emperors had the upper hand. But, my eyelids keep jumping. It always feels like something bad is going to happen. Su Shueyo frowned, the uneasiness in her heart intensifying. Mo Qianliang reached out and touched the peach blossom mask on her face and laughed. Don't think nonsense. Trust your father. He will definitely succeed. Su Shueyo's heart stabilized a few points when she heard Mo Qianliang's words. Perhaps, it was she who was worrying about nothing. After all, imperial strength is tied to national fortune. And the stronger the national fortune, the stronger the imperial strength. After 2 years of Great War, De Chu's national fortunes had weakened severely, while both De Chang and De Song's national fortunes were strengthening. I hope so. Su Shueyo sighed lightly. Dang! Suddenly, a thunderbolt exploded high in the sky. Rumble! Immediately afterward, the earth shook and shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. A mountain range, a river, and a spirit stone mine within the Great Chu Empire all surged with infinite essence, converging in the sky. Above the sky, one of the larger sun, in this moment violently changed. Roar! A dragon's roar shook heaven and earth, only to see that the larger sun suddenly bloomed with incomparably bright golden light, forming a golden dragon, with the national fortune to condense the true dragon. Regardless of success or failure, a country's chi will certainly suffer damage. This is the ultimate means of a country's emperor. The fact that the Great Chu Emperor did this showed that he had no way out. Anon dash! The golden dragon roared up to the sky, emitting a terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire land, causing everything to submit. It flew towards the two smaller suns with its teeth and claws, its tail sweeping in all directions. In an instant, the sky shook and the sky cracked, and both suns were forced to retreat under the dragon's might. However, the setbacks are only temporary. Roar! As two dragon roars came out, the other two emperors also transformed into true dragons, circling the 9 heavens and fighting with the golden dragon. In the sky, the 3 giant dragons frantically fought, not giving way to each other, erupting with a might that destroyed the sky and the earth. The dome of the sky was trembling, the earth was shaking, the space was cracking inch by inch, and the scene was appalling to the extreme. Formation, the army on the ground. The ordinary generals of the Foundation establishment realm could barely stand at the moment and had to open the joint formation. Formation pattern after formation pattern surfaced, forming one massive defense array after another, protecting all of the generals in their entirety. If not, these generals with lower cultivation levels would not have been able to withstand such a terrifying pressure. The great battle lasted for another 2 hours. So intense was the life and death struggle that the 3 giant dragons transformed by the 3 national fortunes had all shrunk a lot, their bodies dimming, fighting from daylight until sunset and dusk again. The golden dragon in the sky gradually became illusory and seemed to be dissipating. The figures of the 3 emperors were all a little blurry, looking like they were about to fall at any moment. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, because anyone with a discerning eye could see that this duel was about to be divided into winners and losers. The moment to decide the future fate of the continent is coming. Mo Qianliang felt the coldness of Su Shueyo's small hand and held it with heartache. His warm palm pressed against her somewhat cold jade hand, comforting her. At this moment, he could do nothing to help but use his presence to dispel a little of the fear of the unknown. Ka-ching! Abruptly, a crunching sound spread across the sky. A brilliant firework rose up, dazzling the sky with its golden splendor. The golden dragon that the Great Chu Emperor had transformed into was smashed. The Great Chu Emperor, defeated. At this moment, no matter whether it was the ministers and gates of Great Chu, or its millions of generals, they all revealed a look of despair and disbelief. They watched as the golden dragon transformed into a sky full of golden stars and floated away in the air. They watched as the mountains and rivers dimmed, and watched as the strength of the officials who guarded the shelter of the country's fortunes regressed and the country's fortunes dissipated. Ah, how did this happen? How did this happen? Your Majesty, my Emperor! In an instant, all sorts of cries and wails filled the entire Great Chu territory with mourning. The end of my Chu's demise is assured. The state master of Great Chu, who practiced the strange sect technique, fell to his knees holding the astrolabe. As for the ordinary subjects, they were dumbfounded, not knowing what was happening. Who becomes the master of the world to sit on this river and mountain is not important to them. They are more concerned about whether they can have enough to eat, whether they can have shelter from the wind and rain, and whether they can have a mother-in-law to warm their beds. On the contrary, The armies of the Great Chang and Great Song cheered and were excited. The Great Chu Emperor was defeated in battle, and they were close to final victory. In whose hands will these millions of miles of rivers and mountains fall? There was no suspense whatsoever, and the Great Chang Dynasty Emperor and the Great Song Dynasty Emperor were victorious. Kill! The two emperors shouted at the same time, killing towards the Chu Emperor who was weakened to the extreme, in order to give him a final blow. At the same time, Mo Qianliang realized that Su Xueyao's petite body was trembling slightly. Her fists were clenched tightly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with worry and anxiety. Mo Qianliang understood what Su Xueyao was worried about. He gently hugged Su Xueyao, gently caressed her soft green silk, and whispered, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Roar! A sudden change occurred. One of the two giant dragons suddenly reversed its direction and killed towards the ally beside it. With vicious and harsh moves, the emperor of the Great Song Dynasty made a sneak attack at a critical moment. Su Xueyao reacted the fastest. Her heart was in her throat. The most feared was still coming. Humph! I've been guarding against you for a long time. However, the great changing emperor seemed to have been on guard and prepared for this, as he swayed his body and dodged the strike. Boom! This sneak attack didn't cause too much damage, and having already torn his face off, it was naturally impossible to stop. Kill! The Great Song Emperor pounced once again and launched a frantic attack. The Great Chu Emperor has run out of gas and is not to be feared, so as long as he kills the Great Chu Emperor, then the world will be his. Great Song will be the final winner, and he, who will be the only king in all the world. Chapter 83, A Sudden Change. The Fourth Saints. Swish dash, swish dash. Two monstrous strands of spiritual energy rose up to the sky, sweeping in all directions like a tsunami, shattering the surrounding clouds, shattering the rocks on the surface of the earth, shattering the heavens, and shattering everything. Seeing that her own father did not succeed in the sneak attack, Su Xueyao, who had been tense for several days, was finally relieved at this moment. With defense, at least, the situation is stabilized, as you expected. At the critical moment, the Great Song Emperor will sneak attack. Fortunately, I have reminded father many times to be on guard against the Great Song Emperor. Su Xueyao said to Mo Qianliang. Normal, after all, as long as the sneak attack succeeds, one can own the entire world and start a great unified empire, even if there is a covenant. What is it in front of the world? Mo Qianliang said with a smile. Things have come to a point where the outcome is basically certain. The Great Chu has no place to turn back and will be the first to withdraw from the war for the world. And in the battle between the Great Chang and the Great Song Emperors, no matter whether it is national fortune or strength, it is the Great Chang Emperor who has the advantage. The balance of victory has been tilted in favor of Dajiang. This world, it's my Great Song. The Great Song Emperor roared as his strength rose once again, a few points more powerful than before. The Great Song Emperor has been saving his backhand. He didn't put out his full strength in the previous battles. Defeating Chu is only on the surface. His ultimate goal is this world. Su Xueyao was furious and was very displeased with him. Not only did the Holy War stay its hand, but in the great wars of the previous 2 years, the army of the Great Song Dynasty was also extremely slack, and many times it did not cooperate to make the Great Chang suffer heavy damage. Otherwise, how could the two empires have fought so hard with full cooperation? It's okay, at least, it ended in our favor, Mo Qianliang said in relief. Although it wasn't the best ending, it wasn't the worst ending either, which was something to be thankful for. Rumble. The two emperors fiercely fought together, setting off the winds and clouds of heaven and earth. Although the great changing emperor was slightly stronger, he had consumed too much before and was unable to gain the upper hand. Almost all the powerhouses of the transcendent realm could predict that the two emperors wouldn't be able to separate the winners and losers today unless they were in a dead heat. And if there was no winner or loser today, and there was time to recuperate, then the stronger great changing emperors would have a huge advantage. Everyone understands this. Therefore, the great Song Emperor, he will not stop until the really last moment. This is the closest he'll ever get to unifying the world. Sunset, the end of its daylight, the day in the four sun, has set too. The remaining two, the light is getting fainter and fainter. In the midst of the great changed army, the white-haired great changed old state master, his eyes gazing at the starry sky at nightfall, laid down a formation on the ground. He has to project who the future master of this world is. Put. Just then, the tortoise armor in his hand suddenly cracked, and he spat blood from his mouth, his entire spirit wilting. Princess. He got up and searched for the princess who was now the number 2 fighting force under the great long-standing emperor. What's wrong, Kakushi? Su Shueyo opened her mouth and inquired. Holding the broken tortoise shell, the old state master found Su Shueyo's position and walked over. His gaze lingered on Mo Qianliang beside Su Shueyo for a moment, his cloudy eyes revealing a flash of color. Everyone knew that Imperial Princess Su Shueyo was like that holy fairy, noble, cool and powerful. No one had ever seen her close to any man, let alone any man holding her hand. But now, she was holding another man's hand, even interlocking her fingers. It simply dropped everyone's jaw. But those weren't the questions he should be asking. And there were bigger questions at hand right now. He can be completely trusted. What does the state master have to say? Please speak. Su Shueyo said. Princess, the old minister has just made some deductions. The emperor's star is dim. His majesty is in fear for his life. The old state master said with a grave expression after a moment of contemplation. What? Hearing this, Su Shueyo's face suddenly changed drastically, and her delicate body almost collapsed to the ground. The emperor's star is dimming? Mo Qianliang also frowned. He raised his head and looked at the sky. It is impossible for the Great Song Emperor to win against the Great Chang Dynasty Emperor with this appearance. At most, both of them will lose. How can this be? What? Exactly. Did he miss? Master of the state. You didn't miscalculate, did you? Su Shueyo tremblingly opened her mouth to ask, tears in her beautiful eyes. The old minister also hoped that he had miscalculated, so he counted 8 times, but got a different ending. The old state master sighed and shook his head. It was a situation that he had never even encountered and had no way of explaining it, because the providence is fixed. How could it have ended differently? What's the end? A trace of uneasiness surged in Su Shueyo's heart as she opened her mouth to inquire. 8 times the result. Only once the heavenly destiny was in the great changing imperial family. The old state master said bitterly. In other words, it was not that Dai Chang did not have a chance to win, but the probability of winning was so low. How could it be? How could it be? Did Great Song win? Su Shueyo murmured. The tears in her beautiful eyes could not stop flowing out. No way. It's impossible. What's going on? No, princess. Of the 8 results, the mandate of heaven was not in the Great Song. The old state master shook his head. Not in the Great Song? Could it be in Great Chu? Mo Qianliang also froze. In this situation, can Dechu still turn the tide? Although the Dechu emperor was not dead at this moment, but not to mention the fact that there were still 2 saints in the making existing next to him, even if he did run away behind him, this situation would still have to fall down to the sacred realm. Chu, what's going to turn the tide? The destiny of heaven is not in the Great Chang Dynasty royal family. The old minister can't see through it, but it is certain that it is not in the Great Song. The old nationalist shook his head. Although he was well versed in the art of destiny, this kind of involved who heaven's destiny was, but he could not do it yet. Even with the binding of the Great Chang Dynasty's national fortune, he could only vaguely sense whether or not the heaven's mandate was among the Great Chang Dynasty's royal family. At this moment, above the sky, the 2 great emperors were both covered in wounds, and it was time to step back without putting up a fight. Everything heralds the imminent rise of the great chanting. At this moment, the 3 empires, the great changes are the most powerful. When the great long-standing emperor recovers from his injuries, he will be able to sweep the world and be invincible. GGG. At this moment, just at the moment when 1 emperor was half dead and 2 were seriously injured, a grim laughter suddenly resounded under this night sky. Only a figure whose entire body was shrouded under a black robe silently appeared in mid-air. Boom! As he took 1 step, a supreme aura spread across the heavens and earth, pressuring the 2 severely injured emperors to take 3 steps back. Under this aura, the millions of troops from the 3 empires below were having trouble breathing, and the shields were shaking. This mysterious black-robed man was actually an entry saint powerhouse. Moreover, it was still an entry saint in full bloom. The old man has been hiding for 1,000 years, waiting for this day. This world, after all, belongs to me. The mysterious black-robed man Jie laughed strangely, his eyes filled with intense excitement and madness. It's him! Su Shueyao's eyes widened as she looked towards the black-robed man, a look of disbelief in her beautiful eyes. When was he sainted? What a sly old fox. Find one that looks good. Plant a picture. Reap 100 pictures. It's 14. The 7 kingdoms fight for supremacy, and the 3 kingdoms fight for supremacy in the wind and clouds. A dream of 1,000 years of domination. To whom does the destiny of heaven belong in the end? P.S. Su Shueyo into the Saint Countdown. These 2 days the author received a lot of readers' gifts, although not yet into the gift list of the top 100. But the author is also ready to add a few chapters to show their gratitude. Into the top 100 plus 10 chapters of the commitment is still valid. Today the author is moving from Guangzhou back to his hometown. Guangzhou rent is too expensive. Cannot afford to pay the rent. Tomorrow after the move. The day after tomorrow will start to add more. Chapter 84. This world will finally belong to my Sima family. No one had thought that in this world, there was still a 4th sage entering powerhouse. Thus, when the black-robed man appeared, the hearts of all the millions of troops trembled. Listening to this tone, This black-robed man does not belong to the royal family of the three empires? Doesn't that mean that their armies have fought for so many years, and in the end, all of them have been used as a dowry for others? Note, previously written as Sima Rong, but later realized that Sima Rong was a famous historical general, and thus later renamed Sima Jin. Sima Jin, Northwest King. Both the great long-standing emperor and the dying Dechu emperor stared at this black-robed man with wide eyes. This was because before, whether the great Chang Northwest King Sima Jin had defected from Great Chang or defected to Great Chu, he had displayed a half-step into saintly cultivation, but who knew that the other party was not a half-step sainthood, but a true sainthood? Moreover, its breath was incomparably solid, and the time it took to enter sainthood was definitely not short. Jia. The old man has already entered the saint 1,000 years ago, but also before you. The reason why I hid, want not a country's land, but the whole world. Today, the world belongs to me. All of you submit to my feet. Sima Jin let out a maniacal laughter that shook the clouds as a terrifying might swept through the four fields. In front of him, millions of troops, as small as mole crickets, could not resist. Under the saints, all are ants. You won't get away with it. The great changing emperor gritted his teeth and roared as he struggled to get up and was ready to meet the battle. Humph, out of your depth. Sima Jin snorted coldly, his eyes showing contempt as he probed out with one hand and pressed in the air. Bang! A palm slapped out, like a giant hammer striking, and ruthlessly smashed into the chest of the great changing emperor, causing him to spurt out a large mouthful of blood and instantly be blown away. If you guys were in your heyday and possessed the imperial Dao Dragon Chi, I would still fear you 3 times, but it's a pity. Well now, seeing the great changing emperor's figure flying out backwards, the corners of Sima Jin's mouth raised in a disdainful arc as he opened his mouth. With the power of 1 out of 10 of you, what can you take to fight me? Fight with me? Seeing this appearance, countless generals and the great Changs were in tears. Your Majesty, the great Chu emperor was silent for a moment and said, I never expected that you, as an entry saint powerhouse, would kneel so decisively when you defected to me. The reason why he didn't defend himself against Sima Jin was because he couldn't have imagined in any way that a hallowed sainthood initiation powerhouse would kneel down and claim to be an official. Ha ha, to be able to rule the world. What is a moment's patience and dignity? As long as I reign over the kingdoms and the world is mine. What is this humiliation? Sima Jin opened his mouth without hiding it. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The great Song Emperor laughed maniacally, not knowing whether he was happy or sad. We have been fighting for 1,000 years, annexing 100 countries and forming a 3-legged tripod, but we didn't expect that in the end. It would just be an empty game. Ha ha, ha ha ha. None of us won. He De Chu lost, you De Chong lost, and I De Song lost. The laughter of the great Song Emperor was bleak to the extreme, and this ending was unexpected by all. He had thought that De Chu might win, and that De Chang would be the final winner, and even fantasized that De Song was the master of the world. But the only thing he didn't expect was that it would be a district half-saint that he once didn't put in his eyes. The tide is turning. The tide is turning. The great Chu emperor also murmured, although he lost even if Sima Jin didn't jump out at him. He would rather lose to Great Chang and Great Song than to Sima Jin. At least the other side, are always valued opponents, fought for so many years, even if it is defeated, but also defeated brightly. Those who were most stifled were naturally the Great Chang Dynasty Emperor and the Great Chang Dynasty Generals. Against the wind, after the death of the ground, the bloody battle for more than 10 years, finally saw the hope of unification of the world, but at the critical time to kill a black horse, seized the momentum. Jia. It's time to end it. After killing you all, I'll be the only entry saint in the world. Rumble. Above the void, the black-robed man struck out once again, his speed fast to the extreme. A palm stretched out like a dome covering the sky, carrying an endless destructive intent as it fell violently. Boo! The great Chu emperor was directly turned into broken flesh, with no bones left. A generation of great masters perished. Retreat! Both the great emperor and the great Song emperor shouted out. They themselves could die, but they both wanted to preserve the strength of their empires. Even if Sima Jin were to enter sainthood, it wouldn't be that simple to establish a great unified empire. After all, get the position is not right. Clean up the De Chu dynasty. Are busy. The 2 empires, there is a period of respite. Maybe, a new person will step into the holy. Although this hope is extremely slim. What if, in fact, it does materialize? Swish, swish, swish. As the duo's voices rang out, the armies of all the empires began to retreat. But it was clear that Sima Jin had absolutely no regard for these ants. The only opponents of an initiated saint are initiated saints. As for these shrimp soldiers and crab generals, they were not even qualified to make him raise his interest. Oh, no, he'd almost forgotten there was one other person. In the next moment, Sima Jin's gaze snapped onto the sinister figure wearing a peach blossom mask. In fact, compared to the several entered sage emperors, the one I want to kill the most is you. It's only been how many years of cultivation and you can take on a half-step entry sage. Given a few more years, won't you be a threat to me? Sima Jin spoke sorrowfully. His target was clearly Su Xueyao, because Su Xueyao's performance was simply too heaven-defying. Only being in her 30s she could hang on to beat a 1,000-year-old monster. It was too demonic. This kind of person must not be allowed to live. Otherwise it will become a big problem. Being locked by the gaze of a sainted powerhouse, Mo Qianliang felt that he couldn't even move. Even though Su Xueyao was powerful, in front of a true sainted powerhouse, she was ultimately too much worse. Yaoer, hurry up! The great changing emperor rushed over, his body burning with holy light as he lunged towards Sima Jin. He put his life on the line, trying to save Su Xueyao from escaping. Su Xueyao is the only hope for the revival of the Great Chang. That's just it. I don't want this world to fall in the hands of a villain. The great Song Emperor smiled maniacally, and with the burning of the holy light, he also fought the last battle of his life. It's useless. You can stop her for a while, but not for a lifetime. After killing you, who else can protect her in this world? This world will finally belong to my Sima family. Boom! The final holy war broke out, and the Great Chang and Great Song Emperors burned their lives and souls together to stop Sima Jin. They didn't think they could defeat Sima Jin. They just wanted to give this world a ray of hope. Chapter 85. Can you hold me in your arms? Father. As Su Xueyao watched this scene, a wave of sadness welled up in her heart and tears slid down her mask. I'm going to save father. Su Xueyao's petite body trembled as she said, and she wanted to leave. Shui Yao, Mo Qianliang, however, tightly grabbed her hand. Listen to me, Shui Yao. Have you forgotten what I told you before? You must live and live well so that you can avenge your father's death. Mo Qianliang persuaded. He didn't want Su Xueyao to do anything stupid. After all, Sima Jin was an initiate saint powerhouse. No, father is the most important person to me. I can't abandon him. Su Xueyao shook her head and broke free of Mo Qianliang's hand. No, Mo Qianliang fiercely hugged her, not allowing it to leave. Xueyao, look at me well. You look at the generals and soldiers of Great Chang. Look at the people of Dazhuang. They need you. You don't just represent yourself. You are the hope of the entire Great Chang. Could it be that you could bear to see them enslaved? To see this world taken over by the Sima family? Your father did this because he also wanted you to be safe. Are you going to watch his desperate efforts go to waste? Xueyao, promise me, your father, and the subjects of the Great Chang, to live. Mo Qianliang tightly hugged Su Xueyao. He knew that his words might be a bit hurtful, but he had to say this. He's scared. Fear that Su Xueyao would do something stupid. He won't allow it. As for Su Xueyao, who was being held tightly by him, the tears in the corners of her eyes were flowing more and more fiercely. I know all that, but I can't stand by and watch. I can't watch father die. Su Xueyao cried. How could she not understand? It's just that when the day does come, she still can't accept it. Looking down below, the great changing emperor sighed in his heart and transmitted his voice to Su Xueyao. Xueyao, listen to father and live well. Father's heart went with you when your mother was killed, but it was because you were not yet old enough for father to leave. But now that you are grown up and father can leave, your mother, she has been waiting for father for a long time. I'm sorry Xueyao, father can't attend your wedding. I can't watch you happily marry the person you like. Xueyao, you had promised father and mother that you would live well. After saying that, a flash of determination appeared in the eyes of the great changing emperor. Sima Jin, this world, it can never be yours. He rushed towards Sima Jin. Boom! A huge explosion was created. At this moment, the entire dome of the sky, all seemed to have collapsed, and a terrifying fluctuation spread out, just like the end of the world. The self-destruction of a saint is enough to destroy everything. Click, click, click. Space was shattering, and nothingness turned into darkness that enveloped the surroundings. Ahem! As strong as Sima Jin, at this moment, he was also incomparably wretched. His clothes were broken, his breath was shriveled, and his face was even whiter. That strike just now, although it wasn't fatal, it consumed a large amount of his saint element, and within a short period of time, he simply couldn't recover from it. No, father! Su Xueyao stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of her. Her eyes, filled with blood, rolled with teardrops as they dripped from her mask. Put! She collapsed straight to the floor. Tears blurred his vision. Father, in order to live himself, chose to go to his death, chose to blow himself up. At this moment, she felt that her whole heart was cracked open, blood dripping and aching. Xueyao, Mo Qianliang hugged her tightly. At this moment, Su Xueyao, made him extremely heartbroken as well, and he was able to realize Su Shueo's pain. This kind of pain goes to the bone. Old senior, take the princess away. Mo Qianliang spoke up, looking at the old state master on the side. AI. The old state master sighed softly. He hadn't expected it to end this way either. The old state master was a transcendent powerhouse, able to instantly move, still extremely fast. Wanna go? Watching Su Shueo leave, Sima Jin roared angrily and chased after her. Get past me first. The Great Song Emperor once again stopped in front of Sima Jin. While looking at the direction where the Great Changing Emperor had exploded himself, he roared, "Old rival, go in peace." Boom! A shocking collision swept through the 8 wastelands. At this moment, even mortals tens of thousands of miles away could see the night sky rising one sun after another. Shocked beyond measure and dumbfounded at the scene. It's so shocking. 2 consecutive sacred initiate powerhouses blew themselves up. At this moment night alternated with day, and the entire sky was rendered blood red. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Damn it! Even if I run away to the ends of the earth, I'll find you one day. Sima Jin roared angrily. He was covered in blood and in a sorry state. At this moment, he was seriously injured, and the Saint's self-detonation had interfered with the spatial fluctuations of the instantaneous movement, and he had lost Su Shueyao's position. And now, he was going to take charge of the world, and there was still a bunch of messes to clean up and to chew, so he can only give up his pursuit of Su Shueyao for the time being. The old state master brought Su Shueyao and Mo Qianliang back to the Great Chang Palace, and Mo Qianliang sent Su Shueyao back to her room. Looking at the grieving beauty, he painfully took off Su Shueyao's peach blossom mask and wiped its tears. Shueyao, don't cry. Your eyes are almost swollen. Mo Qianliang tenderly whispered in his ear. Su Shueyao lying in Mo Qianliang's arms, has never been this sad. Cannot control the emotions, tears surged out. Wet Mo Qianliang's clothes. Looking at Su Shueyao's appearance, Mo Qianliang's heart twitched fiercely as he hugged Su Shueyao tighter. Shueyao, don't cry, he murmured softly. I will never have a father again. Su Shueyao lifted her head slightly. Her pearly little face, matching her absolute beauty, made people feel pity. No more father. The words contain a sadness that can't be suppressed enough to make one's heart break into tears at the sound of them. You still have your imperial brother. You still have hundreds of millions of great long-standing subjects. And you still have me. Mo Qianliang caressed Su Shueyao's cheek and slowly said, you still have me. These words touched the softest thing in Su Shueyao's heart, making her tears, once again, unable to resist slipping down. Don't leave me. She let out a soft cry and buried her head into Mo Qianliang's arms, as if she wanted to seek a trace of solace. Not leaving. Mo Qianliang's lips, slightly trembling. He held Su Shueyao tightly in his arms, as if he wanted to rub her into his body. I'm so tired. Can you hold me while I sleep? After a long time, Su Shueyao raised her head and looked at Mo Qianliang with a pleading gaze. Right now, it was Su Shueyao's most vulnerable time, and it had nothing to do with her cultivation strength. In this moment she was vulnerable. Of course, Mo Qianliang nodded and carried Su Shueyao to the bed. The two then lay quietly on the bed, holding each other. Only after a long time did Su Shueyao calm down a little. She leaned against Mo Qianliang's chest, listening to the sound of the other's heartbeat, embracing the other's waist, and slowly closed her eyes. It's 15. Sima is the traitor behind the scenes, plotting to hide the scourge of the world. Her father's blood was spilled and her loyal soul was scattered, and the princess's clothes were wet with tears. P.S. Thank you for the 2 big brothers, No Delusion and Northern Lights love, the certification of the gods, but also thank you for the gifts of many little darling. Starting tomorrow to add more. 3 days in a row. Gifts for each additional 100. An additional day. Chapter 86, I will temporarily take over my father's position. No. In the middle of the night, Su Shueyao violently opened her eyes, her pretty face pale and covered in cold sweat. She had nightmares. In her nightmares, she saw the scene again. It's fine. It's fine. I'm here. Mo Qianliang kept his arm around Su Shueyao. Seeing Su Shueyao wake up, he hurriedly whispered softly to comfort him. I want to take revenge. I want to definitely take revenge. Su Shueyao looked resolute. Her beautiful eyes flashed with intense hatred. I know that revenge must be avenged, but you have to promise me not to take risks or be impulsive before you have enough strength. Okay? Mo Qianliang earnestly persuaded. He couldn't stay long. He was really worried about Su Shueyao. If something dangerous happened to Su Shueyao, he didn't dare to think. Shueyao, these are the 3 letters I just wrote. Don't open them now. When you feel tired and worn out, open one and take a look. Just as if I'm by your side. Mo Qianliang solemnly handed the 3 letters to Su Shueyao. His eyes were filled with love. He didn't want Su Shueya to meet any risks. 1 year. During this year, he could only pray that Su Shueya would be fine. Su Shueya took the letterhead and was silent for a moment, then firmly nodded her head and said, "Well, I promise you." Her voice carried a sense of determination, as if she had made an important decision. Then, her gaze became sharp and determined as she gritted her teeth and said, "I won't go to Sima Jin until I'm strong enough. I'm going to become strong and then go and behead him." Her words revealed an endless amount of hatred and determination that one could not help but be moved by. At this moment, Su Shueya was no longer the princess who was pampered and spoiled, but a resolute and bold female martial goddess who stood alone. A strong sense of mission to support the embattled empire welled up in her heart. She knows that the road ahead is full of hardships, but she is undaunted and determined to embark on her journey. "Shueya, when we meet next time, you'll be fine, right?" Mo Qianliang gazed at Su Shueyo, his eyes full of concern and anticipation as he asked seriously. Su Shueyo slightly pondered for a while, thinking about the current situation, then spoke seriously. "Well, don't worry. Sima Jin is now severely injured and won't be able to recover in a short period of time. And he's going to take over the Great Chu Empire and set up his own empire. So he won't dare to come to the great changing imperial capital easily for at least half a year." 6 months. Mo Qianliang pondered slightly. What about after half a year? He knew very well that no matter how sinister Sima Jin was, he had to admit that he was really hard to deal with. What 1,000 years of patience. Kneeling down and claiming to be an official. The Hall of Sainthood. To worship an emperor who had not been sainted 1,000 years ago. Nowadays, in the continent, Su Shueya was the only threat to his future. There was no way he would let Su Shueya go. Su Shueya was silent for a moment. Her gaze was somewhat complicated as she sighed quietly and said, "Imperial brother has average talent. He's only at the Tongxian realm now. Even if he succeeds to the throne of the great Chang dynasty emperor, he will be elevated to transcendent at most. Mo Millennium's complexion is slightly condensed. The talent is average." If he remembered correctly, Su Shueyo had said before that her royal brother was only 2 years older than her. 30-something years old. Yuaning realm, average talent. Then what is the talent of those so-called Daozi in the North Continent? The absolute prides in the eyes of the world? Jianling Tian, the previous Dao son of the Sword Sect, was 40 years old and hadn't even formed a Dan yet. "I will temporarily take over my father's position. With the great predecessor Dragon Vein protecting my body, my cultivation can be raised to a half-step into sainthood for a short period of time. And even if I'm not yet a match for Sima Jin, the gap won't be too great." Su Shueyo continued to speak. She was now in the mid-transcendent stage. She could sweep the transcendent realm and battle half-step saints, and she stepped into a half-saint with the help of the great Chang dynasty's fortune. So it wasn't far off to say that she was a saint. Even if he only stepped in for a short period of time, he could barely resist that Sima Jin. "That's very good. Then I can also rest assured." Mo Qianliang sighed in relief. "Don't worry about me too much. It will affect your life." Su Shueyo shook her head and softly voiced out, "I will take care of myself. No need to worry." "Fool, I'm just having a normal day. But you have to spend a whole year in danger. How can I say that I'm the one who's worried about you?" Mo Qianliang scraped Su Shueyo's agitated nose and laughed softly. Su Shueyo was slightly silent for a moment, then gently nodded her head. "I promise to be good," she whispered as she snuggled into Mo Millennium's arms. "Then let's pull the hook?" Mo Qianliang held out his pinky. "How old are you? Do you still coax me like a child?" Su Shueyo bristled, but still extended her pinky. 2 fingers hooked together. "By the way, this is the jade pendant you handed me last time, and I think you'll need it more than I do right now." Mo Qianliang remembered something and took out the jade pendant that Su Shueyo had given him earlier, which contained the power of an entry saint strike. Su Shueyo was slightly stunned and was about to say something when Mo Qianliang stretched out a finger and pointed it at her lips. "Don't refuse. You need it more than me. When you enter the saint in the future, you can still make one and give it to me again." Mo Qianliang smiled gently. Su Shueyo fell silent and gently nodded, accepting the jade pendant. "That's the way to listen." Mo Qianliang revealed a bright smile and reached out his right hand to rub Su Shueyo's hair, his face full of doting. "If this jade pendant was still in my hands, I should have used it a long time ago, and I wouldn't have been able to keep it for now." Su Shueyo lamented a sentence, her eyes reddening a bit. She should have used the jade pendant if it was in her hand when she faced a siege from 3 top transcendents in her first year on the battlefield, right? An entry saint strike in exchange for 3 top transcendents might have satisfied her at the time. But now, top transcendents she could easily kill. When Mo Qianliang saw Su Shueyo's expression, his heart ached slightly and he gently held Su Shueyo's palm. "Shueyo, I believe in you. You will definitely succeed in getting rid of Sima Jin." He spoke firmly with encouragement in the depths of his eyes. Su Shuiao was slightly stunned and looked up at Mo Qianliang, blinking with moist eyes as she gave a soft hm. The night was already deep, the stars filled the sky, and the bright moonlight spilled down, reflecting Su Shuiao's side face. Su Shuiao leaned against Mo Qianliang's chest and slept soundly. Mo Qianliang wrapped his arms tightly around Su Shuiao, gently caressing her long black shiny hair. Her eyelashes were long and her pale, delicate skin seemed to be glowing. He gently kissed the corner of her forehead and softly said, "Make sure you wait for me to come back." As the words fell, his figure disappeared into thin air. The night was quiet. Only the sound of Su Shuiao's quiet breathing remained, and a tear trail slipped quietly down her cheek. 3 lifetimes are too ethereal. I only want this one. A year is too long. I just want to fight for that one night. Meeting has been a good thing, but I selfishly want a lot. It's not space that traps us, it's time that locks us in. Chapter 87 Begging for Senior Blueflower's hand in marriage on behalf of his master. When Mo Qianliang woke up, he was still sitting under the peach blossom tree. He reached out and touched his cheek, realizing that somehow he had burst into tears. He raised his head to look up at the sky, the morning glory spilling down and reflecting the peach blossoms, making him seem to see that familiar back in a trance. She turned, gave him a bright, moving smile, and waved. Her name is Su Shuiao. Shuiao, he muttered, a reminiscent flavor in his eyes. Are you in the same world as me or not? Strength, everything, ultimately requires strength. If he had the strength to enter sainthood, then he would be able to sweep all this away for Su Shuiao. Only, he didn't. Millennium Prince, I saw you were resting earlier, so I didn't disturb you. The 100-flower fairy walked over. She was wearing a light blue dress today. Her skin was snowy, and she was dressed exquisitely. Is there something wrong? Mo Qianliang slightly closed his eyes, suppressed the emotions in his heart, and faintly said, Master Ancestor has already left the gate and is waiting for you in the main hall. The 100 Flowers fairy said softly. Mo Qianliang nodded, stood up and walked in the direction of the flower sect's main hall. Behind her, the 100-flower fairy bit her lip. She looked down at herself. She had already dressed up so beautifully today, yet he still wasn't willing to look at her more than once. The flower sect's great hall was ancient and elegant, with a golden splendor. The first seat of the hall sat a neatly groomed, graceful and noble woman. Her figure, her eyebrows revealed majesty, although well maintained, but could not hide the vicissitudes of the years left traces. But it can be seen that when she was young, she was bound to be that stunningly beautiful woman. Beside her, the flower sect's saffron fairy, the flower sect's sect leader that Mo Qianliang had met yesterday, was standing respectfully at the side. Greetings to the blue flower Dao Lord. Mo Qianliang quickly approached and slightly saluted. He sized it up and secretly nodded his head, worthy of being a fairy that could make his master confess 7 times in the past. Heavenly Dao Foundation Establishment. It's true that the temperament is extraordinary. I didn't expect that old undead to be so lucky to receive a Heavenly Dao Foundation Establishment disciple. The blue flower fairy looked at Mo Qianliang, a strange color flashing in her eyes. Tendo Tsukiji over the past 1,000 years, she and Dao Lord Qing Xian had been secretly competing against each other, comparing the strength of the clan's development, and had been at odds. This session of Daozi 100 Flowers Fairy was an Earth-grade foundation establishment, and I had thought that I could press him, but I didn't expect that he would teach a Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment disciple to come out. Mo Millennium came out and immediately killed the match. Daoist Blue Flower. I came to your clan to represent my master, Daoist Qing Xian, to ask for marriage. I hope Daoist Blue Flower can agree. These are the bride price. With that, Mo Qianliang took out a storage bag and handed it to the Blue Flower Fairy. The Blue Flower Fairy took the storage bag and casually opened it. A rich spiritual qi immediately surged out, causing the pupils of the Blue Flower Fairy's eyes to shrink violently, a shocked look appearing in her eyes. Spirit stones. Surprisingly, all of them were spirit stones. The quantity was shocking, and each spirit stone, which was the size of a thumb, emitted a brilliant light that illuminated the entire hall. 52,000 top-grade spirit stones. The saffron fairy on the side breathed in sharply. So many spirit stones, just a bride price? Is this the grandeur of Tendo Tsukiji? Worthy of being a Heaven's Path Foundation builder. That old undead can't come up with such a stroke. The blue flower fairy took a deep breath and suppressed the thoughts stirring within her. Speak, who are you proposing marriage to? Mo Qianliang sniffed and coughed softly. On behalf of my master, Daoist Monarch Qing Xian, I'm asking for your hand in marriage to Daoist Monarch Blueflower. When these words came out, the atmosphere of the hall instantly fell silent. The 100 Flower Fairy just happened to walk in and heard these words. She froze slightly and her expression dimmed. Sure enough, he's not here to court her. Take your spirit stones. My flower sect doesn't need them. The Blue Flower Fairy's face instantly turned cold as she threw the storage bag back at Mo Qianliang. The saffron fairy watched with bated breath, her gaze filled with longing, itching to accept it for her master. How can you not want so many top-grade spirit stones? Elder Blue Flower, my master, he likes you very much. If you like him too, why wouldn't you be willing to accept it? Hearing that Dao Lord Qingshan liked her, Fairy Blue Flower's body trembled slightly, but she quickly recovered. Why didn't he come himself? To have you, a brat, come over? The Blue Flower Fairy's face grew more and more somber, even vaguely angry. Dao Lord Qingshan, does he even have the courage to see her? Elder Blue Flower, my master has wanted to come many times, but he was worried that you would refuse as you did in the past, and as you know, my master he is a person who wants to be strong. Mo Qianliang sighed and said rather helplessly, that's why my master has asked me to come and has asked me to convey a message to Elder Blue Flower. Speak! The Blue Flower Fairy spat out a word icily. Master said that he likes you and has liked you for 1,000 years. Boom! When these words came out, it was as if a thunderbolt from a clear sky had struck the Blue Flower Fairy, causing her body to tremble violently. She had waited 1,000 years for those words. It's been 1,000 years. A pang of acidity flooded her heart and her eyes moistened slightly. She's been waiting for him for 1,000 years. In these 1,000 years, she has never married. Even in the past, when many outstanding young prides came to visit and wanted to marry her, she refused, because she had been waiting for someone she had her heart set on. Did he really say that? Only after a long time did she raise her head and stared tightly at Mo Qianliang as she asked. She was afraid she'd heard wrong. Yes. Mo Qianliang nodded seriously and continued. Senior should know my master. He never used to drink, but ever since he returned from his travels with Senior, he's been drunk all day long. And, for 1,000 years, Master has never accepted any woman. You should know that when Master was young, his heavenly pride was unrivaled, and he was also pursued by countless people, just the same as you, Elder Blue Flower. For thousands of years, wasn't it the same for Elder Blue Flower? The Blue Flower Fairy looked at Mo Qianliang in a daze, and after a long time, she suddenly smiled. That smile was tinged with bitterness and sadness. So, he still remembers. She had been a loner all her life, and prided herself on being so noble that no man had ever stood before her. However, the only one who made her fall in love was Dao Lord Qingshan. Only, because both of them were good and strong, they ended up falling flat on their faces. Chapter 88, the 18th Dream Entry. Who is this Empress? Now that I think about it, if she had been willing to soften up a little bit at that time, perhaps the ending would have been different, right? Now that I think about it, she was so stupid at the time. Seeing the Blue Flower Fairy in this manner, Mo Qianliang had already made up his mind and said, Blue Flower Senior, this bride price, do you accept it? The Blue Flower Fairy was still hesitating when the Red Flower Fairy on the side coughed softly. Master, our flower sect has recently been lacking in spirit stones. Naturally, Saffron Fairy wasn't really for the spirit stone, but to give her own master a leg up. Everyone knew that the Blue Flower Fairy was good and strong and cared about face. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the Blue Flower Fairy let out a long sigh, reached out to catch that storage bag, and slowly said, I'll accept it begrudgingly, but this is just him making up for my loss. 8 units is not enough. The Blue Flower Fairy snorted coldly. He made me wait 1,000 years. I want 1,000 units. When Mo Qianliang heard this, the smile at the corner of his mouth grew a few points more. Don't worry, Senior Maiden. I will tell my master's father about this condition. However, Senior Maiden has already received the bride price, so I wonder if it's possible to write back to my master's father? If he didn't reply to the letter, he was afraid that his own master would still think that he was lying to him that the Blue Flower Fairy had promised him. The Blue Flower Fairy nodded and took out a jade slip, sticking it to her brow and handing it to Mo Qianliang a few moments later. I've left behind an image. You give it to him. As she spoke, the Blue Flower Fairy unexpectedly revealed a rare touch of shyness. Looking at the Blue Flower Fairy with this expression, the Red Flower Fairy couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air and almost screamed out. She had followed the Blue Flower Fairy for hundreds of years, and this was the first time she had seen the Blue Flower Fairy reveal her small womanly appearance. Many thanks to Senior Mistress. Senior will come back first to resume with Master. Senior Mistress, please prepare in advance. On the 8th day of the 8th month of August, Master will come to welcome Senior Mistress. Mo Qianliang cupped his fists and saluted. Wait. The Blue Flower Fairy nodded and called out to Mo Qianliang, her cheeks slightly red and her eyes filled with tenderness. The Master Mother has nothing good to give you, so I'll give you some spirit pills. The Blue Flower Fairy lightly waved her hand, and rows of colorful exotic flowers and herbs emerged out of thin air, each emitting a strong fragrance. These were all the top-quality spirit medicines that the Blue Flower Fairy treasured, and normally she couldn't even use them. But today, she decided to give all of her stock to Mo Qianliang. Thank you, Shifu. Looking at these rare spirit grasses and herbs in front of him, Mo Qianliang's eyes instantly lit up and he nonchalantly loaded them into his storage ring. 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. It wasn't spent in vain. Let's go. Go back and tell him that I will wait for him. The blue flower fairy spoke. Alright, senior mistress. Then the late generation will take their leave first. Mo Qianliang nodded and immediately bowed and retreated. 1,000 years prince. I would like to know. What is the position of the one you like? Her, in your heart? At the entrance of the great hall. The 100-flower fairy said softly. Mo Qianliang paused for a moment, smiled faintly, and continued to walk out. Only his voice came through, irreplaceable. For simple words are enough to represent its weight. Mo Qianliang knew that the 100-flower fairy had some feelings for him, and he could therefore only keep his distance from her, hoping that she could give up soon. In his life, having Su Shuao alone was enough. Halfway there, he suddenly remembered something and changed his direction. Coming to the 800-mile cloud dream zephyr, to prevent the fish from getting mixed up, he quietly put on a white mask and stepped in. A moment later, he saw the peach blossom forest in front of him. At the entrance of the peach blossom forest, there were still many cultivators gathered together, discussing what was inside, how dangerous it was, and what not. Mo Qianliang raised his eyes from afar, and in the middle of that peach blossom forest, it was as if a young girl had appeared, sitting on a swing, swinging high up and smiling towards him. When he shook off his head and looked again, the young girl disappeared from sight again. He stood for an hour, not knowing what he was thinking about, and then quietly retreated again without alerting a single person. His own master and the blue flower fairy had waited for 1,000 years, and the result had finally come. But what about him? Does he have an exact time? 10 years? Is it 100 years? Or 1,000 years? Or maybe 10,000 years? A few moments later, Mo Qianliang returned to the Dao sect, and the first thing he did was find his own master. Master, what do you see here? Mo Qianliang handed the jade slip he had just gotten his hands onto Taoist Qingxian. Qingxian's gaze was instantly attracted after merely taking a glance. 9-colored phoenix jade. Qingxian murmured and spoke, seemingly recalling something. Where did you get that? Qingxian snapped his head up to look at Mo Qianliang, his eyes burning with excitement. A senior gave it to me, saying that he wanted me to bring it to that old undead. Mo Qianliang opened his mouth. Old immortal. Hearing those 3 words, Qingxian trembled as his eyes instantly moistened. 100 years ago when the spiritual domain Dao masters arrived together to discuss the fight against the evil Dao, her name for herself was the old undead. It's her. Daoist Qingxian hurriedly opened the jade pendant, wanting to know what she had said. The jade pendant was opened, and the blue flower fairy's spirit shadow appeared in front of the two, her pretty face slightly red. Qingxian, if you really want to marry me, 1,000 palanquins. Not one less. Daoist Qingxian froze in place, looking at the spirit shadow for a long time, unable to react from his shock. It was a long time before he looked back at his apprentice. What the hell did you do? It's nothing. It's just traveling to the flower sect to ask for a marriage on behalf of your old man. Master. Mo Qianliang spread his hands and said with a straight face. He then told the whole story, including the blue flower fairy's reaction and expression and whatnot. After a long time, Daoist Qingxian sighed softly in self-blame. It's my fault for making her wait for 1,000 years. Seeing this expression on his own master's face, Mo Qianliang understood. The thing, it's a done deal. With his work done, he quietly retreated, not disturbing his own master's memories. May all the lovers in the world be happily married. At night, Mo Qianliang went into his dream for the 18th time. A year has passed. Su Shuao, how are you? Sima Jin, how far has he gotten? Mo Qianliang slowly opened his eyes, and a striking figure appeared in front of him. With her back to him, she stood at the forefront with an upright posture, like an unshakable mountain. Behind her was a dense crowd of subjects who gazed at the figure respectfully and reverently, as if she was the center of the entire world. Her hair fell like a waterfall at her waist, glistening with a dark and shiny luster, and she wore a gorgeous phoenix robe embroidered with lifelike golden dragons, presenting an auspicious pattern of dragon and phoenix. On her head, she wore an exquisite crown, inlaid with dazzling gemstones that glittered with dazzling light, and these gemstones seemed to contain endless power, adding to her elegance and dignity. Mo Qianliang said in his heart, who is this empress? Of course, it was clear in his mind that she was fine, just fine. At the same time, above the sky, a gloomy voice came out. Su Shuao, I'll see how much longer you can hold out as a mere half-saint. It's 16. In the past, the princess's face was delicate, but today, the phoenix's honor shakes the 9 heavens. The mountains and the rivers are all in sight, and all the people of the world are bowed down. P.S. More. The gift list seems to be more than 110. soon the top 100. Too powerful. The author seems to fulfill the promise of 10 consecutive days of more, smiley face. Chapter 89, Su Shueyo vs Sima Jin. Su Shueyo, how much longer can you hold on? Along with this roar, the entire heaven and earth seemed to be stirred up. The wind howled, the clouds rolled in, and the thunder roared, as if the end of the world was imminent. In front, Su Shueyo, who had already become the great Chang Empress, had a firm but determined look in her eyes as she raised her plain hand and a ray of light flashed by. A huge shield instantly emerged over the imperial capital, enveloping the entire imperial capital and blocking that terrifying pressure from the sky. Above the sky, once again, Sima Jin's gloomy and low voice was heard. Su Shueyo, as long as you surrender, I can leave you a bloodline for the Su family. Otherwise, I will let all of you go up in smoke. The voice echoed between heaven and earth, carrying an endless majesty and dominance. Above the sky, Sima Jin was clad in grey imperial robes and stepped on black combat boots, like a god of war, looking down on the multitudes below. Beside him, there were several generals in armor, holding banners with the word Jin engraved on them. Now, he had become a true emperor, replacing the empire of Dechu and renamed it Jin. His strength had also been greatly improved as a result, stepping into the middle stage of Saint entry, becoming the most powerful existence on this continent. There isn't one. He was standing in the clouds, gazing at Su Shueyo below with an icy gaze, his heart filled with confidence and pride. He wanted to make everyone prostrate at his feet and be the only one to achieve supreme honor. People of the great Chang, do you want to surrender? Su Shueyo slowly turned around, her clear eyes scanning over the people. Better to die in battle than to surrender. Swear to defend the imperial capital to the death. We pledge our loyalty to great Chang. In the next breath, deafening sounds came out from within the imperial capital, echoing all around. Stubborn, in that case, die. Sima Jin coldly grunted, and in the void, a long spear coalesced out of thin air, emitting destructive fluctuations as it hovered over the imperial capital. Break it for me. Sima Jin spoke indifferently. Buzz. The lance trembled, bursting with brilliant light, and countless attacks poured downward like a meteor shower. Although the protective shield of the great changing imperial capital had been transformed by a number of saints of initiation, it was still a bit strained in the face of the attacks of the saints of initiation, and without a strong person of the same level to preside over it, it was already faltering. Su Shueyo's expression was solemn, her slender 5 fingers waved towards the sky, and a crystal-clear long sword, as if it was made of crystal, instantly appeared in her hand. If you keep on defending, even the strongest defense will eventually be found to be broken, and it is only a matter of time before you lose. And the best defense is the offense. Shui Yao, Mo Qianliang couldn't help but shout. Su Shueyo turned around. She was still wearing a peach blossom mask, hiding her stunningly beautiful face, but Mo Qianliang could see that familiar look in her gaze. Although she was the great Chang Empress, she was still the same princess who loved peach blossoms. I'll be fine, when I get back. After saying that, Su Shueyo's figure flashed as she rushed up into the sky to meet that roiling attack. Clang clang clang. She held a crystal longsword in her hand. Her body was graceful and dancing, and each slash of the sword chopped through a terrifying attack. In the great changing imperial capital, her cultivation could be raised to a half-step to sainthood, and with her superb battle power, it wasn't as if she couldn't fight against sainthood. Boom boom boom. Above the sky, violent collisions emanated, flames filled the air, light overflowed, and incredible aftershocks of power spread, causing the great long-standing imperial capital to shake. This was the battle between the dragon and the phoenix. Sima Jin transformed into a grey dragon while Su Shueyo transformed into a fiery phoenix, soaring between the 9 skies as they fought each other. The speed of the two was so fast that it was hard to discern with the naked eye, and only gusts of whistling air-breaking sounds could be heard, as well as loud noises that kept exploding. May your majesty win this war again. May your majesty triumph again. Numerous great Changji subjects fell to their knees and cried out in unison. Su Shueyo, now the only hope of the great Chang, she absolutely could not lose. And from the calls of these people, Mo Qianliang heard an important clue. This wasn't the first time Su Shueyo had fought Sima Jin. The great battle in the sky continued, and the fighting between the two sides became more and more intense. Su Shueyo, you are truly demonic. You can battle with me to this point before you have entered sainthood. If I let you enter sainthood, what's going to happen? Sima Jin narrowed his dangerous eyes, and his tone was filled with a strong killing intent. Su Shueyo's existence shattered the myth that all under saints were mole crickets. This made him impatient to get rid of her, and the day Su Shueyo didn't die, he wouldn't be able to sleep well for a night. The most violent attack erupted, and the two of them ruthlessly collided together, with violent energy ripples sweeping out in all directions. Boom! At a certain moment, however, a third aura of sainthood suddenly appeared, slapping violently on the abdomen of the grey dragon incarnated by Sima Jin. The breath was only a blow, but it was not seen. Obviously, Su Shuao had used the jade pendant of the sacred strike. In an instant, the grey dragon wailed and retreated backwards, its blood spilling all over the sky, staining the entire sky red. Su Shuao, I will come back again. Sima Jin turned into a cloud of black mist and flew away into the sky, leaving this one voice echoing, Your Majesty, we're not on the bus yet. The several generals under Sima Jin were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They only felt chills running through their bodies and hurriedly tore through the void to instantly move. Humph! Su Shuao chopped away with her sword, and the sword light shattered the void, instantly decimating all of these transcendentals. And then, Su Shuao stood in the sky with her long sword in hand, her gaze looking away from the direction that Sima Jin had left. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Below, the subjects of the great changing imperial capital tilted their heads and shouted with tears in their eyes. Their empress, once again, repelled an unbeatable and powerful enemy and saved the entire Great Chang. At this moment, Su Shuao's prestige reached the extreme, admired by hundreds of millions of her subjects. Seeing that Sima Jin had really left, Su Shuai gathered the sharpness in her body and landed in front of Mo Qianliang in an ethereal manner. I'll wait for you in the peach blossom forest. You know the location. Su Shuai transmitted her voice, and then disappeared into thin air without even saying another word. Mo Qianliang was slightly startled as he quickly put on a mask to conceal his tracks and quickly headed deeper into the palace, because he had just seen that Su Shuai's eye state. It was wrong. Very wrong. Chapter 90. I may not be able to wait for the next time we meet. When Mo Qianliang came to the peach blossom forest, he saw the blood dripping on the ground, and an ominous premonition welled up in his heart. He quickened his pace and walked through the dense peach forest, finally finding Su Shuai. She was seen lying quietly under a peach tree, her clothes already stained red with blood. Shuai! Mo Millennium exclaimed with deep concern and anxiety. He flew over and carefully picked up Su Shuai and placed her in his warm embrace, slowly removing the peach blossom mask on Su Shuai's face. The beautiful face under the mask that was so beautiful, but at this moment, it was as pale as white paper, bloodless. The corners of her mouth were hanging with the slightest hint of crimson blood, and the vivid red color was a striking contrast to her pale face. I have healing spirit herbs here. There are many of them. You must be fine. Mo Qianliang hurriedly took out a variety of precious spirit grasses, all of which contained extremely rich life essence, precisely the blue flower fairies collection over the past 1,000 years. Fool! If the spirit grass is not extracted and refined into a pill spirit liquid, the effect will only be 1/10. It's too wasteful. Su Shuai opened her eyes, a soft luster in the bottom of her eyes. As long as you get better, it's worth any more. What a waste. Mo Qianliang nervously wiped the blood from Su Shuai's body, his handsome brows filled with worry. Su Shuai fell silent, quietly gazing at Mo Qianliang, a trace of extremely complex emotions flowing from her eyes. After a long while, she slowly raised her hand and gently stroked Mo Qianliang's face, her voice murmuring in a low voice, "Thank you." These words seemed to contain endless emotions, causing Mo Qianliang's heart to tighten violently. He held Su Shuai's hand tightly, his voice trembling as he responded, "Between us, why do we still need to say thank you?" Mo Qianliang only felt a wave of pain inside. He would rather bear more injuries himself than see Su Shuai so weak and injured. He wanted to acquire the power to fight against the initiates, even if it costs more. Sima Jin annexed Great Chu and utilized the power of the national fortune to ascend to the middle stage of sainthood, and then occupied half of the Great Chang's territory, which is very powerful. Su Shuai softly explained. Mo Qianliang's brows were furrowed. He knew how big of a threat Sima Jin was. He clenched his fists and his heart was filled with anger. Damn Sima Jin! How could he have overlooked him? He should have thought of that a long time ago. And the Great Chang's national fortune has been weakened all the time. If I hadn't cultivated to the late transcendent stage, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to reach the half-step saintly realm with the national fortune added on. Su Shuai continued, her tone revealing a hint of helplessness. The first time we fought, I possessed the entire Great Chang dynasty's national fortune and was barely able to fight with it and force it back. A hint of helplessness flashed in Su Shuai's eyes as she recalled that fierce battle. The second time we fought, I could only exchange injuries for injuries, causing him to not dare to fight me anymore. Su Shuai's voice became a little heavy, and her gaze began to reveal a hint of exhaustion. Mo Qianliang looked at Su Shuai with heartache. He knew how hard and cruel this war was for Su Shuai. All the hopes of Dajiang were pressed on her alone. No one can share that much for it. Today, it's the third time we've exchanged blows, and if it wasn't for that jade pendant seriously injuring him at a crucial moment, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to force him back. Shuai. Mo Qianliang clenched his teeth. His heart ached as if it was dripping blood, and he hated to bear all this instead of Su Shuya. Don't be like this. 3 failures, plus this serious injury, in a short period of time. Sima Jin won't come. Su Shuya smiled comfortingly. Only, her smile looked like bitterness anyhow. Sima Jin. How could he not get rid of her as a big trouble in his heart? Mo Qianliang held Su Shuyo tightly in his arms, feeling her body temperature and breath. His heart filled with guilt and self-blame. He knew that the help he could give her was really limited, and he had to rely on her own strength to withstand the pressure and difficulties every time. He lowered his head and said softly, Shuya, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. There's so little I can do to help you. You have to pull through on your own every single time. If I can, I'd like to bear all the pain and suffering for you. Su Shuya laughed softly as she raised her head and looked into Mo Qianliang's eyes and said gently, Who says you can't help me? The 3 letters you gave me last time gave me a strong anticipation for our next meeting, and that anticipation became my motivation to persevere before I repelled Sima Jin 3 times. She paused and continued, Moreover, I have thus comprehended a set of Saint rank sword technique called Frost and Snow for 1,000 years, which has greatly enhanced my strength. Otherwise, I might not have been able to hold on until now. Hearing this, Mo Qianliang couldn't help but be slightly shocked as he softly murmured, Frost Snow Millennium. The name, as if it contained endless deep meaning, Frost and Snow, represented that it was Su Shuya, while 1,000 years, naturally, was talking about him. The emotion between them is as strong as the name, and has remained as solid as a rock through the millennia. If you meet a really nice girl who likes you a lot, you hold on to her, okay? Su Shuya closed her eyes and said these words in a soft voice. Mo Qianliang's body jolted when he heard these words. His eyes widened as he looked at Su Shuya with an incredulous expression. What's that supposed to mean? I had wanted to be selfish, hoping that you could remember that. The girl who appeared in your dreams for less than a month. Su Shuya's voice was still very soft, but every word was like a knife piercing Mo Qianliang's heart. But I can't be so selfish, so it's better for you to forget about me. Saying this, Su Shuya's tears couldn't help but flow down, dripping onto Mo Qianliang's hand. Shuyo. Mo Qianliang suddenly hugged Su Shuyo tightly. His eyes turned red and his voice trembled as he said, What are you babbling about? How could I possibly forget you? I just forgot everything in the world. But it's impossible for me to forget you. Mo Qianliang hugged Su Shuyo tightly, as if he was afraid that she would disappear. I probably can't wait for the next time we meet. Su Shuyo's tone was flat, but full of sadness. Chapter 91. Can there be a way to fight against the holy realm in the world? Plus more. No way. We'll definitely see each other again next time. And we'll see each other 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000 more times. And on forever. Mo Qianliang hugged Su Shuyo tightly and said seriously and surely. Su Shuyo shallowly hooked her lips, tears slipping from the corners of her eyes. She looked up at the window and murmured, Maybe, if we can really meet all the time, how good would that be? She had gotten used to having him around, to being held by him, to his scent. It would be nice if it could actually stay like that, even if we couldn't meet in reality forever. Sima Jin's threat was like a sharp sword hanging over his head that could chop down at any time. In case, she really can't wait until next year, but it's really hard to leave him. Mo Qianliang clenched his fists tightly, his nails embedded into his flesh as he tried to hold back the churning anger and monstrous killing intent in his heart. Sima Jin, Shuya, wait for me for another year. I will definitely find a way to fight against Sima Jin, and will never let anything happen to you. A cold aura surged under Mo Qianliang's eyes, and his icy, bone-chilling voice spread through every inch of space. Upon hearing this, the corner of Su Shuya's mouth raised slightly as she stretched out her slender white fingers and gently traced over Mo Qianliang's cheeks. Her smile was bright and charming. Yes, I'll try my best to hold on for another year. Su Shuyo nodded slightly, a sweet smile surfacing on her face. Though weak, she still smiled a beautiful, warm smile. Mo Qianliang stared at her tightly, the delicate little face in front of her with a slight pallor, but still could not hide the stunningly beautiful appearance. Be sure to promise me that when we next meet, you'll still be by my side. Mo Qianliang lowered his voice and solemnly urged. Su Shuyo smiled and nodded, her soft voice carrying a strong sense of reluctance. I can't guarantee it, but I will try my best. For your sake, for the sake of the great Chang, and also for the sake of father, I will definitely make Sima Jin pay the heaviest price. Mo Qianliang's tone was chilling, his eyes filled with ruthlessness and determination. It was the first time he'd ever wanted to die alone so desperately. He had never wanted to kill someone as much as he did at this moment. Well, I believe in you. Su Shuyo smiled sweetly, although Mo Qianliang's strength wasn't strong yet, but the heavens had made him appear by her side. It was destined that he wasn't an unusual person. Fate, naturally, has a destiny. All one can do is to do one's best to fight for fate's favoritism towards oneself. The night was as cool as water. The stars were shining brightly, and the evening wind was blowing, setting off layers of ripples. The bright silver moon hung in the sky, shedding a soft silver glow, and the entire palace was bathed in a hazy halo of light, quiet and serene. Millennium looked up. To him but half a month of morning and evening. This realm has passed almost 20 years. He knew that all this was very unfair to Su Shueao, and any words would pale in time. He was tempted to switch places with Su Shueao. He was 1 year while she was only 1 day. But fate's choices are often left to chance. If you want to hate, you should only hate yourself for being too weak. Ah! Mo Qianliang looked up to the sky and whistled. A majestic and vast power suddenly erupted, like a shocking wave that broke through the clouds. The 100,000 feet of spirit sea was madly compressed at this moment, turning into a liquid state in an instant. Yet it didn't stop and continued to be compressed. Finally, when a dazzling and piercing golden stream of light rushed up to the sky, like a lightning bolt running through the sky, tearing through the sky and illuminating the entire dark space. Above Mo Qianliang's head, a fist-sized spirit dan that emitted brilliant golden light emerged. It spun slowly, emitting a breathtaking aura of soul-capturing terror. And this terrifying aura was spreading in all directions in a steady stream, shocking the 8 directions and taking in people's souls. Perfect Jindan realm. In the spirit domain, after foundation establishment, there was the Jiedan realm, and Jiedan, depending on the color quality of the Jiedan, was divided into several levels. The most common white dan, the top grade silver dan, the top purple dan and the legendary perfect golden dan. Generally speaking, when an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator stepped into Jiedan, most of them coalesced the most ordinary white dan. After Xianpin Foundation establishment and stepping into Jiedan, there was a hope of condensing the silver dan. As for the Earth-grade foundation building, basically all of them could condense a powerful purple dan, and even some of the best ones would have a faint golden color mixed in with their purple color. The Heavenly Dao Foundation building, on the other hand, can condense the legendary perfect golden dan, perfect Jindan. The realm of Jindan is absolutely invincible. Only, Mo Qianliang wasn't satisfied because with this strength, he still couldn't help Su Shueao with anything. Above the Jindan there is the Yuaning, above the Yuaning there is the Wanshan, and above the Wanshan, there is the Saint. No matter how strong the perfect Jindan was, it was still only invincible at the Jindan realm, and it could resist the Yuaning for a bit, but not to mention the Saint. Even the transformation god was not something he could fight against. It's not good to break through realms too quickly. Su Shueao was a bit angry, but she was blocked by Mo Qianliang from what she was going to say next. 365 times the time gap. I know it's impossible for me to catch up to your realm, but I'll do my best not to always let you protect me. Mo Qianliang was silent for a moment, his dark and deep black pupils penetrating with seriousness. From this moment on, he was no longer the hangdog teenager, but had truly grown up. Su Shueao was slightly stunned, her eyes slightly red. Fool, wait for me. I'll find the means and strength to fight Sima Jin, so that what you've suffered will be returned tenfold, 100-fold, and 1,000-fold. Mo Qianliang's eyes swept past a hint of bloodlust and his tone was firm. Su Shueao pursed her lips and gently nodded. Good. It's been the greatest blessing of my life to know you. You're my lucky star too. 2 hearts, close together. Be each other, guardian angels. Looking at Su Shueao who had fallen asleep, Mo Qianliang left behind 10 soul jade slips, which contained all his words of love and encouragement. Afterward, he reluctantly looked at Su Shueao, kissed her on the forehead, and slowly left. Master, is there a method in the world to fight against the Saint realm? At the back of the mountain, Mo Qianliang said seriously to Taoist Lord Qingxian, what do you want with the law of confronting the sacred realm? Dao Lord Qingxian said suspiciously, Master, my disciple wants to have the strength to fight against the Saint realm for a short period of time, even if I have to pay countless prices, whether it's destroying the Heavenly Dao Foundation or burning the perfect golden pill. Mo Qianliang said. You, Taoist Master Qingxian was about to say something, but he swallowed back the words on his lips after he looked at his own disciple's incomparably determined expression. He didn't know why Mo Qianliang wanted to have the strength to fight against the Saint realm, but looking at his appearance, it was a must. The method to fight against the Holy Realm is not available in the spirit domain. However, Dao Father Qingxian's words turned. As far as I know, the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy possesses a supreme secret treasure, the holder of which can exert the battle power of the sacred realm for a short period of time, and is the strongest undercurrent of its continuation of its 10,000 years of hegemonic status. Master, take me to the Northern Spirit Sacred Courtyard. Now. P.S. Plus more the next day. Want to see Mo Qianliang will Su Shueao protection behind. hanging that Sima gene, collect 100 free power generation with love? It can be realized. Oh. Chapter 92 Northern Spirit Sacred Academy. The Northern Spirit Sacred Academy, located in the center of the northern continent, was separated from the spirit domain by 3 domain distances. This place didn't belong to any domain. There was only one power, and that was the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy. Sacred Academy, Sacred Academy. This power and the power of the great sects and other forces are not the same. Here, mainly to college is the main. The proud sons of heaven from all over the world could participate in the Northern Spirit Sacred Courtyard's entrance examination, and if they passed, they could enter the sacred courtyard to cultivate the Holy Academy, the cradle of cultivating elite geniuses with outstanding natural talent. It could almost be said that there were hundreds of northern continent state regions, thousands of superpowers with the existence of transformation spirits, and almost every single one of them had disciples practicing in the sacred courtyard. For example, the Dao sect's last generation of Daozi was still in the Sacred Academy and had stepped into Jiedan to become a core student. Of course, although the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy was powerful and its students were spread all over the northern continent, it wasn't as if it hadn't encountered crises. 5,000 years ago, a supreme hegemonic power emerged from the western continent, possessing a saint at its helm, and desiring to unify the world and devour the other 3 domains. Who dares to touch the might of a saint? That battle was fought with the sky turned upside down, and that sage even fought his way into the Northern Spirit Sacred Courtyard. And just when everyone thought that the Northern Spirit Sacred Courtyard was going to be destroyed, the shock came. That saint, beheaded. No one knew what had happened to that saint in the Northern Spirit Sacred Courtyard, and everyone only knew that the strongest person in the Sacred Courtyard was only a half-step to the saint realm. Since then, the prestige of the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy resounded throughout the world, and even without the presence of a saint, no power dared to challenge it. The great powers in the northern continent that possessed half-saint powerhouses all treated them with respect. My master practiced at the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy for a period of time 1,000 years ago, and knows some secrets that outsiders don't know. The secret treasure that beheaded the invading saints in the Northern Spirit Sacred Courtyard 5,000 years ago was kept by the Northern Spirit Sage who established the Northern Spirit Sacred Courtyard 10,000 years ago. However, that secret treasure is so deeply hidden that no one knows exactly what it is except for every dean and a few supreme elders. But it's certain that it's not a disposable talisman paper, because that secret treasure was activated 3 times, 8,000 years ago and 3,000 years ago. If you want the secret treasures of the Northern Spirit Sacred Courtyard, it's basically impossible even if you become a saint's son. On the way, Daoist Qingxian gave Mo Qianliang a reminder. How could the Northern Spirit Sacred Courtyard hand over such a supreme secret treasure to an outsider? I know, but I'm going to try. Maybe there's hope? Mo Qianliang's eyes didn't move. Even if there was only a 1% hope, he still had to go for it. If he didn't even have the courage and determination to fight for his life, what would he talk about guarding and revenge? Alright, since you insist on it, Master will accompany you. Daoist Qingxian sighed. A moment later, Daoist Qingxian stopped his void transient and advanced in the direction of flight. Within the boundaries of the Northern Spirit Sacred Courtyard, it is forbidden to move instantaneously, Daoist Qingxian said, and Mo Qianliang nodded. The great powers all had formations that restricted transient movement. Otherwise wouldn't there be strong people who would transiently move to some core forbidden places? A few moments later, the 2 of them landed in front of a majestic palace. Qingxian Daojun raised his hand and took out a token, and the 2 guarding disciples in front of the door were immediately respectful. Greetings to the guest elders. Dao Father Qingxian had practiced at the Holy Academy for a while in the past, and after becoming a transformation spirit later on, he was able to obtain a token of a guest elder. It's not much use, but at least it saves you some trouble. A moment later, an old man in a long robe walked out. Yo, it's you old ghost. What wind blew you here? That old man asked with a smile. This is my disciple, who needs to see the dean, his old man, and has come to pay a special visit. Daoist Qingxian introduced. Disciple? Seeing the dean? You old devil, do you still want to use the back door? That old man was surprised. My disciple, his name is Mo Qianliang. Qingxian continued. What does what his name is have to do with this? Wait, what did you say his name was? That old man sucked in a sharp breath of cold air and stared at Mo Qianliang with wide eyes. Did he just mishear? This teenager was actually that rumored heavenly prodigy Heavenly Dao Foundation building Mo Millennium. He's actually a disciple of you old devil? Good fellow. You've even taught a Heaven's Path Foundation establishment disciple. Our Holy Academy hasn't produced one in 10,000 years. Quickly bring him in. Let the dean, his old man, be happy. This kind of heavenly pride that has never seen the light of day is very welcome in our Northern Spirit Sacred Academy. That old man was full of joy as he pulled Mo Qianliang inside. Daoist Qingxian shook his head. This old thing. His character was still the same as before. This old man was a former student of the same class as him, and his friendship was quite deep, only that he later left and the other party stayed in the academy, and now the other party was a core elder. A few moments later, the three of them walked into a hall, and in the middle of the hall, there were already a number of people, absolutely emotionless. If you can condense a pseudo-golden Dan, the old man can promise you to become a holy son. The white-haired, hem-clothed old man at the head of the group, before he could finish his words, turned his gaze toward the few people who walked in. Ha ha, Dean, look what treasure I've brought you. Heaven's Path Foundation building. The old man laughed out loud and pulled Mo Qianliang, who was beside him, over to him and said, "What? Tendo Tsukiji?" The crowd let out a cry of surprise. Then their eyes exploded with radiant light as they looked at Mo Qianliang. It's just that they couldn't see through Mo Millennium. Ever since Mo Qianliang possessed the white mask, no one could see through him, and if he wore it, he could even walk behind the harmonized God Daolord silently. Late generation Mo Millennium. Meet Dean Beiling. Meet several seniors. Mo Qianliang politely arched his hand. Mo Millennium, that Spirit Domain's 18-year-old Heaven's Path Foundation establishment? A hero is a young man, the first true Heaven's Path Foundation builder in the northern continent in 10,000 years. Good seed. The crowd was in awe. Little fellow, just call me Dean. You want to join our Northern Spirit Sacred Academy? The white-haired Dean stood up and asked with a smile. Mo Qianliang was silent for a moment and respectfully said, "Dean, the late generation has come here to request one thing." Well said. What's the matter with the little one? Dean Beiling stroked his beard. Mo Qianliang didn't say anything, only his gaze lingered on the crowd for a breath. Dean Beiling understood and laughed. "Gentlemen, the matter of the Holy Sun. We'll talk about it tomorrow. You guys go down first." Upon hearing this, everyone retreated, including Daoist Qingxian and the core elder who had brought Mo Qianliang here. Only, a voice suddenly fell into Mo Qianliang's ears. "Mo Qianlong, you're here because you want to rob me of my saint son position?" Chapter 93, 10,000 years old sacred armor. Mo Qianliang looked up. It was a tall youth with a resolute face and sharp eyes. Among the young, it's strong. It won't be that easy. He glanced at Mo Qianliang again and turned to leave without stopping much. His name is Jia Wui, the closest to Heaven's Path Foundation establishment's Heaven's Pride. The old man promised him earlier that as long as he condensed a pseudo-golden Dan, he would let him become a saintly son. Of course, if you're willing, this position of saint's son belongs only to you, Dean Beiling said with a smile. It was Mo Qianliang's turn to be a bit surprised. The position of the Holy Son only belongs to me? Dean, why do you say that? Mo Qianliang was puzzled. The Northern Spirit Dean stroked his beard and his expression began to become grave. Because the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy needs a Heaven's Path Foundation establishment. The Northern Continent needs a Heaven's Path Foundation establishment. Mo Qianliang frowned slightly. What did that mean? To be precise, we need a holy man. Saint? Not bad. Saints. Saints belonging to the Northern Continent. Dean Beiling sighed, his tone low. You should know something about the great battle that destroyed everything 10,000 years ago, right? Slightly heard. Mo Qianliang nodded. Dean Northern Spirit said, 10,000 years ago, when the Northern Spirit Sage established the Sacred Academy, he said that after 10,000 years, they would return. And now, it's already 10,000 years later. Mo Millennium's pupils shrunk. 10,000 years ago, that cataclysm was hailed as the end of an era. Countless top clans and super large clans were annihilated. The entire world collapsed, and the people were devastated, buried in era, so to speak. But now, they're coming back? Who are they? Is it a person? Or a force? Or is it something? Dean, to become a saint, it doesn't necessarily have to be a Heavenly Tao Foundation, right? Mo Qianliang couldn't help but inquire. Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment possessed the posture of becoming a saint, but it was not true that only Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment could become a saint. Some of the top Earth-grade foundation builders could also become saints if they had the chance. For example, that Jia Wushu, who was one step short of Heaven's Path Foundation establishment, had great hopes. Time waits for no one. Who knows when they will come? Will they give us the time to create a saint? Dean Beiling sighed and said. Mo Qianliang was silent. Time. Waiting for no one. It's a phrase he knows well. If he has enough time, he can guard Su Shuiyao. By the way, are you looking for old me for something important? Dean Beiling gave Mo Qianliang another look and said. Hearing Dean Beiling mention the matter at hand, Mo Qianliang hurriedly said, Dean, truth be told, the latecomer came here because he wanted to borrow that secret treasure from the Holy Academy that could cut down saints. The air was suddenly quiet, and Dean Beiling looked at him quietly, not saying a word. Mo Qianliang took a deep breath. He knew that the secret treasure he wanted to borrow was too important. It seemed that he would have to give enough conditions. Dean, latecomer knows the value of that secret treasure. And latecomer can pay any price, he solemnly promised. However, Dean Beiling was still staring at him, as if he was thinking. Mo Qianliang took a deep breath as he stepped out and a dazzling golden Dan emerged from within him. Perfect Jin Dan realm. 18. Dean Beiling's pupils shrunk slightly, and a flash of shock appeared in his cloudy eyes. This cultivation speed. I will only borrow it for a day or two, and I can promise that if I become a saint on that day, I will shelter the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy for 1,000 years and leave behind a supreme treasure that is no less than that secret treasure. If Senior has any other needs, Senior will agree to all of them. I can swear to heaven that if I go against what I said today, I will be revolted by the heavenly Tao. Mo Qianliang promised in a deep voice. It was only after a long time that Dean Beiling slowly spoke. I want you to become the holy son of my holy academy. Holy son? Mo Qianliang froze. That's the deal? Did he, not get something? Ha ha ha, little fellow. The reason why the holy academy needs a saint's son is to manipulate that secret treasure. Dean Beiling laughed out loud. So, Dean means? Mo Millennium was even more confused. Little fellow, as long as you become the holy son of my holy academy, that secret treasure will be temporarily given to you for safekeeping. However, the prerequisite is that you don't leave the holy academy. And when you leave the holy academy, you need to leave it behind. Dean Beiling continued to smile and said, how about it? What do you think? Mo Qianliang let out a deep breath and said, the late generation is willing to become a saint's son. And the promise that the late generation made before is still valid. If I become a saint in the future, I will shelter the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy for 1,000 years. The Northern Spirit Dean nodded and said, very well, little one, you're very much to my liking. I appreciate you. Perhaps, you are the one in the Northern Spirit Sage's prophecy, the one who will bring hope and turnaround to the continent in the future. Prophecy? Mo Qianliang was a bit surprised. Is it a prophecy of heavenly destiny like that of the great old master? Not bad. 10,000 years ago, when the Northern Spirit Sage left behind that sacred armor, he said that the one who wields that sacred armor in the future will bring hope and turnaround to the continent. The Northern Spirit Dean lamented. Holy armor? Mo Qianliang heard the keyword. Yes, that secret treasure. It's a holy armor, and when you wear it, you can exert the strength of the holy realm. Only, you must need a demon at the Heaven's Path Foundation establishment level in order to fully exert its power. Otherwise, even if that absolute emotionless becomes a pseudo-heavenly Tao Foundation establishment with the help of external forces, to activate the sacred armor once, the resources it consumes will be 100 times greater. The holy armor has been activated a total of 3 times, nearly draining the resources of the Holy Academy. Dean Beiling shook his head and smiled bitterly. 100 times? Mo Qianliang's heart skipped a few beats and asked, how many resources are needed to activate it once? A single activation of Heaven's Path Foundation requires 1 holy stone, while a pseudo-Heaven's Path activation requires 100, which is why my sacred academy has been thirsting for a Heaven's Path Foundation saint son. Mo Qianliang sucked in cold air. 100 holy stones? A holy stone was equivalent to 100 extreme spirit stones, which was equivalent to 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. However, no one would take an extremely high-grade spirit stone to exchange for a top-grade spirit stone. And even if they did, it wouldn't be as simple as 100 times. This was even more true for holy stones. You could casually exchange 1 holy stone for 100 extreme spirit stones, but it would be whimsical for you to take 100 extreme spirit stones and exchange them for holy stones. The more advanced the item, the more valuable it is. Just like the holy stone from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was explicitly priced at 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. If it's 100 times, that's 10 million top-quality spirit stones. With such a massive amount of resources, even the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy could not carry it. That was why they were in urgent need of a Heaven's Path Foundation establishment saint son. And 100,000 top-grade spirit stones to start it up once was still acceptable. Chapter 94, the 19th Dream Entry. It's my turn to protect you, extra. From now on, you are the holy son of my Northern Spirit Sacred Courtyard, and you have to bear in mind the following 3 points. Northern Spirit Dean said solemnly. First, it is strictly forbidden for fellow disciples to fight each other and betray the academy. Secondly, indiscriminate killing of innocents and oppression of the weak are strictly prohibited. Thirdly, strictly follow the rules of the Holy Academy. As a holy son, you shoulder both the honor and responsibility of the Holy Academy. And when necessary, fight for the Holy Academy. You might do it? Dean Beiling gazed at him. Don't worry, Dean. The Holy Son will not dishonor his mission. Mo Qianliang firmly said. Very well, Come with me, let's see if Jean Saint Armor recognizes you or not. After Dean Bei Ling finished speaking, he took a step towards the front. Seeing Dean Bei Ling heading inside, Mo Qianliang quickly followed, not daring to be the slightest bit slow. After 7 or 8 turns, he entered the underground chamber again, and after another quarter of an hour of walking, he finally stopped in front of a closed room. In front of the room, there stood 2 old men. Not knowing if they had been standing for too long, their robes were already covered in dust. They are the supreme elders of the Guardian Sacred Armor, all of them at half-saint cultivation levels. Dean Bei Ling said, "Half-saint." Mo Qianliang was secretly shocked in his heart. Was this the strength of the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy? Sure enough, it's incredibly powerful. Aside from not having a saint, I'm afraid that its strength is no weaker than the Great Changing Empire. Not to mention, its saint armor, which had once beheaded a saint. A single piece of holy armor beheads a saint. Then what was the strength of the Northern Spirit Sage who left behind this holy armor in the past? Student Mo Millennium, greetings to the 2 supreme elders. Mo Qianliang respectfully saluted. The 2 old men nodded slightly, and then there was no other movement. Afterwards, Dean Bei Ling opened the door of the secret room and walked in, and Mo Qianliang hurriedly followed. At once, it was clear as day. It was a huge square, and in the center of the square, there stood a statue of ancient vicissitudes. Only, for some reason, the face of the statue was unreadable. The Northern Spirit Sage is very mysterious. He left shortly after establishing the Sacred Academy. No one has ever seen what he looks like, and no one knows his true appearance. The Northern Spirit Dean sighed. Rumble. Dean Bei Ling activated the formation, and the statue's hand slowly raised, revealing a black armor. This armor, pitch black and translucent, forged from some special metal. The surface flickered with a cold aura, a horrible might, emanating from top to bottom, shocking the whole scene. Holy armor. You drop a drop of blood on it and see if this holy armor will recognize you. Dean Bei Ling pointed at the set of holy armor and said. Upon hearing this, Mo Qianliang didn't hesitate. Stretching out the fingertips of his right hand, he gently cut his index finger, and bright red blood overflowed and flowed down, eventually being absorbed by the holy armor. Buzz! Instantly, the saint armor erupted with blinding light, transforming into a puddle of liquid that wrapped Mo Qianliang in it. A moment later, the liquid possessed Mo Qianliang's body and recondensed into a set of battle armor. This, 100% fit? Dean Bei Ling's eyes rounded in disbelief as he stared in disbelief at the holy armor that had possessed Mo Qianliang's body. Does such a fit really exist? In the past, on and on and on, the previous dean beheaded a saint with a just passing 60 fit. Full fit. It was as if it was tailor-made for Mo Millennium. Mo Qianliang, on the other hand, froze even more. Where is this holy armor? This is clearly the supreme treasure. There are 3 grades of this holy armor. A holy stone that activates just the first grade of power. The second grade, which requires 100 holy stones, can bring out the power of a saint king. The third grade, which required 10,000 holy stones, could exert a power beyond that of a saint king. It's unbelievable. That Northern Spirit Sage, what kind of existence is that? If this saint armor was left behind by him, I'm afraid that its strength is completely unimaginable. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Sure enough, you really are the one in the prophecy, so that even if they make a comeback, there's still hope for the continent to survive. Just then, Dean Bei Ling suddenly became agitated, his voice trembling a little. Found it. Finally, we found the one who reigns over the holy armor. Collect. Mo Qianliang recited a sentence, and the holy armor on his body unexpectedly disappeared as if it had merged into his body. Seeing this scene, Dean Bei Ling was even more shocked. Not only is it a full fit, but this holy armor, it directly recognizes its owner? One must know that this holy armor was a treasure that had been passed down to this day, and successive sacred courtyard presidents had tried to get it to recognize its owner, but to no avail. I didn't expect that it would actually recognize Mo for 1,000 years. Dean, I need a holy stone. I don't know what the cost is? Mo Qianliang calmed his inner waves and said after a moment of contemplation. Hearing Mo Qianliang's words, Dean Bei Ling came back to his senses, and after exhaling deeply for a few breaths, he calmed down his agitated mood and said smilingly, as long as you abide by the rules of the Holy Academy, you should be able to have what you should have as a holy son. After saying that, Dean Bei Ling took out a crystal clear stone and handed it to Mo Qianliang. This holy stone was the size of a fist, elliptical in shape, turquoise in color, and filled with majestic and vast power. Remember, no matter what power you possess, don't do anything wrong. Dean Bei Ling admonished. Late generation honors the teachings. Mo Qianliang solemnly nodded his head. With the holy stone in his hand, a flash of excitement finally arose in Mo Qianliang's heart. he finally had the strength to guard his beloved, even if that power is borrowed. Su Shueyo, you are no longer capable of fighting. Obediently suffer death. If I kill you, this entire world will be mine. Sima Jin. Crazy laughter resounded through the imperial capital, and the countless subjects of the great Chang looked at the sky with both anger and despair in their complexion. Boo! The imperial capital's defense array is shaky. Sima Jin's strength is getting stronger and stronger, now that he has annexed the great Song dynasty. In the whole world, only the great Chang dynasty imperial capital is not under his control anymore. With the blessing of such a vast national fortune, he had already reached the late stage of saint initiation. Truly invincible. Ahem. The long sword in Su Shueyao's hand had been broken, and the long skirt on her body was stained with blood, making her look exceptionally bleak and beautiful. She turned and looked at her people behind her with softness and sadness in her eyes. I'm sorry, father, I failed to defend the great changed kingdom. At the same time, she looked into the distance again and saw the peach blossom forest. After all, did not wait for the 19th meeting with you. I would love to go all the way with you, but I can't wait for you. I have to go first. If I leave, you shouldn't dream of this world anymore, right? It's better this way. You can forget about me and start a new life. You deserve better. I've been content with your company for so many years. Farewell. The intended. Is it good? Su Shueyo lowered her head, but the corners of her mouth brought up a smile, while tears kept slipping down. When she raised her head again, the holy light on her body grew stronger and stronger, and her entire aura became extremely ethereal. There are no empresses who surrender, only empresses who die in battle. Pop! Suddenly, a hand tapped on Su Shueyo's shoulder, interrupting her as she prepared to ignite the fire of her life. Fool, you promised to wait for me. How could you leave me first? A familiar voice rang in his ears. Su Shueyo turned her head violently and saw a familiar face. He's coming. Only, in this case, his coming would only add to the despair. Mo Qianliang walked up to her and softly said, this time, it's my turn to protect you. It's 17th. The female emperor's heart hides 10,000 years of love, and the rivers and mountains are as picturesque as a drunken heart. Thoughts of love are endless for thousands of years. Love never stops. P.S. Plus the third day, thanks to Baodi's God certification, thanks to all the little darling gift support. The author will be added 10 consecutive days. If the gift list can enter the top 50, will be added 20 days. Chapter 95. It's very simple. I'll just enter the Holy Spirit. For Su Shueyo, she had a very difficult year. There are internal troubles disrupting the court, and external enemies are watching. Sima Jin is the continent's only into the saint of the strong. Wherever they pass all submit. Those who do not submit are killed without amnesty. Its irony means no one is not chilled. In a year's time, he had slaughtered more than 10 large cities. Under such circumstances, even though the capital of the great Chang dynasty was not yet under the control of Sima Jin, there were many ministers in high positions who surrendered in fear. However, those who stayed behind, those were the true warriors of the great Chang. As a matter of fact, in this case, the great chancellor's empire already exists in name only. The phoenix robe and imperial crown on her body represented supreme honor, but at the same time it also meant heavy responsibility. The responsibility was so overwhelming that it almost took her breath away. Whenever it was late at night and all the music was silent, she would always step into that peach blossom forest alone and quietly. Here, she could temporarily remove that heavy phoenix robe and change into a lightweight princess dress. It was as if this was the only way she could get back to the person she once was, the carefree, innocent teenage years. She carefully pulled out from her bosom the soul jade slip that Mo Qianliang had left her, which recorded the various images and words Mo Qianliang had left behind. Some of these images show him sitting upright, some he stands valiantly, some he smiles, and some he poses for a hug. Even though this was just some illusory image, at this moment, Su Shueyo could truly feel an unspeakable warmth. This warmth was like a fresh spring that flowed through her parched heart, making her feel that even though Mo Qianliang was gone, he was still by her side, silently guarding her. In this peach blossom forest, she could pour out her inner pain and thoughts, and those images became her most precious treasures, giving her endless strength and courage. However, good times are always short-lived. When the dawn's light sprinkled the earth again, Su Shueyo had to re-don the heavy phoenix robe and put on the glittering imperial crown, especially when she fought against Sima Jin. Every time she had braced herself to keep from showing her fatigue, thus letting Sima Jin know to retreat. Several times Sima Jin just needed to hold on a little longer and she would have been unable to hold on. Only Sima Jin chickened out, because Sima Jin doesn't really fight for his life. He's very protective of his life, and he hasn't been king of the whole world yet. This was also the reason why she could repel Sima Jin many times. After Sima Jin was scared off by her serious injuries last time, Sima Jin had not come to fight against her for a long time, which did not mean that Sima Jin had let her off the hook. Rather, it represents the beginning of a more serious challenge. He temporarily gave up gnawing down the great long-standing imperial capital and turned his head to gobble up the vastness of the great Song dynasty in order to accomplish the hegemony of the ages. The vastness of the great Song dynasty collapsed in an instant under the pressure of the saint entering powerhouse, and the crown prince of the great Song dynasty, the person Su Shueya wanted to marry in the past, personally knelt down to welcome Sima Jin into the imperial capital. Apart from the great long-standing imperial capital, Sima Jin's great Jin had already occupied 99% of the continent. The national fortune of the great Jin dynasty came to its peak moment, which can be said to be like the sun and the peak. Under these circumstances, a month ago, Sima Jin gave up the title of Emperor Jin of the great Jin dynasty and named himself the Holy Emperor. He wanted to be the first supreme holy emperor of the continent to rule the entire world. Enhanced by the vastness of the country's fortune, he had become a late-stage sainthood entrant, possessing an invincible strength that overshadowed the world, holding back for 1,000 years and exploding overnight. Su Shueya knew very well that she would not have any chance with the late-stage sage entry Sima Jin, even though she had already cultivated to the peak of transcendence. The great Chang dynasty's luck was already minimal, and it was extremely difficult to even keep her at a half-step into sainthood. Into the middle of the sainthood she can only fight with her life barely a battle. Into the late sainthood, she was able to hold out until now, just to, see him again one by one. She's got a lot more to say. Only, before the time was up, Sima Jin called, and she was, after all, not going to be able to wait for a meeting with him. But it didn't occur to me that in her last moments, he came. He smiled and said, "It's my turn to protect you." Su Shueya's heart was flooded with warmth and her eyes were misty with tears. Trying to squeeze out a small smile, she took a step forward and shielded him again. "You're the fool. How are you going to protect me with your strength?" She laughed, clearly weakened to the point that she was still smiling. She didn't want him to see her weakened. This time, just leave it to me. Be obedient. Mo Qianliang reached out, rubbed her messy hair, and gently said, "Wait for me. Dead to the world. Still making love. I'm already invincible. Today I'd like to see who can save you." The cold humming sound coming from the sky caused Mo Qianliang to frown and turn his head to look over. Sima Jin raised his hand and slapped his palm. Vast holy power surged out and blasted on top of the defense formation. Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. Countless cracks appeared in the defense formation, and it was about to shatter. A sardonic smile appeared on Sima Jin's face. As long as he stepped on this place, then he would be the #1 person in the continent ever. The name of the great Jin sacred emperor Sima Jin will also be passed down through the ages. Sima Jin is already at the late stage of sacred initiation. You're no match, so hurry up and leave. Su Shueyo gritted her teeth, her eyes revealing a pained expression. There was no way for her to continue sustaining the defense formation anymore. Is it the late stage of saint entry? As long as it's still at the sage entry realm, then I have a way to deal with it. Mo Qianliang laughed. His smile was as light as the wind, but revealed a sense of confidence. Unrivaled confidence in the same realm. What do you have in mind? Su Shueyo froze. She really couldn't think of how Mo Qianliang was going to deal with Sima Jin, who was at the late stage of sage entry. It's simple. I'll just enter the saint. Mo Qianliang laughed gently. Enter the saints. At those words, Su Shueyo froze. Would she still be like this if it was that easy to enter sainthood? Ha ha, what arrogance. Sima Jin smiled angrily at his words. A mere brat dares to say that entering sainthood is simple. Do you know what the concept of entering sainthood is? Entering the saint realm. That was the ultimate pursuit of countless people throughout the continent. Since the beginning of time, how many people have been able to become saints? As a matter of fact, most of the sainted emperors, whose true cultivation was at the peak of the half-saint realm, relied on a country's luck to be elevated to sainthood. You can say that Sima Jin's methods are devious, but you can never say that he is not strong. To be able to become an initiated saint on one's own strength, one could be ranked in the 10,000 ancient timeline. This is a supreme realm that hundreds of millions of people can only dream of. This kid, he actually said it's easy to enter the Holy Spirit? Does he think that sainthood is like eating and drinking water? Chapter 96, Under the Saint. All griffins are griffins. Mo Qianliang caressed Su Shueya's messy hair in front of her forehead. The corner of her mouth hooked up in a shallow arc. Do you believe me? Su Shueya looked at him in a daze, not knowing why. This instant, her heart was filled with a sense of security. He always had a way of putting her at ease. She should have refused him after all. Sima Jin was such a dangerous existence, but for some reason, she ghostly nodded. Maybe, he really can work miracles. Boo! The defense array burst into pieces, and Sima Jin looked at the two with a cold smile. I wonder, how are you going to resist me? At this moment, He was so victorious that he didn't regard Mo Qianlong as a formidable enemy at all. In his eyes, Mo Qianlong was nothing more than a mole cricket. Who else is worthy of being his opponent in the whole world? Ha! Mo Qianlong let out a laugh and smiled faintly at Su Shuao. Then he turned around and first put on that white mask to prevent him from leaving this world due to being too far away from Su Shuao during the sparring match later on. Then, with a thought in his mind, that holy armor instantly covered his body. The holy armor was shining black, with a solemn atmosphere, wearing in Mo Qianliang's body. It looked so fit, not knowing who customized it for him. A set of armor? Ha ha ha, what a laugh. Such a full body armor. I have a million pieces in my arsenal. Sima Jin sneered and laughed as if he had seen an extremely ridiculous joke. He thought it was something, but it turned out to be just a mere piece of armor. Mo Qianliang smiled faintly, and with a movement of his mind, the holy stone placed in advance at the chest of the armor was activated. He took one step, and the aura of his armor skyrocketed. Yuan Ying realm. Another step was taken, and his breath once again increased geometrically. The realm of the transfigured god. Sima Jin finally noticed that something was wrong. How could a person's strength increase so much at once? Murphy, something wrong with this armor? Shatter for me. Sima Jin immediately struck out, slamming his fist viciously towards Mo Qianliang. This punch, carrying the terrifying might of destroying everything, was like a titanic pressure, as if it was breaking through a bamboo wall. Mo Qianliang lightly raised his right arm to meet that punch and slowly swung it out. Boom! Deafening muffled sounds exploded, and violent shockwaves swept around from between their fists. Put! A stream of bright red blood spilled from the corner of Sima Jin's mouth as his body staggered back. Sima Jin's face changed drastically. Only his fists were covered in bloodstains, and blood was running down his fingers. How can? Sima Jin uttered in shock, unable to believe his eyes. He's in the late stage of sainthood. Sima Jin looked at Mo Qianliang in shock. At this moment Mo Qianliang's aura was no longer transcendent, but into the holy realm. He's really entered sainthood, by virtue of a suit of armor. Entering the sacred? Su Shuao looked at this scene dumbfounded, her mind buzzing for a long time. He hadn't lied to her. He really did possess the strength to protect her. So what if you have entered sainthood? How much of the armor's power can you exert? I'm already in the late stage of sainthood initiation. And looking at your aura, you're only in the early stage of sainthood initiation. Sima Jin laughed coldly and once again condensed his holy power as he flew up and killed Mo Qianliang. He was just too careless just now. That's why he was injured. Since he had already figured out Mo Qianliang's bottom line, he was still afraid that he wouldn't be able to beat him? Huffing and puffing, Sima Jin's speed was extremely fast, like thunder and lightning, and he closed in on Mo Qianliang in an instant. Swish, 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 his hands danced, and the majestic and thick holy power raged crazily, turning into roiling palm prints that covered the void and shrouded all parts of Mo Qianliang's body. Mo Qianliang stood in place without moving a bit, allowing those palm prints to fall on his body. Bang! 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 Dull collision sounds resounded in the void, as if fireworks were blooming and dazzling. However, every attack that landed on Mo Qianliang would cause layers of ripples on the surface of the holy armor, but it was unable to shake it by half. How is that possible? Sima Jin's eyes widened as he looked at this scene incredulously. How could the defense of that armor be so strong? Not even an attack from the late saint stage could destroy it? Can't even shake it? And in Mo Millennium's perspective, everything is different. He could hear the whispers of people 10,000 miles away. See the trajectory of an ant 10,000 miles away. See the swimming trajectory of every fish within 10,000 miles. And even see the drifting trajectory of every leaf. All movements in the world were incomparably slow in his eyes, and with his previous strength, he could not see Sima Jin's striking movements at all. And now, Sima Jin's attack was also many times slower in his eyes, with all the loopholes visible. Is this, then, the world in the eyes of the saints? Under saint, even transcendent powerhouses were like toddlers in his eyes. No wonder there is a saying in the world that under the saints, all are ants. Not right. Mo Qianliang was in a trance, as if he felt the passage of time, the owner of this holy armor, the Tao of enlightenment. It seems, is time? The Tao of time, transcending the supreme, was the way of the supreme, and it had never been heard of that anyone could control a Tao of such a level. However, Mo Qianliang was unable to control this Tao, but even so, Sima Jin's every move was in his eyes, and the time around him slowed down a lot for him, making Sima Jin to him no longer a threat. I don't believe it. I can't break you. Sima Jin gritted his teeth, his eyes spewing fire as he angrily urged his holy power once again. This time, the attack was even more severe and ferocious. As for Mo Qianliang, He had finally adapted to the realm of sainthood. By sidestepping, he dodged Sima Jin's powerful punch, and his entire body instantly took off into the air, leaping above Sima Jin and slamming down with a punch. Boo! Sima Jin was caught off guard and was directly blown into the ground by Mo Qianlian's punch, splattering countless dust. Sima Jin, who was at the late stage of sage entry, was simply weak in his eyes. Hiss! Seeing the scene in front of them, the people present sucked in a breath of cool air. What is he and why is he so powerful? Su Shueyo, in particular, had a strange color in her eyes and her heart was thumping. Outside of the imperial city, some of the people who had come with Sima Jin at this moment gulped, their feet unconsciously backing up. Why does it feel like this empire, which has just been on the rise for 2 years, is about to fall? Cough cough. Sima Jin climbed up with difficulty, his body in a sorry state, scarlet blood stains hanging from the corners of his mouth. Looking at the figure that was proudly suspended high in the air, he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. Chapter 97. When I enter the holy, I will be invincible in the holy realm. Plus more. What in the world are you? There is no such thing as this weird armor on the continent. As fate would have it, I am the only king who dominates the world. And where did you come from? Sima Jin panicked, even though it had only been a few moves since he couldn't hurt Mo Qianliang at all. That, in a nutshell, made him despair. Not to mention, the strength of the other party was so powerful. State Master, where the hell did he come from? Sima Jin roared, and in the distance, an old man at the peak of transcendent mortality trembled his body, afraid that Mo Qianliang would strike at him. He looked at the astrolabe in his hand and said in a trembling voice, Your Majesty, he is not in the destiny. I can't calculate a single bit of information about him. The State Master knelt on the ground with trepidation, beads of sweat permeating his forehead. His heart had long been appalled to the extreme. Sima Jin's pupils contracted violently, followed by a hideous growl. Waste! What do I need you for? The State Master's body trembled and said in fear, Your Majesty, spare your life. He is too bizarre. The micro-minister cannot calculate. Put. A long rainbow ran through his neck, taking away his last strand of life. Heaven's destiny is with me. I've been holding back for 1,000 years, and I won't give up halfway because of you. Sima Jin said sinisterly, his arms snapping open. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged and darkened, and the sky and earth suddenly changed. Roar! He transformed into a giant black dragon, his massive body large enough to cover half of the sky. Ouch! The dragon's roar was deafening, majestic and vast, as if it was going to shatter the heavens, resounding through the 4 fields. The national fortune was added, and at this moment, Sima Jin was at the peak of his battle power. Die! He roared. Both his claws came out, his sharp fingertips cutting through the sky, bound to take Mo Qianlian's life. Mo Qianlian looked indifferent, calmly looking at the incoming black dragon, lightly lifting his right hand and gently clenching his fist. The ebony armor emitted a cold and chilling light, followed by him swinging his right fist. Buzz! In an instant, the surrounding holy power rolled violently, turning into a monstrous tsunami surging and sweeping towards that black dragon. Click! 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 Under Mo Qianlian's strong and domineering power, the black dragon's body broke apart inch by inch, collapsed and disintegrated, and disappeared without a trace in the twinkling of an eye. Ah! Sima Jin's miserable wail echoed between heaven and earth, shocking the hearts of the people. He was filled with horror and couldn't believe that he had lost. The power of the nation's fortune was deployed, and it was still crushed in seconds. Your aura, which is clearly only at the early stage of sainthood entry, why is it so powerful? More powerful than the peak of sainthood entry. Sima Jin was horrified as he felt Mo Qianlian's chillingly terrifying aura. It felt like facing death. When I enter the holy, I will be invincible in the holy realm. The icy cold voice was delivered as if it was the frost of the 9 specters, causing Sima Jin's body to shudder. Every word, as if it were a heavy hammer, fell into Sima Jin's ears. The holy realm is invincible. So domineering. Who dares to say invincible? Run! At this moment, Sima Jin no longer had the courage to fight against each other, and he exerted all his strength to tear through the void and flee into the distance. Run? Mo Qianlian's gaze was icy cold. If we let Sima Jin run away, what about Su Shuiyao's safety after he left? Sima Jin must die today. He slightly closed his eyes. Everything within 10,000 miles was in his eyes. A piece of emptiness like countless mirrors, arranged in front of him. These mirrors are the targets of instantaneous movement, and can appear in any mirror he sees with a thought. In other words, within 10,000 miles, he needed a single thought to arrive. Rather, he could instantaneously move multiple times in a row in a single breath of time, crossing 1,000,000 miles in a moment. Saints, controlling the laws of space. Then, he saw Sima Jin, appeared in one of the mirrors, before he could make a second instantaneous movement. Mo Qianliang shot. Boom! Mo Qianliang shot out a palm. The mirror instantly shattered. And Sima Jin also fell down from the void. Afterward, Mo Qianliang took one step and appeared in front of Sima Jin. Put! Sima Jin spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Mo Qianliang as he appeared, his eyes terrified. Who the hell are you? I've held back for 1,000 years, burdened with countless humiliations. Why do you want to take it all away? Heaven's fate is on me. If you kill me, you will be judged by heaven's fate. Sima Jin roared, his eyes red, his heart filled with intense resentment and hatred. He's that close to unifying the world. It was so close. Heaven's destiny? If there really is a heavenly destiny in this world, then I alone will bear all this karma. Mo Qianliang's tone was icy cold as he slowly stretched out his palm, imprisoning Sima Jin in place, unable to move. Heaven's destiny is irreversible. Sima Jin frantically hissed. He's not happy about it. He had worked for 1,000 years, paid countless prices, and was thus undone. He was not convinced. Rumble. Above the 9 heavens, it was as if some terrifying aura was surfacing, and world-destroying thunder was brewing, radiating destructive fluctuations, as if it was preparing to rain down plunder and punishment. Mo Qianliang raised his head, and before he could make any moves, the destructive aura above the 9 heavens violently dissipated into nothingness. Mandate of heaven, back off. This. Sima Jin was desperate, disheartened, and his entire body fell limply to the ground. At this moment, it was as if he had been drained of all spirit and will. Even the mandate of heaven has abandoned him. Sima Jin, I still admire you. If you were in another world, you would have succeeded, but if you hurt her, you are destined to be my enemy. To be merciful to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Mo Qianliang looked down at him indifferently, his voice devoid of emotion. After the words, he stretched out his finger and lightly tapped out a finger in the air. Bang! In a blink of an eye, Sima Jin stiffened. A brilliant splash of brightly colored blood erupted from his brow, and he fell straight down. Sima Jin, the emperor of the Great Jin Empire for less than 2 years and the self-proclaimed Holy Emperor for less than a month, collapsed. At the same moment, the former Great Chu Imperial Capital, now the Great Jin Imperial Capital, the black dragon statue that the national fortune had condensed also violently cracked at this moment. The subjects of the Great Jin looked at this scene with disbelief. Their invincible Saint Emperor had fallen? In the great changing imperial capital, everyone was waiting for something, tense to the extreme. That mysterious man, did he take down Sima Jin or not? And, that mystery man, who the hell is he? He seems close to Her Majesty the Empress? Hiss! The void cracked open in an opening, and Mo Qianliang walked out from it, dropping the corpse in his hands while looking towards the Great Jin's army outside the imperial city. Sima Jin is dead. Those who resist will be killed without pardon. Mo Qianliang's voice was loud and resounded between heaven and earth. Wow! Hearing his voice, the soldiers of the Great Jin put down their weapons and knelt down, not daring to resist. And the subjects of the great long-standing imperial capital cheered, their morale soaring to the peak. Su Shuao violently rushed over and tightly hugged Mo Qianliang. Just now, she was too worried, afraid that something would happen to Mo Qianliang. And now that he was back safely, she was finally relieved. It's all right, I finally guarded you for once. Mo Qianliang touched Su Shuao's soft hair and revealed a smile. From now on, with me around, no one can bully you. P.S. Extra. Too late to write the poem. We'll do it tomorrow. Thanks for all the gifts. Omega. Chapter 98. What kind of me do you prefer? In the peach blossom forest, Mo Qianliang stood quietly under the largest peach blossom tree, looking at the forest. The newborn peach blossom forest was even more lush and beautiful than the previous one before it was destroyed, with lush branches and leaves, brilliant peach blossoms, and a fresh, fragrant fragrance that was refreshing to the heart. He remembered the peach blossom forest in the Yunmeng's region again, which was even more lush compared to this one. If this peach blossom forest continues to grow, then will it become that lush as well? A few moments later, a subtle sound came from behind him. Mo Qianliang turned his head and saw Su Shuao slowly walking towards him with light steps. She wore a blue-purple rosette, with a delicate figure, a slender waist, and a layer of tantalizing redness coming through her white and snowy skin, black and beautiful green silk hanging to the waist. Vaguely, you can still see the undried water, a fresh and pleasant fragrance to meet the face. Let a person smell the desire to get drunk, relaxed and happy. At this moment, Su Shuao was as breathtakingly beautiful as a hibiscus that had just emerged from the water. She walked next to Mo Qianliang with lotus steps, wearing a sweet smile. That Sima Jin is very strong. You're not injured, right? Su Shuao asked, carrying above her pretty face. Don't worry, I'm fine. Mo Qianliang gently shook his head. Don't believe me. You're only at the spirit transformation realm. Borrowing the power of an entered saint will definitely cause damage to your body. Su Shueyo was still uneasy and pulled Mo Qianliang's hand to inspect it. She was careful and conscientious, circulating her spiritual energy once through every part of Mo Qianliang's body, afraid of missing a detail. Looking at Su Shueyo's serious appearance, the corner of Mo Qianliang's mouth hooked up. His eyes flickered with a strange light, and his heart was warm. After a long time, when Su Shueyo was sure that Mo Qianliang was really intact, only then did she let out a sigh of relief, and a charming smile reappeared on her pretty face. You must have paid a great price for resorting to the power of entry saints, right? Thinking of something, she frowned again and asked. In the previous conversation, she had also learned something about Mo Qianliang, knowing that the power he was in didn't have any powerful people at the level of sainthood. Not to mention, borrowing the power of an initiated saint. What's that gonna cost? A single piece of armor could play out the strength of an access saint level. So wouldn't the owner of its armor be even more intensely terrifying? What a price to pay to borrow something from a being like that. Not really, that holy armor. It seems like someone prepared it specifically for me, so I didn't pay anything. Mo Qianliang explained. Didn't pay? Su Shueyo froze, somewhat in disbelief. Are you afraid that I'll worry? So you lied to me? Suddenly, Su Shueyo's eyes darkened as she asked in a low voice. How come? I didn't lie to you. Mo Qianliang rubbed Su Shueyo's head and said with a face full of favor. I really didn't pay the price. Look, this is what I drew for you. The last portrait. Mo Qianliang took out a piece of drawing paper. After each meeting, he still maintains the habit of painting. Su Shueyo took the scroll and unfolded it. On the portrait, at the forefront of the civil and military officials, was a dignified figure, wearing a purple and gold imperial crown on his head, clad in a purple haze-colored phoenix robe, his face tied with a pink peach blossom face, his eyes gleaming, his body exuding a majestic and solemn temperament, and behind her, there was a neatly arranged palace, which was majestic, opulent, and extraordinary, giving people a sense of majesty and solemnity. That was her. When she was the great Chang Empress. Like it? Mo Qianliang looked at Su Shueyo and mildly inquired. Aha! Su Shueyo nodded, her eyes shining brightly as she carefully put it away. Your painting skills are getting stronger and better. She couldn't help but appreciate the painting. It was as lifelike as it was alive, leaving her in awe. Su Shueyo's delicate and absolutely beautiful face was reflected in Mo Qianliang's pupils, and he slowly reached out and held her small hand, saying softly, it's not that my drawing skills are getting stronger. It's that you're getting better looking. Shueyo. Su Shueyo's delicate body trembled slightly. Her heart was flooded with sweet ripples. Although this love story was very cliched, she still felt very sweet. What? Don't like that phoenix robe? Mo Qianliang let out a laugh and looked at the purple dress on Su Shueyo's body. Su Shueyo shook her head. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a light smile. I like it. I just don't want to wear it. She sighed softly and continued. It's so heavy and weighing me down that I still prefer it the way it is now. After she finished speaking, she slightly tilted her head, her gaze falling on Mo Qianliang, asking with a smile, then which of my looks do you like better? Mo Qianliang smiled faintly, his eyes filled with tenderness. I like them all. Su Shueyo pouted and muttered in dissatisfaction. Too perfunctory. Mo Qianliang hurriedly explained. I'm not being perfunctory. When you're wearing the phoenix robe, you're majestic, honorable, elegant, and dignified. And in the eyes of the world, you're the empress who controls everything. And now, you're like a gentle fairy who descended to the earth, pouring out your country and smiling coquettishly, so that people can't help but want to get close. Mo Qianliang spoke softly, his eyes filled with tenderness. After Su Shueyo heard this, she covered her mouth and laughed softly, her laughter as clear and melodious as a silver bell, her face overflowing with a happy smile. The originally delicate face was even more gorgeous at this time, as if it was a peach blossom in full bloom, emitting a charming fragrance. If I let you choose only one, what kind of me do you prefer? Su Shueyo blinked, her beautiful eyes gazing at Mo Qianliang as she asked softly. Her gaze was full of anticipation and curiosity, as if she was eager to know the answer. Without hesitation, Mo Qianliang replied, as long as it's you, no matter what you look like, I like it, but if I had to choose, I'd choose you now. Why? Su Shueyo pursued, a trace of doubt and incomprehension on her face. Because. Mo Qianliang took a deep breath and slowly said, I prefer my Shueyo to remain the carefree and naive princess, rather than becoming an empress who carries the weight of the heavens on her back. Su Shueyo was stunned as she quietly gazed at Mo Qianliang, her eyes flashing with complex emotions. The answer was unexpected but struck a deep chord. Yes, being a carefree princess was something she expected and aspired to more than anything else. Growing up, Chapter 99, The Fairy Dances in the Snow. Now that Sima Jin is dead, the Great Jin Empire will fall apart. And next, there will be no obstacles to Great Chang's unification. Su Shuao laughed lightly, her gaze much softer. The burden that has been weighing on my heart for these 10 years or so has disappeared in a flash. I don't know how to thank you. I owe you more than I can ever repay in this lifetime. Mo Qianyun laughed, reaching out to smooth the broken hair at the corner of her forehead. These 2 years, it must have been very tiring and exhausting, right? Su Shuao didn't reply, but from her gaze, Mo Qianliang saw much, much more, especially the last time they met. When Mo Qianliang saw her wearing the emperor's crown, he knew that how much she was shouldering. Thinking back to the first time we met, she was a young girl so aggrieved that she wanted to cry. Accompany me to a place. Su Shuao spoke softly, her voice carrying a few hints of sadness and anticipation. Mo Qianliang looked at her and nodded. Good. A few moments later, the two arrived at a solemn and dignified imperial tomb. The ancestors of the long-established royal families of the past generations are buried here, and each tombstone carries a piece of glorious history. Su Shuao silently walked in front. Mo Qianliang quietly followed behind her. They passed through a forest of monuments and eventually stopped in front of one of the newest tombstones. Su Shuao stopped and slowly knelt down, bowing deeply to the tombstone, respectfully saying, "Father, Mother, Shuao has come to see you." Mo Qianliang stood on the side, quietly watching everything in front of him. A ripple crossed the depths of his eyes and did not make a sound. "Shuao has brought someone else to see you guys this time." Su Shuao continued. "It was he who helped our great Chang Empire persevere. It was he who brought our great Chang to this point. It was he who cleared the way for our great Chang to unify the world. His name is Mo Qianliang." Speaking here, Su Shuao turned her head and looked at Mo Qianliang. "He is the hero who saved the great Chang. Father, Mother, your Shuao has grown up and is no longer that little girl who pestered you for birthday presents. Shuao is now, like father, able to defend the entire world and able to guard his people. It's just that you won't be able to see it. You won't be able to see the moment when the great Chang dynasty unifies the world. You won't be able to see Shuao grow up, and even more so, you won't be able to see the day when Shuao gets married." After saying that, Su Shuao raised her head, tear tracks sliding down her cheeks. Mo Qianliang looked a little heartbroken and reached out to wipe away Su Shuao's tears. "Shuao, don't be sad. If aunt and uncle know in their springs, they will definitely be proud of you as well." Mo Qianliang persuaded in a low voice. Su Shuao wiped her tears, barely pulling up a trace of a smile, saying, "It's okay, I just haven't spoken to father and mother for too long, and I haven't had the time to come over in the past 2 years." She looked at the tombstone, her eyes moist, and murmured, "I miss my father and mother a lot. Whenever I dream at midnight." She paused, then choked out, "Missed it, really missed it." Mo Qianliang silently tightened his grip on her palm as if to give her strength and support. Su Shuao closed her eyes as tears slid down her cheeks. She bit her lips tightly and tried hard to restrain her grief. Mo Qianliang gently hugged her and kept her company. After a while, Su Shuao opened her eyes, wiped away the tears on her face with her sleeve, and squeezed out a smile. "Let's go." With that, the two of them slowly walked out of the cemetery and towards the distance. After a while, the two arrived on top of the tallest mountain outside the imperial capital. "Remember, I told you earlier that it's snowing in the north?" Su Shuao suddenly asked softly. Mo Qianliang gently nodded his head, indicating that the memory was still fresh. At that time, the north was still enemy territory and they couldn't go there. Now that there is no longer any threat to the world, are you willing to accompany me to see the snow? Su Shuao's gaze was filled with anticipation, and her tone was unusually gentle. "Aha!" Mo Qianliang nodded seriously in agreement. Su Shuao laughed happily, then tightly pulled Mo Qianliang's hand and flew into the air together. A few moments later, the two came to the north. The snowflakes are falling in droves, dancing in the air in a beautiful way. As far as the eye could see, it was all white, pure and flawless. White was the only color of this world. Everything was covered in this clean white. It seemed mysterious and indistinct. The two of them strolled in the snow, surrounded by fluttering and drifting snowflakes, just like a wonderful painting, intoxicating people, forgetting all their worries and fatigue. The day I was born, it happened to be snowing heavily in the sky, so my name carries the word snow. Su Shuao tilted her head, looking at the snowflakes drifting in the sky, a faint smile on her lips. Mo Qianliang looked at Su Shuao. His dark as ink pupils were filled with soft ripples. The corners of his mouth similarly contained a smile. "I really like snow. Wait for me here. I'll give you a snowflake dance, okay?" Su Shuao said with a smile. "Good." Mo Qianliang answered without hesitation, warmth and favor overflowing on his handsome and extraordinary features. "Then I'll start." Su Shuao smiled brightly and took a step. Snowflakes fluttered, clothes fluttered, skirts fluttered, and the beauty smiled, like a fairy in the snow. Watching this scene, a thick smile surfaced under Mo Qianliang's eyes as he silently looked at Su Shuao, who was dancing in the snowflakes. Her dance was light and graceful, each movement full of spirit and elegance, as if she was one with the snowflakes. Her smile was as warm as the sun and lit up the whole world. Snowflakes were falling down and landing on them as if they were also adding a romantic and mysterious touch to this beautiful dance. Su Shuao's movements were elegant and smooth, dancing like a butterfly, dexterous and light. Each dance posture carried a charm that was uniquely her own. A crystal clear snowflake surrounded her and became her dance partner, haunting her periphery as if she were an elf, setting her off as the only fairy in the snow between heaven and earth. Snowflakes fluttered around her body like petals falling, mirroring her dance in beauty. Each of her spins and jumps were so light, as if they were weightless, leaving a beautiful arc in the air. At this moment, she was the fairy in the snow, radiating a holy, beautiful and mesmerizing light that seduced the soul and was breathtakingly beautiful. Mo Qianliang's gaze kept gazing at Su Shuao, unable to blink. Time was short, and every breath was extremely precious, and he was afraid that if he missed it, he would never see it again. Chapter 100 The Laws of Time. Trying to keep this time, plus more. How he wished that he could always look at her so quietly, watch her smile and laugh, listen to her voice and watch her dance. After a long time, Su Shuao finally stopped moving and smiled sweetly back at Mo Qianliang. In that moment, 10,000 sunsets erupted out, the setting sun just passing through the clouds and shining on her. The red haze filled the sky, reflecting her delicate face like a flower and her eyebrows like a flower. The bottom of her eyes shone with a crystal clear luster, like the stars in the sky. Mo Qianliang froze and looked at Su Shuao. And for a moment, he was actually demented. Su Shuao looked at the dumbfounded Mo Qianliang and couldn't help but purse her lips and snicker as she slowly walked towards him. Her footsteps were light and delicate, her posture swaying, the breeze blowing her skirt and ruffling her dark, silky hair. What's all the gawking about? Is it because you think my dance isn't good enough? Su Shuao asked with a dimpled smile. No, the dance was beautiful. Mo Qianliang came back to her senses and hurriedly explained. Oh really? Su Shuao pretended to be surprised as she looked at Mo Qianliang, the corner of her mouth hooked into a wry arc. Of course it's true. I've never lied to you. Mo Qianliang replied seriously. Upon hearing this, Su Shuao smiled and playfully cocked her head, looking at the setting sun in the middle of the snow. Accompany me to watch the sunset. The sunset in the snow is the most beautiful. She lifted her small face and looked at Mo Qianliang with a shallow smile. Mo Qianliang nodded and stretched out his arm, taking her into his embrace and enjoying the sunset snow scene with her. Su Shuao leaned on top of his solid and broad chest, feeling the body heat coming from him. The sun was setting in the west, and the evening sunlight colored half of the sky, brilliant and eye-catching. A snowflake flew down on their heads, shoulders and hair, enveloping them in a haze, as if they were in a dreamy wonderland. It's so beautiful. Su Shuao sighed heartily. She rested her head sideways on Mo Qianliang's arm, looking at his well-defined face. Her heart trembled slightly. He was her salvation, the angel that saved her. Su Shuao gently closed her eyes, enjoying a moment of peace and tranquility. She clutched his hand, feeling the warmth that passed through his palm, and her whole body relaxed. It was true that she had been too tired and repressed these past few years. This relaxation and serenity she had now was something she just wanted to hold on to, not to lose. Mo Qianliang gazed down at her quiet and restful appearance. His heart was filled with happiness. He wanted to let time permanently stay in this moment. The sun is gradually setting and night is falling. The moonlight quietly rose and poured down, spreading its silvery white light over the entire snowy field. Hazy and dreamy, time together is always so fast, and it's clear that time has faded before anything has even been done. Shuao, do you have a holy stone? Mo Qianliang whispered, his tone slightly hesitant. When he killed Sima Jin, he put on his holy armor and felt the fluctuation of the laws of time. If, that is, he could use the laws of time. Sacred stones? There are, but there aren't many left to maintain the defense array before. There are only a few left. They're all for you. Su Shuao didn't know what Mo Qianliang wanted the holy stones for, but if he needed them, she gave them. Then she took out the only 3 holy stones left and handed them over to Mo Qianliang. Wait for me for a moment. Mo Qianliang took the holy stone and walked to the side, reciting in his heart. The holy armor emerged and transformed into armor, protecting his entire body. He took out a holy stone and activated the holy armor once again, briefly possessing the power to enter the saints. He slowly closed his eyes and felt the power of the laws of time contained within the sacred armor. There are many kinds of great roads in the world, and everyone who steps into the God of transformation can perceive a single road, and some heavenly prides against the heavens can even perceive more than one. At the transformation god realm, what was being competed for was whose Dao was more powerful. 3,000 great avenues, 300 strong avenues, 36 supreme avenues, and 3 supreme avenues. When a Shin Pin Foundation stepped into the transformation spirit, if it could comprehend one of the 300 great Dao paths, then it would be far stronger than the small paths that an Earth Pin Foundation could comprehend. And in fact, the vast majority of the world's transformers perceived ordinary Dao paths. Even Earth-grade Foundation establishment was no exception. Those who were able to perceive a strong Dao were basically the same as having the entry bricks to the Saint realm, such as Sima Jin and other Saint entry powerhouses. Su Shuiao's sentient Dao, on the other hand, was one of the supreme Dao, which was why Su Shuiao, at a half-step into the saintly realm, was able to take on Sima Jin, who was in the middle stage of sainthood. A supreme great Dao controller is invincible in the realm of the sacred realm when he enters the sacred realm. The supreme way is basically the ultimate in the world. The 3 supreme avenues had never been controlled by anyone before, not to mention a mere entry saint. Even a supreme great emperor could not touch them in the slightest. Space is king, time is honored, fate is not out of the picture, and karma is king. The laws of space, which can be touched by a transfigured god, are controlled by an entered saint. Time, karma, and fate, on the other hand, are unattainable supreme avenues. However, this holy armor, contained the laws of time. This made Mo Qianliang feel very curious about the northern spirit sage who had left behind the holy armor. What kind of existence is it that can control the laws of time? However, right now, he couldn't touch a world like that, and what he wanted most right now was just that, to stay in this world for some more time. Mo Qianliang raised his hand and tried to control that law of time, but unfortunately, just like last time, he still couldn't touch it. He took a deep breath to calm the agitation in his heart and collected his thoughts, turning his eyes to gaze at Su Shuiao beside him. If he couldn't touch time, then what could he? With what? Be truly together with Su Shuiao? Want her to wait a year at a time to meet him for a day? He wanted her to be with her every moment. The law of time, he must control. He closed his eyes and merged completely with the power of the holy armor. And in a trance, it was as if he saw the owner of that holy armor in the past. Only, he couldn't see the man's appearance. He could only vaguely see that when he raised his head, there was a mask on his face. Heavenly destiny cannot be violated. Karma is irreversible, and time is uncontrollable. An ethereal and void voice entered Mo Qianliang's ears. Disobey heaven's order and pay the price. Reverse karma and suffer the repercussions. Control time. That voice grew weaker and weaker until it dissipated. Mo Qianliang opened his eyes, and a flash of essence flashed through the armor's dark, starry eyes. So it is. The laws of time he couldn't control right now, but the supreme treasure of time had always been in his possession. The white mask, then, would allow him to keep time. Only, the figure didn't finish the words behind it, but judging from the first 2 sentences, controlling time, too, came at a price. And the price, what is it? Taking off his holy armor, Mo Qianliang took out his white mask. He looked up at the night sky. At this moment in time, it was about to reach the early hours of the morning. So, does the fact that he wears a mask mean that he can remain in this world? It's 18. The beauty is independent of the snow. The snowflakes fall and dance in neon. Time passes quietly and love remains the same, leaving only the shadow of 1,000 years together. P.S. Plus the 5th day. The gift list 71. Thank you for your support. To the top 50 plus 20 days. Oh, you guys like the princess or the empress? I'm not sure if you like the princess or the empress, but I'm sure you like the princess. Chapter 101, Staying in this realm. Looking at the white mask in his hand, Mo Qianliang fell into deep thought. He had thought that this mask would only allow him to remain in this world away from Su Shuiao, but he had not thought that it would also have the effect of fixing the time on him. That way, he could stay in this world forever. Although, he could only wear a mask all the time and could not be honest with Su Shuiao. At least, he was still in this world, wasn't he? Time. About to cross the early morning line, Mo Qianliang put on the white mask with some trembling, and then violently closed his eyes at the last breath. It was past the early morning line, but he still didn't dare to open his eyes, for he was afraid that if he did, he would be back in his own world. I can't reach you. Suddenly, Su Shuiao's voice rang in his ears, which caused Mo Qianliang to open his eyes at once. He's, like, still in this world. What came into his eyes was Su Shuiao's stunningly beautiful face. Beautiful beyond compare under the bright moonlight and the reflection of the white snow. She reached out to take her hand. Only, instead, her hand went through and didn't touch her own. Mo Qianliang slightly froze as he also reached out to touch Su Shuiao's face, only to realize that he had similarly touched empty. Both of them froze. Why couldn't they touch each other when they were so close? And, perhaps, the price of his continued stay in this world. He could hear Su Shuiao's voice, feel her presence, and smell the aroma of her body, but just couldn't touch each other. Shuiao, can you hear me? Mo Qianliang asked softly. Well, I heard that. Su Shuiao nodded. She seemed to notice that Mo Qianliang was a bit lost and added another sentence. I can feel you by my side all the time, and feel the warmth of your breath. Su Shuiao laughed, revealing an overwhelming smile. Mo Qianliang smiled at his words. Although he could not make contact, he was content to remain in this world. I want to watch you unify the world and become the empress of all the world. Mo Qianliang slowly said. Well, it will be. Su Shuiao nodded. Sima Jin has been removed. No one left in Great Jin can hold up the situation, and the time for Great Chang to unify the world will not be too far away. The night, silent and still, the two of them, though unable to touch each other, lay together as usual, looking at the night sky. Su Shuiao turned her body sideways and looked at Mo Qianliang. Although she couldn't get close, she was content to look at it up close. Time passed, the sky brightened, and the sunrise poured down through the clouds, shining down on them. Snow has stopped long ago. The north wind blew, scraping up the snow on the ground, flying and spinning. The scene is beautiful. The two then realized a serious problem. Because of the lack of contact, Su Shuiao's instantaneous movement would not be able to take Mo Qianliang away. Su Shuiao's pretty brows were knitted, at a loss, because at this moment, the Great Chancellor is in great need of her to preside over, and the Great Jin is falling apart at this moment, which is the best time for the Great Chancellor to unify the world. Unifying the world is the most important thing. I'm going to watch to become the only female emperor in the world, so go ahead. We have a long time together. Anyway, looking at the worried Su Shuiao, Mo Qianliang couldn't help but hook his lips and laugh lightly. He knew her reluctance, but he knew better what she needed to do now. This is a positioning jade slip, so I can check your location at any time and find you when I have the time. Su Shuiao took out a jade slip and handed it to Mo Qianliang. Only, even the jade slip, Mo Qianliang couldn't touch it. Mo Qianliang wanted to take out the long-distance calling talisman from his own storage bag, but realized that he couldn't open the bag. It's fine. The map of the world in your room before. I've already memorized it all in my head. I'll go to the great imperial capital to look for you. Mo Qianliang comforted Su Shuiao. Good. Then I'll wait for you. Su Shuiao took a deep breath and suppressed the reluctance in her heart, forcing a smile. I'm going. After Su Shuiao said this, her figure slowly disappeared. Mo Qianliang stood in place and watched Su Shuiao's figure disappear completely before withdrawing his sight. Afterwards, he headed towards the great changing imperial capital. His speed was fast, and in this state, he didn't need to consume spiritual energy at all, and could maintain full speed all the time. However, the distance between here and the great changing imperial capital was separated by a dozen or so spiritual realms, and even if he was a perfect Jin Dan, this speed down to sunset descended. He had only traveled a tenth of the distance. His speed was still much worse than the void shuttling of the transfigured god and the entered saint. He could use the holy armor to briefly have saint entry strength, but there were only 2 holy stones left, so he had to keep them just in case. Found you. As the sun was about to set, a figure appeared at the end of the line of sight. It was a beautiful woman, dressed in a gorgeous phoenix robe, with an elegant and dignified demeanor. It was as if she had brought the light of the entire world with her arrival, and it was impossible to take your eyes off her. Unlike last night, Su Shuiao at this moment was dressed in a phoenix robe, displaying her status and position as an honored female emperor of the great Changji kingdom. Her figure was overwhelmingly awe-inspiring, yet mysterious and attractive at the same time. The most surprising thing, however, was the smile that spread across her face. This smile is so warm and affectionate, as if it were a flower blooming in spring. This was a sight that the subjects of the great chancellor had never seen before, and it was hard for them to imagine that the high and mighty and inviolable empress could have such a gentle and charming side. Today's you seem to be very happy? Mo Qianliang asked with a smile, his eyes revealing a hint of doting. As he looked at the empress in front of him, he could clearly feel the feelings of joy within her. Of course, the millions of Great Jin troops that besieged the imperial capital yesterday have all surrendered, and the strength of Great Chang has finally recovered a bit. Su Shuiao proudly raised her chin. Mo Qianliang looked at her. The corner of his mouth arched up. Well, my family Shuiao, she's really something. Hearing Mo Qianliang's words of appreciation, Su Shuiao was in an even better mood. I think it shouldn't take more than a year to unify the world, and I've heard that the one who is now succeeding to the throne of the great Jin Emperor is Sima Jin's eldest son, Sima Yin. That Sima Yin's strength is only at the peak of transcendent, and even with the great Jin's national fortune to boost it, at most, he'll barely make it to sainthood. Although I'm also at the peak of transcendent now, with the addition of national fortune, that Sima-in won't be my opponent. Sima-in is a far cry from Sima-jin. Chapter 102, This Holy Armor. Return it to me when you become a saint. Su Shuya smiled coquettishly and radiantly. Her whole person emanated an eye-catching radiance that made people unable to move their eyes. The princess is as soft as she can be. The empress she is soaring with confidence. But no matter which look, Su Shuyo is still Su Shuyo, the one that Mo Qianliang is familiar with, the one that Mo Qianliang likes. Then I'll be waiting to see the grandeur of your unification of the world. Mo Qianliang smiled as he reached out, gently caressing Su Shuyao's delicate and beautiful face. Even though he couldn't touch it, he subconsciously wanted to do so. Wait. Suddenly, Su Shuyo seemed to have discovered something and came over, her gaze resting on Mo Qianliang's face. On the mask, to be precise. What's wrong? Mo Qianliang asked, looking at Su Shuyo suspiciously. As I recall, this mask before, it was pure white, right? Su Shuyo looked at Mo Qianliang in doubt. Mo Millennium pondered for a moment and nodded. Pure white, without a hint of any other color. Now this edge corner, it seems to turn gray, and although the gray is very faint and small, it does exist. Su Shuyo observed carefully and continued. Is there dust on it? Mo Qianliang slightly froze, then shook his head. When I brought it back before, I felt that this white color didn't look good, and wanted to paint it with other colors, only to find that I couldn't leave any marks on it. Unable to leave a mark? I thought you carved the peach blossom mark at the center of your mask's brow. Su Shuyo was a bit surprised. Hearing her words, Mo Qianliang was slightly stunned. This peach blossom mark, could it be that it wasn't carved down by Su Shuyo? He had seen it before. He just thought that it was left by Su Shuyo at his brow earlier. This made him a little curious, but thought that it would make sense for the mask to be so mysterious, containing the laws of time, and magical. The two walked side by side as the sun set, the afterglow enveloping the two as if gilded with a faint golden glow. After that, I came to you every day after taking care of the day's business, and accompanied you to watch the sunset and the night view. On the way, Su Shuyo said in a soft voice. Aha! Mo Qianliang replied in a low voice, his handsome features full of doting and happiness. It was the first time he had spent 2 days in this world, and, more than 2 days, it would be longer. The night was silent. The cool moonlight spilled onto the ground and shone through the leaves. A gust of wind blew, swirling up the fallen leaves and fluttering them down beside the two men's feet. It wasn't until the next morning that Su Shuyo reluctantly left. Mo Qianliang continued to advance towards the imperial capital, and on this day, he had traveled another tenth of the distance. At the moment of dusk that day, Su Shuyo found him again, and today, she was even happier than yesterday. However, today, she had changed into a princess dress, which was a great contrast to yesterday's image of an empress. Most of the lost lands of the Great Chang have already been recovered. All that remains is to recover all the lost lands, including the northwestern border where we look at the snow, and I believe that it won't be long. When Su Shuyo spoke, her eyes were bright, flashing with a confident and dazzling light, just like a small sun, causing people to move their eyes. Su Shuyo's smile was sweet, warm and healing. Looking at her like this, Mo Qianliang couldn't help but follow suit with a smile. It was as if he had already seen what it would be like for Su Shuyo to rule the world. Tomorrow, I'm going to lead the army and go recover the rest of the lost land, and I'll come to you at night when there's no fighting, Su Shuyo said with a smile. War? Mo Qianliang remembered something, and with a movement of his mind, the holy armor that had been integrated into his body was taken out. It was good that this holy armor was not in the storage ring, but in his body, so it could be taken out. This is the holy armor. Using the holy stone, you can briefly have the realm of entering the saint. Try a drop of blood and see if you can try to control it? Mo Qianliang said. This is too precious. I can't have it. Su Shuyo hurriedly refused. She already owed Mo Qianliang enough. No, it must be taken. Mo Qianliang's tone was devoid of any room for negotiation. Shuya, I don't want you to get hurt again. Seemingly afraid of scaring Su Shuya, his tone, again, was gentle. Do you know that watching you get hurt hurts my heart so much that I can't wait to bear it for you? Mo Qianliang said. Su Shuya gave a start. A touch of strange feeling rose in her heart. Her nose tip was slightly sour and she tightly bit her lips. Is this what it feels like to be protected? But what will you do without the sacred armor? Su Shuyo asked worriedly. Fool, how many times have I been told that in the dream world? I'll be fine, and in the real world, I'm safe now. Besides, with your current realm, you'll be able to enter sainthood in a few years, whereas for me, it's just a few days. This holy armor, return it to me when you enter the saint. But it's only a few days. What else can I do? Moreover, with the sacred armor, the time for you to unify the world can be much faster again, and I am more at ease. After Mo Qianliang explained a bit, in the end, Su Shuiao still accepted the holy armor. She dropped a drop of blood on it, and instantly, the holy armor emitted a light that transformed into a light golden armor that attached itself to her body. It's also a 100% fit. Moreover, the colors of the holy armor had changed, as if it was a different set. This holy armor, what kind of person built it? Who is that northern spirit sage? Really? All of this seems to be so foggy that there is no way to find it. After putting on the saint armor, Su Shuiao closed her eyes to feel it, and opened her eyes a moment later, her complexion revealing a touch of eccentricity. It's like, I don't need a holy stone to inspire the cultivation realm of an initiated saint. She raised her arm, her fingertips flowing with light golden holy power, and in an instant, the space around her suddenly surged with a strong pressure, a terrifying aura spreading out into the holy realm, and did not use the holy stone. Mo Qianliang was also surprised. Why did he use it himself and need a holy stone, while Su Shuiao didn't need one? Was it because his strength was too weak, and Su Shuiao was already close to entering sainthood to be like this? Or was Su Shuiao's fit even higher than his? Mo Millennium couldn't figure it out, but he wasn't going to delve into it. It was always a good thing. No matter what the reason was, Su Shuiao, who wore the holy armor and possessed the cultivation of sainthood, he was finally relieved that even if that Sima Jin was resurrected and returned, he wouldn't be Su Shuiao's opponent at this moment. Hey, on your head, why did a gray hair appear? I didn't even notice it yesterday. Suddenly, Su Shuiao noticed something and tried to reach out her hand, pulling off the white hair, but her hand penetrated through. Again, she forgot that the current state of Mo Millennium was untouchable. Gray hair? Mo Qianliang was also stunned and asked, where is it? Over here. Su Shuiao stretched out her finger and pointed to a location. Mo Qianliang followed the direction of Su Shuiao's finger and sensed it, and really found that on his head, there was one more white hair. He reached out and pulled the white hair out, rubbing it gently. It's just a gray hair. It's nothing. He laughed in disbelief. Why it's nothing? White hair appearing. It must be because you're under a lot of stress, always worrying and worrying about something. Su Shuiao's bright eyes surfaced with a hint of worry and heartache. Isn't this because I was worried about your safety? Now that you have the saint armor, I'm finally relieved. Mo Qianliang's gaze grew softer and softer. He turned his head sideways and looked at Su Shuiao, his eyes filled with favor and love. Don't worry, no matter what the future holds, I will be there to face it with you. Hearing these words, Su Shuiao's heart sped up, an emotion called happiness flowing through her chest. Aha! She nodded. The two of them smiled at each other, distancing themselves from each other and getting a little closer. Early the next morning, Su Shuiao once again reluctantly left, and Mo Qianliang watched her leave. After Su Shuiao left, Mo Qianliang once again picked up the white hair and gazed at it under the sunlight. He seemed to understand what the cost was. It's 19, written by a reader, the general term is Xiao Xiao Lanyu, and slightly changed by the author. Thousands of years of snow fall with no place to return to. A world of love with dream marks. I wish the years would not fail me. I don't know what year it will be when we meet again. P.S. There are still the last few chapters. Su Shuiao united the world to become a female emperor. The first volume will end. The author is organizing the second volume of the plot of the female emperor looking for a husband, resulting in no time to add more today. There are 5 chapters of the gift to add more, and after that, it will be made up for it. Chapter 103, 365 times the price. At the moment of dusk, the sun is about to set and the sky is flooded with a golden color. Clad in light golden armor, Su Shuiao appeared in front of him like a female martial god. This battle armor was different from the princess dress as well as the empress phoenix robe. At this moment, Su Shuiao had less of the majesty of an empress, less of the gentleness of a princess, but more of a touch of heroism. Her eyes were firm and sharp, as if they could penetrate all obstacles, and her stance was erect and majestic, so that people couldn't help but fall for her. She was supposed to be the unsmiling commander-in-chief on the battlefield, but at this moment she showed a different kind of sweet smile. Today, we have won a great battle, recovered another great city, and recovered 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains. Her eyes were bright and glittering, her face overflowing with excitement, her whole person full of vigor and vitality, breathtakingly beautiful. That's quite good. It seems that the day of unifying the world is one step closer. Mo Qianliang looked at her with a smile, his eyes full of tenderness. Aha! Su Shuiao nodded approvingly, her smile like a spring flower blooming, brilliant and charming. She walked over with light steps, and the halo of the setting sun shone on the golden armor on her body, refracting a brilliant luster that shone like gold. However, in the next moment, the smile on her face disappeared, and with a pair of eyes, she gazed closely at Mo Qianliang. What's wrong? Mo Qianliang asked suspiciously. On your head. Su Shuiyao's voice trembled a little. There are 2 more gray hairs. At those words, Mo Qianliang was stunned as he slowly raised his head, his divine sense scanning the top of his head. Where? Indeed, 2 more white hairs had grown. Just now. But it's not even there. How come all of a sudden? It's there again. Are you paying a price for staying here? Su Shuiyao's tone was a little trembling. Her fists clenched deathly tight as she tried to calm herself down. 2 gray hairs. Are you that worried? Mo Qianliang smiled faintly, seemingly unconcerned about the 2 gray hairs on his head. It's not a matter of 2 gray hairs. So tell me, what's the price? Su Shuiyao's eyes were red. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't reach Mo Qianliang right now, she might have already hugged up tightly. Seeing Su Shuiyao's heartbroken appearance, Mo Qianliang's heart flooded with a burst of sourness. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he sighed. The price. It's your lifespan, right? Su Shuiyao's eyes were already moist, and anyone with a clear eye could tell that Mo Qianliang's situation was the same as the kind of mold that used a secret method to burn his lifespan. Although the burning is still not much, but only a few days, can already see the end? If the time is long, then the results. How much life expectancy has been lost in the last few years? A day passes in my world. A year passes here, and for every day I stay here, my life expectancy decreases by a year. Mo Qianliang didn't hide it anymore, and he also knew that he could no longer hide it from Su Shuiyao. His lifespan, it's dwindling. Golden Dan realm, life 500 years, that is to say, at most, he can only stay in this world for less than 500 days. Now, he had stayed for 3 days, consuming 3 years of his lifespan, which was why he had gray hair. As this continues, more and more gray hairs will appear in the back until one day they will all turn white. Why didn't you tell me? Su Shuiyao held back her tears and asked in a choked voice. I only learned about this today. Don't worry, with my current longevity, I can still stay for a long time and can see the day when you unify the world. Mo Qianliang smiled and said, No, I won't do it. Go back quickly. I'd rather wait another year for you than have you like this. Su Shuiyao cried, unable to stop her tears from falling. She had never been this sad before. As if she had been drained of all her strength, she tried to pull Mo Qianliang into her arms, but she couldn't touch. He had already given so much to her, and now he had to consume longevity, which she also didn't want to see. Consuming longevity can be more than just a decrease in longevity without anything happening to oneself. Those who had used the secret method of burning life expectancy understood that even if they only burned 10 years of life expectancy, even if they still had 1,000 or even 2,000 years of life expectancy left, this lost short decade, however, will clearly work itself out. Gray hair is one of the ends of the spectrum, because the lost decade is not in the last decade of your life, but acts now. The 3 years that Mo Millennium lost are the most precious and important 20 years of his life. At this age, the speed of cultivation is the fastest, and enlightenment is also the strongest. Shuiyo. Mo Qianliang gently patted Su Shuiyao's shoulder and softly said, Listen to me. Su Shuiyao kept shaking her head. I don't want to listen. I just want you to hurry back. She would not allow him to continue. Mo Qianliang let out a smile. Such a price is worth it. I will soon be able to step into the Yuaning realm, and by then my lifespan will increase by another 500 years. But what you add is future longevity and what you lose is the present. Su Shuiyao cried. Mo Qianliang put away his smile and let out a light sigh. He knew that Su Shuiyao was looking out for him. I've already entered sainthood and have a lifespan of 5,000. There's still a long time to go. Even if we see each other once a year, we can still meet thousands of times. Su Shuiyao said. I can wait for you, even if it's 1,000 years. She looked firmly at Mo Qianliang. She can wait. 100 years. 1,000 years. 10,000 years. Mo Qianliang quietly looked at Su Shuiyao. A glance that might be 10,000 years. 10,000 years is too long to just fight for this day and night. Finally, Mo Qianliang compromised. He made the gesture of gently wrapping his arm around Su Shuiyao and took a deep breath. Good. Su Shuiyao laughed as she also did the hugging Mo Qianliang look. Even though they couldn't touch, they felt each other's presence and snuggled up to each other. I'm going to watch you leave, Su Shuiyao softly said. Watching him leave was the only thing that reassured her. Yes. Mo Qianliang nodded. Let me stay with you a little longer. Su Shuiyao nodded. The two of them then sat on the grass, quietly enjoying the rare coziness. As the early hours of the morning were approaching, Mo Qianliang looked deeply at Su Shuiyao as he raised his hand and slowly removed his mask. Take care of yourself. Don't get too tired, Mo Qianliang softly said. Su Shuiyao nodded vigorously, her gaze looking at Mo Qianliang, unwilling to blink. Afterward, Mo Qianliang's figure transformed into a speck of starlight and finally disappeared. See you in a year, Su Shuio murmured, a pair of beautiful eyes filled with intense longing. Chapter 104, must defend against the Swordfather. In the middle of the secret room, Mo Qianliang looked up at the statue of the Northern Spirit Sage for a long time. Afterward, he walked out of the secret room, and those two supreme elders of the Holy Academy were still here, guarding the place. Boy, protect the holy armor. Seeing Mo Qianliang come out, they also already knew that Mo Qianliang had fused the holy armor and that the holy armor was on his body. Please don't worry, Senior. Senior will protect the sacred armor, Mo Qianliang seriously said, then left the place. Of course he can't say that the holy armor is no longer on him, or else he, who has just been the holy son for a day, is afraid that he will immediately be dismantled. Luckily, the mask he was wearing could conceal other people's probes for him. Otherwise he really had no way to escape the half-saint's probes. By the way, the mask. Thinking of this, Mo Qianliang took out the mask. He looked carefully, and he really found a gray mark on the mask, and it was already the size of a finger. The size of this one has definitely increased, or else one could not have failed to notice it before. Phew, he took a deep breath. Compared to the holy armor, this mask, however, was even more mysterious. Apprentice, come here for a moment. Mo Qianliang received a voice transmission from Dao Lord Qingxian, and he hurried over. Congratulations on becoming the holy son of the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy. Another facelift for my Dao sect. Ha ha, Dao Lord Qingxian said happily. Master, what you said. Once a teacher, always a father. Even after I become a holy son, I am still your disciple. Still a disciple of the Dao sect. Mo Qianliang faintly smiled. Good. Dao Lord Qingxian nodded in satisfaction. You cultivate well here. Master is going back. Ah, didn't Master said yesterday that he hadn't come to the Sacred Academy for hundreds of years and wanted to catch up with his friends? How come you're going back so soon? Mo Qianliang was surprised. Hey, I just received a transmission that something happened in the spirit domain and had to go back. Daoist Qingxian shook his head and said, something happened in the spirit domain? Mo Qianliang was surprised. You don't need to care about that. You cultivate at ease and transform into a god at an early date. Daoist Qingxian admonished. Master, what exactly happened? If Master doesn't say anything, how can my disciple cultivate in peace? Mo Qianliang frowned. Taoist monarch Qingxian pondered slightly for a moment and sighed. Yesterday, in that Yunmeng's region, an old Yuaning monster from the devil sect killed quite a few of our disciples and deacons from several sects, and my Taoist sect, as a result, also lost more than a dozen people. This time, I'm going back to discuss with a few Dao Lords about crusading against the 4 evil Dao clans again and exterminating the people of that devil clan. I see. It dawned on Mo Qianliang that there was no wonder Daoist Qingxian was in a hurry to go back. It seems that a second battle between good and evil is about to break out. Senior, with the addition of Senior, there are only 3 harmonized gods in the 5 sects of the righteous Dao today. Blue Flower. Sure, Nyangshi is definitely standing beside Master Teacher. However, be careful of that sword sovereign of the sword sect, Mo Qianliang said with a gloomy expression. Ever since he was sneak attacked by Sima Jin and almost let Su Shuio die, he had become much more cautious. The spirit domain had 11 god transforming Dao Lords 100 years ago, and after the last great battle between good and evil, 4 fell, plus 1 more sat down, and now there are only 6 left. 1 from the Dao sect, 1 from the Flower sect, 1 from the Sword sect, 1 from the Devil sect, 1 from the Bloodclothes sect, and 1 from the Acacia sect. The Acacia sect didn't participate in the last big battle, and they thought it would be the same this time. In other words, on the bright side, it's 3 against 2, with the advantage going to Mazamichi. However, he had offended the Sword sect many times these days, beheading 2 of the Sword sect's Taoists and taking away their spirit stone mine, so he really couldn't say what the Sword sect's Sword Exalt's attitude would be, if at the critical moment, that Swordfather even brought the entire Sword sect to turn against him, without defense. He really didn't dare to think about what that would be the end. Upon hearing Mo Qianliang's concern, Daofather Qingxian froze slightly and then laughed out loud. Don't worry, Master will take care of it. After saying that, Daoist Qingxian was ready to leave, but Mo Qianliang stopped him once again. Master, please promise me that you must defend against the Swordfather, Mo Qianliang said with a solemn expression. Daoist Lord Qingxian froze for a moment. He knew this disciple of his very well. If it's a small thing, he'll appear to be hangdog, but if it's a big thing, then he'll be incredibly serious and grave. For example, yesterday, when he was heading to the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy, he also had the same look today. Good. Daoist Qingxian gently patted Mo Qianliang's shoulder as he nodded his head in agreement. Seeing this, Mo Qianliang revealed a smile. he also knew his master. When Taoist Lord Qingxian talked a lot, he wouldn't be very serious. And when he was serious, he would definitely talk very little. Take care, master. Be careful on the road. When my disciple breaks through the realm, I will go back. Mo Qianliang said. Well, cultivate well. Taoist Qingxian nodded with a faint smile and disappeared in a flash. Only after seeing Taoist Qingxian leave did Mo Qianliang withdraw his gaze. The war between good and evil. Not to mention that he couldn't leave the sacred courtyard for the time being. Even if he left to go back to the spirit realm, he wouldn't be able to help much. Even if a perfect Jin Dan could sweep through the Jin Dan realm unrivaled. But what about a Yuaning? Even if he could resist the early stage of Yuaning, what about the late stage or even the peak of Yuaning? What about the god of transformation, bringing the holy armor out of the holy academy? I'm afraid the dean and the others wouldn't agree. But it would be different if he stepped into the Yuaning realm. If he stepped into Yuaning, then he would be invincible in the Yuaning realm. And he could be ranked in the top 10 in the spirit domain. That's the kind of warfare that can make a difference. Right now, he still needed to work hard on his cultivation and strive to ascend to Jindan realm perfection as soon as possible before he could do so. On the cultivation field, thousands of foundation establishment realm trainees were seriously cultivating. These trainees, all of them, were geniuses from various domains. And among them, there was no shortage of Daozi level heavenly prides. Greetings, Holy Sun. Seeing Mo Qianliang arrive, the trainees bowed towards Mo Qianliang to greet him. At the same time, there were many people whispering and discussing the new Saint Sun. Is this that Heaven's Path Foundation building Mo Millennium? So young and handsome. I don't know how strong the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment really is. That Jiawushu pseudo Heavenly Tao is already invincible. I don't even have the courage to make a move when I see him. I wonder who's stronger, the Saint's Sun or Jedi Emotionless? Now it should be that Jiawuxi is stronger. That Jiawuxi has long since reached the great circle of foundation establishment. I'm afraid that he will soon step into the Jiedan. But after that the Saint Sun's cultivation will come up. Surely the Saint Sun is stronger. From the looks of it the Saint Sun has already won. The Saint Sun is like a fluttering gentleman. And Jia Wuli is like a 10,000-year-old cold ice mountain. Chapter 105, the 20th Dream Entry. Female Emperor of the Great Chang Dynasty, plus more. Mo Qianliang originally wanted to come to the cultivation field to have a look. But he didn't expect to be recognized all of a sudden. Listening to the whispers of the cadets, he was a bit puzzled. He just became a saint last night, and everyone knows about it so soon? Then he saw where the question was. At the very center of the cultivation field. He didn't know when there was a brand new statue. Not to say that it was very similar to him, but it was 7 or 8 points. The following also introduced some of his deeds, especially the 4 enlarged and bolded words of Heaven's Path Foundation establishment, which were even more noteworthy. Nice guy. This was afraid that others wouldn't know that the Northern Spirit Sacred Courtyard had an additional Saint Sun. The corner of Mo Qianliang's mouth twitched. And just then, he saw some of the cadets who were closer to him take a few steps back. And when he turned around, he saw a tall figure, a black robe with a purple sword at his waist. His face was handsome and cold. He slowly walked towards Mo Qianliang, his eyes expressionless. It's exactly Jedi Emotionless. Last night, he was in a hurry to ask for the holy armor and didn't pay too much attention to him. But now that he took a look at it, this Jia Wuxie was indeed powerful. The eyes, in particular, contained an icy coldness towards everything, emotionless and heartless. Is he going to walk the heartless path of the Supreme Way? I want to know how big is the difference between 99,999 fathoms of Spirit Sea and 100,000 fathoms. Absolute Emotionless opened his mouth, and although his tone was calm, it gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. At those words, there was a hush around them. The power of absolute emotionlessness was evident to all. From the day he built his foundation, the entire Northern Continent Foundation building Heavenly Pride had been crushed and unable to raise their heads. However, although the Saint Sun's battle record was not as good as Jiawui's, however, he was a Heaven's Path Foundation builder. There was no need to explain anything more. A Heaven's Path Foundation building was enough to explain everything. The more powerful Jiawushu was, the higher the world's expectations for Heaven's Path Foundation building would be. Mo Qianliang looked at Jiawuxi in front of him. His face was calm, without the slightest hint of fear. Half-step Jiedan? Mo Qianliang opened his mouth. Although Jiawuxi had treasures on him to hide his cultivation, he could vaguely detect a hint of it. Not bad. If I hadn't suppressed my realm, stepping into Jiedan would be just a thought away. Absolute Emotionless was arrogant. His eyes slightly narrowed as he stared at Mo Qianliang, a refined aura flashing in his eyes. He didn't make his name by bragging. He made it by fighting and fighting with his fists and strength. Mo Qianliang's talent was indeed beyond the ordinary. Heavenly Tao Foundation building. But he also wanted to prove himself. His strength was not brought about by the 99,999 feet of spirit sea, he was strong in himself. Tendo Tsukiji. So what? Talent only determines the lower limit. The self determines the upper limit. He was confident that it was not weaker than Tendo Tsuji. Sorry, you're not qualified to challenge me. Mo Qianliang shook his head and refused. Oh, is that so? Jedi emotionless eyes stared. I'd like to know, where am I unqualified? Mo Qianliang remained calm and said, your cultivation is not enough. Not enough cultivation? Absolute emotion was stunned, and so was the crowd on the cultivation field. Next to the statue under the plainly written, Mo Millennium is only 18 years old. 18 years old? Even if it was Heaven's Path Foundation establishment, it couldn't be said that Jie Wushu's cultivation was insufficient, could it? Playing mother's womb to cultivate. 18 years old late stage of foundation building also topped the sky. With that, Mo Qianliang was ready to leave. Slow down. Mo Qianlong, you're afraid of failure. That's why you're saying this, right? Looking at Mo Qianlong who wanted to leave, Jia Wuxia continued. Mo Qianliang stopped in his tracks. He wasn't the one to cause trouble, but he was by no means afraid of it either. In that case, I'll only make one move. If you can still stand, count me as a loser. Mo Qianliang faintly said. Make a move. Absolute emotionless said. Then he looked straight at Mo Qianliang's pupils. Rumble. In the next moment, the two of them looked at each other with their eyes locked, and a shocking aura erupted from the absolute emotionless. Everyone on the cultivation field retreated to make room, and several god transformation elders surrounded them, and would immediately strike if things went wrong, because no matter if it was Jie Wui or the new Saint's son, that was the topmost pride of heaven in the Holy Academy, and there was no room for error. Rumble. Jedi emotionless body began to glow as a streak of thunder wrapped around his body. Crackle. Thunder and lightning intertwined, and it was as if he had transformed into a thunder god. As for Mo Qianliang, his white robe fluttered in the wind. His body did not emit any powerful aura. He just stood quietly in place, looking at the Jie Wuxi in front of him. Buzz. Finally, he struck out, raising one hand and slapping it towards Jie Wuxia, an extremely simple action, not even performing any moves, just a simple palm. However, a dazzling light blossomed from this palm, bright and dazzling, like a golden sun rising. Bang! When the palm landed on Jie Wushu's lightning shield, a loud bang spread throughout the entire cultivation field. A clicking sound rang out as the shield on his body shattered. The Sea of Spirit appears. A spirit sea infinitely close to 100,000 feet surfaced, but as soon as it appeared, it unexpectedly exploded directly and dissipated into bits of starlight. With one blow, the spirit sea fell apart. Boom! In the next moment, Jie Wuxi's body shook as his aura instantly collapsed and a mouthful of blood spewed out as he directly flew out horizontally. With a bang, it smashed heavily into the distance, cracking one of the square's pillars and filling it with smoke. Hiss! In an instant, the entire cultivation field was silent and a pin drop could be heard. Everyone froze. With one strike, Jedi emotion was defeated. How can it be so strong? Jie Wushu raised his head and gazed at Mo Qianliang dead on, and vaguely, he saw a golden light emanating from Mo Qianliang's body. Golden Dan. It dawned on him, and his original doubts dissipated completely. No wonder Mo Qianliang was so strong. It turned out that he had already advanced to the highest quality of Jindan in the Jindan. A golden elixir swallowed into the belly. My life is up to me and not to God. At this realm, flying through the air at will, the world is as big as you want it to be. Just 18 years old, Jindan. Mo Qianliang turned around and left. After having had the strength to enter sainthood, his eyesight had long since not been limited to building the foundation and ending the Dan. 1,000 years Mo. When I achieve Dan, I will also challenge you. Suddenly, absolutely ruthless words came into his ears, causing Mo Qianliang's footsteps to lurch and let out a light laugh. I'll wait for you. After saying that, he left straight away. At nightfall, he entered his dream for the 20th time. He hadn't seen Su Shueyo for a year. She should have already completed the achievement of unifying the world, right? From today, the Great Chang Empire is promoted to the Great Chang Imperial Dynasty. When Mo Qianliang opened his eyes, he heard that familiar voice with a dignified gravity. He raised his head and looked in the direction from which the voice had come, only to see that on top of the high platform, a silhouette stood, phoenix-crowned, wearing a phoenix robe, and was looking down on the 10,000 subjects below. When Mo Qianliang looked up at the empress on the stage, the silhouette of that monarch, whose gaze, too, had been looking at him, she was waiting for him to arrive before she announced the founding of the Great Chang Dynasty. When I am the king of the world, I will share these 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains with you. It's 20. On the day when the female emperor reigns over the world, The rivers and mountains will reflect the red color of the sun. The phoenix gown dances to the dry koan settled. With you to enjoy a long and prosperous life. P.S. Plus more. The first volume is over. Princess Su Shueyo grows into a great long-standing empress. Like the first volume can send a small gift to Su Shueyo. Recently seems to be a lot of people started school. I wish all the students success in their studies. Chapter 106. What position do you want? Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. My emperor has created an unparalleled feat, unifying the world for 1,000 years. Tens of thousands of subjects knelt down and called out hail. Their voices shook the heavens and resounded through the firmament. What is an empire? To control 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains is an empire. And to reign over the 4 seas and 8 directions is a king. The lord of the empire is called the emperor. And what is an imperial dynasty? Under the sky, there is no one who is not the king's land. And there is no one who is not the king's subject in the land. That is to say, there is no land in this world that is not an imperial dynasty territory. And there is no people who are not imperial dynasty subjects. The sky is united. The lord of the imperial dynasty is the emperor. There was too much controversy. The author listened to advice. And the dynasty has been changed to the imperial dynasty. Legend had it that there were also supreme heavenly dynasties that reigned over the heavens and controlled countless star domains. But that was all a very distant thing. Battle invincible. Half step into sainthood. Great general of divine might. Leading the army to win 100 victories. Winning 100 battles. You are hereby appointed Marquis of Divine Might. Thank you, my emperor, for your graciousness. The man called Battle Invincible, dressed in military attire, with a resolute face and a burly body, clasped his fists and respectfully said, Li Yun Xiao, leading the army to conquer the southwestern border and recovering millions of miles of lost land. You are hereby appointed as the Marquis of Tiger's Might. Thank you, my emperor, for your great kindness. Li Yunxiao knelt and crouched, his heart stirring. Next, it is the sealing and worshipping link. Mo Qianlian watched from below, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, gratified to the extreme. However, I don't know if it was because the Northwest King's backstab was still in front of him, but this time, Su Shueyo did not seal the king. Those who cracked the earth and sealed the king have too much power and cut off one side of the world. If the royal family can't suppress these kings, then it will definitely cause a great chaos in the world. Moreover, these princes and lords of the imperial dynasty were far from being comparable to a small empire. The national fortune enjoyed by a king sealer of the imperial dynasty was even stronger than the national fortune enjoyed by an imperial emperor. In other words, if a king was sealed, then a half-step saintly king, with the blessing of the national fortune, would not only increase his cultivation speed by a lot, but his cultivation. He might even enter sainthood directly. One must know that right now. Only Su Shueyo and her royal brother were left in the great Shang dynasty royal family. And her royal brother had only just stepped into the transcendent realm at this moment. In this situation, if a few more kings were to be crowned, and a few more saintly powerhouses were to emerge in the future, who would be able to suppress them? This was not the case with the feudal marquis. The national fortune of the feudal marquis was not enough to allow a half step into sainthood to become a sainthood, and the increase in cultivation speed was not very exaggerated. One man after another was enthroned, from marquis to minister to count and general. Eventually, all of the rewards ended. And Su Shueyao's gaze swept down the stage, finally resting on Mo Qianlian's body. She extended her hand towards Mo Qianliang, signaling Mo Qianliang to come up to the stage. Mo Qianliang smiled faintly and took a step in the direction of the high platform, where he passed by. All the people all made way, and even if they were feudal marquis existences, they respectfully bowed their heads as he walked by. A year ago, it was this man who beheaded Sima Jin and helped Great Chan unify the world. In other words, without this very young-looking white-robed youth, it would have been impossible to unify the great Changs at all. And now, once again, this youth stood before them. Moreover, even for a feudal lord, no one had been able to ascend to the high platform, and he was still the first. Who is he? Really? What is his and their Empress Majesty's relationship? One by one, all of them slightly lowered their heads, watching Mo Qianliang walk towards the high platform and step by step towards the Empress. The Empress Su Shueyo, her beautiful eyes staring at Mo Qianliang, a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, a look of waiting for a long time. The two of them were getting closer and closer, and in the end, Su Shueyo took the initiative to stretch out her jade arm and wrapped it around Mo Qianliang's neck. Wow! Everyone was in an uproar that the majestic and honorable Empress had taken the initiative to solicit another man. How is this possible? I've been waiting for this day for a really long time. The Empress leaned on top of Mo Qianliang's chest, her tone slightly choked as she murmured, in front of the world. Even though Su Shueyo was well prepared, she still blushed slightly and was shy. However, It still wrapped its arms around Mo Chanliang's neck, unwilling to let go. She had waited for this moment for a long time, so how could she let it go so easily? In this moment, she wanted even less to let go. In this moment, she was afraid to miss any bit of warmth. This was a moment she wanted to spend with him. Mo Chanliang felt the soft body in his arms tremble slightly, and his arms tightly encircled the waist of the Empress in his arms, holding her in his embrace. He likewise couldn't let go. The two hearts were pressed so tightly together that they could clearly feel each other's heartbeats. In this instant, it was as if Mo Chanliang had forgotten the crowd around him and only wished to be with her forever. Su Shueyo, on the other hand, rested her head on Mo Chanliang's shoulder, smelling the flavor belonging to his body, her heart filled with happiness. What world, what mountains, none of them mattered as much as he did. After the unification of the world, he was her only obsession now, the existence she cherished the most in her life. The most. Only after a long time did Su Shueyo retreat from Mo Chanliang's arms. She took a deep breath and her eyes looked around, seeing that everyone was watching her. Her pretty face was slightly red again. In addition to increasing some of your strength, the Imperial Dynasty's national fortune can also increase your cultivation speed. And although you're not from this world, I don't know if it will have any effect on you, but you can try it out. Su Shueyo looked at Mo Chanliang and softly said, "What position do you want? It's fine to be crown king, or master of the country, or, I can enthrone you whenever you want." Upon hearing this, a wave of envy ran through everyone, and they all raised their heads, looking towards the high platform. That's the king or the state master of the Imperial Dynasty, more authoritative than the empire's emperor. It's almost as if you can say that you're one person in 10,000 people. Mo Chanliang smiled. He didn't like these whatever positions. He just wanted to accompany her for a lifetime. However, looking at the look in Su Shueyo's eyes, he still said, "No matter what position it is, I'll accept it." Su Shueyo instantly guffawed and stretched out her slender jade finger, pointing to the place she was looking at from afar. "I once said that I want you to accompany me to see these 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. This world, it's not mine alone, it's ours together," Su Shueyo said seriously. "In that case, then from now on, you are my great Chang Dynasty's Saint Master, above the State Master, above the Seal King, status, alongside me, Saint Master?" Everyone was shocked beyond belief when they heard this title. Although they had guessed that Mo Chanliang's title would be high, they didn't expect it to be so high that they would address it as Saint Master, Holy Teacher, the Master of the Sacred. Moreover, the Empress said that its status was the same as hers. Geez, everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 107 Confirmation. In the same world, the Holy Master of the Great Chang Dynasty? Mo Chanliang was slightly stunned. He completely didn't expect that Su Shueyo would actually grant herself such an arranged high status, even leveled with her. This world, I am not the only one who has fought for it. If not for you, how could we have the Great Chang Dynasty today? Su Shueyo smiled extraordinarily brightly, her pair of beautiful eyes gazing at Mo Chanliang, a nice-looking luster flickering in her eyes. The old minister pays homage to the Holy Teacher. Long live the Holy Teacher! Long live the Holy Teacher! Suddenly, an old courtier abruptly knelt down and kowtowed and saluted towards Mo Chanliang. Mo Chanliang looked over. If he remembered correctly, this old minister should have been appointed as the right minister. The people who can worship the fays are all non-mundane people with high positions of power. However, at this moment, they are kneeling to Mo Chanliang, which is a clear indication of the reverence of the Holy Teacher's status. As Su Shueyo said, the status was on par with her. "I pay my respects to the Holy Master. Long live the Holy Master! Long live the Holy Master! I'm sorry." As the old minister took the lead, a neat and tidy voice rang out, and one by one, all the civil and military officials, all of them fell to their knees and bowed respectfully towards Mo Chanliang. "Look, they've all agreed. As long as you nod your head, you'll be my great changing Saint Master." Su Shueyo's gaze was tightly fixed on Mo Chanliang, her beautiful eyes filled with a color of anticipation. Mo Chanliang lowered his head and gazed deeply at her, his eyes filled with endless doting and love. He gently stroked her silky hair and tenderly asked, "Do you really want me to become a great changing Saint Master?" "Of course." Su Shueyo nodded her head without hesitation. She certainly hoped. Mo Chanliang smiled, a smile as bright and dazzling as the sun, as if the entire world was illuminated. "Okay, I promise." His voice was firm and warm. Hearing his promise, a gorgeous smile blossomed above Su Shueyo's delicate face, as beautiful as a spring flower in bloom. Immediately afterward, Su Shueyo performed a spell and summoned the national fortune roster, only to see that at the very front of the roster, next to Su Shueyo's chi body, a light gradually coalesced and eventually formed Mo Chanliang's chi body. The two figures stood side by side like a divine couple. Behind them were the chi bodies of the great long-standing civil and military officials. By leaving a body of chi here, one could enjoy the blessing of the imperial dynasty's chi, thus increasing one's cultivation level and speed of cultivation. The higher the status, the more forward the position, the higher the enchantment enjoyed. And as the imperial dynasty grew stronger, the chi would also become more powerful, and the effects of the enchantment would continue to increase. Normally, the lord of an imperial dynasty could have 3 times the cultivation speed bonus, and the seal king could have 2 times the cultivation speed, and the saint master, while not up to 3 times as much, was close to 3 times as much. This position, with one and only one person, should normally be reserved for Empress Dowager. I don't know. You're not from my world. Will the chi give you a boost? Su Shueao looked at the 2 silhouettes that Chi Luck had transformed into on the national luck roster and softly said, "It just doesn't matter if there's no enchantment. It's enough that I have you." Mo Qianliang shook his head and laughed. He didn't care about the position of Saint Master. This space and time. What he cared about was only the person in front of him. You drop a drop of blood on it and leave your mark. In this way, as long as the Great Chang remains, the Chi Luck will always favor you, Su Shueao said. Mo Qianliang nodded slightly, and with a flick of his right index finger, a drop of blood flew out and landed on top of that Chi Luck roster. All of a sudden, a mysterious and extreme aura emanated out, enveloping Mo Qianliang and that his body of Qi. A thread of connection, if any, arose between the two. At the same moment, Mo Qianliang felt an incomparably dense Qi blessing. At the same time, his cultivation level, too, was increasing. Middle stage of Jindan. Late Jindan. Great perfection of Jindan. It was only when he reached the Jindan Great Perfection realm that this ascension gradually slowed down. At the same time, Mo Qianliang's cultivation speed had also received an astonishingly huge boost. It's not infinitely close to triple, and it's not triple. Rather, 9 times. Mo Millennium froze. Why was he 9 times, instead of 3 times? What's wrong? Looking at him like this, Su Shueao thought that something had happened, and with a somewhat worried expression, she inquired out. My cultivation speed, it has increased. 9 times. Mo Qianliang muttered with a feeling of disbelief. 9 times? Hearing this figure, Su Shueao also froze for a moment. The upper limit of the imperial dynasty is 3 times. 9 times. The two of them glanced at each other, and both saw the intense look of incredulity and surprise in the other's eyes. For a transportation dynasty to increase its cultivation speed by 9 times, the imperial dynasty certainly couldn't do it, but it was real. Legend had it that at the top of the transportation dynasties, the supreme heavenly dynasties that ruled over many star domains, their heavenly dynastic lords would be able to have a 9-fold increase in cultivation speed. Mo Qianliang, on the other hand, had gotten a 9-fold boost, so that could only mean one thing. That's, in the world of Mo's millennium, the great predecessor not only still existed, but had become a supreme heavenly dynasty. This was not the point. The point was that the world Mo Qianliang was in was the same as the world she was in. They, in the same world, may be on different continents. If Mo Qianliang's elevated cultivation speed was tripled, then it really wasn't certain if Mo Qianliang was enjoying the great long-standing Qi blessing nowadays. And 9 times, then it is basically certain that what Mo Qianliang is enjoying is his own world's great long-standing Qi blessing. The great old imperial dynasty was not only still in existence, but it had also been upgraded to a supreme heavenly kingdom. Both of them looked at each other with excitement in their gazes. It was hard for them to calm down for a long time. One world. One world. Does that mean that they will one day be able to be together all the time, unencumbered by time and space? I know that although we are in the same world between us, we are not in the same era, but the fact that the great changes are still there means that you and I will not be too far away. I want to know all the kind of terrain of your continent. When I stabilize the situation of the Great Chang, I will go to the stars and look for your continent. Su Shueao clutched Mo Qianliang's palm. Her tone was firm and her eyes were radiant. Today was, without a doubt, her happiest day. The establishment of the Great Chang dynasty was accompanied by the knowledge that she was in the same world as Mo Qianliang. It's 21. The female emperor stood proudly and broke the sky, crossing time and space with 10,000 intentions. I'm looking for old shadows on a long journey, and I'm looking forward to meeting you on the other side of the river. The wind and clouds are changing without fear. The obsession is not changing. The love is getting stronger. I have traveled to the ends of the earth and the sea just to embrace each other again at that moment. P.S. Volume 2 is open, and the rating is finally on 9.0, and the verses have now exceeded the number of times they have been in a dream. So I have to say that this moment is like the author has returned to the days of writing essays in his senior year of high school. Near the beginning of the school year, a lot of little darling has been in school. The data dropped a lot. Hyped up almost 2,000 less. Tears underscore. Chapter 108, When are you going to get married? Come, I'll take you to meet my royal brother. After the coronation was over, Su Shueao smiled faintly and pulled Emo Qianliang's hand as she walked towards the palace. Along the way, Su Shueao's pretty face slightly reddened, and from time to time, she secretly glanced at Emo Qianliang. Her small lips pursed up, revealing a shallow smile. Does this count as meeting the parents? Thinking of this, Su Shueao couldn't help but feel a hint of sweetness and nervousness welling up in her heart. Emo Qianliang sensed Su Shueao's change, the corners of his mouth slightly outlined, revealing a faint smile, as if he understood her mind. As they were about to reach their destination, Su Shueao suddenly stopped and said to Emo Qianliang, "Wait, I'm going to go change my clothes, or else my royal brother will be too formal." A few moments later, when Emo Qianliang saw Su Shueao again, he found that she had changed into a light blue princess dress, the hem of which fluttered in the wind like a blooming flower. Soon, Su Shueao brought Emo Qianliang to a spacious and bright hall. Before he had a chance to enter, he heard the joyous sounds of children playing and jostling from inside. The voices were innocent and energetic, filling the entire hall with life and laughter. "Mother consort, I want to eat an apple." A childish voice came out with a few hints of pampering and anticipation. "Yes, mother consort will peel it for you," a woman responded gently. "Father, play hide and seek with me." Another little boy's voice rang out. "Ha ha 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 ha." A man laughed brightly. "Yeah, let's play hide and seek." Right at this moment, the door was gently pushed open and Su Shueao walked in with Emo Qianliang. Emo Qianliang saw the scene in the house at a glance. There was a man and a woman with 2 children. The man was handsome and upright, gentle and elegant. The woman's posture was delicate and graceful. Her face was stunningly beautiful, and her temperament was elegant and noble. Among them, the 2 children, who were about 4 or 5 years old, stood out. The little boy's eyebrows were quite similar to the man's, with a pair of dark eyes flashing with a spiritual light, and a powdery face that people loved. The little girl, on the other hand, looks extremely similar to the woman, with delicate features and skin as white as snow, just like a porcelain doll, so people can't help but want to pinch a hand. The whole room was filled with a warm and happy atmosphere that made the heart grow fonder. "Your Majesty." When they saw Su Shueao come in, both of them stopped playing with the children and saluted Su Shueao. "See Your Majesty." Seeing this, the 2 children also hurriedly saluted in a good manner. "There are no outsiders here. No need to be so polite." Su Shueao smiled as she walked over and picked up that little girl. She had a soft smile on her face and it was obvious that she loved this little girl. "This is..." The 2 men looked at Emo Qianliang with a puzzled look in their eyes. "Royal brother, royal sister-in-law. This is Emo Qianliang, now the Great Chang's Saint Master. He is the one who secretly helped my Great Chang many times to lift the crisis in the past 10 years or so, and saved my Great Chang from danger." Su Shueao briefly introduced him. She then turned to Emo Qianliang and said, "This is my royal brother Su Haowen, and this is my royal sister-in-law Yi Yunxi." Emo Qianliang also slightly saluted towards the 2. "Greetings to the 2 of you. Saint Master is polite." The 2 were a bit nervous, obviously not expecting Emo Qianliang to salute them, and hurriedly responded. Truly speaking, the Holy Master's status could be even higher than theirs. "By the way, let me introduce you. This is Imperial Brother's daughter, Su Yuxin." Su Shueao pointed at the little girl she was holding in her arms, a gentle smile spreading across her face. Then, she turned her head to look at the other little boy and continued, "This is Yuxin's twin brother, Su Yuxian." Emo Qianliang smiled and nodded. He carefully surveyed the 2 little ones in front of him. He had to say that these 2 little pink and jade sculptures were well behaved and adorable. They were indeed very pleasing to the eye. The crowd was then seated for dinner. Su Shueao was still holding Su Yuxi tightly, carefully pinching her food and feeding her while gently coaxing her. That kind of pampering and caring, as if she was the child's mother. Even though Su Shueao had already ascended the throne and become an empress, she had never put on the airs of an emperor, and her cordiality and easygoing nature made the entire atmosphere relaxed and pleasant. Her royal brother and sister-in-law, on the other hand, gradually freed themselves from their initial constraints and slowly restored their old intimacy. They laughed and chatted, sharing anecdotes about each other's lives as if they were back in time. "Imperial sister likes children so much. When are you going to give birth to 2 yourself?" Su Haowen looked at Su Shueao and Emo Qianliang with a smile. His eyes revealed a hint of laughter and anticipation, and it was clear that he could tell that the relationship between the 2 was not simple. As a royal brother, after his father's departure, an elder brother is like a father, and he naturally has to be the gatekeeper for his own sister's object. As for Emo Qianliang, not only was he young and handsome, he was strong and powerful. He had also saved the great changes many times, so he was very satisfied with such a person. "Yeah, when are your Majesty and Saint Master planning to get married?" Yi Yunxi also asked with a smile, looking at Mo Qianliang with a gaze filled with admiration. At those words, Su Shuya was slightly stunned. She lowered her head and gently bit her lip. This question caught her a bit off guard. Seeing this, Su Haowen smiled and continued, Saint Master. Ah, I heard royal sister say that you've known each other for 20 years already. After knowing each other for so long, why didn't you meet with us earlier? There was a bit of flirtation in his tone, but it was more of an acknowledgement of Mo Qianliang. Yes, we can also help you guys plan for the wedding. Yi Yunqi concurred. They all wanted to see Su Shuyao's happy and fulfilling marriage, and they were also full of expectations for Mo Qianliang. When Mo Qianliang heard this, he looked at Su Shuya, his expression slightly hesitant, but he didn't answer immediately. Imperial brother and sister-in-law, you guys don't tease us. When the time comes, we will naturally tell you. Su Shuya said. Well, since you say so, then we won't ask for the time being. However, you guys should hurry up. Oh, we can wait to drink your wedding wine. Su Haowen said smilingly. Will do, Imperial brother. Su Shuya lowered her head and promised in a voice like a mosquito. A meal of great joy. After that, the two of them stayed for a while, and when they were parting, Su Shuya was still a bit reluctant to let go of Su Yushi in her arms. Mo Qianliang could tell that Su Shuya really liked this child. Presumably, it is in the child that you see a reflection of what you once were? Chapter 109, A Kiss to Make a Millennium Promise. In the middle of the peach blossom forest, two figures stood here, their gazes gazing at the stars in the night sky. I don't know if it was because the topic at the dinner table just now had made the two of them heavy-hearted. At this moment, neither of them spoke. They just stood quietly together, silently gazing at the distant sky. The twinkling stars in the night sky were brilliant, like a jewel set in the canopy. I have heard that every star in the sky is a world like this earth beneath our feet, and looking at us here from other worlds, we are equally a star in this direction. A moment later, Su Shuya broke the silence and spoke in a soft voice. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes gazing at the stars in the sky, as if she could feel the trajectory and temperature of those distant stars beating. Yeah, Mo Qianliang gently answered. He also stretched out his hand and tenderly held Su Shuyao's slender jade hand. The two of their fingers naturally intertwined. Endless fondness and warmth spread out at this moment. If I'm Vega here, what do you say? Where is the cowherd star? Suddenly, Su Shuya turned her head, her beautiful eyes looking towards Mo Qianliang as she asked softly. Mo Qianliang smiled faintly, his gaze meeting Su Shuya with a smile at the corner of his mouth. I think the Altair star should be right next to the Vega star. Otherwise, how would we meet here? There was a deep tenderness in his words, as if he had incorporated the entire starry sky into this emotion. Su Shuyao's heart rippled, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Transcendence can then leave the world. It's just that the two stars seem so close, but in reality they are incredibly far away, and it's hard for a transcendent to travel to the other world, easily getting lost in the infinite starry sky. Entering sainthood is different. A strong saint-ranked person can then tear through the void to enter the stars and travel through space in search of another world. You gave me the map of your world, and I have memorized it. I am now a half-step sainthood entrant, and I can reach the late sainthood entrance stage with the help of my national fortune in the Great Chang dynasty. But when I leave the Great Chang dynasty, I will return to the half-step sainthood realm again, Su Shuyo said, and a deep touch of yearning surfaced in the bottom of her eyes. Mo Millennium knew what she was trying to do. Only, he looked at the stars in the sky. At a glance, the sky was densely covered with stars, and it was impossible to count how many there were. In my world, the Great Chang still exists. After I have the ability, I'll go to the Great Chang to find you. Mo Qianliang held Su Shuyao's hand and said seriously. Listening to Mo Qianliang's words, Su Shuyao's eyes glittered with crystal tears and her heart was warm. The fact that Big Chang was still around was the greatest expectation in her heart. Proof, at least, that time doesn't go too far apart. Well, then I'll wait for you. Su Shuyo nodded, her eyes full of happiness and anticipation. Her smile as delicate as a blooming flower, eclipsing the surrounding scenery. Mo Qianliang quietly gazed at the beautiful person in front of him. Her beauty was like an exquisite painting, mesmerizing. He couldn't help but reach out his hands and gently wrap them around her slender waist. His movements were unusually gentle, as if he were holding a fragile treasure in his hands, afraid that the slightest carelessness would damage it. Su Shuyo didn't resist Mo Qianliang's embrace. She slightly closed her eyes and felt his unique scent. In this moment, it was as if time had stopped flowing and the world was left with just the two of them. Mo Qianliang said softly, Shuya, wait for me. I'll go to you soon. No matter which direction the great is in the starry sky, I'll head there. His voice was full of determination and resolve, as if he was making her an eternal promise. Su Shuyo nodded slightly. She believed that he would definitely come to find himself. when the great Chang has settled down, I'll hand over this throne to my royal brother and then set out into the starry sky, star by star, to find the world you're in. Su Shuiao continued. Fool, Mo Qianliang rubbed her silky hair and said, are you so willing to give up these millions of miles of rivers and mountains? Why don't you give up? Su Shuiao said without hesitation. I have never wanted to rule the world. Such a life is not what I seek. I just want to be in the middle of the peach blossom forest, dancing with you watching the snow, then watching the sun set, watching the sun and the moon turn, then watching the changes of spring, summer, fall and winter. Her words were simple, with no grandeur or ambition. Just want to guard this plain, guard this peace. Only, this seems incredibly simple wish, but is extremely difficult to realize. I will accompany you to watch it together. Mo Qianliang said. Together we'll watch the green buds sprout in spring. Together we'll watch the evening cicadas chirp on summer nights. Together we'll watch the autumn wind blowing through the treetops. Together we'll watch the plum blossoms bloom in the cold winter. All the way to the white head. His voice was soft, like a warm current surging within Su Shuiao's heart. Is that, like, a confession? The corners of her mouth lifted in a faint smile, playful and sly. Mo Qianliang froze for a moment, then nodded and said, count on it. It's also a promise, a vow, a promise to spend the rest of our lives together, whether you find me first or I find you first. In short, I won't let you walk away. Mo Qianliang seriously looked at Su Shuiao and said word by word. Su Shuiao looked at Mo Qianliang and suddenly spread a smile. Her eyes curved into the shape of a crescent moon, as if they were full of the Milky Way, bright and dazzling. Close your eyes. She winked toward Mo Qianliang. Upon hearing this, Mo Qianliang obediently did as she was told and closed her own eyes. Immediately afterward, a refreshing and warm fragrance reached the tip of his nose, carrying a few hints of seduction. In the next second, Mo Qianliang felt himself covered by something soft, and his head roared violently. He opened his eyes, and what came into his eyes happened to be Su Shuiao's stunningly beautiful face that was close at hand. In an instant, Mo Millennium's mind went blank. The sensation on his lips was soft and overwhelming, and seemed to carry some kind of special magic that appealed to his soul, causing his heart to race and his blood to boil. He slowly reached out and wrapped his arms tightly around the beautiful person in his arms. It was the second time that she had initiated a kiss. Last time, the kiss was on the cheek. This time, it was. When the kiss ended, Su Shuiao's cheeks turned red as she lowered her head, not daring to look at Mo Qianliang. However, she immediately raised her head again and gazed at Mo Qianliang. If you say yes, you can't go back on your word. Oh, it's 22. The female emperor abandons the kingdom and the mountains, only to be held by the heart of the king. A promise to be together forever. A kiss to make love last. Chapter 110, The Sacred Treasure Pavilion Connecting Countless Continents. Of course it won't backfire. Mo Qianliang opened his eyes and realized that he had already appeared in the real world, and a sense of loss couldn't help but well up in his heart. He didn't know if Su Shuiao heard his last words. Hopefully she did. He slowly reached out his hand and gently touched his lips, as if he could still feel the warm breath and fragrant flavor left behind by Su Shuiao. After a while, Mo Qianliang took a deep breath and tried to calm the waves within his heart, then sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. As the gong method operated, Mo Qianliang was pleasantly surprised to find that in just one cycle of time, his cultivation speed had been greatly increased again. The cultivation speed was surprisingly 9 times faster than before. Not only does this mean that the dream world is in effect, but more importantly, this increase is just as real in the real world. In other words, even though he was in the real world, he was still closely connected to the great long-standing fortune. Chi luck could not transcend time, which meant that in the real world, the great changes still existed before he would enjoy the increase in its chi luck. The continent he was on was divided into 4 pieces, each controlled by 4 hegemonic powers. Among them, the hegemonic power in the northern continent was the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy, a power that had become the dominant force in the northern continent with its great strength and influence. On the other hand, the hegemonic power in the eastern continent was the Cloudy Sky Sacred Sect, which possessed numerous experts that shook the entire eastern continent. The hegemonic power in the southern continent was the Sky Feather Empire, a country with a long history and deep heritage, the most powerful existence in the southern continent. As for the hegemonic power in the western continent, it was the 4 Elephant Sacred Sect, which had become the king of the western continent with its unique cultivation methods and superior martial arts. In addition to these hegemonic forces, there were many other powerful people and forces of all sizes that competed, cooperated or were hostile to each other, forming a complex web of relationships. However, it was certain that there was no great long-standing power that existed above this continent. The great long-standing should not belong to the continent he was on, but from other unknown continents in the depths of the starry sky. He had already searched in the Dao sect's hidden scriptures before, and there was no presence of the Great Qing dynasty or the Great Qing dynasty of heaven as a power. Of course, compared to the Dao sect, the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy was stronger and would undoubtedly know more, so I'm sure that its hidden scriptures would have recorded more. Maybe, he could really find records of the great long-standing existence. Thinking of this, Mo Qianlian's eyes became more and more determined. He quickly made his way to the hidden scriptures and accessed the information he was looking for. This continent, his continent, did not have a name. Perhaps it had a name 10,000 years ago, but that name was lost to history. Only a power that unified the entire continent was qualified to name it. And his continent, which had never been unified by a power in 10,000 years, had never had a name. Regarding the ancient war, the Northern Spirit Sacred Courtyard's records were also extremely scarce, with only a short sentence: wherever the ghostly mist passes, life is extinguished, dead and barren. His brow furrowed as his mood grew heavier, even though it was only a record. Just by virtue of those dozen or so words, it was enough for him to understand its horror. At the same time, there is a 10,000-year-old prophecy. 10,000 years later, the phantom mist reappeared, and the only person who could leave this continent with a glimmer of life was the one who fully wielded the sacred armor. Regarding the vast starry sky beyond the continent, the records of the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy were also close to nothing. After searching fruitlessly in the Tibetan scripture pavilion, Mo Qianliang found his way back to the great elm tree, where the Northern Spirit Dean was leisurely sipping tea to seek an answer. Great Qing Dynasty or Great Qing Heavenly Dynasty? Dean Beiling put down the teacup in his hand and caressed his snow-white beard, a hint of surprise appearing on his face. When Mo Qianliang saw this, a trace of nervousness couldn't help but well up in his heart, and he was busy opening his mouth to inquire, "Does the Dean know about this force?" Dean Beiling gently shook his head. A hint of helplessness and a sigh flashed in his eyes. Although the old man has survived for nearly 2,000 years, he has never stepped out of this continent, and knows very little about what is going on in the middle of that distant starry sky. Mo Qianliang frowned slightly and muttered in a low voice, "So it's like this." Dean Beiling was almost the number one person in the northern continent. If he didn't know, who else could know? However, regarding the matter of the stars, there is a power that may know about it. Dean Beiling's sudden turn of phrase caused Mo Qianliang's eyes to light up. Mo Qianliang couldn't wait to follow up. "Dare I ask the Dean, which power is it?" Dean Beiling gazed into the distance and uttered three words in a calm tone. "Heavenly Treasure Pavilion." Heavenly Treasure Pavilion? A hint of surprise appeared on Mo Qianliang's face when he heard this name. Although the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion had sub-pavilions all over the continent, its strength should not be underestimated. However, compared to a hegemonic level power like the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion still seemed to have some gaps, didn't it? Dean Beiling smiled slightly and explained, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion can be far more complicated than you can imagine. Put it this way, the hundreds of Heavenly Treasure Pavilion sub-pavilions throughout the entire continent are merely the tip of the iceberg of its main body's power. Mo Qianliang's eyes widened, clearly surprised by this statement. Dean Beiling continued, "Furthermore, the teleportation array that can leave the continent without the need to reach the Saint Realm cultivation is located at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's headquarters, and that's an important channel for them to communicate with the Sacred Treasure Pavilion." Sacred Treasure Pavilion? Mo Qianliang heard another unfamiliar name and couldn't help but ask curiously. Dean Beiling nodded and lamented. "That's right, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is just the name of the branch. In reality, they belong to an even more massive power, the Sacred Treasure Pavilion. This power is spread across the stars, connecting countless continents, buying and selling all sorts of things, and its power is far beyond our imagination." Mo Qianliang was dumbfounded by what he heard, and a wave of shock welled up in his heart. What kind of power is this? One of the key words, however, came more to his attention. Connecting countless continents? His eyes lit up slightly. Wouldn't that mean that a behemoth like this Sacred Treasure Pavilion should be aware of the existence of the Great Qing? In these few days, one of the Vice Pavilion Masters from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's headquarters is in my sacred courtyard, so if you want to ask questions about the stars, you can go to him. Dean Beiling continued. He should be at the Dan Weapon Pavilion right now. Recently the Holy Academy has purchased many pills and weapons for the students' cultivation from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Dean Beiling continued to add, "Many thanks for informing the Dean." Mo Qianliang arched his hand in salute and then took his leave. Watching Mo Qianliang leave, Dean Beiling stroked his white beard and muttered, "This little guy, his strength seems to have gotten stronger again? The stronger the better. That great calamity doesn't know when it will come. It's good to have a little more power." Dean Beiling stroked his beard and lightly whispered, Chapter 111, Great Qing Dynasty. Female Emperor shakes the 8 directions. In the middle of the Dan Weapon Pavilion, Mo Qianliang met that deputy pavilion master of the heavenly treasure pavilion. He was dressed in gorgeous robes and had a head full of silver threads, looking rather immortal as he sipped tea. The vice pavilion master of the heavenly treasure pavilion is a peak harmonized spirit powerhouse, and because he has a hand in refining art that crowns the continent, he is admired by the people, and the world honors him as the Duo Bao Dao Jun, a peak refiner grandmaster level figure. Mo Qianliang walked in and cupped his fists and saluted. Latecomer has met senior Taoist Lord Duo Bao. Seeing Mo Millennium, a flash of surprise appeared in Taoist Master Duo Bao's eyes. Mo Millennium figure straight, handsome appearance, skin crystal jade, a white brocade dress set off its body, like an immortal in the dust, especially those dark and deep eyes, as if they carried the wisdom of insight into all things. Of course, all of this was unimportant. What was important was that this youth, whose breath contained a fire metal nature, was unexpectedly a rare genius in refining weapons. Thinking of this, Taoist Master Duo Bao's face was slightly pleased. Ha ha, little brother, do you want to become my Taoist Master Duo Bao's disciple? I'll take care of all your weapons in the future. Mo Qianliang froze in a daze. He didn't expect that. Having just come here, this Tao Father Duo Bao wanted to accept him as a disciple. Mo Qianliang was slightly stunned, then smiled bitterly and said, Senior Duo Bao, Senior doesn't have the idea of refining weapons. Senior came, just want to inquire about something. Taoist Master Duo Bao didn't care when he heard this. The matter of accepting disciples would be talked about slowly later. He waved his hand and smiled. What is it? Little brother, please speak. Senior, have you ever heard of the Great Chang Dynasty or the Great Chang Heavenly Dynasty? Mo Qianliang hesitated for a moment and asked. At the same time, his gaze was fixed on Taoist Lord Duo Bao, trying to catch the change in his eyes. As expected, the moment he heard this news, Taoist Master Duo Bao's face changed slightly, and he couldn't help but raise his eyes to carefully survey Mo Qianliang. Seeing the change in the details of Taoist Master Duo Bao's demeanor, Mo Qianliang was so nervous that his breathing stopped. Taoist Master Duo Bao seems to really know? Not bad. Old me has indeed heard of it. Just, how did little brother suddenly mention this? Taoist Master Duo Bao pondered for a long time and asked. Hearing these words, Mo Qianliang took a deep breath, and in his eyes was a color of incomparable excitement. There really is. There really is. He and Su Shuya were really in the same world. The late generation knows someone from Great Chang and wants to go find her. I hope that senior informs where Great Chang's location is. Mo Qianliang suppressed his inner excitement and asked again in a respectful voice. Going to the Great Chang? Taoist Master Duo Bao raised his eyebrows slightly and shook his head. With your current strength, not to mention going to Great Chang, I'm afraid you won't survive a day in the starry sky. Oh, Elder knows. After Elder has the strength, he will naturally try his best to go to Great. Just can Elder tell Elder the location of Great? Mo Qianliang eagerly pursued. It's not impossible to tell you. Taoist Master Duo Bao's eyes rolled. As long as you agree to become my disciple and worship under me, I will tell you where the Great Chang is. Taoist Master Duo Bao still didn't want to give up on Mo Qianliang as a genius in refining artifacts. Senior doesn't want to learn weapon refining. Senior can use spirit stones to purchase this information. Mo Qianliang laughed bitterly. You're a silly kid. Weapon refiner is an incomparably honorable profession. With your talent, coupled with the old man's superior skills, in a few hundred years at the most, you'll be able to become a Grand Master of weapon refining. Grand Master Refiner. When the time comes, it's the transformation god powerhouses that will have to flatter you. It's better than you being an ordinary student here, right? Taoist Master Duo Bao followed the good advice and tried his best to pull Mo Qianliang in. He felt that although Mo Qianliang was unwilling to learn refining, he definitely had a huge desire for power, wealth, and so on. After all, waking up with the power of the world and lying drunk on the knees of a beautiful woman is what how many powerful people seek. Senior, Junior Mo Qianliang. Mo Qianliang had to say his name. Whether your name is Mo Millennium or Mo Wanyan, become my disciple. Wait, you're the new saint son of the Northern Spirit Sacred Courtyard. Mo Qianlin? Taoist Master Duo Bao originally wanted to persuade further, but suddenly reacted and shouted in astonishment. Are you the #1 Heaven's Pride ranking Heaven's Path Foundation builder possessor? Mo Qianliang? You're the 18-year-old perfect Golden Dan Mo Qianliang who defeated Jie Wei yesterday? Taoist Master Duo Bao rounded his eyes, shocked to the core. He had never expected that the refining genius in front of him would be the legendary perfect Golden Dan's supreme talent. Cough. If there isn't a second saint's son who is also named Mo Qianlong, then it should be a latecomer. Mo Millennium coughed dryly and smiled humbly. Taoist Master Duo Bao took a deep breath and sighed. Since you are a genius of the perfect Gene Dan, it would indeed be a shame to go to weapon refining for your cultivation talent. Therefore, Senior hopes that Senior can inform the location of the Great Chang. If there is a star map, that would be even better. No matter how many spirit stones, Senior is willing to pay. Mo Qianliang hurriedly said. This, alas, Taoist Master Duo Bao sighed. He had been walking the world for so many years and had always wanted to find an artifact refining genius. It was so hard to find. The other party's cultivation talent was even more terrifying. Going to refining instead dragged his feet. In the starry sky, the most important thing is the star map. There is a star map in order to avoid dangerous areas. In order to know how far away the nearest continent is, the larger and more detailed the star map, the more expensive it is. And if you want to purchase a star map from here to the great changes, even if I emptied my family's pockets, I wouldn't be able to buy a single edge. Taoist Master Duo Bao shook his head regretfully. Senior, it's fine if there's no star map, but it's fine if there's a big long-standing message. Mo Qianliang nodded and said. Taoist Master Duo Bao nodded and said, there is news. However, this news is priced and very precious. Mo Qianliang was delighted at his words. Seniors, please speak. If my seniors can take it, they will definitely do their best to exchange it. Since you're the holy son of the Northern Spirit Sacred Courtyard, an absolute genius of the perfect Jindan, I wouldn't mind selling a favor and telling you for free. Taoist Master Duo Bao lightly stroked his beard and said indifferently, many thanks Senior. Mo Qianliang arched his hand. The vast vault of the sky, the endless stars, to say that those who stand at the very top are none other than the 4 emperor-level forces. The Western Battle God Temple, the Battle God Army is invincible across the stars, and its Battle Emperor is even more invincible in his divine might. In the North Endless Devil Realm, the Devil Emperor of the Devil Realm is even more terrifying, with a hand of heaven-swallowing devil kung fu that overwhelms the world. The Eastern Demon Realm Lord, the dragon and phoenix chirping in unison and proud of the 9 heavens, the 4 sacred beast clans guarding one side and intimidating the heavens, the great southern dynasty of heaven, the king of all the heavens is called the heavenly dynasty, and the might of the empress shakes all directions. Just after Taoist Master Duo Bao finished speaking, Mo Qianliang said with an agitated expression, what is the name of that great long-standing female emperor? The name of the heavenly dynastic empress. How could a mere transformation god existence such as us possibly know? Taoist Master Duo Bao blankly glanced at Mo Qianliang and said in a good-natured manner, however, although we don't know what the name of the great Chang empress is, we can know that the great Chang royal family should be surnamed Su. Mo Qianliang's eyes flashed as his mind raced. Surname Su, the female emperor of the great Chang dynasty, also known as Su. Rarely is it really. Su Shuao? It's 23rd. A long journey for a beautiful woman, with the stars as her companion and shadow. I'm not afraid of the dangerous road ahead, just for the delicate face to reflect the eyes. Please, for the love of power. Chapter 112, The Mist Comes to Earth. The 21st Dream. Mo Qianliang took a deep breath, then looked seriously at Taoist Master Duo Bao and asked in a firm tone, dare I ask Senior, does the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion have a teleportation array that can leave the continent? He, who wanted to go to the great Chang dynasty to meet the empress. He, who wanted to know if the great changing empress was the dreamer. When Taoist Master Duo Bao heard Mo Qianliang's words, he then burst out laughing, his laughter resounding throughout the hall. You want to go to the great changing heaven dynasty through the transmission array? Taoist Master Duo Bao stopped laughing and looked at Mo Qianliang with interest. Without hesitation, Mo Qianliang nodded his head and replied with a firm gaze. Yes. Taoist Master Duo Bao smiled faintly, then shook his head gently and said slowly, that teleportation array usually only transmits storage rings, which contain all sorts of precious items and goods, whereas this kind of teleportation array across countless star domains, if one were to teleport a living person, the amount of energy required would simply be incalculable. Mo Qianliang's heart sank slightly as he listened to Taoist Master Duo Bao's explanation, but he didn't give up hope as he opened his mouth once again and asked, I wonder what price I have to pay. Taoist Master Duo Bao stretched out a finger and smiled. Teleporting a living person and opening a teleportation array once requires 10 holy stones. 10 holy stones, worth 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. It's certainly an astronomical amount for him at the moment. I'll get it together. Senior, thank you for informing me. Senior will leave now. Mo Qianliang took a deep breath and bowed respectfully, ready to take his leave. Hey, wait, you don't think that preparing 10 holy stones is enough, do you? Taoist Master Duo Bao called out to stop Mo Qianliang again. What else do you need, Elder? Taoist Master Duo Bao nodded slightly. This teleportation array can only teleport to the Sacred Treasure Pavilion's headquarters. The Sacred Treasure Pavilion is much farther away from the great changing heavenly dynasty. Hey, then it is from here to the Sacred Treasure Pavilion. Mo Qianliang sniffed and nodded. Senior understands. Thank you, Senior. After saying that, he stepped out in large strides and left the Danchi pavilion. Although he was not able to travel to the Great Changing Heaven dynasty right now, he had a hope and direction. It wouldn't be long before he would inevitably head to the Great Changing Heaven dynasty to find Su Shueya. Western Continent, Thousand Elephant Sect. The Thousand Elephant Sect was a sect under the Four Elephant Sacred Sect, and even though it didn't have a transformation god Tao Lord sitting in it, it did have several Yuaning ancestors. Its power, in a 1,000-mile radius of the sect, was definitely an overlord-level existence. At this moment, within the Thousand Elephant Sect's cultivation square, there were hundreds of disciples cutting and cultivating. Rumble! A sudden thunderbolt exploded out of nowhere, followed by howling winds and dark clouds. All the disciples raised their heads when they heard the ringing sound, and as they looked at the sky, they put their hearts down and began to organize their belongings, preparing to leave the cultivation grounds. No one was too concerned about the sudden turn of events. After all, weather like this was rare, but not entirely unheard of. It's supposed to be raining hard soon. Just as the crowd was about to disperse, suddenly, a crisp rupture sounded in the air, as if the entire space had been torn apart. Immediately afterward, a pitch-black hollow appeared in the void, as deep and mysterious as an abyss. Hiss! This is. The disciples opened their mouths wide in horror and stared at the pitch-black hollow with wide eyes, their faces filled with shock and fear. They felt a powerful sense of suffocation emanating from the black hole, making it almost impossible for them to breathe. This scene was beyond everyone's imagination. Something like tearing apart the void could only be done by a powerhouse above the level of a harmonized divine Tao Lord. Is there a strong enemy invasion? Right at this moment, a cloud of gray mist erupted out of the black hole at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed towards a Foundation Establishment stage disciple and quickly wrapped him up. This disciple didn't even have time to react before he was swallowed up by the gray mist without a trace. Help! Help, elder brother! Old ancestor, help! Miserable howls came from within that gray mist, sending chills down the spines of the crowd. Ka-ching! The sound of a spiritual shield shattering rang out, and in the next moment, the screams came to an abrupt end. A moment later, the gray mist slowly dispersed as if it had had enough to eat and drink, and in the original place, there was no longer the figure of that Foundation Establishment disciple long ago. Not even the dregs were left. The entire square was instantly quiet. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the place where that Foundation Establishment disciple had been, their faces filled with intense fear. What kind of monster is that? A disciple couldn't stand it and asked with a trembling body. It's horrible. Some disciples were scared silly and muttered in disbelief. Everyone felt their throats go dry. They didn't know what was going on and why such a horrific event had suddenly occurred. Even without any warning, this weirdness and fear made everyone's bodies go cold all over. Boom! The next moment, that spacecraft changed again, and in the midst of everyone's dumbfoundedness, countless gray mists rushed out from it. Among the countless gray fogs, there were also black and purple fogs mixed in, and the fury was soaring, carrying an extremely evil aura. Run away! This scene completely alarmed all of the disciples, who ran around screaming in an attempt to escape from these terrifying gray mists enveloping them. Open the clan protector formation! A loud bellow rang out, and the Thousand Elephant Sect's Yuaning patriarch was finally startled, leading the sect elders to appear. In an instant, infinite light bloomed, forming a three-layered curtain of light that enveloped the Thousand Elephant Sect, isolating those gray mists. However, these gray mists did not stop, but all of them attached themselves to the light curtain, greedily absorbing something. Gradually, the first layer of the light curtain that was able to withstand the bombardment of the Yuaning powerhouses dimmed, and finally dissolved, as if it had never appeared. They are devouring the formation's aura. Some elders sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed in shock, with a strong fear in their eyes. This gray mist, what exactly is it? Why can't even the clan protection formation stop it? The Thousand Elephant Sect's Yuaning ancestor also looked pale and bloodless. Quickly send a message to the Four Elephant Sacred Sect's old ancestor. At nightfall, since dreaming of Su Shueyo, this was the 21st time Mo Qianliang had dreamed. Long live your majesty. When Mo Qianliang opened his eyes, he only saw that in front of him, a young man wearing a golden dragon robe was sitting on top of the imperial throne, looking down on the kneeling ministers below. This youth, who looked to be in his 30s, had a handsome and extraordinary appearance, his eyes gleaming, revealing an emperor's might, making Mo Qianliang all secretly praise in his heart. After all, Su Haowen had been groomed as a future emperor since he was a child, and although his dominance lacked some, he was more stable. Just that, Su Haowen had become the great changing emperor. What about Su Shueyo? Chapter 113, Su Shueyo's full of concern. What? Surprised? A playful voice rang in his ears. Mo Qianliang was startled and hurriedly turned around to see Su Shueyo looking at himself with a smile. The purple princess dress set off her tall and delicate body, Her waist was slim and soft, her breasts were full and proud, and her curves were tantalizing. Her skin was glowing and beautiful, especially above her eyebrows. There was a light-colored peach blossom mark, adding a few touching touches to her. Shueyo, Mo Qianliang softly said, his eyes unblinking as he gazed at the overwhelmingly beautiful woman in front of him. It's crowded here. Let's hurry and bolt. Su Shueyo smiled cheekily. Her jade hand held onto Mo Qianliang's arm, and in the next moment, she appeared on top of a mountain. From here, one could see the entire Great Chang Dynasty imperial city, brightly lit, brilliant and splendid, bustling with traffic. Compared to before, it's several times bigger and more spectacular. Mo Qianliang stood at the top of the mountain, looking into the distance, a faint smile sketching out from the corner of his mouth. This was the real powerhouse of the country, and it was one that he had watched rise step by step. That's natural. Now that the world is unified, there's no war, and the major powers have returned to the fold. It's naturally thriving and more prosperous than before. Between Su Shueyao's words, she pulled Mo Qianliang to sit down, the two of them leaning shoulder to shoulder, looking out into the distance. When did you cede the throne to your royal brother? Mo Qianliang asked. In response, Su Shueya was smiling sweetly. Just now, before you even came. She spoke softly, with a smile on her face, as if what she was letting out was not a vast imperial dynasty, but rather a grain of sand in the district, without any half-hearted attachment. This world, but you fought it down. Don't you have a trace of nostalgia? Mo Qianliang asked again. There is. Su Shueyo smiled and said. There are peach blossom forests, sunsets, snowy plains, and the place where we first met. So there are so many memories. How could we not keep them? But so what? I wanted to find you earlier. Su Shueyo smiled brightly, like a delicate and bright flower, beautiful and eye-catching. Mo Millennium stared blankly at the beautiful person in front of him. A touch of deep love appeared in his eyes, reaching out to caress her delicate side face. I'm sorry for letting you. All these years. Shu, don't say you're sorry. I told you I'd find you. Su Shueyao's smile was like a painting. Her eyes were pure and clear, and she stretched out her fingers to block the words that Mo Qianliang was going to say. By the way, it's time to return this holy armor to you. She remembered something else, and with a movement of her divine mind, the holy armor was separated from her. With that, she flexed her fingers and the holy armor flew onto Mo Qianliang, flashing with it at the same time, transforming into armor that wrapped around his entire body. Shui Yao, you? Mo Qianliang froze. Didn't we agree before that when I enter sainthood, this saint armor will be returned to you? Su Shueyo smiled sweetly. You've already entered sainthood? Mo Qianliang was shocked. Although he knew that Su Shueyo would soon enter sainthood, he didn't expect it to be so fast. The northern continent had sought a saint for 10,000 years without being able to do so, yet Su Shueyo was able to enter sainthood in just a few short years. This is too demonic. Simply unbelievably talented. Ha ha ha, my family Shueyo is really powerful. Mo Qianliang laughed in delight. The more demonic Su Shueyo's talent was and the stronger her strength was, the happier he was. Moreover, I'd become a sacred artifact refiner. Look, what's this? Su Shueyo's hand flashed with light and several different jade pendants appeared. It is? Mo Qianliang was once again surprised. This is the auxiliary spirit treasure I refined. These two can increase the cultivation speed of your world's Jindan realm by 80%, and it's stackable. What about these two? On the other hand, they can increase the cultivation speed of your world's Yuaning realm by 80%, and they can also be stacked. So I see that you're not about to break through. Having these spiritual treasures around will allow you to save a lot of cultivation time and realize the Dao intent early. Su Shueya finished her introduction with a smile, and with a wave of her sleeve, the four jade pendants floated over towards Mo Qianliang. Mo Qianliang caught these jade pendants and felt a warm and gentle power, a supreme treasure that enhances the cultivation speed by 80% in the Jindan Yuanin realm, and it was stackable, which meant that stacked together, it was 3 times the original cultivation speed. Coupled with the ninefold addition of the Great Changing Heaven Dynasty's fortune, his cultivation speed could almost be said to have reached an incomparably terrifying point. Yuaning realm? It doesn't take a few days at all. Shueyo. Mo Qianliang was so excited that he opened his mouth to speak, wanting to express his gratitude but feeling that his words were too pale and powerless. He looked at Su Shueya's gentle and lightly smiling face, and finally swallowed all the words he wanted to say back into his stomach, leaving him with only his deep love for her. Yeah, between them, do they need to say thank you? He. The previous years of war consumed a lot. The continent has not many holy stones left. I collected all of them. There are a total of 21. Don't you need it to activate the holy armor? Su Shueyo suddenly smiled wryly. With a wave of her small hand, 21 crystal clear holy stones floated up and hovered above their heads. emitting a dense halo of light that enveloped the two. 21 holy stones were equivalent to 2,100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Su Shuiao gave it to him so simply. She had no hesitation, no heartache. Mo Qianliang was silent and speechless, taking all the holy stones and holding them in his palm. His heart was warm and filled with a strong sense of love. Shuiao, I will find you, even if there are 1,000 difficulties ahead. I now know that the Great Chang dynasty really exists, and the Great Chang Empress shakes the entire heavens, and I think that it's likely to be you, he solemnly said, with perseverance glittering in his eyes, and said word for word, I will step into the void and seek you out. Yes, I look forward to your arrival. Su Shuiao guffawed and smiled, showing off the color of her country, causing the butterflies around her to flutter more than just a little. In this moment, the sunlight sprinkled down, the wind was gentle, blowing on the two of them, and everything seemed serene and peaceful. Why do you think it's such a coincidence that there are exactly 21 holy stones left on the continent? And this is the 21st time we've met. Su Shuiao suddenly raised her head and blinked her clear eyes. Is this considered fate? The corner of Mo Qianliang's mouth rose slightly. Well, I guess that's what heaven has arranged, isn't it? Since fate had arranged for us to meet, naturally it wouldn't just let us meet in a dream. Su Shuiao nodded. Maybe one day, we will meet in reality. I just don't know. Will you find me first? Or will I find you first? Perhaps it's possible that we found each other at the same time? Chapter 114, where the dream begins most, plus, accompany me to the places we've been together before. I don't know when I'll be back after I leave this time. Su Shuiao said, holding Mo Qianliang's hand and walking forward. Shuiao, you're leaving? Mo Qianliang asked. Su Shuiao nodded. Now that the Great Chang has settled down, I have left a holy sword in the Great Chang, and with the national luck added to my holy sword, my royal brother can barely be able to exert the power of an outgoing saint as well. Plus, I'm announcing to the public that I'm going into seclusion for cultivation. No one will dare to rebel. It's not like I won't be back. So now, I can safely leave the continent and travel to the stars to find where you are. Su Shuiao said, playfully blinking her eyes, revealing a wry smile. Stars, Mo Qianliang murmured softly, his heart vaguely rippling. Su Shuiao was ready to step into the starry sky to find him. And when would he have the ability to go to the starry sky to find her? Moments later, the two appeared in Su Shuiao's boudoir. Many years had passed, yet the boudoir looked exactly as it had at the beginning, the draperies on the bed and couch, the tables and chairs and benches, the position and size of everything, had not changed in any way. The small mirror on the nightstand, the rouge and powder on the dresser, the dresses hanging on the closet, everything is still placed where it should have been in the first place. The only thing that had changed was the map on the wall, which had now been replaced with a map of the continent of the Great Unity. Can you brush my hair? Su Shuiao sat down in front of the dresser and turned her face sideways, smiling brightly, like the warm spring sun, shining into her heart. Mo Qianliang froze slightly and then smiled. Good. He reached out his hand and took the wooden hairpin out of the box, gently undoing the decorations on the young girl's green silk, and then began to comb her hair, carefully and meticulously. His fingers trembled lightly, his movements gentle and cozy, as if he were doing the most important thing of all. Su Shuiao looked at the white-robed man in the bronze mirror, and the smile at the corner of her mouth grew thicker and thicker, until finally, she smiled with a curved brow. There are some people in this world who, once met, never want to be separated. There are some stories that, once begun, want to pursue results. Some promises, once made, must be fulfilled for the rest of one's life. When I was 9 years old, when my mother brushed my hair for the last time, she said that the person who brushes your hair in the future will be the most important person in your life. As Su Shuiao spoke, a sweet smile appeared on her face, as if she was caught up in memories. The movement in Mo Qianliang's hand slightly paused, ripples rising in his heart, and then, his movements became even more gentle, his fingers roaming between the green silk. There was no telling how long it had been before the two of them reappeared on top of that vast snowy plain. A flurry of heavy snow fell from the sky, like willow flakes, lightly fluttering in the air. Su Shuiao tilted her head, looking at the sky full of snow, and couldn't help but sigh. It's starting to snow again. Every year at this time of the year, there will be such a heavy snowfall. Mo Qianliang stood beside her quietly, silently feeling her emotions. He knew that this snow had a special meaning for Su Shuiao, for it was in the midst of the snow that she was born on this very day so many years ago. The two walked side by side in the snow, their silhouettes so small in the snow, yet filled with warmth. The footprints of the two men were deeply imprinted in the snow, and each step was like writing a story. However, the footprints were soon covered by falling snowflakes, as if they had never been here. Although the war had ended, there were still generals patrolling above the Great Wall, only there were far fewer of them. Look, aren't there two of them there? Suddenly, the two generals on patrol. One of them seemed to have spotted something and pointed his finger ahead. Another general looked over, where it was empty, and said, "You don't think you're blind, do you?" I didn't blink. I clearly saw the figures of two people just now, but they were just too far away to determine who they were. The patrolman had a face of certainty, sure that he was by no means blinking. Only, when he went over again, there was really no one there. Strange, am I really blind? He muttered. As the sun was about to set, Mo Qianliang and Su Shuao returned to the peach blossom forest that they remembered the most. The scenery is picturesque and mesmerizing. The 10-mile peach blossom forest is still there, and the swing woven with peach blossoms is also still there, as if it had not been destroyed in the past. They waited quietly for their return for what seemed like a long time. Mo Qianliang and Su Shuao slowly walked to the swing and gently sat on it. They rocked the swing slightly, feeling the gentle breeze on their cheeks, eyes cast into the distance, gazing out at the setting sun sinking into the west, the afterglow spilling over the land, coloring everything a golden yellow. In this moment, time seemed to stand still and the world became so peaceful and beautiful. They soaked up the wonderful atmosphere and enjoyed each other's company, quiet and peaceful, like a painting, beautiful and moving. The sun is setting, and there are lovers in the bijou. Their silhouettes were stretched out by the setting sun, like an eternity in the river of years. This peach blossom forest has witnessed the story of their relationship and will always remember the good times. Finally, the two appeared next to a hot spring pool. "This is where we first met." Su Shuao pointed at this pool and said, her cheeks slightly red. The scene when she was first seen bathing in the hot spring pool by Mo Qianliang was still fresh in her mind. As Mo Qianliang looked at this place, a touch of nostalgia also appeared in his eyes. This is where the dream first began. The young girl, not yet grown, wearing a muslin, bathing here, was seen by him, and from then on, the two were destined to be entangled for life. Su Shuao turned her head to look at Mo Qianliang, smiled sweetly and slowly stepped forward, her slender waist swinging as if she was a dancing and beautiful elf. Bringing up ripples, she stepped into the pool water, arms crossed over her chest, her delicate body near the bottom of the pool, her curves elegant and moving. She lay on her back in the pool water, her dark hair spread over her snow-white shoulders, drops of water dripping from the tips. It was the first time they had met, and she seemed to move in a way that was not far from memory. Only, the beauty in the pool water was more ripe and fuller. She closed her eyes, the corners of her lips curving into a pretty arc, like a princess waiting for her prince to favor her. It was as if it was back to the very beginning, when the princess of yesteryear bathed in the pool. Only, this time, the dream was not as charming as the last one, but it was more cozy and full of love. It's 24. The beautiful people enjoy the sunset red, like a dream, like the beginning of the intention of 10,000. The comb is slowly cleaned, and the years are tender in the scrolls. P.S. Know a lot of little darling to start school. The author plus more sugar. Tomorrow to continue to keep adding more. If the daily free gift of love power to send a gift. These are the Empress of the Daozi. Chapter 115. A good man washes his fat in the bath. There is a saying that, a good man bathing to wash the gel, delicate body like jade, bone like crisp, ice and jade skin glistening like water, hibiscus shy smile pouring into the city. The aroma is fresh and wants to intoxicate. The skin of the fairy in the water was very good, as white as jade porcelain, and with a light blush, a pair of eyes closed tightly, long eyelashes dropping, casting light shadows on the snow-white skin, making people want to go up and touch them. Mo Millennium looked down at the underwater Su Shuao. His heart suddenly beat violently, his blood seemed to boil, and a strange feeling rose up in his body. The Su Shuao at this moment was really too seductive for him to resist. Put. Su Shuao opened her eyes and looked at Mo Qianliang's face that was slightly red. She couldn't help but laugh lightly. What? You were so bold to kiss over the first time we met, but you don't dare this time instead? She blinked her beautiful eyes, her pretty face flushed with a light pink color. I just can't bear to disturb this beautiful picture. Mo Qianliang finally raised his feet and walked in, stopping at Su Shuao's side. The two men looked at each other in all directions. His deep, mesmerizing black pupils were like a whirlpool that could draw people in and sink them. Su Shuao's big, dark and bright eyes, likewise flashed with a misty luster. If she could, she also hoped that she and Mo Qianliang would just stay together forever, not separating for the rest of her life. She didn't say anything, she just told him what was on her mind with her actions. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Mo Qianliang's neck, her cherry mouth coming up to Mo Qianliang. The soft and slippery touch caused Mo Qianliang to tremble. His body instantly stiffened, his heart beat extremely fast, and his breathing became rapid. He lowered his head and was about to cater to the intimacy of the beautiful person in his arms, But suddenly, he was pushed out by Su Shueya. Who are you? Why are you here? Su Shueya stood up and stared vigilantly at Imo Qianliang as she asked, some panic in her expression. The pool is not deep. Stand up, the water surface can only be up to the waist of the two. Su Shueya's dress wet stick to the body. Exquisite floating convex delicate body hidden. 3,000 green silks first came out of the water, draping behind her like a waterfall, setting off a stunningly beautiful face. Imo Qianliang was slightly stunned and then reacted. He hastily covered his nose and laughed dryly. Misunderstanding? Everything is a misunderstanding. After saying that, the two of them looked at each other and laughed out loud. It turned out that just now, Su Shueya was simulating the first time the two of them met. That's why she acted like this. The two then sat by the pool and talked about the past. 21 meetings, 21 years of memories. Two souls from different time and space find reliance at this time, telling each other about their respective experiences. There are misunderstandings, hostility, change, help, tenderness, hand in hand, deep love. At this moment, forgetting the time-space barrier, forgetting the passage of time, forgetting the sorrow, bitterness, and joy that once existed, leaving behind all restraints, there is only each other. The night gradually thickened, as if a black curtain slowly covered the whole world. A few moments later, the two held hands and lightly walked out of the hot spring pool. In the sky, the moon was hanging high in the sky like a silver disk, emitting bright moonlight and shining on the earth like a layer of silver veil. The two walked side by side in the peach blossom forest, their footsteps gentle and steady. As the breeze blew, the petals fell like snow, showering down on them. They enjoyed this rare moment of peace and quiet. The moonlight poured over the two of them, adding a bit of softness to them, making their figures look like exalted immortals under the moonlight. To leave this place, I don't know why, but some reluctance has arisen in my heart. Su Shueyo stood quietly in place, looking at this place full of memories, a faint trace of longing showing in her eyes. Since you don't want to give up, then stay, and wait for me to come to you. I know the location of the Great Chang, and it will be easier to find you then. Imo Qianliang gently pulled Su Shueyo over and embraced her tightly into his arms. He tenderly stroked her hair and softly comforted her. However, Su Shueyo resolutely shook her head and said in a firm tone, no, what strength are you only now? Starry sky can be very dangerous. Moreover, I want to find you earlier. Maybe, I can even see you as a child. At the end of her words, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh softly. Her laughter was clear and pleasant, as melodious as a silver bell. Imo Qianliang looked up at the starry sky and muttered, if in my world you've already found me, why would I not have seen you? Perhaps, this is fate. Su Shueyo pursed her lips and smiled lightly. If we had met earlier, would there still be the dream we have now? Would there still be us now? Perhaps, at this very moment, I am beside you, quietly watching you? If meeting early results in you and I not being able to meet in our dreams, in which case, then I would prefer to meet later. After all these years of waiting over, there's no rush for that little bit of time. Su Shueyo said. Imo Qianliang was silent. Yes, if he had met Su Shueyo long ago, then this dream, could it still last? Maybe, Su Shueyo really had already found him, but she just didn't want to affect the meeting between them, so she didn't choose to show up. Wow! Su Shueyo stretched out her hand, and a formation enveloped the 10-mile peach forest grove as well as the nearby rooms and hot spring pools. After leaving, I didn't want others to come close to this place and ruin the memories between us, so I sealed it up. Su Shueyo explained. Imo Qianliang smiled. I know. Su Shueyo was going to the stars to look for him, and he was also prepared to go to the stars to look for Su Shueyo. So the journey that ran in both directions was even more intoxicating. I don't think you've entered the starry sky yet. Grab my hand and I'll lead you to the starry sky to see. Su Shueyo revealed a charming smile as she slowly raised her jade hand and placed it in front of Imo Qianliang. Yes, Imo Qianliang nodded, not hesitating to hold her palm and intertwine with it. Swish, swish, a peculiar ripple spread out from around the two of them, and then their figures slowly rose into the air. The speed was slow, at least for Su Shueyo's current strength. Perhaps she wanted to see more of those memories. A few breaths later, Imo Qianliang looked down, and below, all 10 miles of peach forest came into view. Su Shueyo stopped and gazed at the peach blossom forest below with Imo Qianliang. Vaguely, both of them seemed to see two companionable figures in the peach blossom forest. It was a memory that belonged to them and would be remembered no matter how the years turned. Chapter 116, Putting Rings on Each Other's Hands. Go on, Su Shueyo said softly before bringing Imo Qianliang to continue flying towards the starry sky. They were rising higher and higher, and the view became wider and wider. Soon, when Imo Qianliang lowered his head again, he was able to see the entire palace in its entirety. After a while, Mo Qianliang was already able to clearly overlook the entire Great Chang Dynasty imperial capital. The lights in the imperial city were brilliant and eye-catching, and even though it was already late at night, it was still a bustling scene. The streets were bustling with crowds and clamor. The taverns and teahouses were full of people and laughter. The stores are lined up and neatly arranged, presenting a scene of prosperity. Su Shueyo stopped her footsteps once again, giving Mo Qianliang a chance to carefully appreciate the magnificent scenery. She stood quietly, smiling as she looked down. It's her home, holds so many stories, and carries the entirety of her life today. I hope that the next time I come back, this place will change for the better, Su Shueyo whispered. Upon hearing this, Mo Qianliang looked resolute and solemnly said, "Definitely." With that, he raised his eyes to the stars as the two continued their ascent. On the way up, the image was even more shocking, as the entire great changing imperial capital shrank in sight, and with it, rolling mountains and vast plains appeared. The mountains and rivers are magnificent and vast. This height has exceeded the Jiedan Yuaning extreme. Looking out, millions of miles of rivers and mountains into the bottom of the eye, vast and spectacular. The great long-standing imperial capital could only see a finger-like point at this time. Even though this height was already very high, it still seemed out of reach compared to the stars, so the two continued to climb upwards. Buzz! The void trembled, the starlight shone brightly, and the starry sky gradually emerged in the eyes, as illusory as a mirage. Mesmerizing! Finally, the two traveled through the layers of space and descended into the starry sky. When Mo Qianliang looked downwards again, he saw an incomparably shocking scene. The entire continent, like a huge and incomparable orb, was wrapped in densely packed runes, which flowed in a mysterious and complex manner, and each of them seemed to have a heaven-shaking might. These runes, as if they were eggshells, protected the entire continent, isolating it from the outside world. This is the continent as the cultivators call it. It's a continent, but it's more like a big ball. On the far side of the continent, there was also a huge ball of fire, which was reddish-yellow in color, with a dazzling light flashing on its surface, emitting a terrifying and incomparable aura. That's Blazing Sun Star? Mo Qianliang was surprised. This fireball is dedicated to bringing light to the continent. Not only this world, but his own world as well, and probably many other worlds as well. When viewed from the ground, it is the blazing sun. Beyond the continent, a small star surrounds it, reflecting the sun's rays and creating moonlight on the continent. Isn't it more beautiful to look at the stars than the ground? Su Shueyo softly laughed, pulling Mo Qianliang to look towards the other side. More stars are seen here and more clearly than those seen on the ground. There was no cloud cover here, and the view of the entire starry sky was unobstructed and vast. A bright star, hanging in the cosmic starry sky, flickered with various colors of starlight, illuminating this dark universe. The number of stars in this sky was so great that it was hard to count. It is indeed beautiful, Mo Qianliang marveled. It's just that the starry sky is so vast that trying to find the world I'm in will be very, very difficult. He sighed softly again. It may not necessarily be difficult. Su Shueyo shook her head. The corners of her mouth sketched out a shallow arc. My strength will continue to rise, perhaps. It won't be long before I can appear on the other side of the distant stars with just one step. Hearing this, Mo Qianliang's eyes lit up. Yes, Su Shueyo originally possessed a heaven-defying qualification, such a young sainthood entering powerhouse, so how could her end point be just sainthood entering? Not to mention, even superpowers like the sacred treasure pavilion, which is connected to all the heavens, said that the great long-standing female emperor was at the forefront of all the heavens and shook the 8 directions. How could a female emperor like that be just an initiated saint? A senior of the heavenly treasure pavilion told me that the great changing heavenly dynasty is in the south of the starry sky, and the world I'm in is in the middle, so it should be in that direction. Mo Qianliang reached out and pointed in one direction. Alright, I'll head in this direction, cultivating while looking for the continent you're on. Su Shueyo nodded her head. I would love to accompany you to venture into the starry sky. It's just that the time I have left to stay is running out. Mo Qianliang collected his thoughts and said somewhat bitterly. One day, too short. It's fine. You'll be able to see me again tomorrow. Maybe, by the time you come tomorrow, I'll be in the continent you're in. Su Shueyo smiled and comforted. Shueyo. Mo Qianliang felt his nose a bit sour and couldn't help but hold her close. For me it's tomorrow, but for you, it's next year. Su Shueyo leaned on Mo Qianliang's chest, warm and tranquil, gently smiled and said, what I'm doing at this moment, everything is worth it. It's for our better meeting in the future. Sending you something. Sending you something. Both of them opened their mouths at the same time, and then exchanged glances and smiled. You first. You first. The two spoke again at the same time, and then smiled at each other once more. Together. Su Shueyo said, Mo Qianliang nodded and took out a small box, while Su Shueyo also took out a small box. Open together? The two men looked at each other and laughed in unison. The two of them lifted the box together, and instantly, two rings appeared in both boxes. In Mo Qianliang's box was a light pink ring with a peach blossom engraved on it, and within the peach blossom, there was the word snow. In Su Shueyo's box was a blue ring with the word millennium engraved on it. Seeing what was in the other's box, there was some surprise in both of their eyes. What a coincidence, Mo Qianliang muttered. It's really coincidental. Su Shueyo followed suit and chimed in softly. Is this, like, a heart-to-heart? I can't believe that even the gifts that were prepared were so well matched. This tacit understanding brought their hearts closer together and their feelings for each other deepened. In this storage ring, there is an image of me left behind, and it will have to be the only thing that accompanies you during my absence. Mo Qianliang looked at the pink ring in the box and said. Su Shueyo nodded and took out the blue ring she had prepared. This is a saint rank storage ring I built. The capacity inside is many times that of an ordinary storage ring. And I left a spirit body inside. At the critical moment, you can inspire it. This spirit body, possessing a short-lived entry into the saint's strength. You remember what you said before? That in your world, rings have special meanings. After Su Shueyo finished speaking, the two of them smiled at each other. Their gazes meeting each other as if time had stopped. Their smiles are full of love and expectation. And they understand each other without words. Su Shueyo's voice became soft, like heavenly music. Then, let's put them on together. Mo Qianliang nodded slightly in agreement. They each reached out a hand and held the ring they had prepared tightly. Then, carefully, slipped it onto the other's finger. At this moment, the whole space is filled with a warm and romantic atmosphere. Once the two rings were in place, their hands naturally interlocked, and their breath intertwined with each other, creating a beautiful picture. It's 25. Hot springs curling mist like smoke. Beautiful people into the bath like heavenly fairies. Giving each other finger ring heart forever. Love and warmth together long day. P.S. Today stuck in the text. The first 2 chapters, tomorrow and the next 3 days are added. If the data is still okay, the author in September there is a possibility of adding a month. Try not to feed the book, or the author may be halfway to starvation. Chapter 117, The Great Hurricane of the Century. The Continental Crisis and Death. When Mo Qianliang woke up, he looked down at the ring in his hand. The blue ring was crystal clear with a hint of watery ripples. The word 1,000 years on it was full of softness, containing a hint of Su Shueyo's sentient path, making this ring more and more precious. If we get close to each other, this ring will give off a flicker of light, and that means, I'm by your side. In Mo Qianliang's mind, he was still recalling Su Shueyo's instructions before parting with him. He clenched his fists and a look of determination appeared on his face. Shueyo, I know that we are very far away. But even if I travel to the ends of the earth and the other side of the stars, I will still find you. He took a deep breath, slowly stood up and looked out of the window. The stars are a guide for all time. May the one I love, all be well. Everyone in the Holy Academy, gather. Dean Beiling's majestic voice resounded like a flood bell throughout every corner of the entire sacred courtyard, and it even contained a hint of urgency and nervousness. Hearing this voice, the students who were originally cultivating intensely as well as the various elders opened their eyes and quickly flew out from their respective cultivation rooms, converging on top of the plaza as quickly as meteors. Mo Qianliang also stood up, assembled this early in the morning. With that character of the dean, it must have encountered something big. Mo Millennium, you come too for a moment. A voice transmission fell into Mo Qianliang's ears, causing his mind to move slightly. He suddenly remembered the matter of the great catastrophe in the records. Could it be that the thing was coming so soon? Without hesitation, he walked out of the room and headed towards the large square. Along the way, Mo Qianliang saw many trainees and deacon elders as well as god transformation elders hurrying to the large square. For hundreds of years, Dean had never called everyone together. Even when the son succeeded to the throne, there had never been an assembly of this size. Those who understood some of the prophecies of 10,000 years ago, their faces became unusually heavy at this time. Could it be that the prophecies were really coming true? By the time Mo Qianliang arrived at the large square, the number of strong people gathered had already reached a staggering number. In the sky, 3 pale figures were suspended in mid-air, their gazes gazing intently into the distance. The dean and the 2 elders were both at the half-saint cultivation level, the topmost supreme beings in the northern continent. At the forefront of the large square, there stood a row of figures with terrifying auras, each emitting a suffocating pressure. These were harmonized divinity Downlord level elders, numbering upwards of 60. And after the elders of the transformation spirit, there were the deacon elders of the Yuaning realm, and their number was even more astonishing at more than 500. Although these deacon elders were not as powerful as the god transformation elders, they were still stalwarts within the Northern Spirit sacred courtyard, and their strength should not be underestimated. Looking further back, there were tens of thousands of Jiadan and Foundation establishment students. They were neatly arranged in the square, so densely packed that they could not be seen at all. These trainees were all in high spirits, with a glint of excitement and anticipation in their eyes. To them, there was no such thing as a big or small calamity, and they thought it was going to be some kind of big ceremony, and one of them was incredibly excited. Almost everyone in the entire Northern Spirit sacred courtyard was gathered together, and the atmosphere was warm and unusual. It could be said that this place gathered the most outstanding geniuses of the entire northern continent, each and every one of them being the best in their realm. Here, there was no lack of geniuses who possessed Xianpin Foundation establishment, and there were even quite a few Heaven's Pride who possessed Earthpin Foundation establishment, and it could be said that all of them were the top powerhouses of the northern continent in the future. Mo Qianliang's gaze swept over the surroundings, his brows frowning slightly. Aside from the two supreme elders who guarded the holy armor, almost everyone who remained within the holy courtyard had arrived. Silence! The dean's voice, like a flood bell, rang out abruptly, instantly causing the noisy large square to become quiet and silent. The crowd turned around and saluted respectfully. The dean raised his hand to signal for the crowd to calm down. Then he said in a deep voice, "Last night, a clan in the western continent that possessed several Yuaning powerhouses was completely wiped out overnight." What? The moment these words came out, everyone was shocked beyond measure. A clan with several Yuaning powerhouses was wiped out overnight? Who did this? That's nothing. One of the 4 elephant sacred sex transformation god Dao masters received a plea for help and went to support him, and as a result, that transformation god Dao master's life card shattered. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped. A shattered life plate means a fall. The god of transformation powerhouse is already the peak battle power of the continent, and if the half-saints are not out, the god of transformation is invincible. Now, you can't even run away? A god of transformation, several Yuaning, plus an entire sect of elder disciples. This scale was already equivalent to a superpower. Such a power, even if it was destroyed, would fight to the death, with corpses and blood flowing everywhere. But how? The hearts of the crowd, they kept sinking. Now, as the leader of the northern continent's cultivation world, I can announce something very heavily. Dean Beiling spoke again. His tone became incredibly grave. At once, everyone held their breath and listened intently. The dean's eyes flickered with a wisp of essence as he said in a single word, "This world, perhaps, is going to face destruction." Wow! These words came out like thunderbolts from a clear sky, blasting at the bottom of every cadet and elder's heart, causing their faces to instantly turn pale. What? Dean, what did you just say? Is this world really going to end? Yeah, Dean. What the hell happened? Dean, tell us, what kind of enemy is it? The crowd has panicked. Our enemies? Their strength is so powerful that it's even beyond the scope of our cognizance. Their level of strength is completely beyond our ability to fight. Dean Beiling sighed, his expression becoming more and more grave. The Great War 10,000 years ago buried an era, and this time, we are facing the same group of enemies from 10,000 years ago. This is the great catastrophe of the century. The autumn of the continent's critical survival. The only thing we can do is to do our best to fight against the unknown enemy and fight to survive. Now, you have 2 choices. First, you return to your hometown, guard your hometown's homeland, and inform your hometown's strongest that the enemy, who cannot be killed, cannot be touched hard, can only be sealed. Second, you stay in the Holy Academy and fight wherever you need support, wherever there are enemies. This time, the survival of the continent is at stake. Whether it's your own safety and security, the family clans behind you, or your own relatives and friends, you all need to think clearly. Dean Beiling's slow but firm voice echoed throughout the large square. Chapter 118, The Creepy Mist That Devours Aura and Life. The honor and responsibility of the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy is something we must shoulder. Even if we die in battle, we will never retreat. Yes, rather die in battle than live. I am honored to be a student of the Holy Academy, even though I died. Swear to live and die with the continent. An impassioned voice, like thunder, resounded throughout the entire large square. Each voice carried an incomparable determination, as if it was going to break through the clouds and shake the entire world. These voices came together to form a powerful force that made people feel an unrivaled aura. The people making these noises were none other than the trainees of the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy. They stood in the square, their faces beaming with determination and boldness. They were filled with deep feelings for the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy, which was not only the place where they grew up, but also the Holy Land in their hearts. And now that the continent is facing an unprecedented crisis, they are not the least bit intimidated. but instead step forward and use all their strength to defend the land. These participants come from different places with their own unique backgrounds and experiences, but at this moment, they all had a common belief: to guard the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy, to guard their hometown, and to guard the continent. They are willing to do whatever it takes to get there, even at the cost of their own lives. They knew that the battle could cost them their lives, but they still chose to throw themselves into it without hesitation. They are a group of vibrant young people, full of energy and passion. They represent the hope of the future and the future backbone of this continent. Although their shoulders are still slightly tender, they are ready to take on this heavy responsibility. I'm honored to be a member of the Holy Academy, and even in the face of death, I have no regrets, a cadet said loudly, his voice dripping with pride. I will live and die with my hometown, another cadet shouted. In this moment, they forgot about their personal safety and only thought about how to defend their homes. At that moment, the blazing sun gradually rose in the sky, shedding warm sunlight. The cadets were bathed in sunlight and looked particularly dazzling. Their figures seemed to be gilded with a layer of golden light, just like the god of war descending to earth. Their valor and bravado are inspiring. They are, at this moment, all sons. Such a sense of belonging. This is the real reason why the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy has stood for 10,000 years. Looking at the crowd's performance, Mo Qianliang couldn't help but secretly say, such cohesion is too much. Now, go, before the creepy mist descends on the northern continent. Those who should go home should go home. Those who should prepare should prepare. The Great War, it's not far away. Whether the continent can survive this calamity depends on you. In the end, Dean Beiling waved his hand, signaling the trainees to leave. Swish swish swish, the trainees acted quickly, and a recluse light shot up into the sky, heading in all directions. The students of the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy were from all corners of the northern continent. In the blink of an eye, the large square was left with a few hundred elders as well as Mo Qianliang and the others. Gentlemen, you are all the mainstay of the sacred courtyard. Half of you will follow the first elder and second elder to the western continent for support, while the other half will guard the northern continent with the old man. Yes, Dean, the elders answered in unison. Immediately afterward, a single recluse rose into the air. They all understood that the Great War was imminent and that every minute was precious, and that they must seize all the time to make their contribution. It's not just about the western continent. When the western continent falls, then it's the northern continent's turn. Mo Qianlong, there is no time for a duel, so let's compete to see who has sealed more tricky mists. A figure walked past Mo Qianliang, and it was none other than Jiaowei. At this moment, he had already made a breakthrough and become a strong Dan Junctioner, and with the quality of his foundation building, the Dan he formed would be infinitely close to a perfect golden Dan. Good. Mo Millennium didn't say anything more. Jedi glanced at Mo Qianliang. Don't worry, I'll win. As the words fell, Jia Wuxi's figure flickered and quickly dissipated in the sky, turning into dots of starbursts that disappeared above the sky. Looking at the back of Jedi emotionless, Mo Qianliang slightly shook his head. Absolute Emotionless had always treated him as a rival, but Mo Qianliang had never seen him as a rival. It could only be said that after possessing the Dream Entry ability and the Saint armor, his gaze had long since not been limited to the continent and to the younger generation. Absolute Emotionless is really strong. 20 years old at the Jedan realm. It is the second day pride Mo Qianliang has seen. Even compared to Su Shuao, it is not very far off. As for himself, it was long past time to compare his age. Mo Qianliang, is the holy armor still on you? After everyone had left, Dean Beiling dropped into front of Mo Qianliang and asked, in. Mo Qianliang nodded and raised his hand, a shrunken version of the holy armor floating in his palm. It's good to be there. Take a look at this. Dean Beiling waved his hand and an image appeared in front of Mo Qianliang. In the image, countless gray mixed with black and purple bizarre mists gnawed at the defensive light curtain of a large sect and continuously devoured the power of the defensive light shield, making it weaker and weaker. Boo! When the defensive light curtain couldn't be maintained, these bizarre mists rushed into the sect and began to wreak havoc and devour. The sect disciples tried their best to resist, but they were unable to change their defeat, and one by one, they died miserably in the tricky mist, with no bones left. Even if a Jedan deacon was targeted by several gray weird mists or one black weird mist, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long, and all of his aura would be sucked out of his body, and then he would be devoured by the weird mists. Even so, Mo Qianliang saw a Yuaning powerhouse make a move that shocked the heavens and shook the earth. However, as soon as he dispersed dozens of clusters of gray creepy mist with one blow, they coalesced again in an instant and lunged towards him. The aura light curtain on this Yuaning powerhouse was extremely thick, and the dozens of clusters of gray weird mist could not absorb that much spiritual energy for a while. However, in the next moment, A cloud of purple bizarre mist appeared and wrapped around the Yuaning powerhouse, crazily eroding the spiritual energy in his body, causing the Yuaning powerhouse's face to turn pale. This Yuaning strong struggle, attempt to escape from the purple weird fog, but in the end still futile, can only watch his spiritual energy consumed, the body becomes stiff, and finally by the purple weird fog completely engulfed. The entire clan, from Yuaning, down to the innate cultivators, in less than an hour, only a few dozens of people remained in the huge clan, and all the rest of the people all perished. As for these dozens of people, they were all new disciples who had yet to condense their innate aura and were still at the Hotian body refining level. And these bizarre mists didn't devour them. Only, these people, who had already been scared half to death, either fainted or hid in the corner shivering. Seeing this, Mo Qianliang's eyes stared slightly. The objects that these weird mists devoured were cultivators who possessed heaven and earth spiritual power in their bodies. Chapter 119, the 22nd Dream Entry, plus more. Dean. These weird mists, are they the ones that triggered the ancient war? Mo Qianliang's face was grave as he looked at the Dean in front of him, his voice carrying a hint of heaviness. Dean Beiling nodded slightly, his gaze gazing at the void in front of him, and said slowly, as far as we know at the moment, there are a total of 3 levels of these tricky mists, all of which have just appeared in the image. At the lowest level, it's the Grey Guile Mist, which can easily devour Foundation establishment as well as cultivators below it, and if there are a large number of them, it can even pose a great threat to the Jedan realm. Mo Qianliang's heart sank as he listened to the Northern Spirit Dean's words. He was well aware of the terrifying nature of this grey creepy fog. Cultivators below Foundation establishment and Foundation establishment had almost no power to fight back when facing the grey creepy fog, and he also saw a scene of several clusters of grey weird mist devouring a Jedan cultivator. Dean Beiling continued. 1 level higher. Is the Black Eerie Mist? A single Jedan encountering the Black Eerie Mist, there is almost no way to escape. Only when 2 or 3 Jedan cultivators join hands, can they barely fight against a mass of Black Eerie Mist? Finally, Dean Beiling took a deep breath and his tone became more and more serious. 1 level higher. It is that purple tricky mist that devours Yuaning powerhouses. This grade of tricky mist is already incomparably difficult to deal with. Even if it's as strong as a transformation god Dao Lord, it would be difficult to catch it. Moreover, these tricky mists simply cannot be killed. Even the lowest level grey tricky mists cannot be killed by the old man's half-saint cultivation, so he can only find a way to seal or trap them. Listening to the Dean's explanation, Mo Qianliang frowned deeply. These weird mists, they seemed too terrifying, right? Unkillable, and the devouring ability was incomparably unbelievable. In the same rank situation, creepy mist almost abused cultivators of the same rank. Dean, is there any guile mist of a higher grade than purple? Mo Qianliang inquired with a frown. The purple tricky mist had already rendered the transformation god Dao Lord helpless, and it would be difficult if a higher grade appeared. There is no discovery for the time being. The Dean shook his head, then added, however, it will definitely appear later, and when a tricky fog of a higher grade than purple appears, that will be the last moment for the continent. Mo Qianliang took a deep breath and said, Dean, give me the shadow retaining stone. I'm going to study how I can truly kill these creepy mists. Good. Dean Beiling nodded his head and replied, then handed the shadow retention stone in his hand to Mo Qianliang. After all, there wasn't just one of these shadow retaining stones. Alas, although I had long predicted that this great calamity was coming, I had not expected it to come so quickly, and you are not yet fully grown. Dean Beiling couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. Even though Mo Qianliang already possessed such a powerful foundation as Heavenly Dao Foundation building, however, he was currently only at the Jindan realm. To guard this continent, one needed to at least reach the strength of the Saint realm to do so. Although the Saint armor was capable of exerting the power of the Saint realm, it required the consumption of precious Saint stones each time it was used, and the time limit was half an hour. So the question arises, what to do if you run out of holy stones? From the Yuaning realm to the God transformation realm, to half-saints and saints, each stage was an incomparably difficult challenge. Dean Beiling speculated that even if Mo Qianliang possessed the talent of Heavenly Dao Foundation building and was prophesied to be the hope of the future, I'm afraid that it would take a few decades for him to achieve the position of a saint. Hearing Dean Beiling's sigh, the corner of Mo Qianliang's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. Dean, I won't be able to become a saint in a short period of time, but I think I should be able to become a saint in less than 10 years. With that, he released his breath. Peak perfection Jindan, half a step away from the Yuaning realm. Hiss. Feeling Mo Qianliang's cultivation, even the Northern Spirit Dean couldn't help but draw in a cold breath. His eyes filled with horror. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, he threw his head back and laughed out loud, and with his heart stirring, he couldn't help but shout out to the sky. The heavens have favored my Northern Spirit Sacred Academy. My Northern Spirit Sacred Courtyard is fortunate to have met a supreme genius like you, so perhaps this great calamity will be able to pass peacefully. Ha 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 ha. Dean Bei Ling laughed freely. 18 years old. Peak perfect Jean Dan. In just a month's time. From being a beginner in foundation establishment to being close to Yuanying. Such a cultivation speed exceeded the extremes of one's imagination. However, Dean Bei Ling didn't feel surprised because Mo Qianliang was the one chosen by the Holy Armor, or the man who prophesied 10,000 years ago to save the continent. Dean, I want to return to the spirit domain. Mo Qianliang gazed in the direction of the spirit domain as a flash of worry appeared in his eyes. The spirit domain was at the moment a battle between good and evil, and the tricky fog would soon descend again, so he was worried about his master, and about the Dao sect. I know what you're thinking. I've heard about what's happening in the spirit realm. It's just that, you're the hope for the future. Dean Bei Ling paused, then continued, the Academy can't send any extra forces to support you now, and I'm also going to the East Continent to unite the top continental forces with the South Continent. But your well-being is more important than anyone else. How about this? You promise me that you will definitely return to the Sacred Academy within 10 days, and I will allow you to take the sacred armor back to the spirit domain. Mo Qianliang was slightly stunned. He had never thought that the dean would allow him to leave with the holy armor. I know very well that you are the savior of the continent in the prophecy, not the Northern Spirit Sacred Courtyard. Go, take care of your business so that you can cultivate in peace. This is the holy stone that the Holy Academy has accumulated over thousands of years. We, the old guys, can only desperately slow down Creepy Mist's footsteps. The hope of the continent relies on you. Dean Bei Ling took out a nascent ring and handed it over to Mo Qianliang. There are holy stones inside. 100 of them. Mo Qianliang's eyes were a little moist as he clenched his fists and nodded heavily. Dean, please don't worry. I will guard the Northern Spirit Sacred Academy and this continent. Good. Dean Bei Ling smiled in satisfaction. Remember, protect yourself. You being alive is the most important thing. The rest, we'll work on it. As soon as the words fell, Dean Bei Ling directly broke through the air and disappeared into the vast clouds. Mo Qianliang looked at Dean's departing back and muttered, Dean, I'll be back. Mo Qianliang didn't leave the Northern Spirit Sacred Courtyard right away. He had just been delayed for 2 hours in the big square. Going back at this time, it was already nightfall in the spirit domain, and it might affect dreaming. He was going to stay for the night, and after falling asleep, he would go back early the next morning. At nightfall, Mo Qianliang entered the dream world with her presence for the 22nd time. Roar! As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard a hissing sound that shook the heavens. In the distant starry sky, a huge black dragon hovered there, emanating a monstrous aura that was chilling. Opposite the black dragon, a silhouette stood above the void, facing the dragon demon saint in front of her. Boom! The great battle instantly erupted in a shocking collision, and destructive shockwaves swept across the Star River. Holy armor! Seeing this scene, without the slightest hesitation, Mo Qianliang decisively turned on his saint armor and used a saint stone to briefly possess the entry saint realm. P.S. The new January, plus more. Weather plus 3 days, 10 days, half a month or a month. Depends on the September gift list ranking. Chapter 120, Tacitly Joining Hands, Defeating the Demon Saint. The saint's might is vast and majestic, like a tsunami sweeping in all directions, and under the full force outbreak, it is as dazzling as the blazing sun. Without too much time to familiarize himself with the power of the sainthood entrant, Mo Qianliang rushed towards the huge body of the black dragon like a bolt of lightning. His movements were simple and direct, without any unnecessary fancy techniques. Simply relying on his own powerful strength and unrivaled speed, he stretched out his right foot and kicked out fiercely. Bang! Mo Qianliang's right leg accurately kicked above the black dragon's abdomen, accompanied by a dull crash. The black dragon's abdomen was instantly bloodied and the sound of scale armor breaking was clearly audible. Roar! The black dragon let out a pained roar, and its huge body surged up into the air, tumbling several times in the air before barely stabilizing itself. It lowered its head, its gaze falling on the wound in its abdomen. Its eyes filled with anger and rage, as if it wanted to tear the enemy in front of it into pieces. Immediately after that, the black dragon opened that bloody mouth and spewed out a ball of burning flames, shooting towards Mo Qianliang at an extremely fast speed. The temperature of the flames was blazing hot enough to melt away basalt iron and fine gold, burning everything. Even space was distorted. However, when these flames landed on Mo Qianliang's saint armor, they slid by as if water was flowing, not causing any substantial damage to him at all. Shui Yao, are you alright? Mo Qianliang turned around, his gaze falling on the Qianliang on the side and asked with concern. The woman in front of her was wearing a white dress, with her black and beautiful green silk pulled behind her head. revealing a white jade neck and delicate collarbone. Her body was tall and slender, with beautiful curves that exuded a unique charm. The face wore a light-colored peach blossom mask that covered the cheeks, revealing only a pair of autumnal pupils that were clear and bright as stars. The gentleness and laughter revealed in those eyes made people want to find out more. Her skin was as white as snow, and her hair flew behind her, like a fairy banished to the dust, and she was absolutely unique. Who is this if not Su Shueyo? I'm fine. Let's stop fighting for now. Let's go. Su Shueyo shook her head. Aha! Mo Qianliang nodded lightly. Since Su Shueyo said she wouldn't fight, then she wouldn't fight. Humans, where to run? However, while Mo Qianliang and Su Shueyo wanted to leave, the Black Dragon was not happy. Although the Black Dragon was injured, it didn't retreat, but instead became even more ferocious. The lifespan of the demon race was originally greater than that of the human race, and this Black Dragon had been in the sainthood for thousands of years and had already reached the late stage of sainthood, and had always been the hegemon of this starfield. But today, they were bullied by two humanoids whose size was like a mole cricket. How could they bear it? Ow! The Black Dragon roared angrily, and a claw probed out to grab Mo Qianliang. This claw carried a terrifying pressure and power, as if it was going to tear apart the entire space. Right at this moment, Su Shueyo stepped out. Her figure flashed and she blocked in front of Mo Qianliang. The long sword in her hand flashed with a cold light and ruthlessly chopped at the Black Dragon's claws. Bang! With a loud bang, one of the Black Dragon's claws was chopped off by Su Shueyo's long sword, and dark golden blood splattered everywhere. The Black Dragon let out a pained growl, a flash of surprise and anger in its eyes. The human woman in front of her, who had just fought back and forth, how come she had suddenly become as strong as she was now, injuring it easily? However, Su Shueyo didn't stop attacking. Her figure was like electricity as she rushed towards the Black Dragon once again, the long sword in her hand dancing out countless sword shadows, enveloping the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon kept waving its claws in an attempt to fend off Su Shueyo's attacks, but the wounds on its body were getting more and more, and dragon blood kept flowing out. It was now incomparably certain that the human woman in front of it hadn't even used her full strength before. Now that it wanted to attack this annoying human man, she showed her true strength. Mo Qianliang also struck out. He immediately executed his moves. A ray of light flew out from his hands and smashed into the Black Dragon. These rays of light crossed the sky like meteors, carrying endless might and energy as they ruthlessly crashed into the Black Dragon. Each ray of light contained a powerful force, causing the Black Dragon to continuously let out roars of pain. The two of them worked very well together. They echoed each other and collaborated with each other, putting the Black Dragon in a passive position. This Black Dragon was not only at the late stage of sainthood initiation, but also had a trace of true dragon race bloodline. Its body was incomparably powerful, and it was even more difficult to deal with than some peak sainthood initiation existences. However, the Black Dragon was facing the joint attack of Mo Qianliang and Su Shueyo at the moment, but it appeared to be a bit overwhelmed. It kept struggling and trying to get out of its predicament, but was never able to break through the two men's defenses. In the end, Mo Qianliang and Su Shueyo looked at each other and struck the final blow with an extremely tacit understanding. The realm of frost and snow. The one who struck first was Su Shueyo, who raised her flourishing hand and gently pressed it against the void. In a flash, the void trembled and an extremely cold ice sealing force quickly spread out. In the blink of an eye, it was as if the space around them was frozen. The temperature dropped drastically, and a piercing coldness filled the air. Boo! With a loud bang, the frost instantly coalesced the Black Dragon into a giant ice sculpture, trapping it briefly so that it could not move. Right at this moment, Mo Qianliang seized the moment, mobilized his entire body's strength, and fiercely blasted out a fist. His fist flashed with dazzling light, and terrifying power poured out like a tidal wave, ruthlessly smashing on top of that huge ice sculpture. Ow dash! The Black Dragon let out a miserable scream. Its body trembled violently and flew out backwards, smashing a huge meteorite before it managed to stop. Put! It spewed out a large mouthful of blood, its body twitching continuously, its huge figure shrinking a lot, and its breath instantly shriveling. Mo Qianliang and Su Shueyo's coordination was perfect, and they were able to defeat the enemy with a single strike. At this moment, the depths of the Black Dragon's eyes revealed a color of fear as its body continued to retreat. These two small-sized humans were so powerful. Ow! The Black Dragon let out a mournful roar, and immediately drilled into the void and disappeared. Obviously, the Black Dragon knew that he was no match for them, so he chose to flee. If it continues to fight, its body won't be able to carry it. Mo Qianliang looked at Su Shueyo and saw that she shook her head and didn't seem to have any intention of pursuing that Black Dragon, so he opened his mouth and asked, "Where are we going now?" Su Shueyo pondered for a moment before saying, "Let's go. Go to that continent ahead and take a look." After saying that, she gently waved her hand. signaling Emo Qianliang to follow. Emo Qianliang nodded, then turned around and stepped away. His pace was light. Now that the duration of the Saint armor hadn't ended, he could experience the extreme speed of the sacred realm. Swish dash. In the next second, the figures of the two instantly flashed up, rapidly speeding towards the continent in front of them like meteors across the sky. Chapter 121, Destroyed by My Hand. A few moments later, the two arrived at the center of the nearest continent, standing on top of a high mountain. There was air here for one to breathe, so Emo Qianliang took off his holy armor and Su Shuiao removed her mask. This continent was unusually huge, its area even exceeding the continent where Su Shuiao was. However, despite the fact that the blazing sun star hung high overhead, the light here was exceptionally dim, and the entire world was covered by a layer of gray mist, revealing an eerie aura. Roar! Every now and then, a low hissing sound came from the distance, a roar from a demonic beast. It's a world where no humans exist, it's all demonic beasts. Emo Qianliang gazed at the surrounding scene and said with emotion. This was the first time he had seen another continent other than the one he and Su Shuiao were on, and he hadn't expected it to be like this. That black dragon just now is the overlord of this continent. When I appeared in the nearby star field, I was discovered by it. That's why there was the battle just now. Su Shuiao smiled and said, the reason why I don't chase after it is because even though it struck first, it was me who stepped into its territory first, and I wasn't injured. After saying that, she took out a drawing of a special material and dotted something on it. Emo Qianliang went over to take a look. This is actually a star map, just that the vast majority of the star map is a blank. Just the center lit up some patterns. Su Shuiao wrote a line next to the star that had just been lit up, the world of demonic beasts, whose leader is a black dragon at the late stage of sainthood. Emo Qianliang looked over at the same time, and the red dot in the center had a home written on it. So that must be the continent where Su Shuiao is. The lit areas are gold, the unlit but discovered areas around them are gray, and the more distant areas are blank. Together with this continent that was just added, Su Shuiao had lit up a total of 37 continents. In other words, Su Shuiao had traveled through 37 worlds in this 1 year's time, except that the other 36 lit continents all had the same sentence written on them. No life exists. After Su Shuiao finished recording, she saw Emo Qianliang looking and smiled gently. I originally thought that every star I saw in the sky was a world where life existed. It wasn't until later that I realized that most areas of the vast starry sky were barren, and that this world, even if there was life, had very harsh conditions for its survival. She spoke softly, but Emo Qianliang sensed a touch of a different emotion. The cold, dark, starry sky, the kind of situation where there was only one person. It was a loneliness he had never tried before. His heart fluctuated slightly as he stretched out his arms and wrapped them tightly around Su Shuiao, pulling her into his embrace. Shuiao, go back. When your cultivation is higher, it will be much easier to come back to me. The starry sky was so vast that even an initiated saint felt so small that he couldn't see the end at a glance. Su Shuiao leaned against Emo Qianliang's chest, listening to Emo Qianliang's strong and powerful heartbeat. A light smile appeared on her face. Silly, if I continue to stay in the great changes, I'm already number one in the world. There's no way ahead, so I can only feel my way around on my own, and my cultivation will only improve slowly. Entering the starry sky, I momentarily understand my situation. Many places have better cultivation environments than on the continent. Only then can I progress faster. Su Shuiao tilted her delicate and playful face to look at Emo Qianliang, her mouth holding a trace of gentle watery smile. Look, I'm about to enter the middle stage of sainthood. I'm afraid that if I stayed in the great changes, it would take me at least 3 years to reach that point. She extended her jade finger to poke Emo Qianliang's chest, her tone filled with pride. Emo Qianliang held her jade finger and sighed lightly. You ah, Su Shuiao lightly hummed. What's wrong with me? Well, my family Shuiao is great. She's going to be in the middle stage of sainthood so soon. Mo Millennium said helplessly. That's more like it. Su Shuiao raised her delicate and playful face, revealing a bright and sweet smile. Right, Shuiao. Have you ever seen this mysterious weird fog? Emo Qianliang thought of something and took out the shadow retention stone on his body. This was the stay-away stone that the Northern Spirit Dean had given him earlier to record the invasion of a clan by the creepy mist, and now he put it out for Su Shuiao to see. Su Shuiao's cultivation was already above everyone in his continent. I wonder what she could tell. Devouring auras and the life essence of cultivators, and it can't be killed? Gray, black, and purple different grades of tricky fog. After reading it, Su Shuiao frowned slightly and said after a long time of contemplation, this kind of bizarre creature, if it appears on a large scale, it would be a great disaster for any continent. At the same time, she seemed to have reacted, and a flash of worry appeared in her eyes. This weird fog, is it appearing in your continent? Mo Qianliang smiled bitterly. That's right, they recently appeared and destroyed a large sect, and now the entire continent is on the verge of chaos because of it. Ha, are you okay then? Su Shuiyao instantly became worried as she grabbed Mo Qianliang's hand and asked. Seeing that she was so concerned about herself, warmth surged in Mo Qianliang's heart and he smiled. Don't worry, I'm fine. That creepy fog is not in large numbers right now. Besides, I have the holy armor, so at least it won't threaten me for a short period of time. It's just that I want to find a way to break it sooner rather than later, or else every day that passes, these creepy mists will devour more people. Seeing that Mo Qianliang was fine, Su Shuiyao breathed a sigh of relief and began to survey the creepy mist in the image again. Swords and knives are useless for chopping and slashing, divine techniques are ineffective, and even if a strong person breaks it up, it will quickly recover. She frowned and fell into deep thought, and after a long time, she raised her eyes to look at Mo Qianliang, her eyes gradually becoming strange. I think I've, seen this weird fog before? She said with some uncertainty. At those words, Mo Qianliang froze for a moment. Su Shuiyao had seen it? In this world, there is also this kind of weird fog? But I'm not sure if it's the same creepy mist, because the ones I've seen are not gray-black with purple, but light red. Su Shuiyao continued. Light red? Mo Qianliang repeated doubtfully, then asked. Sure it's the same as this kind? Su Shuiyao shook her head and said. I didn't pay attention to the specific details, but from the appearance of the form it looks exactly the same. Only the aura is a bit more powerful than these. Hearing this, Mo Qianliang's heart sank. If it was really as Su Shuiyao said, then this kind of weird fog might not be unique to his continent. It even exists in the stars. The power behind it, then, is much more terrifying. Then what did you do after you found out? Mo Qianliang inquired. He wanted to know if Su Shuiyao knew anything about this kind of weird fog and how to deal with it. It rushed at me and was casually slapped out by me. Su Shuiyao blinked. Millennium. Didn't they say that creepy mist couldn't be killed? It's 26. Shuiyao's light smile reflects her splendor, and the love of 1,000 years is reflected in her heart. Time and space are hard to break the mood of love. Years and years of love fire burning. Memories of the past are like a dream. And now we are together in a good relationship. The wind and clouds change without change, and together we paint a beautiful dream for eternity.